She opened her eyes, and her groggy head gradually became clear. What she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling, and two girls' voices echoed in her ears. A coquettish look with indignation. Wanwan, don't be sad. People like Lin Feng are not worth it at all. Song Wan was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to get up, but was pulled back to bed by the strange memories that flooded into her mind. She traveled through time. Moreover, she inexplicably took over the body of another girl with the same name and surname as her. The girl's name was Song Wan, a sophomore at Linhai University in Shanghai. The original owner's memories emerged. She fell in love with a boy named Lin Feng and spent all her time, energy, and money on him, even saving money for him. However, when Lin Feng carried the 200-pound rich second-generation girl, went into the luxury car, he only left a cold breakup statement. You are not rich enough. This sentence completely shattered the original owner's world. Song Wan's scalp tingled. This was such an outrageous development. She then learned from her memory that the original owner drank to drown his sorrows after a breakup, and ended up drinking himself to death. What was even more outrageous was that just before she could fully recover, a soft and cute system voice suddenly sounded. Ding, the host has awakened. Would you like to bind to the top-level white, rich, and beautiful system? Song Wan widened her eyes and refused almost subconsciously. No binding. There are too many examples in novels and movies where the system either kills people for money or makes people lose everything. She doesn't want to be led by the nose by this thing. However, the system did not give her the right to choose. Ding, top-level white, rich, and beautiful system binding successful. Congratulations to the host for taking a new starting point in life. Sprinkle flowers. Song Wan looked at the virtual panel that popped up with a complicated expression on her face. The system was not finished yet, and then it released the first reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the God-level gene optimization fluid. Would you like to extract it? She raised her eyebrows, a little suspicious. What is this? The system explained it very clearly. This is a liquid that can optimize the host's genes in all aspects, from appearance to physique. There will be a gradual improvement, and it will not arouse suspicion. Finally, it added, I am a serious system and will never cheat you. Song Wan stared at her slightly mediocre face in the mirror and thought that since she had already been bound to the system, it was useless to resist, so she might as well give it a try. So she took out the small bottle of liquid with a blue glow and drank it all. Then, her skin began to discharge a layer of black impurities. Song Wan was so scared that she rushed into the bathroom and washed herself from head to toe. When she stood in front of the mirror again, she was in a trance. Her skin became fairer and brighter, her nose seemed straighter, and her facial features became more delicate. Although the change is not exaggerated, her appearance has improved from 6 points to 7 points. This small improvement is enough to make Song Wan satisfied. When her roommates Li Lui and Huang Ran saw that she looked very good when she came out, they did not suspect anything. Instead, they praised her excitedly. Wow, you look so refreshed after taking a shower. That scumbag Lin Feng is not worthy of you at all. Song Wan heaved a sigh of relief. The system really didn't lie to her. At this moment, a transparent panel popped up in her mind. Host, Song Wan, age, 19, appearance, 6.1 can be increased. Top white, rich, and beautiful progress bar, 1.5%, total progress 100%. Seeing the 6.1 rating, Song Wan couldn't help but complain. It should be at least 7 points. Your rating is too stingy. The system replied seriously. Appearance rating is based on comprehensive data assessment, including internal and external factors. Top-level white, rich, and beautiful women are not only about appearance, but also need knowledge, temperament, wealth, and other aspects of development. The host needs to work hard. At the same time, the system reminded. The host is not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Song Wan clicked sign in with the mentality of giving it a try. The next second, she was stunned to find that she had received 1 million AX coins. It is a virtual currency of a live streaming platform. And when you top up, you can get 100 times the cash back in RMB. After studying the rules briefly, she immediately recharged 1 million AX coins and casually clicked on the live broadcast room of a small anchor that the original owner followed. At this time, the little anchor, Tingzhu, was being provoked by a passerby named Green Tea. Song Wan was unhappy and directly swiped 200 treasure maps. 1 million RMB was spent, and the live broadcast room exploded instantly. The number of viewers increased from 300,000 to 2 million. The system's voice then sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 20-fold cashback. 20 million renminbi has been received. Song Wan took a deep breath and felt the weight of being rich for the first time. At that moment, an idea came to her mind. Chapter 3. Song Wan was still immersed in the joy of obtaining 20 million yuan in funds when Huaxia Bank called again. She calmed down and picked up the phone, only to hear a flattering voice from the other end. Ms. Song, we just learned that you have deposited 20 million renminbi in Huaxia Bank. To thank you for your trust in us, we have upgraded your privileges to top VIP. Would it be convenient for you to come to the bank? We would like to replace a limited edition black card for you. The other party's tone was so humble that it almost made one's ears itch. He then added, our Huaxia Bank's black card has close cooperation with major luxury brands. Not only does it enjoy the highest service treatment of the bank, but it can also enjoy top VIP services worldwide. I hope you can consider it. Song Wan paused, her tone calm, but revealing some interest. Okay, I have time now. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved and asked quickly, then may I ask where you are now? We will send a car to pick you up. Linhai University, downstairs of the girls' dormitory. She answered concisely, just call me when you get there. After hanging up the phone, she glanced at Huang Ran and Li Lui in the dormitory and found that they were staring at her vigilantly. Wanwan, where are you going? Huang Ran asked, his tone full of worry. Song Wan knew what they were worried about, and also understood that the original owner's roommates were a little too nervous about her condition because of the ridiculous things Lin Feng had done. So she smiled and comforted him. It's okay, I'm just going to the bank to do something, and we'll be back soon. Huang Ran and Li Lui looked at each other, still worried. Do you want us to go with you? Song Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Really, it's not necessary, just change the bank card. Seeing her firm attitude, the two of them were relieved. Less than half an hour later, Huaxia Bank called again. The other party's voice was still so polite that no one could find fault with it. Miss Song, our car has arrived downstairs of the dormitory. Okay, I'll be right down. Song Wan picked up the ID card and asked casually, besides the ID card, do you need to bring any other documents? The person on the other end quickly replied, no need, as long as you arrive in person. After hanging up the phone, Song Wan tidied herself up casually, said goodbye to her roommate, and went downstairs. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory, there was a low-key, yet luxurious Mercedes-Benz parked. A young man in a black suit was standing by the door, and next to the passenger seat was a woman with delicate makeup, wearing a well-cut black suit, obviously a senior executive of the bank. Song Wan took a quick glance, determined his target, and walked over. When the woman saw her approaching, she was stunned for a moment, then put on a professional and respectful smile, walked forward and said, are you Miss Song? Yes, I am. Song Wan nodded. The woman pointed to the nameplate on her chest and held out her hand. Hello, Miss Song. I am Kong Hui, the manager of Huaxia Bank. I am happy to serve you. Song Wan glanced at the nameplate and politely shook hands back. Hello, Manager Kong. Kong Hui's smile deepened, and she quickly opened the car door. Ms. Song, please get in the car. After Song Wan was seated firmly, she considerately closed the car door, quickly returned to the passenger seat, and drove away from Linhai University with the driver. In the car, Kong Hui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In order to serve this big customer well, she was almost walking on thin ice. After all, it is rare to find a customer who deposits 20 million yuan at one time. The bank president repeatedly told her to serve the customer well and not let competing banks take advantage of the opportunity. She was originally worried that Song Wan would be the kind of rich second generation who was difficult to serve, but she didn't expect that this girl was dressed simply, had a gentle temperament, and was not arrogant at all. She silently sighed in her heart that this client was really a pie in the sky. At this time, the dormitory building was already in an uproar. Many girls stood at the door of the building, talking and looking in the direction of the Mercedes-Benz. Oh my God, who is this? Someone came to pick her up. She must be the daughter of some wealthy man. One of those hidden young ladies in TV dramas. Look at that Mercedes, it's worth at least 1 million, someone exclaimed enviously. Tisk, a chubby girl interrupted sarcastically. What's so great about a car worth over 1 million? Who doesn't have a Mercedes these days? Don't call me a rich woman casually. This fat girl is none other than Raymond Lam's current girlfriend, Wanwan. She was wearing a big t-shirt with a flashy luxury logo and a huge diamond hairpin on her head. She looked like she wanted the whole world to know how rich she was. After saying this, she raised her chin in a proud manner, threw the Ferrari keys in her hand to Lin Feng beside her, and said in a delicate tone, Honey, I want to buy new clothes. Go shopping with me. Lin Feng did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Song Wan had just left, and his face was extremely ugly. He did not expect that Song Wan would hook up with a rich man so soon after breaking up. When did a snack-selling family have anything to do with luxury cars like that? It was clearly. He gnashed his teeth and thought, she must have found a sponsor behind my back. She looked so pitiful, but it turned out to be all fake. Seeing him in a daze, Wanwan patted him with dissatisfaction. Honey, people are talking to you. Lin Feng came back to his senses and forced a smile on his face. Okay, let's go shopping now. Seeing this, several girls who were watching couldn't help but shudder and dispersed, leaving only the atmosphere of gossip on the ground. Chapter 4. As soon as Song Wan stepped into Huaxia Bank, she was personally led to the VIP room by Kong Hui, where tea, pastries, and snacks were provided, and she was treated very attentively. In less than half an hour, her black card was delivered to her. The black card has gold patterns on a black background, and an exquisite golden orchid is carved in the lower right corner, which is low-key and luxurious. Seeing this, Kong Hui explained at the right time. Miss Song, our Huaxia Bank's black card can overdraft 10 million, and cardholders can enjoy VIP services from major brands. No matter what difficulties you encounter, as long as our bank covers the area, we will serve you wholeheartedly. Song Wan nodded, played with the black card in her hand for a moment, and stood up gracefully. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to school first. Kong Hui saw her off warmly. Miss Song, let's send a car to take you back. Just as she was about to leave the bank, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in her mind. As a top white, rich, and beautiful reserve, how can you not have clothes and jewelry to match? Random task. Buy clothing and jewelry that match the status of a white, rich, and beautiful woman within 5 hours. Reward for successful task. A new Lamborghini Aventador. No penalty for failed task. Do you accept? Song Wan's eyes lit up, and he answered almost instantly. Accept. That's a big bull. A supercar worth over 10 million. How could she not be tempted? After confirming the mission, she turned to Kong Hui and said, I suddenly remembered that there is something else. Can you take me to Tianhui Plaza? Tianhui Plaza is the largest and most luxurious shopping mall in Shanghai, with many luxury brands. Of course. Kong Hui smiled. Do you need us to send another car? No need. Song Wan thought about it and nodded. After all, she was living on campus now, and there would be no place to put too many things if she bought too many. The skilled driver took her to the downstairs of Tianhui Plaza 20 minutes later. The driver asked respectfully, Ms. Song, do you need me to wait for you in the parking lot? No need. You go back first. I can go back by myself. She made up her mind that once the system reward arrived, she would drive directly back to school. The driver was startled, but he still nodded respectfully and said goodbye. Looking up at the time, there were still 4.5 hours left in the mission. Song Wan walked straight into the building and saw the Dior counter at first sight. She walked in without thinking, intending to look at skincare products and makeup. The salesgirls were drinking water and chatting, occasionally glancing at her, but no one came forward. Song Wan walked around the counter by herself. Just as she was about to pick up a powder compact to take a closer look, she heard a sarcastic remark not far away. Don't try if you don't want to buy. Song Wan was startled and looked up at the salesgirl who was talking. Her tone was contemptuous, and her eyes were full of scrutiny and disdain. Several salesgirls next to her also smiled teasingly. She suddenly realized that the other party regarded her as a poor student with no purchasing power. What if I buy it? She raised her chin and looked at the salesgirl coldly. The other party still looked superior, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. We are the Dior counter, not the random brands on the street. The prices are very expensive. What do you want to buy? She looked Song Wan up and down, and was even more convinced that this girl was just a student who wore Taobao goods and carried cheap bags. Just as she was about to say something sarcastic, she saw the store manager walk in. The store manager caught a glimpse of the black card in Song Wan's hand and immediately smiled, his tone full of respect. Miss, may I help you? The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the store manager's reaction, her mind going blank. No matter how dumb she was, she realized that the girl in front of her was definitely not simple. Song Wan looked at her and raised her eyebrows. No need. I want her to serve me. She raised her hand and nodded at the salesgirl who had just mocked her, her tone meaningful. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment and was forced to put away her previous contempt. Under the threatening gaze of the store manager, she forced a stiff smile and began to introduce the products to Song Wan with an apologetic look on her face. After introducing all the products, her voice was a little hoarse, but Song Wan sat elegantly on the sofa, looking at her with a smile. Please pack these for me. The salesgirl's eyes suddenly lit up and her movements became faster. She was full of energy, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. The total amount of money was at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and she could even imagine the envious looks of her colleagues. However, when the last item was carefully packaged, Song Wan slowly stood up, glanced casually at the neatly arranged bags, and said lazily, "Your packaging is too ugly, and I suddenly don't want it anymore." With that sentence, the salesgirl froze in her place, completely stunned. She asked tremblingly, "Did you do that on purpose?" "That's right." Song Wan chuckled, with a sly look in her eyes, "but there's no reward." The salesgirl's face turned ugly in an instant, and her emotions were almost out of control. She was about to rush forward, but was held back by the store manager. The store manager stepped forward quickly, handed over his business card, and said with an apologetic smile, "Ms. Song, we didn't provide good service just now. I apologize to you on her behalf. If you come to our store in the future, please contact me directly. I will make sure you are satisfied." Song Wan took the business card, glanced coldly at the salesgirl, and turned and left. Chapter 5. After Song Wan left, the store manager's face instantly turned cold, and he stared at the salesgirl with an icy gaze. "Go back to the finance department to get this month's salary, and you don't need to come next month." The salesgirl's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Why? You want to fire me just because I offended a little girl? On what basis? She just played a trick on me. Aren't you still venting your anger?" "Heh." The store manager sneered, looking her up and down, his tone full of sarcasm. "Why? Are you blind? Can't you see the black card in her hand? That's Huaxia Bank's black card. It's one of the most valuable in the entire Magic City. They just asked you to package some cosmetics, but you dared to ignore them." At this point, the store manager was still angry. He glanced at the other salesgirls coldly and raised his voice a few notches. "I told you a long time ago that you are not allowed to look down on others. Everyone who comes to our store to consume is a customer. Do I need to repeatedly teach you the 4 words, customers first?" These words made the other salesgirls lower their heads and dare not say a word. The salesgirl who just wanted to refute was completely stunned. Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Song Wan had no interest in all this, and she turned around and walked directly to the La Prairie counter. As a top luxury skincare brand, La Prairie's prices are also very luxury. Song Wan had only seen it online before, and a complete set of Platinum Series skincare products cost more than 80,000 yuan. Now that she had money, she simply bought 3 sets. She knew that Huang Ran and Li Lui were indispensable in her smooth adaptation to the new environment. It was necessary to maintain a good relationship with them, and she, Song Wan, never treated her own people badly. Seeing this, the salesgirl smiled so much that her face almost blossomed, wishing she could write the word enthusiasm on her face. 3 sets of Platinum Series, a total of 250,000. With such sales, the commission for several months may not be as much as this order. The packaged cosmetics were quite heavy, so Song Wan simply left her dormitory address and asked the counter to arrange delivery. Afterwards, she went to several other brand counters and bought cosmetics and skincare products worth 130,000 yuan in total. Seeing the progress bar on the system panel suddenly jump to 25%, Song Wan felt relieved. Things were finally starting to make sense. Then, she went straight upstairs, heading straight for the luxury brand store. Since the system required clothes and jewelry, of course she had to arrange everything from beginning to end. The first store she walked into was Chanel. With a black card in hand, she encountered no obstacles this time. Even though she was wearing a skirt worth only 200 yuan, the salesgirls still enthusiastically recommended items suitable for her. In the end, she picked out 5 bags and bought one that Li Lui had been reluctant to buy, plus a dozen sets of clothes, spending a total of 1.72 million. If it were the old Song Wan, her legs would probably go weak when she heard this number, but now she didn't even blink when she swiped the card. Before leaving, the salesgirl graciously handed over the high-end VIP card of Chanel store and solemnly promised to deliver the goods to the school on time. Song Wan glanced at the system panel and saw that the progress bar had reached 50%. She was about to go to the next store. Opposite the Chanel store was Prada, so Song Wan turned in. The news of the grand occasion at the Chanel store had already spread here, and the salesgirls at the Prada store had naturally heard about it. When they saw Song Wan, they all smiled widely. "Miss, what would you like to see? Do you need our help in recommending something?" The store manager stepped forward personally, his tone extremely humble. However, just when Song Wan was about to pick out some clothes, a familiar pair of figures walked in arm in arm. She looked up and saw that it was Wanwan and Lin Feng. "Oh dear, look who that is!" Wu Wenwen's pretentiously sweet voice came with a hint of deliberate showing off. Beside Wu Wenwen, Raymond Lam smiled and let her hold his arm. Although many men don't like to go shopping with their girlfriends, Raymond Lam is an exception. Every time he goes shopping with Wu Wenwen, he can always get something from her. For example, just now, he casually complained that his cell phone was a bit slow, and Wu Wenwen immediately ran to the store to buy him the latest model. However, when Lin Feng's eyes fell on Song Wan, his smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy face. Witnessing Song Wan getting into the luxury car that day had already given rise to countless speculations in his mind, and now seeing her appear in the luxury store further confirmed his thoughts. Song Wan, what are you doing here? Lin Feng's voice was cold, and his tone sounded like a question. Song Wan raised her eyes and glanced at him lightly, frowning slightly, and said impatiently, "What do you think what I am doing here has to do with you?" Upon seeing this, Wu Wenwen immediately tightened her arm around Lin Feng and said with a sweet smile, "Hey, where did you get the money to shop at Prada?" Could it be that? She was halfway through her words, but her implication was already very obvious. Lin Feng was furious when he heard this and asked sternly, "Song Wan, tell me the truth. Before we broke up, had you hooked up with the old man?" Upon hearing this, the Prada store manager's face darkened, and he stood in front of Song Wan without hesitation. "Miss, sir, please be careful with your words. Our VIP guests will not be slandered at will." She recognized Wu Wenwen's identity and would come to the store to shop occasionally, but she could never compare to the big customer in front of her who had just spent $1.72 million at Chanel. Besides, why would someone who can produce a black card need to rely on an old man? This unreasonable accusation is simply a huge joke. Chapter 6. The smile on Wu Wenwen's face froze instantly. She stared at the store manager with disbelief in her eyes and asked sharply, "Are you sick? Look carefully. I am the VIP of your store." The store manager glanced at the VIP card in her hand. Although the smile on her face froze for a moment, her professional ethics allowed her to quickly adjust her expression and speak in a polite tone. "Yes, miss, I know you. You are our VIP customer. Are you here to buy a bag this time?" The store manager winked at the salesgirl next to him. The salesgirl was very perceptive. She immediately stepped forward, bowed with a big smile on her face, and respectfully made a pleased gesture. "Miss, we have a new batch of bags. May I introduce them to you?" Wu Wenwen obviously misunderstood and thought she was received with high standards. She immediately raised her chin, squinted her eyes so that the whites of her eyes were almost invisible, and turned to Song Wan, her eyes full of contempt. She said lazily, "Since you have treated my dear so considerately, please pick a bag in the store and I will give it to you." Before Song Wan could respond, she continued with a sneer, "But don't be too sad. Love is a thing. It's normal for the previous generation to plant trees and the next generation to enjoy the shade." Wu Wenwen's expression and tone were full of showing off and charity, and Lin Feng, who was standing next to her, felt very embarrassed. He pursed his lips, obviously thinking that the word training was extremely inappropriate. Song Wan just smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's just training a dog. It's not difficult, but I'm sorry that classmate has been thinking about it." Puffed. A salesgirl at the side couldn't help laughing, and then she felt a few gazes coming at her. So she quickly raised her head and said seriously, "Sorry, I just suddenly thought of something very happy." Lin Feng's face was so green that water could drip out of it, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. "Song Wan, don't think that just because you are with an old man, you can humiliate others here. Everyone has their own opinion." Song Wan responded lightly, her tone full of cold sarcasm, "But classmate Lin Feng, don't take it personally." However, Wu Wenwen seemed not to understand the meaning of Song Wan's words, or she didn't care at all. She waved her hand impatiently, her tone revealing a sense of superiority, like giving alms. "I am in a good mood, so I asked you to pick a bag. The most ridiculous thing about you poor people is your so-called self-esteem." She looked Song Wan up and down and continued, "I advise you to seize the opportunity to pick one you like, so as not to regret it later." Song Wan was too lazy to waste time talking to her, and directly handed the black card in her hand to the store manager, saying in a relaxed and confident tone, "These, swipe the card." She pointed at more than a dozen bags in the window, picked out a few high-end clothes, and picked out a bag that Huang Ran liked. Song Wan's tone was calm, but her movements were full of calmness. The store manager's eyes lit up instantly, and she almost jumped up with excitement. She suppressed her excitement, bent down, and smiled. "Okay, miss, we will pack these goods and deliver them to the place you specified." When swiping the card, the bill of 3.84 million made the store manager feel a little dizzy, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. She had never seen such a straightforward big client, especially Song Wan, whose seemingly ordinary but calm and confident demeanor made her look like a real top billionaire. Wanwan and Lin Feng were completely stunned. Seeing the store manager respectfully handing the black card back to Song Wan, Lin Feng's face showed a complicated expression. This black card, Lin Feng's mind was spinning rapidly. He originally thought that Song Wan just relied on the rich, but the scene in front of him shocked him. This kind of lavish spending is obviously not something that ordinary wealthy people can do. Not to mention, Wu Wenwen's background is already pretty good, but her spending and aura are far from Song Wan's. He began to regret the breakup. If Song Wan really hooked up with someone richer, he shouldn't have dumped her so early. At least he could have an extra source of income, which was much better than trying to please Wu Wenwen with a smile. There was a flash of calculation in Lin Feng's eyes, but he didn't see the point clearly. Wu Wenwen caught it. She stared at the black card in Song Wan's hand, her face full of disbelief. That is Hua Xiaobang's black card? Wu Wenwen couldn't figure it out. Her family has a factory with an annual income of tens of millions, but her father doesn't even have this black card. Song Wan was too lazy to look at the two of them again. He put away the black card and turned to leave. This farce was of no importance to her. The system's progress bar was almost at 100%, and she didn't have time to waste her breath on two jumping clowns. In the following time, she visited all the major luxury stores in Tianhui Plaza and bought shoes, jewelry, and other items from Gucci, LV, and several jewelry stores. In the end, she spent nearly 8 million in total. When Song Wan walked out of the last store, the system sent out a reminder as promised. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been received. Please check it. She finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at her watch. It was exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as she was thinking about going back, the phone rang at the right time. Seeing the caller ID, she was slightly startled, and then her tone softened unconsciously. Wei Wei? What's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Li Lui's voice was completely different from usual. She was extremely irritable. Song Wan, how dare you ask me what's wrong? She was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Didn't you say you would be back soon? It's been more than 3 hours. Where are you now? Song Wan rubbed his temple helplessly and said with a somewhat guilty smile, I'm at Tianhui Plaza, and I'm planning to go back now. Li Lui heard her answer, her voice still filled with anger, but her tone dropped slightly. You'd better. Don't force me, and Sister Ran to catch you back in person. Huang Ran's urging voice could be heard from the other end, mixed with a few faint complaints. I said I would follow her. I just went out to apply for a bank card, but it took so long. Who knows if she will? Alas! Song Wan felt helpless and amused. She knew that the two were worried that she would mess up, so she couldn't help but explain softly. I just finished my work and took a stroll. I'm going back now. I promise I'll be there soon. You'd better remember what you said. Li Lui hung up the phone unhappily. Putting away the phone, Song Wan couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She could feel the genuine care from Li Lui and Huang Ran, which made her feel warm in her heart. However, at this moment, the phone rang again. She thought it was them calling again, so she picked up the phone and heard a young man's voice in her ear with a professional and respectful tone. Hello, are you Miss Song? It's me, she answered calmly with a hint of doubt in her voice. Ms. Song, the procedures for the Lamborghini Aventador you ordered from us have been completed. Is it convenient for you to receive the car now? Chapter 7. The formalities were completed so quickly, and Song Wan was extremely satisfied with the efficiency of the system. Basic operation, don't be stupid. The serious and cute voice of the system made Song Wan laugh. After putting away his smile, he said to the person on the other end, I'm at the Tianhui Plaza shopping mall now. Can you send me here directly? The other party quickly replied, Yes, of course. We will leave now, and we'll be there in about 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Song Wan was in a good mood. She still had some free time before the agreed time, so she turned to the mobile phone store on the first floor. Although her phone was not old, it was a 2-year-old model after all. Taking this opportunity, she simply changed it to the latest one. Huawei and Guoshui's phones each had their own advantages, so Song Wan simply took both. Huawei chose the latest silver-white model designed by Porsche, which cost 12,000 yuan, and the clerk also gave him a lot of extra accessories. Guozi chose the top-end light gold model, which also cost 12,000 yuan. She stood at the door of the mobile phone store, having already inserted the SIM card into her new Huawei phone. Just as she was about to continue shopping, she heard an uncertain whisper from behind her. Song Wan, She turned around and saw that it was Qi Xingran, wearing a blue dress, with delicate makeup and a look of suspicion in her eyes. Qi Xingran was one of her roommates. As a native of Shanghai, he rarely lived on campus and didn't have much contact with her. Song Wan nodded politely. What a coincidence. Qi Xingran looked her up and down, his eyes lingering on the phone in her hand for a moment, then pointed at the girl next to him and introduced, "This is my cousin, Qi Zhiyue." Then she said to Qi Zhiyue, "This is my college roommate, Song Wan." Qi Zhiyue rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Cousin, we still have to go shopping. How can we have so much time to get to know our roommates?" She had heard from her cousin that none of her college roommates were impressive. Their families either worked part-time or set up stalls. There was no point in associating with them. When Qi Xingran heard this, his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak to ease the atmosphere, he suddenly heard a burst of exclamations coming from outside the door. Look, look, whose supercar is this? Isn't it a surprise prepared by a rich second generation? Oh my God, this is a Lamborghini Aventador. Looking at the configuration, the whole car must be worth tens of millions. Qi Xingran was stunned and subconsciously turned to look at the door. He saw a trailer slowly approaching through the glass window, pulling a bright orange Lamborghini supercar. The streamlined body and cool tail wing are enough to attract people's attention. Before she could speak, she heard Song Wan's cell phone ringing. "Miss Song, we've arrived at the shopping mall." "I saw it." Song Wan smiled faintly, hung up the phone, and walked straight towards the trailer. Qi Zhiyue sneered, pulled Qi Xingran's sleeve, and whispered, "Cousin, look at your roommate. He doesn't even know the rich second generation, but he pretends to get close to them. This ugly duckling from a small place wants to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." As she spoke, she glanced at Song Wan's back, her tone full of contempt. "Do you really think you are the heroine in the novel and can hook the domineering president with just a casual touch?" Qi Xingran frowned. Song Wan is not that kind of person. Although they don't have much contact with each other, in his impression, Song Wan has always been very sensible. Hee, the smaller the place you come from, the less knowledgeable you are. Qi Zhiyue disagreed, staring at Song Wan, looking forward to the next joke. However, what she waited for was not a joke. The staff who came down from the tow truck bowed slightly to Song Wan and handed the car keys and a document to her respectfully. Song Wan took the key, carefully checked the contents of the document, and signed her name after confirming that it was correct. All the procedures for this car have been completed and it can be driven directly. As for the driver's license, the original body had already passed the test during the summer vacation of the freshman year. However, neither she nor her original self had ever driven a supercar. Just as she was about to ask the staff for driving details, the system's soft and cute prompt sound rang in her mind. Ding detected that the host lacks relevant knowledge, issued a random task, slapped the scumbag in the face. As a top white, rich, and beautiful woman, how can you let the scumbag hold you back? Slap the scumbag in the face and get rid of his entanglement completely. Successful tasks will reward God-level driving skills and no punishment for failure. Scumbag? Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly. Thinking of the known scumbag object, it might be Lin Feng. Sure enough, just as she thought of this, she saw Lin Feng and Wu Wanwan walking towards her cautiously. "Nurse Song." Wu Wanwan spoke first, forcing a flattering smile on her face. "We were wrong before. I shouldn't have targeted Miss Song because of a misunderstanding. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me." Although Wu Wanwan was arrogant, she knew who to offend and who not to offend. The price of this Lamborghini was probably several times their family's annual income. No matter what, Song Wan could not be the image of the daughter of a stall owner in a county town, as Lin Feng said. Thinking of her behavior in the shopping mall just now, Wu Wanwan wished she could go back and completely erase those stupid actions. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Feng suddenly shook her hand away. Lin Feng looked at Song Wan with a painful face and said in a deep tone, "Wanwan, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were so rich?" He looked a bit self-pitying. "If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have broken up with you just because I was afraid that Wu Wanwan would bully you, and I wouldn't have pretended to be with her. I did all this to protect you." As he spoke, Lin Feng showed an expression that said, "bearing humiliation for you," which made Song Wan feel a chill in her heart. She sneered, raised her eyes with a smile, and asked, "So what you mean is that you pretended to be with Wu Wanwan for my sake?" Lin Feng nodded immediately, looking at her affectionately. However, Song Wan did not hide her disgust. She turned her eyes to Wu Wanwan and said in a light but sarcastic tone, "Did you hear that? No matter how much you pretend, a dog's nature is to eat shit. Chapter 8. Wanwan's face turned blue and red, and her eyes were red. She then turned around, raised her bag, and smashed it hard at Lin Feng. You are just a scumbag who can't change his ways. She was furious, with a tone of sarcasm and anger. When I was buying you this and that, why didn't you tell me that we were just pretending to be in love? You a little enoki mushroom, have the nerve to ask me if we are a good match. Every word was filled with sharp accusations and humiliation. Lin Feng was knocked back several steps, his eyes filled with undisguised anger. He stared at Wanwan, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. Song Wan stood by and watched the two people fighting each other coldly. She had no interest in getting involved and just said to Lin Feng indifferently, Lin Feng, I know better than anyone what kind of person you are. Don't say these disgusting words to me again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will do anything excessive. She paused slightly and continued in a cold voice. Also, if you see me, please take a detour. Lin Feng was stunned, staring at Song Wan's resolute eyes, and his chest felt like it was hit hard. He and Song Wan had been together for more than half a year. He spent a lot of effort to win her over. How could he not have any feelings for her? However, in his eyes, feelings have never been more important than future. With a shortcut right in front of you, who would want to go forward step by step in hard work? His mind turned several circles in an instant, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. It was all Wanwan's fault, the fat woman. If it weren't for her, he and Song Wan might have been able to continue. What Song Wan has now, he could have also had. The resources around her should have belonged to him. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Wanwan became even more resentful. He could no longer bear it, and suddenly grabbed her wrist and threw the bag that had just hit him back. What did I say wrong? If it wasn't for Wanwan, would I be with a fat woman like you? Lin Feng roared, his voice harsh. Look at yourself in the mirror. Do we look like a good match? These sudden words made Wanwan completely confused. After a moment, she reacted and collapsed instantly. She raised her hands and rushed to grab Lin Feng, and the two of them immediately wrestled together. More and more people gathered around. Many of them took out their phones to take videos, their eyes full of ridicule and contempt. The dog-eat-dog drama is always the most interesting. This couple is so rare. A scumbag who cheated on a rich woman, and a fat, stupid woman who pays for him, even though she knows he has a girlfriend. They are a perfect match. These days, those who are thick-skinned are never afraid of being laughed at. Ding congratulations to the host for completing the Slap the Scumbag mission, and the host is rewarded with God-level driving skills. The God-level driving skills have been received. Please check it. Song Wan felt that a large amount of clear driving knowledge suddenly flooded into her mind. Her sense of operation, reaction, and maximum speed was as precise as a gift. She did not feel any discomfort at all, as if she was born to drive. She turned calmly and walked towards the bright orange Lamborghini, opened the door, and started the engine skillfully. The crowd around watched her get into the car, their expressions changing from surprise to envy to amazement. Even as the sports car sped away, the crowd was still talking about it. So she's the real boss. So decisive, I didn't expect the car was hers. How cool. She is so pretty and rich. I would call her a winner in life. At the same time, Chi Jiyue was also standing in the crowd, watching the sports car going away, his face turning pale and blue. She poked her cousin Qi Xingran beside her and said regretfully, Cousin, why didn't you tell me earlier that your roommate is such a rich guy? She recalled her previous self-righteous behavior in front of Song Wan and wished she could crawl into the ground. Qi Xingran was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Her roommate was so rich? She had no idea. What was even more outrageous was that Lin Feng, who had just been fighting with that fat woman, seemed to be Song Wan's ex-boyfriend. Song Wan didn't care about the discussions and ridicule behind her. She held the steering wheel, feeling the perfect combination of her God-level driving skills and the Lamborghini, and she felt extremely happy. The sports car seemed to be an extension of her body, with flawless speed, turns, and handling. The feeling of speeding was addictive. No wonder so many people like sports cars. This feeling is really great. Song Wan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt more relaxed than ever before. In just 20 minutes, she arrived at the entrance of Linhai University. The bright orange sports car drove past, attracting the attention of countless students. Wow, this car is so cool. This is a Lamborghini. There is such a luxury car in the school. I guess it's a rich second generation, but judging by the aura, it seems like a girl is driving it. The Lamborghini stopped steadily downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Just as Song Wan was about to get out of the car, her cell phone rang. The caller ID showed Li Lui's name. When she picked up the phone, she heard an anxious voice from the other end of the line. Wanwan, a lot of salespeople from luxury stores suddenly came to our dormitory. They filled the entire dormitory with things, saying they were gifts for you. What on earth did you do? Song Wan patted his forehead. He should have expected that this incident would cause a commotion. He quickly comforted her. Don't worry. I'm already downstairs at the dormitory, and we'll be up soon. After hanging up the phone, she locked the car door and walked quickly into the dormitory. The corridor of the girls' dormitory was already full of curious students. Standing in front of the door of dormitory 302 were more than a dozen sales clerks from various luxury stores, each holding bags of varying sizes. The scene was extremely spectacular. It was not until the delivery clerks checked the list and left that Li Lui and Huang Ran in the dormitory came back to their senses. They looked at the dormitory filled with luxury goods and were in a trance. Wanwan, you won the lottery? Li Lui's voice was trembling a little. Song Wan smiled awkwardly. She had thought of an excuse on the way back and said calmly, that's about the same. Some time ago, my grandfather's family, who I hadn't heard from since, suddenly showed up and said they left us a huge inheritance. Chapter 9. Huang Ran and Li Lui were stunned for a moment, but soon accepted this explanation. After all, Song Wan had no reason to lie to them. Apart from this reason, they really couldn't think of what made Song Wan buy so many luxury goods at once. Okay, Wanwan, you're frustrated in love, but successful in money. Huang Ran joked. I really want to see the scumbag's expression when he finds out you're so rich. It will definitely be exciting. Li Lui covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Feng found a girlfriend like that for money, but after breaking up he found out that you were the richest. I'm afraid he will regret it so much that he will jump into the river. Song Wan smiled, a little nonchalantly, and then briefly told her about her encounter with Lin Feng at the shopping mall today. After listening to her, the two of them laughed so hard that they rolled on the bed. Ha! How can Raymond Lam be so shameless? He was so arrogant when we broke up, but when he found out you were rich, he immediately changed his face and blamed you, saying it was all for you. That's right. He's even pretended to be with Wanwan. How can he be so shameless? Song Wan shook her head and said no more. She walked to the pile of luxury goods, took out La Prairie skincare products, Cartier just unclue rose gold bracelets, and the bag she had picked for the two of them, and handed them to them. This is for you. I bought 3 sets of skincare products and bracelets. Just treat it as our best friend gift. Huang Ran and Li Lui were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and quickly waved their hands, shaking their heads like rattles. They saw the prices of these things with their own eyes. A set of La Prairie skincare products cost more than 80,000 yuan. A Cartier bracelet was nearly 100,000 yuan, and the bags were not cheap either. Although they had a good relationship with Song Wan, it was too much for them to accept such an expensive gift. Seeing this, Song Wan didn't say much, but just smiled and stuffed the things directly into their hands. I bought this for you to celebrate my sudden wealth. Don't you want to open it and take a look? The two wanted to refuse, but Song Wan raised her eyes and said seriously, if you feel embarrassed, you can buy me nice things when you make money in the future. We are friends, and it would be awkward to care too much about these things. Li Lui blinked, then dropped her things, rushed over and hugged Song Wan, her voice filled with tears. Wow, how can I be so worthy that I can be friends with a rich woman? Huang Ran also hugged Song Wan from behind, screaming excitedly. Ah, it feels so great to be supported by my best friend. Song Wan, who was sandwiched between the two men, almost fell down. She urged them with a smile. All right, open the bag quickly and see if you like it. The two men then got off her and began to unpack the bags with great interest. When Li Lui saw the style of the bag, she jumped up and screamed excitedly. Ah, this is my favorite one. Wanwan, I love you so much. Huang Ran looked at the Prada bag in her hand with a look of surprise. She was tall and had a cool temperament, and the style Song Wan picked just made her look more charismatic. She put away her surprise, turned around, and stared at Song Wan seriously, her eyes shining. Rich woman hungry. Li Lui immediately replied. Food. Song Wan's mouth twitched, and he grabbed a pillow and threw it at the two of them. The three of them laughed for a while. Then they remembered that they hadn't eaten dinner yet. Because Song Wan came back a little late, the dinner that Huang Ran and Li Lui brought back for her had already gone cold. However, the warm millet porridge and chicken patties were just right for eating at this moment. Lying in bed at night, Song Wan picked up her phone and looked through her spending records for the day. The text messages were filled with credit card information, so she scrolled to the last one. Your card with the last digit 8106 spent 12,000 yuan at the fruit and mobile phone store at 1734 on September 1st, and the balance is 8,388,183.60 yuan. Huaxia Bank. In just one day, she had spent nearly 12 million, a sum that she had never dared to think of before, but now she spent it easily. She stared at the balance, her lips curled up slightly, and couldn't help but sigh. This system is awesome. It feels so good to spend money. Basic operation, granddaughter. Please don't be polite. The serious voice of the system sounded in my mind. Song Wan's eyebrows jumped. Granddaughter? Didn't the host tell her roommate that she inherited her grandfather's property? The property was given by the system. According to Chinese etiquette, shouldn't I call you granddaughter? Song Wan, she suspected that the system was using nesting dolls, but had no evidence. It was a dreamless night. When the sunlight shone through the curtains into the dormitory, Song Wan opened her eyes dazedly. Today is Sunday, a day off like yesterday. Li Lui and Huang Ran were still sleeping soundly because they were too excited last night. Song Wan glanced at the time. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning. She simply turned over and continued to lie down. However, the soft and cute voice of the system in her mind sounded on time. Ding, a new day has arrived. Does the host want to sign in today? She suddenly opened her eyes and woke up instantly. Sign in. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Tan Palace No. 1 villa. The reward has been issued. Please check it out. Song Wan's pupils shrank slightly, and she was no longer sleepy. Tangong? Was it the Tangong she was thinking of? Suddenly, her cell phone rang, and she quickly picked up the phone, muted it, and quietly walked out of the dormitory to answer it. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Miss Song Wan Song? It's me. Hello, the formalities for the Tan Palace No. 1 villa you purchased earlier have been completed. When would it be convenient for you to come and take over? Song Wan said calmly, Sure, I'll be there in an hour. After hanging up the phone, she rubbed her eyes, still a little bit unbelieving. The surprise of the system this time was too big. Tan Palace is the top luxury house in Shanghai, known as the No. 1 luxury house in Shanghai. The entire community has only 18 villas, covering an area of more than 47,000 square meters. It was designed by WATG, the world's top architectural firm, and even the stones came from surface mines in the Alps. Villa No. 1, as the king of the buildings, covers an area of 1,800 square meters and is priced at 900 million yuan. It is not something that can be bought with money. And now, this villa has become hers. Song Wan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. All the emotions in her heart finally turned into one sentence. The system is awesome. The system replied seriously. It's just basic training. As a top-level white, rich and beautiful reserve, my granddaughter shouldn't get too excited over such a small matter. Song Wan, you're addicted to taking advantage of others, right? Chapter 10. After finally explaining that the matter of grandfather's inheritance was just an excuse, Song Wan felt exhausted by the system. She rolled her eyes and was about to put it aside when the slightly aggrieved voice of the system popped up in her mind again. The human world is really complicated. The system needs to adapt well. It seems that the road to integration with the host is still long. Song Wan didn't bother to pay attention. She changed into some smart and comfortable clothes, took the keys to the Lamborghini, tried not to wake up Huang Ran and Li Lui who were still sleeping, and left the dormitory quietly. The Lamborghini was still parked conspicuously downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and its bright orange body looked like a luminous body in the busy campus. Every person passing by was attracted unconsciously and stopped to take a few more glances. Song Wan got into the car and started it skillfully. The roar of the sports car engine accompanied her beautiful drift, attracting more passers-by to admire her. In just 40 minutes, Song Wan successfully arrived at her destination, Tan Palace, which is the symbol of the top luxury houses in the Magic City. Sales manager Xie Hui had been waiting at the gate, and standing next to him was a capable woman, who was Tan Palace's property manager, Yao Jia. Seeing the bright orange sports car stop, Xie Hui and Yao Jia hurried forward, their smiles full of flattery and respect. Ms. Song, welcome. Under the guidance of the two, Song Wan was brought to Tan Palace Villa No. 1. From the location to the design, this villa showed top-level nobility. Xie Hui handed her a stack of documents. The procedures have been completed. Miss Song just needs to sign here. Song Wan glanced at it casually and signed her name neatly. Xie Hui's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly restored his professional smile and pointed respectfully to Yao Jia beside him. Miss Song, This is your property manager. You can contact her at any time if you have any questions. Yao Jia immediately stepped forward, with a hint of nervousness and excitement on her face. Hello, Miss Song. I am Yao Jia, the property manager of Tan Palace. Next, I can take you to visit the interior of the villa. Accompanied by Yao Jia, Song Wan walked into Villa Number 1. As soon as she entered the door, her eyes were attracted by the luxurious and grand decoration. The living room is spacious and bright, and every detail exudes a low-key yet stunning elegance. The furniture and ornaments are all custom-made from the world's top brands, and even the material of the carpet is so good that you can't help but want to take off your shoes and step on it. Ms. Song, this villa has been completely renovated, and all the furnishings are designed to the highest standards. We have also hired a professional cleaning team to clean it, so you can move in right away. Yao Jia added at the right time, secretly admiring the background board laid out by the system for Song Wan. Song Wan nodded with satisfaction, but she was already very happy in her heart. After seeing Yao Jia off, she could no longer resist throwing aside all her reserve. She excitedly rolled over several times on the soft leather bed before contentedly beginning to tour this mansion that belonged to her. The villa has 3 floors. The first floor is an open-plan design, with the living room, dining room, and kitchen in an orderly, spacious, and bright manner. There are 4 extra-large bedrooms on the second floor, each with an independent dressing room and bathroom, with unique yet coordinated styles. From the balcony on the second floor, you can directly see the well-kept back garden. On the third floor is the master bedroom, which is a breathtakingly luxurious 300 square meters with 2 oversized cloakrooms and a top-notch bathroom. The balcony has an even better view. Standing on the balcony on the third floor, Song Wan took a deep breath of the fresh air brought by the green plants and felt unprecedented satisfaction in her heart. This villa is not just a place to live, but also a symbol of status. When I don't want to live in school in the future, I can live here, she thought to herself, but such a big villa would seem to require a few nannies and cooks for convenience. Just as she was thinking about how to recruit people, her cell phone rang suddenly. After answering the call, Huang Ran's voice full of resentment came. Wanwan, Lin Feng, that scumbag was shouting your name downstairs with roses in his arms. Where were you hiding? Lin Feng, Song Wan frowned, her tone filled with impatience. I'm here to do something. Why is he so mad? Who knows what he's thinking? His face is as thick as a city wall. Huang Ran said quietly. Wei Wei and I have already poured a basin of water on him, but he is standing there like a nail, and we can't drive him away. Song Wan was speechless. She could almost guess what Lin Feng was thinking. He simply felt that the original owner was too good to him and still had feelings for him after the breakup. Plus, now that she had suddenly become so rich, it was not surprising that the scumbag wanted to get back with her. Wasn't yesterday's warning harsh enough? She muttered softly, full of impatience, but before she hung up the phone, the system's voice sounded again in her mind. Ding detected that the host is not moved by the scumbag. Random reward. Martial arts all-rounder. The reward has been received. Please check it carefully. A warm current instantly rushed into her limbs and bones, and every part of her body became flexible and powerful as if they had been resculpted. Various martial arts moves appeared clearly in my mind, and even my muscles seemed to have memorized the key points of the movements. Every time I raised my leg and punched, there was a clean and neat feeling of power. Song Wan raised her lips and showed a malicious smile. She said calmly to Huang Ran on the other end of the phone. You can't drive him away, right? Okay, wait for me to come back and solve it. Chapter 11, Why Girls Can't Have WeChat. Song Wan drove back to Linhai University. She saw that a lot of people had gathered downstairs of the girls' dormitory. However, a vacuum zone of more than 10 meters was formed under their dormitory building. The encirclement stood a boy in a white shirt. His hair and shirt were obviously wet, and even the red rose in his hand was covered with water droplets. But he still stood there stubbornly. It was Raymond Lam. It's been almost an hour, right? That girl named Song Wan is really determined not to show up even at this time. Yeah, if it were me, I would have given up on it a long time ago. That boy is quite handsome. Isn't it just a quarrel between a boyfriend and girlfriend? Is it necessary to make it like this? A basin of cold water was poured down from upstairs. Fortunately, the boy has a good temper. If it were someone else, they would have turned hostile long ago. Isn't there anyone who's going to call that girl named Song Wan? Of course not. I heard that he is not in the dormitory at all. Ah, that boy is so pitiful. As soon as Song Wan opened the car door and got out, she heard the voices of some girls gathered there talking. I have to admit that Raymond Lam's appearance is a bit deceptive. His skin color is quite fair among boys, and he is handsome. Wearing a white shirt further enhances his advantages. People who don't know his true nature might think he is very honest. Song Wan sneered and walked towards Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng had already noticed it when Song Wan just arrived. After all, the blatant roar of the Lamborghini cannot be easily ignored. After adjusting his mindset, Lin Feng calmly turned his wet shoulders towards Song Wan, with his wet hair hanging down under his eyes. It looks like a wounded little animal, helpless and confused. Wanwan. At the window of room 302 upstairs, Li Lui and Huang Ran saw Song Wan and waved hurriedly, trying to divert her attention. I was afraid that Song Wan would become soft-hearted again when faced with this scumbaggish appearance. Is it Song Wan? Is the heroine finally here? Am I the only one who noticed that the young lady was driving a Lamborghini? Lin Feng seemed to have just discovered Song Wan. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and looked at Song Wan with a look of surprise and sadness. Wanwan, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done something stupid on my own initiative just to protect you. I know I used the wrong method, but do you understand? You are the only one in my heart from the beginning to the end. Song Wan suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. He first nodded to Li Lui and Huang ran upstairs, then turned his gaze back to Lin Feng. Just as the crowd was wondering whether the heroine would be so moved that she would throw herself into the boy's arms, they heard the heroine speak word by word in a clear and melodious voice. Stupid things? You mean the time I found out you got into a rich woman's car for money? Or do you mean that after I found out, you righteously said that I couldn't help you financially and that you should just break up with me? Or maybe it's because you found out that I'm rich that you want to shamelessly ask for a reconciliation? Wow, shocking news. When the girls gathered downstairs in the dormitory heard this, they all opened their eyes wide and were stunned. Those who originally sympathized with Lin Feng also looked very strange when they heard Song Wan's words. Then I saw the boy's expression instantly turned red. Wanwan, you really misunderstood me. Lin Feng had learned from Wanwan yesterday that the black card Song Wan was holding was not something that could be obtained by being kept by someone. She really has her own money. Lin Feng felt sick to his stomach when he thought about how he had mistaken pearls for fish eyes and sacrificed himself for a fat woman like Wanwan. Suddenly, his eyes looking at Song Wan became even more affectionate. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even pretend to be with Wanwan. Wanwan, have you forgotten our agreement to get married after graduation? Song Wan suddenly smiled. Do you still remember what I said to you yesterday? Lin Feng inexplicably had a bad feeling, but he had already looked around several times after Song Wan got off the car. There are no bodyguards or anything like that. Song Wan has always been a well-behaved and gentle girl, but she said such threatening words because she was so angry with him. She has always cared about him. As long as he persists for a few more days, she will definitely feel his sincerity. Thinking of this, Lin Feng subconsciously straightened his back and said firmly, Wanwan, you know I will never leave you no matter what. The next moment, the body flew directly through midair. Lin Feng didn't even have time to react before he was thrown to the ground over his shoulder. It was not until the intense pain came that Lin Feng realized that his whole face was wrinkled in pain. So handsome. Not only Lin Feng was stunned, but the girls watching were also shocked. Miss, have you practiced before? I really want WeChat, but you are a girl. What's wrong with girls? Can't girls have WeChat? It's 2022. How can you still say such things? Li Lui and Huang Ran, who had just run downstairs, were also shocked by this scene and were speechless. When did Wanwan learn how to do the shoulder throw? How come they don't know? Just as everyone was dumbfounded, a fat figure rushed over. You can tell from his panting appearance that he ran here. Wanwan first looked around and determined Song Wan's location. He looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground for some reason, and understood instantly. He walked to Song Wan in 2 or 3 steps and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Song. I didn't know he came to see you again. After saying that, he quickly waved to the 2 bodyguards following behind him. Lin Feng, who was still lying on the ground and couldn't even speak, was dragged away. Wanwan then turned around and smiled at Song Wan. Miss Song, I promise that this scumbag will never come to harass you again. She was just worrying about how to restore her image in front of Song Wan when Lin Feng came to her on his own initiative. When she heard about this, she didn't even care about her wrist, which was injured by Lin Feng yesterday, and rushed over in a hurry. Lin Feng is such an idiot. He really thinks he can be the scapegoat when the big boss gets cheated on by him. It wasn't that she wanted to meddle in other people's business, but who knew if Miss Song would vent her anger when she saw Lin Feng? When she thought of this possibility, Wanwan wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. But luckily I wasn't late. A girl watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, I just remembered that there seems to be a guy named Lin Feng in my boyfriend's dormitory. And my boyfriend said that Raymond Lam hooked up with a rich woman a while ago and even dumped his girlfriend who he had been dating for more than half a year for her. Isn't it this man? The girl said, and hurriedly took out her phone. I have to ask my boyfriend. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone. After the girl hung up, she picked up her phone and started playing. The girl next to her couldn't wait and leaned over to look at her phone screen. It's really him. The girls who were closer looked towards the phone screen and saw on the girl's phone screen a close-up photo of Raymond Lam and the chubby girl. The people around were suddenly in an uproar. This was now confirmed. They thought that the boy was a passionate person, and some people secretly envied the heroine. Now they understand everything. What affection? It's all bullshit. He is clearly a gold-digging Phoenix man. If the girl hadn't pretended to be poor, she probably wouldn't have seen through the true face of this scumbag. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the title of Heroic and Valiant Little Rich Woman and a random reward of 2 million Axe coins. The reward has been received. Please check it carefully. Chapter 12. Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly as she listened to the voice of the system in her mind, but she was no longer the same person she was yesterday. Feel resentful just because the system gives me Axe coins instead of RMB. After all, there are multiple cashbacks after spending with Axe coins, which is much better than paying directly in RMB. Huang Ran and Li Lui saw Song Wan standing there in a daze, and immediately stepped forward from the left and right to protect her tightly. The two men looked at Wu Wanwan with nothing but hatred in their eyes. They have not forgotten how Wu Wanwan humiliated Song Wan at the school gate that day. If Song Wan hadn't stopped them, they would have fought with Wu Wanwan that day. Now that you know Song Wan is rich and you come to me, what were you doing before? If Song Wan was still the same Song Wan, Wu Wanwan would have probably raised her chin to the sky long ago. Wu Wanwan didn't dare to say a word and just stood there in fear. Song Wan didn't look at her and followed the two of them back to the dormitory. It was fine when they were outside, but as soon as they entered the dormitory, Huang Ran and Li Lui jumped up with excitement. Li Lui even covered her cheeks with her hands, her face full of excitement, unable to suppress it. Wanwan, why are you so cool? Huang Ran wasn't much better. Wanwan, when did you buy that sports car? You didn't even tell us. Song Wan getting out of the bright orange sports car through the window. Her nonchalant action was simply amazing. No wonder people say that boys who can drive a Ferrari with one hand are the coolest. Although they don't have a guy who drives a Ferrari now, they have a roommate who drives a Lamborghini. No, Wanwan, when are you going to take us out for a walk? Li Lui heard this. She came over with starry eyes. Give me a hug, rich lady. We haven't ridden in a Lamborghini before. Song Wan couldn't stand them anymore, so she just spread out her hands and handed over the car keys. Sister Ran, don't you have a driver's license? Why don't you take Weiwei with you for a stroll? It's the weekend, don't bother her. Just let her lie in the dormitory peacefully, watch a little live broadcast, and get a few small cashbacks. Don't let her live too comfortably. Who knew that Huang Ran would take a step back in an instant, and there were after images of his hands. No. She had hardly ever driven a car even after getting her driver's license, let alone such a luxurious Lamborghini. I dare not open it. I really don't dare to open it. Song Wan handed the key to her without further ado. It's very simple. I'll teach you, and you'll know. Then, regardless of Huang Ran's still rejecting expression, he carefully explained the functions of each button on the car. Okay, go try it, and bring me some lunch. When Huang Ran went out, he always walked out hand in hand. Without Huang Ran and Li Lui making noises around her, Song Wan suddenly felt much more peaceful. He climbed onto the bed and was about to open the axe case to check it out when he suddenly slapped his head as if he remembered something. She was an orphan before she traveled through time, and after coming here, she forgot that her original owner had parents. Now that she has become Song Wan here, she should fulfill her responsibilities. In her memory, the original owner's parents were very kind to her. She is their only daughter, so naturally all the good things in the family go to her. Now that she has money, of course she can't let them work so hard anymore. From setting up a snack stall is decent, it is very tiring. Develop back problems in order to give her a better life in Shanghai. Thinking of this, Song Wan no longer hesitated and quickly dialed the phone in his hand. The phone rang for only 2 times before it was picked up. Song's mother's voice was clearly filled with worry and anxiety. Hello? What's wrong, dear? Did something happen at school? Song Wan stood there in a daze for a moment. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was as if a warm current suddenly flowed slowly and slowly towards my heart. It feels a little sour, but also like it's filled with something warm. Good boy. Don't scare me, okay? Why don't you say anything? Song Wan opened her mouth, calmed down, and then said, Mom, I'm fine. I just miss you. Song's mother on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved, and there was a hint of smile in her voice. Then, why didn't you go home during the summer vacation? You just try to make your mom happy. Song Wan tightened her grip on the phone a little, and her voice became a little softer unconsciously. I just happened to come across a good job, and I want to relieve your pressure. It's true that the original owner didn't go back because she had a summer job, but it was to buy a gift for that scumbag. But there is no need to say these. My good boy is a sensible one. Mom is just worried that you will be too tired. Song's mother's voice was filled with obvious pride, and then Song Wan heard some sounds suddenly coming from the other side. Then the person on the other end of the phone changed. Good boy, it's me. Song Wan understood, Dad. Father Song responded, Did something happen at school? Song Wan, can't I just miss you guys? Listening to the coquettish ending tone that his daughter unconsciously revealed, Song's father's eyes were wrinkled with laughter. Ever since my daughter went to college, she rarely shows such direct affection to me. Yes, why not? Song Wan's mouth corners unconsciously widened a little, and the last trace of discomfort in her heart slowly dissipated. Dad, I transferred some money to you. Remember to buy some delicious food first. Father Song seemed stunned for a moment, and then the surprised voice from the other end of the phone came again. My goodness, where did you get so much money? Are you hiding something from us? A full 100,000. Akwani thought that his daughter might have to save money and work part-time since her freshman year. Song Wan pursed her lips. If she wasn't afraid that they would suspect how she made her money, she would have wanted to take them directly to Tan Palace. After all, she lived there alone, and it didn't look like a home. After a pause, he said seriously to the other end of the phone, Dad, don't worry, this is what I earned this summer, and I still have some in my hand. Without waiting for Song's father to reply, Song Wan immediately said, Didn't I go to a publishing house during the summer vacation? It just so happened that they needed a foreign language translation. I was hired because my skills were good enough. This money is equivalent to the royalties they gave me, which is still relatively small. Song Wan's academic performance has always been good, so Song's father did not doubt what Song Wan said and said quickly, A lot more, my daughter is really promising. Song's father was still sighing in his heart when he heard Song Wan's voice sounding softly over there again. I can make money now, so you don't have to work so hard. In an instant, Song's father, a strong man, could not control the tears that fell from his eyes. Chapter 13 Sister Wanyue. Do you want me to show my face? Their hometown is in the countryside, and in that era there was inevitably some ideas of favoring boys over girls. Because they only have Guai Guai as their daughter, they are often laughed at. Even his own eldest brother has said more than once, explicitly or implicitly, that their daughter is extroverted and that they cannot count on her in the future. But he never raised his daughter with any expectations. He worked hard to make money just to give Guai Guai a better life. But now, their good boy, who is still in college, has achieved enough success to make him stand tall with his head held high. Listen to what she says. Although my daughter said it was simple on the phone, it is hard to earn 100,000 yuan in one summer vacation. It's obvious that the daughter feels sorry for them. Song Wan heard the voice on the phone again. It was Song's mother who was on the other end. Mother Song looked at Father Song's back and hurried to the bathroom with amusement. She didn't expose him, but just said distressedly, The Demon City is a big city, and there are many things you need to spend money on. I'll transfer the money back to you later, and you can buy some clothes and some good food for yourself. Song Wan hurriedly stopped him. I really do have some money, and this was originally meant for you. Mom, if you don't believe me, I'll show you the screenshots on WeChat later. She made repeated assurances before Song's mother believed that she still had money. After hanging up the phone, Song Wan collapsed on the bed. It seems I have to find some time to go back home. At that time, you can say that you used the remaining money for investment, and it will be justified to take out more money. The Axe live broadcast on his mobile phone again. I opened the app, and sure enough, there were 2 million more Axe coins in my account. In contrast, the private message column also exploded. They were all trying to look familiar, and there were also some polite greetings from small anchors. Among them, there was an ID that Song Wan felt looked somewhat familiar. When I opened the private message, I saw that the host named Tingzhu had sent many messages in a row. Thank you, Sister Wanyue, for the 200 treasure maps. Sister Wanyue, do you want to play games with me? I'm pretty good at it. Promise not to hold your sister back. Sister Wanyue, are you asleep? Sister Wanwan, can I add you on WeChat? We can play games together when we have time. Song Wan remembered that yesterday, she picked a host to give gifts in order to get cash back. The host name seems to be Tingzhu. But later, after seeing the cashback amount, I was so excited that I directly closed the Axia backend. The host was broadcasting at the time, so Song Wan clicked on it. Compared to the 300,000 people online when we first entered the live broadcast room yesterday, the number has obviously increased now, reaching more than 700,000. Is my vision dazzled? I actually saw Sister Yu. You read that right, the boss is here again. Wow. Is Bamboo going to be pampered again? Sister Wanwan, come and give me a baby. Tingzhu, who was playing the game seriously, sat up straight subconsciously when he saw the barrage of comments. Some aggrieved voice came directly into the live broadcast room through the headset. Sister Wanwan, you are finally here. I sent you a private message yesterday, but you ignored me. Leaves after giving a reward? At least we should give him a chance to perform. Tingzhu did not show his face, so I guess the boss might have been impressed by his gaming skills. Who knew that when he was ready to play some games with the big boss just went offline without saying a word. He has sent many private messages from yesterday to now, but the boss hasn't replied to any of them. As Tingzhu opened his mouth, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. I feel so wronged. If the boss doesn't reply to my message, I will cry. Ha ha ha, the boss is really aloof. He just ran away after giving out gifts. Don't cry, Anchor. This is a real boss, doghead. I give up. I just gave you 1 million, and you guys are just licking it. There are so many big guys in axe teeth. I suggest you go to the live broadcast room of the big anchors to see how they are. In a group of barges, a familiar ID started to repeatedly post the same words. It was yesterday's green tea. The people in the live broadcast room didn't tolerate it and started to confront him directly. 666. If you don't know me, you might think you were some super rich person. You don't even care about $1 million. It's like we've never been in a big anchor's live broadcast room. Even if he's a big anchor, if a big guy comes and makes 1 million directly, do you think he will lick his ass? We are happy to lick Sister Wanwan. It's none of your business. A fairy with a fragrant tea flavor, like you will definitely not be licked in real life. Even Tingzhu couldn't help but frowned and said directly, Housing manager, please help me get this person out directly. He just didn't understand. He just matched the game without her, so why could she keep biting him like a mad dog? Song Wan blinked and said nothing. He clicked his finger, and a sentence in bold font instantly appeared on the barrage. User Wanwan opened Emperor in the live broadcast room of Anchor Tingzhu. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fuck it! Please follow the formation. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I won't follow. Once the boss makes a move, we will know whether it is effective or not. Where's that little troll? Oh, it turns out he was kicked out. Hate it. Why don't you let the Emperor see it before you get out? Tingzhu was stunned for a moment. He had heard of the Emperor in Axia's live broadcast, but had never seen him. After all, the first month's budget is 200,000 yuan, which not everyone can afford. The discussion in the barrage was very heated. The Emperor has bloomed, so the bamboo should show up, right? Wow. Upstairs, I'm really excited when you say this. 1. ID number. Tingzhu saw the comments and thought about how Wanwan had not responded to him yet. He hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Wanwan, do you want me to show my face? Before Song Wan could reply, the barrage of comments exploded. I knock, what do I hear, sisters? Sister Wanwan, please give me some more strength. Please, please. The boss wants it. The boss wants it. The boss wants it. The boss is here, so are our benefits coming with him? Wow, I'm touched. Have to know that Tingzhu has never shown his face since the show started, and he has directly refused when they jokingly asked him to show his face in the past. I never thought that there would be a day when I would see him show his face. Some diehard fans immediately became excited. The boss must say yes. That's right. Our hopes are placed in your hands, sir. Sister Wanwan, please give it to me. Seeing this, Song Wan hesitated for a moment, then typed in differently. Okay, just to cash in. If it doesn't suit her taste, I'll just buy the next one. On the screen, the character controlled by Tingzhu just stood there after beating someone without even picking up any supplies. Didn't have to wait too long before a handsome boy appeared on the screen. His hair is chestnut and slightly curly, his nose is high, and his lips are somewhat similar in color to cherry blossoms. The most striking thing is his eyes, which are a light brown color like amber. When looking at the camera, he was obviously a little embarrassed. Sister Wanwan, is this okay? Chapter 14, you're done. You've fallen in love. What the hell? What the hell? What kind of divine beauty is this? Mom, I'm dead. You can make a living with your looks. Why do you rely on your skills? Help me. How come he looks so good without any filter? Song Wan was also slightly stunned when she saw the screen. With such looks, she is good enough to be ranked top in the entertainment industry. No wonder he dared to turn on the camera. So among all the GIF special effects on the screen, the Emperor's Treasure map directly filled up the card. Wow, now I hate that I'm not a rich woman. As expected, the GIF still depends on the boss. Sister U666. Oh my god, it's over 1 million. 1 million yesterday, and 1 million today. Master Wanwan, do you still need leg accessories? Fuck guys, do you understand how I feel when I see the Super God Emperor for the first time in years? If you don't understand, just ask, what is the Super God Emperor? Going back to the above, it means to get 1.5 million emperors within 30 days. Please note that it is 1.5 million RMB. Brothers, my hands are shaking. Boss, I have spent over 2 million yesterday and today. Ting Zhu on the screen was obviously stunned again. He was already scared by the incident yesterday, and now it happened again today. Song Wan didn't care and just used up the 2 million axe coins rewarded by the system before stopping. The densely packed fonts on the barrage almost covered the entire screen. 3 million brothers in 2 days. Is this the appearance of the Super God Emperor? Look at me, sir. I'm 1.80 meters tall, have abdominal muscles, and I can cry. The whining monster upstairs, get out of here, big boss. Look at me, I will nag. I suggest Wanwan not to be so rigid about gender. Song Wan was too busy looking at the screen because the system's voice rang in her mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 15-fold rebate. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Almost at the same time, Song Wan saw the text message alert on her mobile phone. Your card with the last number 8106 received 30 million yuan from Huaxia Bank on September 2nd, and the balance is 38,388,183.60 yuan. Huaxia Bank. The cashback is not as high as yesterday. It is still pretty good. Song Wan couldn't help curling her lips. It turns out that money is the most fragrant. While I was thinking, Ting Zhu's voice rang again on the phone. Sister Wan Yue, do you want to play a few games together? Ting Zhu's voice was trembling a little, and the number of people in his live broadcast room had once again reached 2 million. For 2 consecutive days, Wanwan has already spent 3 million in his live broadcast room, so he has to do something. The best thing to show off is the games. Ding, the system issues a random task, play games with the anchor, Ting Zhu. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with an all-round butler, loyalty 100. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. An all-round housekeeper? Song Wan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what she needed. Just now she was still worrying about finding a babysitter. The system is really like a worm in her stomach. System. I thought of the appearance of the roundworm I just found. It's really a Tai Q. Song Wan was already humming a song while typing on the screen. Good. A private message to Ting Zhu's WeChat account. And within seconds, WeChat had received the friend request. Just as Song Wan agreed, the message came over. Hello, Sister Wan Yue. Thank you, Sister Wan Yue, for the gift you gave me. Emoticon of a cat, saying thank you at the end. Song Wan laughed and typed, let's play the game. Compared with the fancy battle robes worn by Ting Zhu's game character, the anniversary clothes given by the system to Song Wan's character are obviously much simpler. The barrage in the live broadcast room was quiet for a few seconds, and then burst out again like a fountain. A big boss is a big boss. Even his clothes are so plain and simple. Wan Yue, call this being low-key. It's time for you to show off, Zhuzi. Why don't you quickly arrange your clothes for the boss? This barrage was sent out. Ting Zhu had already sent all the skirts sold in the mall to Song Wan's account. Not only clothes, but also cars and wingmen. Anything that can be bought with money now was given away. One spent 5 minutes collecting her clothes and finally changed into a random little skirt and put it on. Then he leaned on the bed in the dormitory and blinked. I have to say that this anchor has a good EQ. Immediately afterwards, Ting Zhu's clear and pleasant voice was heard in the headphones. Sister Wan Yue, what mode do you want to play? Song Wan thought for a moment and said, let's go to the island. Ting Zhu was stunned when he heard the sweet voice of the girl coming from the headphones. The sound was extremely pleasant to the ear, like jade beads gently colliding against his heart, ding, dong, dong, making his heart beat faster, as if uncontrollably. The comments in the live broadcast room were not much better. For nearly a minute, no one spoke on the public screen. It was only when the girl said again, why not open it, that the people watching the live broadcast room woke up from their dreams and reacted. The comments on the public screen started scrolling like crazy. Where the hell is that sound coming from? No way, it can't be what I think it is. What the hell? What the hell? This sound. Ah, I'm dead. Sister, kill me. Which brother gave me a punch? I'm already stunned. Let me drown in my sister's voice. This is not the pure goddess voice. I can turn a rich woman into a young lady. I suddenly started to envy the anchor. What should I do? Host, I'll give you 1 second to pull me up too. Please form a team. Please form a team. Please form a team. Ting Zhu no longer cared about reading the comments, and even his voice to Song Wan seemed to be softer. It's coming. He didn't know if it was because Wanwan frightened him too much, which made his heart beat nonstop since just now. Originally thought that Wanwan must be a sister in her 30s at the very least. But this voice doesn't sound as loud as his. I originally wanted to click on the 4-player team, but for some reason, I moved the mouse and the button that did not match my teammates was lit up. Suddenly, I smelled something different. Bamboo, you're done. You've fallen in love. You're done. You're in love. You are finished. There were old fans in the live broadcast room, but they had never seen Ting Zhu like this. He is a straight man when playing games and never cares about any young ladies. But look at how worthless he is now. There is no trace of the straight man he used to be. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the game, I saw Ting Zhu inviting Wanwan to follow him, and then he said to her gently, Wanwan, just follow me. I will definitely protect you. The speed at which the barrage scrolled on the public screen suddenly became more cheerful. I said Juzi had bad intentions and didn't even call me sister anymore. He has a murderous heart. Damn it, the host is so scheming. Replace the anchor and let me do it. I also want to protect my little sister. Give me a chance. Chapter 15, God Level, Gaming Technology. Ting Zhu didn't even bother to look at the public screen. When he saw Wanwan had followed him, he jumped with full confidence. The place he chose was called Chuangliyuan. After going down there, as long as he picked up a resurrection card, he could be resurrected again even if he died. Of course, there are a lot of people. Ting Zhu brought Wanwan directly to the middle of the house, and then said to Wanwan, pick up the gun first and wait for me in this room. I'll come back and pick you up after I finish fighting. Song Wan, okay. The system just told her to play the game together, but why should she move when she could win without doing anything? With the idea of not moving if possible, Song Wan stood in the corner of the room and lay down on the bed with her cell phone in her hand. The next moment, a row of knockdown reminders appeared on the left side of the game screen. The person who was knocked down was obviously her teammate, Ting Zhu. Song Wan. Ting Zhu's face had turned red as he sat in front of the screen. He stared at the screen blankly and was unable to speak. The audience in the live broadcast room became even happier when watching this scene. An epic face-slapping scene. Ha 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 ha. I'll come back to pick you up after I'm done. I really don't want to laugh, but ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Juzi, can you please stop being so funny? You guys are just a bunch of freaks who only know how to laugh at the host, unlike me who can also laugh. Ting Zhu glanced at the words they typed on the public screen and hurriedly explained. This is an accident. It really is an accident. Although he was speaking to the people in the live broadcast room, his eyes were fixed on Song Wan's figure in the game. On Song Wan's side, she suddenly heard the cute mechanical sound of the system. Ding, the host is facing a choice. The system issues a random task. Save your teammates and be rewarded with God-level gaming skills. Escape by yourself and be rewarded with the title of God-level Old 6. Wearing it reduces your presence by 50%. Song Wan, do I need to choose? She's not going to be a spy. So, why does she want the title of God-level 6? Seeing that the man on the opposite side seemed to be planning to kill Ting Zhu, Song Wan did not dare to delay any longer. He directly picked up the M4 in his hand and knocked the man down from behind. And he had no intention of leaving anyone alive for his teammates to come over. He just beat and killed the man, turning him into a box. Then he walked to where Ting Zhu was and helped him up. Ting Zhu was helped up, his voice became much quieter. Thank you, Wanwan. God knows he was just about to kill everyone and let Wanwan witness his strength. But then he was suddenly knocked down by someone from behind. Song Wan replied casually, You're welcome. Then he focused his attention on the sound of the system again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the rescue teammates mission and reward God-level gaming skills. The reward has been issued, please check it. Just like before, Song Wan felt almost no discomfort, and her mind was filled with a lot of knowledge about games. My fingers also became much more flexible. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Song Wan feels that her eyesight has improved. Of course, it's not an illusion. The God-level gene optimization fluid is not an ordinary product. It will make every part of the host body reach the most perfect state step by step. The system explained to Song Wan in a cute voice with a hint of pride. Song Wan then raised her eyebrows and saw the transparent panel in front of her. Host, Song Wan. Age, 19. Height, 161, can grow. Appearance, 6.3, can be increased. Top white, rich and beautiful progress bar, 1.6. Total progress bar is 100. All the data have been slightly improved compared to before, especially the height, which has increased by 1 centimeter in just one day. She herself didn't notice it, let alone others. Someone is coming, Wanwan. Hide for a while. Song Wan was still thinking when she heard Ting Zhu's slightly serious voice ringing in her ears. However, instead of hiding, she used the sound of footsteps to climb out of the window. It's a good time to try out my god-level gaming skills. So, Ting Zhu was still in a stalemate with him at the door when he heard a few thump-thump-thump sounds, and the people in front of him all turned into boxes. At the same time, the left side of the screen clearly showed the news that when you had knocked down 3 people in a row. Ting Zhu? Where is the soft girl you promised me? Of comments on the public screen was like a volcanic eruption, filling the entire screen densely. Boss 666. I still have to rely on the boss. A rich lady with a nice voice and good skills. I'd love to meet you. I could do that too. Miss, please take care of the child. What does it feel like to be slapped in the face twice in 1 minute? Going back upstairs, how else can I feel? I found the boss myself, and he has to say it's okay even if he cries. Ting Zhu, I just have mixed feelings, Infinity. For the rest of the game, Ting Zhu watched as more and more people in the live broadcast room turned to Wanwan. When it came to the final chicken eating game, Ting Zhu still seemed a little dazed and couldn't understand. In just one move, when you took a total of 30 heads, he even suspected that they just didn't meet enough people. Otherwise, she could take down the entire island by herself. This skill is comparable to that of professional players. After clearing his throat, Ting Zhu praised sincerely. Wanwan, you are really amazing. He originally thought that his role was just a bodyguard, but he didn't expect that the princess could slay the dragon by herself, and he, the knight, could only follow behind and pick up supplies. Song Wan blinked and accepted his compliment without any guilt. It is produced by the system, so there is nothing to say about it. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you will be rewarded with an all-round butler, loyalty 100. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Then, the incoming caller ID suddenly appeared on the screen. It's an unfamiliar number. Song Wan probably already understood the style of the system, so she picked it up without hesitation. Sure enough, the voice on the other end of the phone was obviously respectful. Miss, I am Qing Lin, your personal butler. The man's voice was youthful, gentle, and elegant. Just by listening to it, one could not help but feel a liking for the owner of the voice. Song Wan was stunned for a few seconds. Influenced by various novels, when the butler was mentioned, she thought that he would be at least 40 years old and above. After all, a perfect butler naturally has to be proficient in all aspects. Qing Lin didn't know what Song Wan was thinking, and his voice on the phone was still respectful and gentle. Miss, I'm already in your school. Is it convenient for you to come out and meet me? Song Wan was stunned again. Wow, the system's delivery speed is too fast. System, cut brud face. Oh. After agreeing with Qing Lin on the meeting place, Song Wan turned her attention back to the game interface. All I could hear was Ting Zhu's clear voice in the headphones, with a hint of expectation. Wanwan, do you want to play again? Chapter 16. True Almighty Butler. The reward has already arrived, so Song Wan, of course, chose to run away. No, I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. Ting Zhu's smiling eyes froze for a moment, but he still said gently, Okay, call me next time you want to play games. Seeing Wanwan agree and then log off without any reluctance, Ting Zhu suddenly felt a little lost for some reason. The eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room were bright, and they naturally noticed Ting Zhu's expression. So, I typed even more happily. The boss just left like that. You are useless, Bamboo. Please stop attacking the anchor. She's already sad enough. Have you forgotten that the anchor already has a big boss WeChat? I called the person above to remind me. Can you give me the WeChat ID of the big boss? I will give you the treasure map. Can you share the previous one if it's coming soon? Ting Zhu looked at the messages on the public screen that wanted to send Wanwan a WeChat message and simply ignored them. Just kidding. Wanwan alone gave him so many treasure maps. How could he leak her contact information just because of the treasure map? Come to think of it, he still doesn't understand why Wanwan suddenly gave him so much money. I originally thought that she liked his gaming skills, but it was obvious that her gaming skills were better than his. If she likes his voice, her own voice is also very nice. And when people hear it, they can't help but imagine what she looks like in real life. Thinking of this, Ting Zhu was stunned. He turned on the camera just now. She swiped so many treasure maps. Does this mean she still prefers his appearance? A sense of secret joy suddenly welled up in my heart. They were right, he did have Wanwan's WeChat account. He could try to contact her slowly. Song Wan didn't know that Ting Zhu had so many thoughts in an instant. After finishing the game, she walked downstairs to the dormitory building. The maple leaves in September have all turned red. Since it is not too far from the dormitory, many people often come here to rest or read. At this time, at the end of the maple forest, stood a tall man. From the boys in school who still look a bit student-like, he looks to be around 25 or 26 years old, but he has an obvious mature charm. There was almost no flaw in his handsome facial features. He just stood there, and even the movement of his fingers on the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses was enough to attract the attention of everyone around him. Especially the girls passing by, they almost welded their eyes to him. In front of Song Wan held hands tightly. The pretty girl with exquisite dress whispered to the girl next to her, "Is there such a handsome man in our school?" The girl next to him shook her head. "It's definitely not from our school. Mom, I'm dead." From now on, the gentlemanly villain male protagonists in novels seem to have face. He's coming. Xiao Xiao. This couldn't be one of your suitors, could it? When the pretty girl named Xiao Xiao thought of this possibility, she felt her head buzzing and she felt a little short of oxygen. Could it be that some boy from another school who had a crush on her suddenly showed up? Seeing the man walking straight towards her, Su Ruoqiao hurriedly tidied the hair behind her ears and said, "Hello, I." Before she could finish her words, she saw the man walking directly past her. Su Ruoqiao subconsciously turned around and saw that the man stopped in front of a girl behind her. His originally cold eyes seemed to melt instantly when he saw that girl. Seeing Su Ruoqiao's stiff expression, the girl next to her hurriedly comforted her. "What kind of vision does that person have?" "Xiao Xiao, you're much prettier than that girl." Su Ruoqiao glared at the girl next to her unhappily, then remembered Song Wan's appearance firmly in her mind before turning around and leaving. Song Wan didn't know that she had accidentally offended someone. She saw a handsome man standing in front of her and said to her respectfully, "Mississippi, Qing Lin." There was some surprise in Song Wan's eyes. Although I guessed that this almighty butler was young by listening to his voice, I didn't expect him to be so young. And the aesthetics of the system are simply amazing. With this appearance, she could definitely get a score of 99. Qing Lin didn't feel uncomfortable at all facing Song Wan's gaze. He just looked at her gently, and his tone seemed to be full of infinite tolerance. "What do you need from me now, miss?" Song Wan almost drowned in this gentle voice. She looked up at him and suddenly asked in a good mood, "What can you do?" Qing Lin chuckled when he heard this. "As long as it's what the lady needs, I can do anything." Ahem. She didn't know if it was Song Wan's illusion, but she always felt that there was a hint of teasing in Qing Lin's voice. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "I need a few nannies and cooks at Tan Palace." Qing Lin nodded immediately, showing his understanding. "Miss, do you have a preferred flavor?" "Spicy, please, but not too spicy." She's the type who can't eat anything without spicy food, but she can't eat anything too spicy because her stomach won't be able to take it. Simply put, it's both delicious and tasty. After discussing the chef and nanny, Song Wan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Qing Lin, where did you live before?" Qing Lin lowered his head and looked at her, and replied seriously, "My background and life experience, including all the required documents, are reasonable and legal, and can be shown to others, miss, don't worry. After that, naturally, I will live wherever the young lady is." Without waiting for Song Wan to speak, Qing Lin added again, "I'm also an expert in fund management. Miss, you can let me manage the funds you don't need for the time being. I can help you take care of everything you get that can be managed in the future." Song Wan opened her mouth slightly. This is a true almighty butler. After thinking about it, he directly handed the latest 30 million in the card to Qing Lin for management. Just as he was about to call Yao Jia, the property manager of Tan Palace, to explain Qing Lin's identity, the phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Li Lui. As soon as she spoke, her voice was clearly filled with tears. "Wanwan Wu's Sister Ran. Sister Ran has been arrested." Song Wan's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of coldness on his face. "Where are you now?" "See, Zehezhai." Song Wan took Qing Lin and got into a taxi as quickly as possible. In less than 20 minutes, we arrived at our destination. Speaking of which, Zehezhai is also very famous in Shanghai. Their private dishes are famous for being delicious and hard to buy, and reservations can be booked up to a year later. I heard that the taste is even better than those in five-star hotels. Those who come here to eat are either rich or noble. There is only one such restaurant in the whole Shanghai, but its turnover is comparable to that of a listed company. Chapter 17 Rewards Received 100% of Zhehai's shares. Song Wan and Qing Lin got out of the taxi. They saw Li Lui squatting at the entrance of Zhehai. Her eyes and nose were red from crying. Wei Wei. Li Lui looked over in the direction of the voice and instantly pounced towards Song Wan. Wanwan, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Only then did Song Wan understand the whole story. In order to bring her some food, Li Lui and Huang Ran went to Zhehai. The two men did not know the rules of Zhehai. After asking and finding out that no one was allowed to enter without a reservation, they were about to leave and happened to meet the manager here. The manager's surname was Huang. After asking the two men the purpose of their visit, he kindly invited them in and told them that the guest who had made a reservation today had just canceled his reservation and asked them to go in and order food. The two walked in without thinking much and then watched a celadon vase in front of them fall straight down. Then Huang Ran was detained, and the originally gentle manager Huang seemed to have suddenly become a different person, pointing at the vase and demanding compensation from them. Li Lui cried with snot and tears. Wanwan, believe me, we didn't touch the bottle at all. Manager Huang did it on purpose. If there was no other way, she wouldn't want to trouble Song Wan at all. But Manager Huang asked for 1 million. She wanted to call the police, but Huang Ran was still in their hands. Li Lui, who had never encountered such a thing since she was a child, felt cold all over, and the only person she could think of was Song Wan. Song Wan exchanged a glance with Qing Lin beside her. This was a trick that was easy to see through. It was estimated that the celadon vase was broken by Manager Huang or someone around him. They happened to see two young girls, Li Lui and Huang Ran, coming over, so they set their sights on them. The host's current situation has been detected, and the system has issued a random task. Stand up for Li Lui and Huang Ran, expose Manager Huang's scam, accept the mission, and be rewarded with 100% of Zhehai's shares. Give up the mission and obtain the title of Ninja Turtle. Wearing the title will increase your endurance by 50%. Accept the mission. Song Wan didn't even need to make a choice. Even if it was a mission without a system, she would not abandon the two of them. The host successfully accepted the mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 100% of the shares of Zhehai. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Without saying anything more, he took Li Lui and Qing Lin to the gate of Zhehai. The security guard at the door must have been told something, and when he saw the three people, he did not choose to stop them. After passing the hall, we came to a cobblestone road. There are gurgling springs on both sides of the gravel road, surrounded by trees, and further ahead are private rooms. The private rooms are spaced far apart, some separated by plum trees, while others are separated by orchids and matching trees. Some are bamboos, others are fresh and elegant chrysanthemums. It can be seen that they are carefully matched. No matter which of the four gentlemen, they all seem extremely harmonious here and at the same time have good privacy. The private room where Huang Ran was located was the first one among the chrysanthemum forest. As soon as Song Wan entered the room, she saw the manager Huang that Li Lui had mentioned. Huang Ran was forced to sit in the room, with his arms held by two security guards on both sides. Manager Huang stood there condescendingly with a kind smile on his face, which was quite ironic. Turning his head, he saw Song Wan and Qing Lin behind Li Lui and pretended to be surprised and asked, "Little girl, are you here to pay back the money for your friend? Give it back to your mother." Huang Ran's face turned red instantly when he saw Song Wan appear. Wanwan, don't pay any attention to him. He's just a scoundrel. Please help me call the police. I don't believe he can lie to the police. Manager Huang was instantly amused. After all, she was just a young girl who had not yet entered society and had very simple thoughts. He then set his eyes on Song Wan, who was wearing luxury goods, and spread his hands in a pretentious manner, pointing to the broken celadon bottle on the ground, and said to Song Wan, "The little girl must be a discerning person who can see the value of our celadon bottle." Our people clearly saw that it was the two little girls who broke the vase. Even if the police come, they can't just pretend that nothing happened, right? Song Wan said nothing and walked forward alone. The two security guards saw her actions and were about to take action, but were kicked aside one by Qing Lin behind them. Song Wan directly pulled Huang Ran over, protected her, and Li Lui behind her. then turned to look at Manager Huang, who was carrying a big belly. From what Manager Huang said, it seems that my friend broke your celadone vase. Manager Huang was obviously startled by Song Wan and Qing Lin's actions. He took a few steps back towards the door unconsciously, but still gritted his teeth and insisted. I and several security guards are witnesses. If you don't pay for the celadone vase today, none of you can leave. Song Wan watched him quietly press the call button in his hand. She did not stop him, but just pointed to the location of the camera in the private room. Don't you have surveillance cameras? Check it out and you'll see clearly whether it was my friend who broke it. Manager Huang's face instantly stiffened. I'm so sorry. Our surveillance camera had a problem yesterday, and we haven't had time to fix it yet. Without waiting for Song Wan to speak, Qing Lin beside him pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said with a smile, I'm not very talented, but I have done some research in this area. Why don't you let me try to fix this surveillance camera? Manager Huang's eyes twitched uncontrollably, and he looked at Song Wan and Qing Lin with obvious warning in his eyes. This is Zhehezhai, and this young lady seems to be from a wealthy family. Before you take action, you should think carefully about whether you can afford the wrath of Zhehezhai, and be sure not to cause trouble for your family. Seeing that Song Wan's expression had hardly changed, Manager Huang rolled his eyes and said hurriedly, But we are not heartless people. As long as this lady makes compensation, we promise to forgive her for what happened. Song Wan didn't say much, just looked at Manager Huang with a meaningful look. You mean you can represent Zhehezhai? Manager Huang thought this was Song Wan's sign of submission, so he straightened his back a little and immediately replied. Of course, I promise that as long as you pay for the celadone vase, we at Zhehezhai will not cause any trouble to you. At this moment, in this situation, the cell phone rang suddenly. Song Wan calmly answered the phone in front of everyone and heard the smiling voice on the other end. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. You must be Miss Song, who just bought Zhehezhai, right? Song Wan looked at Manager Huang first before responding to the person on the other end of the phone. It's me. The smile on the other end of the phone seemed to come out along with the voice. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect Miss Song to be so young. That's right. I have completed all the formalities on my side. I wonder if Miss Song has time to come over and handle the handover? Song Wan looked at Manager Huang and suddenly curled the corners of her lips. There's time. Which, I'm in Zhehezhai now. Chapter 18. Manager Huang knows the next owner of Zhehezhai. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously very surprised. You said you were in Zhehezhai now? Which private room are you in? I'll be there right now. Without waiting for Song Wan to reply, the other party asked. Song Wan raised her eyes and looked at the name of the private room, then said directly, Tao Jutong, number 1. Private rooms in Zhehezhai are headed by Qingyu Hall, followed by Lanhua Hall, Luqing Hall, and Taoju Hall, all of which are named after the nicknames of the 4 gentlemen. Each of them is divided into numbers 1 to 5, and the private room they are in now is Tao Jutong number 1. Manager Huang saw Song Wan reporting the name of the private room to the other end of the phone, and he didn't show any sign of panic. After all, he had just pressed the call button. In just 5 minutes, the security team of Zhehezhai will be here. By then, no matter how many people she called, it wouldn't be of much use. Thinking of this, Manager Huang looked at the others with even more sarcasm in his eyes. Little girl, let me tell you, if the people you called here weren't here to compensate us, I would never let you go like this. Huang Ran and Li Lui, who were standing at the back, had already realized that they had fallen into his trap from the beginning. Their faces were pale, and they wanted to stand up and refute, but were afraid of ruining Song Wan's plans. Huang Ran stared at Manager Huang intently, and he already had a plan in mind. If Wanwan has no other choice, she will definitely choose to call the police. Even if we sue this scumbag, we will not involve Wanwan, who has nothing to do with the matter. Song Wan in front of him did not look panicked at all, and Qing Lin next to him even moved a chair in front of her. Miss, sit down. Song Wan was obviously very touched by Qing Lin's thoughtfulness. After sitting down, she asked Qing Lin and the other 2 to sit with her. Huang Ran and Li Lui were obviously stunned, but after seeing Qing Lin sit down naturally, they subconsciously sat down as well. Manager Huang, who was standing at the door, was almost laughing out of anger. He looked at the unknown people with a sinister look in his eyes. I originally gave you a discount because you were both students, but since you asked for it, I won't be polite anymore. The original price of the celadone vase is 3 million. If you don't pay the price, I, Huang, will call the police to you. Why don't you go and rob it? Li Lui widened her eyes full of disbelief. It was originally said to be 1 million, But after such a short period of time, it became 3 million. This manager Huang is even more shameless than the scoundrels out there. Manager Huang smiled, with a hint of pride on his face. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. One by one, did they think Zhezhai was the small restaurants they had seen before? If I don't teach them a lesson today, these young kids will have no idea of their own limitations. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a burst of orderly footsteps coming towards this side. Manager Huang naturally knew who these people were, and the pride on his face became even more obvious. Sure enough, when the security team in neat security uniforms arrived at the door, Manager Huang's brows visibly relaxed. Then he took a small step back, trying to let the 4 people in the room see the appearance of the Zhezhai security team. He scanned the people one by one, and then he said to them with a look of pride, "How about it? Do you want to compensate yourself, or do you want us to compensate you? If you compensate yourself, just transfer the money and that's it. But if you want us to compensate you," Manager Huang's voice was deliberately drawn out, "in that case, we might not only find your school, but also your home. Anyway, no one has been able to escape from our Zhezhai. How about it? What are your choices?" Li Lui and Huang Ran's expressions became noticeably uglier. The two of them clenched their fists silently. On the one hand, they were afraid that he would really find the school and home, and on the other hand, they really couldn't afford so much money. While thinking, I heard Song Wan's voice slowly ringing in my ears. "Manager Huang, don't worry. The person who will pay us back may be here soon." Manager Huang's eyes suddenly brightened with smiles when he heard this. That's right. If it had been this way earlier, there would have been no need for our Zhezhai security team to take action. Of course, he knew that the Celadone bottle was not broken by the 2 little girls in front of him. In the morning, his lover got angry with him and accidentally broke the Celadone vase worth 1 million yuan. Those who could enter Zhezhai to eat were either rich or noble, so he didn't dare to set his sights on them at all. Like the young girls in front of us who have not yet entered society, they naturally become the best scapegoats. This was not the first time he had done this, so he was naturally familiar with it. People from ordinary families like theirs simply didn't dare to go against Zhezhai, and in the end, the only way out was to pay compensation. But he didn't expect that he might have caught a big fish today. Manager Huang focused his attention on Song Wan, and he saw it very clearly. When the 3 million was proposed just now, the girl didn't even blink, which shows that her family is relatively wealthy. That's perfect. The wealthier the family, the more they know about the status and capabilities of Zhezhai. There is no other way except to pay the money. Thinking of this, Manager Huang subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, and a hint of greed inevitably revealed in his eyes. Just as I was about to say something else, a very familiar hearty laugh suddenly rang in my ears. "Ms. Song, did you come here specifically for an advance inspection? Why didn't you notify Zhu so that I could welcome you?" The smile on Manager Huang's face froze. Before he had time to think about anything, he saw the familiar figure rushing in. He first looked at everyone in the room, and then walked straight towards the little girl sitting there. Song Wan glanced at Manager Huang, who was obviously fidgeting, and the smile on her lips deepened a little. "I didn't plan to come here originally. This is just a coincidence. Please forgive me, Uncle Zhu." Zhu Jiaming was the original owner of Zhezhai. Seeing Song Wan speak so frankly, his favorable impression of her increased a little. Haha, what a coincidence. I am so happy that Zhezhai has won the favor of Miss Song. By the way, why is Manager Huang here too? Could it be that he has already met the next owner of our Zhezhai in advance? The last sentence was naturally said to Manager Huang, who was standing aside. Zhu Jiaming is an experienced man who founded a place like Zhezhai. How could he not see the undercurrents between them? At that moment, he looked at Manager Huang, who was standing at the door, with a curious look. Sweat that was dripping down his forehead. After hearing what his boss said, he wanted to just roll his eyes and faint. What does the next owner of Zhezhai mean? Chapter 19, Zhezhai is now mine. Boss. Manager Huang wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt his legs going a little weak. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he asked Zhu Jiaming with a dry laugh. "Are you kidding me, boss?" A young girl, judging by her clothes, at best came from a wealthy family. How could she possibly be the next boss of their Zhezhai? However, Zhu Jiaming seemed to be completely oblivious to the hope in his eyes and walked up to Song Wan with a smile. "Ms. Song, I brought you the transfer contract. Manager Huang helped a lot during his tenure. He also paid him a lot of salary. Now someone has bought Zhezhai in full. How could he?" The former boss offends Song Wan, whose family background is unknown, just because of a former employee. Song Wan also stood up at this time, took the contract, and handed it directly to Qinglin. Then he turned his gaze back to Zhu Jiaming and said to him, "Speaking of which, I have to thank Manager Huang. It was he who allowed my two friends to come directly to Zhehezhai without an appointment." But before he could finish his words, Manager Huang fell to his knees with a thump. "Miss Song, no, boss, I was wrong. I was bewildered and made such a mistake. Please forgive me this time, boss." There was even some tremor in Manager Huang's voice. The call button in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, pressing him so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. He has worked in Zhehezhai for so many years and knows its capabilities best. This security team alone is made up of retired Special Forces soldiers that Boss Zhu found through countless connections. In the team, everyone is capable of fighting 10 enemies at once. Originally, this security team was his backup, but now it seemed to have become a death sentence. He knew best how powerful the security team of Zhehezhai was. No one who caused trouble in Zhehezhai had ever been able to escape unscathed. And now, he offended his next boss for a mere lover. Manager Huang knelt on the ground, not daring to look up, feeling extremely regretful. At this moment, he wanted to drag that bitch out of the apartment and beat her up. If the new boss doesn't forgive him, his entire future will be over. Song Wan said nothing. If she had not signed in to get 100% of the shares of Zhehezhai, if Li Lui and Huang Ran had no relationship at all, then what awaits them will be the destruction of their families. Song Wan didn't have the slightest sympathy for Manager Huang, a man who wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. So he turned around calmly, and after getting Qinglin's affirmative answer, he knew that there was no problem with the contract. So he directly signed his name on the contract. Then, he smiled at Zhu Jiaming beside him. "Zhu, can Zhehezhai be considered mine now?" Zhu Jiaming already understood what was going on, and naturally knew what she wanted to do, so he nodded readily. "Of course. From now on, everything in Zhehezhai belongs completely to Miss Song." Song Wan raised the corners of his lips slightly and turned to look at Qinglin. "Help me check all the records of Manager Huang in Zhehezhai over the years." She just didn't believe that such a person could have a clean record at work. Judging from his behavior today, this is definitely not the first time he has done such an immoral thing. Since Zhehezhai already belongs to her, it is not so easy to justify doing something on her territory. Manager Huang's eyes, which had originally held a glimmer of hope, dimmed in an instant. Looking at Song Wan, who was looking down on him and trampling on his self-esteem and refusing to give up, a sudden surge of resentment filled his heart. Since she bought Zhehezhai, she should come here openly as a boss. Why did she have to let him end up like this? But since he was under someone's roof, Manager Huang had no choice but to suppress his depression and crawl toward Song Wan. However, just as he stood up, he was kicked down again by someone next to him. This time his knee hit the ground hard, and his whole face twisted in pain. Qinglin did not mean to be polite at all and said directly to the security team in front of him, "Intent to attack the boss is an aggravated crime. First, keep this man under guard. Once I have finished reading his records at Zhehezhai, I will send him directly to the police station." Li Lui and Huang Ran, who were standing behind him, watched this operation and opened their mouths wide. If I'm not mistaken, Manager Huang's action just now clearly showed that he wanted to come over and hug Wanwan's thighs, right? How come in the blink of an eye, it turned into an intention to attack the boss? However, the two were smart enough not to speak their thoughts out loud. If it weren't for Wanwan and the man named Qinglin, their families would probably have been threatened. Whenever they thought of this, they no longer felt the slightest sympathy for Manager Huang. Manager Huang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, and his heart was filled with regret. Just as they thought, he made a lot of money during those years in Zhehezhai. The boss doesn't come here often on weekdays, so he didn't do a very thorough job of recording. If they really find out, he will have to spend at least 5 years in prison. Thinking of this, the anger and resentment in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan instantly disappeared, leaving only full of panic. "Boss Song, please forgive me just this once. I can apologize to the two ladies. I promise that from now on, if you want me to go east, I will never go west. I will do whatever you want me to do, without any complaints." Song Wan's face did not change. She just glanced indifferently at Zhu Jiaming beside her. "Uncle Zhu, what do you think?" Zhu Jiaming's face had turned extremely dark. He had always known that Manager Huang had some minor flaws. But in his opinion, these are common problems among men and cannot be considered as shortcomings. "But I didn't expect that his hand had already reached Zhehezhai. It seems that it is not a small amount of money." Gritting his teeth, he said with a gloomy face, "Check. You guys, hurry up and cooperate with this gentleman. Check it slowly. Check it carefully. Seeing Zhu Jiaming wave his hand and let several elite-looking men and women behind him follow Qing Lin, Song Wan withdrew his gaze. Seeing Qing Lin and a few others leaving, Manager Huang collapsed to the ground without any strength left. Finished. It's all over. Not only is my job gone, my entire life may be ruined. Among the people present, no one felt sympathy. Don't do anything wrong, and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Manager Huang has sown his own seeds, so he must bear the consequences himself. Qing Lin and Zhu Jiaming did not make them wait too long and appeared in front of them again with a pile of documents. Miss, this is all the information that Manager Huang has obtained during his tenure. Song Wan roughly flipped through it and handed it directly to Zhu Jiaming, who was standing beside him. Although Zhehezhai was his own now, these records were all from the period when Zhu Jiaming was the boss. Sure enough, Zhu Jiaming finished reading the information in his hand at a glance and was so angry that he almost went crazy. Huang Qi, Chapter 20 IFC. Damn it! Embezzled more than 60 million from his Zhehezhai. Look at the records above. In just 1 week, the name Cui Qian appeared 5 times. If this isn't Huang Qi's little lover, then who is this? Okay, Huang Qi, you are greedy for me now. Zhu Jiaming laughed in anger. That was right. He never treated the people who followed him unfairly. Of his Zhehezhai, he offered him an annual salary of 5 million. Not to mention the convenience of sitting in this position itself. Manager Huang shuddered subconsciously and didn't dare to meet his gaze. Having followed Zhu Jiaming for so many years, he naturally knows his boss's methods best. Because of this, I feel even more hopeless. Zhu Jiaming did not deal with him immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at Song Wan, saying with some shame, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Miss Song. Today, I was responsible for not disciplining you properly. I will personally treat Miss Song to a meal some other day to make amends. Song Wan smiled and nodded, said hello, and left with Qing Lin and her 2 roommates. Zhehezhai is already under her name, so Qing Lin just needs to find a trustworthy manager to take over. As for how Zhu Jiaming dealt with Manager Huang, it was none of her business. Huang ran, and Li Lui didn't react until they walked out of the door, and they still looked confused. Wanwan, did you buy Zhehezhai for us? Huang ran opened his mouth when he reached the front of the parking lot, then covered his mouth as if waking up from a dream. Li Lui beside her was stunned. Thinking of this possibility, tears almost fell from her eyes again. Song Wan. I said, don't you believe it? Seeing the 2 of them shaking their heads at the same time, Song Wan wisely did not refute. It's hard to explain anyway, so let them think whatever they want. The 2 saw Song Wan tacitly agreed. They were deeply moved. Woo-woo, Wanwan, how can you be so nice? Just as Li Lui was about to pounce on Song Wan, an arm blocked her tightly in front of her. Miss, your face may be a little uneven. It would dirty their ladies' clothes. Although Qing Lin's words were tactful enough, Li Lui couldn't help but freeze. As if she finally remembered something, she immediately took out the makeup mirror that she carried in her bag. Really? Because of the crying just now, the makeup on her face was already mottled. Especially the eyes, the eyeshadow is smudged and the mascara is smudged under the eyes. It is really horrible. Pucci, Huang ran, who was beside him, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Wei Wei, your mascara isn't waterproof. No way. Li Lui couldn't help but grit her teeth. When I bought it, the saleswoman emphasized to me several times that it is absolutely waterproof and sweat-proof. Be careful of your father. Cheating on her feelings. Miss, then I'll go back and tidy up the house for you. Qing Lin didn't care about the 2 girls' jokes. His eyes were always on Song Wan. Li Lui and Huang ran noticed this super handsome guy, and their eyes suddenly changed when they looked at Song Wan. No wonder she doesn't care about that scumbag Raymond Lam anymore. With such a peerless talent around, Raymond Lam is nothing. Song Wan simply ignored the 2 people's gazes and nodded at Qing Lin. When she just came out, she had already sent a WeChat message to Yao Jia, the property manager of Tan Palace. As for Qing Lin, just go over there. After arranging a nanny and a cook, she can live there at any time. After Qing Lin got the reply, he planned to leave. Before leaving, he gently said to Song Wan, I will find a manager for Zhehezhai as soon as possible, and I will be able to deal with the family affairs soon. Miss, if you have any trouble, you can call me anytime. Song Wan nodded, and just as she was about to go back to school with her 2 roommates, she suddenly remembered something and smiled at them. I may have to go to the mall. Why don't you guys go back first? Not only did Li Lui and Huang ran, not ask any more questions, They both had an expression of "we understand" on their faces. They first looked at Lin and then quickly winked at Song Wan. After returning the car keys to Song Wan, they quickly left the scene. Song Wan. Lin didn't care what the two meant. He just looked at Song Wan intently. "Miss, what do you want to buy? Maybe I can help you with some advice." Song Wan nodded and said without thinking, "I want to buy some things for my parents and send them back." "Oh yes, and my aunt and the others." In their whole family, they have the best relationship with their aunt and uncle. In the beginning, Song's father and mother opened a snack stand with money borrowed from my aunt and others. Now that they are rich, they naturally have to remember them. To put it bluntly, Song Wan felt that based on the personalities of Song's parents, even if she gave them money, they would be reluctant to spend it and might even save it for her. In that case, just buy some stuff and send it back. Step by step, and there will always be a time to change their mindset. This time, the two of them came to the IFC. As a world-class landmark in Shanghai, the IFC is naturally very prosperous. Song Wan thought about it and first took Lin to the Hermès store on the first floor. Hermès is a luxury brand founded in Paris, France in 1837. It remains popular today, largely due to its pursuit of exquisite materials and its elegance and practicality. The most famous of them are their women's bags. Pure handmade customization coupled with extremely high-quality leather is enough to attract bag lovers. It is perfect to give their bags as gifts to ladies. When the shopping guide saw what the two were wearing, she immediately and warmly welcomed them in. Just when I wanted to take a look at the styles of the bag, I heard a woman next to me pleading with the man next to her in a thin voice. "Honey, I like this one, buy it for me." Song Wan subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and was stunned. What came into view was a woman in her 20s, with big wavy curls and wearing a tight red dress with a low neckline, which showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. At this moment, she was intimately holding the arm of a man who looked very old and even had bald hair. He looks to be only about 1.6 meters tall, with a noticeable bulge in his belly. He would raise his hand from time to time, deliberately showing off the gold watch on his wrist in front of everyone, looking like a typical nouveau riche. The woman seemed to notice Song Wan's gaze and looked over here inadvertently. After one look, I was stunned. "Song Wan." Song Wan frowned slightly and looked at the woman in front of her, not knowing what to say for a moment. Because the woman in front of her, who was wearing very revealing clothes, was her aunt's daughter, Eugene Xiu. Chapter 21, I'll give you whichever one you like. Speaking of this aunt, it's a long story. Dad Song is the second child in the family. He has a younger brother and an older sister, who is her aunt. At that time, they were still living in the countryside. Song's father said that her aunt was a very capable person when she was young. When the adults in the family went to the fields, it was this aunt who took care of the two younger brothers, Father Song and Uncle Song. Dad Song and Uncle Song are naturally very close to this eldest sister. It was not until Aunt Song was spotted by her uncle in the town at first sight and proposed to him that she moved to the town. Since then, Aunt Song rarely returned to her parents' home. Until one day, Song's father and Uncle Song passed by the town and went to visit Aunt Song. They saw her uncle, who was always timid outside, beating and kicking Aunt Song at home. The two grown men couldn't help themselves immediately. Father Song and Uncle Song were both over 1.8 meters tall. They went right up to her uncle and beat him up, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, there were almost no divorces in that era, and Aunt Song was no exception. Even though Song's father and Uncle Song visited from time to time after that, they did not live in the town after all. Until Song's father got married and made some money from a snack stand, and their family moved to the county. The uncle in the town no longer dared to look down on others, and the situation finally improved. Eugene Xiu is the eldest daughter of Aunt Song and Uncle Song. She inherited Aunt Song's good looks and has been pretty since she was a child, but she was not very serious about her studies. She was admitted to a junior college in Shanghai only 2 years ago. However, Eugene Xiu never looked down upon Song Wan's family, thinking that they were just from the countryside and were very vulgar, so he never had any contact with Song Wan. "I didn't expect to meet you here today." Eugene Xiu subconsciously looked at Lin, who was standing beside Song Wan. Unlike the old man she was carrying, Lin looked very cultured. Even if we put aside his handsome appearance, his overall temperament cannot be ignored. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but stiffen. She had been prettier than Song Wan since she was a child. How could she find such a high-quality, rich second generation, while she could only act coquettishly in front of a Mediterranean guy? Isn't it just that my grades are slightly better than hers? What's the use of a nerd? Or a country nerd? Song Wan nodded at her and didn't want to say anything more. After all, the two of them were not very familiar with each other, so it was not easy for her to bring up such things. However, Song Wan stopped talking, but the old man that Eugene Shio was holding spoke. Eyes lit up when he looked at Song Wan. Jean Shio, do you know this lady? Eugene Shio couldn't help but twitch his eyes and wanted to just turn around and leave, but in the end he could only smile and say, Boss Wang, this is my cousin. The old man, called Mr. Wang's eyes were obviously more eager. So it's my cousin. Nice to meet you. As he said that, he reached out and wanted to hold Song Wan's hand, which was hanging by his side. Just as Song Wan was about to take action, she saw that Mr. Wang's hand had been slapped away harshly by Qing Lin. Qing Lin took a step forward, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and smiled politely at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, please respect yourself. It won't be so easy next time you ask for help. Qing Lin was smiling and his tone was very polite, but Mr. Wang in front of him shuddered uncontrollably. He looked at Qing Lin's clothes and didn't see any familiar logo. Then he suddenly became confident and spoke in a very contemptuous tone. Hey, isn't it just a greeting? Young people are full of energy and can't keep their cool. Cousin, you must look carefully at where this place is, lest you fancy a little boyfriend but not be willing to buy it. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Who the hell is your cousin? Song Wan couldn't stand it any longer. Look at your age. You're almost as old as my dad. And you're still my cousin? Can you please have some shame? She didn't even tell anyone about her people. So why would an old, dishonest man stand here and look down on others? Mr. Wang's face suddenly darkened, and Eugene Shio beside him hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Wang is my husband, and my cousin is my husband's cousin, right? Song Wan, you are too petty. Song Wan was so angry that she almost laughed. Why couldn't her cousin see when the old man was making fun of her? She replied that she did protect him. Mr. Wang's anger subsided a little as Eugene Shio was getting close to him and flirting with him. But there was still some obvious interest in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan. You are Jean Shio's cousin after all. Which bag do you like? I will give it to you. These young people are all like this. They are pure at the beginning and have the ability to not waver when faced with money and luxury goods. He knew very well how to deal with these young people. Wasn't that how Eugene Shio got through? Was secretly dissed, felt a sense of crisis at the moment. He glanced at Song Wan again, and his face immediately turned ugly. I was just surprised, and only now I realized that this cousin seems to have become much prettier. Her skin is better than ever, and her complexion is very fair. Even the clothes she wears are luxury goods from big brands. She looks like a real rich girl, and there is no trace of the country girl in people's impression of her. Oh, honey, my cousin doesn't like these. Without waiting for Song Wan to answer, Eugene Shio shook Mr. Wang's arm, pouting and acting coquettishly. Mr. Wang was obviously very pleased with it, and his mood improved significantly. Just consider it as a meeting gift from me to your cousin. The implication is naturally that he will not attack Song Wan again, said to Song Wan in a generous manner. Since my husband has said so, then you pick one cousin. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wan laughed softly. She just didn't understand why there were always people who acted condescendingly and offered to pay for her. It was Wanwan last time, and it was Mr. Wang this time too. In that case, how could she waste their kindness? So he looked at Mr. Wang and Eugene Shio with curved eyes. Is what you said true? Seeing this, Mr. Wang's smile deepened. He deliberately looked at Qing Lin, who was standing silently beside him, and said generously, Of course it's real. Just pick it with confidence. After receiving a positive answer, Song Wan's smile deepened. She turned to the shopping guide beside her and asked, Which is the most expensive bag in your store? The shopping guide, who had been watching the show from beginning to end, was suddenly startled and immediately put on a very professional posture and took Song Wan directly to the innermost part. We just got a new Birkin bag in our store, and we have a 1-to-1 matching ratio. You can buy this bag for just 700,000 yuan. As we all know, the number of Hermes Birkins produced each year is extremely small. In order to select the best customers, the brand adopts a distribution system. In short, the 1-to-1 matching system means that if you want to buy a bag worth 700,000 yuan, you must first consume Hermes clothes, watches, jewelry, etc. of the same price. Song Wan nodded to the shopping guide and said briskly, That's it. Let's go up and choose something now. When Mr. Wang behind him saw this, his face turned green. Chapter 22. Can't pay the bill. Not only Mr. Wang, but even Eugene Shio beside him turned green in the face. I originally just wanted to show off, but who would have thought that this cousin would be so ignorant? It would have been fine if she had chosen one worth tens of thousands of yuan, but she went straight for the one worth 700,000 yuan. She didn't even dare to ask Mr. Wang to give her such an expensive gift. He immediately walked forward quickly and stood in front of Song Wan and the shopping guide. Facing the two people's puzzled looks, Eugenio could only smile stiffly at Song Wan. Cousin, this style is a bit mature. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to choose this? Song Wan tilted her head and smiled at her. It's suitable. I just want to buy it for my mother. I'm giving it to you. Are you taking advantage of me? Eugenio's smile was almost gone. She is just a woman from the countryside. Does she know what Hermes is? Seeing Song Wan was about to follow the shopping guide upstairs, Eugenio stopped her without saying a word and said, "Oh, cousin, this style is just for show. Let me help you choose another style." The shopping guide immediately understood and stood still. Song Wan naturally understood what she meant, so she pulled out her wrist and smiled again. "But I like this one." "Song Wan, you just want to make a fool of me, right? Does your uncle know that you are so vain?" Seeing that Song Wan was still determined to step forward, Eugenio directly broke up with her. As expected of someone who comes from a rural village, he looks like he has never seen the world. He always chooses the most expensive things. Don't you think you're worth that much money? It's like he hasn't seen money in 800 years. How could her boyfriend be so blind as to fall for such a piece of shit? Thinking of this, Eugenio subconsciously looked at Qing Lin beside him. The man was still standing aside with a smile on his face, looking at Song Wan with a gentle and doting smile, as if she had just played a childish prank. Eugenio was so angry that he almost vomited. He had such a handsome face, but it turned out that he was blind. When Song Wan heard her say this, he finally put away the smile on his face. "I'm confused too. You were the ones who approached me in the first place, and you were the ones who repeatedly asked me to pick out a bag. Why did my cousin get upset when I actually started choosing? Could it be?" Song Wan turned her head slightly and looked at Mr. Wong with a faint but extremely insulting look. Could it be that Mr. Wong can't pay the bill? Mr. Wong's face suddenly became tense, and the hand with the gold watch pointed at Qing Lin, who was standing beside him. "Of course I can pay the bill, but little girl, after all, you are just a cousin of Eugenio. I'll let you pick one because I think highly of you. Today, in front of your boyfriend. Why don't you just follow me and I'll pay the bill for you?" In Mr. Wong's opinion, being able to defeat the same sex is a very proud thing, especially when the person of the same sex is younger and better looking than him. Makes him feel more comfortable than successfully poaching someone in front of others. If he can get the girlfriend of this good-looking guy to throw herself into his arms, he would accept more than 1 million. However, before Mr. Wong had time to feel proud, he was kicked out the next second. Qing Lin ignored the frightened sales assistants in the store and just looked coldly at Mr. Wong, who was kicked aside by him. "I said, if you say anything disrespectful to the young lady again, I will never forgive you." Seeing Mr. Wong lying on the ground miserably, Eugenio screamed and hurried forward. Qing Lin obviously did not hold back. One of Mr. Wong's front teeth was knocked out by the door frame. His mouth was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Eugenio immediately turned around and looked at Song Wan with an angry look. "Song Wan, if anything happens to Mr. Wong, you're done." Song Wan just raised her eyes, and the smile on her lips returned. "Really? I'm waiting for you if you have any trouble." Eugenio subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with Song Wan's reaction. Before she had time to think about it, Mr. Wong in front of her grabbed her wrist. Yihan. It took Eugenio a long time to realize that Mr. Wong was talking about the hospital. Thinking of how much Mr. Wong valued his life, Eugenio did not dare to delay any longer. He held him up with great effort and quickly dialed 120 for help. Before leaving, he did not forget to glare at Song Wan fiercely. "Song Wan, we are not done with this matter yet." Song Wan couldn't help laughing when she was glared at, but she didn't take it seriously at all and turned her gaze back to the shopping guide. With Qing Lin's help and advice, Song Wan quickly selected a few clothes for Song's mother, plus a watch and some jewelry, spending a total of 1.1 million. In addition to the Birkin bag I just bought, I also picked out a smaller Kelly 28, and the total cost was exactly 1 million. When Song Wan handed the black card to the shopping guide, the guide's eyes widened instantly. "Be good. This is Huaxia Bank's black card." How blind were those two people just now to mock others for having no money so many times, both explicitly and implicitly. Especially the old man just now. He looked like a nouveau riche. And he even said shamelessly that if you follow him, you will help pay other people's bills. Does anyone need him to pay the bill? No wonder he beat people so skillfully and didn't seem to be afraid of the nouveau riche causing trouble. The shopping guide pursed his lips silently. It seemed that if the nouveau riche really came, he would be the one who was doomed. Carefully helping Song Wan pack the bags and clothes she had selected and watching the two of them leave, The shopping guide finally couldn't hold back her inner gossip and started an intense discussion with her colleagues about what had just happened in the store. Song Wan took Qing Lin to buy gifts for Song's father and aunt. The clothes chosen for Song's father were Armani, and the belt and shoes were naturally matched as well. The total cost was 800,000. Besides, Song's father and uncle-in-law both loved drinking, so they bought 20 bottles of the exquisite glazed Kwai Chow Mitai, all of which are 30 years old. Each bottle costs 11,999, and each person gets 10 bottles. I didn't dare buy too much. After all, alcohol is harmful to your health if you drink too much. My aunt is about the same age as Song's mother, so skincare products are indispensable. I simply went to the La Prairie counter and bought 2 sets of the Platinum series. Of course, various pastries are also indispensable, and we also bought a lot of birds' nests and other things. Finally, there is his cousin. He is the only son of his aunt and uncle, and he just got admitted to the Imperial Capital Sports University this year. Unlike Eugene Xiao, her cousin has been very protective of her since she was a child and treats her as his own sister. As she recalled, when the original owner was with the scumbag, she often asked this cousin to borrow money. Song Wan thought about it and decided to get a set of electronic equipment for her cousin, including an Alienware X17, R2 laptop, and the latest Apple phone. She packed them and directly filled in her cousin's school address and sent them over. As for Song's father and mother and my aunt and uncle's things, they were naturally sent directly back home. Chapter 23: Important Connections. When everything was done, it was almost evening. Song Wan sat in the Lamborghini and let out a long sigh. Although all the strength was exerted by Qing Lin, she still felt extremely tired. After the host has completely digested the God-level gene optimization fluid, the host's physical fitness will also reach the most perfect state. Cute voice of the system suddenly came from her mind, which scared Song Wan. Song Wan raised her eyes and saw a brand new transparent panel appear in front of her. Host: Song Wan. Age: 19. Height: 161, can grow. Appearance: 6.3, can be increased. Physical fitness: 5.2, can be increased. Skills: God-level driving skills. All-round martial arts, God-level gaming skills. Top white, rich, and beautiful progress bar: 1.7. Total progress bar is 100. A new physical fitness and skill panel was added, and Song Wan's gaze stayed on the physical fitness for a while. No wonder I felt so tired after walking around for half a day. It turns out that my physical fitness is just average. Host: don't forget that the average value also includes the elderly and children. Song Wan. The old man still practices Tai Chi, and the old woman still dances in the square, but she can only lie there. Upon seeing this, the system silently added, the host's physical fitness has improved a little after obtaining martial arts almightiness. It was originally below average. Song Wan. How long will it take for your physical fitness to reach the most perfect state? Because physical fitness is an internal condition and will not be noticed by others, so a week is enough. Since others can't see it, why can't it be completed in one day? Song Wan curled her lips, looking for trouble. System: too fast will affect the host's body. The God-level gene optimization fluid will automatically generate the most perfect solution. Please don't be anxious. Just as Song Wan was about to ask something else, she heard the system's voice ringing again. The host's appearance and height will be adjusted within half a year, so don't panic. Song Wan, you are such a clever little girl. By the time Song Wan returned to the dormitory, it was already 7 o'clock. The girls in the corridor obviously still remembered that Song Wan was asked by a clerk from a luxury goods store to deliver goods to her home, and they couldn't help but linger on her for a while when they passed by. Because their major is computer science, and there are not many girls, there are many unfamiliar faces from other departments on the same floor. Song Wan was very calm about the stares from others and went straight back to the dormitory. After opening the door, I found that the dormitory was obviously different from usual. Qi Xingran, who had rarely been in the dormitory, was now sitting on a chair, distributing the snacks he had brought back to Li Lui, and Huang ran with a smile on his face. Seeing Song Wan coming back, Qi Xingran's eyes brightened, and he came over with snacks. Wanwan, they said you haven't had dinner yet. Why not order some of this? There's an old shop right next to my house. It's delicious. Qi Xingran handed over a piece of crispy meat wrapped in a paper bag, which really smelled delicious. Especially since it is sprinkled with chili peppers. It looks very appetizing at first glance. It's really delicious. Li Lui also took a paper bag and ate the delicious food, constantly exclaiming in admiration. Although I don't know why Qi Xingran suddenly returned to the dormitory and, contrary to his usual behavior, took out snacks to share with them. This crispy meat is really delicious. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The sauce is also amazing. Seeing that Song Wan didn't take it, Qi Xingran handed it to her directly and said enthusiastically, I bought it specifically after asking you about your preferences. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Seeing this, Song Wan had no choice but to take it and said, thank you. She actually roughly guessed what Qi Xingran was thinking. Sure enough, Qi Xingran said a little embarrassedly, I didn't live in a dormitory before, so I don't know a lot of things. My mom said it's not good for me to stay at home all day and not interact with my friends at school. So from now on, I may have to live in the dormitory with you. If there is anything I can help with, just let me know. Li Lui didn't realize it, but Huang Ran guessed it. Qi Xingran rarely returned to the dormitory during his freshman year. Now in his sophomore year, he suddenly said he wanted to move back. No one would believe him if he said he didn't come for Wanwan. But to put it bluntly, apart from being a bit materialistic, Qi Xingran has no major flaws in his character. You shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. Since they were all living in the same dormitory, the three of them naturally smiled and welcomed them. Seeing this, Qi Xingran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother was right. The relationships you can develop during 4 years of college are much more solid than the friends you make after entering society. Look at what Song Wan bought for Li Lui and Huang Ran. Cartier bracelets, Chanel bags, La Prairie skincare products, Prada bags. Given their families, if it weren't for Song Wan, they might never have been able to afford such luxury goods in their entire lives. And now, Song Wan gave it without blinking an eye. She couldn't help but think, if she had lived in the dormitory since her freshman year and had a good relationship with them, would she have had a share of what Li Lui and Huang Ran had gained now? So when her mother asked her if she wanted to live in the dormitory, she agreed without much thought. She admitted that she had selfish motives, but it was not because she wanted Song Wan to buy something for her. Making such connections is much more useful than those luxuries. Fortunately, she still has 3 years to slowly maintain this relationship. For a big shot like this, even a little bit of money leaking out from between his fingers can bring about earth-shaking changes in her life. Thinking of this, Qi Xingran looked at Song Wan more seriously. Wanwan, I'm sorry for what happened at the mall yesterday. I apologize to you on behalf of my cousin. Even though she had no intention of having any contact with the people in the dormitory, she had never belittled them. Qi Zhiyue has been completely spoiled by her uncle and aunt and speaks without thinking. Li Lui and Huang Ran on the side were stunned, with obvious doubts in their eyes. Song Wan didn't mean to say more, and simply shook her head. I don't take it to heart. If it weren't for Qi Xingran, she wouldn't even know who Qi Zhiyue was. There is no need to ruin your mood for someone you don't know. Qi Xingran then smiled easily and handed the juice to Song Wan. Drink this. After the four of them finished eating the crispy meat and drinking the juice, they naturally had no appetite for dinner. After washing up, she went to bed. She had classes the next morning, and Song Wan had been running around all day, so she fell asleep soon after lying down on the bed. The next morning, Song Wan was woken up directly. Wanwan Wei Wei, get up quickly. It's time for us to wash up and go downstairs to eat. Huang Ran was the first to wake up, and as usual, he shouted towards the 2 beds. After more than 10 seconds, he remembered something and added, Xingran, get up. Song Wan opened her eyes drowsily and immediately heard the familiar voice of the system ringing in her mind. Think it's a new day again. Has the host signed in? Chapter 24 Chu Linhai, Reward for Computer Omnipotence. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Jimao Tower, worth 80 billion. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Jimao Tower? Song Wan rubbed her eyes. Even though she didn't react when she heard the Jimao Tower, she heard it clearly, worth 80 billion. It was because of this that Song Wan couldn't help but take a breath. I'm afraid there won't be another Jimao Tower in Shanghai. When the Jimao Tower was first built, it became famous for its height of 420.5 meters, a total floor area of 278,707 square meters, and 130 elevators alone. It is a building that integrates modern office buildings, 5-star hotels, convention and exhibition centers, entertainment, shopping malls, and other facilities. In addition, its top floor is also the famous high-altitude observation deck in Shanghai. Looking down through a telescope from the observation deck, the entire Shanghai is in sight. Her to open her eyes. She owns this building? As usual, the cell phone soon started ringing. Song Wan was already familiar with the process and answered the phone directly. The voice on the other end of the phone was familiar. Hello, are you Miss Song Wan Song? I'm Chow Hai, the general manager of Jimao Tower's property management. All the documents for Jimao Tower have been signed. Would you like to come over for an inspection? There are many companies within the Jimao Tower, so it is managed by a dedicated property company. When Xiao Hai heard the news that the building had changed hands, he was extremely nervous. They were afraid that the young lady might be unhappy and change their property management company directly, so they were inevitably cautious in their words. Also, the funds for the next quarter will arrive tomorrow. May I ask which account will the funds be transferred to, Miss Song? Let's do it another day. I'll let you know when I get there. Song Wan didn't pay much attention to it. She just touched her forehead. She was about to go to class. As for the account number, I'll text you later. Okay, just let me know when you come over. Chow Hai's voice was still very respectful, and he didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he hung up the phone. It seems that Miss Song has no intention of changing the property management company for the time being. Soon, Chow Hai tensed up again and turned to look at his secretary. Xiao Su, quickly inform all the companies in the building of the change of ownership. The new boss may come to inspect soon. Tell them to be careful and don't make any mistakes. The computer department of Linhai University is ranked among the best in the whole of China, so it has many outstanding students. Every year, outstanding graduates return to school to give speeches, partly to give back to their alma mater and partly to recruit talent. Song Wan and his 4 classmates arrived in the classroom. The class teacher solemnly introduced to them the young man standing next to him. The young man's name was Chu Linyue, and he was about 1.85 meters tall. He had a deep and handsome appearance, and his angular face was a bit cold. Only when he smiled did he make people feel somewhat close to him. When the classmates saw him appear, their eyes widened. Before graduation, this person was a well-known figure in the school. I heard that he started a company with his classmates while still in school, and the games they made in the first year made them famous in the industry. So far, 3 games have been made that are popular all over the internet. The classmates in the class looked at him in surprise, and both boys and girls had obvious admiration on their faces. Huang Ran was no exception. He pulled Song Wan's wrist and shook it several times with excitement on his face. I heard that this senior Chu was our current class teacher when he was in school. He came to our class to explain game production to us. I didn't expect the class teacher to be so awesome and actually invite him back. We are so lucky. I have to say that Chu Linyue is professional in game production. The whole class was filled with valuable information. All the students in the class, especially those who were interested in games, were fascinated by the lecture. Even those students who had little interest in games were extremely focused when looking at that handsome face. Only Song Wan was still immersed in the joy of obtaining ownership of the Jinmao Tower and kept praising the system in her mind as being simply amazing. From the outside, it looks like a dream in heaven. Chu Linyuan noticed her at once among a group of classmates who were listening to the speech attentively. He frowned slightly. What he hated most was students who were distracted in class. Especially, he took time out to give a speech in class just for the sake of his class teacher. Student, do you have any thoughts on what I just said? Before Song Wan could come to her senses, Huang ran beside her, poked her arm. Wanwan, I'm calling you. All the students in the class turned their eyes to him, including the class teacher sitting next to them. His gaze towards Song Wan changed immediately. Anyone who could be admitted to Linhai University must be either very smart or very hardworking. In her impression, Song Wan has always been very hardworking. I am very serious about both my classes and homework. Now that he finally has such a rare opportunity, why is this kid distracted? The host predicament has been detected, so a random task is issued. As a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman, how can you be so ignorant of all these questions? Issued task. Leave a deep impression on Chu Linyue. If the mission is successful, you will get the computer's full power. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Song Wan stood up decisively and said to Chu Linyue on the stage word by word. Hello, senior. I just have a different opinion on what you just said. After hearing Song Wan's words, Chu Linyue hadn't said anything yet, but the students below were already in an uproar. Is that still Song Wan? Why has she suddenly become so courageous? She's not serious, is she? Why didn't I think of anything different? Could it be that your boyfriend dumped you and you became stupid? You are not well informed, right? I heard that the man wanted to win back the relationship, but was slapped in the face by Song Wan. Maybe it's to attract Senior Chu's attention? The last person to speak was a girl, with a hint of anger on her face. Senior Chu is their god. He is a famous male god, not only in their department, but also in the entire school. Since he is a male god, he is destined to be unattainable. Is Song Wan? If you want to attract the attention of the male god in this way, forget it. Even the class teacher couldn't help but purse his lips. If it weren't for him, Song Wan had always been well-behaved in her studies. Although there weren't any major mistakes, it was obvious that he wasn't a smart person. Attract Lin Yu's attention, as others said. Song Wan heard a familiar system voice. Ding, mission successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the computer almighty. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 25. Ding found potential investors. As Song Wan's voice began to explain, the students in the classroom gradually quieted down. They are all professionals in this field, so they can naturally tell whether someone is talking nonsense. She didn't say anything wrong about Chu Linyue. Instead, she used another method to explain the idea of making games that he had just talked about. It is easy to understand and a little simpler than what Chu Linyue just said. After hearing the end, even Chu Linyue on the stage couldn't help but straighten his expression, and his eyes looking at Song Wan unconsciously became more serious. Her voice is very pleasant, her pronunciation is clear, and the terminology she uses is very professional. Her views on games were also very novel. It was not that he had not thought of it, but he had never extended it in this direction. But she didn't stop. As the explanation went on, Chu Linyue and the head teacher were the only ones still listening attentively in the whole classroom. The class teacher nodded continuously as he listened, and his eyes when he looked at Song Wan were full of admiration. He said that Song Wan is a reliable kid. If you say you have an idea, then it must be real. Chu Linyue, who was standing beside her, had already relaxed his frown, and there was even a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at her. If her inference is successful, the memory occupied by the game can be reduced again while ensuring the quality. Having been in the game for so long, he naturally knew how important this was. It was precisely because of this that the look in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan sparkled even brighter. The girl in front of me has a pretty face and a bit of refinement, especially when she talks about her profession. Her confidence is enough to make her look the most dazzling. This is genius, he thought. It would be great if we could poach his company. Especially after Song Wan finished expressing her views, Chu Linyue's thoughts reached their peak. Without caring about the speech he was giving to his junior classmates, he spoke directly to Song Wan. My junior, are you interested in working at Linhai Technology? The salary will be excellent. Chu Linyue's words immediately made the students who were still confused react. He looked at Song Wan. There was only surprise in his eyes. Linhai Technology is the company that Chu Linyue founded when he was still in college. It has become very famous in the industry in the past 2 years. Their company is famous for its generous treatment, and being able to enter Linhai Technology can be said to be the dream of most of their students. WTF? Poaching people in public? Is Song Wan so awesome? Need I explain? The technical terms are one after another, and I can't understand them at the end. Senior Chu personally invited me, so this treatment must be even better, right? More than that, classmate Song Wan has definitely reached the pinnacle of her life. How come you haven't heard that Song Wan drove a Lamborghini Neo to school recently? Under the surprised or amazed gazes of her classmates, Song Wan gently shook her head and said, Sorry, I'm just a sophomore and my workload is still very heavy. Besides, she has the system in her hands, so there is no need for her to join the company even after graduation. Chu Linyue seemed to have not expected that he would refuse. His deep eyes fell on Song Wan with a little more confusion. If you're worried about your schoolwork, you can just report to the company on weekends. How could he just watch such a talented person end up in another company? He is not stupid. However, Song Wan still shook her head and said, Sorry, senior, I don't have such an idea for the time being. Chu Linyue was stunned, but it was not appropriate to argue too much in the classroom, so he just nodded and continued his speech. It was not until Song Wan sat down again that Huang Ran and several other girls beside her could not help but poke her with their arms. Wanwan. That's right, you really bring honor to us girls. Didn't you see that all the boys in our class were convinced? Wanwan, you are really amazing. In their computer science major, boys usually stand out more. What Song Wan did today really embarrassed the girls in the class. Song Wan smiled without saying anything and turned her gaze to Chu Linyue on the podium. If there was no system, she would probably be ecstatic about such an opportunity. Chu Linyue's lecture did not last too long, and the bell for the end of get out of class rang as scheduled. This time, the students did not look forward to walking out of the classroom as they did in the past. Instead, they all looked in the direction of Chu Linyue. After this time, they were afraid that they would never be able to hear Senior Chu's lectures again. Chu Linyue seemed to have no idea of it at all. He simply finished his speech and walked up to the class teacher. Seeing this, Song Wan prepared for Huang Ran and the other two to go back to the dormitory. However, as soon as he walked out the door and into the corridor, he was blocked by Chu Linyue's figure. Chu Linyue looked straight at Song Wan, who was in the middle of the group, his eyes focused and determined. Junior sister, I still have some questions I want to ask you about what you just said in class. Do you have time to have dinner together? Ding found an investor. The host can check the information. Song Wan could react. She saw a familiar transparent panel appear in front of her. But this time the information on the panel was not hers. Investors, Chu Linyue. Age, 25. Height, 186 centimeters. Return on investment, 5,000%. Song Wan looked at the panel and couldn't help but pursed her lips slightly. System. But what the hell is an investor? As the name implies, investors are the objects that the host can invest in the near future. The return on investment is the return on investment that the host can get within 1 year after the investment. After hearing this explanation, Song Wan's eyes looking at Chu Linyue suddenly had a subtle light in them. An annual return on investment of 5,000%. What kind of person is this, Senior Chu? This is clearly her golden nugget. My pleasure. Seeing that, Song Wan agreed, which was uncharacteristic of hers. Huang ran and the other two were very tactful and fled the scene at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Chu Linyue finally smiled a little. What would you like to eat, junior sister? Brother Linyue. Before Song Wan could answer, a girl in a light yellow dress ran over happily. The girl was very beautiful. As the beauty of the foreign languages department, she attracted the attention of most of the boys behind her as soon as she appeared. But her eyes were only on Chu Linyue. He even raised his eyebrows intentionally or unintentionally when he saw Song Wan standing next to him, but he simply ignored her. Brother Linyue, I heard that you returned to school, so I rushed over immediately. Fortunately, you haven't left yet. The smile that just appeared on Chu Linyue's lips subsided slightly. I decided to come here suddenly. You don't have to come here just for this. My junior schoolmate and I have already made an appointment to have dinner, so I'll excuse myself now. Chu Linyue's voice was somewhat cold and distant, but the girl seemed not to notice it. She stood there, and after taking a look at Song Wan's appearance, her eyes instantly revealed full of hostility. Isn't this the person who embarrassed me in front of the handsome guy yesterday? Chapter 26, Random Mission Reward, French Proficiency. Only 1 day had passed. How could Su Ruoqiao forget what Song Wan looked like? Su Ruoqiao thought about how embarrassingly she tried to talk to the handsome guy yesterday, but the handsome guy walked towards this woman. She wished that Song Wan would disappear immediately, especially since this woman already has that handsome guy from yesterday, and now she wants to get her hands on her brother Linyue. I haven't eaten yet either. Since you guys, Linyue, are going to eat, we can go together. It's just one more person eating, this sister shouldn't mind, right? However, before Song Wan could speak, Chu Linyue's brows had already knitted together slightly, and his voice was cold but unquestionable. I'm afraid it's not very convenient. After saying this, regardless of Su Ruoqiao's reaction, he took Song Wan and left. Song Wan couldn't help but look back at the girl, only to see her standing there with hatred. When he saw her turn around and met her gaze, he wanted to eat her. A big pot fell from the sky. She didn't have dinner with Chu Linyue to talk about love. Song Wan shrugged and turned her head back. Chu Linyue's attitude towards Song Wan was obviously different, with a bit of genuine gentleness. Sister, you haven't told me what you want to eat yet? I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Song Wan smiled. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Her goal was to win over this potential investor. The two of them got in Chu Linyue's car and soon stopped in front of a French restaurant. The food here tastes very good. You can try it, Junior. Chu Linyue opened the car door for Song Wan like a gentleman and extended his hand to her. Song Wan nodded, and the two of them walked into the restaurant with different thoughts. The owner of the restaurant was obviously an acquaintance of Chu Linyue. When he saw Chu Linyue, he walked towards them from a distance. Song Wan clearly felt that the two were chatting with each other. The boss looked at her from time to time with a smile on his face, but she couldn't understand a word of what they were saying. Upon seeing this, the boss quickly switched to Chinese, sending a friendly signal to Song Wan. Number 1, Mei's daughter. Ding is a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman. How can there be a blind spot in knowledge? The system issues a random task, praising the boss for his lush hair. If the task is completed, you will be rewarded with French proficiency. If the task fails, there will be no penalty. Before Song Wan could reply, she heard the voice of the system in her mind. Subconsciously, he looked at the restaurant owner's hair, which was shiny in the front half and still thick in the back half, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then, with the same friendly smile, he said to the boss, "Hello, your hair looks really lush." "Oh, what? The school sister is really my confidant Sigma. Oh, oh." Before Song Wan could react, she saw the boss's eyes light up. Chu Linyue on the side couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. He looked at the two of them chatting happily for a few sentences before ending the conversation with the boss and taking Song Wan to his seat. After pulling the chair away for Song Wan, Chu Linyue couldn't help laughing at Song Wan and said, "Mr. Petit likes to hear people compliment his hair the most. He came to China because he saw the advertisement for Bideo shampoo." Song Wan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth again. "What about after he came to China?" Chu Linyue sat down opposite her, still smiling. "After coming to China, I was conquered by the delicious food and stayed here. As for the hair, it will pass with a little more psychological suggestion. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering French. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." And Song Wan's mind was filled with all kinds of knowledge about French. Just as I was about to continue talking, I heard a familiar voice. "Brother Linyu, are you guys coming here to eat too?" The person who came was Su Ruoqiao, whom I had just met not long ago. At this moment, her hand was gently lingering in the arm of a strange boy. Song Wan didn't know her, so she calmly watched her act coquettishly towards Chu Linyue. "Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we sit at the same table?" The boy Su Ruoqiao was holding was obviously very excited and asked Su Ruoqiao, "Is this someone you know?" Su Ruoqiao just nodded. And then she heard Chu Linyue said without mercy, "We need to discuss something. It may not be convenient to be together. Why don't you go to another table?" Hearing him say this, Su Ruoqiao's expression almost couldn't hold back. Subconsciously, he glanced at Song Wan, then smiled at Chu Linyue in a pretentious manner. "Okay then. It's just that Annie just called me and said she had something for me and asked me to go home with Brother Linyu. We'll eat on the side. Brother Linyu, just call me when you want to leave." Just as she was about to pull the boy next to her away, she heard Chu Linyue's cold and distant voice again. "Su Ruoqiao, I have to send my schoolmate back later, so I don't have time to be with you. If you need to get something, you can just ask my mom to find someone to pick you up." He refused straightforwardly, without any hesitation. It's easy to imagine that even if he didn't send Su Ruoqiao back, she would have plenty of ways to go back. On the contrary, it was the junior schoolmate she brought here, and he was responsible for sending her back. It would really make no sense if I brought the person here and then just left him here. This time, Su Ruoqiao could no longer maintain the smile on her face. When he looked up and saw the chef coming over, he deliberately stopped the chef, then looked at Song Wan provocatively and said in French, "What are the special dishes today?" The chef was a pure Frenchman, so he responded fluently, "Hello, miss. Today we have scallops and beef that were just flown in. I have received many compliments for my treatment of scallops." Su Ruoqiao noticed Song Wan looking at her from the corner of her eye, and her arrogance increased. She glanced at Song Wan casually and whispered in French, "Sister, do you like scallops?" Chu Linyue looked at Su Ruoqiao with a cold look. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, he heard the girl sitting opposite him speak indifferently. "It just happens to be considered a favorite. Thank you for this classmate's reminder. It seems that I made the right decision to come here today." The girl's voice was still very pleasant, with a bit of crispness, like the sound of bells. The most important thing is that she replied in fluent French. Chu Linyue and Su Ruoqiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then they saw the chef next to them whoosh, walked up to Song Wan. There was a very surprised smile on his big face, and he looked very friendly. "Oh, young lady, your French is just like your mother tongue. I haven't heard such authentic French for a long time. Have you lived in France?" Chapter 27. 50 million. Is that enough? Su Ruoqiao couldn't bear it any longer, and her face turned pale. Without saying anything else, she pulled the boy next to her and walked towards the table next to her. Before leaving, the chef could be heard praising Song Wan. "Your French is simply amazing. I've met many people who can speak French since I came to China, but your accent is simply the most authentic." The boy next to Su Ruoqiao saw that the goddess was unhappy and hurriedly and carefully comforted her. "Ruoqiao, your French is also very good." Su Ruoqiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and even lost interest in talking. "The first time I met this girl, I made her lose face so much, and now it happened again today. That girl must have done it on purpose. After she goes back today, she will definitely tell her aunt about this matter to see which side her aunt stands on. A girl who already has a boyfriend, but shamelessly wants to hook up with Brother Linyu, just dream on." Song Wan, on the other hand, clearly didn't seem to be affected. After finally sending the excited chef away, the atmosphere between Song Wan and Chu Linyue became very relaxed. Chu Linyue's gaze towards Song Wan changed unconsciously again. He is a very calm person, but she always seems to be able to break his usual way of thinking and make him constantly change his inherent thinking. I thought you were most talented in computers, but I didn't expect you were also very talented in languages. He couldn't hide his surprise when he heard Song Wan tell the chef that she had never been to France. There are always many geniuses in this world, and he himself is one of them. He thought he had discovered another one in class today, but when he got closer, he found that this genius brought him far more surprises than he had imagined. Song Wan had a calm smile on her face, but she began to think about how to start the investment conversation. While the two were thinking, the appetizers were served. The chef obviously had something selfish in mind for Song Wan's table. Not only was the caviar they ordered placed on the table, but the foie gras was also very delicately cooked and looked delicious. Linhai couldn't help but smile softly again. It seems that I have benefited from my junior sister today. Sure enough, the following soup and side dishes were obviously more refined than usual. The main courses were even more amazing. The St. Jacques scallops and the veal in white sauce were exactly what the chef was best at, and they were all presented in a very exquisite manner. Not to mention the salads and desserts, which were delicious as expected. After they finished eating, coffee was placed on the table, and Linhai finally brought up the old matter to Song Wan. My junior sister doesn't want to come to Linhai Technology because she is worried that she doesn't have enough time due to heavy schoolwork. Or is it that my Linhai Technology is really not attractive enough to schoolgirls? Song Wan raised her eyes and said, Linhai Technology's status in the minds of our students is naturally incomparable to other companies. Song Wan thought about it and tried to use a more appropriate phrase. It's just that I'm not that short of money. Linhai, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought of many reasons, but this was the only one he hadn't thought of. His gaze subconsciously paused for a moment. All the clothes he was wearing were luxury goods, and he really didn't look like he was short of money. After taking a sip of coffee, Linhai finally found his voice and said, but you chose the computer department in the first place. You must be interested in this major, right? You have such a talent. But if you don't use it, wouldn't it be a waste? Linhai obviously could not see any interest in Song Wan's eyes. After thinking for a while, he continued, what if I tell you that you can come and go freely after joining Linhai Technology? You don't have to work on time like everyone else. You only need to come twice when you want to, and the salary and benefits are all favorable. It's not like he hasn't encountered people like this before who don't like being bound. The current game planner in the company was fooled by him in this way. And Linhai has always been very good. I might not want to leave after staying here for a while. When Song Wan heard this, her eyes moved slightly. Actually, if you really want me to join Linhai Technology, there is another way. Oh, Linhai's eyes showed a hint of interest. Tell me about it, Junior. Song Wan blinked. Senior's Linhai Technology? Is it still lacking investment? This question stunned Linhai. He never thought that Song Wan would come up with this idea. He lowered his eyes with some amusement. Sister, do you want to invest in our Linhai Technology? Song Wan nodded very directly. Seeing Song Wan being so straightforward, Linhai didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little more happy in his heart. Does my schoolmate think so highly of Linhai Technology? Investment is always full of risks. Aren't you afraid that your efforts will end up in vain? To put it bluntly, games are the most expensive to produce. Who knows when Linhai Technology will be unable to recover? Song Wan's face was a little surprised. Senior, I'm afraid you don't know the power of your name in our Linhai University? That's definitely a golden sign, okay? Not to mention, she has a system to help her cheat. It is impossible for her to lose money. It just depends on when she can succeed in her investment. Hearing Song Wan's answer, the curve of Linhai's lips deepened significantly. Does the junior schoolmate also think the same way? Song Wan nodded decisively. How many people can compare to a 5,000% return rate within a year? The joy in his heart seemed to inexplicably increase. Linhai straightened his body, but his mind was still clear. He looked at Song Wan with a little more seriousness. How much do you want to invest, junior sister? After the success of his first game, many people came to him to invest. However, since he started his company, he has never accepted any investment. Firstly, he is not short of money yet. Secondly, the current atmosphere in Linhai is very good, which was created by him. He does not want to ruin it because of some other factors. Therefore, he has always been very cautious about investment and would not easily make the decision. But the girl in front of him was different. In addition to having an extraordinary talent for computers, she was also his junior in the same school. In addition to the 90% of the company's shares held by him, another 10% is held by two ministers. Both ministers are very capable, and it took a lot of effort to recruit them. If Song Wan can join Linhai Technology and demonstrate sufficient strength, it is not impossible to give her some shares. But the girl sitting opposite him seemed to hesitate for a few seconds. Then she raised 5 fingers to him uncertainly. 50 million. Is that enough? Chapter 28. Green tea methods are outdated, sister. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Song Wan retracted her 4 fingers, leaving only the index finger. So, 100 million? Chu Linhai. Are all college students nowadays so rich? He thought the investment would be no more than 1 or 2 million at most. With his junior skills, he could naturally offer her 5 to 10% of the shares and keep her in the company. But this schoolgirl asked for 50 million or 100 million. She leaned forward tentatively, her voice a little uncertain. So you're saying you want to invest 100 million? Song Wan thought about it and said, 200 million is also fine. Tomorrow the next quarter's funds for Jinmao Tower will arrive, with a return rate of 5,000%. Of course, the more you invest, the better. Chu Linhai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He wanted to tell his schoolmate not to joke, but looking at her serious expression, he couldn't see any joking in her words at all. Chu Linhai stopped drinking coffee and looked at Song Wan with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Can I reply to my junior sister later? I originally thought that it was just to recruit another talent for the company, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. With his 200 million yuan invested, his shares would be reduced to a small half. Then he saw Song Wan on the opposite side curling her lips towards him. Sure. Chu Linhai subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. And when he looked at Song Wan again, his eyes had become somewhat complicated. He said he would invest 200 million yuan. Do you trust him so much? After the two finished the topic, they exchanged contact information and then prepared to leave the restaurant. Su Ruoqiao, who was not far away, saw the two of them getting up. She didn't care that the boy opposite was still drinking his soup and hurriedly caught up with them. Brother Linhai, are you guys leaving? Chu Linhai turned around and looked at her with impatience in his eyes. Su Ruoqiao was startled, and a look of grievance instantly appeared on her face. Brother Linhai, I've thought about it. I can go with you to see this sister off, and then we can go home together. This way, I won't have to trouble my aunt to send someone to pick me up again. Chu Linhai was about to refuse without thinking, but his cell phone vibrated at this moment. Seeing the caller ID, I answered the phone helplessly. Mom, what's the matter? Song Wan was still daydreaming when she was pulled back by Su Ruoqiao's intense and hateful gaze. Meeting her gaze, Su Ruoqiao rolled his eyes seriously. With her aunt on her side, who can snatch Brother Linhai away from her? Song Wan was speechless at the moment. They didn't know each other at all, right? What was she imagining? At this time, Chu Linhai put the phone a little further away, then walked closer to Song Wan with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Do you mind if I give you another person when I drop you off? Hearing this, Su Ruoqiao's eyes immediately showed a bit of pride. I'm sure you won't mind after all. This sister still needs to be sent back by Brother Linhai. The implication is that people who take a free ride have no right to speak. Chu Linhai's hand holding the phone suddenly tightened, and his face became extremely cold. He saw Song Wan beside him suddenly smiled at Su Ruoqiao. How old are you? When Su Ruoqiao was asked about her age, she subconsciously thought of what Chu's mother said about her and Chu Linhai, who were 5 years apart in age and made them the most compatible match. He puffed out his chest in protest and said, 20. Song Wan's smile grew even brighter. Sorry, I'm 19. Su Ruoqiao didn't react to what Song Wan meant for a moment, and then she heard Song Wan say sincerely, So, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to keep calling me sister. Besides, I don't have any personal relationship with the senior, so you don't have to come to me. Song Wan still had a smile on her face when she said this. Besides, this kind of low-level routine seems to be outdated. Sister. Originally, she didn't intend to pay attention to Su Ruoqiao. But Su Ruoqiao didn't seem to understand that things can be done once or twice, but not 3 times. Not to mention that Chu Linhai and she were just in a relationship where they had not yet cooperated. Even if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, there was no way she would tolerate such a low-level green tea for a man. With a system in place, isn't it nice to just focus on making money? Then congratulations to the host for winning the title of Brave Green Tea Sober Little Heroine. The system rewards a Lamborghini Veneno. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Song Wan was slightly stunned. When it comes to Veneno, some people may not know much about it, but when it comes to its other name, it may be well known. Lamborghini Veneno, this limited edition sports car, with only 14 units in the world, is sold for as much as 45 million. Compared with the Big Cow, the grade is much higher. Just as she was thinking about it, She turned around and saw Su Ruoqiao had completely lost her well-behaved image and said to her angrily, Song Wan, enough. Chu Linyue had already hung up the phone, and there was only coldness in his eyes when he looked at Su Ruoqiao. Su Ruoqiao, my mother is still sick. You should know that I hate it most when someone takes advantage of my mother. Glanced at Song Wan, who was standing beside her, and her mind unconsciously recalled what she had just said, that there was no personal relationship between them. She felt even more irritated inexplicably, and her tone became even colder towards Su Ruoqiao, who was already annoyed. Besides, you are the one who wants to take a ride, so please make sure you understand the situation. Su Ruoqiao just stood there in a daze. Even though Chu Linyue was cold to her in the past, he had never expressed his disgust so directly. Song Wan's face now turned into full of pride in her eyes. Suddenly, the taut string in my heart broke. Pointing at Song Wan, he said, You think you can fool Brother Linyu, but can you fool me? Stop pretending. You speak better than you sing. You deliberately approached Brother Linyu just for money, didn't you? I've seen a lot of women like you, saying one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Why don't you just tell me how much money you want, and I'll give it to you, and you still pretend to be indifferent and say that there is nothing personal about it? If they had no personal relationship, would they have arranged to have dinner together in private? If they had no personal relationship, would Brother Linyu be so gentle to her? And would he even pick her up and drop her off? He even treated her cruelly for this woman. Su Ruoqiao. Just as he thought of this, he heard Chu Linyue's familiar voice sounding behind him. Turning back, I saw that Chu Linyue's face had become extremely cold. Su Ruoqiao shuddered subconsciously and suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Brother Linyu, I'm just afraid that you'll be deceived by her. You don't know, I saw her getting very close to a boy yesterday, right in school. Yunyan also saw it. She already has a boyfriend, but she's still approaching you like this. She must be after money. I really just lost my composure because I was afraid you'd be cheated. After saying this, she seemed afraid that Chu Linyue wouldn't believe it, and her big eyes were instantly filled with tears. Brother Linyu, don't be angry. I'm just afraid that Annie will be furious if she knows all this. Drop. Before he could finish his words, a trailer towing a fiery red Lamborghini Veneno stopped in front of him. Chapter 29 rewards 100 million dubi. The fiery red color was extremely bright, sparkling brightly under the scorching sun. Su Ruoqiao's eyes were blurred with tears, and wherever she looked, she could see the bright light of the car. She blinked subconsciously and saw that the fiery red Lamborghini had an extremely arrogant body line, like the king of beasts sitting quietly in the jungle, which was enough to make people's blood boil even before it made any movement. At this time, the boy who had just accompanied Su Ruoqiao for dinner had just paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but run forward. His face was full of excitement, and he looked in amazement at the fiery red supercar being loaded and unloaded in front of him. Fuck, it's the real Lamborghini Venom. I can actually see a poison car here with my own eyes. The boy stopped a few steps away from the trailer, hurriedly took out his mobile phone, and took a lot of pictures in the direction of the Lamborghini. It would be a big deal if I posted this on WeChat Moments. Who would have thought that I would see real poison in my lifetime? I don't know which rich man owns this car. I'm so lucky today. At this time, the people on the trailer walked directly towards a few people. The boy was stunned and subconsciously asked the staff, Is it not allowed to take pictures? The staff member paused, then looked directly at Song Wan, who was in the middle of the group, and smiled at the boy. Whether to allow filming or not is naturally up to the car owner. The boy followed the staff member's gaze and froze in place for a moment. Is that what he meant? The owner of the poison car is so young? If I remember correctly, isn't this girl the classmate Ruo Xiao told her about, who has ulterior motives and is approaching Senior Chu just to make money? As if to verify his guess, the staff member walked straight up to Song Wan and respectfully handed her the documents and car keys. Ms. Song, we have completed the formalities for the car. You just need to sign your name. The boy's eyes instantly became filled with fear, and his goddess filter for Su Ruoqiao faded a lot. Are you kidding? A wealthy man who owns a limited edition poison approaches Senior Chu in order to make money? Is he crazy, or is Su Ruoqiao crazy? Su Ruoqiao obviously hadn't realized the boy's change yet, and was very dissatisfied with his behavior of only focusing on taking pictures of the sports car and ignoring her. This dissatisfaction reached its peak when he saw that the owner of the sports car was Song Wan. Seeing that the boy looked like he had never seen the world, she immediately spoke with some contempt. Isn't it just a sports car? You drove a sports car when you came here, too. Is there any need to make such a fuss? The boy turned his head and looked at Su Ruoqiao with something indescribable in his eyes for the first time. Can a sports car be the same as a sports car? My Porsche 718 is only over $1 million, but there are only 14 Lamborghini Veninos in the world, and the price is as high as $45 million. And the hardest thing is that even if you have $45 million, you can't buy it. Su Ruoqiao no longer cared about the boy's different tone from before, and she just froze there. It was a sunny day, but she felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over her head. $45 million. A sports car that cannot be bought even with money. Is it Song Wan's? Then didn't what she just said to Brother Lin you just contradict herself? But Song Wan had already taken the car keys, said hello to Chu Linyue, and got into the car. The fiery red car disappeared in the blink of an eye. She clearly didn't say a word, but she was made into a clown who talked to herself. Su Ruoqiao turned her head abruptly, wanting to explain something to Chu Linyue. Brother Linyue. Chu Linyue was just like Song Wan just now. His eyes did not stay on her for a moment, and he walked straight past her. Then he started the car and started the engine in one smooth movement. The familiar car disappeared without a trace in front of her, just like following the shadow of the fiery red car. Su Ruoqiao couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed to the ground. She didn't understand why things turned out like this. Song Wan, who was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, had already forgotten about her because the cute voice of the system sounded in her mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully maintaining the dignity of Bai Fume and obtaining the title of Green Tea Terminator. The system rewards 100 million Dubi. The system has automatically recharged Dubi to your account. Please check it carefully. Douyin Live? Song Wan licked her lips slightly. Douyin is different from Fuya. It started out as a short video platform, so its traffic is several times that of Fuya. The conversion into virtual currency is also different from the 1:1 of Axe and Tooth. The conversion into Dubi is 110, so 100 million Dubi is equivalent to 10 million renminbi. There will be multiple cashback after spending virtual currency. Even if it is the lowest 10 times cashback, she can get 100 million without any effort. A higher multiple would be even better. The system wanted her to never return from cashing out on the live streaming platform. Just at this time, Qinglin called. Song Wan picked up the phone and listened to a few words. Then the fiery red sports car turned a corner and drove towards Tan Palace. Yao Jia, the property manager, had been waiting at the gate of Tan Palace early in the morning. Although he had received news that Miss Song had changed her car, Yao Jia couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw that the new car was a Lamborghini Veneno. Be good? This is truly a truly wealthy man. As we all know, limited edition cars are the hardest to buy. In addition to having money, you also need channels. But this Miss Song, she was like buying vegetables. Yesterday, she was buying a Lamborghini, but today she has changed it to poison. As expected of a big shot, who could buy the Tan Palace Villa No. 1? Yao Jia took a deep breath and went to meet him with a bright smile. In less than 2 minutes, Yao Jia had already registered the new car in a Tan Palace S system. The information has been registered. If you have any questions, Miss Song, please contact me directly. I can handle it for you within 24 hours. Song Wan nodded with a smile, then drove towards Villa No. 1. I have to say that Qinglin really lives up to the title of Almighty Butler. He just arrived here yesterday, and today Villa No. 1 has been kept in perfect order. Her bedroom is located on the 3rd floor, which has the largest space. The dressing room is filled with the latest fashions from major luxury brands, and the cosmetics and jewelry area is also full. Qinglin's aesthetic taste is very good. After taking a look around, Song Wan was extremely satisfied. Qinglin, who was following behind her, raised his lips slightly after seeing her satisfied expression. Miss, the nanny and the cook are already waiting downstairs. Do you want to go and take a look? Chapter 30, The Second Investor. Song Wan nodded and followed Qinglin to the 1st floor. There were 7 people standing in the living room at this moment, and 4 of them were standing in the front. After Qinglin's introduction, Song Wan realized that the woman standing in front of the 4 people, who was dressed simply but cleanly, was Mrs. Wu, who was in charge of the villa's hygiene and procurement. Standing next to her were 2 middle-aged men in chef uniforms. One of them was obviously Chinese. His name was Zhang Hai, and he was good at Chinese cuisine, especially Sichuan cuisine. The one with blonde hair and blue eyes is Thomas, and his specialty is naturally Western cuisine. The last one is a woman in her 30s with a strong determination. Her name is Jiang Shui, and she is a pastry chef. According to Qinglin, Jiang Shui's ancestor was a royal chef in the palace, and he was best at making desserts. The 3 women behind him, like Mrs. Wu, are the ones who clean the villa. After Song Wan nodded, the 7 people bowed to her in unison. "Hello, miss." Song Wan simply waved her hand and dismissed them. "I don't have so many rules here. You don't have to be so nervous. Just do your own thing." The 7 of them nodded quickly, but the respectful expressions on their faces never faded. Living in Tan Palace are simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people like them. All they can do is to do their own jobs well and make the young lady happy, so as not to lose this well-paid job. Especially the 3 maids in charge of cleaning, who had obtained this opportunity after going through layers of selection, and they couldn't wait to take action to show their determination. By this time, Song Wan had already brought Qinglin back to the 3rd floor. She lay on the bed and listened to Qinglin's detailed report of how much money was spent on each item. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Qinglin carefully took off Song Wan's shoes, helped her adjust her position, and then slowly walked out of the room. By the time Song Wan woke up, more than an hour had passed. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I put on my slippers and went downstairs, only to find that Qinglin had already asked someone to prepare various desserts and fruit teas. I picked up a snack and leaned back on the sofa. As expected, the people Qinglin brought were impeccable. The dessert is sweet but not greasy, and has a refreshing fragrance that is simply incomparable to the desserts sold outside. Song Wan blinked her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved up. This kind of life is so comfortable. At this moment, the cell phone beeped. Song Wan picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Lui. "I'm calling you to watch the live broadcast I shared with you on Douyin. There's a handsome guy there. Super handsome. The most handsome guy in the universe." When mentioning Douyin, Song Wan remembered that the 100 million Do coins rewarded by the system at noon had not been spent yet. When she opened the app, she saw that 100 million Dubi were quietly lying in her account. I clicked on the live broadcast room shared by Li Lui. There were quite a few people in the room, with more than 1,000 people. Although they are not as good as those big anchors, the people in Douyin's live broadcast room are all real living people. Song Wandian came in. His voice was clear, like a gurgling spring in summer, giving people a refreshing feeling. The host's name is Anmian Xingxia, and he is indeed a super handsome guy, as Li Lui said. He had a very clean appearance, with unbleached or dyed hair, and he looked like a silent Chinese painting as he sat there. "Ah, Xingxing, can you please not leave? It's all Ding Li's fault. Just because he has a lot of fans is a big deal. You can't sing well, so you suppress the stars." I went over there and took a look. I was sick of it. How can such a rubbish singer be popular? Does having many fans mean truth these days? Plagiarism becomes originality, and fans are encouraged to expose the originality online. I've never seen such a thing in my life. Our Lele is an original work. There are so many similar music scores. Are they all plagiarized? If you want to make trouble, just do it. Why are you pretending to be pitiful here? 666. The music scores are almost the same. Isn't this plagiarism? I've learned something new. This rubbish anchor should leave Douyin right now. He will never stop trying to scam our Lele. Get out of here. Go back to your dog master. The song was over very quickly. After the host finished singing, he leaned close to the screen and looked at the public screen. There was an indescribable tiredness in his eyes. "I'm very grateful to my old fans who are still trying their best to protect me. But I'm sorry, I really don't want to broadcast anymore. I want to take a break and go back to my hometown." The host did not mention Ding Lu as mentioned by fans at all, but the old fans in the live broadcast room became even more angry. "The dog is more fun than Dingle. I can chase him and scold him for the rest of his life. No. Can you come over and look at Xing Xing? Xing Xing works really hard and sings really well. Just because Dingla has a lot of guild fans, can he bully others like this?" Dingla is still live streaming, and he's secretly playing the victim. I'm really impressed. We haven't said anything about the original work, but he's a plagiarist, and he's never stopping. The host looked seriously at the people who defended him on the public screen one by one, but his face was full of bitterness. It was obviously Ding Lu who plagiarized him first, and his fans even made a comparison chart of the music scores, but the other side turned the tables and accused him of trying to get attention. A large group of fans came directly from that side and made his live broadcast room full of smoke. Some people even found his address and sent him dead rats and wreaths. Barely perceptibly, and forced a smile towards the camera. "Don't be unhappy. My dream of singing is not very realistic. My parents didn't agree from the beginning, but I was stubborn and persisted until now." After a pause, his voice seemed to become lighter, as if he was comforting himself. "Now, it's just a matter of returning to normal." When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, They felt like crying, and their hearts were filled with a sense of powerlessness. Some of them have been with the host from the beginning until now, watching him create his own music scores and write his own lyrics. After taking one step at a time, I finally saw a glimmer of hope, and my fans gradually increased. Then a shameless plagiarist came along. Not only did he not admit that he had plagiarized, he also turned the tables and caused his fans to expose and Mian Xing Xiao online. Wow, I'm crying so hard that I'm blind. Are all the fans blind? I posted the entry and it sank very quickly. There must be a guild guiding them there. That bastard forced a streamer to quit the internet before, and now he's doing this again. Isn't it disgusting? You are disgusting. If you hadn't tried to blackmail us, Lele, we wouldn't have bothered to waste our time to come and scold you. Song Wan figured out what had happened, tilted her head slightly, and heard a familiar voice ringing in her mind. Ding detected potential investor, Fu Xingyan. Chapter 31. Moon Emperor's Pomp and Circumstance. Special gift effects for the wealthy. She met Chu Linyue. A transparent light curtain soon appeared in front of Song Wan. Investors, Fu Xingyan. Age, 22. Investable direction, singer. Return on investment, 3,000%. Song Wan read the entire light screen at a glance, and a hint of surprise could not help but flash across his eyes. You know, Chu Linyue's talent in game design and company management is recognized. The return on investment he and Linyue Technology brought her is only 5,000%, which is already very high. Fu Xingyan alone can bring her a 3,000% return on investment. It is conceivable how talented he is as a singer. His eyes fell on Fu Xingyan. He was still looking at the comments on the public screen. The insults to him flashed across his eyes one by one, but he no longer wanted to care. I just want to remember those who spoke for him and supported him silently in the last moments. Even if he encountered setbacks in the future, he would never forget them, he thought to himself. However, the next moment a huge stage special effect suddenly appeared in front of the screen. Fuck the carnival. Huazi. Has Xingxing finally been favored by the boss? Wow, big brother, please take a look at our Xingxing. They are talented and good-looking. It's worth investing in them. Fuck everyone, look at the name. Isn't this our Moon Emperor? Has the Moon Emperor come to Douyin? The Moon Emperor is mighty. If you don't understand, just ask. Who is the Moon Emperor? Back to the top, the super boss who made 3 million renminbi in Fuya in 2 days. Of course, not everything on the public screen was so harmonious, especially for those who were fans of the Luft Family Army fan page. Does the same name mean it's the same person? Maybe he changed his name to follow the trend after seeing the rich man axe tooth become popular. It's such a joy to be at a carnival. You guys should have some self-improvement. Maybe this anchor found this actor himself just to get some attention. You used to get attention from our Lele, and now you're getting attention from Axe Boss. Why do you like to get attention so much? The truth has been revealed to my family members. They can't change their habit of committing fraud. Yu Huang. If this is the real Yu Huang, I will do a live broadcast of eating shit while standing upside down. Song Wan almost spit out the fruit tea in her mouth when she saw this comment. Putting down the fruit tea, Song Wan directly at Ed, the person who's going to live stream eating shit while doing a handstand, and slowly typed a line of words on the public screen. Then remember to fulfill your promise later. The man was not at all flustered when he saw Song Wan's ad, and immediately responded, Are you still pretending? Are you addicted to acting? He's a big shot who made 3 million. Why don't you look at yourself? You only made 3,000 for a carnival. Why are you pretending like that? Then, immediately afterwards, the public screen was flooded with special effects. Wanwan presents the anchor to Sleep Under the Stars, Carnival ×1. Wanwan presents the anchor to Sleep Under the Stars, Carnival x10. Wanwan presents the anchor to Sleep Under the Stars, Carnival ×20. Fuck. I'm uneducated, so I can only say fuck. Is this the real Moon Emperor? F***CK. Is this the Moon Emperor's show? I'm drooling, and I'm going to stay here. Has the Moon Emperor abandoned Little Bamboo? The anchor has become successful. I am in front of the screen, and I am filled with tears of envy and jealousy. Manually at the one who wants to live broadcast eating poop while standing upside down. Remember to fulfill your promise, doghead. Fu Xingyan was stunned when he saw the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly soar to 10,000 and still rising rapidly. Carnival is Douyin's most expensive gift. He normally doesn't receive even one in a whole year. New axes Yuan. Although they were not on the same platform, her action of making 3 million in 2 days had already gone viral among the anchors. It's not that there haven't been such wealthy people before. There are also many big anchors who earn millions during events when they are ranked first or second. But the problem is that Yue Huang is a real wild rich man. He is not a guild member, nor is he a hired helper. He is just a wealthy man. He envied the anchor who received gifts from the Moon Emperor, but never thought that one day he would become the one who received gifts from the Moon Emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that Fu Xingyan's hands are shaking now. Thank you. Thank you for the Moon King's carnival. However, the special effects on the screen didn't seem to show any sign of stopping. Wanwan presents the anchor to sleep under the stars. Carnival times 66. Wanwan presents the anchor to sleep under the stars. Carnival X 100. Carnival is the most expensive gift of Douyin, and information about it is announced on the entire platform. As more and more carnivals were held, the number of people in the live broadcast room soon reached 100,000, and the number of people online was no less than that of the big anchors. Screen, which originally had some space, is now filled with dense barges of comets. There is no trace of the people who used to claim to be fans of Lu Jiejun dominating the screen. Wanwan presents the anchor to sleep under the stars. Carnival times 300. Wanwan presents the anchor to sleep under the stars. Carnival times 800. Family members, we just say that people are already numb. Fuck, this anchor got rich overnight. Is the Moon King still missing a pendant? Brothers, shout with me. The Moon King is awesome. Wanwan presents anchor Amiang Xingxia. Carnival X 1000. Just after Song Wan finished 1000 carnivals, a different announcement appeared in the system. Congratulations to Wanwan for obtaining the right to use the special effects of the gift in Yulongization. Congratulations to Wanwan for obtaining the right to use the special effects of the gift in Yulongization. Congratulations to Wanwan for obtaining the right to use the special effects of the gift in Yulongization. 3 consecutive statements directly made this announcement different. The confused crowd clicked directly on the introduction of the Legend of Mir 3 and took a look. Then the public screen exploded again. I'm a bitch. The special gift effect for the exclusive Super Rich unlocked with 3 million renminbi. Can I say this is the first time I've seen it? I thought the carnival was the best, but I didn't expect to see a gift worth 10,000 yuan. Is this a hidden Easter egg in Douyin? My reasonable suspicion is that the official is afraid that the super rich will get tired of clicking on the screen and then stop clicking. Song Wan was also stunned for a moment. To be honest, her hands were a little sore from clicking. It would be much simpler if we changed it to Yulong Zai Tian, which costs 10,000 each. As a result, the special effects in the live broadcast room directly changed from carnival to the gorgeous dragon riding in the sky. Wanwan presents the anchor in Mian Xingxia, Yulong Zai Tian X1. Wanwan presents the anchor in Mian Xingxia, Yulong Zai Tian X100. Wanwan presents the anchor in Mian Xingxia, Yulong Zai Tian X500. Song Wan finally stopped only when he had spent all the remaining dubi in his account. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has reached more than 1 million, and his popularity is comparable to that of Douyin's top anchors. It's not that there are no wealthy people in Douyin, but there has never been a wealthy person who can spend 10 million in one go. A full 10 million renminbi was swiped out, and the public screen was completely blown up. Even other big anchors couldn't help but come to this originally inconspicuous live broadcast room. Fu Xingyan became completely famous. Chapter 32. 50 times cashback, 500 million received. Poverty limits my imagination. 10 million, a full 10 million. Kidnap the anchor, family members. I'm not envious, not at all, really. Tears burst out from the corners of my mouth. The Moon Emperor's attack is so terrifying. The anchor is so lucky. He achieved financial freedom in one day. Fu Xingyan was originally sitting on a chair, but he stood up to express his gratitude when Song Wan brought out the carnival. Now I am in a completely dazed state. What does 10 million mean? He did not sign a guild contract, and after splitting the profits 50-50 with the platform, he still had a full 5 million left. Just like what was said on the public screen, in just a short while, thanks to Yu Huang, he has achieved complete financial freedom. I could buy a house now and bring my parents over from the countryside. Even, no need to cancel the show. This 10 million brought him not only money but also considerable additional benefits. Fu Xingyan stared blankly at the more than 1 million people in the live broadcast room. In just such a short period of time, he has gained 1.2 million fans. Moreover, the upward trend in the number of fans has not slowed down until now. Thank you, Yu Huang, for flying dragon in the sky. Is there any song you want to hear? Fu Xingyan's voice was hoarse, but his face was completely free of the fatigue he had before. His eyes were shining like stars in the dark night. The host's voice is hoarse. Why is he still singing? If someone gives me 10 million to make my voice hoarse, I'd be willing to do that, doghead. The man upstairs is a ruthless person. It's not easy to get favored by a big boss. It doesn't matter if I shout myself hoarse. The right thing to do is to keep the big boss. Even if you're a big shot, there's no need to lick like that, right? You. The person who spoke last was wearing a level 10 fan sign of Le Jiejun, and Song Wan recognized him immediately. Isn't he the one who previously threatened to do a live broadcast of himself doing a handstand and eating shit? Song Wan wasn't the only one who recognized this person. Before Song Wan could say anything, the entire public screen was already flooded with that S. At Lele's little feet, big brother, where is your live broadcast? Is this the guy who was yelling about eating shit while standing upside down? At Lulu jia xiao jiao ya. At Lele's little feet, hurry up, brother, start the show soon. At Lele's little feet, you dare to show up? I respect you as a man. So when will it start? New here. Can I ask why you guys all at this person? At Lele's little feet, this guy just said that if the Moon Emperor is real, he will do a live broadcast of himself doing a handstand and eating shit. Ha ha ha, show air. Then the people in front of the screen saw that person exit the live broadcast room at lightning speed, and soon, even his homepage became a private user. Brothers, stop cursing and run away. I can't afford to play with this. What is this Le family army, that stupid fan of Ding Le? Fans follow the real owner. They are all dogs comparing goods. Seeing that man running away in disgrace after being scolded, Song Wan turned his attention back to Fu Xingyan and slowly typed on the public screen. Don't sing anymore. Take care of your voice. You will have plenty of opportunities to sing in the future. Because of the 10 million yuan consumption just now, Song Wan's words were written in bold and capital letters on the public screen with a bright golden light, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Damn, you're so rich and so warm. Did you save the galaxy in your previous life? I'm from Axe, and I'm here to tell you something. The Moon Queen is a very young lady. Not only does she have a young voice, but it's also very nice. Fuck, isn't that Anchor at the peak of his life? Fu Xingyan had just seen Song Wan's words, and the deep emotion in his heart had not yet subsided when he saw these words. My heart subconsciously moved, and I don't know what the feeling was, sour and a little sweet. The sound is super nice? How good is it? Will he have a chance to hear it? However, when he reacted and wanted to say something to her, he saw her type the two words gone, and then left the live broadcast room very neatly. It was as if she had just spent not 10 million, but a bunch of cabbage. I'm so impressed. Is this the real boss? Is the Moon King really young and has a nice voice? Everyone, go upstairs and search the Little Broken Station. Someone recorded the screen and posted it to the Little Broken Station. Let's be honest. Can you please respect yourselves and stop coveting my wife? Draw your sword upstairs. When Song Wan exited the live broadcast room, she saw a pile of private messages, and her eyes finally stopped on the official message at the top. Hello, sir. Are you satisfied with the gift effects of our Douyin? Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly and typed tentatively. Can you make a special effect with a larger amount of money? The person on the other end seemed to be waiting in front of the dialog box and responded very quickly and politely. How big do you want? Is 100,000 okay? As if afraid that Song Wan would think it was too little, he hurriedly added, we will try our best to make the special effects of the gift more gorgeous. There are regulations on virtual amounts, big brother, please understand. And the 100,000 yuan gift special effects are customized for you, and only you can use them. God knows when they saw this big boss spend 10 million in one go, the whole company was shocked. It's not that I haven't seen super rich people, but I've never seen a super rich person who doesn't regard 10 million as money at all. The manager immediately decided to give this person a special custom gift and asked them to make sure this wealthy guy stays in Douyin. Song Wan naturally understood what this rule meant. After all, it was virtual funds, and if the amount was too large, she would not be able to explain it to her superiors. It doesn't matter, 100,000 will be enough. The reply was still very quick. Does the boss have anything you like? We can use it for custom effects. Song Wan thought for a moment and said, let's just use the moon. After ending the conversation with the official, I found Fu Xingyan his private message and told him his WeChat contact information, and then I quit Douyin directly. Not caring about the uproar caused at all, Song Wan curled up on the sofa with her cell phone in her hand, almost laughing silly. She has always thought that the system's cute voice is very nice, and it is especially nice today. Ding detected that the host spent 10 million virtual coins. Multiple cashback is being processed. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50 times the cashback. 500 million renminbi has been transferred to the host's account. Please check it. For a girl who has never won a lottery, Today is definitely her highlight moment. 50 times a full 500 million. Looking at the balance displayed on her bank card, Song Wan felt refreshed. Now, I don't even have to use the quarterly funds of Jinmao Tower to invest in Chu Linhua's Linhua technology. He was so excited that day that he didn't go back to school. He said goodbye to Huang Ran and the others and went straight to live in Tan Palace. The dinner was the Chinese food she wanted, which was hearty and nourishing to the stomach. After dinner, Song Wan took a comfortable bath and lay down directly on the soft and comfortable big bed. Rang in my mind on time. Ding, a new day, host, do you want to sign in? Chapter 33. The top customer who bought 100 houses. Song Wan sat up dazedly and said reflexively, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 sets of finely decorated houses in Feitsue Lake community. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. How many sets? Song Wan discovered that she was having auditory hallucinations at such a young age. The host has no auditory hallucinations. 100 sets. Hearing the system's rigid voice again, Song Wan was so shocked that she sat on the bed for a long time without reacting. The Feitsue Lake community can be said to be the most luxurious community near Linhai University. When the community was built, it was famous for its exquisite greening and layout. Because it is close to Linhai University and transportation is very convenient, it has become a popular destination for many high-income people. In order to make sure she remembered it wrong, Song Wan checked the prices of the Feitsue Lake community on the internet. The average price is 100,000 renminbi per square meter. Well, the smallest house in the community is 180 square meters. After integration, 100 fully decorated houses would be worth more than 2 billion yuan. Song Wan calmed down all of a sudden. They already had the Jinmao Tower worth 80 billion yuan. So what were 100 fully decorated houses in the Emerald Lake community? Emerald Lake Community, Sales Office. Manager who walked back and forth in the hall for several times and frowned when he saw the snacks at the reception desk. Xiao Lu, what are you putting here? Didn't I tell you that the person coming later is our top-level important customer? Don't put out these usual snacks. Hurry up and replace the most expensive snack in the lounge for me. After Xiao Lu finally arranged the new snacks, manager who gathered everyone in the hall again. Looking at the receptionists and sales staff lined up in a row, manager who carefully checked their attire. Not finding any problems, he said to them with a serious expression. The client who will be coming soon is a big boss who has directly purchased 100 houses from us. You all should cheer up and make sure he feels our most considerate service. I'm going to make this clear today. If anyone loses their chain, don't blame me for being ruthless. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Even though they had heard from their manager in the morning that a top client was coming, they had never imagined that this client would be so important. In Shanghai are already very expensive, not to mention Emerald Lake, which is a luxury community. The average price per square meter is 100,000. Some people actually bought 100 units directly. What kind of conditions and family are they? As everyone was thinking this, they saw two figures walking towards them from the gate. The two people who came were a man and a woman. The man had a big belly and wore a gold necklace and a gold watch, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was rich. But for some reason, there was a bandage on his head. The woman was wearing cool clothes, with big wavy curls and a black tight miniskirt that perfectly showed off her curvy figure. This combination is most common among those working in sales and reception. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. All of them were speechless. Could this be the big boss who bought their 100 properties in Emerald Lake? Eugene Shou looked at the salesmen lined up in a row looking over here. Their eyes even filled with envy and admiration, and the vanity in his heart instantly reached its peak. Look, honey, people say that Emerald Lake is famous for its excellent reception. We just arrived at the door, and people have already come to greet us. The man next to him naturally saw the awe in the salesman's eyes and immediately raised his chin. Yeah, not bad. Then he brought Eugene Shou to the front of the crowd with a haughty look on his face. Show me the floor plan of your place. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to get it, and then they heard manager who calmly instruct, Xiao Lu, go get the floor plan for this guest, and take the guest to see the model. The people who were originally scrambling to get over were instantly frozen in place. The smarter ones had realized something and quickly returned to their original positions. The rest of them also reacted after seeing their actions, and the attentiveness on their faces instantly disappeared. After all this time, it turns out that he is not the big boss the manager mentioned. Eugene Shou was originally very proud and wanted to take a good look at the floor plan surrounded by everyone and experience more of their envious looks. Then, We saw that the people who were originally very attentive quickly withdrew their gazes. He immediately rolled his eyes at manager who. What? We're here to buy a house, so what's wrong with having more people come to introduce it? You're so dull. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely arrogant roar that was unique to supercars reached his ears. Then Eugenio saw the dull man, who had been trying to maintain order just now, suddenly jumped out. Then, she saw the people who had just shown envy to her also ran out in a hurry. In front of them, the only person left was Xiao Lu, the young salesperson who had just been assigned by manager Hu. He was still staring out the door with his mind already wandering. Looking in the direction they were running, I saw a fiery red Lamborghini sports car parked directly in front of the sales office. A man and a woman got out of the sports car. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They were graceful and elegant. When Eugenio saw the two people's faces clearly, his eyes widened instantly. Full of disbelief, Song Wan? Song Wan brought Qing Lin here with her. In addition to taking over the house, she also planned to let Qing Lin drive the Lamborghini Bull back to Tan Palace. After all, if she parked two supercars in school, it would be too conspicuous. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw a middle-aged man with more than 20 people coming towards them. The middle-aged man in the lead had a very bright smile on his face. He walked up to Song Wan and bowed. "Miss Song, I'm Hu Jun, the sales manager of Emerald Lake. We talked this morning." Song Wan nodded politely with a faint smile on her face. The sales and receptionists following behind him all had a look of realization on their faces when they saw this scene. They said that anyone who could buy 100 properties in Emerald Lake at one time must be a super rich person or a top second-generation rich person like the lady in front of them. The two people in the hall looked like a combination of a nouveau riche and a mistress. How could they be so generous? Was secretly dissed, didn't wake up until he saw Song Wan and Qing Lin walk in surrounded by a group of people. The voice suddenly became a little sharp, and there was unspeakable anger and fear on his face. "Song Wan, are you done yet? I haven't bothered you yet. Why are you following me here?" Chapter 34 Impossible. My cousin is from the countryside. Seeing Song Wan looking towards her, Eugenio's face became even gloomier. Originally, they had injured Mr. Wang, and it was already very good that she didn't cause trouble for her for the sake of their relatives. Now Mr. Wang, whom she had finally coaxed, wants to buy a house for her in Emerald Lake, and she follows him again. She thought that Mr. Wang was interested in her and was deliberately teasing her, right? Song Wan looked over in the direction of the voice, only to see Eugenio, furious, as if he wanted to eat her alive. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, and his voice became a little colder. "I'm here to do something. What does it have to do with you?" Eugenio looked as if he had already guessed what she was thinking, and his arm around Mr. Wang's arm tightened a little. Sure enough, the next moment, Mr. Wang had already turned his gaze to Song Wan's position. It didn't matter that he looked at her. Almost instantly, Mr. Wang's eyes turned obscene. "What a coincidence, cousin. It's only been 2 days since I last saw her, and this girl seems to have become more beautiful. I was planning to cause trouble for her in a couple of days." Now seeing the girl's appearance, Mr. Wang's mind suddenly became active again. Song Wan's brows furrowed almost visibly. Without saying anything, she looked directly at manager who's standing beside her. Manager who understood immediately and quickly winked at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu quickly stood in front of them, blocking Mr. Wang's sight. "Sir, I have prepared the floor plan. Would you like to take a look?" Mr. Wang didn't have that look. He pushed Xiao Lu away and said with a dignified look, "Can't you see we are old acquaintances and we are just reminiscing about the past? You are such a tactless person." Seeing this, Eugenio also lost his temper towards Xiao Lu. "That's right. You have no right to interrupt us when we are talking." Xiao Lu was not annoyed when he was pushed away. He stepped forward and stood in front of the two people again. "Isn't it because I'm afraid of delaying the two guests' house viewing time? What kind of relative is this? He doesn't even know that he bought 100 houses." The young lady knew at first glance that she didn't want to pay any attention to these two guys, but they still insisted on getting close to her. "Cousin, this means she is 3,000 miles away from you, right?" Seeing Song Wan and his group heading straight for the reception room, Mr. Wang's face immediately darkened. He turned his head and looked at Eugenio with some anger in his eyes. "Is this what you call a famous reception?" Eugenio's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't want to cause trouble to Song Wan anymore. She just acted coquettishly towards Mr. Wang in a sweet voice. "Honey, I don't want to waste our time. We could talk about the past some other day. Let's go take a look at the floor plan first, shall we?" If the sponsor was really snatched away by that country girl Song Wan, she would be so sick to death. Mr. Wang glanced at her and kept his gaze on her belly for a while, but ultimately did not refute her. Song Wan, on her side, had already brought her people into the reception room. Tea and snacks had already been placed in the reception room in advance. The snacks were exquisite, and the tea exuded a faint fragrance. They were all made with great care. Manager, who enthusiastically invited the two to sit down, and then took out the property certificate that he had prepared long ago. A whole box was neatly placed there. Ms. Song, these are the 100 properties you ordered from us before. We have already completed the formalities for you. Song Wan nodded and took out a few books at random to take a look. Manager, who smiled and said, the properties you purchased are all large. In addition to the 8,260 square meter units, there are 20 units located in the center of our Emerald Lake. It is the most convenient location with the best view. Of course, it is also the largest in our community, with an area of 420 square meters. In addition, we have adopted a one-floor, one-family design for these 20 houses, which ensures safety while also paying attention to privacy. Would you like to go over and take a look now? Song Wan nodded again without thinking much. She was free anyway, so she might as well go over and take a look. When the group came out of the reception room, they saw Eugene Xiu and Mr. Wang still standing there, holding the floor plan in their hands. Mr. Wang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. The smallest house is 180 square meters, and it costs 107,000 yuan per square meter. This house costs almost 20 million yuan. Eugene Xiu, you didn't tell me that the houses here are so expensive before you came here. Eugene Xiu held on to Mr. Wang tightly, smiling. Honey, this place is right next to Linhai University. The atmosphere is so great. Seeing that Mr. Wang's expression hadn't changed at all, Eugene Xiu touched her belly casually and said, I'm doing this for our child. Mr. Wang's expression eased a little, but he still lowered his voice and said, I think Four Seasons community is good, and the environment is good. Why don't we go there? Xiao Lu, who was in charge of receiving the two people, heard their conversation and immediately showed a look of helplessness on his face. Four Seasons community is an old-style community. Not only is its layout inconvenient, but even its geographical location is not convenient. It is cheap, but can it be compared with their Emerald Lake? Eugene Xiu obviously knew this as well. Just as he was about to continue to persuade them, he saw Song Wan and his group coming out of the reception room out of the corner of his eye. Song Wan was seen walking in the front, with the handsome and elegant man walking beside her. The manager, who had just given them a cold face, was following behind the two of them with a slightly bent waist and a warm look on his face. Further back, there were a crowd of more than a dozen receptionists. Some were carrying boxes, some were bringing juice, and some were bringing cakes. It was as if the queen was out on patrol. Even if Eugene Xiu was stupid at this point, she knew that her cousin had not come here with her. However, before she could sort out her thoughts, she saw Song Wan walking out with his people, as if he hadn't seen her at all. Mr. Wang beside him finally realized that something was wrong and asked Xiao Lu in front of him, Why is she here? Xiao Lu was feeling very bad inside, but he still had an impeccable smile on his face. Of course I'm going to buy a house. Seeing that Mr. Wang seemed a little unconvinced, Xiao Lu's smile deepened, and he added deliberately, This young lady bought 100 properties in Emerald Lake at once. Didn't you see that our managers were dispatched? This kind of super rich boss is simply not something that ordinary people like us can get in touch with. Having said this, he paused deliberately before continuing. From what you just said, do you have any relationship with this big guy? Eugene Xiu was stunned and retorted subconsciously, Impossible. You must have made a mistake. My cousin is from the countryside. How can she possibly afford a house here? Still 100 sets. Just thinking about it. Eugene Xiu felt it was too ridiculous. Chapter 35 is on two hot lists at once. Xiao Lu looked speechless. Didn't you see the car he was driving? Eugene Xiu and Mr. Wang subconsciously looked outside the door, and just in time saw a fiery red shadow, which disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. Mr. Wang immediately took out his gold watch and waved it in front of Xiao Lu. Isn't it just a sports car? If I hadn't been uninterested in this, I would have bought several of them long ago. Xiao Lu really couldn't help himself this time. You said you wanted to buy several? President Wang glared at him disapprovingly. Why? You don't believe it. Before Xiao Lu could say anything, he saw a colleague who had just followed the boss turn back. Just when I was about to ask what was going on, I saw my colleague approaching Mr. Wang and his friend without any hurry. You too. Our manager has ordered that you have offended our distinguished guest. Please forgive us. Emerald Lake will no longer receive you in the future. President Wang and Eugene Xiu were both stunned, looking at each other with disbelief in their eyes. What did you say? The colleague said nothing more, with a proper and official smile on his face, and made a pleased gesture to the two of them. The manager has just learned that these two have no intention of buying at all. Rather than keeping the two of them and letting the young lady feel unhappy, it would be better to sell the young lady one. Who knows if there is such a good thing in the future, she might think of Emerald Lake. Mr. Wang was embarrassed at the moment. It is unreasonable for a real estate agent to chase customers away. Are you from Emerald Lake sure you want to offend me, Wang, to death? The colleague remained calm, but couldn't help sneering in his heart. Speaking of offending, he wanted to know how these two people who couldn't even afford a house in Emerald Lake dared to offend the young lady. You have to know that there are many big guys who have a cash flow of more than $2 billion and can buy 100 houses at will, even in Shanghai. Mr. Wang and Eugene Xiu were kicked out by the receptionist before they even had time to react. Before leaving, I could still hear Xiao Lu and his colleagues laughing mockingly. You don't even know that guy just said he could buy several of that young lady's cars. It made me laugh to death. Veneno, a top-of-the-line limited edition supercar with only 14 units in the world. Does he think it's cabbage? Mr. Wang's face, which was originally a little angry, froze there in an instant, and he looked at Eugene Xiu with a look of disbelief. Didn't you say that your cousin is from the country? On the other side, Song Wan's car followed behind manager Hu's car and arrived at the center of Emerald Lake in less than 2 or 3 minutes. The center of the Emerald Lake community is a sparkling artificial lake, which is divided into small tributaries that flow throughout the Emerald Lake community. There are also many pavilions in the areas with abundant green plants, which are neat and elegant. The building in the center is built right in the center of the artificial lake. Surrounded by elegant green plants from a distance, the building seems to be independent in the community, just like a miniature version of an island in the middle of a lake. After Song Wan got out of the car, did she realize that the building had only 20 floors? In other words, she booked the entire building. Manager Hu got out of the car and hurried to Song Wan, introducing enthusiastically. This is our central area property, and it's also the most expensive property in Emerald Lake. When you enter this building, you can see the entire artificial lake through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The scenery is excellent, and the vision is also very broad. Song Wan followed him in and took a look inside. The design style of each floor was different, but they were undoubtedly all very exquisite. Although the furniture and decorations used are not as expensive as those in Tan Palace, they are also famous luxury items. Song Wan nodded with satisfaction. Now, even if she was too lazy to go back to Tan Palace, she could come here to rest. After all, this place is too close to Linhai University. Manager Hu saw the satisfaction in Song Wan's eyes and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the order is large, you have to be able to keep it. If this young lady wanted to cancel her subscription because of something she was unhappy about, he would be really dumbfounded. Because she had classes in the afternoon, after looking at the house, Song Wan said goodbye to Manager Hu and asked Qinglin to take her to Linhai University. In just 5 minutes, the fiery red Lamborghini Veneno drove into Linhai University. Compared with the previous Lamborghini Bull, the sensation caused by Venom was obviously bigger. Especially for boys who love cars, supercars are as attractive to them as beautiful women. Class supercars like Venom. From the time Qinglin drove Song Wan into the school to the time they returned to the girls' dormitory, more than a dozen posts about poison had appeared on campus. Song Wan naturally didn't know about all this. After getting out of the car, she asked Qinglin to move the property certificate to Dania's storage warehouse. She then gave Dania the key and went upstairs to the dormitory building. Qinglin stayed there and looked at her until her figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Then he turned around and got into the car. The 3 people in dormitory 302 saw the scene clearly from the window. So when Song Wan opened the dormitory door, she saw 3 people with sharp, gossipy eyes. Huang Ran took the lead and took Song Wan to sit on the chair, his face full of excitement. Tell the truth, Wanwan, is the handsome guy who sent you back your new boyfriend? Wanwan, you have a really good eye. That handsome guy looks like a gentleman from a novel. Li Lui also hurriedly came over. He's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better looking than that scumbag Lin Feng. Qi Xingran silently moved a chair and sat over. Was she the only one who noticed that Song Wan changed cars again? Or is it the rumored Lamborghini Venom? Song Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when faced with such a scene. He's not my boyfriend, he's the assistant that my grandfather assigned to me. Huang Ran and Li Lui were both stunned, and then they exploded on the spot. Wanwan, your grandpa must be a super face control. The assistants assigned to the granddaughter are so good-looking that they can beat those idols in the entertainment industry who rely on their looks to make a living. Chi Xingran obviously had different ideas and said in a low voice, "What if it's the grandson-in-law that Grandpa Wanwan picked for his granddaughter?" Song Wan was annoyed by the noise and quickly changed the subject. "Nothing happened during the time I was away, right?" When talking about this, the three of them became excited. Huang Ran opened his eyes wider, his tone full of excitement. "You just left yesterday, and many people came to ask about your whereabouts." Finally, the class teacher came over and asked about your situation with such a friendly look. "That's right," Li Lui immediately added. "Wanwan, we have always known that you have good grades, but we only found out yesterday that you know so much professional knowledge. A lot of what you said yesterday was beyond the syllabus, right? When did you learn it?" Just as Song Wan was about to reply, she saw Qi Xingran silently handing the phone to her. The mobile phone screen is exactly the forum of Linhai University. Hot 1. Hot knowledge, a new great computer scientist has emerged. When do you think Professor Chai will come to recruit him? Hot 2. Dear alumni, come and see the fresh and hot Lamborghini Veneno. Chapter 36. Let the little students choose their own teachers. Both hot lists were about her, which Song Wan really didn't expect. Fortunately, the pictures that appear in the two hot lists are mostly back views, and probably no one would recognize them except acquaintances. Qi Xingran pointed to one of the messages and said, "According to reliable information, Professor Chai is on his way back." Song Wan was stunned. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Professor Chai is a well-known expert in their computer department, and he has access to national security agencies. Although he is still a professor at Linhai University, he has not taught any students in these years. Except for the time when Chu Linyue came to school to ask for help when he designed his first game, he has rarely appeared in school since then. She just expressed some opinions in class. How could she possibly attract Professor Chai? Qi Xingran raised his eyes and asked faintly, "Do you have any misunderstandings about yourself? Our class teacher is praising you to the sky. Besides, even Senior Chu Linyue personally stepped in to offer favorable conditions in order to recruit him in advance. How can it not be worth Professor Chai's return?" Qi Xingran herself didn't expect that what she said was so right. When the four of them arrived at the classroom in the afternoon, they were surprised to see an old professor waiting there with a bright look on his face. Although his hair has turned a little gray, he looks in good spirits. It's not Professor Chai. Their class teacher was standing next to Professor Chai. The two were talking about something eagerly until they saw Song Wan's figure. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Huang ran, and the other two consciously walked a few steps to the side, and saw their class teacher pulling Song Wan towards them with a smile on his face. "Professor Chai, this is the child I told you about. Not only is he talented, but he is also able to stay calm." Professor Chai nodded repeatedly and then asked Song Wan a series of questions. When Song Wan finished answering all her questions one by one, Professor Chai's eyes almost lit up as he looked at her. Good, good, good. Our computer department has produced another great talent. I have a small program here. Are you interested in trying it?" Song Wan naturally knew that this was a test and nodded without hesitation. She also wanted to see how far her computer prowess could go. Then Professor Chai took out a notebook from behind and placed it on the podium with a smile on his face and said kindly, "Come on, little student, sit here." Song Wan was stunned and subconsciously looked at the class teacher. The class teacher nodded at her with a proud look on his face. "Go. Don't worry about the class. You won't disturb them." The classmates who were forced not to disturb him could only watch Song Wan turn on the computer and his fingers clacking on the keyboard. "I wanted to look at the computer screen, but my class teacher forced me to attend professional courses." Song Wan was feeling a little uncomfortable sitting on the podium, but as soon as she opened the mini program, she was completely absorbed in it. The mini program is a series of checkpoints. Although it is called a mini program, it runs very meticulously without any errors or omissions. When Song Wan rushed to the 10th level, Professor Chai, who was standing behind him, could not help but open his eyes wide, and his eyes were full of unspeakable surprise when he looked at Song Wan. Although he had guessed that this little classmate was quite talented and had comprehensive knowledge when he asked her the question just now, he did not expect that she was even more talented than he imagined. This program is an encryption program, which he and several old guys specially developed based on the layout of machine parts in the research institute. The difficulty increases gradually, and by the 10th level it involves some professional knowledge that only graduate students will learn. Without solid professional qualities, it would be impossible to conquer the 10th level in such a short time. Moreover, her speed in breaking through the levels did not slow down at all. This shows that the 10th level is far from her limit. Thinking of this, Professor Chai looked at Song Wan with more anticipation. Soon, Song Wan went all the way and arrived at the 20th level. This time, Professor Chai was really shocked. By the 20th level, some confidential documents within the Research Institute are involved. If Song Wan was a student of Linhai University, he would never give her the opportunity to be exposed to these things. And her speed of breaking through the level showed no sign of slowing down even up to this point. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 30 minutes had gone by, and Song Wan had already reached the 50th level. Looking at Song Wan's hands flying on the keyboard almost without any pause, Professor Chai's hands could no longer help but tremble. 50 levels. She actually made it to level 50. This is no longer a matter of simple confidentiality. Professor Chai, who was originally extremely excited, suddenly calmed down strangely and immediately called the class teacher who was teaching the students. Today's classes are canceled. Please ask all the students to leave first. When the class teacher saw Professor Chai's serious expression, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Without much consideration, he directly organized the students to leave the classroom in an orderly manner. At this moment, figures rushed in from the classroom door one after another, muttering, "Where are the people? Hurry, hurry, let me see. I was here first. Old Lou, get out of my way." The students who were about to leave were suddenly shocked. The figures they saw were all about the same age as Professor Chai, and were followed by one or two assistants. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. "Isn't that Mr. Liu from the Aerospace Research Institute? If I'm not mistaken, the one wearing the gray coat is Yu Tianming, the chip expert I saw in the weekly magazine, right? What kind of awesome people are these?" Then, the students saw the big guys quickly look around the classroom and immediately rush towards the podium. When Professor Chai, who was originally standing on the podium, saw them, his face almost visibly froze. This bunch of old men. He forgot that the program's level-breaking settings could be seen by the old guys who had set up the program with him as long as anyone touched them. They must have noticed the speed at which the elementary school students he had chosen were passing the levels, so they chased after them one by one and rushed over. The seniors who came over noticed his expression and patted Professor Chai on the shoulder one by one, saying earnestly, "It's not easy to have an outstanding student. Old Chai, you can't have such an unkind idea of eating alone." "That's right. At least we should give the little student a choice and let him pick for himself." Students who were forced to leave the classroom by their teacher before they finished watching. Omega to Omega. This is even bigger than the one that Senior Chu Linyue made back then, right? Chapter 37 Clearance, Competition from Various Bosses. Soon, Song Wan and a group of big guys were the only ones left in the classroom. Now that the people have come, no matter how reluctant Professor Chai is, he cannot chase them away, so he has to turn his attention back to the computer screen. The level displayed on the screen had now reached the 52nd level. Seeing this, the big guys didn't bother to greet Professor Chai. One by one, they focused their eyes on the screen and sighed in their hearts from time to time. When they saw this program being activated, they knew that someone among them must have found a good candidate. But I definitely didn't expect that this good seedling would be so talented. Just as Professor Chai guessed, after seeing this extraordinary speed of breaking through the levels, several big guys tacitly asked their assistants to find the IP address and rushed here directly without stopping. Indeed, it feels different to watch it on a computer and in real life. The little student's fingers were very slender, and even when they were tapping on the keyboard, they looked very beautiful. But what several people cared about was her state of mind and her fearlessness when she was passing the levels. Levels 50 and beyond involve the real secrets of the Research Institute. The young student is so proficient in his professional field that it is impossible for him not to realize this. However, her speed hardly slowed down at all. Instead, she rushed up to higher and higher levels with an unstoppable momentum. Another 10 minutes passed, and the bosses watched as the level on the screen had reached the 60th level, and they all breathed softly. When they looked at each other, they could not help but see the shock in each other's eyes, which they had not yet been able to conceal. Even though they found this place with great care, they never expected that this young student could break through the 60th level. In fact, when they created this program, they never thought that anyone would be able to break through the 60th level. This program has a total of 66 levels. The key point is that the levels after the 60th are just for fun, and a few people fill in the numbers, and they fill in difficult problems that they themselves have not found solutions to. Watching the little students fill in the answers one after another on the screen, several big guys couldn't help but move closer to the screen. Good. When the big man who had just been called Old Lou saw that the answer to level 61 was completely filled in, he couldn't help but exclaimed. He did a rough calculation in his mind. then patted his thigh in sudden realization. The other big guys quickly looked at Song Wan, and when they noticed that the young classmate was not disturbed, they gave old Lu a big slap in annoyance. Professor Chai even took Mr. Lu behind him and warned him in a low voice. The young student is still trying to pass the test. If you disturb him, we will let you go. Old Lu knew that he was in the wrong, so he smiled awkwardly and made a zipper gesture with his mouth, indicating that he would never scream out again. Only then was he qualified to stand up again. Because there are no set answers, there are no levels after level 60. Just fill in the answer, and you can manually go to the next level. Several people looked at the computer screen intently and saw that the complete answer to level 61 had been filled in. During the assessment, there are often questions that need to be answered completely before being judged correct or not. Song Wan did not find anything wrong, pressed the submit button, and went directly to the 60-second level. Familiar formulas were filled in one by one, forming a complex and difficult barrier. Once the barrier was built, the problems that had plagued the system for a long time were immediately solved. Level 62 passed. The shock in the hearts of the bosses was almost evident on paper, but they still tried hard not to make a sound. I didn't dare to blink even when looking at the computer screen. After a few minutes, the assistants behind me looked at each other with red eyes. Oh, my boss! However, several big guys didn't notice it at all, and some of them even couldn't help but clench their fists when they saw the words level passed on the screen. Level 63 passed. Level 64 passed. Level 65 passed. When the 45 minutes were up and the bell rang, the word passed happened to appear on the computer screen. Several big guys subconsciously rubbed their dry eyes. The shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. Completed the level. A young classmate who is still in college completed their program. In just 45 minutes, they solved all the difficult problems that they themselves could not solve. Good. Heroes emerge from youth. Great job. What year are you in Linhai University? Do you want to come here to study as a graduate student? Several big guys reacted and came one after another to show Song Wan a very kind smile. Song Wan stretched and noticed that all the students in the classroom were gone. Instead, several old men were standing behind him. Two of them were wearing white coats, and it was obvious that they came directly from a research institute. The look he gave them was filled with doubt. Before he could say anything, Professor Chai at the side immediately spoke up. Your name is Song Wan, right? Come on, let's go find your class teacher together and talk while we walk. Song Wan could react. Professor Chai enthusiastically pulled her up and walked towards the classroom door. Seeing this, several big guys on the side secretly cursed Professor Chai for being cunning, but followed closely behind him without giving in. However, as soon as I opened the classroom door, I was stared at by the students packed into the corridor. At least half of the students who had just come out of the classroom had not left yet, and there were even students from other classes who had come following the noise. As soon as they saw them come out, all their eyes were focused on them. Especially when he looked at Song Wan, there was clearly an inextinguishable flame of gossip in his eyes. What on earth did this classmate do to gather all these big guys who are rarely seen in normal days to their school? Professor Chai was obviously accustomed to such scenes. He took Song Wan and walked straight towards the class teacher who was waiting by the window. Upon seeing this, the class teacher hurried over and heard Professor Chai say to him with a smile, I think Miss Song Wan's university knowledge is already very solid. She can go directly to graduate school. How about letting her be my student? The class teacher could even react. Several big guys standing behind him rushed over. Old Chai, have some shame. We are still here. Do you think we are dead? Little classmate, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is just a so-so. Why don't you come to our space base and get the best treatment? I think you are very knowledgeable about software, so it would be a good idea for you to come to our institute directly. Our research is the most important thing. This is when we need talents like young students the most. Can you old guys please step aside for now? You are the class teacher of the little classmate, right? Young people are formidable. Thank you for training such a genius for us. The class teacher, who was originally full of pride, suddenly said, Shiguma, handakuten no. No. Help. Is he qualified to talk to these big guys on an equal footing? Chapter 38, Reward Lanting Commercial Street. Seeing that the big guys were fighting in the corridor, the class teacher hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Teachers, shall we go to the office to discuss these issues in detail? So there was a scene like this in the corridor. The corridor was filled with students on both sides, but a passage spontaneously formed in the middle. The class teacher stood at the front and led the way, followed by several famous bosses and their assistants. If it were just that it would be fine, But the key point is that such a group of big guys actually protected a female classmate like a treasure, with unspeakable fanaticism in their eyes. Until the figures of the big guys completely disappeared from their sight, the students were still standing there in a daze. If I remember correctly, even though Professor Chai valued Senior Chu Linhai, he didn't ask Senior Chu to be a student in the end, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone knows that Professor Chai has not taught students for a long time. It was shocking that he came back once a few years ago for Senior Chu. What do they hear now? Professor Chai wants to accept a sophomore girl as his student, and you're competing with a bunch of big guys for it. But you haven't succeeded yet? They just felt that the world seemed to be becoming more and more mysterious. In the girls' dormitory room 302, Qi Xingran suddenly stood up, startling both Li Lui and Huang Ran. Without waiting for the two to blame her, she took a deep breath and handed the phone to them. I'm afraid Wanwan is really popular this time. Li Lui and Huang Ran looked at the phone screen in confusion, only to see the forum interface that they had shown to Song Wan before. Ray has now become another topic, and the topic even directly points out the central figure. On how strong is Song Wan, the schoolgirl who has attracted so many big shots? The topic seemed to have the word explosive. The two of them didn't care about being shocked and clicked directly into the topic. The poster obviously knows how to guess the thoughts of the viewers. The first thing that catches the eye is the silhouettes of Song Wan and many big guys in the corridor. Then the post says, I know you were shocked why I would post such a picture. That's right. The beautiful girl in the picture is Song Wan, the sophomore student in the computer science department, whom I want to talk to you about this time. You may not know what this junior girl just did. First of all, I think everyone should recognize Professor Chai in the picture without me saying anything, right? Are you wondering why Professor Chai, who has not been in school for a long time, suddenly showed up today? As a loyal fan of Professor Chai, the author of the original post is naturally very concerned about this issue. That's right, Professor Chai suddenly returned to school just for the beautiful girl in the picture. Speaking of this, I wonder if any of you think this girl looks familiar? This was the girl who was recruited in advance by Senior Chu Linhai in this morning's hot class. The above is the premise, and what I'm going to talk about next is quite awesome. According to my good-for-nothing younger brother, who was in the same class as Junior Song Wan, Professor Chai brought a laptop with him when he came to see me today. Maybe someone guessed it. Yes, the laptop that Professor Chai prepared was for Song Wan. Maybe it was a test, maybe it was a check. Anyway, my brother and his entire class were taking classes downstairs, and my junior girl was typing away on the keyboard at the podium accompanied by Professor Chai. Then something even more awesome came along. When my brother and his classmates were about to finish their class, Professor Chai suddenly asked my brother and his class teacher to interrupt the lecture and let all the students leave early. Those who study computer science should have figured out what this means, right? Junior sister Song Wan. It is difficult to discuss confidential matters here, so I will not say more. Then the most crucial part came. Just when my brother and his classmates were about to leave the classroom, the big guys in the picture arrived. Wow. Right from the start, he rushed to compete with Professor Chai to become the junior's teacher. That's right. I want to ask you, how long has it been since you last saw a few big guys fighting over students? Maybe some people will still not take it seriously after seeing this, so I will introduce these big guys in the picture to you in detail. You are all familiar with Professor Chai, so I won't say much about him. First is the big guy in gray standing on the right of schoolmate Song Wan. He is an academician of a certain Chinese academy and the #1 figure in pioneering the chip era in China, academician Yu Tianming. The man on the right of academician Yu, wearing a blue striped jacket, is the director of the Defense Research Department of Shanghai. Then there is the old man standing to the left of schoolmate Song Wan, wearing glasses and a white research suit. He is Lin Feng, deputy director of the Institute of Aerospace. Finally, there is the one standing behind boss Lin Feng, who is also wearing a white research suit and looks very kind. I just want to ask you if he looks familiar? That's right. It was him who led the team to defeat Country M's computer team 7 years ago. I just want to ask you, do you obey? No, you obey. As one of the first people to discover this treasure school girl, the author of this post must be waiting to see her shine, and this post is made as a testimony. Finally, please bless me, my precious academic master, so that I will never fail. There were also a lot of replies under the post, and in the end there was even a trend of praying for the top students to not fail the exam. As Qi Xingran said, the post exploded visibly. So when Song Wan returned to the dormitory, she saw 3 people waiting at the door. Song Wan opened the door and sat directly on the chair. What are you doing standing at the door? The 3 of them all looked at each other with sparkling eyes. Wanwan, Which boss did you choose as your teacher in the end? Song Wan slumped in the chair and said weakly, I didn't choose any. Ah, Huang Ran, who was originally sitting on a chair with Song Wan, couldn't help but stand up. Why, Wanwan, those big guys are so powerful. Song Wan stretched out his body and said, maybe it's because I just want to be an ordinary person and enjoy life. So let's just forget about working around the clock at the research institute. Seeing the three people not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he added, but I promised them that I would go to the institute when I have time in the future. If she can help, she will naturally try her best. Otherwise, how could those people let her go so easily? Huang Ran then sat back in his chair and looked at Song Wan with a brighter look. Wow, did the big boss give you any benefits? Song Wan blinked at her and said, the homeroom teacher said I can choose not to attend future classes. Oh my God, Wanwan, you are so happy. The three of them looked at her with eyes full of envy. Li Lui excitedly took her arm and said, to celebrate Wanwan's freedom at university, let's go to Lanting Commercial Street for a big meal tonight. As soon as Song Wan raised her head, she heard the cute voice of the system. Then congratulations to the host for achieving the hot campus achievement and be rewarded with the ownership of Lanting Commercial Street. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 39 Internet Celebrity Ding Dang. Do you know how many fans I have on Douyin? The afternoon breeze is slightly cool, and it makes people feel much cooler when it blows on their bodies. Because there were 4 people, Song Wan did not drive. Instead, I took the bus with them as I did before. The bus driver was a warm-hearted uncle who was always very enthusiastic towards students like them. The 4 of them found a seat in the back and sat down. Li Lui and Huang Ran immediately began chattering with Song Wan about what new stores had opened in the commercial street and what new delicious food had been added. Qi Xingran sat aside, looking at them quietly with a smile. After about 10 minutes, several people arrived at the station, got off the bus in an orderly manner, and immediately came to the entrance of the new store they mentioned. Xindian is a barbecue restaurant called Yuanchu Barbecue, which has become a popular online celebrity restaurant in recent times. When they arrived at the restaurant, the last table was empty. How lucky! It must be the good luck brought by Wanwan. Li Lui immediately jumped up and pulled Song Wan and the other 2 and walked towards their seats under the guidance of the waiter. As soon as I walked to my seat, I heard a commotion at the door. Several people subconsciously looked over and saw 3 people walking in from the door at once. As soon as the 3 of them entered the store, they attracted the attention of everyone eating in the store. I saw that the one leading the 3 was holding a camera in his hand, and the other one was carrying a big canvas bag. The 2 of them were surrounding the girl walking in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. And that girl was indeed the most eye-catching. She was wearing a pink plaid JK uniform and had 2 ponytails on her head with bell straps tied on them. The bells jingled as she walked, giving people a very playful feeling. It's just that the makeup is a bit heavy, and you can vaguely see some traces of plastic surgery. Look, is that Doraemon? Someone among the diners immediately recognized the girl. It seems to be true. The assistant beside her has also appeared on camera. Wow, I actually saw an internet celebrity here today. Where is it? Is it the little ding-dong from Douyin? When Doraemon heard their discussion, although she still had a smile on her face, there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes, and she immediately called the waiter. Do you have any room here? The waiter looked embarrassed and said, Excuse me, sir. A customer just came over. It happened to be the last table. How about you wait for a while? The smile on Xiao Ding-dong's face did not fade, but the assistant beside him stepped forward and said to the waiter in a low voice, We informed your boss before we came here, so you should think it over carefully. If your boss knew that you turned away our little Doraemon, I wonder if he would fire you directly? The waiter was obviously persuaded and subconsciously looked towards Song Wan's table where he had just sat down. Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw the 3 people who had just entered the room walking towards them. The girl with twin ponytails in the lead didn't say anything, but the man who looked like an assistant and had a canvas bag on his back spoke to the 4 people. Hello. Li Lui was the one who surfed the most among the group. She looked at the girl with twin ponytails excitedly and said, Hello. Excuse me, are you Tinkerbell? The girl with twin ponytails saw that she was recognized again and nodded modestly. Seeing this, the assistant's eyes became a little arrogant, and he said to Li Lui, You are a fan, right? If you are a fan, you should have paid attention to our content, right? Li Lui was puzzled by the question, but she nodded to show respect. Then she heard the assistant continue. We finally found time to check in at this store. You know how precious our time is. I wonder if you and your friends can give us a seat. Li Lui? No. What do you mean we should give you a seat? The assistant looked impatient. Since you are a fan, can't you agree to such a simple request? Li Lui's cheeks turned red with anger, and the excitement she had just felt when she saw Doryman disappeared without a trace in an instant. When did I say I was your fan? Besides, we got to this position first. Shouldn't you go to the side and wait for a new position? The assistant rolled his eyes immediately and said, "You guys are so free. Why don't you wait for a while? Since you know us, Ding Dang, you should know how precious our time is, right?" Huang Ran couldn't help but stand up and said, "What do you know, Daddy? Your time is precious. In a word, if you don't allow me, leave now. Is it great to be an internet celebrity? They clearly arrived first. Why should I give them my seat?" Hearing Huang Ran's ruthless words, the assistant turned around and looked at him with an unreasonable look. "Do you know how many fans our Ding Dang has on Douyin?" Before Huang Ran could speak, Song Wan looked at the waiter impatiently. "Aren't you going to take care of it? You always understand the first come, first served rule, right? Please ask them to leave. They're disturbing our order." The waiter who was called looked at the domineering assistant with embarrassment. The assistant vaguely saw the other guest's gazes and felt a little embarrassed. He looked straight at Song Wan, his voice gnashing with teeth. "Do you really have to make things so ugly? Our Ding Dong's time is precious. What's wrong with you giving way for a while? At most, let Ding Dang sign an autograph for you, right?" Seeing the assistant's condescending expression, Song Wan laughed out loud. "Don't you have a mirror at home?" The assistant was stunned, and then he heard Song Wan say, "If you don't have money to buy it, I will sponsor one of you, so you can see how big your face is. Even the mirror can hardly hold it up." At this moment, even the smile on Doryman's face faded. Seeing that Song Wan had no intention of giving them face at all, Doryman took a few steps forward and got closer to Song Wan, slightly, and whispered, "Do you know how many fans I have on Douyin?" The perfume smelled too pungent, so Song Wan quietly moved away, and then she heard Ding Dang continue to say in her ear, "If you don't know, I'll tell you. 3.5 million. As long as I give you some guidance, do you think you will be exposed online because of what happened today?" Song Wan looked back at her, only to see Doryman hypocritically showing her a brilliant smile, and then turned to the waiter and said, "I have your boss's phone number. Do you want me to call now?" The waiter suddenly got a chill and made up his mind immediately. He turned around and said to Song Wan and the other three, "Excuse me, sir. Miss Tinkerbell is a guest who has made a reservation in our store. Could you please give up your seat? We will try our best to find a new location for you as quickly as possible." Chapter 40. Boss, please give me your instructions. Li Lui and Huang Ran were so angry that they stood up, and even Qi Xingran had a look of anger on his face. "Why didn't you tell us we had an appointment when we came in just now?" "That's right. Just because they are internet celebrities, you don't care about first come, first served? Is this how you run your business?" The waiter was a little embarrassed by the scolding, but still said, "I'm sorry, we forgot that Miss Tinkerbell had a reservation, so you took her in her other seats." Several people found it funny. In just a few words, it seemed like they were taking up someone else's place. Huang Ran was so angry that he wanted to argue again, but he heard Song Wan's faint voice into his ears. "Then call your boss over." The girl's voice was not loud, but it miraculously calmed Huang Ran and the other two. The waiter was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, the assistant beside him spoke sarcastically. "What? Do you know the boss here too?" "I don't know him." Song Wan shook his head sincerely, "but I think he is a smart man and should know what the right thing to do is." Laugh. Hearing Song Wan's words, Doryman and the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud, and looked at Song Wan as if he was a fool. The assistant in particular almost laughed at him. "This is truly the funniest joke I've heard this year. One is a big internet celebrity who can bring traffic to the store, and the other is just an ordinary foodie. The boss would be stupid not to choose Doryman." Song Wan just looked at the waiter beside her. The waiter was stunned when he met her gaze, and subconsciously looked at Song Wan, who was sitting there. To be fair, the girl in front of me is obviously prettier than Doryman. Even though such a conflict had occurred, she still sat there calmly, as if such a thing was nothing to worry about for her. For some reason, the waiter nodded at Song Wan. Seeing this, Doryman and the other two had no intention of stopping it. Since the boss was here, they would not be the ones to leave in the end anyway. This barbecue restaurant has 2 floors, and the waiter quickly went upstairs under everyone's gaze. When he came down again, a man in his early 30s with a buzz cut was following him. He was obviously the owner of this barbecue restaurant. The boss was brought in front of several people. His eyes stayed on Doryman for a moment, and he asked in surprise, "Are you Tinkerbell? Didn't you say you would come tomorrow?" Doryman didn't say anything, but the assistant beside him raised his eyebrows and said to the boss, Our doorman has an event tomorrow, so we came here early in order not to miss the appointment. Just boss, is this how you welcome us? As he said this, he deliberately glanced at Song Wan and the others. The meaning was self-evident. The boss with a crew cut followed his gaze, and the first person he saw was Song Wan sitting there. The girl was very young, and she didn't look flustered at all when she met his gaze. She just sat there quietly, as if just waiting for his explanation. The boss' heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt it was ridiculous, as if the boss was censoring his employees. And he was still the one being censored. In such a short time, his mind had already turned several corners. His eyes finally fell on Song Wan's wrist with the Cartier bracelet. He was startled, and then he decisively bowed to Song Wan and said, "My dear customer, I am so sorry that you have encountered such a depressing thing in our store." He glanced at Doryman standing beside him, and then said, "Ms. Tinkerbell made an appointment in our store for tomorrow, so this seat should have been yours. To express our apology, Yuanshu Barbecue will give you all your purchases in the store for free today. Is that okay?" Before Song Wan could say anything, Doryman and the other two widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially the assistant who had just looked so sure that Song Wan and the others were about to leave in disgrace, now looked at the boss as if he was looking at a lunatic. "Boss, do you know what you were talking about now? What do you mean this position was originally theirs? Ding Dang is an internet celebrity with 3.5 million fans on Douyin. Is the boss crazy to offend them for just a few ordinary customers?" The smile on Xiao Dingdong's face also disappeared, and he turned to look at the boss. "Isn't it enough to have an appointment? I finally found time to come here. Why bother about today or tomorrow? Boss, do you not want to cooperate with me anymore?" In fact, the boss also felt a little regretful after making this decision. After all, Doryman is a genuine internet celebrity with more than 3 million fans. If she were to promote their Yuanshu barbecue, the popularity of their store would definitely go to a higher level. However, his intuition told him that the girl sitting here should not be messed with. After weighing the pros and cons, the boss finally chose to trust his intuition that had saved him countless times. So he could only look at Doryman with an apologetic look on his face and said, "Sorry, your appointment was originally scheduled for tomorrow. If it were tomorrow, we would definitely have a table reserved for you all day. But today, these customers arrived first, and I can't drive my guests away without following the rules." Hearing what the boss said, Li Lui and the other two were immediately happy, and the anger on their faces gradually subsided. After all, this boss was reasonable. But the three Dorymans who were standing aside were furious. Ever since Doryman's fans reached 1 million, they were praised by everyone wherever they went. Today, I suffered such a huge loss in such a small barbecue restaurant. It would have been fine if a few students didn't understand the hint, but I never expected that the boss was actually such an idiot. Doryman gave the photographer a look without any expression, and the photographer understood it immediately and turned on his mobile phone and the camera in his hand to prepare for recording. The assistant threw the canvas bag on his shoulder and looked at them fiercely. "Just wait for your photos to be posted online. If we don't make this store and these people famous, we will be letting down their more than 3 million fans." However, the next moment, I saw the girl sitting there playing with her mobile phone and speaking softly into the microphone. "Come in." The assistant and Doryman were wondering when they saw a group of bodyguards in black suits suddenly rush in from the door and walk towards them without saying a word. The photographer was about to turn on the camera on his mobile phone when his hand trembled and the phone fell to the ground with a click. Then I saw the group of bodyguards walking straight up to the girl sitting there. Then he bowed respectfully to the girl and said, "Boss, please give me your instructions." Chapter 41, This is the Real Rich Girl. Seeing such a big scene, Doryman and the other two subconsciously took a few steps back. They gave Song Wan was no longer as domineering as it was at the beginning, especially the assistant who had just looked so proud. Now his face was full of fear. In public, what do you want to do? In an instant, it seemed as if a dozen tragedies had flashed through my mind. He wanted to shout for help loudly, but was afraid of upsetting the girl in front of him, who called over a dozen bodyguards in suits without saying a word. Hold the canvas bag on his shoulders tightly with trembling hands. Song Wan, who was in the sight, chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that if you want to eat here, you can line up in an orderly manner." Having said this, he paused, looking at the increasingly frightened Doryman and the other two, but his smile was still faint. "But if you guys want to cause trouble, I'm afraid I'll have to intervene." Although her tone was still gentle, the legs of Doryman and the other two were already a little weak. The assistant and the photographer looked at Doryman at the same time. Doryman gritted her teeth and dared not say anything harsh. She lowered her voice and said to the two of them, "Hurry up and leave." By the time the three men left the store, the matter was easily resolved, and the boss with a crew cut hadn't even reacted yet. What happened just now had such a huge impact on him that his mind was still like a mess and he couldn't process it. Bowed respectfully to Song Wan again and said in a loud voice, "Then we won't disturb the boss's meal for now. If the boss needs anything else, you can call us at any time." The boss with the crew cut finally woke up from his dream and reacted. Except for the owner of this commercial street, there is no one else who can command the bodyguards on this street and make them call him boss. Thinking of this, the boss with the crew cut was shocked. So, he almost offended the big boss of this commercial street? Suddenly, besides fear, I felt full of relief. Who could have imagined that the big boss of the commercial street would be such a young and beautiful girl? If he really drove her away as an ordinary diner, he would probably not even know how the store closed. This time, Song Wan had already nodded to the bodyguard captain. The bodyguard team entered the store in an orderly manner and left in an orderly manner. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes. Before even the other guests knew what was going on, the store had already returned to peace. Huang Ran and the other two were obviously still in a daze. They were all ready for a big fight and to fight with that Doryman on the internet. As a result, the problem was solved in just 2 sentences. Qi Xingran's gaze towards Song Wan suddenly became deeper, and his idea of hugging her thighs became clearer. Her roommate's family background was far more impressive than she had imagined. Before they could speak, the boss with a crew cut looked at Song Wan with warm and flattering eyes. "So you are our big boss." His hands were not idle either. He quickly poured fruit tea for Song Wan and then continued, "This time, our store's arrangement was inappropriate. Please bear with me, boss." As he said this, he patted the waiter beside him and said, "Hurry up and prepare food for the boss. Remember to send all the specialties of our store over." The waiter reacted immediately, nodded hurriedly, and said yes. His steps seemed to be floating when he left. Oh my God! Are all the young girls nowadays so capable? She clearly still looks like a student, but she is already her boss's boss. What kind of condition is this? After the boss with the buzz cut left in fear, Li Lui finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and spoke up. "Wanwan, why do they call you boss?" Huang Ran and Qi Xingran immediately turned their eyes over, obviously very curious about the answer to this question. Then I heard my roommate say calmly, "Oh, this? It might be because I bought Lanting Commercial Street." Bought it? The three of them looked at Song Wan with varying degrees of fear, and Huang Ran's mouth was almost dislocated. "What did you say? You bought the entire commercial street?" Seeing Song Wan nod, Huang Ran and the other two all looked doubtful about their lives. "Your grandpa must not be an ordinary rich man. How can ordinary wealthy people withstand such treatment?" Song Wan smiled without saying anything and heard the system's cute tone in her mind with a lot of pride. Of course, this is not just any rule. This is automatically putting herself in the role of her grandfather. Song Wan was too lazy to correct its thoughts. Yuanchu Barbecue Restaurant is a barbecue restaurant that has become popular recently in the area, and the food tastes pretty good. The waiter filled their table with almost all of their restaurant's signature dishes and signature meats. Even with Huang Ran, a big eater, there was still a lot left on the table. Burp, Li Lui patted her round belly. "I really can't eat anymore?" The other two people were not much better. Even Qi Xingran, who had been most concerned about his image before, felt a little overwhelmed at this time. Song Wan looked at the three people with amusement. "Who told you to eat so much at once?" It's all because the waiter who helped with the barbecue was so enthusiastic. The three of them looked at each other and sighed in their hearts at the same time. The power of Wanwan is simply too great. Two waiters stood in front of them and grilled meat one plate after another, which was much more attentive than Hai Mao Lao. Songwan naturally had no idea what the others were thinking. Although the waiter repeatedly said that they didn't have to pay for the meal, she still took out the payment code and scanned 2,000. When the four people left the store, the two waiters couldn't help but sigh quietly. This is the real rich girl. I don't even want to take advantage of this. On Songwan's side, the four of them, following Qi Xingran's suggestion, strolled leisurely down the street. Originally, the four of them planned to go back directly after eating, but now 3 of them were full, so they just walked around to digest the food. The 4 of them slowly left the bustling neighborhood and walked along the quiet street towards the school. The sunset glowed on the trees on the roadside, folding out a faint red color, and the laughter of the 4 girls spread far away. After walking for about 10 minutes, Huang ran, and the other two finally felt that their stomach aches were no longer so severe. Just as I was about to walk back to the main road to hail a car, I saw 5 or 6 thugs in exaggerated clothing coming towards me. Li Lui's heart suddenly beat fast, and she subconsciously grabbed Huang Ran and Song Wan. Huang Ran immediately stood in front of the 3 people and said, "Let's go back." However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a few thugs walking towards him from behind. Judging from their clothes, they were in the same group as the ones in front. The gangster's goal was also very clear. He laughed at the few people and said, "Hey, where are you going, sisters?" Chapter 42, everyone knows about it, but you were still pretending to be a poop worm. Huang ran, and his companions subconsciously looked around, because this was a small road and there were not many pedestrians. Even if there were people walking over in 2s and 3s, no one dared to come over easily when seeing the dozen or so thugs. The host's current situation has been detected, and a random task has been issued. Defeat the gangsters and find the employer. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with 200 million Douyin coins and 20 million Axe coins. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Song Wan raised her eyebrows and looked at the gangster in front of her with some meaningful eyes. It was not because of the system reward, but because of the employer that the system had just revealed. "This is easy." Song Wan immediately showed a very gentle smile to the gangsters in front of him. "Want to play?" A dozen or so hooligans were startled, and then they looked at Song Wan with more vulgar and evil eyes. This little sister is sensible. However, the next moment, the gangster who had just spoken flew backwards and hit the tree behind him heavily. "Fuck! This woman is a martial artist. Brothers, come together." Upon hearing this, the other hooligans rushed forward. Ran, and the other 2 people standing by became anxious upon seeing this. Li Lui hurriedly took out her cell phone to call the police, while Huang Ran picked up a brick from the side of the road and went straight up. Qi Xingran looked around but couldn't find the second brick, so he simply swung the bag in his hand over. However, the scene was too chaotic, and before the 2 men could find an opportunity, more than a dozen thugs had already been knocked down. Huang Ran was still holding a brick, Qi Xingran was holding a bag, and Li Lui, who had called the police, was also holding a bag. The 3 of them maintained the same posture, but their eyes were almost popping out. "I'll go and ask for your help. Are you an actor in a movie?" Huang Ran put down the brick in his hand, shook his arms, his face full of surprise. Li Lui and Qi Xingran beside him were not much better. They stared blankly at Song Wan as she put her legs down, murmuring, "Why didn't I realize Wanwan was so strong and had such straight legs before?" Song Wan didn't bother to respond to the 3 people and went straight to the leading gangster. This gangster has dyed blonde hair, dark skin, and small eyes, which makes him look out of place. The golden-haired gangster met Song Wan's gaze, and his body, which was originally lying on the ground, suddenly stiffened. He endured the pain and kept moving to the side. The next moment, Song Wan moved her feet directly behind him. Feeling that there was no more distance behind him for him to move, the golden retriever suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. "Sister, dear sister, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man, so I ended up in your hands by mistake. Please be kind and let us go." When he looked up, he saw the gentle smile on Song Wan's face. "Then tell me who asked you to come?" Her smile was not even any different from the one that had made him dizzy just now. It was calm and gentle, like a blooming lily, clean and beautiful. However, the expression on Golden Retriever's face was uglier than crying, and he could no longer have any illusions about this smile. "I just want to stay far away and never see you again." Then the girl paused and asked doubtfully, "Don't you want to say it? Speak, speak. I'll tell you." Afraid that if he was a step late, the girl would do something cruel to him again, the golden-haired man nodded decisively. Whoever didn't speak would be a fool. It was clear that he hated his employer to the extreme at this moment. How the hell does this sound like what he said about just a few ordinary female college students? He didn't even mention the fact that there was a queen of flower in there. With his still undislocated left hand, he pointed to the phone in his pocket with difficulty. "He's nearby. I'll send a signal to call him over." Seeing Song Wan nod, Jimao quickly sent an okay message to his employer as agreed. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, a familiar figure ran over from the back corner. While running, he shouted, "Stop! Don't hurt Wanwan, otherwise I will call the police." Song Wan, who was squatting there, said, Ran and the other 2, who had just put down their attacking postures. The hooligans lying on the ground in different postures. What a fool! Don't you have eyes? If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, a few crows would have flown over his head. Let him see how embarrassing what he shouted is in the current situation. Song Wan then stood up and looked leisurely at the figure running towards him, panting. Isn't it the scumbag Raymond Lam? Lin Feng realized something was amiss when he ran closer. Not only was Song Wan not under control as he had thought, but the scene was not like that. Song Wan was still standing there alive and well, and even Huang ran and the other two were fine. Instead, the thugs he had hired with all his savings were lying on the ground, some of them even wailing in a low voice. This? Wanwan, what's going on? Song Wan stood there with her arms crossed, not hurriedly asking, shouldn't you know best what's going on? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but his face was full of confusion and innocence. Wanwan, what are you talking about? Stop pretending. The golden retriever lying on the ground was furious when he saw Raymond Lam. Everyone knows about this, and you're still acting. What the hell are you doing? If you want to pursue a girl, don't ask for details in advance. What kind of hero-saving beauty plot does this female queen want to stage? It's really like Granny Lou sitting at the table, making a fool of herself. The key point is that not only did he get involved himself, but he and his brothers were also implicated. The cost of hiring them is not enough to cover their medical expenses. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned green, and he even stuttered when he spoke. What nonsense are you talking about? Wanwan, please believe me. I really don't know what's going on. It doesn't matter whether Wanwan believes you or not, as long as the police believe you. Li Lui walked over with her cell phone in her hand and looked at Lin Feng with unspeakable sarcasm and contempt in her eyes. I've just called the police. I believe they will be here soon. When the time comes, you can just explain it to the police officer. Lin Feng was stunned. His whole face turned from green to red, and from red to white, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Just at this moment, the sound of sirens came from far away and reached everyone's ears. Li Lui tightly grasped the phone and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Hey, here's your chance to explain. Wanwan, you believe me, I didn't mean it. Lin Feng didn't care about Li Lui. He turned his head and looked at Song Wan, as if he had grabbed the last straw, his eyes full of fear. I just want you to change your mind. I don't want to hurt you. Wanwan, you are so kind. You must understand me, right? Can you talk to Li Lui and ask the police to go back? Lin Feng watched the police car getting closer and closer, and his speech became incoherent. However, the girl who seemed very gentle in his impression smiled brightly at him. Sorry, I'm not kind at all. Chapter 43, Random Mission, Magic City Beihai Hospital. Lin Feng was stunned, and his heart sank instantly. Said to Song Wan sincerely, Wanwan, don't you care at all about the good times we had in the past? I just want you to come back to me. Do you really want to be so heartless to me? He had to admit that at this moment he was really scared. During this period, Wanwan kept watching him and did not give him any chance to contact Song Wan again. When he returned to the dormitory, his roommates either accused him of being blind or said in a sarcastic way that he was not so lucky. He really regretted it, especially when I saw those hot posts about her on the school forum. People who didn't know her might not be able to tell, but he had been with her for such a long time. How could he not recognize her? She seemed to have become pretty again, and the cars she drove were more expensive than each other. Several big guys who she rarely saw on weekdays were vying to have her as their student. If he had not taken that wrong step at the beginning, then this outstanding girl would be his girlfriend now. When he thought of this, Lin Feng's heart felt like there were thousands of ants crawling on it, and it was extremely painful and sour. Just at this time, I heard my roommate calling and saying that his girlfriend seemed to have seen Song Wan and others go out. He took great pains to avoid the people sent by Wanwan to look after him, and only then did he catch up with Song Wan and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Song Wan with even more pain. Wanwan, do you know how much effort I put in to see you? Song Wan felt like vomiting after hearing this. The original owner was so good to him, but he didn't cherish her at all. Instead, he got together with Wanwan behind her back. Now she ignored him, but he kept clinging to her like a dogskin plaster. To put it bluntly, isn't it all about money? Song Wan took a deep breath and looked at him with undisguised disgust in her eyes. Do you know what I hate most about you? Lin Feng didn't say anything, and his expression became even more hurt. Seeing this, Song Wan just sneered and said, if you confess that you did it for money, I might not be so disgusted. But you refuse to admit it and even pretend to be a love saint. Do you think everyone in the world is a fool except you? Fuck, isn't this just like being a whore and wanting to build a chastity archway? I'm familiar with this trick, buddy. The golden-haired guy who was silently watching the show suddenly had an idea and couldn't help but interrupt. Realizing that Song Wan was looking at him, Jimao's face suddenly froze again, and he quickly begged for mercy. I'm wrong, sister. You continue, you continue. Lin Feng was about to explain when he saw several policemen in uniform walking towards him. The leader was a male policeman about 35 years old with a stern face, the kind that looked difficult to get along with at first glance. The few policemen following behind him looked younger. They walked forward quickly and couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the scene. A policeman who looked very lively spoke directly. Oh my God, Captain Lin, what's going on? The one called Captain Lin was the male police officer who was in charge and looked difficult to get along with. He looked calm and looked around at the people standing there before asking directly, who is the person who reported the case? Li Lui raised her hand immediately. The situation at the scene was easy to explain, especially when the golden hair gang of thugs confessed everything. You said that a little girl like her took care of so many people by herself? The lively policeman suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Song Wan with disbelief in his eyes. These are 11 young men. Was it solved by a little girl who looked so fragile? Are they teaming up to deceive people? However, seeing the gangster's eyes looking at them as if they were saviors, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Everyone present was involved in the case. Although Song Wan and his companions had done nothing wrong, they still needed to record their statements, so they got into the police car together. The case was easy to investigate, and it didn't take long before Song Wan and a few others were sent out first. The lively policeman was still waiting outside, looking at Song Wan with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Shall I take you back to school? Song Wan didn't say anything, and the other three people decisively refused. The police car that was used to take them there is no less powerful than Song Wan's Lamborghini. They were just frightened, so they should keep a low profile. The rejected policeman immediately looked regretful, and there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes as he looked at Song Wan. He also wanted to ask how the girls became so good at it. A few people ignored his gaze, walked out of the police station, and took a taxi back to school. It wasn't until I returned to the dormitory that I finally relaxed. Li Lui and Huang Ran looked at each other. The gloating in their eyes was not concealed at all. I'm afraid that scumbag is really going to get into trouble this time. Qi Xingran also laughed out loud. Isn't it? Our school's dean of academic affairs has been called over, so why shouldn't he be punished severely? It's the kind that goes on file. Hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but smile. Although flies don't pose any threat, it's still annoying to have them hanging around you. After this incident, Lin Feng might never dare to come in front of her again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Defeat the gangsters and find the employer. 200 million Do coins and 20 million Axe coins have been distributed to the host's account. Please check. Song Wan had just laid down on the bed when the system's voice rang in her mind as expected. Ding, trigger a random task. Help Douyin anchor Crazy Sunflower win the PK task. If the mission succeeds, you will be rewarded with the Magic City Beihai Hospital. If the mission fails, there will be no punishment. Hearing the name of Beihai Hospital, Song Wan was so shocked that she sat up from the bed again. Shanghai Beihai Hospital is one of the 4 largest private hospitals in China. It is also the most famous and mysterious hospital in Shanghai. Not to mention the luxurious and advanced facilities. The attending doctors alone are all world-famous experts. They have cured countless difficult and complicated diseases since the hospital was founded. Song Wan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Rumor has it that even the upper-class families need to queue up if they want to get treatment. The Beihai Hospital, which has a very high threshold, is so easily regarded as a reward by the system. Basic operation, basic operation. Song Wan didn't wait long and quickly opened Douyin Live and searched for Crazy Sunflower. Although his funny name doesn't quite match his personality, he is actually a sunny and handsome guy. I clicked directly into the live broadcast room and saw that this handsome guy was indeed piking with someone else. Seeing the face in the opposite live broadcast room who was piking, whom he had just seen today, Song Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, isn't this the internet celebrity Doraemon with 3.5 million fans? Chapter 40, for the only special effect, Above the Moon. People in the live broadcast room of Crazy Sunflower. As a game host, he usually does not PK with others online. But today is different. I just lost the game, and my mentality is about to explode. He simply turned off the game and started chatting with fans in the live broadcast room. Then, at the strong request of fans, live PK was started. Unexpectedly, the first connection even reached Doraemon, and everyone on the public screen immediately started to express pessimism. Brother Koei, you're done. The one on the other side is Doraemon. Ding dong? The beautiful anchor who visited the store? Yes, it's her. There are many big brothers on the list. She will lose miserably this time. It's over, Kuei. It's not that we don't want to help you. We just can't beat those big guys on the other side. Sure enough, when Doraemon saw that it was them sitting opposite him, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Sunflower? Are you a game anchor? Sunflower nodded indifferently, and then heard someone chuckle and say to the people in her live studio, Brothers, why don't we just let this one go? After all, he's a game anchor, and it won't look good if he hits too hard. The people in the Sunflower Live broadcast room were immediately shocked. What kind of disgusting statement is this? This wave of opponents is really disgusting. Isn't it just because you have a big brother? Number one little brother. I support you. Beat them down. Crazy Sunflower was obviously speechless. Before he could say anything, he heard Doraemon from the other side speaking again with a smile. No, Sunflower, our brothers all want to see me PK with you. Do you want to come? Top guy in the live broadcast room couldn't help it and typed directly on the public screen. Sunflower, fuck her. I still have some pocket money. Sunflower naturally saw the first place as speech, so she replied, Then come on. The smile on Tinkerbell's face suddenly became even more intense. Then whoever loses will roll 50 times on the spot. How about that? The tone of her voice was almost as if she was going to win. The public screen here refreshed faster instantly. She's pretending to be a bitch. My goodness, she rolled over 50 times on the spot. This woman is really evil-minded. Brothers and sisters, hurry up. Those who have money can help by spending money to take down that disgusting thing over there. However, as soon as the PK started, I saw the sports car special effects light up directly in the opposite live broadcast room. One after another, the score was widened in an instant. The people in the live studio were all stunned. Oh my God, is this the power of a beautiful female anchor? A sports car costs 150 yuan, but now it costs 1,500 yuan. How can we beat it? Everyone come on. I'm offering you all the beer I've been saving for years. I'm coming from the other side. I advise you to lie down. You can't beat our ding-dang big brother. Don't waste your energy to get these little melons and 2 dates. Can you please just go back to where you are? You are mocking me. Then the live broadcast room was instantly filled with rocket special effects. Fuck Douyin number 1. The top guy is awesome. The score of one Douyin account is 1,000, and the guy at the top of the list got 10 of them at once, instantly surpassing the score. Number 1 brother. You are so handsome. Sisters, don't fight with me. I want to give Bangshing Monkey to everyone. Where's that bastard who was yelling just now? Let's see who's incompetent. However, the people in the live broadcast room had not been happy for 10 seconds before they saw the carnival special effects rising up on the opposite side. It was also 10 in a row, instantly pulling the score back. Even if the guy at the top of the list got 10 Douyin number 1s, the score was still not reversed. The person with the Doraemon fan sign saw this and hurriedly spoke again. I told you guys not to waste your energy, but you didn't listen. Are you dumbfounded? I'm dumbfounded. Stupid fans, get out of the live broadcast room. Is this the strength of the opponent's big brother? The people in the live broadcast room were a little stunned. On weekdays, most of them watched game live broadcasts while eating and had never seen such a scene. Crazy Sunflower also received a private message from the number 1 guy at this time. Sorry, Brother Kuei, this is all my pocket money this month. Crazy Sunflower hurriedly said to the screen, Brothers, don't be angry about this. I'm just a game anchor, and I don't make a living by playing PK. We're just playing for fun. There's no need to get angry about this. After hearing Sunflower's comfort, the fans in the live broadcast room felt even more upset. But if you lose, you have to roll on the ground 50 times. This old woman is really too dark. If only I had money, I wouldn't be able to kill them. At this moment, a line of bright words suddenly appeared above the live broadcast room, with a hazy moon special effect. Welcome, Wanwan, to the live broadcast room. What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? My eyes are going blind, guys. Tell me this is real. It's the Moon Emperor. It's the Moon Emperor. This is the first time I've seen this special effect. Is it unique to Douyin? The Moon King has arrived. Get out of the way, all you bastards. That's right. I'm talking to you, you bastard with the opposite fan sign. Even Sunflower was a little startled. She stared blankly at the moon special effects that lit up on the screen, and then suddenly reacted. Welcome, Moon Emperor. Welcome, Big Boss. Almost at the same time, the person with the ding-dong fan sign spoke again. What Moon King? The big brothers in our live broadcast room don't dare to call themselves kings. They don't have much money, but they are so arrogant. However, this time, the people in the live broadcast room did not break down again. Instead, he was in a cheerful mood And the look in his eyes when he looked at that person was full of concern for the mentally retarded person. Let me tell you a joke. The Moon King doesn't have much money. Ah, is this guy here to make people laugh? I'm dying of laughter. If the Moon Emperor didn't have much money, the big brothers in your live broadcast room would become beggars. Ha. I never thought that one day I would see such idiotic remarks with my own eyes. You said that the big guy who made 10 million in one day didn't have much money. I am so happy. Song Wan couldn't help but chuckle and type directly on the public screen. It's not much, but it seems to be enough to beat you. The man wanted to say something in response, but the next moment, he saw a beautiful moon slowly rising on the screen. That was a special effect he had never seen before. The moon is 3D, slowly rotating as it rises from the bottom of the screen. You can faintly see a dreamy silhouette sitting on the moon, with a crown shining brightly above its head. As she spun, starlight sprinkled from under the skirt of the silhouette, making the blurry silhouette look like a queen overlooking the stars. Even the halo around the moon is very elegant. Looking at the entire special effects, the first impression is that it is exquisite and gorgeous. At the same time, conspicuous subtitles scrolled out on the screen. One you presents the anchor Crazy Sunflower above the moon. Chapter 45. The Moon Emperor has gone crazy with killing. Above the moon is the only special effect that Douyin made for Song Wan for her own use only. Almost at the moment when Lin Yu appeared, Sunflower's score instantly surpassed that of Doraemon on the opposite side by a large margin. What the hell? What kind of special effect is this? I'm really focused on the money. Didn't you see the score instantly turn around? Fuck, I can't describe my shock. I'm shocked. I have a bold guess. Could this be a special effect that belongs exclusively to the Moon Emperor? After a rough calculation, the price of Linhai is about 1 million dubi, which is 100,000 renminbi. Brothers, people are dumbfounded. Douyin is indeed a big dog owner. They actually secretly customized special effects for Yue Wang. But I like it. As expected, I, the Moon Emperor, am the eternal god. Even the person who wanted to continue shouting just now shut his mouth silently after seeing this scene and jumped back to Doraemon's live broadcast room. However, the live broadcast room here was also filled with shock, no less than that over there. What the hell is going on? How come the opponent's score suddenly increased so much? I went to the other side and saw a big guy coming over. What big boss? Is that just an ordinary big boss? That's the Moon Emperor. Is it that the Moon Emperor I was thinking of? The one in front is what you think. Douyin seems to have customized a super nice special effect for it. 1 million Douyin coins. What? 1 million dubi? You must be kidding me. What's the point of teasing you? Don't you understand the score? Doraemon saw all these comments and was completely dumbfounded. Yu Huang knew. I'm afraid there is no one among the Douyin anchors who doesn't know this big guy. He gave 10 million yuan to a small anchor at one time, which made the small anchor named Onmian Xingxiao famous. What is going on now? While she was live streaming a PK, Yu Huang went to the opposite live streaming room. When Doraemon thought about the punishment for failure that she had just proposed, her face almost turned green. If you roll on the ground 50 times, even if you don't die of exhaustion, you will be laughed at to death. Thinking of the possible scene, Xiao Dingdang felt terrible and quickly smiled and acted like a spoiled child towards the big brother in the live broadcast room. Brothers, Dingdang doesn't want to roll on the ground. Can you help Dingdang and let him win this PK? However, the big brother in the live broadcast room remained silent tacitly and did not continue to send gifts. Just kidding, the guy over there is a real big shot. The kind that would cost tens of millions if they had a disagreement. Even if they wanted to fight, they simply didn't have the ability to do so. Seeing this, Xiao Dingdang secretly took out his spare phone and sent private messages to the big brothers on the list one by one. Brother, please help me. If I win this time, I will come to your house to find you and do whatever you want. As a result, the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with carnival content once again. The rankings from 1st to 6th together and directly broke through 50 carnivals. However, when the score was about to catch up with the opponent, the beautiful moon special effect appeared again in the opponent's live broadcast room. How the hell do I fight this? There are more than 30 carnivals on the opposite side of the moon. There is no fun at all, okay? Goodbye, host. I'm going to the other side to find the Moon Emperor. Brother in front, wait for me. I'm going too. In just 1 minute, the number of people in the live broadcast room was reduced by half. Meanwhile, the number of people in the live broadcast room on the opposite side had quietly exceeded 100,000. The Moon Emperor is my god, screaming like crazy. Call for the Moon King. I heard that the Moon Emperor was coming. So I came here without stopping. Wow. Can Yu Huang connect to the microphone? I went to the small broken station and searched for Yu Huang's live broadcast of playing games. I was already immersed in Yu Huang's voice and couldn't get out. Plus ID number? I've been listening to this all night, sisters. She's rich, young, has a good personality and a nice voice. How come I can't meet such a rich woman? Am I the only one who finds Moon Emperor's exclusive special effects so pretty? Crazy Sunflower saw all these comments and couldn't help but become curious about the video on the small broken station they were talking about. He immediately asked, Emperor Yu, do you still play games? Song Wan didn't have time to deal with him. There were only 2 minutes left in the PK. Since they were going to fight, they might as well fight to their heart's content. As a result, people in the live broadcast room saw the exquisite and gorgeous moon special effects rising and rotating before their eyes. Wanwan presents the anchor Crazy Sunflower, above the moon times 5. Wanwan presents the anchor Crazy Sunflower, above the moon times 10. Wanwan presents the anchor Crazy Sunflower, above the moon times 20. Wanwan presents the anchor Crazy Sunflower, above the moon times 100. The PK time will not be shown as over until the 100th Lin Yu is sent. The scores between the two anchors had been so far apart that they were no longer comparable. Another 10 million, it's annoying, brothers. Day in of daily envy of the anchor favored by the Moon Emperor. Why don't I have such good luck as the anchor? The Moon King is killing like crazy. Do you remember how the other side was shouting at the beginning? I have to say, I am so happy now. I'm so happy too. If the Moon Emperor could look at me, I'd be even happier. Mood was undoubtedly Sunflower. Seeing a full 100 Lin Yu Shang being swiped out in his live broadcast room, his heart almost burst out of his body. 10 million. That's a full 10 million. At this moment, he finally experienced the joy of sleeping under the stars. After swallowing, Sunflower still couldn't calm down. Wow, I seem to be kept by a rich woman, brothers. What virtue does the dog anchor have? Host, don't be so self-indulgent. When did the Moon King say he would support you? Can Yu Huang connect to the microphone? Can Yu Huang connect to the microphone? I really want to hear your voice. I'm also fascinated by the boss's voice. Connect with the microphone plus 9999999. Seeing these comments, Sunflower was not annoyed, and a very bright smile rose on her face decisively. I don't care, these are the maintenance fee. From now on I am Yu Huang's person. Where's your face, dog anchor? Everyone, hold still. Let me splash the water on him to wake him up. Just a silent reminder. If you count like this, then Anmian Xingxia is also considered a member of the Moon Emperor? Damn. After hearing what the person above said, I actually started to get excited for no reason. Just to put it in context, I'm a fan of Xingyu SCP. The boss doesn't choose. The boss chooses everything. On the other side, watching the popularity of the opponent rising, Xiao Dingdang couldn't help but feel jealous. Before she could say anything, someone in the barrage casually said, By the way, the PK is over. Isn't it time for the anchor to fulfill his punishment? Chapter 46. Continuous Surprises, Centurion Black Gold Card. After seeing this comment, Doryman became gloomy. Before the other live broadcast room said anything, someone from her own live broadcast room came over to remind her. Does she need him to remind her? I don't know if it's a chain reaction, but after this barrage appeared, the style of the live broadcast room on the opposite side has gradually changed. Sunflower originally wanted to talk to the boss again, but then she saw the boss slowly type a line of words on the public screen. I heard there's a penalty for losing a PK. Immediately afterwards, the discussion direction in the live broadcast room changed completely. That's right. Whoever loses will roll over on the ground 50 times. The woman on the other side proposed it herself. She was so sure that she would not lose that she deliberately wanted to see our brother Aoi make a fool of himself. I'd like to add this silently. If there was no Moon Emperor, Brother Kae would have lost miserably. Ha 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 ha. Isn't the current situation just shooting oneself in the foot? So, when will the opponent take the punishment? I'm new here. I want to see the other side rolling too. Sunflower may not care about other people's voices, but he dare not ignore Wanyue's words. So he raised his extremely bright smile and said to Doryman opposite him, I almost forgot that the PK is over. When will this beautiful lady start to fulfill her punishment? Unkind to let girls roll on the ground. But Sunflower said this without any guilt. After all, the punishment was proposed by the other party. Doryman's face froze, and then she smiled and acted coquettishly towards Sunflower. I was just joking, just a PK. Sunflower Brothers shouldn't have the heart to let me do that, right? Besides, I'm wearing a skirt today. The smile on Sunflower's face suddenly cracked, and even goosebumps appeared on her arms that were visible to the naked eye. Then the people in the live broadcast room saw that the smile on his face seemed to be more kind, and even the tone of his voice became gentler. You can change into pants if you're wearing a skirt. A beautiful lady is so upright. You shouldn't have the heart to not fulfill the request you made, right? Isn't it just green tea? Who can't do it? The goosebumps on Sunflower's arms were shaking wildly, but the smile on her face became brighter. He only cares about the happiness of their boss. As for the other side, whoever loves to feel sympathy can feel sympathy. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, the barrage of comments was suddenly filled with joy. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. I thought Akin would give in to the beauty's coquetry. It still has to be my brother Aoi. Ha 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 ha. Sunflower. I am the boss's man. Don't get close to me. Green tea. As expected, magic must be used to defeat magic. Help me, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Who can understand the feeling of holding your phone and laughing out loud during self-study class? I am socially dead. Please hurry up and punish me. If you are 2 minutes late, I may not be able to watch it. Urged to carry out her punishment, Doraemon gripped the corner of the table tightly with both hands, and the veins on her hands became noticeable. I was already in a bad mood today. I met a weird boss even when I was having a meal, and he called so many bodyguards when he had a disagreement. Now I finally start a live broadcast to make some money, and now here comes a big guy on the other side. Watching the number of fans on the other side rising rapidly because of this big guy, while the number of people in her live broadcast room kept dropping, Xiao Dingdang felt like her throat was smoking with anger. Get together to confront her today, or what? Seeing that the big guys in the live broadcast room had no intention of speaking for her, Xiao Dingdang could only quickly go downstairs and change into a set of sportswear. The assistant had already adjusted the camera to point it at the ground, and then the people in the Sunflower Live studio saw Doraemon lying on the ground weakly, looking at the camera with grievance. Then I'll start. The people in the live broadcast room suddenly. She doesn't think she looks like a delicate little white flower. Does she? She doesn't think we'll feel bad for her. Does she? I'll come too. She won't forget that she was the one who came up with this punishment, right? Ha ha ha. She deserves it. This woman used to take advantage of her power to tease other anchors. And now it's finally her turn. Last time I saw her asking a female anchor who played the guzheng to imitate the gorilla's movements. It's a good thing that things go round and round. Doraemon was still rolling hard, but Song Wan's attention had been diverted because the voice of the system in her mind had appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and you will be rewarded with the ownership of the Magic City Beihai Hospital. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. When Song Wan heard this voice, she couldn't help but feel excited. You should know that Beihai Hospital is not just an asset. Not to mention the profits that this hospital can generate every year. The huge network of contacts that can be brought by owning this top hospital is the core. As a human being, how can we not get sick? Beihai Hospital has world-renowned medical facilities and teams, and has cured countless difficult and complicated diseases. The value of a hospital where even the rich have to queue up to get medical treatment cannot be measured by money. It was not until she received a call from the person in charge of Beihai Hospital on her mobile phone and made an appointment with the person in charge to inspect the hospital that Song Wan was finally able to suppress her inner excitement. The system's voice came again at this time. The host wants to be a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful person. Don't make a fuss just because of a private hospital. Hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. The key point is Beihai Hospital an ordinary private hospital? The next moment, the system's cute voice was heard saying, Ding detected that the host spent 100 million dubi and is currently receiving multiple cashback of virtual gold. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 35 times the cashback. 350 million renminbi has been transferred to the host's account. Please check it. At the same time, the text message content on the mobile phone is also updated directly. Your card with the last number 8106 received 350 million renminbi in Huaxia Bank on September 4th, and the balance is 854,707,262 renminbi and 60 cents. Huaxia Bank. Song Wan. Just 2 words so delicious. However, this is not over yet. The next moment, a new notification sound came from the phone. On September 4th, your card with the last number 8106 received 460 million renminbi from Huaxia Bank, transferred from other banks, and the balance is 1,314,707,262 renminbi and 60 cents. Huaxia Bank. Song Wan reacted immediately. Is this the arrival of the quarterly funds for Jimao Tower? 460 million in 1 quarter? Is that the limit? But the system seemed to think that the surprise was not enough, and the cute voice slowly sounded in Song Wan's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 1 billion in liquid funds. You will be rewarded with a Centurion Black Gold card. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 47 Ownership of Xingyao Media Company. Song Wan could even react. She saw a black card next to her. She subconsciously looked at the other people in the dormitory and noticed that the three of them were doing their own things and didn't notice her. She breathed a sigh of relief. The host should learn to trust Tong. Does Tong seem to be the kind of person who does things carelessly? Sounded directly in my mind with a hint of arrogance. Song Wan couldn't help but smile. Yes, you're the most rigorous. Only then did he pick up the black card at hand. Different from Hua Xiaobang's black card, the Centurion Black card is made entirely of titanium metal and feels very textured when held in the hand. As the world-recognized king of cards, most of the people who hold it are politicians, billionaires, and celebrities from all over the world. And it does not accept applications. Those who are not invited have no way of getting this black gold card, corresponding to the difficulty of obtaining it. Those who hold it can enjoy supreme-level services around the world. No matter where the cardholder is, any request will be responded to and assisted immediately as long as it is a legal action. Each black gold card has a unique number, and there are dedicated service personnel to provide services based on the number. The black card function of Hua Xiaobang is based on it. The difference is that the Centurion Black Gold card has no upper limit on the credit limit and can be used to purchase any item no matter how valuable it is. Song Wan held the black gold card in her hand and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, she heard the system's cute voice reminding her, "Host, your Douyin live broadcast has not been closed yet." Song Wan then remembered that she was still in Crazy Sunflower's live broadcast room. When she clicked in, she found that the number of people in the room had reached 700,000. I don't know when the PK interface was closed, and only Sunflower was left in front of the camera, still chattering tirelessly. "Where is my Moon Emperor? Where's my boss? You wouldn't just support someone and then run away, right?" Even the public screen was filled with funny words. "It's over, host. The Moon King was scared away by you. The boss said he carried the train overnight. Ha ha ha, oi. Are you a repeater? Do you think the host looks like the wife watching Rock? Ha 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 ha. Sister upstairs, your description is too apt, isn't it?" Sunflower glanced at the public screen and rolled her eyes at them. "What do you mean I was scared away? Would the Moon Emperor give me so many gifts if he didn't like me? I am the one supported by the Moon Emperor, so you ordinary people will be jealous of me." Song Wan, who was passively supporting someone, couldn't help but twitch her lips and type directly on the public screen. "It's late, time to go to bed, bye." The exclusive moon effect below the public screen font. Sunflower's eyes lit up immediately. "Damn it, Moon King. You're finally alive." Song Wan. Then Sunflower said anxiously, "Yue Huang, wait a minute. At least give me your contact information before you leave." Only then did Song Wan realize that he had sent her dozens of private messages. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch again. She sent him her WeChat ID and directly left the live broadcast room. Then, in a trance, he suddenly remembered something. "System. You haven't approved Fu Xingyan's WeChat application yet, oh. I gave someone my WeChat ID, but they didn't approve it. Ha, woman." Reminded by the system, quickly opened WeChat, and sure enough, Fu Xingyan's WeChat application was there. Fu Xingyan clearly didn't say anything, but after the system said that, she felt like a devoted wife being betrayed by a heartless man. Song Wan sneezed subconsciously. What an illusion. How could she be such an ungrateful person? Shaking off the messy thoughts in my mind, I put the phone aside after accepting the WeChat call. Today's busy day lasted so long that she fell asleep within 2 minutes of closing her eyes. Next day, Song Wan just opened her eyes when she heard the system ask in her mind, "Ding, a new day, does the host want to sign in?" Sign in. Song Wan was dazed, and it was obvious that this had become a conditioned reflex. "Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of Xingyao Media Company. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." Xingyao Media Company? Song Wan opened her eyes, as if she had heard this somewhere before. I came to my senses and checked the browser, and finally figured out where the sense of familiarity came from. Isn't Xingyao Media Company the company where the singing Queen Gonli works? Xingyao Media mainly promotes singers, and almost all the famous singers in China are under its label. Isn't her second investor, Fu Xingyan, suitable for the career path of a singer? Just as I thought of this, a call came in on my phone, and the caller ID showed it was Chu Linyue. Wow, isn't this her first investor? Song Wan picked up the phone and heard Chu Linyue's calm voice with a hint of uneasiness. Junior, I called you so early. Did I wake you up? No, I'm awake. Is there anything I can help you with? Song Wan chuckled and went straight to the point. Sure enough, Chu Linyue on the other end of the phone said, Schoolmate, do you still remember what you said about investing? I've thought about it. Shall we find a place to discuss it in detail? Of course Song Wan would not refuse. She agreed on a meeting place with Chu Linyue, then stretched and got out of bed. Li Lui and Qi Xingran were washing up. Leaving Huang ran alone in the dormitory. When he saw her coming down, his eyes were instantly filled with mockery. He called me so early in the morning, and it was from a senior. Could it be Chu Linyue? Song Wan raised her eyebrows, but did not deny it. Huang Ran suddenly became excited. Oh my God, Wanwan, is Senior Chu interested in you? Why else would I ask you out every other day? Song Wan restrained her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then pushed her back into the chair. We are just going to discuss company matters, nothing else. Huang Ran didn't believe it and kept chattering until Li Lui and Qi Xingran came back. The three of them still had to go to class today. Before leaving, they took a last look at the leisurely Song Wan with envy. It would be nice if they were also allowed to skip classes. After the three people left, Song Wan didn't waste any time. She washed, changed her clothes, and went out directly. The fiery red Lamborghini Veneno driving on the road has already attracted a lot of attention. When Song Wan was waiting for the traffic light, the car behind her had already stopped when there were still 2 parking spaces away from her, and the left and right sides tacitly maintained a vacuum zone. The green light came on, and after passing another intersection, an Audi finally caught up with us. However, the car owner obviously didn't seem very experienced, and he even braked suddenly so that the front of the car turned directly towards her. Song Wan was startled. She could still hear the young man in the passenger seat yelling, Fuck, where are you turning the steering wheel? Stop it and turn it back. However, I don't know if it's because the more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. As soon as the steering wheel moved, the Audi instantly crashed towards Song Wan. Song Wan saw this scene out of the corner of her eye, and her hands moved even faster, doing a drift to get out of the Audi's collision path. The Audi was unstoppable and rushed straight onto the fence beside the road. The car owner was a young girl. She was shocked by the residual force and burst into tears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The collision directly broke the headlights of the newly bought Audi, but the expected scolding did not appear. Instead, the people around him kept sighing, as if they had survived a disaster. Good hit, good hit. If you really hit the poison, not to mention the headlights, you might lose your whole life. Chapter 48, if necessary, I will invest 500 million. On a Ferrari behind, a baby-faced young man with dyed silver hair watched poison drifting easily and couldn't help but whistle towards the front. Oh my God, this driving skill is amazing. Song Wan had no idea what was happening behind her. In just over 10 minutes, she had arrived at the door of the agreed destination. Perhaps considering that Song Wan had not had breakfast yet, Chu Linyue agreed to meet at a dessert shop. Song Wan found Chu Linyue. Small cakes and desserts were already on the table. Seeing Song Wan, Chu Linyue's eyes lit up, and he stood up immediately with a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. I heard from my sister that the cakes in the shop are delicious, and I thought you might like them too. Song Wan blinked slightly. What was placed next to her was her favorite chocolate cream cake, which looked exquisite and delicious. Then he sat down and nodded to Chu Linyue. Thank you, senior. Seeing the expectation in Chu Linyue's eyes, Song Wan didn't say much. She just picked up the spoon and took a small sip. It's soft and fluffy, but not greasy. As expected, it was delicious. Although it's not as good as the desserts made by Jiang Shui, it's much better than what she had eaten before. So he nodded in agreement to Chu Linyue and said, It's delicious. Thank you for your trouble, senior. Seeing that she liked it, Chu Linyue's smile grew wider unconsciously, and his tone of voice was full of smiles. Then eat first, and we'll talk after you're done. Song Wan didn't say much, and 5 minutes passed when the two of them finished the small cakes in front of them. Senior, why are you calling me out in a hurry this time? Did something happen in the company? Song Wan stirred the coffee in front of him and asked softly. Chu Linyue had no intention of hiding anything and nodded directly. The framework of the game we are developing is very large, and we are a little short of funds at the moment. Song Wan became interested. Didn't you think about this question before developing the game? I've thought about it, Chu Linyue confessed, but I thought about it this way before. We can make a simple version first. After making money from the simplified version, we will gradually improve the framework and production until they are optimal. Song Wan raised an eyebrow. It seems that Senior Chu is very confident in his game. Chu Linhua nodded, and at the same time, he looked at Song Wan with a hint of subtle worry. Then do you believe me? Hearing him ask such a question, Song Wan immediately curled up the corners of her lips. Senior Chu, if you need it, I will invest 500 million, and I can give you the funds now. Song Wan didn't say whether she believed it or not, but such words were more touching than just saying she believed it directly. Chu Linhua was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Song Wan with an indescribable look in his eyes. Song Wan, do you know what you're talking about? Song Wan nodded. I know exactly what I'm saying, and I won't regret it. Much existing funds originally, but now that I have it, why not invest a little more? With a 5,000% annual return rate and an investment of 500 million, she will get 25 billion in 1 year. Not to mention that if Linhua technology develops well in a year, she will be able to obtain follow-up funding. This is a business that is sure to make money. Chu Linhua didn't say anything until the coffee was cold. I originally thought that if you invested 200 million, I could give you 20% of the shares. Don't underestimate this 20%. Linhua technology has only been in development for a short period of time. Its current market value has reached more than 10 billion. It's just that all the funds are used for turnover, and there is simply not enough cash to go around. If Song Wan wasn't his junior and very talented, he would definitely not give her 20%. But 500 million is different. Cash flow and market value are not the same. If she gives out shares based on the 500 million yuan in funds, without cheating Song Wan, the shares she can hold can almost threaten him. Song Wan seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly smiled. I'd like to make it clear in advance that I have no interest in managing the company. So even if I successfully acquire a stake in Linhua Technology, I will not interfere in the company's management. Chu Linhua was really stunned this time. He looked at Song Wan with a fixed gaze and didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, this is the reason why he has never considered attracting investment. Linhua Technology is the result of his hard work, and he has a very clear plan for the future development of Linhua Technology. I don't want to lose sight of my original intention just because the company is growing bigger and bigger. However, it was strange that he did not have the necessary wariness towards the schoolgirl in front of him, even though he had only known her for a few days. Even when she said she believed him, the excitement in her heart was something that even a calm person like him could not ignore. He took a deep breath and looked at Song Wan seriously. If you want to invest 500 million, I can give you 45% of the shares. Excluding the 10% he gave away, he still has 90% in his hands. If Song Wan did not participate in management, he was willing to take a step back and split his shares in two so that she could get the greatest return on her trust in him. Song Wan was stunned for a moment, and then she heard the cute voice of the system ringing softly in her mind. Ding, data changes detected. Chu Linhua's return on investment updated to 6,000%. Song Wan's eyes changed slightly when she looked at Chu Linhua. If I remember correctly, Senior only holds 90% of the shares now. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch power from you? Hearing her question, Chu Linhua suddenly laughed. There was some ease and joy in his smile. Just like my schoolmate believes that I will not let your 500 million go to waste, right? If someone gives you a peach, you should give him a plum in return. His principle of doing things has always been like this. The two looked at each other, and the smiles in their eyes deepened at the same time. The contract they brought with them was no longer valid, so the two of them went directly to the location of Linhua Technology. After reprinting the contract and the two signed it, Song Wan directly transferred the 500 million to Chu Linhua. Now that everything is done, I have time to take a good look at Linhua Technology. Linhua Technology is not located in the city center and rents the 10th floor of an office building. Not all 10 floors belong to Linhua Technology. Linhua Technology only occupies 1/3, and the other 2/3 belong to a logistics company. Song Wan suddenly remembered something and blinked. If she remembered correctly, she owned a commercial building in the city center. If Linhua Technology is moved directly to the Jimao Tower, the location will be convenient and rent will be saved. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Chapter 49. Not arguing with a moron is my greatest tolerance for you. Song Wan thought of this, but did not mention it to Chu Linhua immediately. After all, she had not yet visited the Jimao Tower and did not know if there was any suitable location there. Chu Linhua then took her to visit various departments of Linhua Technology and got to know the other two shareholders. The head of Publicity and Promotion Department, Li Ziyang, and the head of Game Design Department, Zhang Hao. The two men had obviously been instructed by Chu Linhua, and they were warm and friendly when speaking to Song Wan. It was half an hour later when I had a general understanding of Linhua Technology. Chu Linyue obviously noticed that Song Wan was absent-minded, and he shook his head with amusement and said to her, "Would you like to try out our newly developed game? Although it's not finished yet, the general scale has been built." Song Wan's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to nod, she heard the voice of the system in her mind sound again. Ding, the system issues a random task. Find a new office location for Linhai Technology. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with a Koenigsegg Wanwan. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Koenigsegg Wanwan. When talking about luxury supercars, Koenigsegg must be mentioned. When it comes to Koenigsegg, I'm afraid no one doesn't know the Koenigsegg Wanwan, which has appeared in movies and games and is known as the Ghost Chariot. As a sports car limited to only 6 units worldwide, the price of Koenigsegg Wanwan has reached 100 million yuan, which is much higher than the Lamborghini Veneno. Song Wan blinked and directly rejected Chu Linyue's proposal. You can play games at any time, but Koenigsegg Wanwan is not always available. After saying goodbye to Chu Linyue and the others, Song Wan drove the poison directly to the Jimao Tower. Although the meeting with Chow Hai was not today, the Jimao Tower already belongs to me, so I can go there whenever I want. Linhai Technology is not very close to the Jimao Tower. It took Song Wan 30 minutes of driving to arrive at the bottom of the Jimao Tower. There were many people around the Jimao Tower. Song Wan didn't hesitate and went straight to the office area. Just as she was about to enter the door, a figure suddenly rushed out and rushed straight towards her. Song Wan moved aside, but the figure followed closely. Before Song Wan could get angry, the figure suddenly braked the car at a very close distance. "Huh? Are you Song Wan?" Song Wan frowned and looked over, only to see that the person speaking was a man about his age. The man was about 1.7 meters tall, with his hair combed back. He has an average appearance, wears a pair of round glasses and a gray suit, and looks like an elite. Song Wan searched for a long time in her mind before she found the face that matched the man's in her memory. Zheng Yihang. When Zheng Yihang saw that Song Wan had recognized him, he immediately smiled with a confident look. "Song Wan, are you here to find me?" Song Wan frowned, and before she could say anything, she heard Zheng Yihang saying to himself, "Are you finally regretting not accepting my confession in high school?" This is what Song Wan remembered. Zheng Yihang confessed to the original owner when he was in his 3rd year of high school. At that time, he looked like the boss of the world, as if it was such an honor for him to hear his confession. The original owner at that time only wanted to get into a good university, so naturally he did not agree. From then on, Zheng Yihang never paid any attention to her again. Even a week later, he brought his new girlfriend to Song Wan to show off, and his words implied that Song Wan was blind and didn't recognize such a great talent, and that missing out on him would be like missing out on the greatest opportunity in her life. Song Wan couldn't help but look at the man in front of her. He didn't grow taller, but he looked 3 points fatter than I remembered. How can you be so confident with this look? Zheng Yihang was also looking at Song Wan at the same time. Unlike Song Wan's frown, Zheng Yihang's eyes became brighter the more he looked. It is obvious that Song Wan is much prettier than she was in high school, and even her temperament is completely different from that in high school. "Song Wan, I don't know how much effort you put into finding out that I'm here. Since you're so attentive, I'm willing to..." Before he could finish his words, Song Wan pressed the pause button with a cold face. "I didn't know you were here before I came here. Please make way. I have something else to do." Song Wan's merciless words made Zheng Yihang's smile froze. "Song Wan, you're playing hard to get too much. I don't like it." Song Wan, not wanting to get entangled with the idiot, Song Wan just walked away. Seeing this, Zheng Yihang hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Song Wan's way with an unpleasant look on his face. "You've been in college for 2 years. Don't you know how big the gap is between you and me? I heard from Wu Anshi that you worked very hard during the summer vacation. Aren't you trying to stay in Shanghai?" Song Wan looked at him. The expression on her face was hard to describe. Zheng Yihang thought he had touched her sore spot, so he took another look at her clothes. "I see you like luxury goods too. As long as you're with me, I promise you'll never have to wear these high-end imitations again." After a pause, he pointed to the Cartier bracelet on her wrist and said, "In this. I can buy you a real one too." Song Wan had never seen such a strange thing before, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was full of surprise. However, Zheng Yihang seemed unaware of this and was immersed in his own world. "No matter why you came here, you should know how powerful the company that can settle here is, right? My uncle's company is on the 28th floor. If you want, I can take you to have a look." After saying this, he straightened his tie in an elegant manner, lowering his voice a little. "You should know that not everyone can enter the office area here. Song Wan swore that she had never been so speechless before, to the point that tiny goosebumps appeared on her arms. Zheng Yihong thought she was touched, and there was inevitably some pride in his eyes. Come on, I'll take you there. As he said this, he was about to pull Song Wan's hand that was hanging by her side. Song Wan raised her hand at the speed of light. Her expression was indescribable. Go away. Not arguing with a moron is already my greatest tolerance for you. Realized that Song Wan was looking down on him, and his face darkened. Song Wan, I advise you not to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Don't worry about whether you can enter this building or not. Just say one word from me, and I promise that you won't be able to find a job in the Magic City after graduation. Seeing that Song Wan's expression did not change at all, Zheng Yihong lost his patience and sneered. Since Miss Song is so ungrateful, there is no need for me to consider our past friendship. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number under Song Wan's gaze. Is this Captain Chun from the security team? Someone is trying to cause trouble and break into the office area. Bring your men over to deal with it. Chapter 50. The new owner of Jinmao Tower. There should be a response from the other end of the phone. Zheng Yihong hung up the phone and looked at Song Wan with a smug look in his eyes. How is it? Have you thought it through? Song Wan was not in a hurry to go up and had no intention of replying to him. She just stood there quietly. It just so happened that she also wanted to see what would happen if she offended this idiot. Zheng Yihong was even more annoyed when he saw Song Wan's reaction. Do you know what would happen if you were kicked out of the Jinmao Tower in public? Maybe someone would take a video and post it online. Song Wan, do you want to become famous on the internet in this way? Song Wan's expression was still indifferent. Oh, but I don't think I will be kicked out. You! Zheng Yihong wanted to say something when he saw a familiar figure walking in from the door. His face immediately changed into a flattering smile. Uncle, you're back. Song Wan turned around and saw a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zheng Yihong walking towards them. The middle-aged man was wearing a black suit. When he saw Zheng Yihong, he smiled as well. Yihong, why are you here? Zheng Yihong casually pointed at where Song Wan was and said, I was just thinking about going out to deliver the documents to you, and I saw someone trying to break into the office area without permission. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Song Wan, and he instantly understood his nephew's philandering thoughts. So he smiled and joked. Then you have to explain to the little girl that you are not allowed to enter our office area without permission. Zheng Yihong naturally nodded in response, and the next moment he saw the security captain and his men walking towards this side. Turned his eyes to Song Wan with some mockery in them, and whispered to her, How about it, Song Wan? Do you want me to plead for you? Song Wan still had no intention of replying, but just kept her eyes on the security captain. He was dressed neatly and had a square face. He didn't look like someone who was of the same group as Zheng Yihong. The security captain obviously knew the middle-aged man and Zheng Yihong and walked straight towards them. He nodded politely to the middle-aged man, then asked Zheng Yihong, Excuse me, where's the troublemaker? Zheng Yihong pointed at Song Wan and said, That's it. A classmate of mine from high school. He confessed to me before, but I didn't agree. But now he has come here to pester me. You can't just enter our office area. Captain Chun, please ask her to leave. Captain Chun looked in the direction of his finger and immediately saw Song Wan standing there. Suddenly, his face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. The girl looks young and beautiful, and most importantly, the things she wears are all valuable luxury items. Such a girl who is obviously a top-notch, rich and beautiful girl is pestering Zheng Yihong? Captain Chun, who had worked in this building for several years and had met Zheng Yihong more than once, immediately became suspicious of his words. His expression remained calm, and he only smiled politely at Song Wan. Miss, is what Mr. Zheng said true? Before Song Wan could say anything, Zheng Yihong jumped up to his feet. A pair of eyes looked at Captain Chun with anger. What do you mean? You don't believe what I said. Don't forget, you are just the security guard of this building, and your job is to serve us. Zheng Yihong deliberately emphasized the word security guard and said, Don't think that just because I give you some face and call you Captain Chun, you can ignore us. The middle-aged man on the side saw this, and his smile faded a bit. Xiao Chun, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Yihong has already told you that this lady deliberately wanted to break into the office building. Think about it. If a company upstairs lost some confidential documents, could you afford it? Snap. 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 The sound of applause immediately interrupted the conversation of several people, and several people subconsciously looked over. Song Wan didn't seem to be frightened at all. Instead, she looked at this side with a smile on her face. Today I have witnessed the two of you are able to call a horse a zebra and confuse right and wrong. After saying this, without waiting for any reaction from the middle-aged man and Zheng Yihong, he nodded directly at Captain Chen and dialed the phone in his hand. Almost as soon as the call was connected, Chow Hai on the other end picked up the phone, his voice clearly filled with fear and trepidation. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Song Wan didn't mean to beat around the bush. "I'm downstairs in the Jinmao Tower, in the office area." Bang! There was a faint sound of something heavy falling to the ground, and then Song Wan heard Chow Hai's voice seem to be a little louder. "I'll go downstairs to pick you up right away." Just after hanging up the phone, Zheng Yihong's mocking voice came over. "Are you going to call for help? Stop pretending. If there was really someone you knew in the Jinmao Tower, why didn't they come down to pick you up in the first place?" The middle-aged man patted his shoulder and gave him a calming look. Then he patted his shoulder and said, "I know a few of the bosses in this building. I wonder which one this lady called." Zheng Yihong sneered directly. "Uncle, don't be fooled by her. If she really knew some big boss, would she still be able to show off in public wearing fake luxury goods?" The middle-aged man subconsciously looked at Song Wan's clothes, and then his pupils shrank. What kind of counterfeit luxury goods are these? These are obviously real. However, before he could think about it, he saw a familiar figure running towards him in a panic from the elevator entrance. That pace was even faster than that of the secretary behind him. The middle-aged man was stunned. "Manager Chow, what's wrong with you?" Chow Hai didn't even look at him. He just passed him and came to Song Wan. Even his breathing was obviously a little uneven. "Boss, why did you come here so suddenly without telling me?" Several people present were so frightened by the word boss that they stood still. Especially the middle-aged men. They felt something was wrong after seeing what Song Wan was wearing. Seeing this now, my heart skipped a beat and my legs almost couldn't stand steadily. What is Chow Hai's identity? The property general manager who manages the rental of the entire Jinmao Tower. Who else could be treated so cautiously by Manager Chow and be called the boss except the owner of the Jinmao Tower? In an instant, the middle-aged man's mind emerged with the news that a few days ago, Manager Chow asked his secretary to inform them that the owner of Jinmao Tower had changed. At that time, he vowed that if the new boss came here, he would do his best to curry favor with him. As a result, when the new boss came, he did not fawn over him, but instead indulged that idiot Zheng Yihong and completely offended him. Chapter 51. The dead ghost is asking for the dead. He deserves it. Zheng Yihong also stood by with his eyes wide open, his throat instantly dry. How is that possible? He knew Song Wan's family conditions, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. "Manager Chow, have you been deceived by her? How could she be the owner of Jinmao Tower?" Only then did Chow Hai notice Zheng Yihong and his group, and the atmosphere between them and the big boss didn't seem harmonious at all. When Chow Hai thought of a possibility, his heart sank. Especially after hearing Zheng Yihong's stupid question. Chow Hai's eyes completely changed when he turned to look at Zheng Yihong. "I know better than you whether it's the boss or not. Who do you think you are? You're telling the boss what to do here." Chow Hai's words were merciless, but Zheng Yihong didn't dare to say a word. Even the middle-aged man next to him ignored this nephew whom he liked particularly much. Instead, he walked up to Song Wan and smiled like a chrysanthemum. "So you are the new boss of our Jinmao Tower. I was just wondering how someone as elegant as you could be an ordinary person." Song Wan didn't look at them, but asked Chow Hai, "Are they also tenants of our Jinmao Tower?" Chow Hai bent down and nodded, and replied respectfully, "They opened an internet company on the 28th floor." Song Wan nodded, and looking at Zheng Yihong, who was becoming more and more restless, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. With a hint of mischief, he gently said, "Then let them move out." Hearing this, before Zheng Yihong could react, the middle-aged man stepped forward and slapped him hard. "I asked you to slander the boss. Why don't you apologize to your boss? If he doesn't forgive you, you'd better pack up and go back home as soon as possible, and don't embarrass me in the Magic City again." He now regretted extremely that he had not investigated thoroughly before and had indulged Zheng Yihong in his misbehavior. How can her temperament be compared to that of an ordinary person? If he was really kicked out of the Jinmao Tower, how would his entire company be able to find a new suitable workplace in such a short time? What's more, the location here is so good. In the beginning, he spent so much effort treating people to meals and giving them gifts before he gradually gained a foothold in this building. Zheng Yihong was stunned by the beating. After hearing what his uncle said, he hurriedly staggered to Song Wan. "Boss Song, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't know what was good for me. I offended you. Please give me another chance." He no longer cared how Song Wan suddenly became so rich. He only knew that his uncle always kept his word. Song Wan was coaxed. He might really be sent back to his hometown by his uncle without saying a word. Song Wan took a step back, showing no intention of accepting the apology at all. His expression was cold, and his tone was somewhat nonchalant. I don't deserve Mr. Zheng's apology. I'm waiting to see how Mr. Zheng will make it difficult for me to survive in the Magic City. Boom. When Zheng Yihong heard this, he felt like his brain was about to explode. She was basically returning his words to him exactly as they were. How could he have the ability to make the owner of Jinmao Tower unable to survive in Shanghai? On the contrary, with just one word from her, he would really pack up and go back home. Song Wan, however, no longer had the patience to continue talking to him, and said directly to Chow Hai, "Let's go. I just want to check out the location on the 28th floor." When the middle-aged man heard this, he knew there was no room for maneuver, and his hands began to tremble with anger. He turned around and slapped Zheng Yihong again loudly. "You scoundrel! How could I be so stupid as to transfer you to my side?" Captain Chun, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene and silently shut his mouth. Even if he had just felt something, the girl was definitely not the type of person Zheng Yihong described. But I definitely didn't expect that there would be such a dramatic reversal. What do you think of the new boss of Jinmao Tower? The entire Jinmao Tower belongs to this girl. Could no longer imagine how prominent the family must be to own an entire building in a place like Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable. It would have been fine if Zheng Yihong had just directed his evil thoughts at the girl, but he even shamelessly accused her of harassing him. How big is the face? When Captain Chin thought of this, he subconsciously looked at Zheng Yihong, whose face was swollen and red on both sides. "You're really asking for debt. You deserve it." There was no time to sigh. The next moment, the girl's voice was heard speaking softly to Manager Chow. Captain Chin was pretty good. Give him a raise. Manager Chow, who was standing next to him, nodded quickly. "Boss, if you say it's okay, then it's definitely okay. I'll notify the finance department right away and double his salary." Captain Chun was stunned. He watched Song Wan's figure gradually disappear in the elevator and was speechless for a long time. At this time, Song Wan had already arrived at the 28th floor under the leadership of Chow Hai. Of Linhai Technology, as soon as you enter Zheng Yihong's uncle's internet company, you can see all kinds of beautiful women in short skirts walking around the office. One of the women, who was wearing a gray mini dress, came over immediately when she saw them coming, and was particularly attentive to Chow Hai. "How come Manager Chow has time to come to our company? Are you here to see our boss?" Chow Hai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. As the woman approached, he twisted his nose and sneezed. "Wow, an internet company has so many beauties. The smell of perfume is overwhelming." Without saying much to the beautiful woman, he took Song Wan to take a general look at the layout and quickly walked out from the 28th floor. Breathing in the fresh air, Chow Hai seemed to come alive again, and his gaze towards Song Wan became more spirited. "Boss, which company do you want to move into Jinmao Tower?" Song Wan nodded. "You are familiar with this place. Apart from the 28th floor, are there any other vacant places?" Chow Hai thought about it and shook his head. The location of Jinmao Tower is very popular. Generally speaking, there won't be any vacant space. Of course, the entire building belongs to you, boss. If there's a floor you're interested in, I'll go negotiate with them. Then let's go for the 28th floor. The location of the 28th floor is also very good, and the layout is also suitable for Linhai Technology, so it was decided. Next quarter's funds will be returned directly to them so that they can move out of the building as soon as possible. Chow Hai nodded, without any intention of pleading for them. A few days ago, he asked his secretary to emphasize again and again that the big boss would be coming over in the near future. It would be fine if they didn't take it to heart, but they are still trying to commit suicide. Aren't they just walking into a warehouse? And in Song Wan's mind, the system's voice also sounded. Ding successfully found a new office location for Linhai Technology and rewarded a Koenigsegg Wanwan. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 52 SSCC Supercar Club. Song Wan came out. He was driving a poisonous car. He simply told manager who of the Faitsue Lake community and asked someone to send a car there directly. She had no intention of staying in the Jinmao Tower for long, so she refused Chow Hai's request for dinner and went downstairs directly with him. The fiery red Lamborghini Veneno is very eye-catching, and it attracts the attention of everyone around it as soon as it comes out. When Zheng Yihong, who was driven out of the crowd in disgrace, looked over, his eyes almost popped out. Lamborghini! It's still a limited amount of poison. If he had known that Song Wan came here with poison, he would not have dared to provoke her even if he had 100 times the courage. Song Wan naturally did not notice Zheng Yihong. It was already past lunchtime, so she simply drove to Zhezhai. The people in Zhezhai had obviously memorized Song Wan's face. As soon as they saw her coming, the people at the door immediately came forward attentively. Those who want to park their cars, park their cars. Those who want to take their bags, take their bags. Even the manager who had just taken over hurried over after hearing this. Is it you? Just as Song Wan was about to step into the door, she heard a surprised voice coming from behind. Turning her head, she saw a young man getting out of the Ferrari with excitement on his face and walking straight towards her. This person has dyed his hair eye-catching silver, has fair skin, and a delicate baby face. He looks like a beautiful boy who walked out of the second dimension. Song Wan frowned slightly. Do we know each other? The man walked forward in a very familiar manner, the excitement on his face becoming more obvious. I was behind you when you drove the poison car to avoid an Audi that was trying to scam you this morning. That tail drift is so cool. Without waiting for Song Wan to speak, he blinked his sparkling eyes and said, I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm so lucky. You haven't had lunch either? Let's go together. It was the first time that Song Wan met such a familiar person, and the manager happened to arrive at this time. The previous manager, Huang, had naturally been fired, and the new manager was a woman in her early 30s. She has delicate makeup and short hair, and looks very capable. The woman saw Song Wan. She bent down slightly, her face full of respect. Hello, boss. I am Sheng Ying, the new manager of Zhezhai. Boss. Before Song Wan could say anything, the boy next to her said in surprise, Isn't Zhu Jiaming the boss of Zhezhai? Song Wan was not too surprised. The boy drove a Ferrari, and his clothes were not cheap. He even had a Patek Philippe on his wrist. He was obviously the son of a wealthy family. It's not surprising that I know my previous boss. So he replied calmly, Yes, it was before. The boy looked at Song Wan with even more curiosity. He knew all the rich kids in Shanghai, and he was more familiar with those at the top. But even for them, it would take some effort to buy Zhezhai. Changed the owner of Zhezhai silently, and he didn't even hear any news about it before. What's more, the boy glanced outside the door. She was the owner of the Lamborghini Venom. Noticing the boy's curiosity, Song Wan paused and said to him, Don't we want to eat? Let's go. The boy knew that Song Wan agreed to have dinner together, and the smile on his baby face suddenly became brighter. Sheng Ying brought the two of them directly to Qingyu Hall at the innermost part of Zhezhai. Without Song Wan saying anything, she ordered the kitchen to prepare the best food. Qingjiaotang is said to be a private room, but in fact it is more like an elegant small courtyard. It is clearly not the season for plum blossoms to bloom, but when you look out through the wooden window, you can see dots of purple. Occasionally, a breeze blows, and you can also smell the faint fragrance from the plum blossoms. The boy sat directly next to Song Wan, his face showing no sign of excitement. May I get to know you? My name is Su Moyang. 20 years old, currently a sophomore at Magic City University. Song Wan raised her eyes to look at him and couldn't help but chuckle. Song Wan, sophomore at Linhai University. Hearing that she was also a college student, Su Moyang felt even closer to her. Then aren't we in the same grade? After a pause, he said with some regret, It would be nice if we were in the same school. It's a pity that my grades were not good enough and I failed to get into Linhai University. Otherwise, they must have known each other for a long time. Song Wan naturally understood what he meant. She looked at him with a teasing smile. If we were in the same school, we wouldn't necessarily have known each other earlier. Su Moyang didn't understand what she meant. He just felt that she was telling him implicitly that she was not a socially awkward person. At that moment, he smiled even more happily. You don't need to come to know me. I will go find you. She doesn't have social awkwardness, but he does. Such a pretty girl with great driving skills. He had to come up and get to know her even if he had to risk his dignity. As the two talked, delicious meals were served one by one. Su Moyang couldn't help but sigh again. You are really amazing. We usually need to make an appointment to come to Qingyu Hall. I originally just planned to go to Lanhuating for a meal, but I didn't expect to end up at Qingjiaotang. Thinking of this, Su Moyang looked at Song Wan with more enthusiasm and stated his main purpose without hesitation. By the way, little sister, are you interested in joining our SSCC Supercar Club? SSCC Supercar Club? Song Wan raised her eyes slightly. She had heard of this supercar club, the largest supercar club in Shanghai. It is also ranked among the top 3 supercar clubs in China. Su Moyang nodded quickly. Most of the people in the club are supercar owners like us. The young lady is such a great driver. It would be a pity if she didn't join. Song Wan thought about it, and without much hesitation, nodded to Su Moyang. Supercar clubs and SSCC club, as the best among them, needs no further explanation. The people there include various successful people and the second generation. In terms of personal connection, it is still necessary to get to know them. Song Wan didn't expect to get a positive answer so easily, and he stood up excitedly. Handed the WeChat QR code on his phone to Song Wan. Miss, add me, and I will add you to the group first. Song Wan paused, holding the chopsticks, with a slightly helpless look on his face. But he didn't refuse. He just put down his chopsticks and took out his mobile phone to scan it. Almost at the moment of agreeing, Song Wan directly pulled him into a group called SSCC. Song Wan didn't even have time to eat. He directly added everyone and solemnly introduced them to the group. Everyone come out and throw flowers to welcome us. I went through a lot of trouble to finally bring the lady who owns the Lamborghini Veneno to our club. The group was quiet for a moment, and then suddenly became jubilant. Brother Yang, are you kidding me? Is this really the owner of the poison car? Chapter 53 is the fairy sister. What? I've only been away from the group for a few days, and I'm already out of date? When did the Magic City have poison? Just 2 days. Brother Yang just took this photo this morning. Damn it. Moang Yo, I just took a photo this morning, and now I'm meeting him. At Wanwan, the boss is actually a little sister. At Wanwan, why do I feel like I've seen your name somewhere before? How old are you? Are you missing any accessories? Go away. Just welcome me. Don't scare me. I just brought me here to show you. I need to eat. Goodbye, brothers. The last person to speak was naturally Song Wan. After he finished his boast, he raised his head and smiled brightly at Song Wan. Miss, don't pay attention to them. Eat first. They're just a bunch of animals, and I like to watch them being seen, but not touched. I have to say that Song Wan is indeed cheerful and talkative. Song Wan chatted with him for the entire meal and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she felt a little familiar with him. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 3 o'clock. Song Wan looked at Song Wan, who was about to leave, and felt a little reluctant, but he did not stop her. He just smiled and said, Miss, when are you free? I'll take you to the SSCC Supercar Club to meet the people in the group. Song Wan thought for a moment and said, maybe tomorrow. It's a little late today, and I want to go back and rest. Song Wan nodded. Then, sister, let's contact each other on WeChat. I will visit you at your school when I have time. Song Wan nodded, said goodbye to him, and drove directly back to school. When they arrived at the dormitory, Huang Ran and the other two were lying on the bed. As soon as they saw her come in, 3 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. Huang Ran even climbed up and looked at her with great interest. Wanwan, you are finally back. I have great news to tell you. Song Wan put her bag on the table and looked at the 3 people who were all excited and couldn't help themselves. Suddenly, she guessed something. Lin Feng? The 3 of them immediately became excited, and Li Lui, who was closest, quickly handed the phone to Song Wan. Song Wan took the phone and saw a notice. The notice reads, Today's announcement. On the 4th, Lin Feng, a student of the computer department of our school, who was in the grade of 21, teamed up with outsiders to intimidate our students, trying to make the female students change their minds by using the cliched plot of a hero saving a beautiful girl. The circumstances were extremely vicious and seriously affected the reputation of the school. After research and decision, we have decided to give Lin Feng a serious warning to see the effect. I hope other students can learn from this and keep their feet on the ground and not become overly obsessed with fantasy plots that would harm themselves and others. Puff! Song Wan saw this notice. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Lui and the other 2 couldn't help but smile a little more. Huang Ran, in particular, laughed so hard that he pounded the bed. The person who wrote the notice is also a talent. This time, Lin Feng has completely lost face in Linhai University. It's more than just shame. Qi Xingran managed to hold back his laughter and said directly, I heard that even when he returned to school, he was brought back by a police car. It spread all over the school. He deserves it. Li Lui clenched her fists and laughed. Who made him abandon Wanwan first, and then use some despicable means to try to win her back, and even put on a disgusting look of deep affection. Does he really think that he is so handsome that he is the only one who can save Wanwan? Don't you even look at yourself in the mirror? How can you be worthy of the Wanwan you are now? The 4 of them played around for a while before returning to their respective beds. Song Wan leaned on the bed, finally calmed down, took a long breath, and said softly to the system, System, do I still have virtual coins that I haven't spent? Yes, host. There are still 20 million Axe and Fong coins, and 100 million Do coins left. 20 million Axe and Tooth coins and 100 million Do coins. The cashback is another considerable income. Although she is no longer short of money, who would complain about having too much money. Since I had nothing to do now, I casually opened the Axe live broadcast. Tingzhu's live broadcast room has obviously increased a lot, and he has already been promoted to the ranks of big anchors. Even the comments on the public screen in the live broadcast room have increased several times more than before. Fuck, my family is the Moon Emperor. The Moon King finally remembered our little bamboo. The Moon King family is going to give birth to a monkey for you. I heard that our Moon King has been keeping a handsome boy on Douyin these days. Ha ha ha. Zhuzi, stop hitting the AI. The Moon King is coming. Fuck, is this the Super Emperor? Tingzhu, who was playing the computer game with great interest, glanced at the Moon Emperor in the barrage and instantly became excited. Turning my gaze to the public screen, sure enough, the special effects symbolizing the Super Emperor immediately came into view. Wanwan, you're here. Although Tingzhu did not turn on the camera for live broadcast, he still subconsciously straightened his back. Although he added her on WeChat, he was afraid of causing her disgust, so he didn't dare to disturb her too much. Before Song Wan could say anything, she saw Tingzhu's face appear directly on the screen. The background is also different from the previous ones, and it looks like a university dormitory. What the hell is going on? Is the anchor still a college student? I cried. It turns out that I can only see Zhuzi's face when the Moon Emperor is around. What a handsome face. Lick it. Mom asked me why I was drooling at the screen. Shashasha. Is that your roommate behind the bamboo I threw? He's so handsome. Tingzhu then realized that the camera had accidentally captured his roommate behind him. Just as he was about to move the camera, there was a sudden noise at the door. Then another roommate came in breathlessly. Oh my god, Jianghuai. What on earth did you buy that's so heavy? It's tiring. The boy named Jianghuai was the roommate who was accidentally photographed just now. Hearing this, he also looked a little surprised. It's probably something my parents sent me. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, the roommate who came and put the box directly on the table. However, when it was opened, not only the roommate, but even Jianghuai was stunned. Inside the box were the latest models of Apple phones and Alienware laptops. Fuck Jianghuai. What kind of godly parents are you? The roommate's eyes immediately turned green. He looked at the fruit phone and then at the Alienware notebook, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. It's okay to send it by express, but which parents would directly send an Apple phone or an Alienware laptop? Is so rich and understands the hearts of boys. Then Jianghuai picked up a small piece of paper and said blankly, "Not my parents." The roommate turned around in surprise and heard Jianghuai's voice again. "It's my sister." Chapter 54. Is your roommate Jianghuai interested in live streaming? The people in the live broadcast room naturally saw this scene, and the style of the barrage changed immediately. Why am I knocking on the fairy sister? Why don't I have it? Alien laptop. I've wanted it for a long time. The one in front, I want not only the Alienware laptop, but also the Apple phone. I just want to ask where I can find such a fairy sister. Can I ask my parents to have another one? You need to go back to the furnace and rebuild the upstairs first, ha ha ha. Tingzhu finally reacted and quickly moved the camera of his mobile phone away. Jianghuai was completely unaware of this and simply took out his cell phone to make a call. Song Wan, who was facing the mobile phone screen, was helpless about such a coincidence and had to answer the call. As soon as the phone was connected, Jianghuai's anxious voice came over. "Sister, why did you buy such an expensive thing for me? You're not going to put all your summer earnings into this, are you?" He knew that Song Wan did not go home during the summer vacation, but stayed in Shanghai to work. But he knows the prices of Alienware laptops and Apple phones better. Thinking of this, Jianghuai's face couldn't help but become more anxious. "I'll return the things to you now. See if you can return them." Nearly 50,000 yuan was enough to cover his expenses for 2 years. Song Wan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and finally managed to coax him into submission by using the excuse of investment. On the other side, Tingzhu was still staring at the screen. "Wan Yu?" When Song Wan heard this, he typed a line of words on the public screen. "I'm on the phone." The topic was instantly shifted back to the public screen. "Ha ha ha ha, my roommate called. Yuan also called. Juicy, just be at ease and wait." They were both on the phone. To be honest, I have a bold guess. Stop imagining things upstairs. It's totally unrelated. It's easy to imagine that a big boss like Yuan can't just sit there doing nothing every day. I've already started imagining what the Moon Emperor looks like as a domineering president. I can't stand it anymore, sisters. Beautiful lady boss, even more poignant. Tingzhu knew Wan Yue was busy, so he naturally waited patiently. Jianghuai had so many problems that Song Wan was overwhelmed. Jianghuai didn't realize it at all until he knew that Song Wan also bought gifts for the families of both families. Then he calmed down a little. But there was still some meaningful dissuasion in his tone. Sister, investment is a pitfall. It's the most unpredictable. You made money this time, but don't get too obsessed with it. You never know, you might fall into the same trap next time. Song Wan, thank you so much. 10 minutes later, Jiang Huai finally stopped nagging. Song Wan couldn't understand why such a clean and handsome boy could be so nagging. Although I thought so. After hanging up the phone, I looked out the window in silence for a long time. She had never known what it felt like to have family before, but after coming here, both her parents and her cousin gave her a very good feeling. Even if they received money or gifts, their first reaction was not happiness, but worrying about her life and whether she had enough money. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Instead of typing on the public screen, he went straight to the WeChat interface and found Tingzhu from the recent contacts. Is your roommate Jiang Huai interested in live streaming? Tingzhu obviously saw it and was stunned at the moment. He immediately replied, I haven't asked, but he is very good at playing games, not worse than me. After getting this answer, Song Wan raised her eyebrows. At least this host named Tingzhu has good character. She did not deliberately belittle her roommate just because she expressed interest in Jiang Huai. Tingzhu naturally didn't know what Song Wan was thinking. He just glanced at Jiang Huai and typed again. Wanwan, if you like Jiang Huai, I can persuade him to come to Axe Live. To be honest, it was impossible not to be moved the moment I heard Wanwan's voice. Who wouldn't like a girl who's rich, young, and has a nice voice? What's more, he's a voice control freak. However, he was more aware of the gap between the two. The girl who could easily give him a tip of several million must have an unusual family background and was not someone he could reach. What's more, Tingzhu lowered his eyes slightly. In the past 2 days, Wanwan had also rewarded another boy who was singing on Douyin. For her, giving them rewards might just be a way to pass the time when she is bored. In that case, how could he not follow her wishes? Sure enough, when he finished typing this line, Wanwan's tone became noticeably more lively than before. Thank you for your help. ******. Tingzhu stared at her emoticon in a daze, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. Without waiting for Wanwan to urge him, he had already taken action. Everyone wait for me for a moment. I'm going to the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Before the people in the live broadcast room could react, they saw the camera suddenly go dark and the sound disappeared. In an instant, the barrage exploded. No way, no way. Zhuzi has become so successful. Yue Huang went to the bathroom directly during the live broadcast. Ha 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 ha, people have 3 urgent needs. We need to understand the anchor. I understand. But what if the Moon Emperor runs away? Maybe the Moon Emperor is still on the phone? Instead of making a phone call, Song Wan, who was hanging in the live broadcast room, just adjusted her posture. After about 5 minutes, the camera lit up again. And this time it was obviously not just Tingzhu. Jiang Huai also appeared in front of the camera. I'm back. Because I'm in the dormitory this time, I specially found external help. Tingzhu stood in front of the camera and smiled at the screen. If you like my handsome roommate, you can follow him. His name is Jiang Huai. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard him speak, the barrage of comments suddenly scrolled even faster. What? My handsome roommate is also here to live stream? Zhuzi, you have made it big. I was just about to ask you for your handsome roommate's WeChat ID. Is the handsome guy called Jiang Huai? My focus is rather odd. Did Zhuzi just go to the bathroom to look for help? Ha, handsome guy, here I come, sisters. I'll go first. Perhaps they really like Jiang Huai's looks, or perhaps they just want to join in the fun. A large number of people suddenly flocked into Jiang Huai's new live broadcast room. Hello, handsome guy. While there are still few people, handsome guy, please look familiar, Omega. I am a straightforward person. Can handsome Jiang Huai have a sweet romance with me? Brother Jiang Huai, how did you Z persuade you to come to live broadcast? Haha. If you don't understand, then ask, was the little brother persuaded in the bathroom? If you don't understand, just ask, do handsome guys have abdominal muscles? For all sigh. You are all old perverts. Unlike me, I just want to ask the little brother, can you give the fairy sister to me? Exclusive special effects in Chapter 55, Crescent Moon Throne. Jiang Huai was obviously a little uncomfortable seeing these enthusiastic comments. Song Wan, who had just exited the live broadcast room, was directly approached by the staff of Axia. Boss, are you here? Song Wan sent a question mark with some confusion, and the reply came immediately. Boss, we have created a special effect for you. Do you like it? Reply below with the video. Song Wan clicked on it directly, and the first thing that appeared in the video was a starry sky. A complicated throne then appeared in the starry sky. In front of the throne, A picturesque elven queen walked slowly barefoot on the stars. Above her ankles, a purple crescent moon could be faintly seen winding up. Almost at the moment when the elf queen appeared, the throne began to emit a faint halo, as if welcoming the return of its owner. As the elf queen turned around and sat on the throne, a magnificent crescent moon totem appeared in the background. The picture ends here. Song Wan pursed her lips. She had to admit that this special effect was more attractive to her than the one on Douyin. After receiving Song Wan's affirmative answer, the receptionist almost jumped up. "Boss, this special effect was created by our design department over 2 days and 2 nights just for you. They would be delighted if they knew you liked it." Song Wan didn't know whether she was happy or not, but she really liked it. "How many axe coins are there for this special effect?" The staff member responded hastily. "It's 100,000, sir. We have already increased your authority to the maximum." God knows their boss was so furious when he found out that this big guy who originally belonged to their axe went to Douyin. In particular, the big guy spent 20 million on Douyin, and this 20 million was spent in just 2 days. In order to welcome this wealthy boss back to axe, the boss immediately ordered the people in the design and technical departments to work overtime to produce several sets of moon-related special effects. Finally, I chose the most beautiful and gorgeous crescent moon throne. Fortunately, the boss likes it. Song Wan accepted their kindness. A crescent throne that cost 100,000 axe coins was much easier to get than a treasure map that cost 5,000. At least your hands won't cramp. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Huai was still following the skydiving seriously. The next moment, a sky full of special effects spread out before his eyes. A prominent notice also appeared at the top of the system. Wanwan presents anchor Jiang Huai with the crescent moon throne. The live broadcast room, which originally had quite a few people, suddenly became lively. "What the hell? What kind of special effect is this? It looks so good. It's so beautiful. This technology can be used to make animations. The fairy queen is so beautiful that it makes me cry. Is this a new special effect for Axe Fong? Look at who sent this special effect, idiots. How could it be a new special effect? It's probably the same as Douyin, a special effect made specifically for the Moon King. The above person has revealed the truth. Isn't the homonym of Wanwan? Fuck. This is the first time I feel that a pawn is so romantic." Jiang Huai just stood there in a daze, turned his head and looked at Ting Zhu with a look of shock and confusion. Isn't he just here to make up the numbers? Shouldn't Ting Zhu say that his boss wanted to watch a double row and that's why he asked him to join? What is happening now? Even if you don't know how much above the crescent moon costs, you can tell it's essential just by looking at the exquisite and gorgeous special effects. Jiang Huai suddenly felt a little panicked. However, this is not the end yet. Special effects appear on the screen one after another. Wanwan presents anchor Jiang Huai with crescent moon throne X2. Wanwan presents anchor Jiang Huai with crescent moon throne X10. Wanwan presents anchor Jiang Huai with crescent moon throne X50. Wanwan presents anchor Jiang Huai with crescent moon throne X100. Oh my god, I seem to have seen the grand scene of Emperor Yu in Douyin 2 days ago. But I think the crescent moon throne is better looking than the moon above / omega / Brothers, I've figured it out. It is exactly what I thought. A crescent throne costs 100,000 axe coins. Holy crap. I'm speechless, brothers. If one is 100,000, then wouldn't 100 be 10 million? My dear family, is this the world of the rich? Poverty limits my imagination. Seeing these comments, Jiang Huai, who was already stunned, suddenly opened his eyes wide. 100,000? 100 equals 10 million? Shun Tingzhu, I can't move my hands anymore. Jiang Huai turned his head silently, and his eyes were completely dull when he looked at Shun Tingzhu. What does 10 million mean? He never thought in his life that he could earn 10 million. He is in the imperial capital now. Don't forget what school he attended. From a sports university, the best you can do is become a physical education teacher or coach. He went on a live stream with his roommate to play a game, and before the game even started, a big shot gave him 10 million. Shin Tingzhu, who was called, had a smile on his face, but felt a little bitter in his heart. Although I had anticipated this scene, I still couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable when it actually happened before my eyes. So Wanwan liked someone with a similar appearance to Jiang Huai? However, the next moment, a gorgeous crescent moon special effect also flashed on the screen in front of him. Wanwan presents anchor Tingzhu with crescent moon throne ×1. Wanwan presents anchor Tingzhu with 10 crescent moon thrones. Wanwan presents anchor Tingzhu with crescent moon throne X100. There were also 100 of them. This time, Shen Tingzhu was also stunned. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this, they fell into complete madness and chaos. Fuck, 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 fuck. There are no other words to describe my feelings except these two words. Another 100. Another 100 went out. Is the Moon King throwing money around? In just a few minutes, 20 million was spent. What does that mean? I'm so jealous. Don't say anything upstairs. I'm already as sour as a lemon. Fuck you. The richest man is the Moon Emperor. Wow, sir, I want to make a leg pendant. Tingzhu suddenly reacted when he saw the constantly flowing comments. He quickly stood up and said excitedly to the screen, "Thank you, Wanwan, for the 100 crescent moon thrones." "Thank you, big man." Zhang Huai beside him also reacted as if waking up from a dream and said immediately, "Thank you, Master Wanwan, for the 100 crescent moon thrones. Master, would you like to add me on WeChat? I can help you win in PUBG." The barrage was instantly filled with ha ha ha. As for the sentence that I can lead the way, I vaguely remember Zhuzi saying the same thing. Familiar scene, familiar words, worthy of being roommates ha ha ha. Then, everyone saw a line of conspicuous words with special effects appear on the barrage. No addition. Chapter 56. Being a driver for the young lady. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately delighted. The Yue Huang who spent 20 million said, "Don't try to use this trick to get my WeChat." Ha 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 ha. Sympathize with the anchor for a second. Upstairs, but the anchor already has so much money. The corners of my grinning mouth suddenly froze. Zhang Huai didn't expect that the big boss who gave him so much money at once would have this reaction, and he was stunned on the spot. Shen Tingzhu beside him looked at him, and the bitterness in his heart disappeared inexplicably. There is still something different about him in Wan Yue's heart. Just as I thought of this, the phone alert sounded. The contact person is Wan Yue. Don't tell anyone my contact information. Tingzhu was startled and subconsciously looked at Zhang Huai, who was still standing there in a daze. His heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Good. I will never reveal your contact information. Song Wan finally felt relieved, and without waiting for the two to speak, she walked out of the live broadcast room. Was left there in a daze? Turning his head, he looked at Shen Tingzhu with an expression of indescribable disbelief. The boss is gone? He swiped 20 million and then just left like that? Is he dreaming and hasn't woken up yet? Or is this world just a fantasy? The audience in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw his expression. Calm down, handsome boy. Our Moon Emperor has always been so arrogant. Ha 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 ha. At least we played a game together at that time. But when it was the host's turn, there was nothing. No. Although the anchor doesn't have the boss's contact information, the anchor has money. Wow, I should just feel sorry for myself. Soon as Song Wan ended the live broadcast, he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding detected that the host spent 20 million and is currently receiving multiple cashback of virtual gold. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 30 times the cashback. 600 million renminbi has been transferred to the host's account. Please check it. As soon as the system finished speaking, the text message alert sounded. On September 4th, your card with the last number 8106 received 600 million renminbi from Huaxia Bank, transferred from other banks, and the balance is 1,414,605,262 renminbi and 60 cents. Huaxia Bank. Song Wan was suddenly happy. Just spent 500 million yuan to invest in Linhai technology, and now it's all back. 1. A dreamless night. Song Wan was woken up in the morning. There were screams outside the corridor, which made it impossible for people to sleep well. When Song Wan opened her eyes, Huang ran, and the other two were already under the bed. Seeing her wake up, Li Lui immediately pointed out the window with excitement. Wanwan, come and see. There's a very handsome, rich second generation downstairs, and he drives a Ferrari. I'm waiting for someone downstairs in the girls' dormitory. I don't know who I'm waiting for. Song Wan had long been immune to Li Lui's gossipy nature, but when she heard the word Ferrari, she suddenly opened her eyes. Think it's a new day again, host. Do you want to sign in? The system took advantage of the opportunity, and the voice immediately rang in my mind. Song Wan rubbed his eyes and said in his heart, "Sign in." Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of Nanjia Law Firm. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Even though Song Wan was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the reward. Nanjia Law Firm, headquartered in Shanghai, is well known throughout China. His offices are located in various regions of China, and he even has branches in New York, London, and other places. The most important thing is that Nanjia law firm has never suffered a defeat in its 30-plus years of existence. Song Wan patted her cheeks gently, forcing herself to be more sober. The system's attacks are getting more and more powerful. The host wants to become a top white, rich, and beautiful person. How can she not have her own team of lawyers? The system's cute voice was serious. Since he had followed the host here, he naturally had to adapt to the local customs. It was said on the internet that grandfathers love their granddaughters very much. This time, Song Wan finally woke up completely. Only then did she have time to look down at Li Louis, who was still waiting for her to talk. Wei, wouldn't the Ferrari be yellow? Li Louis's eyes widened slightly in surprise when she heard this. Wanwan, how did you guess that? She wasn't guessing. Song Wan got out of bed and walked to the window, where she saw a familiar figure leaning against the Ferrari. A look of helplessness flashed across her face. Although Su Muang told her yesterday that he would come to school to find her, it's too early. He didn't call her when he came. If she didn't wake up, who knows how long this guy would wait downstairs. I picked up the phone and dialed the number. Su Moyang's cheerful voice instantly came through the receiver. Miss, did you see me? The corners of Song Wan's mouth twitched slightly. The combination of a sports car and a handsome guy can have a great destructive effect on the girl's dormitory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been woken up so early in the morning. Li Lui next to him immediately noticed the blind spot. She looked at Song Wan, then at the handsome guy below who was also making a phone call with a bright smile, and suddenly realized something. Wanwan, is that handsome guy down there looking for you? Song Wan nodded, told Su Muang to wait a moment, and then hung up the phone. Turning around, she saw Li Lui with sparkling eyes. Wanwan, you are so awesome. Ever since she dumped that scumbag Raymond Lam, she has been surrounded by lots of romantic partners. All of them are of very high quality. Huang ran beside her, poked her arm maliciously. Come on, Wanwan, I'm rooting for you. Song Wan suddenly, infinity. It was more than 10 minutes later when Song Wan came downstairs. Su Muang saw Song Wan's figure with sharp eyes and came over directly, handing over a cup of soy milk. Warm up your stomach first. Song Wan did not refuse. She took it and tasted it, then nodded immediately. It tastes pretty good. The smile on Su Muang's face suddenly became brighter. I asked my chef to make it specially. Without waiting for Song Wan to speak, Su Muang spoke again with expectation. Sister, shall we go? Song Wan raised the soy milk in her hand with a somewhat amused look. Why don't you wait for me to finish this first? Su Muang in front of him blinked, and his big eyes on his delicate baby face flickered. Don't worry, you can drink it in the car. Seeing Song Wan cast her eyes towards the two sports cars standing side by side, Su Muang's smile curved even wider. We can drive a car, and I'll be the driver for the young lady. Song Wan was stunned while drinking soy milk. Then she smiled and handed the car keys to him directly. Su Muang's eyes instantly brightened after he succeeded in his calculations. He looked left and right, as if he had obtained his most beloved toy. It's poison indeed. Even the key is more exquisite than mine. The fiery red Lamborghini Veneno roared like a galloping beast and soon drove away from Linhai University. Chapter 57. Sister, do you still have Koenigsegg 11? In the car, Su Muang continued to talk to Song Wan. Wow, this poison feels different when it's taken. Miss, you are too rich. Song Wan smiled while drinking soy milk, but didn't say anything. Su Muang became more certain of his guess that a family that could afford to buy poison could not possibly be an ordinary family. What's more, he couldn't find any information about Song Wan. You know, their family is already considered one of the top wealthy families in Shanghai. In addition, the power of those guys' families is no less than theirs, but they were unable to find out anything. This in itself is very telling. This shows how deep the family background behind the young lady is. Thinking of this, Su Muang immediately gave himself a silent thumbs up in his heart. There aren't many people he likes, and after finally making friends with one, he got such a big surprise. Leaving aside the long-term consequences, just being able to prescribe poison makes his life very fulfilling at this moment. Miss, we are almost there at the club. Seeing that Song Wan had finished drinking the soy milk, Su Muang was afraid that she would be bored, so he simply started talking about the club. We have many sports cars in the SSCC club, but we have never seen poison before. If those animals come at you later, you must refuse them, little sister. If it doesn't work, hide behind me and I'll help you block it. Puff! Song Wan couldn't help laughing out loud. Her eyes stayed on his body for a moment, and then she said with a smile, Okay, I'll hide behind you. Su Muang suddenly felt more fulfilled. The SSCC club has a large venue and a luxurious facade. From a distance, Song Wan had already seen the three people waiting at the entrance of the club and the car behind them. Lamborghini LP 700, GTR, and SLS AMG are all expensive supercars. Song Wan was not surprised. She had learned about this club before coming. The entry-level car is a Porsche 911, and there is a strict membership system for members. Those who can enter the club are either rich or noble, so it is normal for them to own these sports cars. Su Moyang naturally also saw the people waiting there, and the smile on his face became even more ostentatious. The fiery red Lamborghini Veneno drifted and stopped directly in front of them. "I'm going to Moyang? How did you convince the young lady to let you drive?" Without waiting for Su Moyang to reply, the three of them had already shifted their attention to Song Wan in the passenger seat. "While I've heard from Mo Yang that she's a very young lady, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Hello, young lady. Welcome to join our SSCC club. I'll open the door for you, young lady." Just as Su Moyang was about to get out of the car, he saw three people scrambling to open the passenger door, and their movements to get out of the car were faster. Song Wan didn't hesitate and got out of the car gracefully. Su Moyang stepped forward and strictly controlled the distance between Song Wan and the three people. Then he introduced them to Song Wan. "Miss, let me introduce you to this guy. He's wearing a stuffy outfit. His name is Chin Yulo. His family runs an entertainment company. This guy who looks like a decent person is called Chu Qing, and his family is in real estate. The last and most pretentious guy is called Yi Lan, and his family runs a jewelry business." When the three heard Su Moyang's introduction, they all had some black lines on their foreheads. Is there anyone who would slander his own brother like this? Song Wan nodded and looked at everyone one by one as Su Moyang introduced them. A smile suddenly appeared in her eyes. I have to say, from another perspective, Su Moyang's introduction is quite appropriate. The most handsome among the three is Chu Qing. The one who looks like a playboy is Chin Yulo, and Yi Lan has the most elegant temperament. After briefly introducing herself to the three people, Song Wan was welcomed directly into the club. The family backgrounds of these four people are the best in the entire club, so it was naturally easy for them to get Song Wan a club membership. After filling out the form, Chu Qing and the other two went straight to Song Wan. "Miss, we have a small competition this afternoon. Do you want to come with us?" Upon hearing this, Su Moyang rushed over, not caring about isolating the three people. He blinked and said to Song Wan, "It's a match between us and another club, and there's some small bets. Come on, young lady." If those guys saw the poison that the young lady had, their eyes would definitely be blinded. Chu Qing and the other two looked at each other silently, their expressions suddenly becoming indescribable. Su Moyang has always been very resistant to his baby face, and has always hated others associating him with cuteness. Once, a club member tried to please this guy by telling everyone how cute Su Moyang was and was immediately kicked out of the club by this guy. Now in front of the young lady, he had completely forgotten all of this and even resorted to malicious cuteness. Song Wan didn't notice anything wrong. She just thought about it for a moment and agreed to their request. The club competitions are definitely between top sports cars, and both the speed and technology are definitely not what you can experience when driving normally. It just so happened that after acquiring god-level driving skills, she had yet to truly test them out. When the four saw that he agreed, their eyes suddenly became excited. "Sister, that's refreshing. Zhuming we got a Bugatti Veyron and is showing off to us. Then we will let them see the power of my poison." Ha ha ha. I can even imagine that guy's expression. The young lady is simply the super lucky star of our SSCC club. The Venom is not an ordinary heavyweight sports car. Both in terms of rarity and price, it is obviously superior to Zhu Minghui's Bugatti Veyron. So what if we lose the game? This is Lamborghini poison. Just on the surface. Can we just win it back for them? Bugatti Veyron. Song Wan's attention was on the Bugatti. After a brief thought, he looked up and said to the four people, "Do we need to add another Koenigsegg Wanwan?" All four of them had the same black question mark face. Who was drinking water, suddenly sprayed out the water in his mouth. "Miss, what did you say?" Song Wan thought they didn't hear clearly, so she repeated, "Do you need another Koenigsegg Wanwan?" The four of them had magically shocked faces. "Miss, do you still have Koenigsegg Wanwan?" Owning a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno is pretty astounding. Okay. How could this young lady look so calm and say in such a light tone that she also has a Koenigsegg 11? Chapter 58. Can you rent me a Koenigsegg 11? Su Moyang, who brought Song Wan over, had his mouth wide open, his eyes full of disbelief. What kind of little ancestor did he find? It's poison and Koenigsegg 11. Song Wan simply wrote down the address of the Emerald Lake community and handed it to them, along with the Emerald Lake access card. When Koenigsegg Wanwan arrived before, the staff had already sent it there. Just say hello to Manager Hu of Emerald Lake, and you will find it immediately. Then Song Wan saw 4 people taking turns to fight for it, each showing off their magical powers. All 4 of them love cars, otherwise they wouldn't be in the SSCC club. The poison itself was exciting enough, but who would have thought that there was a Koenigsegg Wanwan waiting for them? The one who got it in the end was Yi Lan, who seemed the calmest. Song Wan didn't understand their enthusiasm, so she just held her chin with one hand and looked at them. The 4 of them then realized that the young lady was still here, and they immediately calmed down a little. Yi Lan waved the door card in his hand and smiled at Song Wan. "Miss, do you want to go with me?" Hearing Song Wan's response that she wanted to take a rest, the other 3 people immediately started a new round of scramble. Qin Yulo was the first to raise his hand, followed by Chu Qing. Just as he was rushing to do so, he heard Su Moyang beside him snort coldly. "You all should go. It seems that I am the only one who enjoys the company of our little sister." "I'm going?" The other 3 people looked at Su Moyang in shock, as if they were fighting hard on the front line, but someone had robbed their home. When did this guy become such a dog? The 3 of them reacted quickly and took a few steps forward to come to Song Wan. "Who said you're the only one who likes it? We can still take the young lady for a stroll if we drive the car back." Song Wan put down the hand that was supporting her chin, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. "I don't need you to accompany me." Finally decided to go to Emerald Lake were Yi Lan and Qin Yulo. Seeing Su Moyang and Chu Qing, who were left behind, looking at her eagerly, Song Wan almost choked again. He casually threw the poison key in front of them and said, "Do you want to drive this for a few laps first?" If she continued to look at her like that, she couldn't even eat her snacks. Su Moyang and Chu Qing's eyes suddenly lit up visibly. Su Moyang even wanted to rush over and give Song Wan a bear hug, but was directly carried away by Chu Qing by the collar. When leaving, he gave Song Wan an apologetic smile for the child's ignorance. After the 2 had run enough, Yi Lan and Qin Yulo also came back driving the Koenigsegg Wanwan. Unlike the flamboyant fiery red of the Lamborghini Veneno, the Koenigsegg Wanwan is white. And because Koenigsegg Wanwan used a large amount of carbon fiber in its production, its body weight is only 1,341 kilograms, making it look lighter. The 2 limited edition super sports cars were parked side by side, immediately attracting a large number of club members to come and watch. Time passed quickly. After lunch, Su Moyang and others began to organize the club members to go to their destination, Launchi Circuit. The Launchi track is more like a track than a place specially set up by the SSCC club for members to train. Seeing Song Wan standing up, Su Moyang took the lead and stood in front of her. "Miss, how about I give you a ride?" Before Song Wan could answer, the other 3 people walked over quickly. Chu Qing once again directly picked up Su Moyang, who was maliciously acting cute towards Song Wan, and put him aside. "When you came here, you already served as a driver for the young lady once. Don't even think about it this time." Su Moyang glared at him immediately, but with a height of 178 centimeters against 188 centimeters, he had no advantage at all. Similarly, Yi Lan and Qin Yulo on the side had already driven past the Koenigsegg Wanwan and therefore lost their qualifications. The final result was that Chu Qing drove the Koenigsegg Wanwan and took Song Wan to the destination. The Launchi track was built in the suburbs about 10 kilometers away from here. While they were still on the road, another group of people had obviously arrived earlier. There are also 7 or 8 sports cars parked at the starting point of the track. The most eye-catching one is naturally the silver Bugatti Veyron in the lead. Leaning next to the Bugatti Veyron was a man in his 20s, about 1.7 meters tall, with an above-average appearance. This is the Zhu Minghui that Su Moyang and others mentioned. "Brother Hui, it's already this late, and Chu Qing and the others haven't arrived yet. Maybe they don't dare to come." The speaker was a young man standing next to Zhu Minghui. He was also wearing designer clothes, and his tone of voice was clearly flattering. When the others heard this, they immediately agreed. That's right, he was probably scared by Brother Hui's Bugatti Veyron. Brother Hui is really amazing. He even managed to get a Bugatti Veyron in such a short time. Zhu Minghui's expression instantly became somewhat arrogant, and his gaze towards the source was also somewhat mocking. If they don't dare to come, how can they survive in this magical city in the future? Ha, Brother Hui is still awesome. Whether they come or not, we've already lost face. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, waves of roars unique to sports cars came from far away and gradually approached their ears. Zhu Minghui and the others looked over subconsciously, and after just one glance, they were all stunned. The white supercar in the lead looks handsome and smooth. Even from a distance, you can feel its lightness and incredibly fast speed, just like a ghost on the track. If not Koenigsegg Wanwan, then what is it? But that's not all. Following closely behind the Koenigsegg Wanwan is a flamboyant, fiery red supercar with a cool body. It looks like the king of beasts in the jungle, and its roar is enough to scare away the small fry in the forest. Is this a Lamborghini Venom? Two limited edition supercars parked one after the other beside Zhu Minghui, instantly overshadowing the originally dazzling Bugatti Veyron. How is this possible? Zhu Minghui's eyes widened as he watched Chu Qing and others get off the sports car. He knows best how hard it is to get a top-notch sports car. His Bugatti Veyron was acquired thanks to his uncle's business, and he finally got it from abroad after a long time of hard work. It is precisely because of this that he was certain that Chu Qing and his team would not be able to get a top-notch supercar comparable to his Bugatti Veyron in just a few days. But what is going on in front of us? Zhu Minghui's cheeks twitched, as if he had thought of something, and he pointed at them and said, "You rented it, right? Do you still have any shame? Our club has always been open and above board with the club. What's the matter with you renting a car?" Su Moyong, who got off the car first, sneered and looked at Zhu Minghui with mockery in his eyes. "If you don't have enough experience, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Zhu Minghui, why don't you try renting some poison? Or, can you rent a Koenigsegg Wanwan? Chapter 59, Why Call Her Miss Sister? From now on, I will call her Wan Jie." The Jiuxia Club, headed by Zhu Minghui, was only opened in recent years. The threshold is lower than that of SSEC, and because it was established by the Zhu family, it has attracted many emerging wealthy people. However, ever since Zhu Minghui took over Jiuxia, he would bring people over to provoke from time to time. As the leader of the emerging families, the Zhu family is quite powerful. But because of this, the Zhu family's foundation is also a shortcoming. Zhu Minghui was obviously very sensitive to such words, and there was more anger in his eyes when he looked at Su Moyong. "Wouldn't it be obvious to me if your club has poison and Koenigsegg Wanwan?" Su Moyong ignored him and walked straight to the Koenigsegg and opened the passenger door for Song Wan. After Chu Qing and his companions parked the car, they also stood beside Song Wan. This obvious protective gesture instantly made the members of the Jiuxia Club on the opposite side shift all their attention to Song Wan. I have to say that the sudden appearance of a girl among a group of men is still very eye-catching. Especially, she is a fresh and beautiful girl. Even Zhu Minghui couldn't help but guess Song Wan's identity. A girl who could be protected by the always proud Chu Qing, and others could not be just an ordinary girl. However, before he could think about it, Qin Yulo's voice came over. "We are here to compete. Zhu Minghui, you should stop talking nonsense. As if you're afraid that others will know that your skills are not good enough." Zhu Minghui finally came back to his senses, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy when he looked at the few people. "Okay, this is what you said. Don't regret it later. But I want to change the stakes this time." Chu Qing and the others turned to look at him, only to see him pointing firmly at the Koenigsegg Wanwan. "If we win this competition, I want it." Seeing Chu Qing and the others frowning, Zhu Minghui added, "Of course, if I lose, I'll give you my Bugatti Veyron." Su Moyong immediately looked towards Zhu Minghui and said, "Can you please have some shame? Bugatti Veyron versus Koenigsegg Wanwan? Are you dreaming?" Zhu Minghui obviously understood the price difference between the two cars and immediately asked, "How about adding another 60 million? This made Chu Qing and the others laugh. Chu Qing even smiled and said, "How about I give you 90 million and you help me buy a Koenigsegg Wanwan? This calculation is all up to the sky. Can you buy a limited edition supercar with only 6 in the world?" Even the people from Yongxia Club subconsciously pursed their lips. Although they had been ruthless in speaking ill of Chu Qing and the others in order to curry favor with Zhu Minghui, they were also very clear. Compared with the capabilities of the families behind Chu Qing and others in the Magic City, the Zhu family, as an emerging wealthy family, is obviously much inferior. For the sake of their family business, they can rely on Zhu Minghui, but if they are asked to refute Chu Qing and other top young masters in person, they would never dare to do so. They were still admiring the Bugatti Veyron when 2 limited edition supercars pulled up in front of them. I'm afraid that even if the Zhu family is given another few decades, they may not be able to achieve this level of foundation and ability. Zhu Minghui was fighting alone, so his momentum was obviously lower. 100 million! 100 million should be enough. Ding, the host is facing a situation. The system issues a random task. win the club competition. If the mission succeeds, you will obtain the ownership of Luoyuan real estate. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. While several people were arguing, the system's voice suddenly rang in Song Wan's mind. There was a slight change in Song Wan's gaze when she looked towards Zhu Minghui. This guy is not a fool at all. He is clearly her golden nugget. If I remember correctly, Luoyuan Real Estate is the largest real estate company in Luoyuan City, which is located in the urban area of Yongning County, Song Wan's hometown. I was originally thinking about how to subtly improve my parents' quality of life, but with Luoyuan Real Estate, the problem was easily solved. He immediately pulled Chu Qing, who was about to refuse, and said softly to them, "Agree to him." Several people turned their eyes to look at Song Wan, and their gazes immediately turned into surprise. Their voices were also very low. "Miss, I didn't say that our skills are not as good as Zhu Minghui's. Just in case I lose, that's the Koenigsegg Wanwan." Of course, Song Wan knew this, so she nodded firmly at them. Seeing that they agreed to his request, Zhu Minghui's eyes lit up. I couldn't wait to clap my hands, and suddenly a man in a red racing suit walked out from behind me. "This is Zheng Ming, the new member of our Yongxia club. We will send him to play in this match. Who will your SSCC send?" Laugh. On the SSCC side, not only Chu Qing and his companions laughed out loud, but also several members they brought with them. "Zhu Minghui, you have completely lost your shame, haven't you? In competitions between clubs, the default players used are members of their own clubs. But who is Zheng Ming? A professional racing driver who has won international championships. This guy can even join the Yongxia club in advance." Everyone in the SSCC club looked at Zhu Minghui with indescribable expressions. It is said that the Zhu family is a carefree family, and now they have experienced it. This is simply shameless. Since you want to compete like this, why don't we invite a world champion to SSCC tomorrow? Qin Yulo straightened his collar, his sneer at Zhu Minghui almost evident in his words. For those in this second-generation circle, the most important thing is face. It is obvious that Zhu Minghui does not understand this principle. "You." The smile on Zhu Minghui's face froze. Before he could say anything, he saw the girl between them took the car key of Koenigsegg Wanwan and walked out directly. "How about I do it?" Zhu Minghui burst out laughing. "You?" "Sure." Chu Qing, who has the best driving skills in SSCC, is nothing in front of the world champion. "What about a new girl?" Song Wan ignored him and just winked at the people behind him. "Let me try." Several people noticed the eagerness in her eyes and thought she just wanted to play, so they had no intention of stopping her. After she got in the car, Chu Qing opened the door and got on the passenger seat. "In that case, I'll play with you too." Su Moyong and the others did not try to stop it. It was destined to be a farce, so they might as well let their young lady have fun. With them around, if Zhu Minghui can't take the Koenigsegg Wanwan, they will lose. The two racing cars were quickly in position, and as the signal sounded, the two sports cars shot out at the same time, like arrows from a bow. The eyes of the people who stayed turned to the large screen that had been turned on, and the images of Koenigsegg Wanwan and Bugatti Veyron suddenly appeared in front of them. Zhu Minghui looked at the nonchalant expressions of Su Moyong and the others, thinking that they had given up struggling, and couldn't help laughing. "Don't say it's unfair. The launchy track belongs to you, SSCC. My Bugatti is great in a straight line, but if I really have good skills, it's not impossible to overtake on a curve." As soon as he finished speaking, the first turn appeared on the big screen. Then, amid the crowd's incredible exclamations, the Koenigsegg Wanwan accelerated sideways and directly overtook the Bugatti Veyron. "What the hell? What the hell? Speeding up on the curve. Sister, you're awesome." Hearing the cheers of the members behind them, Qin Yulo and the others couldn't help but put away the indifference on their faces. After the shock, the corners of their mouths suddenly raised upwards. "Why call me little sister? From now on, you should call me Wanjie." Chapter 60. Sister Wan, you are our god. Zhu Minghui was completely stunned. He knew very well how difficult it was to overtake on a curve, otherwise he would not have used this statement to mock SSCC. Even Zheng Ming, a professional athlete, had to slow down slightly when turning. But what the hell is this big screen in front of me? A professional athlete who has won a championship was overtaken by a little girl at the first corner? Don't be too proud, it's just a coincidence. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Minghui had no intention of admitting defeat. The road ahead is still long, and we don't know who will win. Qin Yulo and the others ignored him completely. Several people stared at the white Koenigsegg Wanwan on the big screen with burning eyes, and their breathing became a little rapid because of excitement. Even the members of the Yongxia Club behind Zhu Minghui were staring at the big screen, not daring to blink. Originally thought to be a match with a huge disparity in strength and no suspense in the outcome, suddenly made people excited at this moment. The figure of the white Koenigsegg, Wanwan, running on the road is just like its promotional concept, completely like a ghost. It's the second turn. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone's eyes immediately turned more seriously to the white car shadow on the big screen. She still doesn't want to slow down, does she? Obviously, the second turn is different from the first turn. The first bend is on flat ground, while the second bend is halfway up the mountain. If you are not careful, the guardrail will be directly broken through, resulting in the car being destroyed and people being killed. Seeing this, Zhu Minghui couldn't help but sneer. She is indeed a little girl. She is trying to show off on such a curve. She is clearly courting death. Once the Koenigsegg 1-1 breaks through the guardrail, today's victory will belong to their Yongxia Club. When he thought of this, the smile on Zhu Minghui's face became even more intense. Did she think she could be as lucky as she was at the first turn? How naive she was. The members of the SSCC club turned their eyes to Zhu Minghui, who was leaning against a Ferrari with a casual smile on his face. It was as if the fruits of victory had already been held in his arms. The eyes of Su Moyang and others suddenly darkened, but they did not bother to pay attention to him and stared at the big screen. As Zhu Minghui said, the meaning of this second turn is completely different from the first turn. Compared to winning the game, what they wanted more was to see Song Wan and Chu Qing safe and sound. However, the next moment, everyone opened their eyes wide again. On the big screen, the white Koenigsegg 1-1 used the weight of its body to perform a rapid drift. The car skipped the second bend without slowing down at all. Without any pause, he continued to run forward. How is this possible? Zhu Minghui leaned against the car body, stumbled, and fell down. There was obvious disbelief in his eyes as he looked at the big screen. That's a bend halfway up the mountain. How dare she? Moreover, how is it possible that there is no damage at all while drifting at an accelerated speed? Just look at Zheng Ming's actions later, and you will know that even as a world-class racing driver, he still cherishes his life when faced with life-threatening situations. But the little girl seemed to have no idea what fear was. I watched helplessly as the distance between the two cars widened with every turn. When they were almost halfway through the journey, the distance between the two cars had even widened. Zhu Minghui couldn't stand still at that moment, and immediately took out the intercom and said, Zheng Ming, if you lose to a little girl, I guarantee that you will never be able to return to your international competition in this lifetime. He simply couldn't afford the bet of a Koenigsegg 1-1. Zhu Minghui, believe it or not, if you threaten me again outside the field, I will make you come here vertically and leave horizontally. Yilan straightened his sleeves and looked at Zhu Minghui nonchalantly, but it frightened Zhu Minghui so much that he didn't dare to say another word. If this guy goes crazy, he could do anything. By then, even his grandfather would never anger the Yi family because of him who has become disabled. Fortunately, he had already conveyed what he wanted to say to Zheng Ming. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the Bugatti Veyron driven by Zheng Ming changed its previous calmness and accelerated, directly imitating the little girl when entering the next bend. The next moment, the car body was thrown out. Fortunately, this curve was an S-curve which directly brought the car body to the foot of the mountain. There was nothing wrong with the people, but the result of the game was already clear. When Song Wan's Koenigsegg 1-1 returned to the finish line, her beautiful figure reappeared in front of everyone, and the entire venue was suddenly filled with cheers from SSCC club members. Sister Wan is awesome. Sister Wan, you are my god. What the hell? Was Sister Wan really recruited by Brother Yang and his gang? In contrast, there was complete silence at the Yongxia Club. Zhu Minghui stared at the big screen in a daze, and when his eyes fell on the damaged Bugatti Veyron, he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. It took him a long time to get this car, and he asked his uncle to get it for him. Not only did he not win the race, but he also crashed the car. Looking at Zheng Ming, who had also returned here, his eyes were suddenly filled with gloom. Zheng Ming felt even more aggrieved. Before he came, Zhu Minghui had already told him that although there were a few racing drivers among the club members, their skills were not comparable to those of the professionals. But the girl in front of me is simply a monster. Even in international competitions, he had never seen such a madman. Curves, why doesn't she fly into the sky? The most important thing is that there was not a single mistake throughout the whole process. After calming down, he said to Zhu Minghui almost affirmatively, Mr. Zhu, she must be a professional racing driver, but she has never participated in international competitions. Some talented racing drivers are like this. Breaking records is like a joke, and they just don't like to participate in any competitions. He thought that the girl in front of him was most likely a talented racing driver who had been trained since childhood. Otherwise, with such driving skills, it is impossible that he has not heard of her name. Zhu Minghui finally came to his senses, and when he looked at Chu Qing and the others, his eyes were filled with questions. You guys have already found a professional racer. How dare you mock me before the race? Laugh. Su Moyong and others on the opposite side were too lazy to pay attention to him, but the SSCC club members behind him couldn't help it. If you can't afford it, don't play. Okay, Zhu Minghui? Just because you cheated, you think everyone in the world is the same as you. Our sister Wan was able to enter SSCC with the help of poison and Koenigsegg Wanwan. Do you want to tell me how Zheng Ming entered Yongxia? Chapter 61 Nanjia Law Firm. Awaiting your arrival at any time. What did you say? When Zhu Minghui heard the last sentence, the angry look on his face froze. Poison and Koenigsegg Wanwan. Are they hers? How is that possible? One person owns 2 top-of-the-line limited edition supercars? Stop joking. Even Chu Qing and the others might not be able to get it. A girl with a strange face? Song Wan was too lazy to argue with him about this issue. She turned her eyes to look at him with an uncharacteristically calm expression. The game is over. It's time for you to hand in your bet. Zhu Minghui's expression became more rigid at a speed visible to the naked eye. My Bugatti has already been ruined like this. Do you still want it? Why not? Su Moyong turned the car key in his hand around between his fingers and smiled brightly at Zhu Minghui. Remember to send it to Bugatti for proper repairs, and then send it back to us. Zhu Minghui's hands were tightly clenched around the car keys of his Bugatti, and veins on his hands were almost popping out. He never thought that the opponent would win this race, so he set his sights on the Koenigsegg Wanwan. Now, let alone the Koenigsegg Wanwan, he can't even keep his Bugatti Veyron. He raised his head somewhat embarrassedly, and heard Yilan on the other side slowly add, "By the way, there is another 100 million yuan, which will be transferred over within 1 day. Otherwise," Yilan smiled at him and said softly, "I don't think you want to know the consequences." It is true that the Zhu family firmly occupies the leading position among the emerging forces, but if the several families really get serious, the Zhu family alone may not be enough to fill the gap. They're just relying on the fact that they now have some of the lithography machine technologies that China needs. Using technology to threaten the country is something the Zhu family is capable of doing. Yilan smiled lightly and looked at Zhu Minghui with indescribable coldness and sarcasm in his eyes. Dancing on the edge of a knife refers to the current Zhu family. Seeing that the opponent was serious, Zhu Minghui stopped playing rogue. Although his expression was still extremely ugly, he still said to the few people, "I, Zhu Minghui, am not a person who does not keep his word. I will send someone to SSCC after I repair the Bugatti Veyron, and the 100 million yuan will be completed within a day. Isn't it just a game? Young master, I can afford to lose." Having said that, he glared at Zheng Ming one last time and got directly into a sports car driven by one of his younger brothers. Zhu Minghui didn't dare to say anything, and naturally, the other people in Yongxia Club quickly shut their mouths. In stark contrast to the initial jubilation, although they still drove the sports car they came in, they always felt dirty and fled in a hurry. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of winning the game, and the reward is the ownership of Luoyuan Real Estate. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Heard the system's voice coming as expected. Her eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, Su Moyang's voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Sister Wan, you will be my sister from now on. Can you teach me how to race?" Su Moyang's voice was obviously a little overly excited. He really didn't expect it. A little girl he picked up casually would bring him surprises one after another. And the surprises keep coming one after another. Chu Qing beside him also laughed. "Without you, I'm afraid we won't even have the competition this time." Although Zhu Minghui shamelessly took advantage of the loophole first, if the news gets out, the dignity of their SSCC will probably be damaged. The situation couldn't be better now. Not only did he prevent Zhu Minghui from taking advantage of the situation, he also made him lose a Bugatti Veyron and 100 million yuan in compensation. Thinking of this, Chu Qing's voice unconsciously became more meaningful. "Tell me, how did Zhu Minghui get 100 million yuan in 1 day?" Qin Yulo and Yi Lan understood what he meant instantly, and a hint of gloating appeared in their smiles. Given Zhu Minghui's personality, it would be strange if he dared to tell his family about the bet. So here comes the question. A cash flow of 100 million is not so easy to get. Seeing Song Wan beside him, still looking a little confused, Chu Qing did something he wanted to do as soon as he got off the car. He patted her head, then smiled at her naturally and said, Zhu Minghui is now the manager of a branch company under Zhu Corporation. Song Wan was stunned by his actions, but she understood the meaning of his words in an instant. Since he can't get money through normal channels, Zhu Minghui will most likely turn his attention to that branch company. If they make the slightest move at that time, the situation that the branch will face will probably become urgent. To celebrate our sister Wan's victory, we have to treat our sister Wan to a big meal, right? Qingyu walked a few steps upstairs, his peach blossom eyes looking at the people turned into crescent moons with smile. Since they can play together, naturally their temperaments are similar. From childhood to adulthood, there are not many people who can catch their eyes. Now Song Wan is definitely one of them. The others naturally had no objection, so they simply drove straight to Sanqin Yuan. Several top-level supercars lined up in a row are certainly very cool. As soon as we arrived at Sanqin Yuan, the receptionist came out to greet us. However, just as they were about to enter the door, a figure ran straight towards them. Without waiting for anyone to react, he pounced into Yi Lan's arms with incredible precision. Yi Lan frowned and took a step back, allowing the figure to fall to the side due to inertia. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. My grandma was sick and in the hospital. I was in a hurry to get there and almost bumped into you. The girl was wearing a white dress and had a beautiful face, especially her pair of wet eyes like a deer, which made her look indescribably pitiful. Yi Lan noticed that his shirt was wet by the lemon juice in her hand, and his brows furrowed even more tightly. The girl seemed to sense his unhappiness and quickly stood up and wiped Yi Lan with a handkerchief. I'll help you wipe it. Seeing the girl's action, Yi Lan had already avoided her, and his tone was as cold as if it was soaked in ice. Don't touch me. Su Muang quietly moved to Song Wan's side. His voice was very low, but it was obvious that he was gloating. That guy has misophobia. Song Wan, who watched the whole process. Shiguma, handakuten no. No. That is to say, this scene seems a little familiar. The girl in front of him was almost scared to tears, but she still tried her best to stand in front of Yi Lan. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. That's enough. Before Yi Lan could say anything, a young man with an elite look walked over. A few grown men bullying a girl. Don't you think you're going too far? Su Moyong and his friends who were eating melons happily. Without waiting for them to express their opinions, the elite-looking man directly pulled the girl behind him and looked at them with disgust. What I hate most is you second-generation rich people. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your family is rich. If you have any other opinions, you can come to me. The man paused, and his domineering aura suddenly came over him. We at Nanjia Law Firm are waiting for you to come at any time. Chapter 62 Feng Yankai. Are you tired of living? No. Su Muang couldn't help but take a step forward and take a good look at the man. He was wearing a black suit, and his hair was combed back with hair wax. Although his face cannot be said to be very handsome, it is above average. He looks like a decent human being. Su Muang narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. You didn't run away from the mental hospital, did you? I've seen people adding drama to themselves, but I've never seen anyone do it like this. The elite man was stunned, and when he looked at Su Moyong, a hint of disbelief flashed across his face. Sir, this is a personal attack. I can sue you. Nanjia Law Firm? Yi Lan, who originally had a cold and disgusted look on his face, also cast his gaze towards the elite man with a look of realization in his eyes. No wonder they are so confident. It turns out that Nanjia Law Firm is behind them. Hearing Yi Lan's question, the elite man raised his chin slightly. It seems that this gentleman has heard of our Nanjia's great name. Just say it. Their Nanjia Law Firm is a well-known law firm in the whole of China. Those who are able to enter the firm are undoubtedly the elite among the elites in the legal profession. As one of them, he is naturally different from those rich second generations who just live a life of idleness and wait for death. These second-generation rich people fear most is causing trouble for their families. Once their family members knew that they had offended Nanjia, they would probably be in big trouble. Su Moyong and the others were so angry that they laughed. Qin Yulo, who was always the most eloquent, immediately asked, even if you have the Nanjia Law Firm backing you up, then may I ask, what can you sue us for? The man was stunned, then turned to look at Qin Yulo with a look of even more disgust. When I came here, I saw you guys teaming up to bully a girl. If you want to accept the lawsuit, then I will be the witness. The elite man's voice was powerful, and he stood in front of the girl with his chest straight, as if he would never bow to the powerful. To be honest, he has seen a lot of these second-generation rich people. They look very powerful, but in fact they are just weaklings. Qin Yulo saw his expression. The sneer on his face became even stronger, and his eyes were full of ridicule. Tell me how we, the grown men, bullied the girls? The elite man met his gaze and became even more angry. You dare not take responsibility for what you did? You guys bullied a girl and made her cry like this. Do you think everyone is blind? Song Wan looked at the boss for a while, then couldn't help but step forward a few steps, looking at the elite man. You said you are from Nanjia law firm? The elite man's eyes suddenly became impatient. Do you think anyone dares to pretend to be from the southern stage? The next moment, he saw the girl who had just spoken to him nodded. That's good. Before she could ask any questions, the elite man saw her take out her cell phone and said, It just so happens that I have someone I know in the South Steps. When the elite man heard this, his expression suddenly changed. However, the girl had obviously dialed the number on the phone, and someone on the other end said something. Then the girl turned her gaze back to him. What is your name? What? The elite man was obviously stunned, and the look he gave Song Wan no longer had the same vigor and momentum as before. However, the girl's expression remained calm, and her beautiful eyes just looked at her. The elite man calmed himself down secretly, and then said to Song Wan in a panic, You're also a girl. Are you just going to watch your companions bully others? Nay, Song Wan was already a little impatient. This man directly convicted Yi Lan and the others without even understanding the whole story. So now, she had no intention of listening to any more from him. The man took a deep breath and was about to continue persuading someone when he heard Qin Yulo next to him burst out laughing. Why? You don't dare to say your name? Are you afraid that there is no such person in the South Steps? The man looked at Qin Yulo suddenly, and his voice was filled with pride that could not be slandered. My name is Feng Yankai. You can definitely find it if you look it up. After a pause, he looked at Song Wan unconsciously. I am just discussing the matter at hand. If you use personal interest to interfere with public interests, isn't that a bit too much? The smiles on Qin Yulo and others' faces became even more ironic. You said that we second-generation rich people love to bully others the most. If I don't let you have a taste of this, I'm afraid you will be unhappy. Song Wan had already told the person on the phone her name, and within 2 minutes, she hung up the call. Feng Yankai looked at her intently, wanting to know whether the person opposite him was from Nanjia law firm. He wanted to know what to say, but he couldn't open his mouth at all. However, before he could think about it for too long, his cell phone rang. Feng Yankai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he inexplicably had a bad premonition. Especially when I saw the caller ID, this bad premonition reached its peak all of a sudden. Director Tan. Director Tan, what do you want to talk to me about? Tan Tianming was so angry that he almost exploded. The tone of his voice when he spoke to him could be described as gnashing his teeth. Feng Yankai, are you really tired of living? Feng Yankai subconsciously turned his gaze to Song Wan, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. Director Tanyu, what do you mean? Tan Tianming on the other end of the phone was still furious. Thinking of Feng Yankai's situation, he almost laughed out of anger. Good. Very good. Feng Yankai, I've been managing Nanjia for 6 years, and this is the first time I know that there is someone as blind as you in Nanjia. Before Feng Yankai could say anything, Tan Tianming's angry voice came through the microphone again. I don't care why you did such a stupid thing. In short, you're fired. Having said this, Tan Tianming's tone finally calmed down a little. But if you listen carefully, you can still hear the strong sarcasm. Of course, if you really want to know the reason, I can tell you now. We in the South don't need a warrior who tries to accuse the big boss on trumped-up charges. At this point, Tan Tianming's voice seemed to pause, and without waiting for Feng Yankai to react, he continued. I'll have someone pack up your things and put them directly downstairs. Please come and pick them up as soon as possible. As if he was afraid that Feng Yankai was not stimulated enough, he added with a sense of humor. By the way, I'm afraid your malicious defamation lawsuit was also taken away along with your things. We, the entire Nanjia law firm, welcome you to submit your opinions at any time. Chapter 63. What does that have to do with me as a material person? Snap. Feng Yankai couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, I was stunned. What does it mean to be fired? What is malicious defamation? What does it mean to try to sue the big boss? Fell on Song Wan hesitantly, with a last glimmer of hope. Who are you? Song Wan seemed not to sense his despair, and just smiled at him with her lips bent. What a coincidence, I happen to own a Nanjia law firm. Snap. Feng Yankai, who had just staggered to his feet, collapsed completely to the ground. Su Moyong and others on the side were also visibly stunned, and there was an indescribable surprise in their eyes when they looked at Song Wan. Although I already knew from Poison and Koenigsegg Wanwan that she was not ordinary, but now, if I remember correctly, Nanjia Law Firm is one of the leading law firms in the whole of China and is even quite famous internationally. The most famous thing about it is that it has never lost a case since its establishment. Such a famous firm with influence all over the world is also hers. Su Muan couldn't help but blink and suddenly remembered the incident where Song Wan bought Zehezhai without saying a word. Compared with now, it is nothing. They also say that they are the top second generation in Shanghai. So what is Sister Wan? Chu Qing and the others also reacted soon after, and then they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Especially Qin Yulo, who looked at Feng Yankai with a look full of teasing. TSK, isn't this guy showing off his power to his boss? He didn't care about Feng Yankai's pale face and looked at him for 2 full minutes as if he was looking at a monkey. If you tell anyone about this, you'll make the headlines. Feng Yankai no longer dared to show an angry expression to those people. Instead, the girl in the white dress who was protected behind him stood up firmly at this moment. Without hesitation, he walked straight towards Yilan. Sir, seeing Yi Lan's obvious disgust when he saw her, a hint of hurt flashed across her wet eyes, but she continued firmly. This gentleman, Mr. Feng, didn't mean it. He just misunderstood you and acted impulsively. Can you ask your friend to let him go? The girl gritted her teeth, her lips turned paler, and against her pretty face, she looked incredibly pitiful. However, Yilan took 3 or 4 steps back as if he had seen something dirty. When the girl saw this, the injuries on her face became more obvious. But he still raised his head, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and said to Yilan in a bitter tone, as long as you can let Mr. Feng go, I can do anything you ask me to do. Yilan, then stay away from me. The girl was stunned, and her expression suddenly became more humiliated. As if she understood that she couldn't get the answer she wanted from Yilan, the girl took a deep breath and turned her head towards Chu Qing with tears in her eyes. Sir, please be kind enough to help your friend and let him stop complaining. As long as you promise, I can do anything for you. Chu Qing didn't look at her, but turned his head to Song Wan, asking sincerely, do I look like a stupid fool? The answers of these people were totally different from what she had expected. The girl could not bear the humiliation and could only seek help from Song Wan, who was also a girl. Miss, I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng must have worked hard to get the job opportunity at the law firm. Could you please not fire him just because of a misunderstanding? She was standing closest to Feng Yankai, so close that she could hear his boss voice clearly on the phone. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but grit her teeth. You are all powerful and wealthy second generations, and you don't understand that ordinary people like us have already tried our best to make a living. If he loses this opportunity, his whole life may be over. Feng Yankai, who had already collapsed on the ground, immediately looked at the girl when he heard this. The girl's words were like the bright moonlight in the dark night that illuminates people's hearts, making his heart beat wildly. Feng Yankai cheered himself up and wanted to stand up. He simply couldn't imagine how they could have the heart to bully such a kind and innocent girl like this. The girl didn't notice his gaze at all. She just stared at Song Wan. Please spare me a favor. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Song Wan raised his eyes nonchalantly, met her gaze, and his voice struck her heart. What can your gratitude bring me? The girl's eyes suddenly showed disbelief when she heard this. You are not short of money. Why do you have to be so materialistic? Matters Song Wan? Just a few seconds ago, she was telling Yilan and Chu Qing that they would do anything for her. So how come it became material to her? Why are you treating people differently like this? Su Moyang stood aside and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He stepped forward and gently patted Song Wan's shoulder, smiling and said, You are right. Our sister Wan is the most materialistic. As he spoke, he winked at Song Wan, then turned to the girl. So, someone like you who doesn't care about worldly things should not ask for anything from our sister Wan, right? Qin Yulo, who has a top entertainment company and is familiar with these routines, also stepped forward and separated Song Wan from the girl. And miss, if you were so righteous, why didn't you stand up when Feng was making trouble just now? The girl was startled by the question and said in a weak and pitiful tone, I didn't react just now. Realizing that the people in front of her were not easy to deal with, the girl hesitated and finally turned her gaze to Song Wan. Today was really just a misunderstanding. There was no need to make it like this. Please be magnanimous and let Mr. Feng go. Song Wan had straightened his expression by this time, and spoke to her in a serious tone. Whether you reacted or not, it is a fact that he just came out to cause trouble without knowing right or wrong. To be biased in one's view of things is not what a qualified lawyer should have, in my opinion. Idiots like this continue to stay in Nanjia. She is afraid that her record of 0 losses in Nanjia will be broken. The girl was stunned. Her face seemed to turn even paler. But if you do this, all his previous efforts will go to waste. It is not easy to get into a law firm. What's more, it is the Nanjia law firm, which is well known in the industry. Song Wan in front of him simply spread his hands and said, "What does that have to do with me, a material person?" Chapter 64, today's sign-in, gene repair fluid. "Let's go eat." Su Muang pulled Song Wan's arm and winked at her again. If you talk too much to idiots, you will easily become an idiot yourself. The few of them obviously ignored the girl's intention and were soon led by the waiter to box number 1 of Sanqian Yuan. The girl became anxious when she saw this and was about to run a few steps to stop them, but was blocked by a waiter. The waitress was also a young lady, with a smile on her face, polite and official. "Miss, please don't disturb our distinguished guests while they are dining." The girl stamped her feet anxiously. "Can't you see I have something to ask them?" The waitress retracted her polite smile and made a please gesture to her. "But our guest doesn't seem to like talking to you very much. Just go." How dare a mere waitress look down on others? Feng Yankai on the side finally reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to hold the girl who was about to move forward. The girl obviously hadn't given up yet. "But your job." Feng Yankai was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed with emotion when he looked at the girl. After calming down, he became more determined to hold on to the girl. "Don't worry, even if I get fired, I can still go to another law firm. I won't let you be humiliated by these second-generation rich people because of me." The girl was also stunned, then bit her lip. Before she could say anything, she was pulled out by Feng Yankai. Just as the girl was about to break free, she heard him turn around and say worriedly, "Didn't you say your grandma was sick and in the hospital, and you were in a hurry to go there? I'll accompany you." The girl's mouth froze. Without any other reason, she had to follow Feng Yankai and leave. The waiter who had watched the whole process watched them slowly leave from afar, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She has seen many girls like this. When she sees others driving luxury cars, she thinks she can become the heroine in the domineering CEO's novel by scamming others. But we have to look at the reality. How could a domineering boss or a rich second-generation person easily develop feelings for a girl who was so reckless that she wet her clothes? Oh, that's not right. At least I got the goodwill of a stupid former lawyer. The waiter's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally retracted his gaze. He exchanged a glance with the waiter next to him, and both had expressions that were indescribable. The lawyer who was fired by Nanjia and served with a lawsuit, didn't he really think that there would be any other law firm that would dare to accept him? In box number 1, except Yilan, whose clothes were wet, several people sat down one after another. By the time the Yi family's housekeeper brought Yilan a new shirt, the food had already been served. Sanqian Yuan is as famous as the Hezhai in Shanghai, so the food there is naturally delicious and tasty. Chu Qing and the others tacitly did not ask about Song Wan's family background, but just chatted about random things. It was more than half an hour after the meal. Su Muang noticed the eagerness in Chu Qing and the other two's eyes, and immediately moved closer to Song Wan. "Sister Wan, you can't drive 2 cars by yourself. Let me take you back." Song Wan naturally had no objection and directly handed him the car keys of Du Yao. Seeing Su Muang winking at them, he got into the car very proudly. Qin Yulo quickly drove after him. "Well, you'll need a car when you come back, right?" As if they were afraid that the remaining 2 people might have some opinions, the 3 cars said hello and quickly disappeared from sight. The 2 people left behind? I really admire these 2 guys. Song Wan wanted to lead the way, so naturally he drove in front. Qin Yulo, who were following behind, became more and more frightened. Qin and the downstairs consciousness accelerated their speed and lined up beside the poison that Su Muang opened. "Well, it's not what I thought, is it? Su Muizan? You are already a mature man. You should learn to be like me and remain calm in the face of adversity." Sure enough, in just 20 minutes, Song Wan, driving the Koenigsegg Wanwan and leading the way, drove straight into Tan Palace, known as the most luxurious mansion in Shanghai. "I really am knocking." Qin Yulo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He had already been shocked once when he learned from the manager of Emerald Lake that the entire building of Emerald Lake belonged to Sister Wan. But now the situation is completely different. This is the fucking Tan Palace. Even in their family, only grandparents have a villa here. Then his mouth opened slightly again out of surprise. Because they were already being led by Song Wan, they stopped directly in front of Villa Number 1. I knock. Su Muang finally couldn't help but let out a sigh. Qin Yulo, who was following closely behind him, naturally heard it, and when he glanced at him, a sneer appeared in his eyes. Be calm in the face of praise or criticism. Oh! Su Muang, however, no longer cared about Qin Yulo's ridicule. He just stared at Villa Number 1 in front of him with indescribable surprise. He was becoming more and more curious about Wanjia's family background. It is certain that Sister Wan is not a native of Shanghai. Even though he is not from Shanghai, he can still buy a villa in Tan Palace, and it's the best villa in the building. This is the most terrifying thing. Song Wan had already gotten out of the car and handed the car keys to Qing Lin, who was waiting downstairs. Su Muang and Qin Yulo finally reacted and hurriedly got out of the car. Su Muang still had some shock on his face. When he saw Qing Lin's appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Fuck, Sister Wan, is this your brother? So damn handsome. It was exactly the look he had always dreamed of. Someone like me would never be praised as cute. Upon hearing this, Qing Lin smiled politely at him and said, I am just the young lady's housekeeper. Su Muang was shocked again, and his eyes changed when he looked at Song Wan. What we are saying is that Wan Jie is still the best at playing. Song Wan obviously didn't get his weirdness. She greeted the two of them and sent them back to the car. Su Muang and Qin Yulo, who hadn't seen enough and thought Song Wan would invite them upstairs for a cup of tea. Winky Face, who had just finished his meal and didn't feel like drinking tea, saw the two off and took Qing Lin directly into the villa. Knowing that she would come back, the table was already filled with beautifully cut fruits for after dinner. Song Wan ate a little and went straight upstairs. No one made a noise, and Song Wan slept until 9 o'clock. As soon as I sat up and stretched, the cute voice of the system rang in my mind. Ding, a new day. Would you like to sign in, host? Sign. Song Wan opened his eyes and then heard the system's voice ringing again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bottles of gene repair fluid. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Song Wan couldn't help but be startled. Gene repair fluid? It is a repair fluid that can repair all visible and hidden injuries in the human body and allow the user's physical fitness to reach the top of human beings, host. Upon hearing this, Song Wan's eyes lit up. Once people reach middle age or old age, it is inevitable that their bodies will experience various discomforts and injuries that are invisible to the naked eye. Especially for Song's father and mother, who have been overworked in recent years, this gene repair fluid is simply perfect. Chapter 65. That's called Foresight. Thinking of the Luoyuan real estate that he had obtained by signing in before, Song Wan's expression moved slightly, and he went downstairs directly to find Qing Lin. Please make some arrangements. I need to go back to Yoning County. Qing Lin looked at her steadily and nodded gently. Then I'll go back with you. Song Wan nodded. This was the inconvenience when facing relatives. Knowing everything about her meant that she couldn't possibly reveal all the rewards from the system at once. If there were some things that were inconvenient for her, she could just let Qing Lin do it for her. There is absolutely no need to doubt Qing Lin's professionalism. Song Wan finished her breakfast. Qing Lin had already arranged everything. Since they were going home, it was not appropriate to be too high profile. So Song Wan got directly into the Audi that she had used to buy groceries for the nanny. Qing Lin's driving skills were very steady, and Song Wan even fell into a daze and fell asleep halfway through the journey. When I woke up, I had already entered Luoyuan City. Luoyuan City is not too big, and it only takes 15 minutes to reach Ning'an County. The Audi slowly drove into an old residential area. Song Wan looked at the familiar scenery outside the window, and her expression couldn't help but become a little uneasy. Although I had accepted them on the phone before, when I really had to face them, I couldn't help but feel a little panic in my heart. Qing Lin noticed her unnaturalness and gave her an encouraging smile. Only then did Song Wan get out of the car and walk towards the somewhat old building according to her memory. I called Song's father and mother in the morning. When they knew she was coming back today, they were so happy that they were speechless. When Song Wan took out the key and opened the door, she saw the busy figures of Song's father and mother inside. As you enter their house, on the right-hand side is the dining table. It is not big, a small round table with a diameter of less than 2 meters. Now it has been placed full of food, and you can vaguely see the steam rising. Before Song Wan could say anything, Song's father and mother had already noticed her just entering the room. Be good. You must be exhausted after sitting in the car for such a long time. What are you doing standing there? Go to the sofa and take a rest. Song's mother was still wearing an apron, and she directly pulled Song Wan to sit on the sofa beside her. The sofa is not big, but it is very clean and has a warm smell of sunshine. Song Wan was still a little stunned when she heard her mother say with a smile, "Your dad has been looking at the door for more than an hour. He finally saw you back." Song's mother's voice was full of obvious ridicule, and Song's father beside him couldn't help but cough. "It's not that exaggerated. Your mother just talks nonsense." Looking at Song's father's slightly embarrassed expression as if he had been poked, Song Wan somehow felt the panic in his heart suddenly disappear. "Dad, Mom, I miss you." Hearing his daughter's soft voice, Song's father, who was already embarrassed, could no longer pretend. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and he muttered, "You're already so old, but you only think about your parents all day long. You don't know how to be ashamed. We are being obedient. That's filial piety." Song's mother was very disgusted with Song's father's behavior of taking advantage of her and still acting obedient. She rolled her eyes at him unhappily, then turned her head to look at Song Wan with a bright smile. "Are you hungry, dear? Mommy made all your favorite foods today. You must eat more." Song Wan came in. She saw the table full of food. She felt a little sour and warm in her heart and nodded vigorously to Song's mother. "I made the spicy crayfish and spicy fried clams." Father Song pursed his lips and calmly took credit for it to his daughter. Song Wan chuckled, having completely figured out Song's father's temper. She looked up and smiled sweetly at him. "Thank you, Dad. You kid, you've been out there for 2 years and you've learned to say thank you." Father Song blushed, trying to hide the smile that was about to reach the sky. "I'll bring the clams over so we can eat. Go wash your hands." Song Wan responded happily, washed her hands, and helped to set the table. Seeing this, Song's mother laughed again. "Our son is more active than anyone else when it comes to eating." Father Song glanced at her and said, "That's because Guai Guai likes the spicy crayfish and spicy fried clams that I make." Song's mother was too lazy to argue with him and immediately invited Song Wan to eat. Song Wan loves spicy food. She has eaten a lot of meals prepared by both private chefs and outside chefs during this period. However, when she put the food in front of her mouth, she felt that the ones she had eaten outside were no more than that. The taste buds seemed to automatically recognize and spontaneously rank the meals made by the two people first. Whether it was Song's mother's spicy and sour shredded potatoes and mapo tofu, or Song's father's spicy crayfish and spicy fried clams, they all whetted her appetite. She had no concept of maintaining her image in front of the two men. Song Wan's way of eating the food made both Song's father and mother laugh even more happily. Especially when Song Wan was praising them while eating, both of them had crow's feet at the corners of their eyes due to laughing. Just by watching her eat, Song's father and mother felt that the meal was extremely appetizing. The cub they raised. As she watched, Song's mother noticed something was different. After looking left and right, he finally said with certainty, "My darling has become good-looking again." Song's father on the side subconsciously looked at Song Wan and habitually said a few words. "You inherited my genes. You are good-looking to begin with." Song's mother glanced at his small eyes and single eyelids and gave him a cold look. This person has never known what self-awareness is. When Song's father saw that Song's mother did not deny it, the smile on his face suddenly became even happier. "My darling is so pretty, I can't let any brat get away with it so easily in the future." At this point, Song's mother suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Song Wan again. "My dear, have you seen that girl Jean show in the Magic City during this period?" Song Wan paused while eating and heard her mother sighing. "Your aunt called a few days ago and said that this girl is getting married. The engagement party will be held the day after tomorrow, and they asked us to go together." "Get married?" Song Wan's mouth twitched, and Mr. Wang's ugly face immediately came to her mind. Song's mother thought she was simply surprised. "Isn't it? She came back just 2 days earlier than you. I went out to meet a blind date and got engaged right away. You haven't even asked for a betrothal gift. I don't know why you were in such a hurry." Song Wan was really shocked this time. "Mom, you said that the person Eugene Shio is going to marry is someone she met through a blind date?" Song's mother nodded. "That's right. The boy is from our county, and he looks quite handsome." At this point, Song's mother couldn't help but pause. It's just that there's a green gecko tattooed on the ear, which looks weird. Song Wan almost spit out the food in her mouth. "No, I'm not being indecent. That's called foresight." Chapter 66. Where did you buy this lighter? Because we were talking while eating, and by the time we finished the meal, it was already an hour later. Song Wan touched his bloated stomach, stood up, and wanted to clean up the dishes. Song's mother was quick to stop her and said, "Go and have a rest, I'll do it." Song Wan did not stop the action in her hands, and smiled softly at Song's mother. Mom and Dad worked so hard to cook for me. Of course you guys should take a break. The father of Song, who was mentioned, subconsciously straightened his back and then stood up decisively. Don't bother snatching, I'll do it. Okay. Song's mother responded decisively, then snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Song Wan's hands and handed them directly to Song's father. Song's father was thinking about how to fight for it later. Song's mother glanced at him and smiled faintly. It just so happens that I want to have a conversation with Guai Guai. After saying that, without waiting for Song Wan to say anything, he pulled her into the room. Song Wan's room faces the sun, and you can smell the warm sunshine as soon as you enter the door. Because of the frequent cleaning, there is even a faint fragrance in the room. Song Wan was pulled into the room and sat down before she reacted. Then she burst into laughter and said, "Mom, did you do this on purpose?" Song's mother rolled her eyes at the door in annoyance and said, "Your father gets itchy if he doesn't clean himself up for a day." The two talked for a while. Song Wanji was concerned about important matters, so she told her mother that she was going to find a friend and slipped out of the house. Qinglin ate something casually and waited downstairs. When he saw Song Wan coming, he immediately opened the car door. "Miss, I have just contacted the people in Luoyuan. We can go there directly now." Song Wan nodded. Luoyuan Real Estate was located in the center of Luoyuan City. In about 20 minutes, the two found their destination. Luoyuan Real Estate is a middle-aged man. Surprisingly, his figure has not changed, and he looks very gentle. Because they received the news in advance, he led several department managers to wait at the gate early. Song Wan and Qinglin got out of the car directly. Seeing this, the manager in charge hurried over to greet them. "Chairman, you are here." The eyes of several department managers behind him almost popped out of their heads. "Is their new chairman so young?" Song Wan nodded and then heard the manager say, "Hello, Chairman. I am Wenhee, the general manager of Luoyuan Real Estate." With Wenhee's introduction, Song Wan first got to know the managers of various departments. After instructing them to continue working, she was led by Wenhee into the office of the chairman of Luoyuan Real Estate. Luoyuan Real Estate has a total of 12 floors, and the chairman's office undoubtedly has the widest view and is the brightest. Qinglin had already made arrangements in advance, so Wen had directly placed several of the most luxurious properties under Lu Yuan's name on the table. The most eye-catching of these is the Hentang Villa District located in the center of Luoyuan City. There are a total of 66 villas in the Hentang Villa District, and number 6, number 16, number 36, number 46, number 56, and number 66 are the best and most valuable. Now, except for number 66, which has been sold, the interior designs and structures of the other 5 buildings have been placed in front of Song Wan. Song Wan had just found a reason to come out, which was to buy a new house for Song's father and mother in Luoyuan City. It's not that they don't want to bring them to the Magic City, but both the Tan Palace and the Feitsue Garden are far beyond the acceptance of Song's father and mother, and it's hard to explain. Improve their quality of life first, and the rest will come later. Even though she thought so, Song Wan had no intention of buying a cheap house for Song's father and mother. Luoyuan City is not even a second-tier city, so the housing prices are naturally not on the same level as those in Shanghai. Even in the most famous Hentang Villa area in Luoyuan City, the housing price is only more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. The most expensive villa, Villa number 6, is only worth 18 million. After looking at the composition, Song Wan immediately decided on Villa number 6. In addition, Luoyuan Real Estate also has properties in Yongning County. Elderly people are always reluctant to leave home, so Song Wan simply booked a townhouse area in Yongning County. If Song's father and mother are willing, they can arrange for my aunt, grandparents, and grandparents to live together. We can arrange a few nannies then, and when they have nothing to do, they can just visit relatives. After arranging the house, Song Wan brought Qinglin to the 4S store. The salesperson greeted them enthusiastically as soon as they saw them coming in. "Excuse me, is there any car model you two like? Land Rover, Range Rover? Do you have one?" Song Wan raised her eyes slightly. She had always remembered that her father liked this model of car. When we had no money before, Song's father complained a lot. Now that we have money, of course we have to make arrangements. The salesperson's eyes lit up when she heard the car model. "Yes, miss, please follow me over here. You two came at the perfect time. We just received a Range Rover 2 days ago." Soon, Song Wan and Qinglin were guided by the shopping guide to a Land Rover. What was parked here was indeed a Range Rover SUV. The body of the car was black, and the overall look was both domineering and steady. It was definitely the type that Song's father would like. "This is our latest model, and it's the top model. If you two have any ideas, I can get you the best discount." And now if you buy this car, you can get discounts on installments. This is it. Song Wan handed the card over directly. The shopping guide stopped talking all of a sudden and looked at Song Wan with disbelief in her eyes. Miss, are you sure? This is the top-of-the-line model we have. The whole car might cost 3 million. Song Wan nodded and stretched out the card in her hand again, swiped the card. The shopping guide then noticed the card that Song Wan handed over, and his pupils experienced a small earthquake because of shock. My goodness, is this the rumored black card user? The shopping guide didn't dare to delay and hurriedly found the store manager. When the store manager saw the black card, he treated Song Wan with great care, ordering people to serve tea and water and helping her choose a license plate. Because Song Wan didn't want to waste too much time, it took less than 15 minutes to complete all the procedures. When Song Wan took the car keys and went out, the employees in the 4S store were still staring at the door in a daze. What kind of rich second generation is this? Buying a car is just like buying cabbage. After hearing this exclamation, Song Wan was already driving the Land Rover Range Rover towards home. After a while, the door of her house appeared in front of her. Song Wan went upstairs and opened the door. The moment she saw Song's father, she threw the car keys in her hand to him. Father Song took it in his hand with great precision and began to examine it. Where did you buy this lighter? Chapter 67, How many hundreds of millions is Gwai Gwai worth now? Song Wan didn't say anything, and Song's father pressed it back and forth again. Where is the spark outlet of this lighter? Song Wan took the car keys and pulled Song's father to the window. Father Song saw his daughter press the button on the lighter, and then a beep sound was heard downstairs. I subconsciously looked downstairs and saw a brand new black SUV parked downstairs. Song's father has a very sharp eye, especially since this SUV is the Land Rover Range Rover that he has been dreaming of for a long time. Until Song Wan put the car keys back into his hand, Song's father was still unable to react. Not a lighter, but the real car keys? When Song's mother came out of the room, she saw Song's father with a red face. Song's mother glanced at him strangely and then saw him jump up high. Wow, where did this car come from? Song Wan smiled at him. It's a gift for Dad. Song's father's eyes widened. It was because he had been dreaming about this car for a long time that he knew its price clearly. Looking at Song Wan, his eyes suddenly became serious. My dear, where did you get so much money? We can't do anything illegal. She mailed back before we're already very expensive. Even if she worked during the summer vacation, she wouldn't be able to earn that much. Song Wan was well prepared. She directly copied the shareholding agreement of Linhai Technology and handed it to Song's father. Dad, you know that I majored in computer science, and the boss of this company happens to be a senior in our school. Seeing Song's father pick up the agreement and read it, Song Wan continued. My senior wanted me to join the company, but I'm still in school. I had a little money at the time, so I invested it all. Who knew the company would develop a game and make a lot of money straight away? Even so, 45% of the shares given to you is too much, isn't it? Song's father frowned, fearing that his daughter had been cheated by someone outside. Song Wan naturally knew his concerns, so she smiled and said, the company was about to develop a new game at the time, so I invested the money I had earned previously into it. Of course, I am considered a veteran of the company. Besides, my computer skills are pretty good, so investing my technology in the company is also a part of the company's shares. In order to convince Song's father, Song Wan directly brought out the class teacher. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can ask our class teacher. Our class teacher also knows about my investment in the company. The senior came to our school to give a speech, and it was our class teacher who invited him. Hearing these words, Song's father was obviously relieved. No matter when, the teacher's words are always easier to believe. Song's mother only reacted at this time. She sat next to Song's father and looked at the shares with her eyes wide open. Oh my God, does this mean that we are now the majority shareholders of the company? Song Wan nodded and smiled at her. So Mom and Dad don't need to set up a snack stand anymore. I am now able to take care of you. At this point, Song Wan smiled at them more softly. From now on, you two just enjoy your life. When I have nothing to do, I go out for a walk, play Go, do some square dancing, whatever makes me feel comfortable. Both Song's father and mother were stunned, and their eyes became sore because of this sentence. Over the years, because they only have one daughter, the couple has been despised by people in their hometown. They said that girls should get married when they grow up, and by then they won't even have anyone to take care of them in their old age. However, the reality is that neither of them is old yet, and Gwai Gwai can already support them both. Song once saw the expressions of the two people and blinked at them in a funny way. Mom and Dad, don't get excited. I have a surprise waiting for you. Song's father then remembered the car keys in his hand and immediately waved the car keys in front of Song's mother. Look, the new car that my dear bought for me. Rover I always told you about. The one you joked I'd never even think about owning in my life. Song's mother's eyes also curved unconsciously. Virtue. The next moment, an extremely exquisite box was handed to him. The box is made of purple wood. If you smell it carefully, you can smell a faint fragrance. There are also intricate and elegant plum blossoms carved on it. This is a gift from Mom. Song's mother took it subconsciously, with a deep smile on her face. She didn't care whether the gift was expensive or to her liking, but the feeling of being well thought of by her own family was extremely pleasant. This thought persisted until the box was opened. After opening the box, Song's mother could no longer say whether the gift was to her liking. Inside the exquisite wooden box was an emerald jade bracelet. Even though she didn't know much about the price of jade bracelets, she knew at a glance that such a bracelet would definitely not be cheap. What's more, it is full of green and the color is distributed very evenly. Holding it in her hand, Song's mother's eyes lit up. There is no woman who doesn't like jewelry, especially when the jewelry is in her heart. After touching it again and again, Song's mother finally put the bracelet back into the wooden box. My goodness, this bracelet is not cheap, is it? The bracelet was picked out by Lin himself when they were in Shanghai. Full green emeralds are rare in themselves, not to mention glass-type emeralds. Song Wan did not plan to tell her mother the price. She just took out the jade bracelet and carefully helped her mother put it on. Mom, do you know the current market value of Linhua technology? Before Song's mother could say anything, Song Wan had already helped her put the bracelet on. More than $1 billion. It will continue to grow in the future. So, your daughter really has money now. You can spend it as you like. Song's mother was already shocked by Song Wan's words using the unit billion, until Song Wan brought each of them a glass of water. She finally came to her senses. When Song's mother was collecting water, she deliberately avoided her left hand with the bracelet on it, and sighed tremblingly. So, how many hundreds of millions are we worth now? Song's father was also quite surprised. Just because Guai Guai could afford to buy him a Range Rover worth more than 2 million yuan, he had already overestimated the company's market value. But no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect that this company actually used billion as the unit. As expected, you've come back obediently. The water tastes good today. Song's mother mechanically drank the water and put down the cup, her mind still a little fuzzy. The truth is that his kid is only a sophomore this year. Such great achievements have been made without making any noise. How could their parents not be shocked? Song Wan saw that both of them had finished drinking the water mixed with the gene repair fluid, and then she smiled sincerely. Dad, Mom, let's go. I'll take you to see the surprise. Chapter 68, Shock from Neighbors. Song's father and mother were pulled downstairs by Song Wan, and Song's father even took out his driver's license. When the Range Rover was opened, Song's father was shocked again. This is the highest configuration? 3 million, right? Father Song sat in the driver's seat, touching left and right, feeling extremely refreshed. Today I will be your driver. Father Song grinned, unable to hide his smile. Song's mother stopped laughing at him. She sat in the back, stroking the jade bracelet that her son had worn on his hand, with a smile on her face. Because Song Wan was going to lead the way, she sat directly in the passenger seat. Song, who was already an experienced driver, drove very steadily and slowly today, for fear of accidentally bumping into something. The journey that normally takes 15 minutes to complete was almost doubled by Song's father. Song's father stopped the car according to Song Wan's instructions and was shocked again, because the place in front of them was none other than the famous villa area in Yongning County. It is said that there are townhouses inside which look both grand and luxurious. However, before he could ask his question, he saw someone coming towards them. Miss Song, you're here. A young woman came to greet her. Because she was greeted in advance, she was extra careful in her address. Her face was gentle and kind, and she was the property manager of the villa area here. The property manager looked at Song Wan with hidden respect in his expression, and when he saw Song's father and mother, he lowered his waist slightly. Aren't the chairman's parents the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of their Luo Yuan? No matter what, they must serve the two big Buddhas today. Having made up his mind, the property manager's attitude towards Song's father and mother was even more enthusiastic and almost attentive. They served tea and poured water. Song's father and mother looked at each other, both flattered. However, they didn't even have the chance to be shocked as they learned from the property manager that the entire townhouse had been bought in the name of two people. Seeing Song Wan calmly proposing to the property manager to connect the paths here, Song's father and mother were completely petrified. Be good? This is an entire townhouse. At a glance, there are 6 sets. How much money does this cost? By now, Song's father and mother completely believed that their son was really rich. After touring 6 villas under the guidance of the property manager, Song's father and mother felt that their whole life had become a little mysterious. Others may not be able to buy 1 villa in their entire lifetime, but now they have 6 in their names. The property manager was praising them. Look how filial your daughter is and how well she has planned for you. When the time comes, you too can bring your parents over. It will be very convenient for them to visit, have a meal, or meet each other. Song's father and mother could no longer describe their current mood. The elders in both families are good people, and if conditions permit, they would naturally want to bring all the elders to live with them. But they have already tried their best to feed the children on a daily basis, so even if they wanted to, they were powerless. And now, their daughter, who is only a sophomore, has arranged all of this for them without making a fuss. The two of them took a deep breath, feeling a bitter taste in their hearts, unable to tell which was more pride or excitement. However, Song Wan had no intention of stopping. After the two of them finished looking at it, she took them directly to the Hentang Villa area in Wanwan City. When Song's father and mother saw Villa number 6, which was also registered in their names, their hearts could not help but skip a beat again. Miraculously, after visiting Villa number 6, neither of them felt tired at all. Compared with the townhouses in Yongning County, the Hentang villas located in the center of Wanwan City are obviously more luxurious. Both the appearance and the surrounding environment made Song's father and mother feel astonished. In their entire lives, they had never seen such a luxurious place. And chairs in the villa are as exquisite as those in TV dramas. When I returned to my home and looked at this dilapidated neighborhood, I couldn't bear to look at it anymore. It was time for dinner, and the elderly in every household were sitting downstairs in the community, some playing chess and some chatting about gossip. As soon as the Land Rover Range Rover drove in, everyone's attention was obviously attracted to it. This car looks great. An old man who was watching the chess game looked over and couldn't stop sighing. When the people around heard this, they immediately looked over. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, you can't help but widen your eyes. It's really impressive. This is a Range Rover. It costs 2 or 3 million. So expensive? Why would such a luxury car come to our neighborhood? Or is it some big boss who came to our neighborhood to visit his relatives? At this moment, whether it was the old men sitting together playing chess, or the women sitting on small stools not far away chatting about gossip, they all stopped what they were doing tacitly. In my sight, a figure that couldn't be more familiar walked out of the car. After seeing the appearance of Song's father and mother, everyone couldn't help but rush over. Oh my God, old Song, are you rich now? Old Song, is this your car? I can't believe that snack stands are so profitable. Sister Guyan, where did you come back from? Is this Wanwan? Girls really change a lot when they grow up. They have become so beautiful. Some of the people who gathered around asked about Song's father, some asked about Song's mother, and some even looked at Song Wan. Old neighborhoods, people who often hang around downstairs are basically acquaintances. Occasionally, when Song's father and mother have nothing to do, they would also join them and naturally become very familiar with them. Song's father immediately cleared his throat with an embarrassed look on his face. It's not a snack stand. It's just some money that our family earned in college. If you ask me, it would be great if I could save the money I earn, but this kid insisted on saying that we worked hard, and now he bought me a car for transportation. Wanwan bought it? The people who gathered around were all shocked, and there was some envy in their eyes when they looked at Song's father. How old is this child? Not even 20 years old yet? He is so successful while still in college. What will happen when he enters society? There was also a man in the crowd who had never gotten along well with Song's father. He also ran a snack stall, but his skills were not as good as Song's father and mother's. He always felt that these two people had robbed him of his fortune. Seeing Father Song being surrounded and praised by so many people, he felt a little uncomfortable and imitated Father Song by coughing lightly and saying, "All kids are like this. It's the same in our family. As soon as we finished college, they were eager to buy us a house. I'm telling you, old Song, I'm not saying this, but you can buy a new house with this money. Buying such an expensive car is useless except for showing off." Chapter 69 Sign In, Ownership of Fanyan Hotel. When the people nearby heard this, they unconsciously looked at the person who spoke. "Hey, old Tian, I heard a long time ago that we're going to move you to a new house. Is that settled?" "Amazing, Lao Tian. I can't believe it. You have to be promising. There are those who support it, and of course there are those who don't like it. Mr. Tian, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by putting on face? That's someone else's child's intention. Why should you put on face? That's right. What's wrong with Wanwan being able to buy a car? Besides, how do you know she won't buy a house in the future? You make it sound like your family can obviously afford this car. Called Old Tian was naturally the one who had always been at odds with Song's father. His full name was Tian Disheng. He was originally feeling proud when he heard these people shift the topic to his son, but then he heard these words of disapproval. The smile on his face faded a little. What are you talking about? I'm just reminding you kindly. After all, the house is the most important thing. What's the point of driving such a nice car if you live in this old and rundown neighborhood? Song's father's expression did not change, and he even patted Tian Disheng on the shoulder like a brother. Old Tian is right. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Song's father in surprise, wondering what medicine he had taken wrong today. You know, these two are the ones who don't get along with each other on weekdays. However, before this doubt could even get around to a point, Song's father's smiling voice rang out again. Look, my family just bought us a townhouse in the villa area. This child is the same. He said he was worried that we would be lonely and wanted to bring the elders over as well. Tell me, is this something a family with children should consider? As soon as Song's father finished speaking, Tian Disheng, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Townhouse, old Song. Why don't you think twice before you brag? Do you know how much that townhouse costs? However, before he could finish his words, he saw Song's father taking out a stack of property certificates from the car. At a glance, there seemed to be 5 or 6 books. The sarcastic words that Tian Disheng was about to say were stuck in his throat. The others no longer cared about him and surrounded Song's father. Oh my God, this really is a townhouse. Look at these villa numbers. They are all lined up together. Old Song, you've really reached the end of your rope. By the way, does your Wanwan have a boyfriend? Song's father and mother were surrounded in the middle. They answered this and that, and their mouths were wide open with smiles. What can a person pursue in this life? I hope my son will become a dragon and my daughter will become a phoenix. Their little Guai is so successful now. It seems like all the frustrations he had felt over the years have been relieved. I felt proud and refreshed instantly. Song Wan watched with a smile on her face and did not stop it. He just took out the cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks prepared for the neighbors in the car and distributed them to each neighbor one by one. Sauve. Oh, how can this be so embarrassing? This snack packaging looks really exquisite. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Song Wan handed it over with a smile. I've been staying in school the whole time. I'm sorry to bother you uncles and aunts to take care of my parents on weekdays. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Uncles and aunts, please don't mind it. Everyone who gathered around received a gift one by one, and a hint of embarrassment instantly appeared on their faces. So, he praised Song's father and mother even more enthusiastically. Tian Disheng was about to reach out his hand, but the person next to him stopped him with a smile. Hey Wanwan, your Uncle Tian's kid bought a lot of good things for your Uncle Tian. He doesn't need these. Song Wan took the things back with a smile of realization on her face. Look at me. I almost made a fool of myself in front of Uncle Tian. Tian Disheng's hand froze in midair, not knowing whether to retract it or not. Seeing that the people around him began to lean towards Song's father's side, either complimenting Song's father or praising Song Wan, Tian Disheng could no longer maintain the smile on his face. He snorted coldly and walked directly upstairs. Everyone didn't care when they saw this. Some aunts even took the time to say to Song Wan with a smile on their faces, "Don't worry about it, Wanwan. Your Uncle Tian has always been stingy. Yes, but it would be better if he was more angry. He keeps bragging about his family buying him a house, but there's still no sign of it." Song Wan's mouth twitched, and she almost couldn't hold it back. 20 minutes later, Song's father and mother finally had enough of showing off. The two of them cooked dinner very enthusiastically, and they went to bed with a sense of satisfaction when they saw Song Wan was full again. Next day, I don't know if it's because I was back home, but Song Wan slept until 10 o'clock. As soon as I opened my eyes, the system's voice came immediately. Ding, it's a new day again. Host, would you like to sign in? Sign in. Song Wan looked at the speckled sunlight coming through the window and spoke lazily. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Fanyan Hotel. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Fanyan Hotel? Isn't this the hotel known as the best in Luan City? Fanyan Hotel in high school, and it seemed that it was difficult to get a VIP card. Before I could think about it, The cell phone beside me started ringing. Song Wan picked up the phone, and it was an unfamiliar number. I picked up the phone skillfully and heard a sweet female voice slowly ringing out from the other end. Hello? Is this Song Wan? Song Wan frowned slightly when she heard the voice. It sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it. The female voice didn't care whether Song Wan heard it or not, and just spoke again with a familiar tone. I'm Wu Anqi. Song Wan was busy studying in high school, and her presence in the class was never very strong. I vaguely remember that there was a proud and beautiful girl in my class named Wu Anqi. Wu Anqi didn't wait for Song Wan's response, so she asked again, Are you Song Wan? I am. Song Wan's frown did not relax. What do you want to talk to me about? She had never had any contact with Wu Anqi and had not spoken a word to her since graduation. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to recognize her voice. After Wu Anqi got the confirmation, there was a hint of smile in her voice. I almost thought I called the wrong number. Song Wan, why are you still as sullen as you were in high school? Song Wan's expression immediately turned cold, but Wu Anqi didn't notice it at all and just continued to talk. It's like this, our head teacher gave birth to a baby some time ago, and we organized a celebration for her. I heard you're back, come over with me? Although Wu Anqi's words contained a question mark, her tone did not convey any questioning intent. The teacher was very kind to you in high school. You will not come, right? Chapter 70, Is This Too Extravagant? Song Wan recalled her high school homeroom teacher, a woman in her early 30s, who was gentle and kind. She had indeed provided her with a lot of help in her life and studies. However, Song Wan was not so stupid as to not notice Wu Anqi's inexplicable hostility towards her. Then the voice paused, and then said lightly, I'll call the teacher and ask first. When Wu Anqi heard this, her voice suddenly became anxious. Why are you calling? The teacher is already here. You are the only one missing. Afraid of arousing Song Wan's suspicion, he quickly added, If the teacher hadn't been thinking about seeing you, I wouldn't have called you directly. Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly and heard some rustling sounds on the other end of the phone. Immediately afterwards, the voice on the other end of the phone was replaced by another person. Is it Wanwan? The person who spoke was a woman with a gentle voice, and Song Wan recognized who it was at once. Teacher Liu? Teacher Liu heard Song Wan's voice. He smiled more obviously. And she told me that you were back, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect that you really came back. Song Wan also smiled and said, I just came back yesterday, and I haven't congratulated the teacher on the birth of the baby yet. Teacher Liu's smile curved even more. It's all because of Anqi. She insisted on organizing a party when she found out by chance. I thought it would be nice to let you guys get together. Song Wan vaguely heard Wu Anqi say, Teacher, let me say a few words. Then, Wu Anqi's voice was heard again on the other end of the line. She seemed to have walked aside before continuing to talk to Song Wan. Well, do you believe it? You're talking as if there's something about you that's worth me lying to. Come here quickly. Song Wan has never been someone who likes to escape, and with Teacher Liu here, she naturally did not refuse. Where? Fanyan Hotel. Wu Anqi's tone rose slightly when she mentioned the name. If you can't get in, just give me a call. I'll ask the waiter to pick you up. Song Wan couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly at such a coincidence. Fanyan Hotel? She can't get in? To Song's father and mother, Song Wan packed up briefly and got into Qinglin's car and left. There is some reason why Fanyan Hotel is known as the best in Luoan City. It is located in the most prosperous area of the city center. Although its decoration is not as good as that of a five-star hotel, it is not much different. When Song Wan arrived at the door, she saw the hotel manager already waiting there. Song Wan didn't say much. She just asked Wu Anqi about the location of the private room they were in, and then had someone lead them there. After opening the door of the private room, Song Wan immediately saw Teacher Liu sitting there and a dozen people sitting around the table. The private room is not too big. At least it can only be considered medium-sized in the Fanyan Hotel. At first glance, most of the faces are familiar. Teacher Liu obviously noticed Song Wan, who had just entered the room, and her originally gentle face was even more smiling. Wanwan, you are here. Song Wan hurried over and handed over the gift that she had asked Qinglin to prepare in advance. I wish the teacher's baby to be healthy, lively, safe, and happy. Oh, isn't this our top student? Teacher Liu had just accepted the gift and hadn't said anything yet when Wu Anqi walked up to him. Song Wan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that she was indeed a beautiful girl, just as he remembered. But there wasn't a hint of friendliness in the look that came over. Wan frowned slightly. As far as she could remember, she didn't remember having any conflicts with Wu Anqi. Then Wu Anqi turned her head pulled up a boy sitting on the seat and put her hand in his arm affectionately. The boy is tall and thin and looks like a sunny and sporty handsome guy. Song Wan vaguely remembered that the boy's name was Bai Xiaoming and his grades were not very good. Before I could think about it, I heard Wu Anqi's voice again. Let me tell you, that college bully is really capable. He didn't even need a waiter to pick him up. Look, he found it himself, didn't he? Bai Xiaoming subconsciously looked towards Song Wan with a hint of evasion in his eyes. Even when Wu Anqi put her hand on his arm, he subconsciously wanted to avoid her. Song Wan, long time no see. Not only him, everyone in the private room was stunned when they noticed Song Wan. In my memory, Song Wan was a quiet nerd who only knew how to study silently while wearing glasses. And now the girl standing in front of them had fair skin, black hair, delicate features, and was pure and elegant. What is most eye-catching is her unique, cool temperament, which makes people want to get closer and look up at her. Didn't you see that even Wu Anqi, the class beauty, was outshined by others when she stood next to them? The one who lamented the most was undoubtedly Bai Xiaoming, who was closest to him. When he got closer, he could even clearly see her skin, which was as white as mutton fat jade, and his heart suddenly started beating faster and faster uncontrollably. Song Wan didn't have negative EQ, so when she saw this, she immediately understood where Wu Anqi's hostility came from. Feeling a little speechless, he simply nodded to Bai Xiaoming and walked towards Teacher Lu again. Wu Anqi didn't intend to let her go. She held Bai Xiaoming with both hands and said directly to Song Wan, "Song Wan, why are you still so socially anxious? We talked to you, but you didn't even respond." Bai Xiaoming's hand moved again, and Wu Anqi curled her lips immediately and stopped mocking him, but still said with some displeasure, "You haven't had lunch yet, have you? It's Xiaoming's turn to treat us today, so just eat whatever you want. Don't be embarrassed. After all, if you are not a VIP of Fanyan Hotel, you can't get in under normal circumstances." Song Wan expressed her admiration for Wu Anqi's ability to talk to herself and had no intention of paying any attention to her. However, the students sitting there were different. When they heard this, they immediately took up the conversation. "That's right, we could be here today, thanks to classmate Bai. I heard that the VIP status of Fanyan Hotel is very rare. You need to top up 3 million at once to get it. Mr. Bai is indeed worthy of being a rich second generation." Bai Xiaoming looked at Song Wan without any expression, and when he saw that she didn't react, he immediately lost interest. "It's okay. You guys can order as much as you want. Don't be polite." Everyone's eyes lit up, and then they saw a service staff knocked on the door respectfully and walked into the room. "Fanyan Hotel for our distinguished guests. Please move." Suddenly, everyone looked at Bai Xiaoming with even more shock. "I'm going to buy Xiaonyao. The largest private room? This is too luxurious." Chapter 71. Don't bother the doctor at the mental hospital. As we all know, it is difficult to book a private room at Fanyan Hotel. If it weren't for Bai Xiaoming's VIP card, they might not even be able to get in today. I thought this was impressive enough, but I didn't expect that they could even get the largest private room in the hotel. This is not something that an ordinary VIP can do. Instantly, the eyes of both boys and girls present when looking at Bai Xiaoming changed. Even Teacher Lu looked at him in surprise and said with a smile, "We don't have all the people, so we don't need to change them." Bai Xiaoming was actually quite confused. The waiter at the door just bowed respectfully and didn't even look at him. Wu Anqi beside him even blinked, looking at him with eyes full of admiration, and said to him in a low voice, "Xiaoming, when did you ask them to change the private room?" Bai Xiaoming calmly moved her hand away, scratched his head, and looked at Song Wan. "It's nothing, actually. This way we can have more space. Mr. Bai is so generous. Our Bai Xiao is still the best." Wu Anqi followed Bai Xiaoming's gaze, and instantly her face showed a hint of anger. After everyone moved to the private room, Wu Anqi even took the initiative to sit next to Song Wan. "Song Wan, are you studying at Linhai University?" Song Wan turned her head and looked at her with a cold expression. Wu Anqi didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, a big smile appeared on her face. "How come you, a top student in Magic City, suddenly come back without a holiday?" Without waiting for Song Wan to reply, Wu Anqi deliberately raised her voice. "I heard from my cousin who is studying at Linhai University that your boyfriend dumped you. Could it be that you came back to heal because you were hurt by love?" After saying this, without waiting for Song Wan to speak, he suddenly covered his mouth. "I'm sorry, Song Wan. I didn't mean to say that. I just spoke too quickly. I've always been this carefree person, you don't mind, right?" Song Wan smiled and said, "No, The smile on Wu Anqi's face suddenly deepened. He was exactly the same as she remembered. He was just a nerd. But then, the girl's sweet voice came again. After all, I never bother with people who like to tell lies. You. Wu Anqi's face changed, and the look she gave Song Wan also changed. Who is lying? You were dumped by your boyfriend, and he has a new girlfriend. My cousin is from the same school as you. Isn't it clear to you? Why are you denying it? Otherwise, why would you come back now? That's enough. Teacher Lu obviously saw something, and his originally excited and satisfied expression gradually cooled down. The pair of eyes that looked at Wu Anqi also had a bit of complexity. Anqi, didn't you say you wanted to get together, and that's why you asked your classmates to come here? So, what are you doing now? Who hasn't had a breakup yet? He would yell at the top of his lungs whenever he found someone unhappy, especially in front of so many of his former classmates. Teacher Lu's face darkened slightly. He really didn't want to think that his students had such bad character. Wu Anqi was startled, and a look of grievance suddenly appeared on her face. I didn't mean it in the first place. It was classmate Song Wan who insisted on making it so serious. Yes, teacher, Anqi was just talking. She didn't mean any harm. A boy sitting next to Bai Xiaoming subconsciously tried to smooth things over. Everyone knows that Wu Anqi is now Bai Xiaoming's girlfriend. If it weren't for Wu Anqi's suggestion, Bai Xiao probably wouldn't have remembered their classmates. That's right, teacher. Don't be angry. Song Wan, why don't you say something? We are all here to eat. Why make others unhappy? If there is one, there will be a second one. Among the people present, many people spoke up for Wu Anqi. When teacher Lu saw this, instead of being persuaded, his expression became even uglier. She originally thought that these classmates simply wanted to use her baby birth as an excuse to have a good time together and strengthen their relationships. But now it seems that they have already picked up some social habits before they even graduated from college. These students who were talking were clearly trying to please Bai Xiaoming. Teacher Lu sighed imperceptibly. The prerequisite for them to please Bai Xiaoming was to do their best to humiliate her favorite student. Thinking of this, teacher Lu stood up and lost all desire to eat. He looked directly at the person who spoke last. What do you want Song Wan to say? Disrespectful to them even after they graduated. You want to make the innocent person apologize just to please the rich second generation. A girl with short hair also stood up at this time, looking at this classmate with a look full of ridicule. Song Wan subconsciously looked towards the girl. The girl has wheat-colored skin and slender eyes. She is not good-looking in the traditional sense, but the combination of her facial features is very harmonious. Overall, it's a very comfortable look. Song Wan remembered her. She was her desk mate in high school, Shi Shuang. Shi Shuang met her gaze and immediately gave her a soothing smile, then turned to look at the boy. Song Wan didn't say a word from beginning to end, but Wu Anqi just kept saying those slanderous lies. What? Did she personally dig into someone's school and see that they broke up? Shi Shuang spoke very quickly, not giving the boy any chance to react. Before the boy could even react, several girls around Shi Shuang started talking. That's right. What's more, even if they broke up, what does it have to do with her? Is it necessary for her to come here and ask some disgusting questions in a hypocritical manner? The boy choked and suddenly couldn't think of any words to refute. Seeing this, Wu Anqi looked at Shi Shuang with disgust. Without saying anything, she turned her head and looked at Bai Xiaoming, who was not far away. Xiaoming, are you just going to watch them bully me like this? Before Bai Xiaoming could say anything, Shi Shuang sneered. One moment you act like a man, the next moment you act like a weak and timid green tea girl. Classmate, can you be more consistent in your role? Because I don't want to drive myself crazy and have to trouble the doctors at the mental hospital. Puff. Song Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looking at Shi Shuang with curved eyebrows, she wondered why she didn't find this girl so interesting in her memory. Wu Anqi's expression changed instantly, and she didn't care that teacher Lu was still there, and said directly to Shi Shuang. Shi Shuang, get out of here. If I hadn't called Xiaoming to ask you to come here today, you wouldn't know where you would be. At this point, Wu Anqi's face turned red with anger. She should have known long ago that Shi Shuang and the others were tactless and should not have called them over in the first place. Chapter 72. The owner of Fanyan Hotel is added to the blacklist. The smile on Shi Shuang's face did not even fade away, and she said directly, Who likes it here? If you hadn't invited teacher Lu to come, who would be willing to come? It's just a meal. Why are you acting so stupid? Several girls around her also stood up, making it clear that they wanted to follow Shi Shuang. Teacher Lu saw that things had developed to this point, and he sighed deeply. He was not prepared to sit down again, and his voice was a little tired. In that case, let's get together another day. What she wants to see is classmates happily gathering together, talking about their high school days, or looking forward to their future life in college. Instead of treating your classmates differently with tinted glasses here. No one had expected things to develop to this point, and their faces changed instantly. Wu Anqi's brows were even furrowed. But the girl who was the center of the topic was still sitting there calmly, not even moving a step. There was even obvious admiration in the look he gave Shi Shuang. Sit down. The girl's pleasant voice was a little cold and very pleasant to the ear. It's not Wu Anqi who can decide whether you stay or go. Wu Anqi, who was named, was so angry that she almost laughed. It turned out that she still wanted to seduce Xiaoming. Bai Xiaoming obviously thought that the person Song Wan was talking about was him. So he nodded at her with a smile and said in a very gentle manner, Song Wan is right. You all don't have to leave. Bai Xiaoming. Wu Anqi was obviously about to explode when she heard Bai Xiaoming's words. Do you remember who your girlfriend is? Bai Xiaoming subconsciously looked at Song Wan. This girl was more dazzling and eye-catching than when she was in high school. He had been secretly in love with her for so long in high school. Now that he saw that she had become even better, how could he not have any thoughts about her? What's more, Wu Anqi also said that she broke up recently. Isn't the best way to get over a breakup to start a new relationship? However, Song Wan didn't notice his gaze at all and just nodded to the manager standing at the door. The manager received the signal and immediately walked in through the door. This was not Bai Xiaoming's first time here, so he naturally knew the manager here. Seeing this, he hurriedly came over with a smile. Manager Liang, why did you bother to come here in person? Manager Liang didn't even look at him. He walked straight to where Song Wan was sitting, then bent over and smiled. Boss, what can I do for you? What boss? Wu Anqi couldn't help but ask when she saw this. If Bai Xiaoming hadn't called this man manager just now, she would have suspected that this man was a hired helper specially hired by Song Wan. Song Wan ignored her intentions and rested one hand on the table. She glanced carelessly at Wu Anqi and the group of people who had just helped Wu Anqi speak, and said in a light tone, Please add a few people to my blacklist, and don't entertain them at Fanyan Hotel in the future. The manager nodded very tactfully and immediately wrote down all the people Song Wan's eyes had stopped at. The faces of the few people whose gazes she focused on froze, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Song Wan. How is that possible? Song Wan's family is so rich. How come they haven't heard any news about it? Fanyan Hotel, where even Bai Xiaoming can brag about getting a VIP card, is owned by Song Wan? The news was so shocking that it took people a long time to recover. Bai Xiaoming in particular originally thought that manager Liang was looking for him, but the other party ignored him at all. At this time, some of the previous doubts finally became clear. Why was Song Wan able to walk directly to their private room without anyone leading the way? Why were they doing fine in the private room when a waiter came in respectfully and said they wanted to move to the largest private room? It's not because of his VIP at all, but it's because Song Wan is the owner of this hotel. In contrast to them were Shi Shuang and his group. Shi Shuang and the other girls, who had already stood up and were about to leave, looked at each other and saw the deep disbelief in each other's eyes. In their impression, Song Wan is a girl with a soft personality and good temper. Naturally, in their default image, her family is not that wealthy. But look at what the hotel manager shouted. Boss, this is the best Fanyan hotel in Wanwan City. Someone who can make managers call him boss cannot be fake. Shi Shuang couldn't help but touch her eyebrows. It's hidden really deeply. If I had known that Song Wan's family was so rich, Bai Xiaoming would have never had the chance to show off. Even teacher Lu standing by was so shocked that she was speechless, as if she hadn't figured out how her good student had become the big boss of Fanyan Hotel in the blink of an eye. It didn't take the manager too long to memorize their faces, and he immediately made a pleased gesture to them. The students who were pointed at all turned pale and subconsciously looked at Song Wan. Song Wank has never been a saint, and she pretended not to see their eyes asking for help. I had already made my attitude clear when I chose my side. She is not saying that there is anything wrong with being a snob, but of course one has to learn to bear the consequences of being a snob. In just a few minutes, the classmates who had just spoken for Wu Anqi left in disgrace under the gaze of the waiter. Seeing this, Wu Anqi subconsciously looked at Bai Xiaoming. Bai Xiaoming was embarrassed, but he still stared at Song Wan infatuatedly. My heart suddenly sank. She regretted it. She shouldn't have thought of holding a party immediately after hearing the news that Song Wan had returned. She originally wanted Bai Xiaoming to completely give up this idea, but who could have thought that things would turn out like this? Seeing that the manager, whom Bai Xiaoming had to take seriously, was extremely respectful in front of Song Wan, Wu Anqi's mood suddenly became like swallowing a piece of poop, smelly and cold. The next moment, the waiter appeared in front of them. Without saying anything, he just smiled and made a pleased gesture. Bai Xiaoming finally woke up from his dream and turned to look at Song Wan with a look of anxiety. Song Wan, I didn't target you just now. Fanyan Hotel is a well-known gathering place for the powerful and wealthy in Luoan City. In order to obtain its VIP card, a lot of effort and money were spent. If his father knew that he was blacklisted, I don't know how he would teach him a lesson. Not to mention, he was clearly thinking of doing what Song Wan meant. If Wu Anqi hadn't been making trouble, maybe he and Song Wan would have been able to talk to each other by now. Chapter 73, Wan Jia Yyds. Song Wan turned her head, and Bai Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up. There seemed to be a hint of embarrassment on his face, and he said stumblingly, Song Wan, actually, I've liked you since high school. The sudden confession stunned everyone around him. Even Teacher Liu, who had not yet reacted, looked shocked. It was a nice class reunion, but there were so many twists and turns. She was a little confused as she had just given birth to a baby. Song Wan's expression did not change at all. She just looked at him quietly, and then looked at Wu Anqi. Wu Anqi finally reacted and slapped Bai Xiaoming in the face with a slap, with regret and endless anger in his eyes. Bai Xiaoming, do you think I don't exist? Bai Xiaoming subconsciously covered his face and looked at Wu Anqi without any guilt, but said coldly, You were the one who insisted on being with me. You knew I liked Song Wan, otherwise why would you try so hard to make her appear? He had always known what Wu Anqi was thinking, but he just went with the flow and used this as an excuse to meet her. If she was bullied, he would not sit idly by. Unexpectedly, things suddenly developed into what they are now. Wu Anqi's tears fell all at once, and she turned to look at Song Wan with chilling hatred in her eyes. Are you satisfied now? Xiaoming has been thinking about you for so many years. As soon as you appeared, he didn't care about me as his girlfriend at all. Are you very proud? Song Wan frowned, his voice a little cold. First of all, I had no idea what Bai Xiaoming was thinking before I came here. Secondly, I don't think Bai Xiaoming is that infatuated. Please don't involve me in your affairs. Thank you. Wu Anqi was stunned and was speechless when she looked at Song Wan. Then, she was seen slowly putting down her raised hands and then slowly straightening her back. The movements were incredibly graceful. Wu Anqi looked at her and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. The next moment, she heard her voice again. I never understood how you could be with someone else when you have someone in your heart. I have insulted the person in my heart, and I am also being unfair to the person in front of me. Song Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice still clear and cold. If people like this can claim to be affectionate, then there would probably be no unfaithful people in the world. Bai Xiaoming was stunned for the moment, and was about to explain something when he heard Wu Anqi next to him suddenly laugh. When I turned around, I saw Wu Anqi was laughing so hard that tears came out. She just stared at Song Wan in a daze, and the strong hatred in her eyes seemed to disappear all at once. After a long while, she wiped away her tears and said with some relief, Song Wan, I really can't compare to you. Wu Anqi didn't look at Bai Xiaoming again, but just looked at Song Wan quietly. The girl's face and his eyes became more delicate, and her expression became calm and indifferent. She just sat quietly in the center, and although she did nothing, she seemed to be a noble princess. Noble and proud. She didn't even bother to tell anyone that her family was so wealthy, so how could she possibly seduce Bai Xiaoming, who already had a girlfriend? He took a deep breath, took a few steps forward under the gaze of everyone, and then bowed deeply to Song Wan. I'm sorry. Song Wan, I apologize to you for my mean-spiritedness. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the private room step by step. Bai Xiaoming was left standing there completely dumbfounded, still trying to get close to Song Wan. Song Wan, you misunderstood me. I didn't think you were still with Wu Anqi. I was just annoyed by her pestering me. Before he could finish his words, he saw Song Wan giving the manager a faint look. Then the whole person was carried out by someone. Puff! Seeing this, Shi Shuang couldn't help but bent over with laughter and gave Song Wan a thumbs up. Awesome, Song Wan. I always thought you were a little white rabbit. I was timid throughout high school, but I didn't expect that my whole temperament would change once I arrived at college. Song Wan also curled her lips towards her. All the annoying people have left. Should we order food? Order! Shi Shuang went up to Song Wan and hugged her, saying generously, You've kept it a secret from us for so long. I'm going to give you a good beating today. Speaking of which, Shi Shuang is the one who is truly carefree. She is cheerful and not petty. Like Huang Ran, She is not materialistic and has a sense of justice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up so calmly without knowing Song Wan's identity. Having said that, Shi Shuang still didn't order anything too expensive when ordering. Including the girls next to him and teacher Lu, the dishes they ordered did not even include the signature dishes of the Fanyan Hotel. Song Wan simply took the menu and asked the manager to write down the most delicious dishes regardless of price. After the manager and the waiter left, teacher Lu spoke in a mysterious tone. Wanwan, do wealthy families like yours have any rules that prohibit minors from revealing their family background? Is it really like in the novels, to prevent assassination or to train an heir? It was a pity that when she was in high school, she still felt that the child's family was not well off, and she was full of love and had been taking care of him secretly. After all this time, the person who really needs care is herself. Song Wan's mouth twitched, and he was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know whether the wealthy families had such a rule, but she probably knew how big teacher Lu's imagination was. Because Song Wan is here, the dishes can be served as quickly as possible. As they watched one delicious dish after another being served, everyone smelled the aroma and their mouths were watering. It smells so good, Wanja YYDS, can we move our mouths now? Tears are about to flow out of my mouth. Song Wan watched them having fun and couldn't help but smile a little deeper. Eat quickly, don't be polite. Everyone immediately started eating with smiles on their faces, talking about interesting things that happened in high school while eating. Teacher Lu saw this, and the smile unconsciously returned to his face again. They were the first class of students she had taught since she became a class teacher in a real sense, and she always hoped that they could get along well and have a bright future. The current atmosphere is exactly what she imagined, the laughter and joy that should exist when a group of graduated children get together again. Time always flies quickly when we are talking and laughing. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they looked at each other with a sense of reluctance. One girl couldn't help but sigh to the sky. If it weren't for Sister Wan's blessing, I'm afraid I would never be able to eat such exquisite food at Fanyan Hotel in my lifetime. Chapter 74, I will also be a person with connections in the future. The people around him nodded in agreement. Bai Xiaoming was reluctant to order so many signature dishes for them. Some are not even on the menu. If they tell others about it, they will be able to brag about it for years. Everyone stood up, and before their smiles faded, they saw the manager and the waiter walk in again, holding a stack of VIP cards in their hands. Before they could even react, the waiters handed the VIP cards to them one by one. I'll be back to school in 2 days. You can come directly over if you want to eat in the future. Song Wan also stood up and smiled at them. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and their eyes looking at Song Wan were a little dazed. To be honest, the reason I stood up to speak for her just now was not because of my good relationship with Song Wan. I just can't stand a group of people bullying a girl just to please a rich second-generation guy. After the meal, their impression of Song Wan changed. Compared to the Song Wan in their memories, they obviously like her current appearance more. After all, Song Wan kept to herself throughout high school. Among them, only Shi Shuang was familiar with her because they sat at the same table in front and behind each other. But in the final analysis, the reason they stood up bravely just now was because Shi Shuang took the lead. Now, not only did he get such a luxurious meal for free, but he also got a VIP card that you can't get even if you have money. Several girls lowered their heads slightly, feeling a little complicated. I feel unworthy of this honor. That's basically what I'm saying. Shi Shuang noticed their discomfort and waved the VIP card in the air. That's a great relationship. From now on, if anyone dares to act like that in front of me, I will just shove the card in her face. Look, I'm going to be a person with connections in the future. Everyone couldn't help but smile, and they couldn't help but relax. They may not necessarily use this card, but the significance of having it is different. In some ways, it can even avoid a lot of trouble. Song Wan gave might just be a piece of cake for her, but for them, it is already a priceless treasure. Thinking of this, they looked at Song Wan with even more gratitude. Song Wan left Fanyan Hotel only after exchanging WeChat with everyone present. When she returned home, her father and mother were downstairs. Song's mother was sharp-eyed and immediately saw Song Wan getting off the car, and immediately came over to greet her. My dear, didn't you go to the class reunion? Did your classmates send you back? Hearing this, Song's father didn't bother to show off to his old friend anymore, and immediately trotted to the car. His eyes fell on the Audi, and he couldn't help but feel a little picky. His daughter is only a sophomore now, so she is not in a hurry to fall in love. Seeing this, Qinglin had no choice but to get out of the car. In this way, the scene of being surrounded yesterday was reproduced. originally standing aside and talking to Song's father and mother, suddenly gathered around. And the looks they gave Lin were filled with obvious gossip. No wonder Wanwan didn't want to find a boyfriend. It turns out she already has such a handsome guy. Look at this guy, he's more handsome than the stars on TV. Standing next to Wanwan, they're a perfect match. Even Song's mother couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Lin's appearance is still very lethal. Coupled with his overall temperament, Song's mother likes him more, and more the more she looks at him. Song Wan directly pulled Lin over and introduced him to Song's father and mother. Dad, Mom, this is my assistant Lin. I came back this time just to ask him to take me back. Assistant. Father Song breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lin with a less critical look and a smile on his face again. Xiao, right? Thank you for taking care of us. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, Song Wan would have laughed out loud. Xiao? What the hell is that? The excitement in Song's mother's eyes did not fade much, and she also smiled at Lin and said, Come on, go upstairs and wait for a while. She is obsessed with looks. She even picked an assistant who looks like this. Lin subconsciously looked at Song Wan, who turned to Song's mother with a somewhat awkward look and said, Let's go upstairs later. We'll go buy some things we need for the move. She came back directly because she wanted to take Song's father and mother to the mall. Although the decoration of the villa is already complete, some things for daily necessities still need to be purchased. After all, this is the place where Song's father and mother want to live, so it naturally has to be based on their preferences. Sure enough, as soon as Song's father and mother heard that they had to buy things needed for the new house, they suddenly became very motivated. Then I'll go change my clothes. Mother Song took the key from Father Song's hand and ran upstairs directly. Song's father followed closely behind. I'm going too. I bought for him in Shanghai before. Now he is going to buy things for the villa, so he has to wear something brighter to show his ceremony. After Song Wan had explained to her neighbors 800 times that she and Lin were not in a relationship and that they did not want to be in a relationship, Song's father and mother finally came downstairs under Song Wan's expectant gaze. Since Song's father and mother knew about Lin's existence, Song Wan simply let Lin drive the Land Rover Range Rover given to Song's father. After all, they had a lot of things to choose from, and according to Song's father's cautious pace, it would take forever to get there. Lin was as reliable as ever. He drove steadily and maintained speed. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the largest shopping mall in Wanwan City. The first thing to buy is naturally bedding, pillows, mattresses, quilts, and pillowcases. The first thing Song's father and mother chose was a mattress. The mattress brands in the mall include Serta, Daruchi, and Simmons, as well as some domestic brands. Song's father and mother tried both and finally chose Shuda. The quilts were selected by Song's mother. They're silk and down ones. Basically, the price is right and the quality is also good. The most important thing is the furnishings in the villa. I don't know if it's because Song's father and mother have drunk the gene repair fluid, but their legs and feet are so nimble. Song Wan followed behind the two of them and didn't see any sign of tiredness from them at all. Especially Song's mother. After choosing bedding, she chose decorations, and after choosing decorations, she chose green plants. After finally visiting the entire mall and leaving addresses for each store, Song's mother even took a few people to the flower and plant shop. Mother Song was dazzled by the flowers in full bloom. I have wanted to buy some flowers and plants for a long time, but there is not enough space in my house, and it will be full if I put a few of them. Now that the villa is so big, she has picked out a balcony specifically for growing flowers. When Guai comes back, he can smell the fragrance of flowers as soon as he enters the house. Chapter 75 Grandma Song. Is this the car that picked you up? By the time we finished buying everything, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Songwan took them out to eat and went back just in time to wash up and go to bed. Before going upstairs, Song's mother looked at Lin with a hint of regret. I wanted to ask this young man to come upstairs and talk for a while, but there are not enough rooms in the house. I don't know what Guai is like in the Magic City. Because they had an engagement party to attend the next day, the three of them went to bed early. Woke up the next morning, the system's voice rang in her ears as usual. Ding, a new day, host. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Song Wan got up sleepily, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining proficiency in human languages, including minority languages and dialects from around the world. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Song Wan only felt a moment of trance in his mind, and soon he had spontaneously accepted it. Good job, Song Wan exclaimed. What a great guy. Originally, she was only proficient in French, but now she is proficient in all languages around the world. There are even local dialects. As a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman. How can she not have enough knowledge to match it? External. Ahem, the host's personal panel has been updated. Song Wan looked up and saw a familiar transparent panel in front of her. Host, Song Wan. Age, 19. Height, 162 can grow. Appearance, 6.8 can be increased. Physical fitness, 9 can be increased. Skills, God-level driving skills, martial arts, God-level gaming skills, computer skills, proficiency in human languages. Top white, rich, and beautiful progress bar, 3.2. Total progress bar is 100. After reading the panel, Song Wan was shocked. Not only did his appearance increase by 0.5, but his height also increased by 1 centimeter again, and his physical fitness directly increased from 5.2 to 9. Even the progress bar for top white, rich, and beautiful women has increased by 1.5. Song Wan subconsciously stood in front of the mirror and stood on tiptoe, but she couldn't tell that she had grown taller. However, the skin seems to have become smoother and the hair is visibly smoother. Your height doesn't seem to have increased because you were originally too short. Don't question the professionalism of the system. Song Wan covered her chest, which was hit by several arrows, and said, System, you are really hurting me by saying this. Ah? The system seemed to hesitate for a moment, and the sound became a little cautious. Host, you have perfect gene optimization fluid in your body. Your height will grow little by little to the most perfect level. Don't be sad. Song Wan listened to the cute voice of the system and found it so coaxing that she almost couldn't help laughing. In the end, he held back and said with a little grievance in his expression, Okay, but we humans need lots of praise. Otherwise, it's easy to feel inferior. Subset of Omicron superset of. The system silently checked the harm of inferiority complex, and then suddenly the little baby voice said solemnly, Host, you are already a little beauty. Keep up the good work, and you will become a great beauty. Song Wan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and turn around twice in front of the mirror. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good now, too. It's obvious that the system's scoring requirements are too strict. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful girl like her only get 6.8 points? The system wants to explain that its rating is the most authoritative rating obtained by integrating the world's highest-end aesthetics. But when he thought of Song Wan's aggrieved look just now, he silently swallowed the words back. By the time Song Wan went downstairs, Song's father and mother had already prepared breakfast. Because Song's father and mother were busy all year round, they not only had white hair, but also obvious wrinkles. However, these past 2 days, I don't know if it's because their mood has improved or because the gene repair fluid has taken effect, but I always feel that both of them look a lot younger in spirit. Looking at Song's father and mother, who were smiling and inviting her to have breakfast, the smile on Song Wan's face deepened. After finishing breakfast, Song Wan took over the job of washing the dishes and said to Song's father and mother, Dad, Mom, I'll do this. You guys go change your clothes first. For Song's father, Aunt Song, who has watched him grow up since he was a child, is different. Even though they have visited less frequently in recent years, it can be seen from the fact that Song's father started preparing gifts early in the morning that he still cares a lot about this eldest sister. Song's father and mother were pushed away from the dining table. Knowing that their family was concerned about them, they did not refuse and simply went to change their clothes. By the time Song Wan had cleaned up the dishes, Song's father and mother had already changed their clothes. The clothes were sent back by Song Wan from Shanghai. Although they were made of very expensive materials, the overall style was very low-key. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell, so they didn't steal the limelight from Aunt Song and Uncle Song. Wow, where did these handsome guys and beautiful girls come from? They are so pretty. Song Wan raised her eyebrows and smiled at the two of them. You're just talking nonsense. Song's mother immediately rolled her eyes at Song Wan and pushed her into her room. You should clean up quickly, too. After he closed the door for Song Wan, he unable to hold back the smile on his face. Because today is Eugene Chio's engagement party, it is not appropriate to bring Qinglin along. So Song Wan simply lets Qinglin stay in the hotel. Song's father came downstairs. He waved his hand with the car keys, obviously wanting to get in the driver's seat. Song Wan took a few steps forward, took the key, and sat on it. Mother Song patted Father Song in annoyance and pulled him to the back seat. I have to pick up my parents today, so I can't be late. Grandma Song and Grandpa Song live in the countryside, and Uncle Song's family lives in town. It's not convenient for the two elderly people to come by themselves, so having them pick us up is the best and fastest way. The roads in the countryside are now repaired and are no longer as bumpy as they were in previous years, so it is smooth to walk on them. After about an hour, the Land Rover stopped in front of my home. Grandpa Song and Grandma Song were waiting at the door, looking towards the intersection from time to time. When I first saw a car stop, I didn't react until the neighbor family, who was also sitting at the door watching their children, noticed it. Especially the young parents. When they saw the car, they immediately showed a look of amazement. Is this car a Land Rover? Yes, this is a great car. It costs over $2 million. Grandma Song, is this the car that's coming to pick you up? The neighboring family obviously knew why Grandma Song and Grandpa Song were waiting here. Grandma Song only reacted when she heard the question from the neighbor boy. Looking at the car in front of him that looked very expensive, he waved his hands hastily. No, my son said their car is called something like Lansheng, not this big tiger. Chapter 76. Less, it's a few hundred million. Puff. The neighbor boy burst out laughing and was about to explain to Grandma Song that this was a Land Rover Range Rover when he saw Song Wan and her family getting out of the car. Grandma Song didn't care what the neighbor boy was laughing at. Her eyes lit up when she saw Song Wan. Good boy, Grandma's good boy. I miss you so much. Although Grandpa Song didn't say anything, there was a deep smile in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan. Song Wan hurried over and held Grandma Song's hand. Grandma, I miss you too. If there were just some scraps of memory originally, then now with Grandma Song's call, Song Wan's memories of Grandma Song immediately came alive. Grandma Song's kind appearance was especially similar to the director of the orphanage when she was a child. Grandma Song was obviously very excited, and she held Song Wan's hand and didn't want to let go. He touched her face and looked at her appearance, sighing. You've lost weight. You've lost weight. My dear girl has suffered a lot in school. For a long time, because she had lost some weight due to the God-level gene optimization liquid, suddenly felt a little amused. The neighboring family also came over when they saw this, especially the parents holding the child. Their eyes changed when they looked at Grandma Song. Grandma Song, this is my uncle's family, right? They look really elegant. Looking at what they are wearing, you can tell at a glance that they are high-end items bought from big cities. It's a pity that Grandma Song is always thinking about her youngest son, saying that his family is having a hard time in the county town. Just looking at the outfit, how does it look like a snack stand? The two elderly neighbors also smiled and looked at Song's father and mother with kindness in their eyes. Long time no see. You seem to be getting younger and younger. Are you here to pick up your parents? Song's father and mother smiled hurriedly and took the gifts they had prepared long ago from the car. It's hard for Annie to help us take care of our parents. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Without waiting for the neighbor's family to react, Song's father had already brought several boxes of gifts to their doorstep. He wasn't here to pretend, as he knew how difficult it was for two elderly people to live in the village. Most of the laborious tasks were entrusted to our neighbors. If you need to run errands on a daily basis, you will inevitably have to trouble others. Not to mention others, he was sincerely grateful to this family. The two elderly people from the neighboring family reacted and hurriedly declined. Look at what you were talking about. We are old friends who are looking after us on weekdays. How can it be worth it for you to buy these expensive things? The two old people sighed as they took the things out. If you really have money, you can bring your parents over. When people get old, they don't want anything else but to live with you kids. Grandma Song and Grandpa Song are both very kind people. As old friends, they naturally hope that the two of them live a good life. The good thing is not how rich you are, but being able to stay with your sons, grandchildren, and granddaughters. Although Grandma Song and Grandpa Song didn't say it, every time I came to their house and saw their son and daughter-in-law around them, the envious look in their eyes was not fake. Father Song quickly put the things back and said, we all know what Annie said. It's not that our family has made money and hurriedly bought a house for her grandparents. We'll move there together in the next 2 days. When we're done, invite Annie over for dinner to liven things up. Wow, Wanwan bought a house for her grandparents? The elderly couple next door were stunned and looked at Song Wan with disbelief. Although they are not bad people, their ancestors have lived in the countryside for generations, and the ideas they have been instilled with are inevitably mixed with some preference for boys over girls. It's not that they don't love their daughters and granddaughters, but according to their thinking, they always feel that their sons and grandsons are their support. Song's father and mother straightened their backs immediately and said with a smile on their faces, that's right, this child is lucky. He got a stake in a company thanks to the help of a school teacher. Now that I've made some money, I'll quickly arrange for my grandparents to get some money. At this point, Song's father was so excited that he even raised his voice unconsciously. This child has always been filial and always remembers how good her grandparents are to her. Father Song saw several neighbors not far away coming to the street, but he showed no intention of lowering his voice. He just wanted to let those who used to laugh at him for having only daughters know how hardworking and filial his daughter is. One daughter is equivalent to 5 sons. By the time Grandma Song and Grandpa Song got in the car, they were still obviously dazed. Grandma Song was a little carsick, so she just sat in the passenger seat. Only after they had walked quite a distance did he turn his head to look at Song Wan. Then at Song's father and mother, his eyes still clearly filled with hesitation. Is what you just said true? Song's father and mother looked at each other and nodded with a smile on their faces. Of course it's true. We have the property certificates in our hands. We will pick you up after we have packed up the property in a couple of days. Grandma Song and Grandpa Song were still in disbelief. Did you really buy it in the county town? How much did it cost? 2 years ago, a young man in their village was divorced by his girlfriend because he could not afford to buy a house in the county town. This shows how expensive houses in the county town are now. When she thought of this, Grandma Song looked at Song Wan with a look of heartache. Guai is studying in a big city. He needs money for many things. Why don't you stop him? I heard from a boy next door that now girls in big cities all have their own houses. They are happy if your child succeeds, but they are already so old. To put it bluntly, even if they enjoy themselves, how many more years can they enjoy it? It would be better to let Guai save some more money and buy a house for himself in a big city, so that he will have something to rely on. Song Wan was driving, and it was inconvenient to turn around. So he looked at the road and said to the 2 old people, Grandma, Grandpa, don't worry, I still have a lot of money. If you don't believe me, just ask my parents. Speaking of this, Song's father became excited. The look he gave them suddenly became mysterious. Dad, Mom, guess how much Guai is worth now? What is net worth? Grandpa Song frowned. To put it simply, it's how much this person is worth. Father Song looked at Grandpa Song, and his smile deepened. Grandma Song, who was sitting in the front, couldn't help but look back at him and said, We won't sell you any money. Grandpa Song also looked at him seriously, and Song's father's smile froze. This statement is not accurate. Let me change it. Guess how rich Guai is now? 1 million. Grandpa Song rolled his eyes. He was very well informed. Not long ago, my old friend's grandson was getting married, and he just bought a small house in the county town, which cost about 800,000 yuan. Then he saw his little son beside him grinning and pointing a few fingers at him. Less. It's several hundred million. Chapter 77, She is the most rebellious person. What billion? Grandpa Song opened his eyes wide, picked his ears, and asked again. The smile in Song's father's eyes deepened a little. Dad, you heard it right, several hundred million. So I let you live in a county town obediently. This is just showing my filial piety. You guys just bear with it. Grandma Song, who was sitting in the front, didn't care about being carsick anymore. She turned her head and looked at Father Song. Don't say that nonsense. A few hundred million left? Guai is still a school-going child. It was not until Song's father took out his mobile phone and showed the photos of the villa to the 2 elderly people one by one. The 2 old people watched them all the way, and when they finally arrived at the engagement hotel and were about to get off the car, they finally began to believe it. Because the man's family was in the county town, Eugenichio's engagement banquet was also held in the county town. Schwana Hotel is considered to be a relatively good hotel in the county. Aunt Song, Uncle Song, and the groom's elders were waiting at the hotel entrance to entertain the relatives. The Range Rover stopped. Both families couldn't help but look over. When Aunt Song saw Song's father and others getting out of the car, she was obviously stunned. It was Uncle Song beside her who nudged her, and then the 2 of them hurried over. This is... The man's name was Zhou Zheng, and the person asking the questions was obviously Zhou's mother. She was wearing a dark blue cheongsam, and her medium-long hair was curled. It was obvious that she was dressed up carefully. Aunt Song quickly pulled Father Song and the others over and introduced them. This is my brother's family from my mother's side. Then he pointed at Grandpa Song and Grandma Song and said, These are my parents. Zhou's mother came over with a smile and said, Hello, welcome. Then he said to Grandma Song and Grandpa Song enthusiastically, Thank you for coming here, Uncle and Aunt. Mr. and Mrs. Song not only prepared their own gifts, but also helped prepare those for Grandpa and Grandma Song. As soon as the gift was handed over, Zhou's mother's eyes suddenly lit up again. These gifts don't look cheap at first glance. I've never heard that Jinchio's uncle is so rich before. Just at this time, Eugenichio and Zhou Zheng also walked out. Eugenichio saw Song Wan at a glance, and his face couldn't help but freeze. Before he could say anything, Zhou Zheng beside him whispered in his ear, Who is this relative of yours? My uncle. Yu Jinxio's voice was inevitably a little impatient, and his eyes looking at Song Wan were full of vigilance. Zheng didn't notice it at all. His eyes paused at Song's father and mother, and finally fell on Song Wan. Your cousin is quite pretty. You can tell at first glance that she was raised in a wealthy family. What a good-looking guy. He's from the country. Yu Jinxio couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Do you have any emotional intelligence when you praise her cousin for her beauty in front of her? Zhou Zheng had already looked away helplessly, scratched his head and said, Jinxio, don't be angry. I just complimented her politely because she's your cousin. Yu Jinxio then calmed down and pulled Zhou Zheng to Song's father and mother. Song's mother and father were unaware of her dissatisfaction, especially Song's father, who kindly handed over an exquisite box when he saw Yu Jinxio. Jinxio, happy engagement. Yu Jinxio subconsciously opened the box, and inside was a gold necklace. It's not the thick kind, on the contrary, it's very delicate. The pendant is a solid gold little rabbit, which is exactly her zodiac sign. Seeing this, Yu Jinxio couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Song Wan has found such a rich second-generation guy from Shanghai, who even bought so many houses for her at once. She just doesn't believe that Song Wan won't give her uncle money. As a result, when she got engaged, her uncle gave her this? Yu Jinxio's expression was so obvious that several people around him noticed it. Zhou Zheng hurriedly pulled her arm, and Aunt Song also hurried to smooth things over. My little brother is thoughtful. This is Jinxio's zodiac sign. Yu Jinxio then reluctantly smiled. Uncle, Aunt, thank you for your gifts, and welcome to come. Song Wan's face behind him suddenly disappeared, and there was some coldness in the look she gave Yu Jinxio. As expected, there are some people who just can't be tamed no matter what you do. Because Aunt Song and her family had to entertain other relatives, Song's father and mother brought Grandpa and Grandma Song into the hotel first. Many of the man's relatives came, and both acquaintances and strangers were chatting with each other. After Song's father and mother, along with Song's grandfather and grandmother, sat down, Yu Jinxio appeared out of nowhere and immediately grabbed Song Wan, who was about to sit down. Uncle and Aunt, let me talk to Wanwan for a while. Song Wan turned her head back and had to admit that Yu Jinxio was still pretty. Especially today, she was wearing a little white dress and her makeup was a little lighter, making her look several years younger than when she was in Shanghai. Song Wan didn't stop her and let her pull herself to the corner. Yu Jinxio first looked around, and after making sure that no one was around, he lowered his voice and said to Song Wan, Did you come back just because you heard that I was getting engaged? It was like that before. If it weren't for Song Wan, Mr. Wang might have bought her a house in Feitsui Garden a long time ago. Thinking of this, Yu Jinxio looked at Song Wan with even more vigilance. This cousin has never been as pretty as her since she was young, and she just studied hard. Who knows? She might be jealous of her secretly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence every time that he would come out to ruin her good things every time. Song Wan heard her words. He looked at her with a look of surprise. Are you sick? I'm very busy every day. How can I have time to take care of your affairs? She knew that her cousin was not a smart person, but she didn't expect her brain to be so stubborn. Anything about her that is worth noting? Seeing that Song Wan's unreserved voice had attracted the attention of some people, Yu Jinxio hurriedly pulled her arm again. Keep your voice down. Seeing that Song Wan's eyes were becoming more and more impatient, Yu Jinxio had other things to do, so he had to say, Pretend you don't know what happened in the Magic City before. Otherwise, I can tell you clearly about your association with rich second generations in college. After Yu Jinxio finished threatening, he went downstairs without caring whether Song Wan listened or not. Song Wan was left standing there, watching her back as she hurried down the stairs, her eyes full of depth. She is the most rebellious person. I hadn't thought about what to do yet. After all, it was none of her business. But the more she was threatened not to do something, the more she wanted to do something. Thinking of this, he didn't stop and went straight back to the table of Song's father and mother. Song's mother patted her and asked, What did Jinxio ask you to do just now? Song Wan still had some conscience, so she avoided Grandpa Song and Grandma Song, and then said to Mother Song seriously, She came to threaten me and told me not to tell anyone that she was someone's mistress in the Magic City. Chapter 78. We at Luoyuan have very strict requirements for our employees. Puff. Song's mother, who had just picked up the teacup and taken a sip of water, couldn't help but almost spit out the water in her mouth. Mistress. Song's father could still hear it clearly. Song's father glanced over and saw Song's mother swallowing hard. Then she pulled Song Wan like a thief and asked in fear, Jinxio is someone's mistress in the Magic City? Puff. After hearing this, Song's father couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. Grandpa Song and Grandma Song looked over quickly. What happened? Father Song waved his hands awkwardly. It's okay. It's okay. I just choked. Then he avoided Grandpa Song and Grandma Song and asked Song Wan in a low voice, "Are you telling the truth?" Song Wan blinked, guaranteed. Before Song's parents could react, they added another big news. It seems that my cousin was already pregnant in Shanghai. Mother Song was completely stunned. Guai had that expression when I told him about Yu Jinchio's engagement that day. Father Song first took a deep breath, and then his expression became serious. He has always been a relatively upright person, and this is not a trivial matter. It's time for engagement now. If the pregnancy gets out, won't my sister's family be the ones to be embarrassed? After thinking it over again and again, he quietly went downstairs and called Aunt Song over without making any noise. Aunt Song was wondering, "What's wrong with you, little brother? Tell me what's going on. I have to go downstairs to entertain my relatives." As a grown man, Song's father found it difficult to say such things, so he pulled Song's mother aside. Song's mother also cooperated and lowered her voice and asked, "Sister, when Wanwan was in the Magic City, she seemed to see Jinchio telling others that she was pregnant. Do you know about this?" Aunt Song's face suddenly changed. She looked at Mother Song viciously, wishing she could slap her twice. Her tone was also very angry. "What are you talking about? As an aunt, how can you insult your niece like this?" Song's father immediately pulled Song's mother behind him and said, "Sister, this is true. Wanwan would never joke about such a thing. You should ask Jinchio girl what's going on so that she won't be exposed." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Aunt Song. "Why is it impossible?" When Aunt Song asked the question, she looked directly at Song Wan, her face gloomy and without a smile. "Jinchio told me about you before, and I always thought you were a good kid, but I didn't expect you to be such a traitor." "Why? Are you jealous because your cousin married into a good family? Are you a wicked person to slander your cousin with this kind of thing?" Song Wan sneered immediately, her face full of sarcasm. "Why are you so excited if I slander my aunt?" If Grandpa Song and Grandma Song weren't still here, Aunt Song really wanted to slap them. Just as he was about to say something else, he saw Zhou's mother, Zhou Zheng, and Yu Jinchio walking towards him from the corner of his eye. Aunt Song took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the anger on her face. Zhou's mother quickly came up to him with a smile. "What are you talking about?" Aunt Song's face was still a little unnatural, and she was afraid that Father Song would say something, so she hurriedly said, "I heard that Zhou Zheng bought a house for Jinchio in Luoan City, and I'm envious." When Zhou's mother heard this, the smile on her face became even more intense. "Jinchio is such a good child, and she is marrying into our family. Of course, we have to prepare the best for her." When the other relatives sitting at the table heard this, they couldn't help but admire it. "Zhou Zheng is a very capable kid. I heard that he bought the house in Luoyuan." Zhou's mother loved to hear people praise her children, and her eyes wrinkled with laughter. "What do you mean by capable? I just work for them internally, and they gave me an internal price, so I bought it. Works at Luoyuan Real Estate." The relatives around all looked over with smiles, and there was no lack of envy in their eyes when they looked at Zhou's mother. Not everyone can enter Luoyuan Real Estate, and being able to buy a house in Luoyuan is truly amazing. Yu Jinchio saw everyone's envious eyes and immediately took Zhou Zheng's hand affectionately, with a bit of shyness on her face. Seeing this, Aunt Song glanced at Mother Song with obvious mockery in her eyes. This is just because the son-in-law knows how to make progress. He is still a college student, unlike Wanwan. After saying that, he seemed to suddenly remember something and continued. "I heard that there are so many college students now, but I don't know if they can find a decent job after graduation. If it doesn't work out, come back to us and ask your son-in-law to help find a job for Wanwan and Luoyuan." Aunt Song was talking to herself and didn't notice that Zhou Zheng and Zhou's mother's expressions changed slightly. "I originally thought that this family was rich, but after listening to Jinchio's mother, it seems that is not the case at all." Mother Zhou looked at what Song's father and mother were wearing without any expression and suddenly felt unsure. Don't be the kind of person who borrows money to pretend to be rich, right? Maybe even the car was borrowed. Otherwise, why would Jinchio's mother say that? Song's father and mother didn't know that in just a short while, they had already been regarded as rich people in the eyes of others. The two of them didn't say anything. They just looked at Aunt Song with no trace of smile in their eyes. Especially Father Song. He originally was close to and respected this sister from the bottom of his heart. "I told her about Jinchio's matter in the hope that it could be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it really gets out, it might even be on the news. Aunt Song has always been a person who cares about her reputation, so she won't be able to bear it. But unexpectedly, the sister not only did not appreciate it, but also completely belittled her daughter from head to toe. Thinking of this, the intimacy in Song's father's eyes when he looked at Aunt Song became less intense. Aunt Song was still immersed in her own world. She turned her head to look at Zhou Zheng and immediately put on a smile. Is this okay, son-in-law? After all, Wanwan is a top student at Linhai University. From Aunt Song's attitude, Zhou Zheng had already concluded that this family was borrowing money just to save face, and his impression of them suddenly became extremely bad. At the moment, he didn't mean to give face and said directly, I'm afraid not. We at Luoyuan have very strict requirements for our employees. Even if you are from Linhai University, you have to pass our interview before you can work in Luoyuan. Aunt Song was suddenly satisfied, and the look she gave Song Wan seemed to carry some regret and pity. That can't be helped. But after all, you're a top student. If you put your mind into the right path, you won't have to worry about not finding a good job. Don't you think so, Wanwan? Chapter 79. Pack up your belongings and return to your hometown to farm. Song Wan just looked at Aunt Song quietly. To be honest, she did have a little pity for this aunt before. In that era, even with the support of Song's father and uncle, she could not get a divorce due to domestic violence. Uncle Song is an unreliable person, and the family has been supported for so many years entirely by Aunt Song. She wouldn't mind helping out if she could. But look at it now. Song Wan looked at Aunt Song with extremely calm eyes, but he no longer had the desire to help as before. Compared to her niece, Aunt Song believes that her own daughter can understand, but she still has to understand the situation first. Seeing that Song Wan didn't say anything, Aunt Song thought that she had scolded the young man and felt more confident. Feeling that this had hit Song Wan's self-confidence, he smiled and said, But Wanwan doesn't need to worry too much. She might meet a good boyfriend in the future, and she'll be like our Jinxiu, waiting to enjoy a happy life. Zhou's mother and Zhou Zheng liked this, but Yu Jinxiu did not. She knew better than anyone what kind of boyfriend Song Wan had. Even buy 100 houses in Emerald Lake without any agreement, and that sports car is limited edition worldwide. For a rich second generation like that, any bit of money leaking through his fingers would be enough to buy a house. Thinking of this, Yu Jinxiu suddenly raised his head. No one followed Song Wan back home. Could it be that they broke up? However, before she could ask anything, Grandma Song, who was sitting there, spoke up. We good girls don't need to rely on boyfriends to enjoy happiness. While Guai Guai was still in college, he bought a house for his family. Or a villa. That's it. No one has any intention of publicizing it. Grandma Song looked at Aunt Song with some disapproval, but she didn't say anything to disrespect her in public. After all, today is Yu Jinxiu's engagement party. Aunt Song also knew that what she had just said was a bit too much, so she didn't say anything else, but looked at Song Wan with a hint of warning in her eyes. Her own daughter knows it very well. Jinxiu is not a good student. He has always been very obedient since he was a child. Having a mistress or something like that is totally impossible. She was already pregnant. There was a hint of cold disapproval in Aunt Song's eyes. She didn't even know how to make up a decent lie. If her daughter was really pregnant, how could she dare to agree to get engaged as soon as she came back? Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, and that even his wife and daughter were disliked by his sister, Song's father frowned and said nothing. Song's mother noticed his expression and couldn't help but pull his sleeve secretly. What Song's father meant, but seeing that everyone was gathering around, it would be inappropriate to say anything more. Soon all the relatives arrived, and Yu Jinxiu and Zhou Zheng were invited directly to the stage. The proposal process was completed quickly, followed by toasts and meals. When the two men walked to Song Wan's table, Zhou Zheng looked up and down at Song's father and mother with obvious disdain. Song Wan smiled, picked up the drink cup, and raised it towards the two of them, with a smile in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Zheng. Brother-in-law, where did you get this tattoo on your ear? The color is quite unique. The people at the table followed Song Wan's gaze and subconsciously looked towards Zhou Zheng's ears. Good job. Why would a nice young man get a green gecko tattooed on his ear? Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Cousin, you have good taste. The tattoo artist said that this pattern is unique. Isn't it unique? Yu Jinxiu's eyes beside him changed, and there was some unclear resentment in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan. Without staying at the table for long, he just took Zhou Zheng and left. She shouldn't have let Song Wan come over. Just as he was about to pull Zhou Zheng over to continue toasting, there was a commotion coming from the door. Yu Jinxiu looked over subconsciously and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie striding into the door. Before he could react, Zhou beside him became excited and whispered to Eugene Xiu. It's our manager Fan. I sent an invitation to manager Fan. I originally thought that the manager would not come, but who knew that he would come at this time? Zhou Zheng's voice was full of excitement. An engagement party came in person, and it was a great honor for the company. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng hurriedly pulled Eugene Xiu beside him and walked over. The two of them were the protagonists of today, so they were naturally very conspicuous. Manager Fan noticed them as soon as he entered the door and walked towards them with a smile. However, before he reached his destination, Manager Fan suddenly stopped. He looked straight at Song Wan, his face full of enthusiasm and respect. Old. Before he uttered the word bored, he met Song Wan's indifferent gaze. Manager Fan was suddenly shocked and changed his tone. Oh my God, I hope I'm not too late. The corners of Song Wan's mouth twitched slightly. Eugene Xiu and Zhou Zheng had already walked up to her. Zhou Zheng noticed Manager Fan's gaze and realized what his boss meant. He then spontaneously introduced himself. Manager, this is my fiancée's cousin. Her name is Song Wan. Manager Fan naturally sensed the enthusiasm in Zhou Zheng's voice, but he didn't think much about it. He followed his words and stretched out his hand toward Song Wan. Nice to meet you. Song Wan was about to reach out her hand to shake hands, but was interrupted by Song's father, who was standing beside her. Hello, hello? Father Song shook Manager Fan's hand with a smile, but his eyes were filled with warning. Although his daughter did not understand Zhou Zheng's meaning, he, as a man, saw it very clearly. What kind of nephew-in-law is this? He wants to pimp for his daughter right in front of him? Don't you see how old this manager is? You have neither height nor good looks, and yet you dare to covet his daughter? Manager Fan has been in the business world for a long time, so he is naturally a shrewd man. After Song's father shook his hand many times, and seeing the warning in Song Wan's eyes, he suddenly realized that Song's father had misunderstood him. He glanced at Song Wan, and suddenly a cold sweat broke out on him. He directly shook Song's father's hand and said with as much enthusiasm as possible, Hello, hello. Oh my God, what kind of brain circuit is this? Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to covet the boss. It's not like he's tired of living. It was not until Mr. Song's suspicious expression relaxed that Manager Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He let go of Song's father's hand and looked at Zhou Zheng with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Tay Miao originally thought that this subordinate was observant and sensible, and was planning to develop him into a confidant. Now, you have good eyes, you big head. If he had reacted a few steps slower, he might have had to pack up and go back to his hometown to farm. Chapter 80, What Hatred and Grudge. Zhou Zheng had been with Manager Fan for several years and immediately realized that his immediate boss might be angry. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and when he looked at Song's father, his eyes were filled with anger. His mother-in-law just said that his cousin Song Wan has no future at all. Even after graduating from college, there are still a lot of college students competing with her. She may work like a dog and still not earn any money. Now such a good opportunity is right in front of us, but we don't know how to cherish it. Zhou Zheng secretly patted Eugene Xiu on the back and gave her a wink. This uncle and his family had to rent a luxury car to show off when attending an engagement party. It shows how vain they are. It is their blessing that the manager has taken a fancy to their cousin. Even if she cannot be his principal wife, he can still earn a lot of money by keeping her as his wife. After a few years, maybe you will have a real luxury car. This uncle was like a piece of wood trying to stop a good deal that was delivered to his doorstep. Eugene Xiu certainly understood what Zhou Zheng meant, but that was precisely why she was even more unwilling to be the one trying to mediate. The hands holding the cup tightened. Just after being dumped by a rich second-generation guy, she was spotted by another boss. What kind of luck does Song Wan have? Seeing that Eugene Xiu didn't move, Zhou Zheng had to do it himself. He did not speak to Father Song, but instead looked at Aunt Song beside him. Mom, didn't you say before that you wanted my cousin to join our company after graduation? This is my boss, the financial manager of Linhai Real Estate. As long as he nods, it will be a piece of cake for my cousin to join Linhai Real Estate. Aunt Song's eyes widened instantly. She didn't realize the deeper meaning of Zhou Zheng's words at all. She became a little reserved in front of Manager Fan. Hello, Manager. Hello, Manager. Sitting next to Aunt Song was Uncle Song. Uncle Song was quite slick, and after watching all this, he immediately understood the hidden meaning of his son-in-law's words. He immediately stood up and walked towards Song's father with a glass of wine in his hand. Come on, ignore these young people. Let's have a drink together. With a cold face, Song's father stood up suddenly and knocked the wine held by Uncle Song to the ground, and some of it even spilled directly on Uncle Song. Song's father didn't look relieved at all. If he hadn't been concerned about the occasion, he would have punched him right away. This is not the first time that he has beaten Uncle Song, so he is very familiar with it. Manager Fan, who was watching this scene, was stunned. He looked at Zhou Zheng with disbelief and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hell, is this hatred or grudge? Wouldn't this guy feel uncomfortable if he didn't kill him? Fearing that someone would say something outrageous again, Manager Fan looked at Song Wan from the corner of his eye and spoke with a desire to survive. The company's personnel are all managed by the Human Resources Department, and our finance department has no say. Damn it, if I had known that Zhou Zheng was such a scumbag, why would he have come here? Not only did his considerate subordinate's image collapse, but he might also offend the new boss. Manager Fan almost wanted to cry. Zhou Zheng thought that the manager was feeling uncomfortable after being rejected in a roundabout way. So he quickly invited Manager Fan to an empty table on the side with a smile and asked someone to prepare new food. Manager Fan, who was invited to sit at an empty table, said, "Thanks for the invitation, but I didn't feel it was thoughtful." He originally wanted to come here and give a red envelope and leave, but who knew he would end up with such a brainless subordinate? Damn, he actually wanted him to have sex with the big boss in front of him. 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, but as a caring subordinate, Manager Fan didn't dare to leave early as the boss hadn't left yet. Zhou Zheng was still thinking about the things that made his boss angry. After settling Manager Fan, he pulled Eugene Xiu towards the bathroom. Without Zhou Zheng at the table, Uncle Song immediately sat back timidly. Song Wan watched this farce unfold and now had no intention of exposing Eugene Xiu at all. These two are a perfect match, really. However, what you think will come true. Soon, screams were heard from the noisy venue. The people who were eating subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a little girl of about 12 or 13 stumbling towards them. He kept muttering, cousin-in-law is bleeding." Aunt Song and Zhou's mother stood up at once, and without caring about anything else, they ran directly in the direction where the little girl came out. Everyone looked at the location of the restroom, somewhat confused. The little girl's mother also hurriedly hugged the little girl and whispered to comfort her, it's okay, it's probably just a bump somewhere, it will be fine after a bandage." The little girl suddenly burst into tears, her voice choked with sobs. "No, I didn't bump into anything. My cousin's wife was bleeding a lot from her vagina. She even fainted." The little girl's voice was not very loud, but in the silent place, it was heard clearly. Suddenly, the faces of the people present, whether they were relatives of the bride or the groom, changed. No wonder she was in such a hurry to get engaged. It turns out she was pregnant. Aunt Song and Zhou's mother, who had not yet run to the bathroom, naturally heard what the little girl said. Zhou's mother naturally did not think about it that way, and she did not forget to comfort Aunt Song while running. "It's okay, it's probably just my period. Little girls are like this sometimes. The pain is terrible. We just need to rush her to the hospital." However, Aunt Song could no longer hear. She just felt her head buzzing, and the words her brother had just said to her when he quietly called her over were recurring. Jin Xiu might have gotten pregnant in the Magic City. In the Magic City, Mother Zhou thought that Aunt Song was so worried that she was confused, so she pulled Aunt Song and ran towards the bathroom. However, once they arrived at the restroom, both Mother Zhou and Aunt Song were stunned. Zhou Zheng was seen holding Eugene Xiu. His hands were covered in blood, and he looked at a loss. Eugene Xiu had obviously fainted in Zhou Zheng's arms. The two men's clothes were still a little untidy, and it was obvious what had just happened. Aunt Song said in a daze, "This must be menstrual cramps. Hurry to the hospital." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Zhou's mother. "Bullshit. Open your dog eyes and see. Is this your period?" Zhou's mother's voice was full of madness. As a person who had experienced it, who couldn't understand it at a glance, what the hell is menstruation? This is basically a miscarriage. Her Zhou Zheng and Eugene Xiu have only known each other for a few days through a blind date. No wonder they are in such a hurry to get engaged. It was obvious that Eugene Xiu had been pregnant for a long time and was just trying to trick her son into being the scapegoat. Chapter 81 Xiao Zhou. You are on vacation, permanently on vacation. Aunt Song didn't care about being beaten anymore. She just kept pulling Eugene Xiu, who had fainted. "Send him to the hospital. Send him to the hospital." Zhou Zheng finally reacted and hurriedly carried Eugene Xiu out. When Zhou's mother saw this, she hurried forward to stop them and said, "Why are you sending them a gift? Let them send it themselves." She carried such a person into the car and even complained that it made their car dirty. Aunt Song went a little crazy when she saw this. Don't you Zhou Zheng have any responsibility for the situation now? You are trying to kill our Jin Xiu. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng no longer cared about his mother and hurriedly picked up Eugene Xiu and went out. When walking from the bathroom to the front door, one has to pass through the hall. The relatives present were even more confused when they saw this scene. Seeing this, Song's father left Grandpa and Grandma Song to the care of Song's mother and hurried over. Song Wan stood there without moving, but sighed slightly in her heart. That's why she didn't take action just now. After all, Song's father was raised by Aunt Song. Even if his bones are broken, his tendons are still connected. It is not so easy for him to give up his feelings for his own sister. She didn't care about Aunt Song, but she couldn't help but care about Father Song. He caught a glimpse of Manager Fan sitting beside him with a serious look on his face. Besides, even if Song's father and mother knew about Luoyuan real estate now, he would not be able to explain it clearly. The hall was already a bit noisy because of what happened just now, so Song Wan turned to look at Song's mother. Mom, I've asked Qinglin to pick us up. Let's take Grandpa and Grandma home first. The two old men stared blankly at the gate and asked in panic. What happened to Jin Xiu? Is there anything wrong? Song's mother quickly comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. Medical technology is very advanced now, and Ping has passed. Don't worry. Onping is naturally the name of Song's father. Their younger son, who had always been reliable, and felt a little relieved after hearing this. Qinglin arrived relatively quickly, so Song's mother and Song Wan each supported one of the elderly and brought them into the car first. As a result, I had just arrived home and hadn't even finished a glass of water when Song's father called me. Song's father's voice was still a little uneven, but his tone became calmer. He's fine, and the child has been saved. He just needs to rest well. He's been moved to the ward. You can bring your parents to see him. Song's mother was stunned, but she soon realized what Song's father meant. The two old people had personalities very similar to her mother's. They looked calm, but in fact they were very worried. They just didn't show it because they were afraid of causing trouble for them. If we don't let them go and take a look, who knows what they will come up with. So he turned around and said to Grandpa Song and Grandma Song with a smile. Omping called and said Jin Xiu is fine now. Do you want to go check on her? Grandpa Song and Grandma Song naturally didn't say anything, so Song Wan asked Qinglin to take a few people to the county hospital again. Outside the ward of the county hospital, Zhou's mother was still cursing at Zhou Zheng. I've already told you that she has her own family. Why would you just sit here and worry about her? Hurry up and pack up and go home. Zhou Zheng subconsciously looked around the ward and said, But Jin Xiu, what does that have to do with you? If anyone needs to worry, it should be the child's biological father. Why are you joining in the fun? Go home. Zhou's mother gave her son a cold look, thinking today's incident was embarrassing enough. When Zhou's mother thought about how she had praised Eugene Xiu in front of all the relatives for being beautiful and sensible and working in Shanghai, she wanted to travel back in time to shut her mouth. Besides, isn't your boss still in the hotel? Shouldn't you settle them down first? Zhou Zheng finally reacted, and his face suddenly showed a bit of anxiety. Speak of the devil, and at this moment Manager Fan called. Zhou Zheng's expression froze, and he quickly answered the phone. He heard Manager Fan's gentle voice on the other end. Xiao Zhou, is your fiancé okay? The boss saw the whole joke, and Zhou Zheng reacted at this time. His whole face was frozen. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you for your concern, manager. Then, Manager Fan's gentle voice came again. That's good. For the next period of time, you should stay at home and take good care of your fiancé. Zhou Zheng's face turned even greener. Manager, she doesn't need my care. I can go to the company tomorrow. Manager Fan suddenly smiled, still in a gentle tone, but what he said made Zhou Zheng freeze in his tracks. I mean, Xiao Zhou, you're on vacation. Permanent vacation. What? What do you mean? Zhou Zheng suddenly couldn't even speak clearly. Manager Fan didn't care how shocked he was. His gentle voice sounded like a demon at this moment. I forgot that you were not here when the new boss came to inspect the company. At this point, Manager Fan paused for a moment. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know the big boss. You want to introduce the big boss to me and let him come to work in your company? I don't have as much courage as you. At the end, Manager Fan's voice became cold. God knows his heart was beating like crazy when the general manager called him just now. Fortunately, the big boss didn't intend to vent his anger on me. Thinking of this, Manager Fan's voice became even colder, so I should congratulate you on winning this honor. You were the first person to be fired by the boss himself. After saying that, He hung up the phone without waiting for Zhou Zheng's reaction. Hearing the busy tone, Zhou Zheng was completely stunned. Introduce the big boss to manager Fan? Ask the big boss to work in your company? What had just happened in the hotel flashed through his mind like a busy stream, and finally the picture froze on Song Wan's calm and indifferent face. Big boss? Yu Jinxio's cousin is the new big boss of their Luoyuan real estate? Son, your manager called? What did he say? Zhou's mother couldn't help but feel anxious when she heard the wrong voice. This is obviously not our fault. Will it make your manager have a bad impression of you? Zhou Zheng seemed to come back to his senses suddenly. He looked at his mother with a dazed look, and his tone was abnormal. Mom, I can't give up Yu Jinxio. Zhou's mother was chopped to pieces. You don't really want to be the scapegoat, do you? Zhou Zheng's face was full of pain. He lowered his voice and said to his mother, I was fired. It was Yu Jinxio's cousin. She. Before he could finish his words, Zhou's mother continued with a look of surprise on her face. That family pretending to be rich? How could they be so capable? When Zhou Zheng heard this, he thought about how he viewed Song Wan, and his eyes were filled with despair when he looked at Zhou's mother. What do you mean by pretending to be rich? He's the boss of Luoyuan. Chapter 82, there are 10 million in the card. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you. As he was thinking this, Zhou Zheng saw Song Wan and his group coming towards him. I suddenly felt panicked, and before I could think of what to say, I saw a group of people walking into the ward. Yu Jinxio's face was a little pale. Aunt Song was sitting beside the bed. She lowered her head slightly when she saw Song Wan come in. Because Yu Jinxio didn't have any major problems, Song's mother had no intention of staying any longer after reading it. Zhou Zheng, who was waiting at the door of the ward, saw this and immediately ran forward. Miss Song, I have decided to marry your cousin. Song's mother frowned at the nonsensical words and looked at Zhou Zheng as if he was a lunatic. Song Wan knew that he was showing his loyalty, so she sneered and let Mother Song take Grandpa Song and Grandma Song away first. Then she said slowly, What does it have to do with me whether you marry my cousin or not? Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment. He saw Song's father running up and down, and naturally thought that the relationship between the two families was very good. Seeing that Song Wan's expression was calm, he hurriedly said, Boss, I was wrong, Before he finished speaking, Song Wan made a pause gesture. Her voice was cold and a little irritated. Do you think firing you is too light a punishment? Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but take a step back. When he saw her well-behaved and lively appearance when she was toasting, he thought she was still a little girl. However, her face really turned cold, and he couldn't help but feel afraid in his heart. He knew how influential Luoyuan real estate was in Luoyuan City, not to mention that the girl in front of him was the big boss of Luoyuan. With such an identity, dealing with him is easier than eating. He didn't dare to say anything more and stepped aside with his head down. Zhou Zheng regretted so much as he watched the girl walk out of the hospital step by step. However, Song Wan didn't care at all. She walked out of the hospital and saw that the two old people had relaxed. So she simply took them to the villa for a walk again. The furnishings in the villa are almost ready, just waiting for people to move in. Qinglin had also arranged the nanny's matter. Seeing Song's father and mother happily strolling around with the two old people, just a few floors, they spent half an hour strolling around, and Song Wan's mood was somewhat infected. Since the things were ready, the group decided not to go back to their hometown. Song's mother arranged for Song. Wan was on the second floor. Maybe it was because the family's financial situation was not good before, but this time when Song's mother was decorating Song Wan's room, she deliberately added a lot of things for little girls. Song Wan didn't recognize her bed. After washing up, she would sleep until dawn. As soon as I opened my eyes, the system's voice rang. Ding, it's a new day again, host. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the formula of the best hair growth liquid. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Top quality hair growth liquid? Song Wan subconsciously touched her increasingly dense hair. Just as she was about to speak, the system's voice rang again. It is detected that the host has obtained the formula of the best hair growth liquid. Now a random task is issued. Acquire the Qingxue Cosmetics Factory in Modu. If the mission succeeds, you will obtain ownership of Universal Security Company. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Good job. Song Wan widened her eyes slightly. Is this a serial task? There is no need to say much about the top-quality hair growth liquid. No one knows better than her how huge the number of bald babies is now. After all, as a top student in the computer department, she was once one of the many people with a receding hairline. It's just that she has the perfect gene optimization liquid. Song Wan subconsciously touched the thick hair on her forehead, but other people don't have it. System products quality is absolutely guaranteed. It will be sent for safety testing then, and I'm sure it will become an instant hit after it goes on the market. As for the Qingshui Cosmetics Factory, she had never heard of it before. It should be a small factory, and it should not be difficult to acquire it. What is more important is the reward that comes later, the ownership of Universal Security Company. As far as she knew, Universal Security Company was the largest private security company in China. It was said that its security personnel were all retired veterans and had some connections with the higher-ups. What does she lack most now? Isn't it relationships? Song Wan blinked excitedly. It's like a pillow is given to me when I'm sleepy. System, you are me? Was interrupted by the system's baby voice. Don't be a roundworm. The little baby voice was a little anxious, afraid that Song Wan would compare it to that long thing again. The system will also have shadows. Sigma, handakting. Do handakting? No. Song Wan was stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously, and he continued with what he had just said. You are my most important little baby. The system suddenly started to speak in a shy voice. Really, really? Really? Song Wan was extremely serious. The host is also Tong's little baby. The system's voice became quieter, and a little red smoke appeared in my mind when it spoke. Song Wan came downstairs excitedly and ran to Song's father and mother. Mom and Dad, well, I have some things to do at school, so I may have to go back to the Magic City. Song's father and mother were shocked, and then they remembered that their son Guai was still in college. Mother Song looked at Father Song and nodded immediately. Be good, school matters are the most important. It seemed like Aunt Song wanted to apologize, but to be honest, everyone feels sorry for her daughter. Why should I be forgiven if I apologize for doing something wrong? Her family is good and doesn't owe them anything. Father Song scratched his head when he was looked at, feeling a little helpless. Song's mother had been angry with him all night. How could he not understand why? He immediately agreed. That's right, school matters are of course the most important. It's the same if you come back obediently after the holidays. He felt a little guilty, but as an uncle he couldn't just sit there and do nothing after what happened yesterday. But in the final analysis, he still loves his daughter the most. So after Eugene Chio made sure that everything was fine, even though he knew that Aunt Song was the one who needed comfort the most, he still followed Guai and the others back home. Song Wan didn't think too much about it and directly took out a bank card that she had prepared earlier. This is the pocket money I prepared for you. After I leave, you can do something you like. Dad has always been interested in fishing. Whenever he has time, he would take my mom and grandparents out fishing more often. Mom can also ask her sisters to go shopping, do beauty treatments, and do something she likes. Song Wan's series of words left both Song's father and mother stunned. The two of them had always worked hard for their children and never thought that they would start enjoying life at this young age. Then I heard my own son hesitantly say, "There is 10 million in the card. If you spend it all, tell me and I will transfer it to you." Chapter 83. Tungfei Daily Chemicals? So poor. Song's father and mother couldn't help but open their eyes wide at the same time. 10 million? Song Wan nodded and continued. If you want to buy something, try to buy something better and don't be too frugal. After a pause, he looked up at the two of them with a serious look in his eyes. After all, I will have more and more money in the future. You can learn to live a more refined life from now on. Mr. and Mother Song, they were just stunned. In front of Song's mother's eyes, there suddenly appeared a scene of her own family throwing money at her. She shook her head to remove the illusion from her mind, but looked at Song Wan with amazement. How come 10 million sounds like just $1 or $2 when it comes out of Guai's mouth? Song Wan finished her meal with the two of them. Qing Lin had already driven the car to the outside of the villa. He ran to the villa next door, said something to Grandpa Song and Grandma Song, and got into the car directly. She came back, Song Wan took another nap in the car, and when she woke up, she was already in Shanghai. Qing Lin saw that Song Wan had opened her eyes dazedly, with a gentle smile on the corners of her eyes. It will be here soon. I have asked them to cut some fruit for you in advance. Please wait a little longer. Song Wan blinked in confusion and nodded subconsciously. They arrived at Tan Palace. The servants had already prepared the fresh fruits that Song Wan liked. As soon as he saw the two people come in, he put it up directly. While Song Wan was eating fruit, Qing Lin sorted out the detailed information of Qingshui Cosmetics Factory. As Song Wan expected, the Qingshui Cosmetics Factory was not very large, with a market value of approximately 5 million. This cosmetics factory is also planning to be transferred recently. Song Wan raised her eyebrows and heard Qing Lin in front of her gently say to her, "To prevent others from getting there first, I have already asked the person in charge of this cosmetics factory. She will be at the factory all day today. If the young lady wants to go, she can go anytime." Hearing this, Song Wan stretched lazily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. With Qing Lin by her side, she didn't know how much trouble she had saved. Without any hesitation, he took Qing Lin and drove directly towards the Qingxue Cosmetics factory. Since they were in the Magic City, Song Wan naturally had no need to hide anything, so she directly asked Qing Lin to take out the Lamborghini Venetian. The location of Qingxue Cosmetics factory is a bit remote, and further south is the suburbs. When the two arrived at their destination, they saw a large G-Class parked at the door. Song Wan thought of the information just now saying that the cosmetics factory had the intention of being transferred, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. She didn't care about this small cosmetics factory, but she cared about the Universal Security Company. Thinking of this, Song Wan walked straight into the factory. The interior of the factory is very clean, and there is no sound of machines running. Song Wan walked in and heard someone talking before she reached the office. "Qingxue, what do you think? We, Tongfei Daily Chemicals, have offered the highest price in recent times. Why don't you just transfer the factory to us directly?" It was obvious from the voice that he was a young man, but there was a hint of frivolity in his tone. Song Wan immediately took Qing Lin over and saw a man and a woman confronting each other there. The man was about 27 or 28 years old and about 1.80 meters tall, but the fat on his body made his height look shorter. Judging from his posture, it was obviously the man who spoke just now. The girl sitting opposite her was obviously much younger, looking no more than 23 or 24, and was also very pretty, the kind of pretty that looked clean at first glance. The two of them obviously noticed the arrival of Song Wan and Qing Lin, and their eyes subconsciously looked towards them. The girl seemed to have thought of something and looked at Song Wan with some surprise. "Are you Miss Song who wants to buy our cosmetics factory?" It's no wonder she was confused because Song Wan looked too young. Song Wan nodded and extended her hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, I'm Song Wan." The girl also quickly extended her hand, her expression obviously showing some excitement. Hello, my name is Shun Qingxue." Song Wan was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked up at the signboard engraved with the name of the factory. Shun Qingxue followed her gaze and said to her a little embarrassedly, "My parents jointly opened this cosmetics factory, and they used my name when they named it." "No, who am I talking about?" Seeing the two of them chatting happily, the ignored man suddenly felt uncomfortable. He looked at Song Wan with obvious displeasure. "Little sister, do you understand first come, first serve?" Before Song Wan could say anything, Shun Qingxue sneered. "There is no such thing as first come, first served." When she turned to look at the man, there was a hint of disgust on her face. "Kai Yuxiang, I told you that this cosmetics factory will never be sold to Tongfei Daily Chemicals. Just give up on this idea." The nonchalant smile on the face of the man named Kai Yuxiang suddenly became more obvious, and he pointed at Song Wan beside him and said, "You don't really think this little sister can eat up your cosmetics factory? A little sister who came here for fun. Do you really think she's your savior?" Shun Qingxue looked at him with an even colder expression. "Whether you are the savior or not is none of your business. I told you that I will never sell the cosmetics factory to you." Kai Yuxiang was not angry either. He turned his gaze to Song Wan and said, "Little sister, I have already been hired for this cosmetics factory. Just go back to where you came from." After saying that, as if he was afraid that Song Wan didn't know how powerful he was, he added, "I think there shouldn't be many people around here who dare to go against us, Tongfei Daily Chemical." Song Wan couldn't help laughing out loud. Her eyes paused on the man's fleshy face, and there was a hint of amusement in her words. "Tongfei Daily Chemicals?" Didn't understand what Song Wan meant at once, but he still spoke impatiently. "It's okay as long as you know it. Let's go while my brother is still in a good mood." Then the next moment, the girl in front of him spoke with a little doubt. "Tongfei Daily Chemicals? What is that?" The expression on Kai Yuxiang's face froze immediately, and the smile he showed when he looked at Song Wan was gone. "So, you have made up your mind to go against us. Tongfei Rihua?" Song Wan ignored him and turned her gaze back to Shun Qingxue. "How much did he bid?" Shun Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded and said, 1 million. Hearing the anger in Shun Qingxue's voice, Song Wan looked at Kai Yuxiang with a meaningful look. "Tongfei Daily Chemicals? So poor." Chapter 84, The Third Investor. She had just looked at the information of Qingxue Cosmetics Factory not long ago. The market value was not high, but it was around 5 million. Although I want to transfer it now, it will inevitably depreciate. But 1 million? It is obvious that Kai Yuxiang is either poor or taking advantage of others' misfortune. Kai Yuxiang heard Song Wan's words. The fat on his face couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Song Wan, who was laughing in anger. Little sister, do you know what you were saying? Your family probably didn't teach you that the mouth can cause trouble? Song Wan's face did not change. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Shun Qingxue suddenly standing in front of her. She blocked Kai Yuxiang's gaze towards Song Wan, and then Shun Qingxue looked at Kai Yuxiang again, with obvious anger in her tone. Kai Yuxiang, I've told you before, it's me who doesn't want to sell the cosmetics factory to you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Kai Yuxiang's gaze stayed on her fair and lovely face for a few seconds before he regained his smile. Qingxue, you clearly know how I feel about you. Why do you insist on making me use this method? You become my girlfriend, and we will be a family from now on. The Qingxue Cosmetics Factory will be directly merged into Tongfei Daily Chemicals. If Tongfei Daily Chemicals prospers, doesn't that mean the Qingxue Cosmetics Factory will also prosper? This cosmetics factory is the hard work of my uncle. Do you have the heart to let it fall into the hands of a little girl who knows nothing and then go bankrupt? This time, Song Wan couldn't help laughing out loud and couldn't help but look behind Shin Qingxue. What the hell? Everyone in Kyoto has heard your plan. To put it bluntly, isn't this just trying to get something for nothing? Also merged? They also said that the prosperity of Tongfei Daily Chemical Products means that Qingxue Cosmetics Factory is also thriving. How shameless does it take to say such a thing? Kai Yuxiang's face froze again. He couldn't help but took a few steps forward and tried to take action. Then the next moment, the pile of fierce flesh flew backwards. Shun Qingxue was stunned. She looked at Qing Lin, who withdrew his foot seriously and stood back beside Song Wan, and then looked at Song Wan, whose expression did not change at all. She couldn't help but doubt her life. How could a guy like Kai Yuxiang, who is so big, fly like that? Looking at how effortlessly he kicked, if Shin Qingxue hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought he was kicking cotton. Let's look at Kai Yuxiang again. My goodness, his mouth is gurgling and blood is foaming out. Even when he opened his mouth, his front teeth flew out directly. Shake the shit. It took Shin Qingxue a long time to figure out that what he wanted to say might be, are you looking for death? Kai Yuxiang also realized that his speech was unclear. With a fierce look in his eyes, he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket with some trembling. He had never suffered such injustice since he was a child. He wants these two people dead. No, life is worse than death. Shin Qingxue came back to her senses and swallowed subconsciously. Although she felt happy, she couldn't help but feel a little worried when she looked at Song Wan and the others. He is the eldest son of Tongfei Daily Chemicals. You are not from our side. You don't know how tyrannical Tongfei Daily Chemical is, so you should leave now. Although she might have lost a buyer, Shin Qingxue was not an ungrateful person. The reason he just spoke was because of her. Song Wan smiled and stood there, not showing any intention of leaving. I really want to see how domineering Tongfei Daily Chemicals is. Ding investor detected. Shun Qingxue. Investment information. Investors. Shun Qingxue. Age. 23. Investable direction. Actor. Return on investment. 3,000%. Sudden system sound in his mind made Song Wan stunned for a moment, and his gaze towards Shun Qingxue changed at that moment. Are you an actor? How did you know? Shun Qingxue was also obviously startled, and then she looked a little embarrassed. I graduated from the Shanghai Drama Academy. I only acted in one web drama, and I'm semi-retired now. I can't really be considered an actor. Song Wan was keenly aware of the sadness in her eyes and immediately became curious. Excuse me, since you have acted in a web drama, why did you semi-retire from the industry? Shin Qingxue subconsciously looked at Kai Yuxiang, who was lying on the ground and tremblingly dialing the phone, with obvious hatred in her eyes. Although Tongfei Daily Chemicals has no connection with the entertainment industry, Kai Yuxiang is very familiar with the boss of her company. If the unspoken rule doesn't work, he will force her to submit by threatening to hide her. She had made up her mind to leave the entertainment industry, but this bastard still refused to let her go. To make matters worse, her mother was hospitalized due to heart failure. The family had no liquidity, so her father had to reluctantly sell the cosmetics factory he had founded with her mother. Then, Kai Yuxiang came to the door again. A listed company after all. Once it speaks up, how can some small companies dare to compete with it? Larger companies look down upon their cosmetics factory, so Qingxue Cosmetics Factory was put in an awkward situation. Otherwise, how could Kai Yuxiang have the nerve to propose to buy the cosmetics factory for 1 million? Shin Qingxue's almond-shaped eyes turned slightly red because of hatred. When she came to her senses, she had already told Song Wan what had happened. His expression changed slightly, and he smiled at Song Wan sheepishly. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. She didn't know why she revealed everything about herself so easily to a girl younger than her. Maybe they were moved by the wanton and bright way she had just mocked Kai Yuxiang, or maybe they kicked Kai Yuxiang, a huge piece of meat, away without any effort. His eyes fell on Kai Yuxiang putting away his phone, and he subconsciously turned around and gently held Song Wan's wrist. Anyway, let's go. If you don't leave now, the people from Tungfei Daily Chemicals might really come. Song Wan seemed not to hear it, and even had a faint smile in her voice. Sell the Qingxue Cosmetics factory to me. 5 million. Shin Qingxue paused as she held Song Wan's wrist. She looked at her in disbelief. What did you say? Song Wan smiled and repeated, I'll pay 5 million. Please sell the Qingxue Cosmetics factory to me. Shin Qingxue's voice suddenly became a little difficult. Do you know that the security personnel of Tungfei Daily Chemicals have connections with people in society? Song Wan still smiled. Sell it or not? The calm and relaxed smile on Song Wan's face. Shin Qingxue suddenly calmed down for some reason. Sell. But her mother is still in the hospital, and only with money can she maintain the expensive equipment that will cost a lot in the future. The documents were ready, and the two men ignored Kai Yuxiang, who was lying there crookedly, and directly signed the agreement and stamped it. Sounded directly in Song Wan's mind. Ding, the task of acquiring Qingxue Cosmetics factory is completed, and the ownership of Huanyu Security Company is awarded. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 85. I will let you go, but not this way. At this moment, bursts of car horns suddenly came from the door. Shin Qingxue subconsciously looked at Song Wan beside her, with obvious fear in her eyes. It's someone from Tungfei Daily Chemicals. I'll call the police first. However, as soon as he took out his cell phone, Song Wan grabbed his wrist. Song Wan looked at Kai Yuxiang, who was still lying on the ground slowly, with a bit of coldness in her eyes, but the smile on her lips did not fall. No need. Shin Qingxue couldn't help but show a bit of anxiety on her face. Miss Song, you don't know how rampant Tungfei Daily Chemicals is. Beating and injuring people is just normal for them. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen men dressed in colorful clothes and wearing big gold chains walked in, holding knives or sticks in their hands. He looked sloppy, and you can tell at first glance that he is a society person. Song Wan even discovered an acquaintance. His eyes fell on the conspicuous golden hair of the young man at the end of the team, and a smile subconsciously appeared in his eyes. Long time no see. Jin Mao was stunned, and his hand was shaking as he pointed at Song Wan. Sister, sister. The leading thug subconsciously turned to look at the golden retriever. What? Your sister? The golden retriever nodded hastily, then shook his head when he came to his senses, his face showing mixed emotions. Brother Wang, there must be some misunderstanding here. The leading thug, who was called Brother Wang, ignored him and scanned the scene, finally landing on Kai Yuxiang, who was lying there paralyzed. He hurried over and said, Mr. Kai, are you okay? Kai Yuxiang almost wanted to roll his eyes. Yite Trojan, do I look like I'm still alive? The leading thug was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Kai Yuxiang's front teeth were all broken. He immediately turned his head to look at Song Wan and the other two. You are the ones who hurt Master Kai? The golden retriever trotted out with a stick in his hand and smiled at the leading thug in a flattering way. Brother Wang, my sister has a bad temper. There must be some misunderstanding here. The golden retriever was almost speechless. He had finally managed to rise a little higher in social status, but who would have thought that he would run into an acquaintance the first time he went out with someone? What a high probability. What a huge amount of monkey shit. The key point is that these people don't know this sister's fighting ability, but he knows. Don't be fooled by the number of people. They're holding knives and sticks. If a real fight breaks out, who knows who will suffer the most? Take down the tower too. Kai Yuxiang's eyes turned red. When the hell did a little gangster he hired have the right to talk nonsense here? The leader, Brother Wang, nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, the remaining dozen or so people directly surrounded the four people, including Jin Mao. Jin Mao walked up to Song Wan. He found himself standing in line passively. Smile on her face froze, and suddenly it looked uglier than crying. What sin has he committed? Song Wan found it a little funny, but stretched out her hand towards the golden retriever without any hesitation. Give it to me. The golden retriever handed over the iron rod in his hand, subconsciously, without any hesitation. By the time he reacted, the iron rod was already in Song Wan's hand. Looking at the expressions of, as expected, on the faces of the people surrounding them, Golden Reed bared his teeth and accepted his fate. These thugs were obviously veterans. They didn't say much at first. Under the guidance of their leader, Brother Wang, they rushed towards the four people with their weapons in hand. Song Wan protected Shun Qingxue behind him and rushed forward with an iron stick in his hand. Qinglin's speed was not slow either, as if he had cooperated with this move countless times. He simply raised his foot and kicked in another direction. Almost as soon as they met, the two people on the opposite side fell down. Even the people on the opposite side didn't understand what was going on, and they didn't know who raised the iron stick, and it landed in Qinglin's hands. Golden Hair stood there trembling, watching the iron rods in the hands of the two men rise and fall. It is no exaggeration to say that someone on the opposite side will fall down as soon as you raise your hand. Even those people couldn't get to him. For some unknown reason, Golden Retriever suddenly felt like he was being protected by a big sister. I no longer feel conflicted, but instead feel extremely happy. They just didn't listen to him and were determined to attack him. Now they are in trouble, right? Song Wan and Qing Lin cooperated quickly, fiercely, and accurately. In less than 2 minutes, more than a dozen people fell down. Seeing the brothers who were full of energy just now and clamoring about how to deal with these people now lying on the ground wailing, Brother Wang, who was accompanying Kai Yuxiang, widened his eyes and looked at Song Wan and the other two as if he was looking at a ghost. He didn't even see what the two were doing. When the two of them retracted their feet, the corners of their clothes were not wrinkled at all, and the movements were extremely elegant. Is this a movie? Even in movies, it's not necessary to be so exaggerated, right? Kai Yuxiang's eyes widened as he reacted, and his tone became even more angry. What a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Song Wan's gaze gently looking over at him. Kai Yuxiang's huge body couldn't help but tremble, his eyes full of fear. I am the young master of Tinghue Daily Chemicals. If you dare to offend me, you're done for. Although his pronunciation was a little unclear, Song Wan still understood what Kai Yuxiang said. With a casual flip of his right hand, the iron rod turned a circle in his hand. Song Wan walked forward with a smile, followed by Qing Lin, who was also holding an iron rod. Kai Yuxiang's shaking was almost visibly accelerating, and he pointed at the two people and said, "Come over here." Kai Yuxiang now thought that the young and beautiful girl was no less than a devil from hell. "Let me go, I won't dare to repay my debt." Shun Qingxue, who was standing by, was almost stunned. She once saw with her own eyes how Kai Yuxiang beat up a passerby. The person just accidentally touched him, and he brought people to beat the person until his leg was broken. Afterwards, he didn't even get any compensation. Instead, the person who was beaten paid him until he went bankrupt. I heard he even committed suicide in the end. That's why she was extremely disgusted with Kai Yuxiang. Now his fat face was covered in blood, his front teeth were gone, and his face was filled with indescribable fear. There is no trace of the arrogance he once had. In Shun Qingxue's heart suddenly relaxed. I even thought darkly that it would be great if a dirty person like Kai Yuxiang lived under such a shadow for the rest of his life. At this moment, Song Wan's clear and cold voice suddenly came to my ears. "I'll let you go." But that's not the way to go. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a car stopping was heard at the door again. I saw big men in black suits walking in from the gate one after another in a well-trained manner, and finally stopped in front of Song Wan. Chapter 86. This is not his sister. This must be his aunt. They were dressed in uniform and had cold expressions, giving people an oppressive feeling that could not be ignored. There's even a bulge around the waist, which makes its origin seem very mysterious. However, when they stood in front of Song Wan, they bent down without any hesitation. "Boss!" Everyone present, whether it was Kai Yuxiang who was lying there shaking, or the gangster who was rolling on the ground without any ability to move, or Shun Qingxue, all had frozen expressions. Especially Kai Yuxiang. The imperceptible ruthlessness in his eyes retreated completely when he saw this group of men in black. Not to mention any thoughts of revenge, the expression on his face was only one of fear. The reason why he can be so rampant in this area is that he has some vision. Apart from official personnel, the only company that can equip itself with a wooden storage bin on its waist so openly and with permission from its superiors is the Universal Security Company. What's more, the exquisite and eye-catching 5-pointed silver star emblem they wear on their chest is the unique symbol of Universal Security Company that no one dares to copy. The people from the Universal Security Company, who probably no one in Shanghai dares to ignore, call a little girl their boss. Kai Yuxiang didn't dare to think further. The regret in my heart cannot be described in words. I just hope she can ignore him, or just treat him as a fart. However, the girl in front of him obviously did not mean that. She nodded to the black-clad man in front of her and pointed at him gently. "Contact person, Check Fei daily chemicals carefully. Check him carefully. Kai Yuxiang's heart skipped a beat, and his mind went blank. Universal Security Company has people above them, and many of its actions are assigned by them. Almost everyone in the upper echelons of Shanghai knows about this. It is for this reason that no one dares to mess with the Universal Security Company. Fei Daily Chemicals has not been checked at all. The people that Universal Security Company directly contacts are not people that can be bribed by their class. Finished. It's all over. His head was filled with blood. Although the sun was shining brightly, Kai Yuxiang felt cold all over. His eyes went dark, and he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and passed out. The gang leader Brother Wang next to him was even more dumbfounded. Didn't they agree to just deal with a few ignorant minions? This situation, no matter how slow-witted Brother Wang was, he realized that he had been following Kai Yuxiang and had offended someone he shouldn't have. Subconsciously, he let go of the unconscious Kai Yuxiang. With a plop, a heavy object fell to the ground. This time, Kai Yuxiang fell face first, and his big face plate hit the tile floor directly. Reply to Song Wan confidently, "Yes, boss." As for these people, Song Wan's eyes swept over the gangsters lying on the ground one by one. Noticing their panic, he spoke without any hesitation, "Send them to the police station." The people from Universal Security Company acted quickly and cleared the area in just a few moments. Watching those thugs being handed silver bracelets by the policemen one by one, without even a little resistance, Jin Mao's heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his chest. In his eyes when he looked at Song Wan also changed sincerely. This is no longer my biological sister. This must be his little aunt. Even when he walked out of the cosmetics factory safely, Golden Retriever's face was still full of fear and sighs. I originally thought she was just a female college student who was agile and unlucky enough to be spotted by a scumbag, but who knew that this girl had such a deep background? The Golden Retriever couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, but he no longer had any intention of getting involved in society. He originally thought these people were very impressive, holding knives and iron rods. But in fact, this time they were sent to the police station, and it might not be so easy for them to get out. If he hadn't happened to stand in the right line and hadn't been carrying a silver bracelet, he would probably have been added to the list. Song Wan was unaware of Jin Mao's thoughts. After the factory had returned to its initial tranquility, she turned to Shun Qingxue and asked, "Which company are you signed with now?" Shun Qingxue finally came to her senses, and when she looked at Song Wan, there was a subtle gleam in her eyes. Jinhua Entertainment. So cool. When Shun Qingxue thought of the scene where Song Wan was playing with an iron rod and beating up a group of people, she couldn't help but look at Song Wan with stars in her eyes. Song Wan didn't know much about the entertainment industry, so naturally she had never heard of this name. He narrowed his eyes slightly and then asked Shun Qingxue simply, "Are you interested in changing jobs?" Ah! Shun Qingxue was obviously stunned for a moment. When she reacted, she looked at Song Wan with eyes full of stars. "Do you have an entertainment company under you?" "No." Song Wan shook her head, very honestly. Ding detected that investor Shun Qingxue's friendliness is as high as 95. The system issued a random task: create your own shampoo brand. If the mission succeeds, the reward will be the absolute controlling stake of Shengshi Entertainment Company. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Song Wan couldn't help but be stunned when she suddenly heard the system voice. Even though she didn't know much about the entertainment industry, she had heard of Shengshi Entertainment Company. Unlike the little-known Jinhua Entertainment, Shengshi Entertainment Company can be said to be one of the leaders in the entertainment industry. The absolute controlling stake is 67, which means that, rounded off, the reward is equivalent to giving Shengshi Entertainment to her. As for the mission, what a joke! With the distribution of top-quality hair growth liquid, are you still worried about not being able to create a shampoo brand? Then he changed the subject and said to Shun Qingxue, "But it will be there soon." Shun Qingxue was stunned again, and her eyes turned dull when she looked at Song Wan, with even a hint of tears in them. "How can I deserve you to do this for me?" No one could understand the despair she felt when she hit rock bottom. If it weren't for her mother who was still in the hospital, she would have even thought about dying together with that disgusting man Kai Yuxiang. When she was about to fall into the abyss, it was the girl in front of her who brought her light and made her see hope again. She couldn't even imagine what kind of situation the girl would face if she hadn't gone to the cosmetics factory today. And now, after knowing the situation she was facing, she actually wanted to set up an entertainment company for her. Song Wan didn't know what Shun Qingxue was imagining. Seeing her strange look, she subconsciously stopped him and said, Actually, I originally planned to acquire an entertainment company. As Fu Xingyan proves that Shun Qingxue in front of us definitely has the potential to become a superstar. Otherwise, she wouldn't invest so casually. Shen Qingxue couldn't help it anymore and immediately burst into tears. Wow, how can this person be so nice? Even at this time, he is still concerned about her self-esteem. Chapter 87. Sister. A rich woman has taken a fancy to your brother's unparalleled beauty. Although Qingxue Cosmetics Factory is not a top-notch cosmetics factory, its internal facilities are relatively complete and not at all outdated. After knowing that Song Wan had the shampoo formula, Shen Qingxue excitedly took Song Wan and Qing Lin to visit the shampoo area. Since the Qingxue Cosmetics Factory focuses on the production of lotions, the area reserved for shampoo is relatively small. Song Wan thought about it and then gave Qing Lin some suggestions for improvement. Just cancel all other production areas. She bought this factory mainly to produce her own brand of shampoo. With a systematic and premium hair growth liquid, the scale of the factory will surely grow bigger in the future. From the very beginning, the best hair growth liquid is not targeted at ordinary shampoo, so the production machines and environment must naturally be optimized. Qing Lin naturally wrote them down one by one. It was half an hour later when the three of them finished their shopping. Song Wan handed the formula of the top-grade hair growth liquid directly to Qing Lin. With the existing machines and the formula, it should not take too long to produce the finished product. As long as it is sent for testing and confirmed to be harmless, it can be put on the market. Product packaging, pricing, and so on also need to be worked out, and then comes promotion. Song Wan already had an idea in mind and was just waiting for the product to be ready. After rejecting Shen Qingxue's invitation to have dinner together, Song Wan took Qing Lin directly back to Tan Palace. I just changed my shoes and sat down when my cell phone rang. Song Wan looked at the caller ID and saw it was Huang Ran, whom she hadn't seen for several days. When I picked up the phone, I heard Huang Ran's helpless voice again. Wanwan, did you buy another bag? Song Wan looked confused. What bag? Huang Ran hung up the phone without saying a word, and then the WeChat video popped up. In the video, Huang Ran pointed to several luxury goods packaging bags in the box and said, "Here, these are them. We found your package when we were picking it up, so we thought of bringing it back to you." Song Wan looked in the direction of her finger, and the first thing that caught her eye was a large cardboard box. Li Luya's face also popped up at this time. The carton was missing a corner, and when we picked it up, they asked us to check the goods. When I opened it, there was a cardboard box protecting it, and inside there was all these. Song Wan saw several familiar luxury goods packaging bags, 2 from Chanel and 1 from Dior. There was obviously a small box underneath the 3 bags that had not been opened. Song Wan's guidance. Huang Ran opened the small box inside again. The full set of small cosmetic boxes inside immediately caught my eye. Liquid foundation, eyeliner, mascara, eyeshadow, lipstick, eyebrow pencil, highlighter, shadow, loose powder, everything I want. They are even of different brands, and you can tell that a lot of thought went into them. Song Wan blinked and said, "Show me the delivery slip." The video immediately focused on the express delivery note outside the carton, and sure enough, the words Jianghuai were clearly written on the sender's side. Song Wan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy is rich, so he bought things for her and sent them to school? Huang Ran and Li Lui also knew this name, and they were surprised and asked, "Wanwan, isn't this your cousin?" Song Wan nodded. "Please help me take it back to the dormitory first. I will ask him." Huang Ran and Li Lui nodded naturally and hung up the phone. Song Wan didn't stop and directly found Jiang Huai's phone number and called him. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Huai's excited voice came through the microphone. "Sister, did you receive the gift? Do you like it?" In the male dormitory of Kyoto Sports University, Jiang Huai walked directly to the balcony with his cell phone. As soon as the signature reminder came out, he knew that his sister would definitely call him. He did a lot of planning for these gifts. "It took me a long time just to check the little blue book." Song Wan pursed her lips and finally decided to cooperate with him. "Why did you suddenly buy these for me? Where did you get so much money?" After a pause, as if he felt that he had not asked enough, he added, "You haven't done anything bad, have you?" Jiang Huai's voice on the other end of the phone came over quickly. No. Your brother is a law-abiding and good citizen, so you can put your mind at ease." Jiang Huai's tone rose slightly, and just by listening to it, one could imagine the little pride on his face. Sure enough, right after that, Song Wan heard Jiang Huai pretending to be mysterious and said, "Sister, your brother's new talent has been discovered recently." Song Wan was very cooperative, and her tone was filled with natural surprise. What talent? Could it be that he was discovered by a scout and became a star? The tone on the other end paused. Not really. That's not the case. Fearing that Song Wan might come up with another earth-shattering career, Jiang Huai simply said, "It's an anchor." "Sister, my roommate asked me to do a live broadcast a few days ago. Guess what happened?" Listening to Jiang Huai's obviously excited tone on the other end of the phone, Song Wan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. "What's going on?" Jiang Huai, who was on the balcony making a phone call, first looked around the empty dormitory, then said shyly, "A rich woman was attracted by your brother's extraordinary beauty and gave me a lot of money all at once." Puff. Song Wan was very glad that she was not drinking water at the moment. Otherwise, she would have sprayed it out. Her tone when speaking to Jiang Huai on the other end of the phone was filled with something difficult to describe. "What did you say?" Jiang Huai on the other end didn't realize anything was wrong and repeated it in a slightly shy tone. "It's all your fault that I'm so good-looking that the boss took a fancy to me at first sight. Then it was a crazy money-making spree." Song Wan touched her cheek and felt a toothache. "Are you sure that she is attracted by your beauty?" Jiang Huai's voice suddenly became serious. "Sister, don't let your imagination run wild. He definitely isn't trying to take advantage of me. I felt that the rich woman simply admired my stunning beauty. She paid the money and ran away without even leaving any contact information." At this point, there was even a hint of regret in Jiang Huai's tone. "She's a wealthy woman who spent 10 million in one go. Wouldn't it be great if I could have her contact information?" He had inquired about it. The other party had paid money and added contact information to Zhuzi, but did not ask Zhuzi to do anything. He just played a game with him. The game even made Bamboo fly. Add contact information for such a rich and stupid guy with lots of money and no demands? Chapter 88 Sign in Luxury Private Customized Aircraft. Song Wan couldn't help but twitch her lips again. "Well, maybe they are attracted by your extraordinary beauty. Otherwise, how could there be no contact information?" Said to Song Wan in a tone that said, "You don't understand this. Sister, guess how much they gave me? Do I need to guess?" Song Wan pursed her lips slightly and heard Jiang Huai impatiently say, 10 million. "Sister, do you think anyone would spend 10 million on someone they're not interested in? I'm sure they'll feel embarrassed. When we meet again, they will definitely add me." Song Wan, just melancholy. Jiang Huai thought Song Wan was frightened by the figure of 10 million, so he spoke again with excitement. "Now you know how much money your brother has, right? So sister, you can spend as much as you want in college. Don't save. Your brother will make money to support you." Listening to Jiang Huai's confident tone on the other end of the phone, Song Wan couldn't help but cover her face. "Okay." After hanging up the phone with her silly brother, Song Wan fell on the sofa. This guy said something nice, but in the end it was her money that was spent infinity. After dinner, Song Wan went straight to the third floor and went to sleep. 1. A dreamless night. The sleep quality is as good as ever. After waking up, I opened the curtains and the slightly dazzling sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Song Wan narrowed her eyes subconsciously, and the system's voice rang directly in her mind. "Ding, a new day host, do you want to sign in?" "Sign in." "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a private customized Airbus A600 with a private airport in Magic City as a gift. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." Even though Song Wan's vision had been cultivated by the system, he still couldn't help but be shocked. A custom-made jet? An Airbus A-series? One of those private jets owned by Saudi princes? It's almost the same, host. The Saudi princes is a customized A380, worth about 2 billion. The A600 is specially built for the host, with more equipment than the A380 and the highest level of luxury and safety. If converted into price, it is 0.5 times more than the A380. 0.5 times more, which means a full 3 billion. Song Wan was already numb. The system's baby voice continued in a low voice. "The host wants to become a top-class white, rich and beautiful person. How can she be outdone by a Saudi prince?" "Oh." Song Wan. "That is to say, system, do you have any misunderstanding about the Saudi prince?" After doubting her life for a few minutes, Song Wan went downstairs to eat as usual. She also wanted to see private jets and such. "If I have the opportunity in the future, I can use it to take my family out for a trip." The breakfast was still very sumptuous. Song Wan finished her breakfast happily. Just as she was about to get up, the WeChat notification sound came from her mobile phone. When I opened WeChat, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows slightly. Her WeChat message was Chu Linyue. "There is some progress on the new game. Do you want to come to the company to take a look?" Speaking of this, Song Wan remembered another thing. After the computer company was taken away, the office area on the 28th floor of Jimao Tower became vacant. "It's been a long time since we cleaned up. It's time to finish it." After thinking for a while, He simply replied, "I'll be there right away." Chu Linyue seemed to be guarding his phone and replied quickly, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the company." Song Wan then stood up, took the key to the Koenigsegg Wanwan, and went out. The traffic was not very congested at this time. When Song Wan arrived at Linhai Technology, Chu Linyue was already waiting downstairs. When he saw Song Wan getting off the Koenigsegg Wanwan, there was inevitably some surprise on his face. But soon, he adjusted his mood and walked quickly towards Song Wan. "How is it? Have you had breakfast?" Song Wan nodded. "I came here after eating." As they were talking, the two of them had already walked into the elevator. Chu Linyue's eyes fell on Song Wan, with a concentration and smile in his eyes that he himself had not noticed. "The first part of the new game is complete. Do you want to try it first?" Song Wan turned around, looking a little surprised so fast. She had already learned about this game through Chu Linyue's introduction. The framework was very large, and she originally thought that it would take at least half a month to complete the first part. Chu Linyue met her gaze, and his smile became even more intense. It's only with a large amount of capital injected by a big boss that the speed is so fast. They had already completed the technology and design, and all they lacked was funding. With the capital injection, plus the financial incentives he offered to his employees, time naturally sped up. Linhai Technology obviously knew in advance that she was coming. Song Wan followed Chu Linyue and was greeted with smiles by everyone in the company as soon as she came in. Song Wan greeted them and then came to the game operation department under the leadership of Chu Linyue. The new game not only has a strong background, but also has many characters. Song Wan randomly chose a character she liked and started the challenge. Since we are still in the testing phase, there is naturally no such thing as teammates. With god-level gaming skills in hand, Song Wan got the hang of it quickly. But after a while, I was able to operate it skillfully and even found some hidden bugs. Several people in the operations department were stunned, and their eyes towards Song Wan suddenly changed. When they heard that the company's shares were being transferred to a young girl, it would be a lie to say that they didn't feel a bit repulsive. However, the decision was made by the boss, and they had no chance to object at all. Fortunately, they were not involved in the company's planning, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. But I didn't expect that this girl's computer skills were so advanced. One of them couldn't help but discuss with Song Wan the hidden bug they had just found. Since they were all people from his own company, Song Wan naturally didn't put on airs and started discussing things with them. After a while, everyone in the operations department couldn't help but gather around. Chu Linyue noticed the changes in everyone. His gaze stayed on Song Wan, who was talking for a while, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise slightly. She was originally extremely outstanding. Otherwise, how could she have attracted Professor Chai, Old Liu, and other bigwigs to fight for her? By the time they finished their discussion, there was already a hint of admiration in the eyes of these people as they looked at Song Wan. They were all computer literate, which was why they could see how skilled she was. What's more, he doesn't put on airs. It's hard to find a boss like him even with a lantern. Song Wan didn't notice it at all. She stood up slowly in Chu Linyue's smiling eyes, stretched lazily, and said to him, "By the way, I found a new location for the company. Do you want to go check it out now?" Chapter 89. You have become completely famous in our Linhai University. Even though Chu Linyue was a calm person, he was stunned when he heard this. "What new position?" Song Wan walked up to him and chuckled. "The 28th floor of Jimao Tower is a little bigger than this place." As the voice fell, before Chu Linyue could react, several people from the operations department had already fallen off their chairs. "Where?" Song Wan turned around and smiled at them, then calmly repeated, "Jimao Tower, 28th floor." The people who fell to the ground looked at each other, completely unable to calm down. Is it the Jimao Tower in the center of the financial and trade zone? Even Chu Linyue's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and his whole gaze towards Song Wan changed. Song Wan didn't notice it at all. She just turned her head back calmly. Her eyes fell on Chu Linyue again. "How about it? Want to go check it out?" Chu Linyue nodded almost mechanically, followed Song Wan out of the company mechanically, and then mechanically sat in the passenger seat. It was not until the car had driven a long distance that Chu Linyue finally woke up from his dream and reacted. His gaze towards Song Wan suddenly became more complicated. "Song Wan, what does your family do? A snack stand owner?" Song Wan looked ahead and asked casually. There was a hint of helplessness in Chu Linyue's eyes as he looked at her. If her family runs a snack stand, then he might have to go to the fields to plant rice. He turned his eyes to look out the window and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, it was scarier than he had imagined. The location of Jimao Tower is very obvious. But even so, When the car stopped and Chu Linhua followed Song Wan down, he was still a little stunned when he saw the property management staff of Jinmao Tower coming out to greet them. Chu Linhua had naturally been to Jinmao Tower and was somewhat familiar with Jinmao Tower's property manager Chao Hai. Hai must have some abilities to be able to serve as the property manager of the entire Jinmao Tower. And now, Chao Hai led a group of people and trotted up to them with their heads bowed. "Boss, you are here." Seeing Song Wan nod calmly, Chu Linhua suddenly calmed down. He thought that even if he later found out that schoolmate Song Wan was a princess of a certain country, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Led by Chao Hai, the two quickly arrived at the reserved 28th floor. The 28th floor had obviously been carefully tidied up. It was spacious, bright, and filled with fresh green plants. It gave people a very comfortable feeling as soon as they entered the door. Not to mention the convenient transportation. It's not comparable to their original position at all. After walking around for a whole circle, Song Wan stopped and looked at Chu Linhua. "How is it? Do you think it's okay? And if you move here, you can get free rent." Chu Linhua naturally knew what she meant. Since they were all bosses, could he not waive the rent? Looking back, he initially just wanted to recruit this precious talent to the company, but he never thought that he would succeed. But this is not a treasure at all. It is clearly a huge Buddha, or the kind that glitters with gold. "This place is great, but it's a bit troublesome for you." Before he could finish his words, he heard Song Wan nodded briskly. "That's good. If you are satisfied, please pick a time and move the company here as soon as possible." Chu Linhua couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and then nodded subconsciously under Song Wan's gaze. Okay. After dealing with the company's relocation, Song Wan didn't stay long. After sending Chu Linhua back to the company, she went straight to school. The white Koenigsegg Wanwan drove into the school, and several hot posts with photos immediately appeared on the forum. When Song Wan parked the car downstairs of the dormitory building, Huang Ran and the other two were already waving to greet them at the window. "Wanwan!" Song Wan raised her head slightly and saw 3 faces crowded at the third-floor window, grinning at her with bright smiles. The expression on his face froze for a moment, and he hurriedly got out of the car and walked upstairs. Then at the entrance of the corridor on the first floor, I met a girl who was hurrying down the stairs. I'm sorry, you're okay?" The girl hadn't finished her apology when her eyes lit up when she looked at Song Wan. "You are Miss Song Wan, right?" Song Wan looked at her with some confusion. It was a stranger that she had no memory of at all. The girl didn't care at all and handed the box of cookies to her. "I'm Kong Shan from the Chinese department in the same grade as you. I watched your video on the forum. It was so cool. That's how you should deal with a scumbag." A girl in our dormitory had a crush on that scumbag, but after watching that video, she changed her crush to someone else, all thanks to the girl. After saying this series of words, before Song Wan could even react, the girl had already run away in a hurry. Even after everyone had left the house, Song Wan could still hear the girl's distant voice. "Goodbye, little sister." He clenched the biscuit in his hand in confusion, and when he looked up, he saw Huang Ran and 3 others standing at the stairs. The 3 of them obviously saw what happened just now, and they looked at her with smiles in their eyes. Song Wan took the 3 people back to the dormitory and closed the door. He put down the biscuits in his hand and turned to look at the 3 people. "What's going on?" Huang Ran spread his hands. "Do you remember the gang of hooligans Lin Feng called over when we met on the way back to school? I don't know who recorded the video and posted it on the school forum, especially since Lin Feng was severely punished by the school, and now you've been exposed." Li Lui and Qi Xingran also hurriedly stepped forward. "It's not just that. The hot topics that others posted on the forum before were also found to be yours. It can be said that Miss Song Wan, you have become completely famous in our Linhai University. It's impossible for this young lady not to be popular because she is rich, beautiful, brave, agile, and academically outstanding." Seeing the phone Qi Xingran handed over, Song Wan took it directly. His eyes subconsciously fell on the school forum displayed on the mobile phone screen. Hot List 1. Come and see the official seal. The young lady who is addicted to the fantasy plot and the hero who saves the beauty. Hot List 2. Big news. The young lady who is being fought over by all kinds of big men has been exempted from schoolwork. Hot List 3. Little known fact. The rich and beautiful lady driving a Lamborghini Venezia equals the lady who beat the gangsters alone equals the top student that all the big guys are fighting for. Hot List 4. Let's take a look at the world's top limited edition supercar Koenigsegg Wanwan. Unlike the previous time, when it was only a minor hit in the computer department, this time the hot list has pictures and facts. Song Wan. No wonder people called out her name right away. Chapter 90 Song Wan. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Thanks to Miss Song Wan, Lin Feng has been forced to run back to his hometown. Li Lui blinked her eyes, her heart almost blossoming with joy. Wanwan, you didn't see Lin Feng's embarrassing scene. Song Wan pursed her lips slightly, but didn't seem to care about it. Originally, I was just excluded by my roommates, but now I'm afraid the entire school is excluding me. Lin Feng is not a mentally strong person, so it is normal for him to think about hiding back in his hometown. Seeing that she was obviously not interested in Lin Feng's fate, the three of them pointed to the big box beside them and said, "Look, those are the bags and cosmetics your dear cousin bought for you." The three of them didn't have any special thoughts about the sudden generosity of Song Wan's cousin. After all, the money was given by Song Wan's grandfather, and the two of them have the same grandfather. Just looking at Song Wan, everyone couldn't help but feel a little envious. Wanwan, your brother is so good to you. The first thing I do when I have money is to buy something for my sister. Where on earth can I find such a well-behaved and cute brother? Li Lui immediately raised her hand as if she had something to say. And my little brother only wants to throw a tantrum at me and ask for money for the gold skin of Identity 6, underscore. Huang Ran glanced at her helplessly and raised his hand as well. I totally agree, and you still refuse to admit that you have such good luck. Qi Xingran has neither a younger brother nor an older brother, but he still nodded in agreement with what the two said. Having a brother like Jiang Huai, who is both well-behaved and good-looking, is really a matter of fate. Song Wan heard them talking. He couldn't help but rub his forehead, with a helpless expression on his face. Well, use her money to support her good brother. Several people rested in the dormitory for a while. Song Wan had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she simply went to class with them. The first class in the afternoon was English, and the four of them found a seat in the middle and sat down. There were still about 10 minutes before class started. The four of them had just sat down when a figure in the front row stood up and walked straight up to them. Song Wan raised her eyes and saw a boy wearing glasses standing in front of her. The boy was about 1.75 meters tall, with very fair skin and a childish and handsome appearance. Song Wan has a good memory, especially after drinking the God-level gene optimization liquid. She naturally knows that the boy's name is Gao Yi, and he is in their class. And he's one of the top students in their class. Especially in previous exams, he was a top student who surpassed the original owner in credits almost every time. Seeing Song Wan's eyes on him, Gao Yi adjusted his glasses and asked seriously, "Student Song Wan, why haven't you come to school for classes recently?" Song Wan was stunned when being questioned. Li Lui beside him couldn't help but speak up. Wanwan doesn't need to attend class because the class teacher personally confirmed it. What does it have to do with you? Gao Yi didn't even spare a glance for Li Lui and just stared at Song Wan. Are you sure you have mastered all the knowledge in college? The class teacher agreed that you don't come because he recognized your talent, but you are wasting your talent by spending your days drinking and partying outside. Hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but frowning, and when she looked up at Gao Yi, her eyes became colder. Who told you that I was having a good time out there? Seeing Gao Yi was obviously stunned. Song Wan had no intention of stopping. Besides, even if I'm having a good time out there, what does it have to do with you, Mr. Gao? If I remember correctly, we are not familiar with each other at all? Gao Yi's face suddenly darkened. Studying is like sailing against the current. If you don't make progress, you will fall behind. You rely on your talent and never come to class. Aren't you afraid that your level will not improve by the time you graduate? Song Wan was already getting impatient. She rested one hand on the desk and tapped it lightly with the other hand. And then, what does it have to do with you? Seeing that she had no intention of listening to his advice, Gao Yi became even angrier. Song Wan, you were not like this before. Don't you want to be a person who contributes to society? Song Wan sneered coldly. I still say the same thing, Mr. Gao. Are you meddling too much? Is being a person who contributes to society just a matter of words? How does he know that what she is doing now has no contribution to society? But she really had no interest in discussing the details with someone she didn't know. Gao Yi clenched his fists and looked at Song Wan with disappointment. He seemed to have finally made up his mind and said to Song Wan firmly, Song Wan, do you dare to make a bet with me? Song Wan just looked at him quietly and then heard him continue in a firm tone. The English teacher will be here soon. How about we ask the teacher to give us a question and we decide the winner? If I win, you will go back to school and attend classes. If you win... Before he could finish his words, Song Wan interrupted him and said, not interested. Gao Yi's frown deepened. Just as he was about to say something, the English teacher came over at this moment, speaking in a passionate tone. Oh, did something interesting happen? Song Wan turned her eyes and looked towards the door. Their English teacher was a foreign teacher. Brown hair, blue eyes, A slim figure and deep and majestic features, she is a typical British beauty. Teacher Evans. Gao Yi seemed to have thought of something and turned around to greet him. I want to compete with Song Wan in your class. Do you think I would be honored to ask you a question? When Mr. Evans heard this, the enthusiasm on his face became noticeably stronger. Oh, of course, it's my pleasure. Shameless. Did Wanwan agree to compete with him? Seeing that Teacher Evans looked at Song Wan with eyes full of interest, Li Lui looked at Gao Yi's back and couldn't help gritting her teeth. Huang Ran beside him couldn't help but look gloomy. I think he did it on purpose. If he really wanted to compete, why didn't he compete with Wanwan in the computer class, but had to choose the English class? Qi Xingran also pursed his lips, but his eyes when he looked at Gao Yi were a little more profound. Gao Yi, like her, is a native of Shanghai. Not only that, everyone in the family knows each other. Although she had no contact with Gao Yi, as far as she knew, this man was not an unreasonable person, right? Thinking of this, he hurriedly leaned towards Song Wan and reminded her in a low voice. Wanwan, don't compare with him. He attended school abroad during high school. Naturally, their English proficiency is not something they can compare to. Chapter 91, Second Degree. Huang Ran and Li Lui, who were closest to him, became even angrier. Using your most professional courses to challenge others in areas they're not good at is really shameless to the extreme. Gao Yi, however, didn't care at all. He just looked at Teacher Evans and smiled calmly. Teacher, please give the questions in English. Teacher Evans thought about it, then walked towards where the two were and recited a poem softly. This is a relatively niche poem that was only recently published in the UK. Can you please repeat it? Good job. This time, not only Huang Ran and Li Lui, but also the students beside them could not help but quiet down. Mr. Evans doesn't speak very fast, but poetry is different from everyday speech, and the tone is also different. Few people present could understand it all, let alone repeat it. Even Gao Yi, who had been very calm at first, couldn't help but frown slightly. He did understand it, but to repeat it completely would test more than just his English ability. More importantly, it is memory. Teacher Evans didn't look at him either, but turned his gaze to Song Wan. How is it, classmate Song Wan? I've heard about your reputation as a genius recently. Song Wan stood up slightly, nodded to Teacher Evans, and spoke in fluent British English. Sorry, teacher, the bet is just Gao's wishful thinking. I didn't agree to it, and I don't think it's necessary. Gao Yi obviously understood, and immediately turned his head back, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Student Song Wan, why are you so stubborn? Gao Yi also spoke in English, but he used American English. Although he speaks fluently, he still speaks with a Chinese accent. Teacher Evans stood aside, not looking at Gao Yi. His eyes obviously fell on Song Wan. Wow, Song Wan, how come I didn't know before that your British English is so authentic? Teacher Evans looked at Song Wan with surprise and even more delight. Could this be what you Chinese call hiding one's shortcomings? Song Wan couldn't help but reveal a smile. Gao Yi was a little shocked to be ignored. He looked at Song Wan in a daze. When did you learn English? He had clearly paid attention to Song Wan's English level before. It's just dumb English. Could it be that he is really hiding his incompetence, as Mr. Evans said? Song Wan glanced at him with an impatient look. Does it have anything to do with you? That's right. Do you have to spread the word so that the whole class knows about it like you did? Li Lui followed closely and rolled her eyes at Gao Yi. Gao Yi looked towards Li Lui following the voice and saw a pair of blank eyes. Just as I was about to say something, the class bell rang. Teacher Evans stood directly on the podium with a smile on his face. He first looked at Gao Yi, who was standing beside him. Mr. Gao Yi, do you know what this poem describes? Gao Yi then turned his gaze back to Mr. Evans, with a hint of pride on his face. Of course, teacher. Without waiting for Mr. Evans to say anything, Gao Yi looked around and deliberately raised his voice. This poem is about the peaceful and tranquil village life that the poet describes. It can be seen that the author of the poem longs for this kind of leisurely life. Teacher Evans had a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at Song Wan, who was standing beside him. Did you like the poem just now, Song Wan? Song Wan nodded, without looking at anyone, and said softly, it gives people a very quiet feeling of sadness. Teacher Evans laughed immediately. On the surface, this poem is describing the peaceful and leisurely village life. But in fact, that tranquility is what comes after the destruction of war. Being able to understand what you hear is one thing, but being able to understand what you read is another. Teacher Evans was now very sure that Song Wan's English level was definitely not as simple as she had previously shown. Just the authentic London accent was enough to instantly defeat Gao Yi without leaving any trace. If we really compare them, Gao Yi is completely bringing shame upon himself. Seeing the expression on Mr. Evans' face, the students present guessed whose answer was the correct answer. Without paying too much attention to the students' expressions, Teacher Evans just stared at Song Wan with a look of concentration. Student Song Wan, this is not a bet. Can you recite the poem you just wrote for everyone? Mr. Evans said he would recite the poem, but he had no intention of actually putting the poem up. Things have come to this point, and Song Wan no longer refuses. The cool and pleasant voice carried the unique accent of British aristocracy and recited word for word the poem that Teacher Evans had just recited. Suddenly, Mr. Evans' eyes lit up when he looked at Song Wan. Oh, Song Wan, believe me, you should change your major. It would be a loss to the foreign languages department if you don't study there. I could personally ask the principal to change your major for you. Would you like to consider it, Song Wan? Because Mr. Evans spoke these words in Chinese, the students present could naturally hear them clearly. Looking at Song Wan's expression, he couldn't help but change again. Been surprised once in the computing class, but who would have thought that they would be given such a big surprise again in the English class? When Song Wan was talking to Teacher Evans, they couldn't understand what they were saying at all when they spoke too fast. Just think Song Wan's accent is very nice. Coupled with her extremely perfect voice, it is simply a feast for the ears. If their previous English tapes had had this effect, their English scores might have been raised. Song Wan had long been accustomed to such looks, and simply smiled faintly at Teacher Evans. Sorry, teacher. I have no plans to change my major for the time being. The smile on Mr. Evans' face turned into disappointment at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Are you sure you don't want to consider it again, Mr. Song Wan? The employment rate of our foreign language department is still very high. Especially since you have reached this level now, you can definitely become a translator after graduation. The students here naturally know that their English teacher Evans is also the homeroom teacher of the foreign languages department. But isn't it a bit too much to poach employees so blatantly? There was a hint of cunning in his gaze towards Song Wan. As far as I know, in our school, students can study for a second degree in their sophomore year. Chapter 92, is this an ordinary white, rich, and beautiful woman? How about it, classmate Song Wan? Would you like to consider it? Before Song Wan could reply, she saw Teacher Evans winking at her. If it was my class, I would also allow Song Wan not to come to class. Boom! The students in the class were really stunned. If I remember correctly, Song Wan already has this privilege in their class, right? They're still attending classes diligently, but they have been invited to take a second degree? That's not all. The immunity rights will be directly passed down? What kind of treatment is this? At this moment, everyone deeply understood how high Song Wan's English level was. Gao Yi, who had been clamoring for a showdown, just sat in his seat, staring at the scene blankly, unable to utter a word. Upon hearing this, Song Wan agreed quickly. After all, there was no reason for her to refuse the offer of getting a second degree without attending classes. Upon seeing this, Mr. Evans immediately showed a bright smile on his face. Then, classmate Song Wan, it's settled. I'll report this to the school after class. Evans' gaze deepened as he looked at Song Wan, and he liked her more and more the more he looked at her. With such a proud student here, we won't have to worry about any competitions in the school in the future. It's not just about his high English proficiency. His memory and his brain are at the level of a true genius. As for whether Song Wan will agree to participate in the competition, just kidding, come here first. When a group of students below saw this scene, they couldn't help but whisper about it. Oh my God, was this young lady sealed away by a scumbag before? It may not be a seal. It may also be that she packaged herself so ordinary in order to take care of her ex-boyfriend's self-esteem. Hey, I just want to ask, how did I lose to that scumbag? Tisk, talented, pretty, and smart. This is a real white, rich, and beautiful woman, right? Not only white, rich, and beautiful women, but ordinary white, rich, and beautiful women can't drive a Lamborghini Veneno or Koenigsegg Wanwan. Average white, rich, and beautiful girls aren't so versatile. Listening to the discussions of his classmates around him, Gao Yi frowned unconsciously. The class passed quickly. Almost as soon as Teacher Evans left the room, Gao Yi came to Song Wan again. Student Song Wan, since you are so talented in languages, you shouldn't waste your youth eating, drinking, and having fun outside. Song Wan raised her eyes and looked at her classmate Gao Yi, who was lingering in front of her. She even wanted to lift her feet. The next moment, Qi Xingran's calm voice came over. The teacher said, Wanwan doesn't have to come to class. Gao Yi, who are you? Are you jealous because Wanwan is treated better than you? Huang Ran stuck close to Song Wan and looked at Gao Yi with vigilance. Qi Xingran disagreed. He stared at his expression intently and indeed noticed the guilt in his eyes. I, I just can't stand seeing her wasting her life like this. Gao Yi moved away and explained in an anxious tone. I'll say this one last time, Mr. Gao. As soon as Gao Yi finished speaking, he saw Song Wan had stepped forward slightly and stood only 1 meter away from him, and said slowly, You've seen the video, so you should know what happens if you make me angry, right? Isn't this kind of routine just an alternative example of a campus bully meeting a stubborn little white flower? Song Wan's eyes were indifferent, but unfortunately, she was not a domineering boss and had no interest in this annoying little white flower. Gao Yi was obviously stunned, with a hint of anger on his face. Song Wan, you don't know how to appreciate a good person. After saying that, he left angrily. Song Wan and the other three looked at each other and couldn't help laughing at the same time. Qi Xingran in particular still had a faint smile on his face. Wanwan, you have been completely exposed on campus. In the future, you must be careful of those with bad intentions. As a top-notch, white, rich, and beautiful woman with both talent and beauty, especially since she had such a scumbag boyfriend before. At most, Lin Feng is good-looking, but he is not considered to be outstanding in Linhai University. Since the young lady likes him, what if it was someone else? Gao Yi was probably not the only one who wanted to attract Song Wan's attention. Upon hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but frown slightly. Just when I was thinking about going back to the dormitory with a few people, the WeChat notification tone on my phone rang. Song Wan looked down and saw that the new message was sent by Fu Xingyan. Song Wan was a little surprised when she saw this note. After all, Fu Xingyan doesn't have anything to do on weekdays, so he usually just says good morning, good afternoon, and good night to her, and that's all. I opened the message and saw a few words from Fu Xingyan. Boss, I think I was discovered by a scout. He invited me to visit his company, which is a well-known company that trains singers. If this works, I might not do live streams anymore. After reading it, Song Wan couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips slightly. Then she remembered that her second potential investor had not yet been allowed into the company. Which company? Xingyao Media. Song Wan couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a coincidence. You are also in a magic city. Fu Xingyan immediately typed a reply. I'm in Shanghai. Is the boss here too? Song Wan didn't say much, just typed. Send me the time and place for your meeting. I have something to discuss with you as well. Fu Xingyan seemed to be stunned for a moment, and after 2 minutes he quickly typed. Boss, are you coming over? Yes, Song Wan replied. This scout has a good eye, but she still has to go over and explain Fu Xingyan as future treatment. Fu Xingyan didn't hesitate any longer and immediately sent the address and phone number to Song Wan. The time is today, so it's still in time if we rush over now. So he just said hello to Huang Ran and the others and drove away in the Koenigsegg Wanwan. The place they agreed to meet was a cafe not far from Xingyao Media, and the environment was quite elegant. Walking slowly to the innermost position, Song Wan heard the voice of an unfamiliar young man. Fu Xingyan, are you still dreaming? Don't you know what kind of company Xingyao Entertainment is? As long as they issue a ban, you will never be able to enter the entertainment industry as a singer in your life. Still negotiating terms? Are you worthy? After that, a mature woman's voice came out. Fu Xingyan, you have to think it over carefully. It's your blessing that I think highly of you. I'm afraid you haven't heard of my title as Liang Man's top agent, right? If you reject me this time, you won't have a chance next time. Chapter 93, do you dare to say that you don't know the rich woman who gave you 10 million on Douyin? Fu Xingyan smiled and first looked up at the young man in a baseball cap sitting in front of him with a rather mocking look in his eyes. Do you? Your choice is your business. But you should know very well what kind of person I am. Do you looked at him and smiled too. He naturally knew what kind of person he was. Otherwise, he would not have tried so hard to pull his agent over when he knew that Fu Xingyan was discovered by a scout. Thinking of this, there was some helplessness on his face. Fu Xingyan, I advised you at the beginning. If you want to enter the entertainment industry, you have to humble yourself. Sister Man is one of the best agents in the entertainment industry. You won't be buried under Sister Man's management. The Sister Man he was talking about was naturally the mature woman next to him, Liang Man. When Liang Man heard him say this, a hint of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. She shifted slightly and adjusted her skirt. When he looked at Fu Xingyan again, his condescending look was slightly gentler. If Au hadn't been recommending you to me, how could I, a top agent, come to you in person? I am one of the most important agents in Xingyao Media. As long as you sign under my name, I will make you a shining star who is no less than Au. Of course he believed this. Fu Xingyan took a deep breath. Just look at Du Yu's current fame to know how strong Liang Man's ability to create stars is. It's just that Fu Xingyan's eyes narrowed slightly at that moment. He couldn't accept the method of using unspoken rules to get to the top. Thank you, Manager Liang, for your appreciation. However, I am not as talented and knowledgeable as Du Yu. That's rejection. Liang Man's expression subconsciously turned grim, and her gaze towards Fu Xingyan turned cold. Are you sure? As a gold medal agent, her methods of promoting stars are naturally outstanding, are treated respectfully. Even top stars are humble towards her. What is a small internet celebrity? As an artist under Liang Man, Du Yu naturally knows her temper very well. At that moment, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and when he looked at Fu Xingyan, there was even a hint of gloating in his eyes. Fu Xingyan, you have to think it through. Without this opportunity, you may never be able to enter the entertainment industry in your life. Isn't this just what you want? Fu Xingyan looked at him indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Just as Du Yu understood him, he also understood Du Yu very well. He knew exactly what this man wanted to do. It is true that it has always been his dream to be a singer who can truly stand in the spotlight. But if he were to give up what he wanted to stick to because of this, he would look down on himself. Du Yu didn't expect him to speak so bluntly, and his expression subconsciously froze for a moment. When he realized what was happening, he looked at Fu Xingyan with a hint of shame and anger. Fu Xingyan, if it weren't for our friendship since childhood, why would I introduce my agent to you? Do you really think that being discovered by a talent scout will ensure you'll be a star? The more Du Yu spoke, the more he felt that he was right, and his voice unconsciously became louder. You haven't entered this circle yet, so you don't understand it at all. If you just sign with an ordinary agent who has several artists under him, are you sure you will have a chance to succeed? Besides, those ordinary agents don't have as many connections as Sister Man. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't bite the bullet. The more guilty people feel, the more they like to turn up the volume to conceal their true intentions. Fu Xingyan looked at Du Yu, who was speaking righteously. His handsome face was already showing some undisguised anger. If a dog bites Lu Dongbin, then you have to be Lu Dongbin to be successful. Fu Xingyan looked deeply at Du Yu in front of him and subconsciously clenched his fists. How do you know that I won't be able to make it if I sign with an ordinary agent? There are only shortcuts on this road, but that doesn't mean everyone likes this shortcut as much as you do. Even if my road is full of thorns, how do you know that I can't go on? When he said this, Fu Xingyan suddenly loosened his tightly clenched fists, and a sense of weakness emanated from his whole body. But Du Yu clearly wanted to block his way forward and not give him any chance to succeed. He knew how famous Liang Man was, not to mention the Xingyao media behind her. I came here with great excitement, thinking that I had finally waited for that slim chance. But the result was like a bucket of cold water poured over my whole body. Du Yu saw his dejected look, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, with an undisguised mockery on his face. Fu Xingyan, there's no one else here. Who are you pretending to be so noble for? You look down on me for taking shortcuts and hanging out with rich women. But what about you? Do you dare to say that you don't know the rich woman who gave you 10 million on Douyin? Without paying anything, is it possible for someone to just put such a large sum of money into your pocket? At the end of the day, we are all the same, so why are you pretending to be so aloof and proud? I don't know him. Du Yu had just finished speaking when a light and pleasant voice suddenly came to his ears. The three people sitting there subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see a young and beautiful girl slowly walking over and sitting directly on the chair next to Fu Xingyan. Du Yu and Liang Man frowned subconsciously. Who are you? Fu Xingyan seemed to have thought of something and looked at the girl with a surprised and a little dazed expression. You, Wanwan. As soon as the name, Wanwan, came out, Du Yu was stunned. He knew Fu Xingyan, so he knew clearly who Wanwan was. So the Douyin rich lady he just mentioned was not the 40-something old woman he thought, but a young and pretty girl? Du Yu's entire face was distorted under the brim of his hat. How could it be possible? Then, I saw the beautiful girl sitting opposite me nodded slightly. Liang Man standing by obviously didn't know who Wanwan was, and her face wrinkled as she looked at Song Wan. Fu Xingyan se girlfriend. After he finished speaking, he looked at Fu Xingyan with even more disdain. She is obviously the same age as Du Yu, but she is much younger than Du Yu. I want to get into the entertainment industry, but I can't get my mindset right. He has such a face, but doesn't want to use it. He doesn't want to take shortcuts just because of this girlfriend. Chapter 94, A Broad Road Without Thorns. But he didn't notice that Du Yu's eyes were twitching. Who is Wanwan? How could someone who could casually take out 20 million to squander on live streaming be Fu Xingyan's girlfriend? Fu Xingyan also hurriedly shook his head, his ears turned red. No. He just didn't expect that Wanwan not only had a nice voice, but was also beautiful. Song Wan ignored Liang Man's words, but just folded her arms and looked at her steadily. The gold medal agent of Xingyao Media? Liang Man was confused. Why? You also want to enter the entertainment industry? Song Wan looked at her with amusement. In the entertainment industry, there are many people who want to take the unspoken rule route, and there are naturally many agents like you who pimp. Seeing Liang Man's face gradually turning cold because of her words, Song Wan's smile also fell little by little. But who gave you the right to ban and kill someone just because you said you didn't follow the hidden rules? Liang Man also saw that Song Wan had bad intentions, so she sneered and asked, "Who gave me the right?" "Little girl, do you know the status of Xingyao Media in the entertainment industry? Not to mention those who haven't debuted yet. Even for those who have already debuted, she has the connections to ban them." Song Wan didn't want to say more to her. She picked up the phone and directly called the highest authority in Xingyao Media. Because it was a private call, the call was answered quickly. After hearing the respectful greetings from the other end of the phone, Song Wan directly explained her purpose. The White Snail Cafe, below Xingyao Media, come down for a moment. Seeing Song Wan hang up the phone, Liang Man's sarcastic smile became even more intense. "Why? Call for help." After saying that, he leaned towards Song Wan's position and smiled proudly. "It seems that you know other agents of Xingyao Media?" Without waiting for Song Wan to speak, Liang Man sneered and spoke again. "Don't waste your energy. There are only a few top agents in Xingyao Media, and they usually give me some face. As for other agents," Liang Man paused and laughed wildly. "Do you think I would take them seriously?" Song Wan remained silent, but Du Yu, who was sitting opposite her, became agitated. Like Wanwan have no power in his family? What if he really knows other top agents of Xingyao Media? Doesn't that mean Fu Xingyan really has a chance to rise? Without waiting too long, a middle-aged man in a well-fitting gray suit walked in. Liang Man's expression of looking at the joke subconsciously disappeared, and she immediately stood up and walked towards the middle-aged man. "Boss Tang, why are you here? If you want some coffee, just let me know and I'll bring it to you directly at the office." Mr. Tang just nodded slightly at her, without bothering to say anything to her. He looked around and walked straight towards Song Wan's position. "Boss, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have come down to greet you in advance." Mr. Tang still had a respectful smile on his face, but what he said made several people present freeze in place at the same time. Du Yu, who had already stood up with Liang Man, staggered and almost fell down. "What's the meaning? What boss?" "Mr. Tang is the general manager of Xingyao Media. Why would he call a young girl boss?" Liang Man knew more. As a gold medal agent, she quickly learned about the news that the chairman of Xingyao Media had been replaced some time ago. However, the new chairman did not come to the company for a long time, so she gradually forgot about this matter. Now that he saw Mr. Tang calling Song Wan boss, there was nothing he didn't understand. The blood color on his face disappeared in an instant, and his whole face turned pale. When he looked at Song Wan, he still tried hard to pull up a stiff smile. "Hello, Chairman Dong." Song Wan nodded to Mr. Tang first, then turned his gaze back to Liang Man and said slowly, "Now, can you answer my question? Who gave you the right to use the name of Xingyao Media to arbitrarily ban or kill someone who is unwilling to accept the unspoken rules?" Liang Man's face turned even paler, but Mr. Tang at the side figured out what was going on, and there was something wrong with his expression when he looked at Liang Man. He had always known what kind of person Liang Man was, and he had never tried to stop her. Because in the entertainment industry, there are always some people who voluntarily accept these rules. Arranging these people under Liang Man's name is mutually beneficial for both parties. However, there are still many artists in the company who have real talents and are unwilling to accept bad rules. Those people were then assigned to other agents who did not use these methods. Everyone goes their own way and doesn't delay anyone. In general, Xingyao Media is a well-known company in the industry with a good atmosphere. But what is the situation now? Mr. Tang's gaze paused slightly between Du Yu and Fu Xingyan, and then he focused his attention on Fu Xingyan. Liang Man naturally noticed Mr. Tang's gaze, and she stood there, breathing unconsciously, becoming a little hasty. "Chairman, please listen to my explanation." Song Wan looked at her leisurely, and saw that after she was stunned for a second, she pointed her finger at Du Yu, who was standing beside her. "It's him. He told me that he had a good friend who also wanted to enter the entertainment industry and was a very promising young man. As someone who is well versed in the unspoken rules, she naturally knows how convenient it is to have a stunning face. So the moment he saw Fu Xingyan, he became interested. Fu Xingyan's face seemed to be born for the entertainment industry. As long as he was willing to sign under her name, she could even make him famous in a short period of time. Just now, we said we were going to ban and kill him, but that was just a way to scare him. As long as Fu Xingyan agrees to her, who was accused by her, was obviously frightened. After realizing the gazes of Mr. Tang and Song Wan, his whole body went cold. I just want Xingyan to shine with me. Oh. Song Wan hadn't listened to the entire conversation. She might have actually believed it. You didn't look like he wanted Fu Xingyan to shine with him. It was obvious that he wanted to completely push Fu Xingyan into the quagmire so that he would never be able to get out. Fu Xingyan finally reacted at this time. He stared blankly at Song Wan's profile, unable to speak. It was not until now that he finally understood why she came along. Song Wan was aware of his gaze and just turned around and smiled at him softly. Then, that familiar and pleasant voice sounded gently in Fu Xingyan's ears. Then Fu Xingyan, are you willing to take a walk on the broad road without thorns? Chapter 95, let's open it. Fu Xingyan's eyes were slightly stunned, and he looked at Song Wan intently. Excitement and joy suddenly surged into his heart. It seemed as if this girl had pulled him up from despair since they first met. They clearly didn't know each other and had just seen him today, but she always seemed to appear suddenly and give him a hand at his most important moments. Just like the scorching sun. I'm glad to do it. Fu Xingyan looked at Song Wan steadily, and all his words turned into a gentle smile. Seeing this, Du, who was standing by, unconsciously grasped the corner of the table. Even the blue veins popped out, but he still didn't let go. The look they gave Fu Xingyan was filled with indescribable anger and jealousy. Why? Xingyan always had to be superior to him since childhood? She has better grades than him, sings better than him, and even though she is extremely boring, she is more popular than him in school. Even the girls he liked would eagerly hand him love letters. But isn't Fu Xingyan just a poor boy from a poor family? Why does he get everyone to praise him just by putting on such a noble attitude? Just because of his face? Almost he could have completely trampled him into the mud. He raised his eyes and they fell on Song Wan. There was unspeakable despair in his eyes. They're the same age, and they both took the same shortcut. But why did he always meet old, ugly, and greasy women, while Fu Xingyan was lucky enough to be favored by a young and beautiful rich girl? He refused to accept. I really don't accept it. Song Wan didn't look at him. After getting Fu Xingyan's reply, she nodded and turned her gaze to Liang Man again. He tilted his head slightly and said to Mr. Tang, "Open it now." Mr. Tang already had a general idea of what had happened, so he naturally wouldn't try to stop it. Liang Man's high heels tilted, and she slumped down in her seat. After reacting, he quickly stood up while enduring the pain and smiled flatteringly at Song Wan. "Chairman, please give me another chance. What if I didn't come today?" Song Wan turned to look at her, his tone full of indifference. Liang Man was stunned, and then she heard the girl continue slowly. "If I hadn't come today, Fu Xingyan would have only two outcomes. 1. I obeyed your coercion and inducement and entered the circle in a way I didn't like. 2nd, I will never be able to enter the entertainment industry again in this life if I am banned by you." At this point, Song Wan looked at her with even more undisguised amusement. "You can easily control a person's life, so why can't I control your life? This is the reason why if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. What's more, what she said was the truth. Fu Xingyan's potential has been recognized by the system. If he follows Liang Man's request, it will not only be Fu Xingyan's dream that will be ruined, but also his life." Liang Man's face turned completely gloomy. Seeing that Song Wan had no intention of changing her decision, she stopped begging Song Wan. He sat back in his seat, moved his painful ankle calmly, and turned his gaze to Mr. Tang. "The chairman is new to the company and may not know much about the company's affairs. But Mr. Tang, you should know my abilities, right? Anyone who can become a gold medal agent must have many means. She has come to where she is today step by step and has many connections. Even if Xing Yao doesn't want her, there are many top companies in the domestic entertainment industry. Given her abilities, it would be their loss if Xing Yao didn't want her." President Tang smiled faintly. "Liang Man, never think too highly of yourself. There are not many gold medal agents, but Liang Man has been able to get to where she is today step by step, which may not be without Xing Yao's support behind the scenes. Otherwise, just rely on her." "Oh." Mr. Tang didn't say anything else, but the look he gave her said it all. Liang Man's eyes suddenly became colder, and even her voice became lowered. Boss Tang, aren't you afraid that I will take those connections away? Other small companies may not dare to hire me, but I don't believe that the company I'm with doesn't want me. These words clearly carried a hint of threat. Mr. Tang still didn't say anything, but just stood respectfully beside Song Wan. The big boss is here, and he is not qualified to make this price on his behalf. Song Wan smiled, and the smile on her delicate face was even more obvious than before. Without looking at Liang Man again, he casually said to Mr. Tang behind him, "Go check our company to see if there are any celebrities who have been coerced. If there is, count it." Song Wan hadn't finished her words, but everyone present understood. What can we do with the statistics? Of course, the lawsuit was filed. Liang Man is not a stupid person, and her originally calm expression suddenly changed. There are many people who want to take shortcuts, but few meet the requirements. She has high standards and won't even look at anyone whose appearance doesn't meet her standards. For such a long time, wasn't it because of the outstanding looks of her subordinates that she was able to maintain her network of contacts? How could there be no coercion? If we check now, she won't even have time to clean up the mess. His expression suddenly softened when he looked at Song Wan. He wanted to say something, but Song Wan didn't give him a chance. He stood up slowly and said to Mr. Tang, "If the company's legal department has any problems, they can go to Nanjia Law Firm to transfer people." What Xingyao was like before. From now on, there must be no coercion of artists in Xingyao media. Mr. Tang suddenly had an idea and quickly grasped the key point of Song Wan's words. Who doesn't know the name of Nanjia Law Firm? But the key point is that the boss just said transfer people. In what circumstances can the word transfer be used to describe it? Mr. Tang figured it out and quickly assured Song Wan, of course, I will handle these matters in the shortest possible time." When Fu Xingyan, who was standing by, heard these words, he looked at Song Wan with a different look in his eyes. There was no longer the previous grayness in his eyes, but instead there was a hint of light. From now on, even if it is just to live up to her expectations, he will work hard without fear of obstacles, he thought. After dealing with Liang Man's affairs, Song Wan took this opportunity to ask President Tang to take her around the company. Because Xingyao Media focuses on singers, there are many recording studios in the company, and the equipment is also very sophisticated. Fu Xingyan's eyes lit up unconsciously when he saw one recording studio after another. He still couldn't believe that his dream of singing under the spotlight had already taken the most important first step. And all this. Fu Xingyan glanced at Song Wan, who was walking in front of him with a gentle expression. It was all because of her. Chapter 96. Unprecedented Photolithography Technology. Song Wan had no plans to stay in the company for a long time. She just handed Fu Xingyan over to President Tang and left. Koenigsegg Wanwan sped along the road and arrived at Tan Palace in just half an hour. Song Wan parked the car and entered the villa and saw that Qing Lin had already asked someone to prepare dinner. After dinner, Song Wan went straight to the third floor, did some simple exercises, then washed up and went to bed. Next day, think it's a new day again. "Host, would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." Song Wan rubbed his eyes, half sitting on the bed, and spoke in a daze. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the photolithography machine technology, the most advanced version in the world. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." As soon as the system finished speaking, Song Wan was frightened awake. Lithography technology? Or is it the world's most advanced version of lithography technology? Song Wan couldn't help but take a breath. How difficult is it to manufacture a lithography machine? In short, the difficulty of lithography technology can be compared to that of the atomic bomb. In fact, as of now, lithography technology is even rarer than atomic bombs. At the very least, China now has atomic bombs and is at the forefront of the world. But in the world today, only 2 countries have mastered the technology of photolithography machines. A beautiful country, a Dutch blue. There is no China. Otherwise, China would not allow the Zhu family to be so arrogant just by grabbing a little technology. As the complete technique was engraved in his mind, Song Wan couldn't help but lean towards the bed. Because she was too excited, a blush even appeared on her delicate face. What is lithography technology? When talking about lithography, we must mention chips. China is still at a choked stage in terms of chip supply. The tiny chip can be used in computers, mobile phones, and even TV remote controls. Although it is the size of a thumbnail, it can run billions of transistors in a space of tens of square millimeters. In chip manufacturing, the core equipment is the photolithography machine. This is why so many countries are technologically difficult to surpass. China is also constantly controlled by the United States because it needs to import lithography machines. The importance of lithography technology to China is evident. Thinking of this, Song Wan couldn't help but tightly clutch the thin quilt on the bed. And now, she has obtained the most advanced lithography technology. As long as this technology is handed over to the country, China will no longer be controlled by others because of chips. However, she still had to figure out a foolproof way to hand it over and couldn't be in a hurry. Song Wan took a deep breath, her excitement still making it difficult for her to calm down. In the past, she was happy when she got villas, sports cars, companies, and private jets. But this kind of happiness is incomparable to the happiness of obtaining lithography technology. As a pure Chinese, there is nothing that makes me happier than seeing my motherland take off. Especially, it was under her encouragement. It took a full half hour for Song Wan's heartbeat to return to normal. When we got downstairs, breakfast was already prepared. But today, Song Wan ate breakfast much faster. Just as she finished eating and was about to stand up, her cell phone rang. When Song Wan saw the caller ID, there was a hint of thought in her eyes. Senior Yu Tianming, who was wearing a white coat on the other end of the phone, laughed heartily when he heard Song Wan's voice. Why call me Senior Yu? Just call me Teacher Yu. This group of people have been coveting this girl since they went to school. He is smart and has strong hands-on ability. It is hard to find such a disciple even with a lantern. Song Wan was quick to follow advice, and she admired these seniors who worked for the country from the bottom of her heart. Teacher Yu. When Yu Tianming heard Song Wan calling him teacher, the smile on his face became even more obvious. Without much nagging, the next sentence went straight to the point. We are currently short of manpower for our research, especially in the area of computers. Are you interested in coming to our institute? Song Wan's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded without any hesitation. Okay. I also want to thank the teacher for his support. You know, Mr. Yu Tianming is a recognized chip expert in China. The institute where he works is the National Key Laboratory of Processor Chips. That is the supporting unit of the Institute of Computing Technology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Senior Yu allowed her to participate in the research, which was a great support. If the research you participate in is successful, it will add an important and unignorable resume to your life. Thinking of this, the smile on Song Wan's lips unconsciously deepened. She had just been thinking about how to hand over the lithography technology to the country without arousing suspicion, and now the opportunity had come. Although it is impossible to participate in core projects right away, if you take your time, there will always be many opportunities. When Yu Tianming heard Song Wan's agreement, a smile came through the receiver. Great! I knew that this little classmate was ambitious. This just happened to be convenient for him to bring Song Wan to their research institute without making any noise. Yu Tianming raised his eyebrows slightly. Those old guys were still far from being able to fight him. Thinking of this, Yu Tianming's eyes wrinkled with laughter, and his tone when talking to Song Wan became more gentle. I will report your name right away. The project will start the day after tomorrow. I will have someone pick you up in the capital tomorrow. We may have to stay in the lab for a long time this time, so pack some clothes to change into. Song Wan naturally nodded and sat down on the sofa after hanging up the phone, with a hint of joy in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. It just so happens that Jianghua is also in the capital. When the project is finished, I can go to the school to see him. Miss, are you going on a long journey? Qinglin saw her sit down and walked closer. His eyes, under the gold-framed glasses, were calm and gentle. Song Wan nodded and said, I'm going to the imperial capital tomorrow and may have to stay there for a while. Qinglin didn't ask why, but immediately said, then I will arrange accommodation and a chef for you in advance. Hearing Qinglin say this, Song Wan couldn't help but stroke his forehead and said with a smile, it depends on the situation. Maybe I won't live outside at all. Everything depends on the confidentiality of the project. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wan suddenly thought of something and laughed out loud. Even if the original project was not very confidential, as she gradually developed the lithography technology, the confidentiality would probably reach the highest level. However, before I could finish my thoughts, the cute voice of the system in my mind rang again. Ding, the host destination has been detected, and a random task is issued. Acquire origin technology. If the mission succeeds, you will be rewarded with Kyoto No. 1 Courtyard, the top building. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Chapter 97. Does Miss Song know Zhu's family? Kyoto No. 1 Courtyard? Song Wan had heard of it. It is located in the CBD area of the imperial capital and is the veritable central area of the imperial capital. Even landmark buildings such as the China World Trade Center are built in this area. Imperial Capital Number 1 Courtyard is composed of 6 Crystal Palace buildings, adjacent to the 53,000 square meter lake of the Agricultural Exhibition Hall. It is impeccable in terms of both environment and location. Among them, the building with the best viewing position costs as much as 300 million. The most important thing is that as soon as Lin mentioned the accommodation, the system arranged it for her. Song Wan blinked her eyes in amusement. Isn't it just the acquisition of Origin technology? She acquired it. When Lin was asked to look up information on the origin of science and technology, Song Wan had nothing to do, so he sat on the sofa and took a quick look at it. The main research and development projects of Origin technology are also related to lithography machines. But in Shanghai, or even in the whole country, it doesn't seem to rank anywhere. Lin didn't let her wait too long and brought her the detailed information of Origin technology. Compared to what Song Wan had just found on the browser, this information was obviously much more detailed. What surprised Song Wan was that the information showed that Origin technology had done some research on optical lenses. You should know that manufacturing a lithography machine requires tens of thousands of parts, and the most advanced extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machine requires more than 100,000 parts. Among the core components, the optical lens, optical light source, and workbench are the core of the core. Currently, the most advanced research company in China on photolithography machines is Wanwan Technology, which is owned by the Zhu family. According to the data, Origin Technology has clearly made progress in its research on optical lenses. As long as the research is successful, we can even surpass Wanwan Technology in the field of optical lenses and become the best in the country. But for some unknown reason, the research was forced to be stopped halfway. Song Wan took the information in her hand and flipped through it again, with a meaningful look in her eyes. In theory, it should not be difficult to apply for government subsidies for such a project. In this case, it is quite intriguing that the project was forced to terminate. Especially since the project conflicts with Zhu's Wanwan Technology, Song Wan would never believe that there was no Zhu family involvement. In that case, Song Wan stood up and curled her lips slightly. It just so happened that she also couldn't stand the Zhu family, so it wouldn't make any difference if she confronted them in advance. First, she asked Lin to contact the person in charge of Origin Technology, and then asked him to drive and take her directly to Origin Technology. Song Wan sat in the passenger seat and rested her hand gently on the car window. The scene outside was receding regularly. Song Wan lazily stopped tapping the car window with her fingertips, peeled the orange that Lin had prepared for her in the car, and put 2 slices in her mouth. The sweetness and sourness were just right, and Song Wan couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. The location of Origin Technology is not far from Tan Palace, and it only takes 15 minutes to get there. Song Wan got out of the car by herself after Lin parked the car. The person in charge of Origin Technology estimated the time and was already waiting outside the company early. The person in charge was a man in his mid-30s. Although his hair was still black, it was already a little bald. Seeing Song Wan's face, which looked a little too young, there was an obvious look of indescribable shock on his face. He subconsciously glanced at the eye-catching Koenigsegg Wanwan, and the hesitation in his eyes disappeared completely. Hello, are you Miss Song? Song Wan nodded and heard the man say with a smile, I am Meng Yang, the person in charge of Origin Technology. Miss Song is much younger than I thought. When Song Wan heard him say this, she couldn't help but chuckle. After Lin got out of the car and walked behind her, she followed Meng Yang into the company building. Does Miss Song's family also have a mobile phone company? Or are you simply interested in this area? Meng Yang led Song Wan forward and started chatting with her in case she got bored. The most profitable business for Origin Technology is the mobile phone industry, although the mobile phones they launch are only low-end ones. Song Wan looked at him and asked tentatively, What if I say I'm interested in the optical lenses your company is researching? Meng Yang couldn't help but look surprised when he heard this. Ms. Song is so young, but she also knows about optical lenses? Seeing that Song Wan just smiled and didn't say anything, Meng Yang spontaneously continued the topic. Since Ms. Song is interested in acquiring our company, I won't beat around the bush. We at Origin Technology did do some research on optical lenses, but we stopped halfway through. If Miss Song came here for the optical lens, I'm afraid she will be disappointed. This was the same as what Lin had shown him in the information. Song Wan raised her eyebrows, and her impression of Meng Yang seemed a little better. So, there was a hint of smile in his voice. It doesn't matter. I naturally have my own way to make it go on. When Meng Yang, who was walking in front, heard this, he looked at Song Wan with some surprise. Said to Song Wan in a low voice, Miss Song, Do you know Weiyang technology? It's under the Zhu family. After hearing what Song Wan said, Mingyang finally believed that Song Wan truly understood this aspect and naturally spoke more bluntly. To be honest, Miss Song, the one who made the breakthrough in the research of optical lenses was my younger brother Minhai. He has had a strong talent for this since he was young, so I just let him be. I never thought that this kid would learn something real after studying abroad for a few years. But the research on optical lenses, Miss Song, since you have learned about it, you should know that it is quite costly. Song Wan nodded and smiled, motioning him to continue. Seeing this, Ming Yang turned his head back and looked forward. From an angle that Song Wan couldn't see, there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. There are many mobile phone companies on the market now, and the mobile phones launched by our Origin technology don't have a big advantage. So the liquidity that can be put out is relatively small. Especially with the intervention of Weiyang technology, we couldn't even get a bank loan. Sure enough, Song Wan's eyes were slightly cold, and Zhu's intervention was the cause. Origin technology has reached a dead end. Only with enough money will it be possible to develop advanced optical lenses. With the development of optical lenses, the research on lithography machines will naturally become more in-depth. If these technologies are applied to mobile phones, it may be possible to improve performance and earn more money. But now, someone has grabbed my neck at the very beginning of this cycle. If we can't develop optical lenses, everything will be in vain. Chapter 98, to investors. It's not that the country is blind to Zhu's little tricks, but for now, compared to the Origin technology that is not sure whether it can develop optical lenses, Zhu's weight is obviously greater. Song Wan pursed her lips gently. After figuring it out, she looked at Ming Yang with a puzzled look. But even if we don't sell the company, Origin technology can still develop. Why did you suddenly come up with the idea of selling Origin technology? Hearing this, Ming Yang looked ahead with a slightly dazed look in his eyes, and his heart became even more bitter. With Zhu's Weiyang technology around, we won't be able to make any progress. If we continue like this, everyone in the company will not have enough food to eat. Not to mention, Ming Yang took a deep breath and did not continue. When he looked at Song Wan again, a smile appeared on his face again. I'll show Miss Song around the company. Ming Yang obviously had something to hide, but Song Wan had just met him, so it was naturally not appropriate to ask too many questions. So I nodded and followed him into the company. Naturally, Origin Technology's largest share is in the most profitable mobile phone area, and the R&D department was skipped because Song Wan hadn't bought it yet. I don't know if it's because everyone in the company knows that Origin Technology is going to be sold, but along the way, the employees all had a dead feeling of sadness. However, just as we visited the administrative department, a figure rushed over in a panic. Qing Lin subconsciously stood in front of Song Wan. The figure found Ming Yang without noticing and stopped. Brother, this is bad. Sister-in-law said Ruo's condition has worsened again. You should go to the hospital right away. When Ming Yang heard this, he immediately turned pale without caring about the presence of Song Wan and the other person. How come it's so fast? Have you contacted Beihai Hospital? When Song Wan heard the familiar name, she subconsciously looked towards the figure rushing towards her. This man was about 28 or 29 years old and looked somewhat similar to Meng Yang. He was obviously the younger brother Meng Hai he had just mentioned, and at this moment, the system's baby voice rang directly in my mind. Ding, the system detected eligible investors. Meng Yang, Meng Hai. Investment information. Investors. Meng Yang. Age. 36. Investable direction. Technology. Company agent. Return on investment. 5,000%. Investors. Meng Hai. Age. 28. Investable direction. Researcher. Return on investment. 6,000%. Song Wan read the two business cards calmly and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. This is the first time that there are two potential investors at once. In particular, the system seemed to be afraid that she might have any worries, so it wrote a note under the light screen. But the character of investors has been tested by the system and is 100% guaranteed. Host can rest assured. After reading the word "oh," Song Wan smiled unconsciously and then turned his attention to the two new potential investors in front of him. Meng Hai's face was still flustered, and when he heard Meng Yang's question, he looked even more at a loss. No, I've contacted everyone, my brother, and I know, but there is no way. Beihai Hospital requires an appointment. Meng Yang's face turned completely pale when he heard this, but he immediately perked up again. I'll go to the hospital right away. He turned to look at Song Wan with an apologetic look in his eyes. Miss Song, I'm sorry. Something urgent happened here. Can we meet again another day? Before he finished speaking, Song Wan raised her eyes and asked in surprise, "Are you looking for the Magic City Beihai Hospital?" Ming Yang nodded hastily and was about to finish his words without thinking too much. But then he heard the girl's voice like heavenly music saying, "If you don't mind, I can help contact Beihai Hospital." Really? Ming Yang and Ming Hai were obviously stunned, and their eyes were full of surprise when they looked at Song Wan. Song Wan nodded and dialed the phone without hesitation. A few seconds after the busy tone, the other end quickly picked up the phone, and the voice was even more cautious and respectful. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Song Wan didn't say any more nonsense and said directly, "I have a child who needs to be transferred to another hospital. His condition is—" Seeing Song Wan turning to look at him with some questions in her eyes, Ming Yang spoke faster than his brain could think. "Gaucher disease. Now a malignant tumor has appeared." Song Wan repeated it immediately, and then heard the other party asking about the child's current hospital, so she simply handed the phone to Ming Yang. Ming Yang's eyes were filled with excitement, and his movements as he took the phone were trembling. After answering all the questions one by one, he handed the phone back to Song Wan with both hands. Song Wan took the phone and heard the other end assure her that she would go pick the person up immediately. She also said a few more words before hanging up. Ming Yang looked at Song Wan at this moment and didn't know what to say. He just kept saying, "Thank you. Thank you, Miss Song. Gaucher disease is a very rare disease. His son has been in the hospital for treatment since he was diagnosed with the disease at the age of 5. This rare disease is also very likely to cause other complications, the most serious of which is malignant tumors. Unfortunately, his Ruere did not escape any of them. Especially for concomitant malignant tumors, the hospital where Ruere is currently working clearly stated that it does not have the technology and equipment to perform surgery. At this time in China, the most authoritative hospital for treating this disease is Shanghai Beihai Hospital. It is not so easy to make an appointment at Shanghai Beihai Hospital. He made an appointment as soon as Ruere's accompanying symptoms appeared, but there has been no news until now. During this period, I tried every possible means, but as Ahai just said, it was of no use. However, he didn't expect that today, just after meeting Miss Song, who had the intention of acquiring his company, things would take a turn for the better. Ming Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Song Wan with sincerity. "Ms. Song, thank you so much. If you are interested in Origin technology, I will definitely hand it over to you in its entirety, at the lowest price." He had no doubt about the authenticity of the phone call just now. Firstly, Miss Song, who had shown a clear intention to buy, had financial resources that were definitely not what he had imagined. What's more, she drove a Koenigsegg Wanwan here. There is nothing about him, including his company, that others would be interested in. Secondly, when he mentioned Zhu just now, Miss Song did not show any fear. That kind of calm and relaxed look is not something that can be faked at all. Miss Song's family background can be seen from this. Ming Hai also kept nodding his head, looking at Song Wan with indescribable gratitude in his eyes. Song Wan just smiled at the two of them and said, "Beihai Hospital has already sent a car to pick them up. You should go get ready and go with us." Chapter 99. Are you interested in witnessing all this? When the two heard Song Wan say this, they couldn't help but feel more moved. Ming Yang looked at Song Wan deeply, as if he had made up his mind, and turned to look at Ming Hai. "Ahai, I'm going to the hospital. Please take care of Miss Song. I'll take Rue to the hospital and be back soon." Ming Hai nodded immediately. "Brother, remember to tell my sister-in-law first. Otherwise, my sister-in-law would still be worried in the hospital." Ming Yang nodded, then stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll leave it to you." After getting Ming Hai's affirmative answer, he nodded to Song Wan, then left the company and rushed towards the hospital. Ming Hai watched him leave, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. When he looked at Song Wan, there was a smile on his face. "Ms. Song, can I show you around the company?" Origin technology is the hard work of his brother, but if it is taken over by Ms. Song in front of him, he believes it will be much better than the Zhu family. Song Wan did not rush to answer, but looked at him with a calm look. "Are you studying optical lenses?" Ming Hai was obviously stunned, but he nodded without thinking too much. "To be honest, Miss Song, we have made some breakthroughs in our research on optical lenses, but due to certain conditions, this research has been suspended." Song Wan nodded, still looking at him calmly. "If I say that I can continue this research, are you willing to stay in this company?" According to the information just given by the system, Ming Hai has an unprecedented return rate of 6,000%. The direction is still researcher. It can be seen from this that even if she took out the lithography machine technology, this person could still give her a big surprise. Meng Hai was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Song Wan for a long time without reacting. You mean, after you buy the company, you want me to stay in the company? Song Wan nodded and looked at him with a smile. Not just you. If Ming Yang is willing, I can still let him be the person in charge of Origin Technology. Of course, in addition to this, I can also give you some shares of the company. After hearing these words, Meng Hai was really overwhelmed. Although he believes that he has talent, at present, the optical lens that is most likely to be developed has not yet been developed. Even though he has developed optical lenses, it takes more than that to manufacture a lithography machine. Song Wan seemed to know what he was thinking and tilted her head slightly towards him. Why did you return to China after you finished your studies? Meng Hai was stunned by this question, and then his eyes became more serious. I'm not afraid of Miss Song laughing at me when I tell you this. I just want to try to see if my efforts can help improve our country's lithography technology. He was not so fanciful as to compare their country with the Netherlands immediately, but as long as they made progress bit by bit, one day he would be able to see what he wanted to see. Although the system has guaranteed the character of investors, Song Wan was still very satisfied when she heard this answer. So, Wei Wei walked closer to Meng Hai and said softly, so what if I say I have a way to make our country's lithography equipment comparable to as .ml in Holland? Hearing this, Meng Hai was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help scratching his head and smiling. Miss Song, please don't make such jokes. Can the lithography machine technology of as .ml of Heelan be matched by anyone? You should know that their lithography machine technology ranks first in the world, and they are even the only company in the world that can achieve 7 nanometers precision in application. Not to mention that their current research on lithography machines has already broken through 1 nanometer. Even the United States cannot compare with them, let alone China, where this field has not been developed for long. Song Wan was not angry. She just blinked and looked at him with a pure smile in her eyes. How about it? Are you interested in witnessing this? After she handed over the production method to the country would definitely not treat her unfairly no matter from which perspective. At that time, Origin Technology will come forward to cooperate with the country. Of course, the mobile phones that Origin Technology is currently focusing on also need to be updated. By then, Origin Technology might become her first money-making project. Meng Hai still felt like he was in a dream until he heard Song Wan ask him again. He finally woke up and reacted. Is what you said true? He has been working hard on researching optical lenses in recent years. Isn't this the effect he wants? Then he heard the girl in front of him reply with a smile. I will go to the Research Institute in Kyoto the day after tomorrow. When I come back, you can prepare it. During this period, I will also replace the machines within the company. A research institute in Kyoto? Meng Hai took a deep breath and said, can you give me a few days to think about it? Of course. Song Wan nodded without any hurry. Knowing the purpose of Meng Hai's return to China, her invitation was already 80% successful. Once she brings the technology back, she doesn't believe that Meng Hai will not come. Because Song Wan had already decided to buy the company, and because of what she had just done to help her, Meng Hai's attitude towards Song Wan could be said to be very gentle. He took her around the entire company and then led her to the lounge. After signing in and receiving the reward for his research on lithography machines, Song Wan said that his research on lithography machines has reached the world's best without any exaggeration. Meng Hai inadvertently talked to Song Wan about a problem with optical lenses, and then heard Song Wan's detailed analysis. This time, Meng Hai was really shocked and stood there. Then unconsciously, I took the topic a little deeper. What surprised him was that the young Miss Song not only fully understood what he said, but was also able to propose solutions at the right time. Many professional problems that had troubled him for a long time seemed to become simple after her explanation. When Meng Yang rushed to the company again, he saw his younger brother following Song Wan like crazy, with a small notebook in his hand, writing something furiously. What surprised Meng Yang even more was the expression on Meng Hai's face. It was a genuine excitement, with a strong sense of satisfaction and amazement. Meng Yang couldn't help but become curious. He walked closer and heard the professional terms they were saying, which he didn't understand at all. Meng Yang? Speak. Perhaps no one knows better than him how much his brother cares about research. Now he thinks he has found a soulmate and is going all out to bully Miss Song? Chapter 100. You used my money to rob the company I liked. Ahem. Meng Yang walked forward and couldn't help coughing twice to remind his younger brother. That's enough. Miss Song is their great benefactor. Meng Yang then saw Meng Hai coming, and the excitement in his eyes froze. Brother, you're back? How is Ruerue? Meng Hai first smiled at Song Wan, Thanks to Miss Song, Ruerue has now been admitted to Beihai Hospital, and professional doctors have arranged the most appropriate treatment. It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Beihai Hospital treats the largest number of such cases in the country. Meng Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Song Wan, who was sitting next to him, also nodded slightly and smiled faintly at the two of them. Meng Yang sat down in front of the two of them and looked at Song Wan with a complicated look. Miss Song, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do today. The complications of Gaucher disease came on quickly, and the hospital Ruerue had previously worked and could not perform surgery. If it weren't for Song Wan, Ruerue might have already... Thinking of this, Meng Yang looked at Song Wan with a look of deep gratitude. If you want to acquire Origin technology, we can sign the contract now. As long as Miss Song doesn't mind, 6 million will be fine. Hearing this, Song Wan and Qing Lin couldn't help but look at each other, and there was a bit of surprise in their eyes when they looked at Meng Yang. You know, the market valuation of Origin technology is as high as 80 million. Meng Yang's move could almost be said to have handed it over to her at a loss. Song Wan naturally knew why, and immediately shook her head gently at Meng Yang. 80 million. We can just follow the market price. The matter of Beihai Hospital was just a piece of cake for her, and more importantly, she still wanted to use these two brothers. If she brings the two people under the name of her own company, the profits that can be brought to her in the future will be more than just 80 million. Meng Yang shook his head stubbornly and wanted to say something earnestly, but was interrupted by Song Wan. He repeated to Meng Hai what he had just said about wanting to recruit two people, successfully surprising Meng Yang and making him forget the previous topic. Miss Song, you said you want us brothers to continue staying at Origin Technology? Meng Yang's voice almost trembled. Origin Technology was created by him single-handedly. It can be said that he started from scratch and has come to where he is today, step by step. Origin Technology is like a child he raised himself. If it weren't for Ruerue, he would not have sold it so easily. But now, the buyer told him that not only did he not have to leave, but he and his brother could also be given some shares, allowing them to continue to stay in the company. Meng Yang seemed to be dreaming, and he looked at Song Wan with a complicated look. Ms. Song, aren't you afraid that we will join forces and slowly sideline you? Song Wan chuckled and shook his head calmly. I believe you. Putting aside her character issues, even if the two wanted to sideline her, they would have to have the ability to do so. Besides, by then she will have more than just this one technology company in her hands. Since she had the ability to help the two brothers up, she naturally had the ability to make them fall down. To the ears of brothers Meng Yang and Meng Hai, these words showed Song Wan's extreme trust in them. The two looked at each other, and an indescribable emotion welled up in their chests. Especially Meng Hai, he didn't have much interest in managing a company. What he was most interested in his life was research. Miss Song not only solved Ruerue's problem for them as soon as they met, but also spoke very clearly about his research. And now I trust him so much, although it has not reached the point of being willing to die for one's confidant. It must be said that his feelings for Song Wan have reached their best at this point. Meng Yang wasn't much better off. He originally wanted to sell the company because of Ruerue. Now, thanks to Miss Song, Ruerue's problem has been best dealt with. He has always been an open-minded person. Now that he has obtained money and does not have to leave Origin Technology, this can be said to be the best outcome. What's more, just because he is afraid of Jews doesn't mean that Origin Technology, the company under Miss Song's name, is afraid of Jews. If what Miss Song said is true, she has a way to make a more advanced lithography machine. Then the Zhu family. Meng Yang couldn't help but smile. Their good days were over. The three of them had no objections and simply handed over the money with one hand and the documents with the other. It only took an hour for all the documents to be signed and the company owner to be changed. Meng Yang and Meng Hai each received 5% of the shares, so everyone was happy. Just then, the phone in the office suddenly rang. Meng Yang was stunned and hurried forward to answer the phone. As soon as he turned around, his expression changed. Song Wan sensed something was wrong, so she took a few steps forward and took the phone from Meng Yang. When the receiver was placed to his ear, a deliberately low voice came from the other side. Meng Yang, please think it over carefully. I have already said this. I, the Zhu family, have taken a fancy to your Origin technology. If we find out that you have sold it to someone else privately, don't blame us for being ruthless. Oh, this is an old acquaintance. When Song Wan heard this voice, the smile on his lips suddenly turned cold. How can you be so rude, Mr. Zhu? The voice on the other end paused. Who are you? Song Wan's smile remained unchanged as he stared out the window calmly. Mr. Zhu compensated me 100 million a few days ago. Have you forgotten so quickly? Zhu Minghui on the other end of the phone finally remembered who the voice belonged to. The image of the pretty girl in the arena subconsciously emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Is it you? Song Wan nodded in a good mood. Yes, it's me. Paused again, his face darkening. What are you doing at Origin Technology? Before Song Wan could reply, Zhu Minghui suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his voice suddenly became angry. You used my money to rob the company I liked? No, it's mine now. Song Wan added lightly. Zhu Minghui on the other end of the phone went berserk and wished he could fly to Origin Technology right away and shove the woman he was talking to into the mud. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and slowly said to Song Wan on the other end of the phone, Are you sure you want to go against our Zhu family for a little bit of Origin Technology? After saying that, he was afraid that the force was not enough, so he added, I don't think you want to try our Zhu family's methods. Little sister, what do you think? Song Wan only raised her eyebrows, her tone still indifferent. No, I really want to try it. Chapter 101 HM? International brand? Zhu Minghui immediately. The hell did this living ancestor come from? And why did he come specifically to oppose him? Song Wan sat on the chair with some confidence, listening to Zhu Minghui's heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. A full minute passed before Zhu Minghui's voice sounded on the phone again. You can be so arrogant just because Su Moyang and the others are protecting you. Song Wan blinked and said nothing. Her purchase of Origin Technology have to do with Su Moyang and the others? Zhu Minghui thought he had guessed it right, and the expression on his face suddenly became even angrier. His father had given him a strict order to acquire Origin Technology, but he didn't expect that it was stolen in less than a day. If we talk about the people in this demon city who dislike him the most, aren't they Su Moyang and the others? Said coldly to Song Wan on the other end of the phone. I can let you off the hook for other things, but if you really take action against Origin Technology, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Song Wan to speak. When Song Wan heard the busy tone on the phone, she was not angry, but just casually put the phone back. He looked up at the two brothers Meng Yang and Meng Hai. He was still very calm. If someone from Zhu's calls again, just hang up. By the time she reports the lithography machine to the higher-ups, the Zhu family will have to suffer the consequences. Meng Yang and Meng Hai calmed themselves down and nodded. Although we don't know how powerful Miss Song's background is, the Beihai Hospital alone is no longer something that a new wealthy family like the Zhu family can compete with. Song Wan then turned around, and without staying any longer, she took Qing Lin downstairs. It was at this time that the cell phone rang. Song Wan picked up the phone and heard the voice on the other end say hurriedly, Boss, can you come to Lanting Commercial Street? Something happened in a store here. Song Wan frowned slightly when she heard this. Isn't the security team from the commercial street here? The voice on the other end choked and immediately replied, Boss, there is a store lease renewal issue that requires your approval in person. This is something the security team cannot control. Song Wan nodded slightly. What's the problem? Understood Song Wan's personality very well and described what happened in a concise manner. Originally, there was a custom Cheongsam shop in the commercial street. Now that the lease had expired, it should have been renewed directly as usual. But at this time, another store came knocking. Yinming said that he could rent the store at a higher rent and hoped that they would call the boss over to negotiate in person. 15 minutes later, Song Wan and Qing Lin arrived at Lanting Commercial Street. There were already a lot of people gathered in front of a store on the commercial street. Song Wan didn't hesitate and walked over with Qing Lin. Sure enough, this store was the custom Cheongsam shop that Song Wan had heard about on the phone. Call Ming Xiu for private customization. There were two groups of people standing at the entrance of the store. On one side was a bright and beautiful woman in her 30s wearing a dark blue Cheongsam, who was obviously the owner of the Cheongsam shop. There were more people on the other side, and the leader was also a woman. She is about the same age as the owner of the Cheongsam shop, but her dressing styles are two extremes. She was wearing a black work skirt with her long wavy hair casually scattered behind her head, looking charming and elegant. She stood there with her chest crossed, looking at the Cheongsam proprietress with coldness and contempt. Cheng Xueti, didn't I tell you that I've already made an agreement with the boss of the commercial street? Your store contract has expired. You'd better move out as soon as possible. The person called Cheng Xueti was obviously the owner of the Cheongsam shop. After hearing her words, Cheng Xueti did not get angry, but just stated the facts calmly. Qin Han, do I need to remind you that the person who made the agreement with you was the former boss of the commercial street? The ownership of this commercial street was changed not long ago. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Chin Han just sneered and pointed at the bag with a clear logo in his hand. Even if you change your boss, Chung Shuedi, you don't really think your Chong Sam can compare with ours, do you? She took a few steps forward, her charming face showing some disdain. After all, Chong Sam is just a niche hobby. How can it be compared with our international brands? Even if you occupy this commercial street, your sales won't be much better. To put it bluntly, it's just like occupying the toilet without doing anything. For the sake of our old schoolmates, I advise you to just find a small alley and put up a sign. Why do you have to compete with us for this commercial gathering place? Song Wan, who had just walked over, naturally heard these words. She looked at the two of them briefly, but after seeing the work badge on Chin Han's clothes, her smile became noticeably colder. The manager of the commercial street was the first to see Song Wan, and immediately came over with his men, looking at Song Wan with a flattering smile. Boss, you are here. Both groups of people were obviously attracted by the word boss, and immediately looked towards Song Wan. Seeing Song Wan walking over surrounded by management staff, the urban beauty with big wavy hair took the lead and walked forward with a smile, extending her hand towards Song Wan. So you are the owner of Lanting Commercial Street. My name is Chin Han, and I am the branch agent of HM. Even if she didn't say it, Song Wan could tell from her badge. Chin Han saw that Song Wan did not extend her hand, but was not embarrassed. Instead, she smiled more enthusiastically. I don't know when you bought this entire commercial street. Otherwise, I should have come to visit you a long time ago. No need to visit. Song Wan faced her, her voice much colder. I don't plan to let you rent a store here. Chin Han was really surprised this time. He took his hand back and looked back and forth between Song Wan and Chung Shuedi several times before he said in disbelief, Are you acquainted with Chung Shuedi? No wonder Chung Shuedi is so confident. When Chin Han thought of this, he almost couldn't control the smile on his face. She had promised her boss that she would be able to take over the store in Lanting Commercial Street this time. Song Wan in front of him shook her head slightly, her eyes passing lightly over the sign with the HM logo in her hand, not hiding her displeasure at all. When did a low-end brand that insulted China become an international brand? Hearing this cold voice, the smile on Chin Han's face froze. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. Our previous boycott of cotton was not meant to insult China. Our headquarters has always used cotton certified by BCI, and we have no intention of targeting Huaxia. Chapter 102, as long as the lady requests, all staff of Nanjia law firm can be mobilized. Seeing that some passers-by were gathering around to watch, Song Wan remained unmoved. Chin Han couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart, and then he suppressed the impatience in his heart. What she hates most is the so-called patriotism of some Chinese people. Isn't it better to earn your own money? Because such an illusory thing can really make you unmoved by money? Thinking of the military order he had made to his boss before, Chin Han hardened his heart and directly raised 5 fingers to Song Wan. We can pay 50% more rent than this Cheongsam store. Then he pointed to the Cheongsam shop behind Chung Shuedi and said, This kind of Cheongsam shop is originally a niche hobby. Even if it takes up space, it won't attract many people to this commercial street. We are different from HM. Our clothes are specially made for young people. This commercial street is close to several universities, which will definitely attract more young people to you. When the time comes, maybe other stores on this street will benefit. After Chin Han finished speaking, he looked at Song Wan indifferently. Her words were entirely based on interests, and she was not afraid of not being able to convince the young boss. What's more, people of her age are just into trendy brands, and she doesn't believe that she won't be moved. However, Song Wan really wasn't moved at all. She looked up at the Cheongsam shop in front of her, her eyes lingering on the window for a while before she said seriously, I really prefer Cheongsam. Puff. Many of the onlookers were young people. When they heard Song Wan's words, they immediately responded with a smile. We like Cheongsam too. HM, get lost. Who likes this kind of rubbish brand? And BCI. What the hell is BCI? The boss lady is awesome. Well, I'm a man. Can I wear a Cheongsam? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw a sturdy boy about 1.8 meters tall standing there shyly. Why are you looking at me? Who doesn't have a little princess in his heart? The owner of the Cheongsam shop said generously, Sure, our Cheongsam can be customized. Puff. Seeing the scene instantly become lively because of the big boy, even Song Wan couldn't help but smile. On the contrary, Chin Han's expression was not so wonderful. There was even a strong sense of unreasonableness in the look he gave Song Wan. The rent of commercial streets has always been high, Not to mention that Lanting Commercial Street is close to several universities and has a convenient geographical location, so it can be said that every inch of land is worth a lot of money. This shop is 80 square meters in size, and the annual rent has reached 1.2 million. 50% of the rent is 600,000 a year. Even in Shanghai, there are many people whose annual income does not reach 600,000, right? Couldn't understand what the boss was thinking by just lying down and making an extra 600,000 yuan. Narrowed slightly, and when he turned to look at Cheng Xueti, there was obvious resentment in his eyes. When he turned to look at Song Wan, his expression wasn't that good anymore. Have you figured it out? We have nearly 500 HM stores in China, which shows that young people are keen on our brand. If you miss us this time, you won't get the same price next time. Don't listen to her, boss lady. What 500 stores? 60 of them have already closed. The young people watching couldn't help but speak when they saw this. That's right, it sounds good and brings in traffic. I'm afraid they're trying to save some sales because Lanting Commercial Street is close to the university. Song Wan didn't even say anything, but Qin Han was already speechless. A blond man standing behind Qin Han couldn't help but stood up and said to Qin Han without lowering his voice, "So what if I close 60 stores? It will be closed this year and can be reopened in a few years." Chinese people have the shortest memory. As they say, a dog will always eat poop. They have always liked our designs, so there is no need to worry that they will not buy into them. Don't forget what your boss told you. You must take over this store no matter what. Hearing the man's familiar Swedish, Qin Han subconsciously looked at the people around him. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that the young people who had just spoken looked as if they didn't understand. Even so, she looked up at the man with a somewhat speechless look. "Of course I know what the boss told me to do, but could you please not belittle them in front of them so unscrupulously? If anyone understands, you'll be beaten. Don't get me into trouble." The man spread his hands indifferently. "Do you think these people can understand Swedish? You really understand?" Song Wan replied indifferently, speaking fluent Swedish, and looking at the two of them with a look full of sarcasm and coldness. Before the man could react, Qin Han couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Just as he was about to explain something, he saw Song Wan tilt his head slightly and pointed at the surveillance camera above. "Don't deny it. I'm sure your words and actions have been recorded. In view of the insulting words this person just said to China, I will send a lawyer over." After that, he turned around and looked at Qing Lin. "We should still have lawyers without any assignments in Nanjia now, right?" Qing Lin took a step forward at the right time and said in a gentle and clear voice, "As long as the young lady has a request, all the staff of Nanjia law firm can be mobilized." Plop! Qin Han couldn't control himself, and his body suddenly fell onto one of his subordinates. His eyes were full of resentment when he looked at the blond man. "Finished? What is the concept of Nanjia law firm? That is an internationally renowned law firm. Even if the boss gets into trouble, he may not be able to get away with it unscathed, let alone them. Not only did they not find the store, but they also got into trouble. If this matter were to get out, it would be a big blow to HM, which was already on the decline in China. Finished? It's all over." Song Wan didn't even look at her and said directly to Cheng Xueti, who was wearing a cheongsam, "Just go over and sign the contract extension." Cheng Xueti's face immediately showed a full smile. "Okay." Before leaving, she turned back and blinked at Song Wan. "In fact, a pretty girl like you looks best in a cheongsam." Qin Han came with 4 or 5 people. Seeing that some people had taken out their mobile phones to take pictures, he could only leave in shame. Song Wan, on her part, directly left Qing Lin's phone number to the person in charge of the commercial street. This incident reminded her. Tongzi has said that her properties will only increase in the future. Some trivial matters can be directly handed over to Qing Lin. Chapter 103. Could it be that you are the legendary bag-matching celebrity? It was already evening when the two returned to Tan Palace. As usual, the chefs had prepared dinner. After Song Wan finished her meal, she sat in the yard for a while before returning to her room. It was still early, so I simply took out my phone and opened the game King of Glory, which I hadn't opened for a long time. 50-5 battle game for all people. The basic operation of King of Glory is not difficult. But if you want to play ranked games, some basic operations are not enough. Speaking of which, Song Wan could only play mid and support before. She was so envious every time she saw those young ladies who were good at jungle. Except for Qi Xingran, no one in their dormitory had ever played together, and Huang Ran and Li Luye's skills were not much better than hers. Now that he has god-level gaming skills, Song Wan naturally wants to try out the jungle position that he has been coveting for a long time. But this is not the most important thing when entering the game. As soon as Song Wan clicked in, he aimed directly at the system all. Skins in her account. In addition to those given away through system activities, they can also be exchanged with accumulated skin fragments. Of course, there is no need to worry about these things now. Song Wan directly clicked on the recharge interface and recharged 6.48 yuan one after another. Buy all the skins sold in the mall. You need to draw points to get the Honor Collection skin draw. 20 minutes later, Song Wan's whiteboard interface had turned into a shiny V10. Her current rank is just above Xingyao. Song Wan played a game for fun to get a feel for it, then clicked on the ranking game, and was successfully matched. Wow, I actually matched with a V10 girl. In the team, an ID named Chongja Shi opened the microphone with some excitement. From the sound of his voice, he is a boy in his early 20s with a pretty nice voice. Song Wan raised her eyes, but before she could say anything, she heard another teammate start talking on the microphone. Is Miss V10 good? Can she play jungle? This time the voice that spoke was that of a young girl, whose ID was Cici, and who was obviously a couple with a boy just now. Song Wan originally wanted to take the jungle position, so naturally he just typed OK. So, Song Wan took Xian Su as the jungler, Chongja Cici took Sun Su as the top laner, and Cici took Yao as the support. In addition, Zhuge Liang plays mid lane in the team, and Sun Shangxiang is the shooter. At the beginning of the game, Song Wan cooperated with Zhuge Liang in the middle lane to get a kill, and Sun Su immediately became excited. 666, little sister. This is a sure thing. Before Song Wan could reply, Yao's voice came from the team. It's just a kill. Why are you licking it? Have you never seen a jungler before, or what? Song Wan. Hurried explanation was heard in the headset. Don't be angry, baby. That's not what I meant. I'm not angry. Just keep licking. Yao's voice was light. She stopped following Sun Su and controlled the hero to go straight to the middle lane. Then halfway through, he met the opposing jungler Han Xian. Seeing this, Sun Su wanted to follow but couldn't, and Yao was killed instantly. Song Wan, Zhuge Liang, Sun Shangxiang. There are a lot of normal couples in the game, but obviously, they didn't meet any. Song Wan no longer wanted to communicate with this mentally ill couple. She just fought and killed people at her own pace. In just 5 minutes, he got a pentakill. Then, Yao's voice was heard in the earphones again. V10 girl is so amazing. She must be very powerful in real life, right? Unlike me, who can only play supporting. Before anyone else in the team could say anything, Sun Su's voice rang out. Baby doesn't need to play jungle. He can also be a great supporter. Yao's anger finally subsided a little, and she followed Sun Su again. At this moment, a strange female voice came from the team. It was a very nice royal sister voice. It's not shameful to only be able to play support, but it's a bit shameless to secretly imply others when you're a bad player, right? The team immediately fell silent. Yao was stunned for a moment. Then she locked onto Sun Shangxiang in the bottom lane. Sun Shangxiang, what do you mean? Sun Shangxiang's voice in the headset smiled softly, literally. Yao stopped moving instantly and did not argue with Sun Shangxiang, but directed her attack directly at Song Wan. Xian Su and Sun Shangxiang are a team, right? I didn't say anything about your intention in the first place. What do you mean by letting Sun Shangxiang target me like this? Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly, said nothing, and led the battle to the top lane without making any noise. Yao didn't even have time to use her skills before she was killed again, and Sun Su and she all became corpses. Song Wan then manipulated Xian Su to kill all the people on the opposite side, and then slowly opened the microphone. I don't have time to pay attention to you. Do you really think I have no temper? Zhuge Liang. Sun Shangxiang. After realizing it, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but turn on the microphone. Miss Xian Su has a nice voice. Zhuge Liang's voice is also that of a young male, but it is obviously more pleasant to hear than Sun Su's. Sun Shangxiang couldn't help it either, and her voice suddenly rose a little. My dear sister, not only is your ID the same as Yu Huang's, your voice is also like Yu Huang's. Zhuge Liang was obviously also a live broadcaster. Hearing this, he became even more excited. I wonder if I have met a really rich guy. Sun Su couldn't help but said, you are not talking about the one you boss who spends tens of millions of dollars, right? Yao has been completely ignored. She was so angry that she rolled her eyes. Especially when she heard Sun Su praising others, she couldn't help herself and broke down. Don't be stupid, okay? People spend tens of millions without blinking an eye. Where's Xian Su? It's just a V10. Maybe I spent a lot of time saving and thrifting to get it. How can I compare with the real masters? At this point, Yao turned her firepower directly to Song Wan. I don't know why you spend so much money in the game. It's like you're sick. Can't you use this money to buy some gifts for your parents? In the final analysis, it's all vanity. TSK. How do you know that they didn't buy anything for their parents? Sun Shanxiang started to scold while fighting with her opponent. On the one hand, he is using someone else's shared skin, and on the other hand, he is mocking me by saying V10 on the left and V10 on the right. Could it be that I'm jealous of others' V10 because I don't have money? Would I be jealous of a V10? Yao had already resurrected at this time and stood in the fountain without moving, her voice clearly filled with anger. Any bag I have in real life is worth a V10. How could I be jealous of her? Zhuge Liang couldn't help but sigh. Any bag can be V10, so cool. Could it be that you are the legendary bag-matching lady? Chapter 10 for since we are all in the same place. Why not meet offline? Puff. Song Wan and Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing this, Yao's voice became more angry. What's the point of talking in a game? If you have the guts, come to the Magic City and fight me. Wow, if I wasn't from Shanghai, I'd really like to meet you and have a fight with you. Sun Shangxiang's royal sister voice carried obvious regret, without any hint of fear at all. Zhuge Liang in the middle lane had just killed 2 people on the opposite side with the cooperation of Song Wan, and his voice was obviously more excited. 1 plus 1. If my home wasn't too far from the Magic City, I would definitely go there. After all, I've never seen a celebrity bag-building person in real life. Yao's voice paused for a moment, and then became even colder, a bunch of bumpkins. What benefits can they give you by holding up a V10 like this? Baby, don't be angry. My baby is the best. Sun Tzu reacted at this time and coaxed him hurriedly. Yao immediately said angrily, "You know how to speak now? I thought you were mute." Sun Tzu paused and then said patiently, "Baby, don't pay attention to them. I know that your family is richer than them." Yao snorted coldly, and her voice suddenly became more arrogant. "What's a V10? If I want to top up money in the game, I can get a V10 in a few minutes, okay? Some people just don't have much money in real life, so they can only pretend to be rich online. You're pretending to be Wanyu, but don't you think you're qualified as a V10? Yao was obviously getting more and more excited as he spoke. He glanced at the 3 people who had already attacked the other party's second line of defense, and his tone became even more disdainful. "What do you mean I'm a bag-matching socialite? Do you know where I live? Does the Magic City Tan Palace know? 1 square meter is enough to buy so many V10s of yours, and you're still competing for bags from celebrities? I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to argue with you. Otherwise, I will show you what a real socialite is. Just a V10, it's really laughable." This time, Song Wan, with the cooperation of Zhuge Liang and Sun Shangxiang, had completely wiped out the enemy. Hearing this, he immediately laughed softly. "Devil's Capital Tan Palace?" Hearing Song Wan's reply, Yao's tone became even more arrogant. There can't be a country bumpkin who doesn't even know where the Demon City Tan Palace is, right? Seeing this, Sun Tzu immediately explained, "If you don't know, you can check it online. The most luxurious house in Magic City is where my baby lives." Puff! Song Wan couldn't hold back and laughed out loud again. "You said you live in Tan Palace?" Became more confident when she heard this question. "Why? You don't believe it?" Before Song Wan could reply, she heard Yao speak again in a very arrogant tone. "Don't use your ignorance to doubt others. There are only 18 villas in the entire Tan Palace, and you can't buy them just because you have money. Do you think that if I didn't really live in this place, would I be so stupid as to show off this place to you?" Hearing this, Sun Tzu quickly responded again. "Xian Su, you really don't have to doubt this. My baby has sent me more than 1 photo taken at home." Yao immediately smiled softly. "Come to think of it, I'm at home now. If you don't believe me, how about I take a picture for you now?" Song Wan couldn't help but curl her lips. Her voice was cold and with a hint of smile. "No need for photos. Since we're all in the same place, why not meet up offline?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. Even Yao couldn't help but gasp. "What do you mean?" Song Wan still curled her lips and spoke slowly. "What I mean is, I am also in Tan Palace. How about it? Do you want to get to know each other offline, dear neighbor?" As soon as Song Wan finished speaking, the screams of Zhuge Liang and Sun Shangxiang were heard in the headphones. "Also, the young lady is really the Moon Emperor, right? It must be. Only the big guys living in the Tan Palace can swipe out tens of millions without blinking an eye. Oh my god, I saw the big boss alive." Sure enough, the places where the big guys live are so high-end. The 2 of them screamed at each other for a full minute before they stopped. Who was still standing in the middle of the fountain, spoke again, Her voice was obviously not as loud as before. You said you live in Tan Palace. Do you really live in Tan Palace? Everyone can talk. Song Wan and the other two were already able to push the tower at this time. But they stopped at the same time, returned to the opposite jungle area, and slowly started playing. Especially Song Wan. Even though their team was equivalent to having 2 fewer people, her economy was more than 1 level higher than the opponent's. It was obvious that she had complete control over the rhythm of the entire venue, so none of the 3 people were in a hurry. Hearing Yao say this, Sun Shangxiang burst out laughing. No way, no way. The boss has already told you that we will meet offline. What else do you want? Could it be that our famous lady, who can only talk, is not her? Zhuge Liang decisively chimed in. Xiangxiang, don't expose me so bluntly. I'm a celebrity who wants to save face. Yao was so angry that she was speechless. She turned to Sun Tzu beside her and said, Didn't you hear that they united to slander me? Sun Tzu's mind was obviously in a mess at this time. But because Yao had accumulated trust in him for a long time, he was silent for a while and then spoke decisively. My baby just doesn't like meeting strangers. There's no need to lie to you about this. Don't like meeting strangers? Zhuge Liang and Sun Shangxiang chuckled, clearly sneering at this statement. By now, it couldn't be clearer who was the real daughter and who was the fake socialite. Zhuge Liang then looked at the 2 people standing in the spring and said silently, If we are exposed, then we are exposed. We are the only ones present. Don't pretend. It's ugly to save face and suffer in vain. Okay. However, after Zhuge Liang finished speaking, Sun Shangxiang spoke awkwardly. Well, maybe it's not just us. Seeing that no one was talking, Sun Shangxiang scratched the back of her head and spoke again awkwardly. Actually, maybe I could be considered a small anchor? As if she was worried about the other's ability to bear it, Sun Shangxiang paused and added silently. Listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it. Originally, there were only a few dozen people watching my live broadcast, but the Moon King is so famous, and the development of the matter is so dramatic. At this point, Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but look at the 10,000 plus online users displayed on the screen and laughed awkwardly. And so it was. Chapter 105 The Good Show is about to begin. As soon as Sun Shangxiang finished speaking, the headphones suddenly became silent. Even Song Wan was a little slow to react. This matter had so many twists and turns and had developed to this point. The first one to react was Zhuge Liang in the middle lane. He didn't even fight the minions but just stood there and started howling. I knock! I knock! After sighing several times, Zhuge Liang seemed to have found his voice again, and then he suddenly became happy. Fragrant beef! So, I'm on TV? My teammates include a super rich boss and a rising star anchor. Wow, my life is perfect. However, Sun Shangxiang no longer cared about what he said. Her eyes swept across the barrage of comments that filled the entire screen for the first time, and she was stunned. The people in the live broadcast room had already started arguing in the barrage, regardless of whether the host was shocked or not. I just said that life is full of drama, doghead. When did our Moon King become a little V10? Huh? Welcome everyone to watch the large-scale TV series My Family Lives in the Most Luxurious House in Magic City. Upstairs, it should be the large-scale suspense drama, Who Lives in the Most Luxurious House in Shanghai? Why do I feel like it's the fantasy drama, True or Fake Magic City Ladies? Ha ha ha, no, my stomach hurts from laughing. You may not believe this, but this Yao Yao seems to be my former online lover. Shiguma, handakuten no ichijuin yofu. This barrage came out. It immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially when everyone subconsciously clicked on the personal interface of this big brother and saw the bright ID green man is always green. They felt that the whole world was quiet in an instant. Then the next moment, the barrage became even more cheerful. How can you be so fat? How can you be so fat? Brother, please tell us your story. To be honest, one of my roommates is seriously ill. He said he wants to hear something before he dies. Even Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she saw this scene, and her expression suddenly became indescribable. It can't be such a coincidence, right? A big brother named Green Man is always green. In the barrage, also silently typed a line of words. Host asked her if her name is Ruan Shi. Sun Shangxiang subconsciously turned her gaze back to the game and said cautiously, Well, can I ask Yao's last name? Yao, who had just reacted, was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to refuse to answer, she heard Sun Tzu beside her speak for her. My baby's last name is Wanwan. Yao was a step slower in speaking. Her hands were shaking slightly as she held the phone. Her voice was a little upset. You knew she was live streaming. Why did you tell her my last name? Sun Tzu, feeling guilty, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, baby. I just spoke too quickly. Yao. Before Sun Shangxiang could react, the barrage of comments in front of her had already gone crazy again. I knock. New here? What big news did I miss? Go back upstairs. You haven't missed it yet. The show is about to begin. Where's the green man? Come out quickly. I want to hear the details. The big brother named Green Man is always green, did not shy away from it, and typed directly on the barrage. Can I say that when she was dating me, her personality was still that of a poor, self-reliant college student? So during our relationship, I spent a lot of money on her. Sun Shangxiang stared blankly at Sun, who was standing next to Yao. Is this how characters are played? Well, can I interrupt? This person seems to be my ambiguous partner. We even talked on the microphone this morning, and she told me that she also lives in Tan Palace. If you don't believe me, ask her if she knows Li Xian. While everyone was stunned, a strange ID named Cece is my little baby appeared. The people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they saw this. Especially Sun Shangxiang. Her whole look towards Yao changed. Well, Yao Mei, do you know Li Xian? Yao Mei, who was standing in the spring, was stunned again. Before she could react, Sun Tzu asked, Who is Li Xian? This time Yao didn't say anything, but directly quit the game. At this time, the 5 people on the opposite side resurrected one after another. Just as Song Wan was about to go up, he saw on the public screen interface that the 5 people on the opposite side were typing. Yue Huang, I am your little fan, and I am also your fan who has been following you from Axe to Douyin. Master Yu Huang? Look at me. Can I be a leg pendant? Why are you still playing games when there are big guys here? Don't attack the tower. Let's chat for a while. I heard that Yao Yao on the other side is quite powerful. She even mocked herself and became a trending topic on Douyin. Sun Tzu, you cheated on me. I have to say this 3 times because it is important. Watching the 5 people opposite them dancing in front of the crystal while talking, Song Wan and the others were like. Sun Tzu originally wanted to go offline with Yao to appease the opponent, but after hearing what the opponent said, he did not go offline. He immediately controlled the hero to come to the opposite crystal and typed on the public screen. You said Yao was on the Douyin hot search? And what does it mean that I'm green? The 5 people on the opposite side all smiled sympathetically when they saw these 2 sentences. The eldest brother, who just reminded him that he was cheated on, said earnestly, Brother, I suggest you go and watch Xiangxiang's live broadcast room and the guide anchor Lin Yu. There is a former grudge brother and a brother who has not yet fully succeeded in taking over waiting for you. Now, Sun Tzu no longer had time to care about playing games. I immediately logged off and opened the Douyin search according to the person's instructions. Lin Yu was Sun Shangxiang, his teammate just now. As soon as Sun Tzu entered the live broadcast room, he noticed that the number of online viewers had risen to 20,000. Sun Tzu didn't even need to say anything. There was a series of welcome green hat brother in the barrage. Sun Tzu. When Sun Tzu finally understood the whole story, his face turned green. Especially after he directly added the ambiguous object, he found that the chat records and photos between his girlfriend and the other person were just like a copy from him. Even the way of speaking has not changed. By the time Song Wan finished the game and opened Douyin, the incident about Yao had already become the #1 hot search. Even the place where he lived and the photos sent to Sun Tzu and others were fake were revealed. As expected, the place they lived in was not Tan Palace, but an old and dilapidated house in the suburbs of Magic City. The photos were directly stolen from others. Naturally, Yao's real photos were also dug out. It's not that she doesn't look good, but there are obvious wrinkles on her face. The most important thing is that there is a man and a child standing next to the woman in the photo, and they obviously look like a family. Chapter 106, if it doesn't work, let's just be a concubine. Speaking of which, the woman was actually holding an LV floral bag in her hand. It's fake at first glance, and you can obviously tell it's something sold on the street. Song Wan, I was just stunned. I secretly entered Lin Yu's live broadcast room and saw that almost the entire barrage was about this matter. Lin Yu saw Song Wan's shining ID special effects and couldn't help but scream. It's the Moon Emperor. Wow, I actually got paired up with the Moon Emperor. As Lin Yu spoke, the people in the live broadcast room immediately noticed Song Wan's arrival, and they became obviously more excited. Boss, I want to live in Tan Palace too. Boss, are you still in need of a nanny? Or a cleaner? I'm not picky. So the Moon Emperor is from our Magic City. Boss, please help me. Rich lady stickers. Interview here. What does it feel like to see someone pretending to be cool in front of you? What's the experience? Song Wan lay on the bed with her head slightly tilted, just finding it funny. Thinking of this, Song Wan subconsciously looked at the barrage again. Sure enough, the people who were the center of the topic were still in the live broadcast room, and the one named Chongjasisi was obviously the Sun Tzu in the game just now. Seeing Song Wan coming, she immediately started to cry. I'm sorry, big boss. I actually doubted your authenticity because of her. Confronting his big brother, Sun Tzu was obviously completely desperate. When he thought about all his friends knowing that he had an online love affair with a married woman with children, he wanted to die. What is a rich, white, beautiful woman? The neighborhood he lives in is not as good as his. Return to Tam Palace? When Sun Tzu thought about how he had just helped that woman to refute the big boss who actually lived in Tam Palace, he couldn't help but want to cry. Song Wan didn't care what he said. She simply understood what happened to satisfy her gossip, then symbolically gave Lin Yu's live broadcast room 1 million yuan and wanted to log off. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang in my ears. Ding, the host has been detected to have done something inconsistent with a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman, so a random task is issued. Ding, 100 million Dubi coins have been distributed to the system account. Host, please spend 100 million Dubi in the current live broadcast room within 5 minutes. If the task is successful, you'll be rewarded with 100 times cashback. If the task fails, there will be no penalty. Song Wan was stunned. What did it mean to do something that was not befitting of a top white, rich, and beautiful woman? The system's babyish voice was full of a bit of disappointment. Of course, it was the host's gift-giving behavior just now. As a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman, she naturally has to maintain the status that a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman should have. Come on, I believe in you, host. Song Wan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. However, when I thought of the reward, I suddenly had nothing to say to refute. 100 million Dubi is equivalent to 10 million, and 100 times cashback is a solid 10 billion. Who can resist money? So, Song Wan took a glance backstage and returned to Lin Yu's live broadcast room again. At this time, Lin Yu was still expressing her gratitude excitedly. Because she was extremely excited, her voice was a little out of tune. Thank you, Moon Emperor. Thank you, big boss. Wow, I finally experienced the feeling of being supported by a big boss. Sisters, please call me the Moon Emperor's woman from now on. God knows how she felt when she saw 1 million. She's just a small anchor with a few hundred fans. Normally, I would only do a live broadcast when I was bored, but who knew I would run into the Moon Emperor? 1 million, that's 1 million. Even after deducting taxes, the amount she gets is almost 400,000. Lin Yu's palms couldn't help but sweat. Whoa, is this really the world of the super rich? Seeing this, Song Wan didn't say any nonsense and even didn't pause, and one after another Lin Yushang was directly brushed out from his hand. The barrage of comments didn't stop, and people couldn't help but get excited when they saw this scene. Sure enough, the boss can tell whether it's good or not with just one move. The job of giving gifts still depends on the Moon Emperor. My family members haven't seen Lin Yushang for several days. I feel like I'm floating. I even feel like the carnival isn't so cool anymore. +1 to the above, the carnival doesn't cause me any excitement now. I am also floating. Am I the only one who cares about the money? It's 6 million folks? Rich woman, hungry food. Lin Yu is simply the chosen one. I'm tired of saying envy. Lin Yu, the central figure, had gone completely crazy and her legs were cramping from standing there. I couldn't help but open my eyes wide, and when I saw Lin Yu, who was still coming on stage one after another, I felt numb. Boss, why don't you stop brushing? I'm scared. She is simply incompetent. It's just a few words of flattery, but she doesn't feel at ease taking the money. Lin Yu's voice was trembling, which made everyone in the live broadcast room laugh. Host, can you please be more ambitious? The boss didn't give you so many rewards alone. Calm down. The host's voice has become soft. Ha 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 burp. What I'm saying is, if it were me, I'd probably be even worse than the anchor. Please, please, let me bear this pain. Song Wan, who was swiping gifts, naturally heard Lin Yu's voice, and a smile immediately appeared in the corner of her eyes. He continued to do this for more than a dozen months, and only stopped when he had spent all the 100 million Do coins issued by the system. In the live broadcast room, Lin Yu's voice was trembling. Big boss, whoa, don't stop me even if I knock. I want to pledge myself to you. Upon hearing this, the army of barrage comments immediately became dissatisfied. What are you talking about? There are so many people who want to pledge their love to you. Please be more civilized and queue up consciously. Ha ha ha, host, I know you're excited, but don't cut in line. Star Moon Powder is here. Get out of the way. GUSCP is here to report. Well, I'm just asking, is there no one who likes Yue? The interaction between the two of them at the beginning was inexplicably cute. It really touched me to death. I knock, look at me, look at me. Are you ashamed? Where are my Kue army? Different from the previous ones, the last person who spoke had a shiny mark on his handwriting. Everyone subconsciously clicked on the personal interface, only to see the words Crazy Sunflower written in large letters on it, and the barrage was instantly filled with ha ha ha. Please, Brother Kue, why are you really here? Is this the legendary me being my own CP leader? Ha 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 ha, Brother Kue, if it really doesn't work out, let's just be a concubine. Chapter 107 Junior Sister Lives in Tan Palace. Crazy Sunflower originally wanted to symbolically canvass for votes for himself, but when he saw the screen full of ha 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 ha, his face suddenly turned black. He's not bad looking, right? How did you end up being a concubine? The barrage of comments suddenly became noisy, and the system's voice arrived as expected in Song Wan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully maintaining the status of a top-level white, rich, and beautiful woman. 100 times cashback is in progress. Ding, 100x cashback has been successful. The reward has been received. Please check it. Almost as soon as the system's voice fell, the sound of a text message came from Song Wan's mobile phone. It is the information that the 1 billion cashback from the system has arrived. Song Wan was immediately satisfied. She sat down in the barrage and exited Douyin directly. Since she had to go directly to the imperial capital tomorrow, Song Wan no longer had the heart to play games and went straight to bed to sleep. Next day, Song Wan went to bed early yesterday. When she woke up, she looked at the clock and it was only 7 o'clock. The system's voice naturally rang out. Ding, a new day has come again. Will the host sign in? Sign in. Song Wan slowly came to the window and said as usual. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ownership of Panga's 7-star hotel. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Bangu 7-star hotel? Song Wan paused slightly as she looked at the scenery outside. It seemed that there were only 7-star hotels in China. The Panga 7-star hotel is one of them located in the imperial capital. Song Wan took out her cell phone and did a quick check. Sure enough, the Pangu 7-star hotel was located on the central axis of the imperial capital, only 20 minutes away from the Imperial Capital International Airport. Without spending any more time in the room, Song Wan washed up, packed up, and went straight downstairs. Just like the previous 2 days, I received a call from Mr. Yu almost right after I finished my meal. Wanwan, the person who is going to pick you up is almost in the Magic City. That little guy is considered your senior brother. I'll send you his phone number. Please add him on WeChat and give him his address. Yu Tieming's voice was filled with concern and a hint of excitement. He has been keeping it a secret these past few days because he is afraid that those old guys will find out and kidnap him. When Wanwan arrives in the imperial capital, he will send out a few more photos which will ensure that they will not be able to snatch her away. Song Wan naturally knew that this was Yu Tianming's good intention, so she agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Song Wan directly searched for WeChat according to the phone number given by Mr. Yu. The WeChat avatar is a blue ocean, and even the WeChat nickname is just one word, Yin. Seeing this, Song Wan couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. You can tell at a glance that he is engaged in scientific research, very rigorous. Just leave a note and add a friend. I don't know if this junior brother received Mr. Yu's advice, but as soon as the WeChat friend request was sent, a notification of successful addition appeared. Song Wan hadn't even finished typing when she saw a WeChat call pop up. Junior sister? As soon as she picked up the phone, Song Wan heard a clear voice coming through the receiver. It's me. Song Wan slowly stood up from the sofa. Where is junior brother now? Song Wan's voice fell. There was silence for a moment, and then the voice of the junior brother, who was obviously excited, was heard. Why didn't my teacher tell me that my junior sister's voice is so beautiful? The spring-like voice just now seemed to disappear in an instant. Song Wan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, and she took back her previous thoughts. This voice doesn't sound like it has anything to do with rigor. The junior brother on the other side seemed to realize that he had exposed his true nature just by making the phone call. So he coughed lightly and said in a serious tone, what did junior sister ask me just now? It's simply like covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Song Wan had no choice but to repeat the question again. This time, the junior brother answered very quickly. I've already gotten off the plane. Junior sister, can you tell me your home address so I can pick you up? After saying this, he seemed to be afraid that Song Wan would misunderstand something, and hurriedly added, The teacher was worried that this was the first time that Junior's sister would go on a long journey by herself. So he asked me to help check if there was anything missing from the things Junior's sister brought with her. Song Wan naturally had no doubts about this and said directly, "I'll send you the address directly via WeChat." Okay. The junior brother still answered quickly, and the junior sister's ID number. Time is too tight, so it may be too late to book a plane ticket. But there are still a lot of high-speed rail tickets available, so you need to book them in advance. Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Perhaps we can take the plane in another way? Other ways? The junior brother was subconsciously stunned. He didn't have time to ask in detail, and then he saw the address sent by Song Wan. In almost an instant, the whole person just stood there in a daze. Tan Palace? Demonic capital Tan Palace? The little junior sister who the teacher mentioned who lacks experience and needs more care lives in Tangong? Almost in a flash, countless ideas popped into the little brother's mind. The most obvious one is, how could this junior sister, whose family obviously has a mind, travel far away for the first time? Does his teacher know? Most likely, very likely, I don't know. The junior brother silently wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. When the junior brother finally arrived at the location he received on WeChat, he saw that there was obviously someone waiting at the gate. He paused silently for a moment, and then saw the handsome guy walking towards him gracefully. "Excuse me, are you junior brother?" Junior brother. He thought it was cute when this name came from his junior sister, but when it came from a young man with superior height, appearance, and temperament, there was always an inexplicable sense of humor. Without thinking any more, he nodded quickly. The next moment, the man gently made a please gesture towards him. "My lady is waiting for you in the courtyard. Please follow me." The young senior brother couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his steps were a little misaligned. A handsome guy with such good looks and temperament is actually a butler? Sure enough, every butler is different. His junior sister really knows how to enjoy life. He got into the car with this thought in mind, and it was not until he saw Song Wan sitting in the courtyard that he finally came to his senses. Even though he already had an idea, the junior brother still couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The girl in front of him was obviously much prettier than in the photo. She was sitting there so pretty, with various exquisite snacks placed in front of her. In a trance, he actually felt as if he had accidentally entered into a luxurious ancient painting from Europe of the last century. Chapter 108, God-Level Mental Arithmetic Ability. Ahem. He coughed subconsciously, and just as he was about to move forward, he saw the girl walking towards him with a smile on her face. "Hello, little brother." The sound is even clearer and more pleasant than what you hear through headphones. The junior brother subconsciously slowed down his movements for a moment before he reached out and quickly shook Song Wan's hand. "Hello, junior sister. My name is Xiao Langyan. I'm 1.85 meters tall. I'm 25 years old, and I'm currently working as a researcher in your research institute. I don't have any bad habits." Song Wan. Then Xiao Langyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Rich little junior sister, please hug my thighs." It's really a cheerful one. Song Wan couldn't help but smile, and the two chatted briefly for a while before turning the topic to the transportation to the imperial capital. Xiao Langyan looked at the luxury cars parked in the warehouse, wondering which one Song Wan wanted to take. Then he saw Song Wan slowly step forward and asked in a questioning tone, "The plane will be faster. Let's take it." Xiao Langyan. They're about to leave. Can they still book a flight ticket now? When Xiao Langyan got in the car and arrived at the private airport with Song Wan, he saw the luxury plane that had all the preparations ready, and his eyes widened like bells. "So, by plane you mean a private plane?" Even after Xiao Langyan got on the plane, he still hadn't completely calmed down. Specially equipped flight attendants and flight attendants, specially equipped private pilots, and even various luxurious entertainment facilities in the plane. Is this the life of truly rich people? Sure enough, poverty limited his imagination. Xiao Langyan couldn't help but take a deep breath. When Song Wan sat next to him, his dazzled eyes finally fell back on the seat. "The teacher must have sensed my recent hardship, so he sent me here in a roundabout way to enjoy myself." Upon hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but smile again. In fact, this was her first time coming up here after receiving the reward. The pilots of private jets are the best among professional pilots and naturally know how to fly more comfortably. Since they were free anyway, Song Wan simply took Qing Lin and Xiao Langyan to walk around the plane. Dining room, living room, office, bathroom, small bar, small movie room, everything you need. Halfway through his stroll, Xiao Langyan couldn't close his mouth anymore. This doesn't look like an airplane at all. It can be described as a luxurious mobile villa. There are even two professional chefs on the plane, one responsible for Chinese food and the other for Western food. When Xiao Langyan heard that his junior sister's villa had a more complete set of chefs, he felt extremely calm. The teacher wanted to bring him back to do scientific research, but he thought it would be quicker to just dream about it. Yu Tianming was obviously very concerned about Song Wan's arrival. When the two of them rushed to the outside of the research institute, they saw the old man waiting there. Seeing the two people coming, the smile on Yu Tianming's face obviously deepened. He ignored Xiao Langyan and walked straight up to Song Wan. Wanwan is here. Langyan, who was confident that he is the best disciple. Song Wan nodded with amusement, and Yu Tianming kindly handed the phone to Xiao Langyan, who was standing beside him. Come on, take a picture of me and Wanwan. If he can't piss off those old guys, he loses. Langyan, who had completely become a tool, took the phone with great resentment and started taking pictures. Although the speed is fast, it has to be said that Xiao Langyan's photography skills are still good. Yu Tianming quickly sent the message to the group they were all in, then closed his phone contentedly and walked towards the research institute with Song Wan. Since the main force this time was Yu Tianming, almost no one had any objection to Song Wan's joining. However, after putting on the clothes of the research institute, Yu Tianming still called everyone over. Then he patted Song Wan on the shoulder and said to everyone, "This is the little classmate I mentioned to you before. Her name is Song Wan." Seeing everyone nod, Yu Tianming turned around and said to Song Wan, "In order to get familiar with the next work as quickly as possible, Wanwan, you should first familiarize yourself with the operation of the computer here." After he finished speaking, he once again looked at the people in front of him. "As for you, just watch her from the side and point out any mistakes she makes in time." Everyone couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Right from the start, they let the little students get familiar with the operation of the computer in front of them, which is to prove to them the ability of the little students. This shows how much the teacher thinks highly of this little student. Song Wan naturally understood Mr. Yu's good intentions. After all, this was a research institute, and there was still a lot of things to cooperate with. Out of respect for Mr. Yu, the other researchers did not dare to refute him openly, but it was unknown what they thought behind his back, unless she can prove her strength in front of them. At the same time, it was also another test for her from Mr. Yu. Ding, the host situation has been detected, and a random task is issued. Completely operate the first series of computer programs. If the mission succeeds, you will be rewarded with God-level mental arithmetic ability. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Hearing the sudden voice from the system, Song Wan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She has already experienced how useful the skills rewarded by the system are, not to mention the mental arithmetic ability. Especially in places like laboratories and research institutes, having the ability of mental arithmetic would be so much more convenient. Thinking of this, Song Wan did not hesitate any longer. He directly found out the files that needed to be run and started operating the large computer in front of him with his fingers. The movements are skillful and the tone is calm. He doesn't look like a newcomer who has never been to graduate school. As the columns of numbers on the computer screen changed, everyone's gazes couldn't help but change as well. This is not a drill, there is no test paper and no answers. All problems need to be verified by them personally, but based on their understanding of the data, they can naturally tell whether her operation path is correct or not. Even the skills of this little classmate in front of him were much better than Lu Kong, who was the most familiar with computers among them. When Song Wan finished running a set of programs, everyone couldn't help but applaud. There was no longer the initial hesitation in the eyes they looked at Song Wan, especially the few people who needed to work on the computers. Their eyes were full of eagerness when they looked at Song Wan. It is precisely because of this understanding that one realizes how advanced Song Wan's skills have become. Mr. Yu didn't just find an intern, he clearly found a big boss for them. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, fully operating the first series of computer programs. The God-level mental arithmetic ability has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 109 tests your basic knowledge. Is that not too much? The system transmission took almost an instant, and before Song Wan could even come to her senses, she felt her mind become clear. The brain power required for mental arithmetic is undoubtedly very powerful. Song Wan looked at the dense calculations below the computer in front of him and simply calculated it in his mind. There is no doubt that you can know the final answer almost at a glance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, all the skills produced by the system are powerful. She stood up and smiled at the people who were applauding her, her expression becoming more friendly. Please give me your guidance in the future. When everyone saw this, they surrounded him from all sides. After all, who wouldn't like a younger generation who is capable humble, and polite. Only Xiao Langyan was standing slightly behind, and his gaze towards Song Wan was a little abnormal. No wonder the teacher was so eager to bring him back that he even asked him to make a special trip to Shanghai before the project started. With such talent and ability, it is no wonder that he is sought after by so many bigwigs. Seeing this, Yu Tianming took a small step back, and the smile on his face deepened. Since no one has any objections, I will distribute the tasks now. Everyone nodded immediately upon seeing this. The most important task in the institute this time was the workbench required for the lithography machine. Compared with Holland Blue, domestic technology is relatively backward. This time, it was thanks to a researcher invited back from abroad that we were able to make some progress. Thinking of this, Yu Tianming subconsciously glanced at everyone, and then his brows slightly frowned. Where's Zhang Jiabua? Everyone looked left and right, and finally a researcher in his early 30s stood up and said awkwardly, Teacher Zhang's clothes are wet, and he said he needs to change clothes before he can come here. When other people in the institute heard this, some of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. When it comes to deciding on this project, Zhang Jiabua is always late. If I eat something that upsets my stomach today, I will feel uncomfortable in my stomach tomorrow. He was almost out of excuses. Several people looked at each other and couldn't help but shrug their shoulders. There's nothing we can do about it, since this technology was developed by someone else. After all, they had brought back these talented people from Holland with great difficulty, so there was nothing they could do even if he had a bit of a temper. Yu Tianming was obviously a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything. He just arranged everyone's positions and tasks in an orderly manner, then turned to Xiao Langyan and said, Go and see why Zhang Jiabua hasn't changed his clothes yet. Our project is about to start, and time is limited. Try not to procrastinate too much. Xiao Langyan's face fell when he heard this. This is not like calling a pretty junior sister who will take him to enjoy life together. This buddy is different. He will curse at others if they disagree with him. The key is that for the sake of research on the workbench, you have to endure not being able to curse back. Who makes him a great contributor? Xiao Langyan took a breath helplessly, not even thinking about whether he alone could have research to this point. It's as if all the research depends on him alone. There was no other choice but to give Song Wan a pitiful look and walked out. Standing next to Song Wan was Lu Kong, who was the most proficient in computers in the institute. Seeing this, he hurriedly explained to Song Wan in a low voice. Song Wan immediately nodded and smiled, expressing her understanding of the situation. However, it was only after waiting for 20 minutes, when everyone had completed the preliminary preparations, that Xiao Langyan finally arrived with his men. Song Wan's workstation was not far from the door, and she immediately saw the person behind Xiao Langyan. He was about 35 years old, with a slightly bald head, and the rest of his hair was neatly combed back. He wore rimless glasses on his eyes. It seems that he has a sense of academics. But when he looked at people with the side of his eyes, the carefully crafted calmness disappeared in an instant. This is our great hero, Zhang Jiabua. He has the ability, but you should avoid him on weekdays. He has a bad temper. Lu Kong, who was assigned to be next to Song Wan, saw Song Wan's eyes and whispered a reminder in her ear. Song Wan nodded and looked away in an instant. However, Zhang Jiabua saw the unfamiliar figure of Song Wan as soon as he entered the door and stopped instantly. Without waiting for Xiao Langyan to say anything, Zhang Jiabua quickly came to Song Wan. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes behind his frameless glasses narrowed slightly. Is this the little classmate that our Mr. Yu has praised so many times? Upon hearing this, Song Wan raised her eyes slightly and met Zhang Jiabua's eyes directly. His eyes were looking over at me, as if he was looking down on me. Xiao Langyan hurriedly took a step forward and smiled stiffly at Zhang Jiabua. Teacher Zhang, this is our teacher's new student. Her name is Song Wan. We have already tried to run our program before you came, and the operation has been approved by everyone. What this means is, don't find fault. However, Zhang Jiabua seemed to be unable to understand what Xiao Langyan meant. He stood there without moving and crossed his arms. Everyone's approval? Whose? Did you get my consent? Besides, Song Wan quickly replied, Teacher Zhang, Song Wan and I are mainly responsible for computer operations. Those of you who are too sophisticated and complicated will naturally be handed over to professionals like you. Both his words and his implicit words gave Zhang Jiabua enough face. But Zhang Jiabua had no intention of stopping there. He looked at Song Wan with obvious disdain. Don't you know how important this research on the workbench is? You just let a college student do it? Will you be responsible if anything goes wrong? After just one glance at Lu Kong, Zhang Jiabua once again turned his gaze to Song Wan. To put it bluntly, this research project itself revolves around him, and he is the most central figure. Even if Yu Tianming is here, he should be polite to him. A yellow-haired girl? Huh. Song Wan naturally understood what Zhang Jiabo meant, and did not intend to say anything else. She just stood up slowly and looked at him calmly. Then what do you think should be done to dispel your doubts, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Jiabo's eyes narrowed again when he looked at Song Wan. Although this girl spoke honorifics, there was no respect in her eyes. After looking around and not seeing Yu Tianming, he became even more unscrupulous. You should know how important this task is, right? I'm testing your basic knowledge of photolithography machines. Is that not too much? Chapter 110. Does she think her brain can be compared to a computer? Before Song Wan opened her mouth, Xiao Langyin and Lu Kong beside her were already showing signs of anger. It was said that it was a confidential project, and the work assigned to Song Wan was not a very rigorous one, so it must have not been mentioned before coming. Asking questions about lithography machines out of the blue, isn't that just looking for trouble? Especially Lu Kong. In just 20 minutes of cooperation, he has clearly realized the gap between himself and Song Wan. Regardless of age, Song Wan is definitely the most qualified person in the field of computer operations. Xiao Langyin was not in a much better condition, and the stiff smile on his face was about to break. Teacher Zhang, you are the one who was personally called in by the teacher. If the teacher knew that you were so late and didn't start working immediately, I'm afraid he would be unhappy. Everyone knows that Yu Tianming is the most rigorous in academic research. If the initial upgrade method of the workbench had not been proposed by Zhang Jiabo, he would have been kicked out of the institute long ago. Zhang Jiabo was fearless and even patted Xiao Langyin on the shoulder on purpose. It is precisely because he was hired by Mr. Yu that we need to examine him more thoroughly. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Mr. Yu's reputation? Song Wan turned her head slightly, gave Xiao Langyin a calm look, and then smiled gently at Zhang Jiabo. Teacher, please ask. Zhang Jiabo didn't hesitate at all and asked directly, what is the most advanced lithography machine currently? Song Wan also spoke slowly without any hesitation. Helen Est, ML's EUV lithography machine. Most people who know a little about lithography machines know the answer to this question. Lang Yin and Lu Kong, who wanted to stop it, widened their eyes in slight surprise. However, the next moment, Zhang Jiabo smiled and said, how many nanometer chips can we make now? The most advanced lithography machine currently is 22 nanometers, and its key parts can already be domestically produced, but my country can now achieve mass production of 14 nanometers. Song Wan answered without any hesitation. Zhang Jiabo heard this and finally showed some light in his narrowed eyes. What is the difference between a DUV lithography machine and an EUV lithography machine? Basically, DUV can only reach 25 nanometers, while EUV can achieve the production of wafers below 10 nanometers. DUV mainly uses the principle of light refraction, while EUV uses the principle of light reflection. The interior must be vacuum-operated, which is the difference between the two. After hearing the accurate answer, Zhang Jiabo was stunned for a moment, and then he spoke directly. What can we achieve after the successful production of the double workbench this time? What impact can it have on lithography machines? If this is successful, how far can our country's lithography equipment be advanced? As soon as these questions came out, Xiao Langyin and Lu Kong couldn't help themselves. What the hell is this question? Can he answer it himself? Isn't this the main project of this study? The research has not yet come out. Who can answer it? Xiao Langyin took a step forward calmly, standing in front of Zhang Jiabo and Song Wan, facing Zhang Jiabo directly, with an obviously unhappy expression on his face. If what Mr. Zhang calls a test is a deliberate embarrassment, I think I will tell the teacher. Zhang Jiabo just sneered, and then said fearlessly, just asking a hypothetical. If we don't even have this idea, how can we accurately complete the next work? Song Wan stood behind Xiao Langyin and tilted her head slightly. If Mr. Zhang can let me see the exact data, I don't mind making an assumption. Song Wan is only responsible for the peripheral work. She does not have access to the precise internal information for the time being, so naturally she has no way to make assumptions. Hey, you may not be very old, but you have quite a big mouth. Glanced at Song Wan with contempt, pointed at the rows of computers in front of him, took out another document, and said directly, if you want to get access to accurate information, why not do this work first? Song Wan followed his gaze and saw strings of precise numbers written densely on the document. One could tell at a glance how complicated the calculations were. Nonsense. Just as Song Wan was about to answer, Yu Tianming's voice came from behind her. Yu Tianming, wearing the same clothes as them, walked over slowly, looking at Zhang Jiabua with anger in his eyes. Zhang Jiabua, what are you doing? Zhang Jiabua, however, was not afraid at all. He just shrugged slightly towards Yu Tianming and said, "It's just a test for your new student, Mr. Yu. Don't be so angry." Yu Tianming's anger did not diminish at all. If you want to inspect her, you can inspect her before the project starts. She has already passed the inspection of the institute. You didn't see it yourself. Who can you blame? How about you stop messing with your sparse hair next time and come here earlier? Zhang Jiabua subconsciously touched his avant-garde hair and rolled his eyes unnaturally. Since you, Mr. Yu, are so protective of her, let her stay here. After saying that, he glanced at Song Wan and said, "Just by following the computer operation, you can get a good resume. You are really lucky." Yu Tianming's already serious face turned dark at that moment. Then, he saw Song Wan, who was originally neither arrogant nor impatient, slowly took a few steps forward and winked at him. "If I can figure out these calculations, Teacher Zhang will let me help you make the workbench." Laugh. Zhang Jiabua, who was about to leave, sneered and stopped when he heard this. "You? Calculate this?" He glanced at the piles of documents and the running computers and looked at Yu Tianming with a meaningful look. "It seems that Mr. Yu's vision is not very good this time. You're thinking about running before you even learn to walk. Don't you have any idea of the amount of calculations you're doing?" After he finished speaking, the look he gave Song Wan was filled with even more of a sense of mockery. Does she think her brain can be compared to a computer? Be too ambitious. Arrogant and arrogant. From Yu Tianming's rigor. Even Yu Tianming turned his head with a look of helplessness. Wanwan, stop making trouble. Those precise numbers have to be calculated and tested over and over again by computer. Even so, it will probably take 5 or 6 days. Song Wan was already operating the computer. There was no need for her to impulsively challenge an unfamiliar job just to get Zhang Jiabua's approval. Song Wan obviously had no intention of changing her mind. She first smiled at Yu Tianming to comfort him, then turned her gaze to Zhang Jiabua. "How is it? Didn't the teacher want me to make a final hypothesis before? If you complete these calculations, why not give me this opportunity?" Chapter 111. A mental arithmetic genius on a par with international champions. Things had come to this point, so Zhang Jiabua naturally had no intention of refuting anymore. He looked at Song Wan with a smile in his eyes and raised his voice slightly. "Of course you can, but what if you don't finish?" Song Wan also smiled and said, "If it's not completed, I will quit." Zhang Jiabua then nodded, his eyes full of sarcasm. "This is exactly the effect we want. It is naturally a good thing that this little girl brought it up herself." Seeing this, Yu Tianming sighed slightly, but did not try to stop him. It's normal for young people to be a little angry. He lost his chance this time. He will just bring this girl with him next time. Under the witness of everyone, Song Wan quickly sat in front of the documents. "Junior brother, can you lend me your pen?" Song Wan turned slightly, and her eyes fell on Xiao Langyan's pocket. Xiao Langyan did not hesitate and directly handed the pen in his pocket to Song Wan. Then everyone saw Song Wan decisively bringing piles of documents to him. After just one glance, he quickly wrote it down next to it. Row after row of numbers were written on the blank document. Everyone watching this scene was subconsciously stunned. So crazy. This speed is crazy. Zhang Jiabua, who was the least optimistic, was about to laugh out loud. He wrote down the answer at a glance. "Are you sure you're not trying to make fun of him? Do you really think you are a genius in mental arithmetic? Besides, even the internationally renowned mental arithmetic geniuses would not dare to be so arrogant." However, Song Wan seemed unaware of his gaze. He kept staring and did not stop writing. After a while, the blank file was filled with numbers. Song Wan turned her head and passed the page of paper directly past Zhang Jiabua and handed it to Yu Tianming. "Teacher, can you have someone check it first? If there's no problem, I'll continue." There was an obvious hint of surprise on Yu Tianming's face, but he didn't say anything and directly handed the page of paper to the assistant behind him. The assistant was obviously very familiar with these operations. He took the page of paper and the original file and sat in front of the computer. Compared to Song Wan, the assistant was obviously much slower. Yu Tianming didn't even wait for the assistant to finish the calculations and stood behind him. As the computer calculated answers one after another, not only the assistant, but also Yu Tianming and other people watching on the side could not help but be shocked. The numbers listed on the computer were exactly the same as the numbers on the page given by Song Wan. Some are even more precise. It was not until the assistant had finished the calculations and everyone was stunned when they saw the piece of paper with 100% accuracy on the table. This was especially obvious with Yu Tianming, whose eyes were extremely bright as he looked at Song Wan. I originally thought that Song Wan's talent in computers was amazing enough, but I didn't expect that she was also very good at mental arithmetic. He didn't just find a treasure. He found a rising sun. Zhang Jiabua, who was standing next to Yu Tianming, had his mouth wide open, and it hasn't closed completely until now. Are you sick? With such strong mental arithmetic skills, you can easily participate in international competitions and even win the championship without any effort. How could someone be so low-key as not to mention anything? Isn't it time for people at this age to be proud and competitive? Seeing that no one had any objections, Song Wan simply placed the documents in blank paper in front of them again. This time, no one dared to disturb her again. Even the onlookers subconsciously breathed more lightly. Watching the number calculation should have been an extremely boring task, but Song Wan's speed was simply too fast. She could write the answer on paper almost at a glance. Her handwriting was beautiful and her movements were indescribably smooth. By the second half, everyone couldn't help but take a chair and sit down until Song Wan finished checking all the documents. This time, without waiting for Song Wan to speak, the assistant behind Yu Tianming hurried forward and took all the papers that Song Wan had just written. Song Wan turned her head, and before she could say anything, Zhang Jiabua, beside her, suddenly stood up. "You little classmate, you have such a talent, but you didn't show it earlier. You forced me to joke with you. Really? Shameless." Everyone present, especially the younger ones, looked at Zhang Jiabua with something strange in their eyes. They had made the bet so confidently before, and it was obvious that they just wanted to squeeze Song Wan out. Now that they've been slapped in the face, they're saying this is a joke. He tried to save face was not clever at all. Song Wan smiled softly when she heard this. She didn't look at Zhang Jiabua anymore. She stood up and looked at Yu Tianming. "Teacher." Heard Song Wan calling him. His face was wrinkled with laughter. "What's wrong?" "Wanwan, you were such a great kid. You helped us so much right after you arrived. If it weren't for you, this digital accounting would have been a huge project." After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Zhang Jiabua beside him, and then said in a serious tone, "But since Teacher Zhang has agreed to your request, you can join us in the core project of optical technology." Song Wan curled the corners of her mouth, glanced at Zhang Jiabua, whose face was extremely ugly, and said with a smile, "Teacher, in fact, I was able to figure out the calculations so quickly, thanks to the fact that I have done similar projects before." As soon as these words were spoken, not only Yu Tianming, but everyone present couldn't help but look over. Yu Tianming's expression instantly turned serious. He looked at Song Wan and asked anxiously, "You said you have participated in a similar project before? Where? What are you studying?" Song Wan had anticipated such a reaction, so she smiled slightly and continued, "He is a researcher at a technology company. The research project happens to be a photolithography machine. But I still don't know what the final result will be." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianming's eyes widened. He should be the one who knows best how scarce senior researchers in lithography machines are. It is obvious that the accuracy that has been achieved before will not be comparable to the calculations here. Song Wan seemed to know what he was thinking, and she took out a file bag from the bag she brought with her. "This is part of his research results. When he heard that I was doing research with the teacher this time, he gave it to me and said that he hoped it could help the teacher." Yu Tianming didn't even have time to say anything more and hurriedly took the document. This is an extremely perfect research result. After reading only the beginning, Yu Tianming couldn't help but take a deep breath, and even his breathing became rapid. This is because the accuracy of the lithography machine signed in this research document is actually 1 nanometer. Chapter 112. You don't also have shares in this technology company, do you? Yu Tianming subconsciously took the documents and took Song Wan away from the place and walked directly into an office. Only then could he sit down impatiently and start browsing the contents of the file. The document was indeed only part of the research results, but based on his years of chip research, the feasibility of this document was surprisingly high. Thinking of this, Yu Tianming could no longer sit still. He stood up hastily and asked Song Wan, "Is this person from China? Can you contact me now?" Song Wan nodded, her voice very calm. "Sure, teacher. His name is Linhai, and he is a pure Chinese. I happen to be in the imperial capital now." After a pause, he added with a smile, "He told me before I came here that although he is also a businessman, he will definitely do his best as long as the country needs him." Yu Tianming's face became visibly excited, although he had already seen the man's attitude from the documents Song Wan gave him. "But now that it has been implemented, I feel more at ease." Seeing this, Song Wan didn't say much, but took out her cell phone and called Linhai. After confirming that Linhai would arrive within 20 minutes, Yu Tianming did not dare to relax at all. Just let him wait in the hotel. I will call the higher-ups now and have someone escort him over. There can't be any mistakes with such a confidential person. Song Wan naturally understood what Yu Tianming was worried about, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. In fact, it is highly likely that no one will notice Meng Hai had asked Qing Lin to inform Meng Hai of the documents on the lithography machine and the current situation they were facing only yesterday evening. After getting Meng Hai's consent, I came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Unless that person can become invisible, no one would know how important Meng Hai is now. Although she thought so, Song Wan did not refute Yu Tianming's decision. It was not until Yu Tianming had explained everything to his superiors and confirmed the time that he finally felt relieved. After calming down, he looked at Song Wan with a meaningful look. Girl, if you were planning to introduce me, you should have just told me no in the beginning. You will join us in the next research. Song Wan heard this and shook her head slightly. Teacher, I am only somewhat familiar with computers. As for the photolithography machine, Meng Hai told me some simple questions that I can't research. Yu Tianming was not surprised when he heard this. He just asked with a smile, did you not want to participate in this research from the beginning? After saying that, he started laughing without waiting for Song Wan to answer. This girl is very cunning. I just came for a walk, and not only did I successfully get the person I wanted to introduce, but I also gained a lot of connections with researchers. Never underestimate these connections. There are almost no idle people in his research institute. All those who are able to participate are senior researchers. Sometimes, if these connections are used well, they can bring huge benefits. Thinking of this, Yu Tianming looked at Song Wan with a deeper gaze. You don't also have shares in the technology company where Meng Hai works, do you? With his help, if the lithography machine on the document can be completed under Meng Hai's guidance, then when it comes to mass production, if Meng Hai's company has this capability, other companies will have no way to get involved. Take as.ml of Holland, for example. The patents are all in the hands of others. Once it cooperates with the country, the value of the company can soar to an unattainable height overnight. Song Wan met Yu Tianming's gaze and smiled awkwardly. A little bit. Yu Tianming rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. Are you really not interested in scientific research? Song Wan nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. She has a system, real estate, and a company. Although it may sound a bit tacky, she just wants to enjoy her life to the fullest. Naturally, she would not sit idly by when the country is in trouble, but now no one is missing her, so why not just let her have some freedom? Seeing this, Yu Tianming didn't try to persuade her anymore, but he couldn't help feeling a little regretful when he looked at Song Wan. What a good seedling. This idea lasted until Meng Hai arrived. When Meng Hai arrived at the research institute under the escort of bodyguards, Yu Tianming almost jumped out in an instant. He walked so fast that you wouldn't even look like he was nearly 50. Song Wan silently watched Yu Tianming pull Meng Hai over and start asking some detailed questions. After looking at Meng Hai, she consciously returned to her computer. Awesome, Teacher Song. When Lu Kong saw Song Wan, he couldn't help but come over. Then he pointed with his chin at Meng Hai, who was being held tightly by Yu Tianming, and said, when Zhang Jiabao came back, old Yu was not this excited. Although they did not see what was written on the document that Song Wan handed to Mr. Yu, they could roughly guess it. Being able to have a new person come in after the project has already started made Mr. Yu so excited that he could hardly hide his emotions. Even outside the research institute, there were suddenly many more bodyguards. The importance of this newcomer can be seen from this. At the very least, he is much more important than that self-righteous Zhang Jiabao. Thinking of this, the further thoughts become logical. The technology they have is definitely better than Zhang Jiabao's, and they are even more patriotic and have a good attitude, unlike Zhang Jiabao, who was invited back from abroad with great difficulty and still acts like a big shot. Song Wan chuckled and said nothing, but corrected Lu Kang's address. I told you not to call me teacher, just call me Song Wan. Lu Kang didn't listen at all and looked at Song Wan with sharp eyes. In our institute, age is not important, only technology is important. You are more skilled than me and you have taught me so much, so what's wrong with calling you teacher? Who is that person? Did you introduce him? As soon as Lu Kang finished speaking, Zhang Jiabao had already walked up to the two of them. What Lu Kang could think of, Zhang Jiabao could naturally think of as well. That was why he didn't believe it at all. No one knows the domestic technology better than him. What's more, a stranger face that I have never seen before. When he thought of this, Zhang Jiabao's face became noticeably uglier, and he looked at Song Wan with an expression as if he was going to call her to task. Song Wan turned around and tilted her head with a smile. I heard that Professor Zhang's main research abroad is 10 nanometers precision. Zhang Jiao's eyes flickered unconsciously when he heard this. So what? Not so good. Song Wan blinked at him, speaking innocently. It's just that the content of the institute may need to change. If Professor Zhang is not familiar with other precisions, maybe he needs to go out for further study? Chapter 113, Is This the Power of the Top Rich? Zhang Jiao. He looked at Meng Hai, who was being talked to in a friendly manner by Yu Tianming, and then looked at Song Wan, who was looking at him leisurely as if she was watching a joke. I don't know why, but my mind suddenly recalled the scene where she asked him with a smile if he could give her a chance. His tone was soft, and at first glance he looked like a young kid who had not yet entered society, who knew that he was not only not a little lamb, but also an ambitious wolf cub. Don't be too proud. Zhang Jiaobo narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Wan, his tone clearly filled with anger. It's not certain whether it can be accomplished. Having said this, he walked directly towards Yu Tianming, who was still holding Meng Hai, and asking him various questions. Mr. Yu, is there a new person in our project? Yu Tianming was so engrossed that he didn't even notice Zhang Jiao's arrival. It was not until Zhang Jiao stood in front of him and spoke that Yu Tianming subconsciously turned his head. Seeing that the person coming was Zhang Jiao, Yu Tianming's smile subconsciously faded a little. What's wrong? Zhang Jiao suppressed his anger and had to repeat himself. Is there a new person in our project? Why didn't Mr. Yu introduce him to me? Hearing this, the smile on Yu Tianming's face faded even more. Has great respect for all scientific researchers who choose to return to their motherland. But Zhang Jiao is different. He had the skills, but he never thought about returning to China at the beginning. If Zhang Jiao had not been promised huge profits, he would never have set foot on his homeland of China. Before, I had no choice but to tolerate his series of sloppy behaviors. Now that there is a better candidate, what does Zhang Jiao matter? However, although Yu Tianming thought so in his heart, he did not show it at all on his face. He just smiled and said to Zhang Jiao, I guess so. This guy is studying photolithography machines just like you. Look, he brought some new information. As he spoke, he shook the documents in his hand. Zhang Jiao slowly stretched out his hand. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Yu can let me take a look at this document? Yu Tianming had no intention of handing over the document, but continued to smile and said, I have to send this document to the higher-ups for review first. The implication is that I won't let him see it now. This is to guard against him. Zhang Jiao's expression suddenly turned grim, and his smile disappeared as he turned to Yu Tianming. Mr. Yu, don't forget that I am the researcher specially invited by the higher-ups to be in charge of this project. Yu Tianming still had that smiling expression. I know, but I also said that this is a confidential document and needs to be reviewed by the higher-ups first. Zhang Jiao immediately turned his gaze towards Meng Hai, who was younger than him, had more hair than him, and even had a simple stubborn look on his face. Turned around and went back to the laboratory without saying anything else. Meng Hai looked slightly puzzled, but Yu Tianming immediately patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Hai, what our country needs most are young people like you who have skills and have not lost their original intentions. If everyone is like Zhang Jiao, who is willing to come back only when he sees benefits, then their country is truly finished. If they can buy it off with benefits, it means others can do the same. If there was no other choice, he would not want Zhang Jiao to participate in such a confidential project. Seeing Meng Hai scratching his head with a little embarrassment on his face, Yu Tianming immediately laughed. He turned around and handed the document directly to the bodyguard, then explained something carefully before turning around and asking Meng Hai a lot of questions. Until the sun set, all the work for the day in the institute was finished, but Yu Tianming still felt a little unsatisfied. Without hesitation, he patted Meng Hai on the shoulder and said, Xiao Hai, I remember you were staying at Panga Hotel, right? Meng Hai nodded, somewhat confused. Then he heard Yu Tianming smiling at him and said, It just so happens that I also want to stay in a hotel today, so why not go with you? Lang Yin, who was not far away, saw this scene and immediately touched his forehead weakly. He was too embarrassed to expose the teacher. Did he want to stay in a hotel? You've been talking to someone for a whole day, and you're not feeling tired. It's not like you won't see them again tomorrow. What's more, how could his teacher, who has always been frugal, stay in a 7-star hotel? Xiao Lang Yin sighed in his heart, but still took out his cell phone and resigned himself to booking a room in advance when he saw a white hand appear in front of him. Xiao Lang Yin looked up and looked at Song Wan, who was blocking his movements with her hands, and asked with some doubt, What's wrong? Song Wan sat down next to him naturally and shook her phone again. I have already booked a room for Teacher Yu. Xiao Lang Yin heard this. His eyes lit up as he looked at Song Wan. Is this the power of the top rich people? Well, To be honest, junior sister, I also... Before he could finish his words, he heard Song Wan's voice softly continue in his ear. Your room is across from the teacher. If the occasion wasn't wrong, Xiao Langyin really wanted to rush up and give his dear little junior sister a bear hug. This is not a top rich man at all. It's clearly a pair of shiny golden legs. Thinking of this, several people went out together. However, when Xiao Langyin saw the butler standing next to the Rolls-Royce Phantom waiting for them, Xiao Langyin couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his mouth. It's obviously a new car, even the license plate has been installed. It turns out that the speed of rich people is not called speed at all. However, Yu Tianming was surprised when he saw this scene. This is... Qinglin stepped forward and dutifully opened the car door for Yu Tianming. Our lady has already given instructions. Just get in the car. We'll go to Panga Hotel now. Yu Tianming looked at Qinglin in surprise, then turned back to look at the smiling Song Wan. With a pop, he seemed to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. Does he remember that Wanwan is from the Magic City? She has only been in the capital for a short time, but she already has a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This family background is probably rare in the whole of China. Thinking of this, Yu Tianming couldn't help but let out a long sigh. With such a wealthy family, she must have been exposed to business issues since she was a child. No wonder this girl has no interest in scientific research. Judging from his appearance, he was clearly brought up in pampering. Maybe there are many small goals in the family waiting for this girl to inherit. The idea of bringing her into the scientific research community was completely shattered by the sudden impact of reality. Chapter 114, Don't Let Any Sick Cats or Dogs In. Originally, Yu Tianming was thinking of letting the bodyguards escort them there, but now that he saw Song Wan's car coming, he didn't hesitate. Just let the bodyguards follow behind you. Song Wan had no idea that Yu Tianming had thought so much in such a short time. It was not until she saw them all get on the car that she followed him in under Qinglin's careful care. Watching Qinglin thoughtfully bring out snacks and drinks, and even placing tea in front of them, Xiao Langyin looked at Song Wan with even more admiration. I'm afraid there aren't many people who know how to enjoy life as well as my junior sister. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Several people got off the car one after another and soon arrived at the hotel lobby. In the lobby, a dedicated hotel manager was already waiting there. When he saw Song Wan and his group coming, he bent down and walked towards them. In front of Song Wan, he bent his waist again. Boss, our presidential suite is ready for you. The ingredients are also ready. If you need it, we can start cooking right away. Xiao Langyin, who was standing in front of Song Wan, couldn't help but open his mouth again. Good boy. Presidential suite. Although he has never lived there, he has heard of it. As the only 7-star hotel in the imperial capital, Panga Hotel is naturally extremely luxurious. There are 140 suites alone, located from the 7th to the 20th floors. The presidential suite is on the 20th floor, with an area of 488 square meters. It is said that the equipment and facilities in the room are world-class. As expected, she is the little sister of the rich man. Didn't you say there are no more presidential suites? Just as Song Wan was about to reply, she heard a sharp female voice. Turning my head slightly, I saw the woman who spoke had short hair and was wearing a sports suit. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Behind her stood a young man wearing sunglasses. The woman obviously heard what the hotel manager said, and she came over immediately, looking over here with anger in her eyes, directly staring at the hotel manager. Won't you explain? Is this how your hotel treats its guests? Our Chengxian is now the top traffic. It is an honor for your hotel to choose you. You just told us that there were no presidential suites. Now that you see someone coming, you just take them there. What do you mean? The short-haired woman had a very sharp voice. She was actually quite pretty, but perhaps because she was used to being so arrogant, her face also had a bit of a mean look to it. Without waiting for the hotel manager to explain, he spoke again like a machine gun. Don't you know what kind of fan effect it will bring to you if our Chengxian lives in your place? It's no exaggeration to say that your hotel will be packed with people after this. At this point, women with short hair are more confident. If you can't make the decision, go call the top person in charge of your hotel. I just don't believe that your boss would leave a cash cow like our Chengxian behind. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager's smile was about to break. He politely forced a stiff smile towards the short-haired woman. Sorry, our boss has already reserved the presidential suite, so no other people are allowed in. Is this woman deaf or what? You just said the word boss so clearly, but you just couldn't hear it? The entire Pangu 7-star hotel belongs to the boss, let alone a small top-tier celebrity. Even if he is an international celebrity, do you think he has the courage to come to Pangu and make a scene? The short-haired woman was obviously flattered and didn't even listen to the hotel manager's explanation. She said disdainfully, "You are not qualified to talk to us." I said, "Go and call your top leader over." Seeing the hotel manager looking like he wanted to cry, but couldn't, Song Wan chuckled and took a few steps forward. "The highest person in charge? How about you just tell me directly?" Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman turned her gaze from the hotel manager to Song Wan. Seeing Song Wan's appearance clearly, he subconsciously blocked Chung Xian's sight behind him. "You." After saying that, he glanced at Song Wan and her group, first at Qing Lin and Xiao Lingyan, who were following Song Wan on the left and right, and finally paused with his eyes focused on Yu Tianming, who was wearing ordinary clothes. His eyes became even more disdainful. "Did they chase their idol to the hotel? And you're chasing me with your whole family? Girl, I've seen more extreme fans than you. If you know what's best for you, just leave on your own. Don't think that you can interfere in the lives of celebrities just because you have a little money at home. If I sue you in this situation, you'll definitely get punished. You know that?" After that, he sighed as if to express his deepest concern. "Besides, wouldn't it be better if you use this money to buy some clothes for your elderly family member? I'm wearing gold and silver myself. I can't stand people like you who torture the elderly at home just to chase after celebrities." After hearing this, Xiao Lingyan, who was beside Song Wan, burst out laughing and looked at Yu Tianming with a smile on his face. "Teacher, look at me, look at me. I usually ask you to buy more nice clothes, but you just won't listen. Look at what people say about my junior sister because of you." Yu Tianming originally wanted to pull Ming Hai to continue the previous topic, but he never expected that he could become a weapon for others to attack the little girl. Lang Yin in annoyance, and his gaze towards the short-haired woman suddenly became serious. "Little girl, you can't talk nonsense like you do without knowing the truth of the matter." The short-haired woman gave Yu Tianming a cold look. "Old sir, I would also like to give you a piece of advice. Instead of taking the time to lecture me, why don't you give your own young generation some advice and let her understand what it means to be a rational fan? She is so vigilant because there are precedents of this happening before. She just wasn't paying attention, and a pretty good-looking, illegitimate fan sneaked into the hotel they were staying. When she finished her work and entered Chung Xian's room, they both did everything they should and shouldn't do. If she wasn't afraid of making things worse, she would have pushed that woman in front of the screen to let her experience what it feels like to be exposed online. Any woman who relies on her youth and good looks to seduce Chung Xian deserves to die." Confused by the accusation and pointed at the short-haired woman, unable to say a word. Seeing this, the short-haired woman curled her lips in disdain. Just as she was about to say something else, she saw the girl in front of her pointing at her head. "Do you have a problem here?" The short-haired woman reacted. Her eyes widened, and she wanted to curse. The next moment, she heard the girl coldly say to the hotel manager beside her, "Please ask them to leave and put them on the permanent blacklist. From now on, please carefully screen your hotel guests and don't let in any sick cats or dogs." Chapter 115, How Can I Calm Your Anger? The hotel manager immediately bowed and replied respectfully, "Yes, boss." Then he turned around and looked at the bodyguard standing in the hall. "Hurry up and ask them to get out." The bodyguard wanted to step forward immediately after hearing what was said. It was the first time that the short-haired woman saw such a scene, and she was so frightened that she was a little dazed. He turned and looked at Song Wan with a look of disbelief. "Are you the owner of Pangu Hotel? How is that possible? Pangu Hotel is the only 7-star hotel in the imperial capital. How could the owner be such a young girl?" At this time, Chung Xian, who was standing behind her, finally reacted. He frowned and looked at the short-haired woman, then adjusted his sunglasses and walked towards Song Wan with a smile. "Miss, I think there must be some misunderstanding here." The short-haired woman came to her senses and quickly said, "That's right, we didn't know you were the owner of this hotel. It's all misunderstanding, all misunderstanding." Song Wan didn't say anything, but just looked at the two of them with a sneer on her face. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing this, Chung Xian took a deep breath and took off his sunglasses, revealing his handsome face. Then he blinked his peach blossom eyes at Song Wan and said, "Miss, I am a public figure after all. Can you bear to let me be kicked out like this and expose negative news?" Qinglin took a step forward without any expression. Although he looked at Chung Xian with a smile on his face, there was a strong coldness in his eyes. "I'm sorry, my lady can't stand the strong smell of powder. Please step back a little." Chung Xian's wink to his fans didn't work before it froze on his face. She subconsciously looked at Qinglin, and the words of rebuttal were on the tip of her tongue. But after seeing his face clearly, she held them back. "You, I'm talking to this lady. Lang Yan, who was standing beside him and saw the whole scene, couldn't help but clench his hands in a fist, put them to his mouth, and pretended to cough twice. There are so many handsome young men in the entertainment industry, but what is the identity of his junior sister? There will never be a shortage of good-looking people in the circle of wealthy people. There are plenty of people like Cheng Xian, who is at best a young and handsome guy with a little traffic. Not to mention that his junior sister is not only rich, but also pretty. How shameless is Cheng Xian? Sure enough, Song Wan did not show any sign of liking Cheng Xian's wink. Instead, she symbolically took a half step back and slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows. I don't want to talk to you, thank you. Sung Sun has been held in the hands of fans since his debut. Regardless of the current situation, his expression became uncontrollable and he froze. The short-haired woman's expression was also very stiff. It was not until now that she finally believed that the girl in front of her was not coming for Cheng Xian. He smiled awkwardly, and when he saw Song Wan's expression, he immediately put on a bit of flattery. Miss, please be flexible. Cheng Xian originally came here because we like your hotel. With the presidential suite just to advertise your hotel. Hearing this, the hotel manager at the side finally couldn't help it. He looked at the short-haired woman with a polite but stiff smile and said in a serious tone, "As the only 7-star hotel in the imperial capital, our Panga Hotel has always been famous for its high-end services. We don't need popular artists to advertise, thank you." He has been working as a hotel manager for many years and always encounters strange customers like this. The young hunk and his assistant in front of him are the best among them. At the beginning, he just called the boss, but the two men were so deaf that they couldn't hear him even once. Asking for the boss presidential suite in front of their boss. When the hotel manager thought of this, he couldn't help but get angry. If the boss had a worse temper, he might have been implicated. After hearing the hotel manager's disrespectful words, the short-haired woman felt a little uncomfortable and subconsciously looked at Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian met her gaze and suddenly felt a little disappointed. She clenched her fists slightly and finally turned her gaze to the boss Song Wan. "Miss, how do you think we can deal with this to calm your anger?" Became even more popular after he filmed a fantasy drama some time ago. No matter where you go, there are always paparazzi following you. If the scene of him being kicked out of the hotel was really filmed, his face would be wasted. Besides, if this was just a small and inconspicuous hotel, it would be fine. At worst, he could guide his fans and turn him into a perfect victim. But Panga Hotel is different. As the only 7-star hotel in the capital and located in this geographical location, no one would believe the boss when he said he had no background. For a big shot like this, let alone leading his fans to expose others online, he might be ruined by just one word from others. When he thought of this, Cheng Xian felt even more resentful towards the short-haired woman. It's really more of a failure than a success. The short-haired woman was obviously aware of Cheng Xian's hidden anger towards her, and her lips curled up in a somewhat aggrieved manner. She did all this for him. Song Wan didn't care to watch the exchange between the two. She just tilted her head slightly and said to the hotel manager, "Want me to help you?" The hotel manager was suddenly startled and waved his hand hurriedly to let the bodyguards drag out the two people who didn't want to leave. Because the assistant was a woman, the bodyguards were cautious and went easier on her, so Cheng Xian obviously did not receive such good treatment. The thin figure was dragged away, and the sunglasses he was holding fell off. The slight resistance made his collar crooked. Seeing the two people being carried out of the hall, Song Wan slowly withdrew his gaze. Then he smiled at Yu Tianming and the others behind him and said, "I asked the hotel to prepare the food in advance. Do you want to eat in the restaurant or have them deliver it directly to your room?" Yu Tianming and Xiao Langyin couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard this. Especially Yu Tianming. In his eyes, Song Wan was originally a delicate, small, talented, and well-behaved primary school student. But now, after seeing this scene, he realized that this primary school student was not vague at all when doing things. Yu Tianming, who always likes someone if he likes them and dislikes someone if he dislikes them, and who is always happy to take revenge, feels a little more friendly towards Song Wan. He finally withdrew some of his attention from Linhai and said to Song Wan with a smile, "Let's go to the restaurant. It just so happens that we can have a meal together." Chapter 116, this is called Kicking the Fallen Dog. Xiao Langyan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. His admiration for his junior sister is now endless. Get closer to my junior sister. By the way, after dinner, I also want to visit the legendary presidential suite. Minghai saw that both of them wanted to eat in the restaurant, so he naturally had no objection. Seeing this, Song Wan turned around and nodded to the hotel manager, then let them deliver the food to the restaurant later. The hotel manager nodded hurriedly and personally led the group to the most luxurious private room in the restaurant. It is now dark. Looking down from here, you can almost see the water and fire reflections of the lights of the bird's nest and the water cube. The hotel's treatment of the boss, Song Wan, is obviously different. The freshest ingredients, the most exquisite dishes, both Chinese and Western food, are obviously the chef's best. When all the delicacies were served, it was like a visual feast. Xiao Longyin's psychological endurance was obviously improved. While tasting the food and looking at the scenery outside the window, he felt that everything was wonderful when he followed his junior sister. After dinner, Yu Tianming said goodbye to Song Wan with a smile and directly took Ming Hai to the arranged suite. Xiao Lingyin shamelessly followed Song Wan and toured the entire presidential suite before leaving amid exclamations of amazement. Song Wan and Qing Lin were the only ones left in the presidential suite. Song Wan finally relaxed completely. After taking a shower and changing clothes, I let myself collapse on the sofa. Although my physical strength has been perfectly enhanced now, I no longer feel tired. But after this trip, I still feel that I should take more rest. Seeing this, Qing Lin immediately came up to Song Wan. Song Wan's expression, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were full of gentleness and doting. Without saying a word, he just knelt on one knee on the blanket and gently massaged Song Wan's shoulders. Song Wan was stunned at first, but soon her shoulders completely relaxed. Qing Lin's fingers were very slender, and obviously he had practiced with very skillful techniques. Song Wan narrowed her eyes unconsciously. Soon, the sound of regular breathing could be heard from the sofa. Qing Lin looked at her sleeping face, his eyes still full of gentleness. After waiting for a while and making sure that she would not wake up, he gently carried Song Wan to the bed in the master bedroom. Then he covered her with the quilt again, making sure there was nothing missing, and then quietly left the room. I don't know if it was because of the massage, but Song Wan slept particularly soundly. When I woke up the next day, it was already past 9 o'clock. He squinted his eyes and looked around the room before he vaguely reacted. Think it's a new day again, host. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Then congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level whitening formula. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Soon as the system finished speaking, the new product formula appeared in Song Wan's mind again. It is the top whitening formula. There are many whitening products on the market today, but not many of them can really work. Even if it has some effect, it has to be used over time, and the effect is not very obvious. As for the God-level formula that the system has provided, there is naturally no need to worry about its efficacy. Song Wan blinked. This was the second formula after the hair growth formula. If the hair growth formula is aimed at all bald babies, then the whitening products are naturally aimed at people who want to have white hair. The most important thing is that her whitening products have no side effects. Just like the hair growth formula, once the product is produced, it can become popular through word of mouth even without advertising. This is the confidence the system gives her. Thinking of this, Song Wan couldn't help but smile with her eyes curved. The system clearly wants her to expand her businesses into various industries. The host wants to become a top white, rich, and beautiful woman, so naturally she can't be short of industries under her name. The system's cute voice solemnly sounded in Song Wan's mind, and then gently added, "We expect the host to expand the industry all over the world." Song Wan was startled for a moment, then the smile on her face deepened. "Thank you, Tongzi. System. You're welcome." It was found that in China, elders do not need to say thank you for gifts given to younger generations, Omega. This is how they can show their closeness. Song Wan naturally had no idea what random things the system was thinking about in its mind. She just washed up, changed her clothes, and went out. When Qing Lin saw her coming out, he quickly came over to greet her. "Miss, breakfast is ready. I'll have them bring it to the room right away." As a personal butler, he was naturally very clear about Song Wan's habits. Song Wan did not answer immediately, but raised her eyes slightly. "Where are teacher you and the others?" Upon hearing this, Qing Lin smiled gently at Song Wan and said, "They woke up at 6 in the morning and went to the research institute after breakfast." Song Wan. Speech. 6 o'clock. Are all researchers so competitive? I couldn't help but look at the time again. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the sunlight was a little dazzling. Song Wan was embarrassed for a moment and said awkwardly, "Then let them bring breakfast over." After finishing breakfast, Song Wan slowly received a call from Xiao Lingyin. "Junior sister, are you awake?" Xiao Lingyin spoke. Song Wan couldn't help but stiffen again. Awake. Xiao Lingyin on the other end of the phone didn't notice anything wrong with Song Wan's tone, so he spoke again happily. That's good, that's good. I was afraid that I would disturb your sleep. After all, this is your first time doing this kind of work. When we left in the morning, the teacher specifically told you to have a good rest. Song Wan. It's even more embarrassing, okay? Oh yes, junior sister, I have good news for you. It was obvious that Xiao Langyin not only did not notice anything wrong, but her tone became even more excited. I've already reviewed the information Meng Hai brought over yesterday and approved our research project. This time, teacher Meng Hai will serve as the lead researcher. That Zhang Jiaobo you hate is about to pack up and leave the institute. Xiao Langyin spoke a long paragraph excitedly without pausing for a moment, which showed how excited his face was. Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a familiar and angry voice coming from the other end of the phone. Xiao Lang Yin, you are adding insult to injury. Xiao Lang Yin was so frightened that he accidentally pressed the speaker. Then Zhang Jiaobo heard the light and pleasant voice of a girl coming slowly towards him. Adding insult to injury? Isn't that right? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it kicking the man when he's down. Chapter 117, Don't Say Things So Nicely. Zhang Jiaobo was stunned for a moment, and there was something wrong in the way he looked at Xiao Langyin. Xiao Langyin pursed his lips immediately and said to Zhang Jiaobo with a suppressed smile, Children are ignorant. Please don't mind it, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Jiaobo pointed at him, his fingers trembling. I'll remember you. If you fail this time and want to invite me over again, humph. After saying these harsh words, Zhang Jiaobo left without even looking back. Xiao Langyin then turned off the speaker that he had accidentally turned on, and then smiled at Song Wan on the other end of the phone. Finally, he left. Otherwise, we don't know when the depressing atmosphere in our institute will end. Who can feel good when someone always looks down on others? Now that the project no longer needs him, everyone in the institute is very happy. Song Wan didn't care. Failure was impossible, so it was probably impossible for Zhang Jiaobo to come back. Oh, junior sister. The teacher said that they need to make a good research plan for the project in the next 2 days, so we will have relatively free time in the next 2 days. Is there any place you want to go? What this means, of course, is that you can go wherever you want to go in these 2 days. Song Wan nodded slightly and subconsciously thought of his resentful cousin and said, Then I might have to go to the Imperial Capital Sports University. Hearing this, Xiao Langyin immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you going to look for someone? Yes, cousin. Song Wan did not hide it and replied directly. Xiao Langyin was excited when he heard Song Wan say that. Wow, you're already thinking about visiting your cousin after just arriving. Song Wan subconsciously stroked his forehead and heard Xiao Langyin's voice coming from the other end of the phone again. Well, junior sister, are you still in need of a cousin? Song Wan. After hanging up the phone, Song Wan came to the window. Looking down through the floor-to-ceiling windows during the day, you will see a completely different scene. He stretched and sat for a while before taking Qinglin downstairs. The car was naturally driven by Qinglin and went directly to the Imperial Capital Sports University. Song Wan did not stop holding the phone in her hand and directly called Jianghuai. Imperial University of Physical Education Male Dormitory. Jianghuai had just finished class and was about to go back to the dormitory. When he saw the caller ID on his phone, his eyes lit up. Sister, you finally remembered that you have a younger brother. Jiang Huai's voice was filled with deep resentment, causing Song Wan on the other end of the phone to be stunned for a moment. If I remember correctly, didn't they just contact each other a few days ago? Jiang Huai didn't care about that. He just held the phone and said to Song Wan, Speaking of which, sister, what do you want from me? Before Song Wan on the other end of the phone could say anything, Jiang Huai was blocked by a girl. Including Jiang Huai, there are 4 boys in the same dormitory. We go to class and play basketball together on weekdays. At this time, except for Shun Tingzhu, who went back to his rented house directly because he had no classes in the afternoon, the remaining 2 boys were standing on Jiang Huai's left and right. When they saw the person coming, they looked at each other subconsciously, and a complicated look flashed in their eyes at the same time. Not for any other reason, just because the girl standing in front of them was a familiar face. It was Jiang Huai's ex-girlfriend who dumped him shortly after the start of his freshman year. I heard that the 2 were high school classmates, and it took Jiang Huai a while to get over the breakup. Sure enough, after seeing the person coming, Jiang Huai's face immediately became extremely cold. He didn't even bother to talk to Song Wan on the other end of the phone and asked directly with a sullen face, What are you doing here? The girl standing in front of them was undoubtedly pretty, with an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and delicate facial features. The most eye-catching thing is her big watery eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. Just looking at them makes people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. The girl was very aware of her own advantages. When she looked at Jiang Huai, tears welled up in her eyes almost instantly. Jiang Huai, I miss you. However, Jiang Huai's expression did not change, but became even colder. Feng Nana, I remember we broke up. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't disgust me with this attitude. The girl called Feng Nana is naturally Jiang Huai's ex-girlfriend. Hearing Jiang Huai say this, Feng Nana bit her lip pitifully. Jiang Huai, after so long I realize that I really can't forget you. Don't you really like me anymore? Like? Jiang Huai couldn't help but sneer. He must be crazy to like a woman who cheated on him. Man, there are so many who are a little bit unfaithful these days. But Feng Nana should never, ever trample on his sincerity when breaking up. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai's expression became even colder. If I remember correctly, you have a boyfriend now, right? Do you want me to call him over so he can appreciate how you can't forget your ex-boyfriend? Feng Nana's expression could not help but freeze, and the look she gave Jiang Huai suddenly became even more pitiful. Jiang Huai, don't you remember that you told me before that you would take me back to meet your parents during the holidays? Jiang Huai narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone already full of impatience. You also said that was in the past. The tears that had been rolling in Feng Nana's eyes finally dripped down her cheeks at this moment. Jiang Huai, I gave up the rich second generation and came back to find you. Do you have to treat me like this? Jiang Huai sneered again. Don't make your words sound so nice. Give up the rich second generation and come back to me? Do you want me to find out if you thought of me because you were dumped by someone? Feng Nana's tearful eyes suddenly blinked stiffly, and she couldn't say anything for a moment. Seeing this, Jiang Huai's mocking smile became more obvious. Feng Nana, I was blind before, but now I'm cured. I won't be fooled by you anymore, understand? Who was it that swore so confidently that he couldn't even afford a bag that a rich second generation bought for him, even after working hard for years? He didn't blame her for being snobbish. After all, who didn't want to pursue a better life these days? He had no right to interfere with her thoughts. But not only did she dump him, but she also brought the rich second-generation kid to show off in front of him. What was the meaning of that? Jiang Huai felt sick and wanted to vomit when he thought about how he had delivered breakfast to a woman like this for 2 years regardless of the weather when he was in high school. Feng Nana was obviously unaware of the disgust in Jiang Huai's eyes. She just shed tears quietly at Jiang Huai and silently aimed her best angle at Jiang Huai. Seeing that Jiang Huai's expression showed no sign of changing, Feng Nana finally couldn't help but secretly clench her fists, and then said to Jiang Huai softly, Jiang Huai, I really know I was wrong. Can't you forgive me just once? Chapter 118. Worthy of Being Siblings. It was only after she was dumped by a rich second-generation man that she realized that kind of person was not sincere to her at all. He orders it around like a pet, just for fun. When they had enough fun with her, they just threw her away like trash. So, she desperately began to miss Jiang Huai, who had always put her first, taken care of her meticulously, held her in his hands, and planned her into the future. She knew exactly how long it took Jiang Huai to get over the grief after breaking up with her. It is precisely because of this that she is certain that Jiang Huai will never forget her. After all, they're each other's first love. It is said on the internet that for men, first love is like the white moonlight, the most unforgettable. And she was absolutely sure that she was Jiang Huai's white moonlight. However, Jiang Huai, who was standing in front of her, had only impatience and annoyance on his face after hearing her question. No. Can you move aside? If he continued to stay like this, he was afraid that he would really not be able to hold back and curse. Feng Nana was stunned again, and seemed to be uncomfortable with Jiang Huai talking to her like this. Subconsciously, she wanted to act like a spoiled brat, but in the end, she was still concerned about Jiang Huai's 2 roommates who were still around. In the end, she just curled her lips slightly and said in an even more pitiful voice, Then tell me, what do you want in exchange for my forgiveness? Suppressed his anger and said to Feng Nana word by word, Why do you think that I will wait for you right here as soon as you turn around? If you can have a new boyfriend, then I won't have a new girlfriend? The 2 roommates next to him opened their eyes wide and wanted to say something but then closed their mouths. Feng Nana saw the reactions of the 2 people and became more certain that Jiang Huai was deliberately saying such words to anger her. So the hands hanging by her sides wanted to grab the hem of his clothes. Jiang Huai quickly took a step back, as if he was avoiding a plague. Feng Nana didn't realize it at all. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she heard a clear and pleasant voice coming from behind. Ah Huai, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What are you doing here? When Feng Nana heard this, she felt the heat in her body fade away, and she subconsciously looked behind her. I saw a girl in a white dress getting out of the Rolls-Royce with a smile on her face, and then she walked towards this side. The girl was dressed very exquisitely. Feng Nana had been around the rich second generation for some time, and she could tell at a glance that the skirt the girl was wearing was the latest model from LV. The ones on her wrists are Cartier and Van Cleef Arpels. At first glance, she is obviously a daughter of the rich second generation. Feng Nana was previously taken by a rich second-generation man to a cocktail party and met some rich girls, but those people didn't even look at her. They treated her with such contempt, as if she were a lowly clown who could only entertain them in their spare time. Because of this, she was naturally a little afraid of the rich girls in that circle. The key point is that the girl in front of him is obviously much more elegant than those rich girls, and she is also very beautiful. Feng Nana unconsciously clenched her sleeves, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, and asked Jiang Huai, "Who is she?" Song Wan put away her cell phone, which had been turned off, and took a step forward to put her hand in Jiang Huai's arm, and asked with a puzzled look, "Ah Huai, who is she?" Jiang Huai's mouth opened slightly in surprise, and when he turned to Song Wan, his eyes were clearly filled with uncontrollable joy. Song Wan sensed that he was about to call her sister, so she pinched his waist without making a sound. Seeing Jiang Huai froze for a moment, with a slightly painful expression, he blinked and continued. "You haven't answered my question yet. We've already made an appointment. Why are you chatting with someone here?" Jiang Huai's reaction was obviously very quick. He didn't even look at Feng Nana and said directly, "I don't even know him. How can I chat with him?" Confused roommates next to them had never mentioned Jiang Huai, but they were very confused about the beautiful girlfriend who suddenly appeared here. But they still subconsciously said to Song Wan, "Sister-in-law, I testify that Jiang Huai did not chat with anyone else." Yes, sister-in-law, please don't be angry. Jiang Huai just said that he is looking forward to seeing you later. Jiang Huai couldn't help but blink as he watched his two roommates defend him. That nonsense just comes out of his mouth. I couldn't help but want to cover my face. Why didn't I know these two had this skill before? Song Wan, who was holding Jiang Huai's arm, couldn't help laughing, but still said, "That's good. I'll believe you this time." Seeing Jiang Huai about to be dragged away by the girl who suddenly appeared, Feng Nana even heard the girl mutter, "Where did you make the guide when you bought those bags for me? Straight men are dead. This is it. If I didn't know how to match it, it would have been put in the bottom of the box." Feng Nana subconsciously looked at the bag the girl was carrying. It's from Chanel. Still a new model. Feng Nana didn't even care about the tears still on her face. She stood in front of them without saying anything. She looked at Jiang Huai with a look of accusation. "Jiang Huai, how could you do this to me?" Jiang Huai was confused. It's obvious to God that when he was dating Feng Nana before, he didn't know that she would be so good at confusing right and wrong. How does this make him look like a heartless man? What did he do to her? Song Wan beside him frowned. Looking at Feng Nana with a pitiful face, he felt that she looked familiar. It took several seconds for Song Wan to finally react. Isn't this the female version of Raymond Lam? Thinking of this, Song Wan looked at Jiang Huai with something strange in her eyes. Wow, they're worthy of being siblings. They look at their lover in the same way. Jiang Huai felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, so he scratched his head subconsciously and explained to Song Wan, "Sister, explain. I can explain. Things are not what you see." However, before Jiang Huai could speak again, Feng Nana spoke again with a heart full of anger. "I originally thought that the relationship between us was the most beautiful, so I gave up everything and came back to find you. I thought you were different from other boys." "Stop," Jiang Huai interrupted her expressionlessly. "I can't imagine anything beautiful about a relationship that's been cheated on." Feng Nana immediately pointed at the Chanel bag Song Wan was carrying. "You are the same," as if to show how affectionate you are. "When we were together, did you ever buy me a bag like this? If you had treated me the same way you treated her, why would I have left you in the first place?" Chapter 119. Complete Revelations. Jack subconsciously glanced at Song Wan, and when he saw the teasing look from his cousin, he almost exploded. After calming himself down, he looked at Feng Nana with a cold gaze. "What didn't I give you when we were together? Besides, if you hadn't left me for the rich second generation, how would you know I wouldn't buy it for you now?" After saying that, without waiting for Feng Nana to react, he pulled Song Wan and was about to leave. Feng Nana was about to go forward, but when she turned around, she saw her rich second-generation ex-boyfriend who had dumped her looking at her with interest. His body suddenly stiffened, and he didn't bother to continue pestering Jiang Huai. The boy just glanced at her meaningfully and then shifted his gaze, then walked straight to Jiang Huai. A new girlfriend? Jiang Huai paused subconsciously. After seeing who was coming, the disgust and anger in his eyes became more obvious. What's it to you? Seeing that the two people were about to leave him, the boy took a step forward and blocked their way again. Jiang Huai was immediately furious. Are you guys done yet? Tay Miao came one after another, even when her sister finally came to see him. The boy was startled. Then he said with amusement, Did you misunderstand me? I came here this time just to pass on a message to you. Upon hearing this, Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly. Is there something going on? Sure enough, the boy spoke slowly. Ling Yao asked me to tell you that I will come to see you this afternoon. Jiang Huai frowned slightly. I don't have time. The boy just shrugged and said, That's between you two. I'm just delivering the message. After saying that, he immediately made way and turned around to leave. Before leaving, he even gently teased, Your vision has improved a lot. No wonder Ling Yao has been thinking about you all the time. When the boys had walked quite far away, Jiang Huai realized that the person he was talking about as having good taste was his cousin. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Song Wan, who was holding his arm. Compared to the last time I saw her, Song Wan was obviously much more beautiful. The style of dressing is different now. If he was not so blind as to not recognize his sister, he would not have doubted that she was some spoiled rich girl. After walking a distance, Jiang Huai finally couldn't help asking, Sister, why did you suddenly come to our school? Sister? As soon as Jiang Huai finished speaking, he heard the surprised voices of his two roommates. Only then did I realize that I was still walking with my roommate. He paused and introduced the two of them directly. This is my cousin Song Wan, whom I often mention to you. Sister, these are my two roommates, Fang Bing and Liu Kun. Song Wan followed his gaze and saw that the slightly taller one was Fang Peng, and the one wearing glasses and looking gentle and refined was Lu Kun. Fang Peng and Lu Kun's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing Jiang Huai's introduction. Oh my God, the legendary fairy sister? Song Wan. Jiang Huai had no choice but to explain to Song Wan the origin of this title. Ever since these two people saw the gift Song Wan bought for him, every time they mentioned Song Wan, they called her fairy sister. It seems that if I call her a sister like this a few more times, I will have a sister like her too. After hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help laughing. She winked at Jiang Huai and said, Then sister will treat you all today and take you to a feast. Jiang Huai's eyes widened slightly. Before he could say anything, Fang Peng and Lu Kun rushed to answer. Thank you, sister. Sister is generous. Jiang Huai's face suddenly turned dark. My sister. Fang Peng and Lu Kun couldn't help but smile. What's yours or mine? Once we meet, they are ours. As they were talking, several people had already walked up to the Rolls-Royce. Jiang Huai suddenly stopped where he was, without saying a word, and looked at Song Wan with confusion in his eyes. However, Song Wan signaled Fang Peng and Lu Kun to go up with her eyes, and then finally pushed him up. Before Jiang Huai could react, Song Wan had already gotten into the car. Then he saw an extremely handsome guy closing the car door for them with a smile. Jiang Huai didn't react until the car started to move slowly. Sister? Song Wan naturally knew that he had a lot of questions in his mind, but she just smiled and looked at him. Tell me, who is the Ling Yao that person just mentioned? Jiang Huai's expression suddenly froze, and a bit of embarrassment appeared on his face. Well, sister, I have nothing to do with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Peng and Lu Kun, who knew the inside story, could not help but speak. Sister, Yu Ling Yao is the campus beauty of the Communication University next door, and she is pursuing Jiang Huai very passionately. Also, whenever I have free time, I come to watch Jiang Huai play basketball. Since they already knew that the person in front of them was their elder sister, the two naturally had no scruples and rushed to reveal everything that had happened between them. It turned out that after Jiang Huai and Feng Nana broke up, Feng Nana brought her new boyfriend here to show off. That boyfriend is naturally the boy just mentioned, named Yu Qiao. As a result, when Feng Nana was showing off, she was bumped into by Yu Ling Yao. Although both of them have the surname Yu, they are not from the same family. I heard that they are just relatives. Speaking of which, Yu Ling Yao's family background seemed to be much higher than Yu Qiao's, so Yu Qiao naturally shrank back at that time. This is also the reason why JAC was able to let it go so quickly. The two wanted to show off and slap him in the face, but unfortunately, they were interrupted by Yu Ling Yao before they could even pretend. Since then, Yu Ling Yao has appeared in their school more and more frequently. As they were close to Jiang Huai, they naturally noticed something. I originally thought that Jiang Huai would be taken down by someone sooner or later, but today that ex-girlfriend suddenly came to me like crazy for some unknown reason. When they said this, they looked at each other subconsciously and couldn't help but laughed out loud at the same time. After his sister's commotion today, Jiang Huai, who was once broken up by Feng Nana, has become a hot commodity. Successive appearance of two beautiful rich daughters next to Jiang Huai is enough to prove that Feng Nana's choice to abandon Jiang Huai was really not a good one. Who knows how you'll regret it now? When Song Wan heard this, she roughly guessed what Feng Nana was thinking. Yu Lingyao is good-looking and has a good family background, so Feng Nana cannot be too hasty in flattering him. But the man who couldn't even win over the beauty queen of Communication University was Feng Nana's ex-boyfriend, who used to hold her in the palm of his hand. Feng Nana, whose vanity has reached its peak, naturally thinks that she must be Jiang Huai's unforgettable first love by Yue Guang. After thinking about this, Song Wan couldn't help but laugh. Feng Nana will probably have a lot of regrets in the future. Chapter 120. Did his sister skin them all for him? After slightly adjusting her sitting posture, Song Wan's gaze towards Jiang Huai changed subtly. I didn't expect this brother to be so attractive. When Jiang Huai heard his roommate's revelation, he tried to stop it, but failed, so he just cowered down and became a quail. Seeing this, Song Wan stopped teasing him and naturally changed the topic elsewhere. What do you want to eat? The two roommates once again responded, anything is fine. Yeah. What else can I choose when I can eat with my sister? Seeing his two roommates becoming inexplicably sweet talkers, Jiang Huai couldn't help but grit his teeth again. These two are really enough. If he had known his sister was coming, he would not have gone with these two. While we were chatting and laughing, the car had stopped in front of the entrance of Panga Hotel. Who were originally trying to find various topics to chat with Song Wan, suddenly froze there and even forgot what they wanted to say. Bangu Hotel? Lu Kuan couldn't help but speak first, his eyes full of undisguised shock. A meal at a high-end restaurant, but wasn't this too high-end? The hotel in front of us is the only 7-star hotel in the imperial capital. They may have seen or heard it, but they have never mentioned going in. Fong Peng couldn't help but nodded, and said to Song Wan blankly, Sister, why don't we go somewhere else? With the appetite of these 3 grown boys, they would probably spend all my sister's pocket money if they came here to eat. The two of them knew very well that the other party was just here to see Jiang Huai and take them out for a meal. After all, there is no need to eat at such an expensive place. If they really let people bleed a lot of money, it would be too ungrateful. Among the 3, only Jiang Huai remained relatively calm. He still has money in his hands, not to mention having a meal at Panga Hotel. Even if his sister wants to stay here for a few days, he won't frown at all. At this moment, the hotel manager who was facing the 3 people came over with his men. Then he stopped in front of them and bowed respectfully in their direction. Boss, you're back. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan, pupils of shock. Jiang Huai was a little overwhelmed and looked at Song Wan beside him, then looked at the hotel manager who was bending over and looking respectful, and finally looked at the magnificent Panga Hotel. How come he started dreaming in broad daylight? Hiss! Fong Peng was so shocked that he couldn't help but jump up and down. Jiang Huai, why are you pinching me? When Jiang Huai saw his reaction, his eyes opened even wider. Could it be that he woke up and traveled to a parallel world? Song Wan naturally noticed his reaction, nodded at the hotel manager with amusement, and went upstairs with a few people. Since it was not yet time for dinner, Song Wan simply took them directly to the presidential suite. Then he pointed to the window and said, Here, your gifts. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan continued to be shocked. And theirs? The 3 of them subconsciously followed and walked to the window, where they saw many gift boxes. The single-person portions on the left are naturally prepared for Jiang Huai, and they're almost piled up into a small mountain. There are also quite a few gift boxes in triplicate on the right. Switch game console, Bose wireless headphones, Sony PS4 Pro limited edition, and a Cherry mechanical keyboard. There were exactly 3 people in their dormitory besides Jiang Huai. It was obvious who these were for. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan were completely overwhelmed. These gifts were beyond words. They were all the ones that the boys loved. But the problem is, these are so expensive. Although they said that Jiang Huai's sister was also their sister, if they really accepted such an expensive gift, they would be struck by lightning. Song Wan just smiled gently and said, It's not expensive. Don't feel any psychological burden. Just think of it as a thank you for taking care of my brother at school. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan. These are not expensive? Sister, do you have any misunderstanding about the word inexpensive? They might not be able to afford these even if they save for a year. The two looked at each other for the last time, and all the words they had to say were reduced to one sentence. How could they be Jiang Huai's roommates? Whoa, Song Wan really thought so. Qing Lin had always been the most cautious in doing things and would not buy them too expensive gifts to add to their burden. What's more, compared with those in Jiang Huai, theirs are nothing but dwarfs. Jiang Huai stood in front of the pile of gifts that belonged to him, completely dumbfounded. Various luxury clothing, bags, shoes, skincare products, game consoles, and daily necessities. There is nothing you can't imagine, only what you can see. Did his sister scan them all for him? I still vaguely remember that he was shocked for many days when Song Wan bought him a mobile phone and a computer not long ago. How long has it been since then? Is this world crazy, or is his sister crazy? Sister? How come you are the owner of Pangu Hotel? After a long time, Jiang Huai finally found his voice. Look he gave Song Wan was filled with shock and confusion. Song Wan simply smiled at him knowingly. Have you forgotten what my major is? Computer. Jiang Huai naturally knew this. Then the next moment, he saw his sister winking at him. I just made some money by chance, and then I bought it. Jack. You call this convenient? For a moment, Jiang Huai seemed to doubt his life. Just a few days ago, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep because he was rich and could make his parents live a better life and let his sister live a worry-free life in college. As a result, now, his sister bought a 7-star hotel in the imperial capital in the blink of an eye. This mean I'll make some money? Jiang Huai rubbed his eyes tiredly. He could hardly bear to read these two sentences. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan walked away very tactfully. Qing Lin then asked them to sit on the sofa in another room and had someone serve them some tea and snacks before returning to Song Wan. Jiang Huai silently watched the extremely handsome guy doing this, and that in an orderly manner, but he felt a little confused. Sister, what is this? This appearance can be said to be the most handsome he has ever seen. Even in the entertainment industry, there is no one who can compare to him. Knew that his sister was a bit obsessed with looks, but this was too exaggerated. Then he saw the extremely handsome guy smiled at him, and then said to him gently in a magnetic voice, I am Qing Lin, the young lady's housekeeper. I am responsible for taking care of all the trivial matters in the young lady's life. Chapter 121, So That's Childhood Sweetheart. Jiang Huai's eyes suddenly widened, and he turned to look at Song Wan with a meaningful look. It's been such a short time since they last met, but his sister is almost unrecognizable to him. Not only did she become more beautiful, she even started to surround herself with such extremely handsome guys. It was quite thoughtful of him to let him be the housekeeper. Which housekeeper is like this? Song Wan naturally had no idea what Jiang Huai was thinking, so she just talked to him for a while and then asked Fong Peng and Lu Kuan to go downstairs. The chef has prepared lunch, which is delicious as always. In order to cater to Jiang Huai and the other two, in addition to some dishes that Song Wan prefers, there are also many other dishes. In the largest private room, the huge round table was filled up. Even though Jiang Huai and the other two were somewhat prepared, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Is this definitely a meal size? Song Wan smiled at them and said, Try it. Jiang Huai and Song Wan have been talking about this for so long that they have at least gotten used to it. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan couldn't help but feel a little dazed. After a long while, he finally picked up his chopsticks. The chefs of Pangu Hotel are hired at great expense, and their skills are in no way inferior to those of the more famous international star hotels. Even though Fong Peng and Lu Kuan were a little uncomfortable at first, they didn't care about that at all when they actually started eating. Expensive things are indeed expensive for a reason. At least, they had never had such a delicious lunch before. Jiang Huai's expression was better, and he looked much calmer than the other two, but his eating speed was not slow at all. After the three of them quickly finished the lunch on the table, they realized that Song Wan had hardly eaten anything. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan couldn't help scratching the back of their heads in embarrassment. Just as they were about to say something, Song Wan seemed to know what they were thinking and spoke before them. Luckily you guys came over, otherwise these would have been wasted. After saying that, he added with a smile, It's my fault for eating breakfast too late. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan were subconsciously stunned, and a warm current unconsciously surged in their hearts. Then, the look he gave Jiang Huai was immediately filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. How could this boy deserve to have such a wonderful sister? Jiang Huai was stunned for a moment when he was looked at, and when he looked up at the two of them, his eyes suddenly became more alert. I've already told you that my sister is his. What are these two thinking? But before he could open his mouth to warn the two, The cell phone in his pocket rang. Jiang Huai suddenly seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Song Wan expressionlessly with a somewhat awkward look. Song Wan understood immediately, and the smile on her lips deepened. "Why don't you answer the phone when it rings?" Jiang Huai had no choice but to take out his cell phone. The moment he saw the caller ID, helplessness was visibly evident on his face. Looking at Song Wan, who was watching him with interest, he had no choice but to pick up the phone. "What's up?" Since everyone had stopped moving and the person on the other end seemed very excited, Song Wan immediately heard an angry voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Jiang Huai, when did you find a girlfriend behind my back?" Jiang Huai subconsciously raised the phone a little further away from his ear, but considering that Song Wan was still there, he had to lower his voice and said, "It's not what you think." The noise on the other end suddenly became quieter, and the two of them said a few more words. Song Wan couldn't hear clearly, even though she pricked up her ears. I can only guess what the other party said based on Jiang Huai's words. When Song Wan heard Jiang Huai tell her their address, her interested look was impossible to ignore. Said to Song Wan awkwardly, "Well, sister, there might be another person coming later?" Song Wan nodded in understanding, and when she saw that Jiang Huai's ears had suspiciously turned red, the meaning in his eyes became even stronger. The girl didn't let Song Wan wait too long. As soon as the waiter brought the snacks, she rushed in under the waiter's guidance. Song Wan was sitting in the middle, so he naturally saw the girl's appearance at a glance. Is stunning at first glance. Song Wan naturally knew that the girl was most likely the campus belle of Communication University that they had mentioned before, Yu Lingyao. When Song Wan saw Yu Lingyao naturally saw Song Wan as well. It is said that people of the same sex can see things more clearly, and this is true. Frowned tightly almost the moment he saw Song Wan. Although Song Wan is somewhat inferior to her in appearance, what is most noticeable about her is her overall temperament. It's a bit cool, yet also has a comforting gentleness. The perfect sense of distance makes it so that people don't feel any disgust when they see it. Yu Lingyao stopped, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. She didn't care about Feng Nana because there was no comparison between the two of them. If Jiang Huai abandoned her and chose Feng Nana, she would only lament that Jiang Huai was blind. But the girl in front of him was different. She just sat there, an existence that no one could ignore. After sorting out his thoughts, Yu Lingyao chose to walk forward with a smile and slowly extended his hand to Song Wan. "Hello, my name is Yu Lingyao." Song Wan. Song Wan stretched out his hand and told her his name as well. Yu Lingyao subconsciously glanced at Jiang Huai, who was sitting next to Song Wan, then smiled at Song Wan. "May I ask, when did you and Jiang Huai meet?" After all, she thought she had been in contact with Jiang Huai for quite a long time during this period of time, but she actually had no idea about Song Wan's existence from beginning to end. Song Wan immediately had the intention to tease him, and deliberately tilted his head to think for a while, then slowly said, "Well, not long after the birth. So they are childhood sweethearts?" Yu Lingyao's smile faded uncontrollably at that moment, and when he turned to look at Jiang Huai, there was an unspeakable sense of grievance in his eyes. He already had a childhood sweetheart, but he never told her anything. Confused by what he saw, just when he wanted to explain the situation, he saw Song Wan smiling at him again, with a hint of mischief in her smile. "Why? You haven't told anyone about me?" Jiang Huai shook his head somewhat awkwardly. He and Yu Lingyao had nothing to do with each other now, so why should he tell her about such things? Seeing this, Yu Lingyao couldn't help but purse the corners of his mouth. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinked upwards, as if she was trying hard to control her emotions and not show them in front of everyone. Song Wan quickly raised his hand to show his surrender and said to Jiang Huai unhappily, "I am your sister after all." "What? You just can't say that." Chapter 122. Whether or not he has a heart is not something you should care about, right? Yu Lingyao. The tears that had already welled up in her eyes were held back almost instantly. She blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, looked at Song Wan, then at Jiang Huai, and subconsciously raised her tone when speaking to Jiang Huai. "Is it my sister?" Seeing her like this, Jiang Huai felt inexplicably relaxed and nodded helplessly. When Yu Lingyao got a positive answer, his heart started beating wildly with excitement, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. At Song Wan again, there was no longer any sense of crisis, but instead a feeling of closeness. "Why didn't you tell me that my sister was coming? If I had known, I would have gone to pick her up." Yu Lingyao's voice is naturally crisp, and now that he is happy, it makes people feel even more relaxed when listening to him. Before Song Wan could say anything, Jiang Huai pressed his forehead. You little devil. Why are you calling me sister? Is your sister also attending university in the capital? Yu Lingyao didn't care and walked to the chair next to Song Wan and sat down. The waiter quickly brought another serving of snacks. Seeing this, Song Wan turned her attention back to Yu Lingyao. In the Magic City, Yu Lingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. My cousin is also in Shanghai. Which university is your sister attending in Shanghai? Linhai University. Jiang Huai answered silently from the side. However, Yu Lingyao no longer cared about Jiang Huai. He looked at Song Wan with a look of regret. I see. My cousin is at Magic City University, and I wanted to introduce him to my sister. After saying that, he even deliberately emphasized, he's 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and has abdominal muscles. Oh, yeah. Does your sister have a boyfriend? Jiang Huai couldn't help laughing and pointed at Qing Lin, who was standing beside her with his eyes. With such a top-notch guy by her side, what would his sister lack in having abdominal muscles at 1.8 meters tall? Yu Lingyao then belatedly noticed Qing Lin standing beside him, and his almond-shaped eyes unconsciously widened a little. Be good? This is too exaggerated. At Song Wan again, his eyes changed. She said, how could a beauty like my sister with such a good temperament not have a boyfriend? It's a pity for her cousin, who was thinking that the good things would be kept within the family. Sister, did you come to the capital this time just to see Jiang Huai? After hesitating for a while, Yu Lingyao had completely forgotten about her cousin. Hearing her words, Jiang Huai immediately looked at her unhappily. Such a simple question. Are you still asking? Then the next moment, she saw her sister shaking her head without hesitation. Jack, if you are not here to see him, then who are you here to see? Song Wan did not receive his resentful gaze, but just smiled and said to Ling Yao, come over to do something. And by the way, see if this boy has a girlfriend. These words immediately made Yu Lingyao smile. Not shy at all, she just winked at Song Wan. It will be available soon. Song Wan's smile deepened at this moment. She knew her younger brother quite well. If he really had no interest in Ling Yao, he would never have allowed Ling Yao to come here. Fong Prung and Lu Kuan also nodded subconsciously. It was obvious. Only Jiang Huai subconsciously wanted to deny it. And then after seeing the reactions of several people, he unconsciously met Yu Lingyao's undisguised gaze. He immediately swallowed back any words he wanted to object to. Even the ears became redder. Seeing this, Song Wan naturally became more certain. After talking to Yu Lingyao for a while and drinking the tea on the table, they all stood up. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan were naturally very tactful and greeted Song Wan and prepared to retreat. Song Wan asked the hotel staff to help move the things downstairs and asked someone to drive the hotel car to take the two of them back. When the car was out of sight, Yu Lingyao stepped forward and took Song Wan's arm. Sister, you finally came to the imperial capital. How about I take you around? Seeing that Yu Lingyao was getting more and more comfortable calling her sister, Jiang Huai was no longer bothered to correct her. It wasn't until the three of them arrived at Taiku Li that Song Wan and Yu Lingyao simply went shopping hand in hand. For girls, shopping is almost a natural instinct. Especially since the two of them had similar visions, the interest became even stronger. Jiang Huai followed behind, and the appointed people paid the bills one by one. Yu Lingyao originally wanted to rush to pay, but Song Wan pulled him over. Are you kidding? You already know that this is the girl that your silly brother likes. How can you let her pay for it herself? Time for the silly little brother to show off. At worst, she could just wait until he had spent all his money and then buy again. Yu Lingyao caught a glimpse of Jiang Huai's face and saw that he didn't look angry at all, and he couldn't help but feel even more excited. She comes from a good family, so naturally she doesn't care about the money. What concerned her was Jiang Huai's attitude. She has been pursuing Jiang Huai for a long time. She clearly feels that Jiang Huai has feelings for her, but he seems to have some reservations and refuses to agree. Now that his sister is here, his attitude has become visibly clearer. Yu Lingyao prayed silently in his heart that his sister would stay in the capital longer, and then his mind returned to shopping. Since both of them were wearing luxury items, they naturally didn't run into any blind people. After more than an hour of shopping, it was absolutely smooth. Only Jiang Huai, who was following behind him, pursed his lips silently, looked at himself covered with shopping bags, then looked at Qing Lin, who was also holding many shopping bags but still looked very relaxed, and he deeply felt what the gap was. The four of them walked out of the mall and were about to take a bus back when they were blocked by a familiar figure. Feng Nana looked at Jiang Huai's hands full of luxury shopping bags, and then looked at Song Wan and Yu Lingyao, who were arm in arm. She was almost furious. Jiang Huai, do you have a heart? She was just in a bad mood and went out for a walk. Who would have thought that she would run into Jiang Huai? Not only Jiang Huai, but also the so-called current girlfriend of Jiang Huai, whom she had just met at noon, and Yu Lingyao, whose name she had heard countless times. The most important thing is that they also bought so many luxury goods. Feng Nana no longer cared why Jiang Huai's so-called current girlfriend and Yu Lingyao were able to hold hands. She looked at Jiang Huai with an angry look. Is this what they call not having very good family conditions? Is this what you call giving her everything? Angry accusation made the four people stop subconsciously. When they saw who was coming, Yu Lingyao had already walked out first. Yu Lingyao didn't say much, just raised his chin slightly and asked Feng Nana softly. Whether someone has a heart or not isn't something you should be concerned about, right? Miss Ex-Girlfriend. Chapter 123. All-Seeing. Hearing this, Feng Nana turned her head and was subconsciously startled. She obviously knew Yu Lingyao's identity, and her face couldn't help but freeze. Facing Yu Lingyao, he felt much less confident. I just want to ask Jiang Huai about some things. Why were all the bags, skincare products, clothes, etc. that I bought for her when I was with her all small brands? But the other two girls had luxury items in their hands. Is it necessary to consider the other person's preferences when dating? Yu Lingyao just smiled at her. His face was gentle, but his words were cold and icy. I wonder if Miss Ex-Girlfriend has ever heard of a saying? Before Feng Nana could react, Yu Lingyao continued in a gentle voice. A sensible ex-girlfriend shouldn't disturb her ex's life after he or she has a new lover. What's more, he was an immoral person who cheated on his ex-girlfriend. Yu Lingyao didn't curse, but Feng Nana couldn't help but turn pale. She was once taken to a banquet by Yu Qiao, and at the banquet were all the daughters or young masters of that circle. Yu Lingyao was standing in the center at that time. Even among such a large group of rich second generations, she is still a star among the crowd. Surrounded by a group of people, they just glanced at her and then looked away. Therefore, she almost had a natural fear of Yu Lingyao. She would be secretly delighted because a young lady like Yu Lingyao failed to pursue Jiang Huai, but she was Jiang Huai's white moonlight. Even secretly approached Jiang Huai again, perhaps with a comparative purpose. But she didn't dare to talk about all this openly with Yu Lingyao. Song Wan stood aside and saw the expressions of both men. She then looked at Yu Lingyao with even more favor. Sure enough, Yu Lingyao just said to Feng Nana, "Can you move aside now, Miss Ex-Girlfriend?" Feng Nana immediately made way with a pale face, which made Jiang Huai marvel at it. Seeing that none of the four people seemed to take her seriously at all and just drove away in their luxury car, Feng Nana clenched her fists tightly and then began to breathe heavily. After all, she wanted to get involved with Jiang Huai, but she was more afraid of provoking a rich second generation like Yu Lingyao. Even someone like Yu Qiao could have strangled her to death with just his fingers, let alone Yu Lingyao, whose family background was even more powerful than Yu Qiao's. Although she didn't know Yu Lingyao's specific family background, she was not stupid. She knew it just by looking at the attitude of those rich second generations towards Lingyao. And just as she thought, Yu Lingyao, Song Wan, and the others didn't care about her opinion. Except for Jiang Huai, who looked a little disgusted and annoyed, Song Wan and Yu Lingyao started talking about cosmetics as soon as they got in the car. Ding, a qualified skincare company has been detected, and a random task has been issued. Acquire Tinglan Biotechnology Company. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with the world's top jewelry, Kingdom Hearts. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. The two were talking happily when Song Wan heard a sudden voice from the system. I couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Coincidentally, she knew about the diamond necklace in Kingdom Hearts. Because of its unique name, she had seen it in a magazine before. The stunning piece is said to have been created by renowned jewelry maker Gerard Jewelry and features 155 carats of pear-shaped and round white diamonds surrounding a sparkling ruby. This heart-shaped ruby is one of the largest Bagan rubies in the world. It is located in the center of the gem and weighs 40.63 carats. A laboratory in the Watch Kingdom once proved that this dazzling ruby was extremely rare and authentic, and the price tag was as high as 100 million. The most important thing is that this kind of jewelry has generally been acquired by collectors long ago, and there is no channel to purchase it at all. Speaking of girls, who doesn't love jewelry? Song Wan is no exception. What's more, even if there was no systematic task, she had the god-level whitening formula in her hands, and sooner or later, she would find a suitable company to acquire it. Now the system has helped her screen out the right ones, saving her a lot of effort, so why not do it? Thinking of this, the smile on Song Wan's face deepened a little more. Yu Lingyao happened to be nearby, so he asked directly, Ling Yao, do you know Tinglan Biotechnology Company? Yu Ling Yao was originally talking about cosmetics, but was caught off guard when the topic was changed. He was not surprised at all, and smiled at Song Wan and said, I know. Why? Sister is interested in Tinglan? There was not the slightest bit of strangeness in the words. With a family background like theirs, anyone who is valued by their family will inevitably have to go through some training in advance. She currently owns 2 small companies, both of which she started during her freshman year. Song Wan heard this and had no intention of hiding anything. She simply nodded to Yu Ling Yao. I have some ideas. Before Yu Ling Yao could reply, Jiang Huai couldn't help himself. Look she gave Song Wan was filled with shock. Wait. What are you going to do? If I remember correctly, didn't his sister just buy the Panga Hotel? This amount of money was beyond his imagination. What does it mean now? Is his sister addicted to buying? Other people buy bags and jewelry, but his sister is different. After she got the money, she actually fell in love with buying hotels and companies? Song Wan suppressed him with a slap. Seeing this, Yu Ling Yao couldn't help laughing and said, Sister, to be honest, Tinglan Biotechnology Company is owned by one of my younger sisters. Can I ask for you? Song Wan smiled and nodded, not afraid of being rejected. After all, the system says that it meets the requirements, so they must be thinking of selling it. As expected, after Yu Ling Yao made a phone call to inquire about the situation, his eyes immediately widened. He looked at Song Wan. Sister, how do you know that Tinglan Biotechnology is going to be sold? You know, her little sister just told her everything on the phone. Because her family not only runs this biotechnology company, but also after her father passed away, her eldest brother was not interested in business. So he had no choice but to sell the company. At least it can help to turn over some funds. However, their family had just made this decision and they had only told the news to a few of their subordinates, and there was not even time to spread it out. Yu Ling Yao looked at Song Wan with surprise. He originally thought that since Jiang Huai's sister had her roots in the Magic City, she would not have much influence in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, this person's power is more powerful than hers. Chapter 124 quote, 600 million. Song Wan just blinked at Yu Ling Yao and said, I found out by chance. Please ask her if she is willing to meet now to discuss it. Yu Ling Yao nodded immediately and removed his hand that was covering the receiver. Then he repeated what Song Wan had just said. The other party was obviously a little shocked and agreed without thinking too much. After agreeing on a meeting place later, Yu Ling Yao hung up the phone. Then he looked at Song Wan, still with indescribable surprise in his eyes. Sister, you really surprised me. This network of influence is truly impressive. Thinking of this, Yu Ling Yao looked at Jiang Huai with a hint of realization. She remembered that after Yu Qiao knew that she was interested in Jiang Huai, he went to check Jiang Huai's identity information. However, the result was nothing. No results were found at all. I only know from Feng Nana that Jiang Huai's family is not rich. But now it seems that it's not that they don't have money, it's that they are just extremely low-key. Thinking of this, Yu Ling Yao looked at Jiang Huai with a hint of regret. She just had a crush on Jiang Huai, and originally thought that after they got married, she could slowly train him to take over her family's power. After all, she is the only daughter in their family. It seems difficult now. Jiang Huai felt strange being looked at by her and said stiffly, What are you looking at? Yu Ling Yao suddenly laughed, looked at him, and said word by word, Look at you. Jiang Huai's ears, which had just cooled down, suddenly turned red again. Song Wan watched with interest from the side and did not interrupt the two of them. It was not until Qing Lin drove the car to the destination that the 4 of them got out of the car one after another. The place they agreed to meet was a tea house. The 4 of them ordered their names directly and were led by the waiter to the private room they had ordered. But he saw that there was indeed someone inside, a girl of the same age as Yu Ling Yao, who was naturally the little sister who had just talked to Yu Ling Yao on the phone. Next to the girl, there were 2 men sitting. One of them was relatively younger, around 25 or 26 years old, while the other one was older, holding a briefcase in his hand and dressed neatly, obviously a lawyer in the same profession. As soon as the 4 of them entered, the girl's eyes lit up and she rushed towards Yu Ling Yao. Distant, Yu Ling Yao naturally greeted him with a smile. After a few simple words, he turned slightly and said to Song Wan, Sister, this is the little sister I told you about. Her name is Chu Yu. Then he blinked at Chu Yu and said, This is Song Wan. It's the sister I told you about on the phone who is interested in buying Tinglan. Chu Yu is obviously a very lively person and immediately smiled sweetly at Song Wan. Hello, sister. Jiang Huai, who was standing slightly behind him, couldn't help but frown again. Why did he feel that after his sister came, there were so many more brothers and sisters for no reason? Song Wan had no time to pay attention to him and just smiled at Chu Yu in a friendly manner. Since he was introduced by Yu Ling Yao, Chu Yu naturally would not have any doubts. He then introduced the two people behind him to Song Wan. She first pointed at the younger man and said, "Sister, this is my brother. His name is Chu Ziqin." Then he pointed to the mature man next to him and said, "This is the chief lawyer of our company. His last name is Zhang." Eyes lit up almost the moment he saw Song Wan. After hearing Chu Yu's introduction, she walked forward and smiled at Song Wan. "Since you were Ling Yao's sister, I will just call you by your name. Wanwan, just call me Brother Ziqin." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ziqin's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly twisted. Song Wan glanced meaningfully at Chu Yu, who was stepping mercilessly on Chu Ziqin's feet, and there was suddenly a hint of smile in her eyes. Seeing that Chu Ziqin was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, Chu Yu smiled and looked at Song Wan again. "Sister, don't pay attention to him. He's just like that." Otherwise, the family properties would not have been lost one by one. Instead, the lawyer behind him nodded politely to Song Wan. "Hello, Miss Song." Song Wan also nodded at him. Since Yu Ling Yao was around, there was no need for the two sides to argue. After they sat down, Song Wan spoke directly to Chu Yu and the other two. "Excuse me, what is your ideal price?" Chu Ziqin didn't even know the company's affairs as well as Chu Yu. So Chu Yu spoke directly. "Sister, I'm not lying to you. Tinglon Technology was originally a branch of our family business. Over the years, we have also made some skincare products. There are some results, but they are not very significant. It's the kind that has no faults and has some effectiveness. Anyway, after she used it herself, she never used it again. Otherwise, the first thing he would have thought of after running out of working capital would not be to sell Tinglon." Song Wan nodded to show that she understood. Chu Yu then continued. "Although Tinglon Technology has not produced any skincare products with good effects, the equipment used in it is the most advanced imported from abroad. In addition, since Tinglon Technology has not yet been listed, our Chu family holds 100% of the shares. If you are interested, I will give you a real price. 600 million. What do you think, sister?" Yu Ling Yao sat aside without saying anything, but when he heard the price, he knew that the young ladies were offering a fair price. For Tinglon Technology, although it has not developed any popular skincare products over the years, its products are still effective. Although it is not as good as the luxury series, it still has certain advantages compared with skincare products of the same level. Song Wan naturally understood this logic. Since she knew the company she wanted to acquire, how could she not learn some information about it? He immediately nodded to Chu Yu very readily. "I have no objection." Snap! Zhang Huai's mind suddenly wandered away, as if he could hear the sound of his own soul falling heavily to the ground. He still felt that he might have traveled to a parallel universe. 600 million. His sister agreed without even blinking. The people present obviously didn't notice him. Chu Yu smiled sweetly at Song Wan again, his eyes curved with laughter. "Sister is so refreshing. She gave such a price just for Yu Ling Yao's sake." This sister was obviously a sensible person. Although I don't know the identity of this sister, I know that anyone who can be called sister by Ling Yao cannot be an ordinary person. Furthermore, there are not many people who can come up with 600 million in liquid funds at once. Being able to make friends naturally brings only benefits. In this way, everyone will be happy. Chapter 125 Investor, Jiang Huai. Song Wan and Chu Yu signed the documents quickly and transferred the money immediately. When Chu Yu saw the 600 million directly deposited into the account, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart again about Song Wan's background. Generally, there are limits on the amount of money that can be transferred. The more money that is transferred, the more limits there will be. However, in just such a short period of time, so much money was directly transferred to the company's account. Needless to say, Chu Yu was very surprised. "I originally thought that even if Song Wan could come up with so much cash, it would not be possible to remit it in a short time. I never expected that her reply would be just as quick and neat." The moment Song Wan Kai signed the contract, the cute voice of the system rang in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, acquiring Tinglon Biotechnology Company. The world's top jewel of the mission reward, Kingdom Hearts, has been automatically placed in the system space. Would you like to retrieve it now?" "No. She has no use for Kingdom Hearts right now, so it's obviously safest to leave it in the system. What's more, the current occasion is not suitable. It won't be too late to appreciate it carefully after returning to the hotel." After finishing their business, they simply sat together to drink tea. Seeing that Chu Ziqin was still trying to get closer to Song Wan, Chu Yu stomped her feet at her again. Chu Ziqin knew he was in the wrong, so he had to sit far away. Unexpectedly, Chu Yu still refused to let her go and said to him with a smile, "Didn't my brother just say that he had a dinner party? Now that we have finished our work, go ahead, brother." Chu Ziqin, who didn't even know he had a dinner party, still didn't want to leave. However, Chu Yu smiled at him for a few seconds, so he could only smile awkwardly at Yu Lingyao and Song Wan. Yes, yes, yes. I suddenly remembered that I have a dinner party. In order to prevent them from waiting anxiously, Lingyao, Wanwan, I will leave first. Yu Lingyao was very familiar with Chu Yu, so he naturally understood what kind of person Chu Ziqin was. So he held back his laughter and nodded at Chu Ziqin. Although Song Wan was not familiar with him, she could still tell something was wrong, so she nodded politely. When Chu Ziqin left, Lawyer Zhang naturally left as well. Only Song Wan, Yu Lingyao, Chu Yu, Zhang Huai, and Qing Lin were left in the private room. Chu Yu already knew Song Wan, so he turned his attention to Zhang Huai and Qing Lin. After seeing Qing Lin's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be surprised again, and then poked Yu Lingyao maliciously. "Why did you only introduce Sister Song? Who are these two?" Yu Lingyao subconsciously looked at Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai, who was still in shock, met her gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Lingyao saw his dazed look and chuckled. He didn't reply to him, but said to Chu Yu, "He's the Zhang Huai I told you about." Chu Yu had obviously heard this name more than once, and his gaze towards Zhang Huai suddenly became more meaningful. Yu Lingyao understood her, and she naturally understood Yu Lingyao very well. This is a little princess who has been proud since she was young. If someone I don't like is someone I won't bother with, no matter how high their status is. If you like someone, you will want to be very close to him or her no matter what their status or position is. There is no one who can make her put aside her status and actively pursue him. Now that this person suddenly appeared, everyone in their circle was extremely curious about Zhang Huai. But Ling Yao protected him so closely that she now doesn't even know what Zhang Huai looks like. Now that I know, my curiosity has been satisfied. So, he immediately raised the teacup in front of him and said to Zhang Huai, "Nice to meet you, hello, brother-in-law." There was a hint of teasing and joking in Chu Yu's tone, which immediately made Zhang Huai's face stiffen again. Subconsciously, I wanted to refute her and tell her that Yu Lingyao and I were not in that kind of relationship yet. However, after looking at Yu Lingyao, who was looking at her eagerly, she finally picked up the teacup in front of her and raised it towards Chu Yu. "Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Huai." After Chu Yu finished the tea in his hand, Yu Lingyao spoke with a smile without any hesitation. "What brother-in-law? He hasn't agreed to my pursuit yet. Don't yell at me." There was no intention of caring about face at all. Chu didn't care at all. He just couldn't help but open his mouth wide when looking at Zhang Huai. "No way. Our Yao Yao is the campus belle of the Communication University. Not to mention college. Since high school, there were so many people chasing Yu Lingyao that they could circle the playground. But she had never seen Yu Lingyao fall in love with anyone. I finally got my heart moved. I've been chasing after someone for so long, but I still haven't caught up with him." Zhang Huai obviously did not expect Yu Lingyao to say this, and the tea in his mouth almost spit out. Hearing Chu Yu's question, the corners of his lips pursed unconsciously. Seeing this, Song Wan also propped up her chin and looked at him. She also wanted to know the answer to this question. Her silly brother didn't look like he had no feelings for Ling Yao, so why had the girl been pursuing him for so long? Zhang Huai noticed Song Wan's gaze, and his face instantly froze again. To be honest, he was not indifferent to Yu Lingyao's liveliness and cleverness, gradually illuminating the haze that originally surrounded him and making it invisible. But after his experience with Feng Nana, he couldn't help but have more concerns. Compared to Feng Nana, Yu Lingyao's family is much richer. He couldn't even meet Feng Nana's material needs, let alone Yu Lingyao, who came from a prominent family. It wasn't until I recently came into a large sum of money that I felt a little relieved. But even so, it is not comparable to Yu Lingyao's home. So when he refused again and again, she just pretended not to hear him. She looked thick-skinned, but in some ways, she seemed surprisingly sharp. It was as if she could sense the love hidden in his heart, and with such passion, she never once said anything about giving up. So in the face of her sincerity, his psychological defenses relaxed again and again, until she gradually entered his life, and he didn't even feel any rejection. Zhang Huai said nothing, but Yu Lingyao and Song Wan seemed to understand. Especially Song Wan, she could guess almost exactly what Zhang Huai was thinking. Therefore, there was a hint of thought in his eyes. "Ding, the system has detected a potential investor. Investment information. Investors, JAC. Age, 18. Investable direction, stock investors. Return on investment, more than 8,000%. Song Wan was already used to the system's sudden sounds, so she wasn't frightened. However, after seeing the personal panel given by the system this time, he couldn't help but be shocked. Sitting in the seat, the way he looked at Jiang Huai was different. Chapter 126. Are you also from our circle? In the stock investment industry, talent is very important. Everyone knows that stock investment can make money quickly, but at the same time, you also need to know how risky this industry is. However, on the other hand, high risk also means high returns. Not to mention that JAC's return on investment is over 8,000%. The information provided by the system has never been wrong, which shows how talented Jiang Huai is in this area. Song Wan was just thinking about what kind of job she could arrange for Jiang Huai in the future, but now she doesn't even have to think about it anymore. It would be a waste if you don't use your own younger brother. For a moment, Song Wan even thought of the path Jiang Huai would take next. There is no need for him to go to a sports university anymore. She could just send him to a financial university with relatively better majors. In addition to studying abroad for a few years, she can also take over an investment banking company to give her practice during this period. After all, he is my own younger brother. If it is really feasible, I will just give him half of the company's shares. With time, he might be able to catch up with Yu Lingyao's family background. Jiang Huai didn't know that Song Wan had already planned so far for him, and was still thinking about how to answer Chu Yu's question. Seeing this, Yu Lingyao smiled and changed the subject. Okay, drinking tea can't stop you from talking. It's enough for her to know that Jiang Huai has her in his heart. For the rest, just take your time. Anyway, she has time and is not afraid that he will run away. After hearing this, Chu Yu naturally stopped worrying about it and turned his attention to Qing Lin. His gaze paused for a moment. Then he looked at Song Wan again. Then the other one is Sister Song's boyfriend? Song Wan finished speaking. Before she said anything else, Chu Yu felt embarrassed. Qing Lin's looks and temperament were impeccable. Even Chu Yu, who had seen many handsome men since childhood, had to describe him as graceful and elegant. Sister Song has such a boyfriend around her, but her useless brother just wants to get close to her. Don't you want to see how he compares with others? Qing Lin nodded slightly towards her and said gently, Miss Chu, you are too kind. I am your personal butler. Chu Yu was stunned at the moment. Song Wan's appearance and temperament were both cool and aloof, so she thought that Song Wan's personality was like that too. Now it seems that he is just like her, a face-obsessed person. At Song Wan again, there was a bit more admiration in his eyes. Sister Song is still more capable. She only dared to think about this kind of thing in her dreams, but Song Wan brought it directly into reality, and she couldn't help but admire him. Song Wan didn't know what she was thinking, and there was some doubt in his eyes when he looked at her. Jiang Huai, who was sitting next to her, reacted, and there was a little more smile in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan. Qing Lin's appearance and temperament are impeccable, and anyone who sees him would guess that he is a young man from a wealthy family. Her sister is really good at picking people. The few of them talked about some interesting things about each other and soon became familiar with each other. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the door. Several people stopped talking immediately, and their brows frowned unconsciously. This tea house is considered to be relatively upscale in the area. People who come here usually come to discuss business or drink tea, so there is no reason to make such a loud noise. However, before they could express their doubts, they saw that the door of their private room had been pushed open. Who was I thinking? It turns out it's Miss Chu here. A few people looked in the direction of the sound and found that 4 or 5 people had gathered at the door. There were both men and women, all in their early 20s. The person who just spoke was the arrogant girl standing in the middle. Chu Yu obviously knew her, and he couldn't help but stand up and looked at her with some anger. Liang Yu, what are you doing here? Without waiting for the girl named Liang Yu to speak, Chu Yu looked at the waiter with anger. I remember I said we were talking about something, so don't let anyone interrupt us, right? No matter how Liang Yu knew she was here, the waiter shouldn't have let her here directly. This is basic hospitality. The waiter looked embarrassed and subconsciously bowed to Chu Yu, then looked at a boy behind Liang Yu. The boy was about 23 or 24 years old. Seeing this, he smiled and stood up. Unfortunately, this tea house is owned by my family. We heard that Miss Chu was hosting a banquet here, so we just wanted to come over and say hello. What? Miss Chu doesn't welcome us. It was clearly his fault, but he accused Chu Yu of being stingy. Chu Yu's eyes were filled with anger. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Lingyao, who was sitting there, turned around and looked at them with a cold look. Whether you are welcome or not is secondary. We know Mr. Luo's way of entertaining guests. I'd like to ask Uncle Luo later. This tea house doesn't look like it's for business. Because Yu Lingyao was originally sitting with her back to them. Liang Yu and the others were able to see her clearly only when they saw her turn around. Luo Yuan, who had been smiling just now, froze on his face when he heard this, and there was some embarrassment in his eyes when he looked at Yu Lingyao. The Chu family has always been a sworn enemy of the Liang family. They're on good terms with Liang Yu, so naturally they can't stand Chu Yu. However, Yu Lingyao's situation is completely different. They were able to treat Chu Yu this way because they knew that the Chu family was on the decline and would soon cease to exist in this generation. On the contrary, the Liang family is thriving. Originally, Liang Yu and Chu Yu were sworn enemies, and they always couldn't help but confront each other whenever they met. Now that the Chu family has fallen, they have no scruples when it comes to mocking them. But I didn't expect to meet Yu Lingyao here today. The Yu family is different from the Chu family. Even Liang Yu, who has the best family background among them, is not good enough in front of Yu Lingyao. Although they heard that Chu Yu and Yu Lingyao were good friends, Yu Lingyao was not in the same circle as them because they had never seen it face to face like this. I didn't expect that after finally seeing him today, I would encounter such a scene. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips downwards. It was okay to bully Chu Yu on weekdays, but the Chu family was no longer good anyway. If his family knew that he had offended the eldest daughter of the Yu family because of this, it would not be something that could be resolved with just a simple apology. After figuring it out, Luo Yuan did not hesitate at all and smiled apologetically at Yu Lingyao. I didn't know Miss Yu was here. I'm so abrupt. We will leave now and not disturb you from sipping tea, Miss Yu. Having said that, he wanted to pull Liang Yu and the others out. However, Liang Yu immediately slapped his hand away, staring blankly at Qing Lin, who was standing next to Song Wan. Are you also from our circle? How come I have never seen you before? Chapter 127. I only have one question now. Do we have any cooperation with Linhai Automobile? As soon as the words fell, the faces of several people in the room suddenly darkened. Even the faces of the few people following Liang Yu froze. They were all friends playing together, so everyone knew Liang Yu's character. When she becomes a fangirl, she doesn't care about the occasion at all. But please look at who is the person opposite her. I want to talk about Chu Yu. Miss Yu is still there. Even if the Liang family has risen recently, can it compare with the Yu family? However, to their surprise, the person who spoke was a strange girl in the room whom they had never seen before. The girl was also very beautiful, and her temperament alone was more outstanding than Miss Yu's. Several people only saw her slowly walk forward and then set her sights on Liang Yu. How come everyone has to be seen by you? Song Wan's voice was somewhat cold, without any intention of showing any mercy. Yu Lingyao, who was about to speak, suddenly smiled and closed his mouth. From the very beginning, she knew that Sister Song Wan was not someone who would swallow her anger. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu also turned his gaze to Song Wan, who was standing far away, and immediately narrowed his eyes. Who are you? After asking, he didn't wait for Song Wan to answer, but smiled contemptuously. Why are you so eager to come out and defend me? Is this handsome guy your boyfriend? After saying that, he turned his thoughts to Qing Lin again. Hey, handsome guy, how about you dump her and follow me? I can give you everything she can give you, and even more. Liang Yu is not stupid and would not rush to offend someone of Yu Lingyao's status. But the two people in front of her were obviously strangers, and she had never even seen them in Kyoto. The Liang family was thriving, so she didn't mind offending a few small pawns. For someone like Chu Yu, if Yu Lingyao hadn't protected her, let's see how today would have ended. Song Wan's face turned cold when she heard this. Although Qing Lin was the housekeeper, he was more like a family member to her. How could she tolerate others looking down on him in front of her? Yu Lingyao came to Song Wan without any hesitation and asked, How can I trouble you to help me with such a small matter? The foundation of the Liang family is Linhai Automobile. Although it has developed well in recent years, if I remember correctly, it is not strong enough to make her so arrogant. It just so happens that Linhai wants to cooperate with us on a project recently. I'll call my uncle and ask them to take care of their young people. Yu Lingyao was smiling, but what she said made the people at the door change color at the same time. She said it lightly, but none of them thought that the so-called control would really be taken. Especially Liang Yu, who couldn't help but grit her teeth when she looked at Yu Lingyao. I often hear the elders say that Miss Yu is considerate. Isn't it a bit too much for Miss Yu to do this for something that has nothing to do with her? Yu Lingyao just sneered when he heard this. I am considerate? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about me. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected, so a random task is issued. Tell Yu Lingyao that you will deal with Liang Yu yourself. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with 60% of Shenghua High-Tech's shares. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Song Wan, who originally wanted to deal with the situation herself, felt her smile grow colder. She immediately turned to Yu Lingyao and shook her head. It's okay, I'll come. She may not know much about the Liang family, but she knows a lot about Lianrong Automobile Company. As Yu Lingyao said, although Lianrong Automobile has developed rapidly in recent years, it is not very powerful. It's actually very simple to curb. Lianrong Automobile is a company that manufactures automobiles. Many of its equipment are obtained through cooperation with powerful parts companies. Among them, the most important is the engine provided by Shenghua High-Tech. Compared to Lianrong Automobile, which has only developed rapidly in recent years, Shenghua High-Tech's industries have long been developed all over the world. The engines manufactured by Shenghua High-Tech are well known for their high cost-effectiveness, even internationally. In other words, the biggest reason why Lianrong Automobile has been able to develop rapidly in recent years is that it has caught up with Shenghua High-Tech. If there is no Shenghua High-Tech and Lianrong Automobile, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Tell Yu Lingyao that you will deal with Liang Yu yourself. The mission reward of 60% of Shenghua High-Tech's shares has been received. Please check it. As the system finished speaking, the amusement in Song Wan's eyes became more intense. For a company like Shenghua, with 60% of the shares, the decision-making power of the company is already in her hands. Then the next one is Lianrong Automobile. Yu Lingyao beside him had no idea what Song Wan was thinking. He just looked at her confident look and thought of her various behaviors since she met Song Wan. He nodded at Song Wan without hesitation. Liang Yu is different. He looked at Song Wan as if he was looking at a fool. If Yu Lingyao really insisted on intervening, she would ultimately have no way out. But the person in front of her directly persuaded Yu Lingyao, saving her a lot of effort. Thinking of this, Liang Yu couldn't help but nod and smile. That's right. More friends mean more paths. It seems this young lady knows something. She didn't think much about it, and just thought that Song Wan was scared when she heard the name Lianrong Automobile. There are almost no stupid people in their circle, and the faces of people like Yu Lingyao, who cannot be offended, have long been firmly memorized in their minds. But among these people, the person in front of him was obviously not included. Thinking of this, Liang Yu looked at Xing Lin with some impatience in his eyes. She has also dated many handsome young men in the entertainment industry, but in terms of looks and temperament, no one can compare with the man in front of her. If this person was Yu Lingyao, she wouldn't care about him, but now, Liang Yu curled her lips, a look of determination in her eyes. It was at this moment that Song Wan took the phone calmly. Liang Yu and the others standing at the door didn't even react to what Song Wan meant before they saw that the phone in her hand had already been dialed. The private room was very large, and they were not very close to Song Wan, so naturally they couldn't hear what was happening on the other end of the phone. However, they couldn't hear it clearly, but Yu Lingyao, who was standing next to Song Wan, heard it clearly. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously extremely respectful, and the first thing he said was, "Director Song, I was just about to call you." Then Yu Lingyao saw Song Wan glance at Liang Yu nonchalantly, and then said to the other end of the phone, "Don't worry about other things for now. I just want to ask one thing. Do we have any cooperation with Lianrong Automobile?" Chapter 128. You really want to kill me, don't you? Puff. I thought Song Wan was going to talk about something important on the phone, but the first thing she said was this. Liang Yu and the others standing at the door suddenly laughed. Especially Liang Yu, who looked at Song Wan with a mocking smile. "Don't worry. Even if you don't cooperate, I will still say a few good words for you, because you know your limits." Liang Yu had seen many people who wanted to curry favor with powerful people, but this was the first time she had seen someone who had no self-respect at all and wanted to gain benefits by flattering her in person. But since she was in a good mood today, even for the sake of the handsome guy, she would help her. Was standing next to Song Wan also laughed. It was because she heard the other end of the line speak again. "Yes, Mr. Song. We at Shenghua High-Tech started engine cooperation with Lianrong Automobile 3 years ago, and the cooperation is still going on." Shenshuangitak. Yu Lingyao racked his brains, but never expected that the person Song Wan approached was Shenghua High-Tech. Lianrong Automobile relies on to succeed. It is no exaggeration to say that Shenghua High-Tech controls the lifeblood of Lianrong Automobile. Although no one in the circle knows how Lianrong Automobile got on board with the towering Shenghua High-Tech. But now, I'm afraid it's cold. There was a smile in Yu Lingyao's eyes, as well as some unconcealed amazement. She already had some guesses about Sister Song Wan's family background and identity, but she didn't expect that this identity was much more powerful than she had imagined. The market value of Shenhuang High-Tech is as high as 100 billion yuan, which is a high number even in the whole of China. She had just heard clearly that the other party addressed Sister Song Wan as Director Song. With Panga Hotel in front and Shenhuang High-Tech behind, she couldn't figure out how deep this background was. The only thing he could imagine was that Liang Yu in front of him was probably doomed. Sure enough, right after that, I heard Song Wan's cold and pleasant voice coming from beside me again. Cancel it. From now on, all cooperation with Lianrong Automobile will be canceled. On the other end of the phone was surprised for only a moment, then agreed without any objection. Shenhuang High-Tech and Lianrong Technology is high against low, top against bottom. Even if the cooperation is terminated immediately, it will not have any impact on them. The one that has no worries about selling their engines is Lianrong Automobile. Without Shenhuang High-Tech as engines, its future automobile manufacturing may regress instead of progress. Liang Yu, who originally wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, swallowed back all the words he was about to say after hearing these words. His eyes widened when he looked at Song Wan. What's up? Could it be that this person is a lunatic who wants handsome men instead of money? Song Wan in her eyes only curled his lips slightly at her, and then said to her in a cold tone, Liang Yu, if you want to explain why, these two words are enough. By the time Song Wan hung up the phone, Liang Yu and the people around him didn't react. Sister Liang? What does she mean by this? A girl next to her asked in a somewhat insensitive manner, and her eyes were full of pure confusion when she looked at Song Wan. Among the few people, only Luo Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his smiling face suddenly froze. However, without waiting for him to say anything, Liang Yu walked forward with narrowed eyes. He was 2 or 3 steps away from Song Wan. He didn't intend to say anything and just slapped her in the face. Chu Yu, who was standing not far behind, couldn't help but open his eyes wide when he saw this scene, and didn't react at all. There are some who are spoiled among them, but as the daughter of a wealthy family, which one would just take action without saying a word, just like a shrew, standing next to Song Wan, was not prepared at all, but still subconsciously raised his hand to block it. However, he was standing in the wrong position and couldn't reach it at all. Jiang Huai, who had been paying attention to Liang Yu, reacted faster and rushed over in one step. Then Qing Lin, who had been standing silently behind Song Wan, dodged and raised his long legs slightly. The next moment, Liang Yu, who had slapped him, flew out on his back. Jiang Huai didn't have time to break, and because Yu Lingyao turned his head for no apparent reason, the two of them collided head-on. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Putting aside the embarrassment of Jiang Huai and Yu Lingyao hugging each other, Liang Yu, who was kicked mercilessly to the door by Qing Lin, had her whole face wrinkled in pain. Chu Yu, who was not far behind, looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. His eyes subconsciously looked at Qing Lin, who had retreated behind Song Wan again. He was still as handsome and elegant as ever, like a nobleman. Chu Yu couldn't help but swallow slightly. If she hadn't just seen him move his feet, she would still think so. The only calm person in the room just raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Huai and Yu Lingyao, who were still hugging each other, then turned her gaze directly to the door. Because of Qing Lin's ruthless kick just now, Liang Yu was forced to hit several people at the door directly. The few people who were originally standing at the door fell down or leaned sideways. Of course, the person who attracted the most attention was Liang Yu, whose forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Song Wan saw it all and curled her lips without any sympathy. Why do you have to do it for no reason? Liang Yu was twitching in pain and seemed to have no strength to even look up at Song Wan. After a long time, he turned his head with difficulty and looked at Song Wan with eyes full of resentment. You deserve to die. From childhood to adulthood, even though she had confronted Chu Yu countless times, she had never suffered such a big loss. Such a nobody actually dared to attack her here. Feeling the pain in his body, Liang Yu's eyes were filled with even more hatred. He turned around and said to Luo Yuan, who was also knocked down beside him, "Hurry up and call your security guard to come up. If she doesn't make this bitch suffer a fate worse than death today, she won't be called Liang Yu." When Luo Yuan heard this, he was concerned about his previous guess, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Seeing this, Liang Yu directly scratched Luo Yuan with his nails and said in a very gloomy tone, "Luo Yuan, didn't you hear what I said?" Luo Yuan gritted his teeth, but before he made a decision, he saw that Liang Yu's phone, which had just been thrown next to him, lit up. Seeing the caller ID on the phone, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly took the call for Liang Yu. Liang Yu glared at him without any appreciation and motioned for him to put the phone to her ear. Luo Yuan naturally did as he was told, but just as he pressed the answer button, Liang's father's angry voice came through the receiver. Liang Yu, you really want to kill me, don't you? Chapter 129. Adding insult to injury. This is what she loves to do most. The voice coming from the phone was loud and full of anger. The most important thing is that this voice is familiar. Luo Yuan, who was holding the phone, trembled as he held it and almost threw it away. Liang Yu, who was standing next to him, was not in much better condition. He ignored the pain in his body, stretched out his hand with difficulty, and took the phone himself. Dad! Liang Yu's slightly flattering and obedient voice did not calm down Liang's father on the other side. His angry voice came directly through the microphone again. Don't you dare call me Dad. Just tell me where you are now. Liang Yu didn't know what had happened yet, but he could tell from his father's reaction that it was a serious matter. So she had to endure the pain and act like a spoiled child. Dad, I'm at the tea house in Luo Yuan. I just had a conflict with someone and I got hurt. Since childhood, Liang's father loved her the most. Every time he got into trouble, this trick of hers worked every time. Even if her father was angry, he would not have the heart to blame her when he heard that she was injured. However, Liang Yu, who was full of confidence, had cooperated by hissing several times, but there was no response from the other side. When Liang Yu couldn't help but want to speak again, he heard Liang's father's voice not lowering at all, and the angry voice came through the receiver again. Wait over there. I'll be right there. After saying this, he hung up the phone without waiting for her to respond. Liang Yu was confused and felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. Seeing this, the people around him couldn't help but murmur and ask, Sister Liang, what big thing have you done behind our backs recently? Judging from the look on Liang's father's face, he was obviously very angry. Liang Yu gritted her teeth in annoyance. She had done so many things. How could she know what it was? Only Luo Yuan beside him seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Song Wan, who was calm and composed not far away. Especially when I thought about what she had just said on the phone, my heart felt even colder. He couldn't help but poke Liang Yu gently. Liang Yu, who was originally thinking seriously about what he had done recently, was poked like this, and his brows immediately wrinkled in pain. Even the tone towards Luo Yuan was no longer friendly. What are you doing? Luo Yuan didn't care that she was angry anymore. He just whispered in her ear. Could it be because of her? When Liang Yu heard this, he was unable to react for a moment. After waiting for a few seconds, he looked at Song Wan in the direction Luo Yuan pointed, and finally understood what Luo Yuan was referring to. I couldn't help but sneer. Stop being funny, okay? What is the status of their Liang family? What is the status of this person in front of me? In the imperial capital can influence her father's attitude towards her. Luo Yuan's body suddenly stiffened, his expression indescribably complicated. Song Wan and the others on the opposite side naturally heard what she said, but they had no intention of refutation at all. Yu Lingyao and Jiang Huai, who had finally separated with red faces, were still immersed in the embrace they had just had. Chu Yu noticed something and looked at Liang Yu with a hidden smile in his eyes. How obvious is this? Fortunately, Liang Yu's father called in advance, but he still hasn't figured out what's going on. His IQ is still as low as ever. Thinking of this, Chu Yu couldn't help but look at Song Wan again. Although the Liang family has shown signs of rising in recent years, it is nothing in the whole of China. You know, the real wealth of China's aristocratic families is unknown to ordinary people. According to Liang Yu's family background, she knew how a few people dared to target Sister Song so brazenly. Not to mention anything else, can the entire Liang family come up with 600 million in working capital now? Chu Yu was almost certain that the call from Liang Yu's father must be related to Song Wan. But she didn't say. She loves to do things like kicking someone when they're down, especially when the other party is Liang Yu. The entrance was already blocked by Liang Yu and his companions, so Song Wan and his companions simply sat down on their seats again without any hurry. Qinglin even served Song Wan some tea with a smile on his face. Liang Yu, who looked disdainful, saw this scene and was immediately so angry that his liver ached. I said, do you still not understand the situation now? Don't you even ask about my reputation? Can you get more benefits from following her than from following me? When the people around him heard this, they actually nodded seriously. Although Sister Liang is a bit of a fangirl, she is still very principled. Raising a young man always costs a lot of money. Because she is generous with money, she has attracted many young handsome men to come after her. It is no exaggeration to say that all the good-looking guys are lining up to come to Sister Liang. Luo Yuan was the only one who was still standing there in a stalemate. When he saw how calm Song Wan and the others were, he subconsciously became even more panicked. He no longer bothered to support Liang Yu and stood up immediately. Under the surprised gazes of Liang Yu and the others, he walked straight up to Song Wan. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble just now. Everything that happened in the tea house is my fault. I promise that I will never interfere in the tea house's affairs again. Please forgive me." He bowed 90 degrees solemnly. Song Wan took a sip of the tea in her hand and looked at him with a more meaningful look. However, Liang Yu, who still hadn't stood up, couldn't control himself anymore. With a pale face, he pointed at Luo Yuan and started to curse. "Luo Yuan, what the hell are you doing here?" This group of people were all following her, and before she even said anything, he actually started to humble himself to them, simply trampling on her face. The people around him looked at Luo Yuan with obvious surprise, and had no idea why Luo Yuan would do this for no reason. Could it be that he was scared by the kick just now and was afraid that he would be affected? Luo Yuan seemed to have not heard Liang Yu's words at all. Song Wan did not say anything, and he just stood there with a bow. Liang Yu's face turned even uglier when he saw this. Just as he was about to curse again, he heard a hurried and angry voice coming from not far behind him. "Liang Yu! Could it be if not Liang Fu?" Liang Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He no longer cared about Luo Yuan. He twisted his neck stiffly and turned directly to the position behind him. I saw that Liang's father was accompanied by his second uncle, and both of them looked solemn. Liang Yu subconsciously opened her mouth, wanting to show her injuries to Liang's father, but Liang's father came up and kicked her hard on the wound. Chapter 130. The Helmsman of Shenghuang High Tech. Hiss. This time I'm not pretending. Liang Yu really bent over in pain and could no longer speak. When the people around saw this scene, they didn't even dare to breathe. When Liang's father saw Liang Yu's painful expression, he paused for a moment, then thought about what she had done, and the pity in his heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. Without any hesitation, he stepped over Liang Yu's body and entered the private room, only to see Song Wan and others. He knew both Yu Lingyao and Chu Yu, so there was only one choice left. Father Liang and Uncle Liang walked straight to Song Wan, stood beside Luo Yuan, and bowed their heads to Song Wan. "You are Mr. Song, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. Seeing is believing. You are really too young. Some are younger than one might imagine." Song Wan's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and she looked up with amusement. Shenghuang High Tech has just come into her hands. How come she has heard of her name so long ago? Song Wan didn't say anything. Liang's father lowered his attitude a little. "This rebellious girl is ignorant and has offended Mr. Song. You can do whatever you want with her." Hearing what Liang's father said, Liang Yu, who was holding his stomach and sweating profusely, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Liang's father with disbelief in his eyes. "Dad, do you know what you were saying? It wasn't her fault at all. She just wanted a handsome guy, and a few sarcastic remarks wouldn't hurt her. Besides, she wanted to take action, but she didn't even succeed. So how could it be considered that she was offending others?" The people around her were not injured and at least had some quick thinking, so they quickly pulled her sleeves. The person Liang's father just called was Mr. Song, and this attitude was enough to prove how profound the background of this girl they had never seen before was. Even when facing the Yu family, one of the top wealthy families they knew, Liang's father had never been so humble. Liang Yu was in so much pain that his mind was completely paralyzed. "Why are you pulling me?" "I." Before she could finish her words, Liang Yu met the eyes of Liang's father as he turned around and looked at her. Suddenly, the words that had not yet come out of his mouth were swallowed. Those eyes were cold, disgusted, angry, and mixed with all kinds of negative emotions, so strong that they almost burst out from the eyes. This look was not at all like what one would see in her father's eyes. Liang Yu couldn't help but shiver and couldn't say anything. Father Liang then turned around, and his attitude towards Song Wan was completely different, almost flattering. "Director Song, you can do whatever you want to this rebellious girl. I just ask you to show some mercy and let our Liang family go this time." Linhai Automobile is the foundation of the Liang family. The Liang family has been able to grow and develop in recent years all thanks to Linhai Automobile. Once Linhai Automobile has problems, the entire Liang family will collapse. Linhai Automobile relies on Shenghuang High Tech. Without this lifeline, their main products Q4, Q5 will collapse across the board. If that time really comes, the Liang family will be finished. At this point, he was filled with indescribable regret. It was not the first day that he knew Liang Yu loved to act naughty, but since she was his daughter in his old age, he naturally indulged her a little. Who would have thought that this rebellious girl would ignore so many people from bad families and just go after Mr. Song? This guy is a super boss who holds 60% of Shenghua High-Tech's shares. Just looking at his age, it is not difficult to guess how powerful his background is. In the whole of China, I am afraid that only a few old families can afford such a large sum of money. When talking about those old aristocratic families, Liang's father's expression became even uglier. Even if they sold the entire Liang family, they still wouldn't be able to touch even one finger of the other person. They couldn't even see him if they wanted to. But Liang Yu was different. He was completely offended as soon as he went out. Song Wan then slowly put down the teacup and nodded gently to Luo Yuan beside her. There's nothing for you to do here. This is what it means to forgive him. Luo Yuan suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned, and he almost lost his balance. God knows his heart almost jumped out when Liang's father arrived and stood beside him, flattering the person in front of him. After hearing Liang's father call Mr. Song, he secretly thanked his sixth sense dozens of times in his heart. Among them, the Liang family has the strongest development momentum. The Luo family is not even as good as the Liang family, so if he offends someone who even the Liang family has to be careful with. Luo Yuan didn't dare to think further and hurriedly retreated under Song Wan's gaze. When he walked out the door, he didn't even dare to look at Liang Yu, who was still standing at the door. After Luo Yuan left the house, Liang's father came forward again with an almost flattering smile. Mr. Song, you are so magnanimous. Please release our Linhai automobile as well. That's probably not possible. Before Song Wan could say anything, Yu Lingyao, who had finally reacted, cleared his throat and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Liang Yu even tried to rob the housekeeper beside my sister, and even tried to use force when he couldn't get her. I'm afraid it has something to do with Uncle Liang's pampering in the past. Upon hearing this, Liang's father's originally flattering smile froze on his face. When he caught a glimpse of Qing Lin's appearance, he believed Ling Yao's words completely. My heart suddenly felt cold. He knew very well what kind of person his own daughter was, but who would have known that she would get involved with Shenghua High-Tech for a man? This time, even the second uncle of the Liang family, who came along, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just because of a man? Is it because of their niece's crazy love for sex that they are in such a dilemma? Uncle Liang couldn't help but look back at Liang Yu. Liang Yu had obviously come to his senses by now. When he met his gaze, even his teeth couldn't help but tremble. She knew very well how much importance her father and his colleagues attached to Linhai automobile. But it was precisely because of this that when she came to her senses, she felt even more boundless fear in her heart. Shenghua High-Tech, Liang Yu murmured in a low voice. The few short sentences that Song Wan had just said to the person on the other end of the phone went through her mind countless times. She suddenly felt that all the strength in her body had been drained. Dissolve cooperation. Linhai Automobile has many cooperative merchants, but apart from Shenghua High-Tech, there is no other company that can make my father and his colleagues have such an attitude. This strange person in front of me, whom I have never seen before, is the helmsman of Shenghua High-Tech. Even if Liang Yu continued to act recklessly, he knew what Shenghua High-Tech meant. The place where Liang Yu was kicked in the chest should have felt a burning pain, but now it only felt cold. How could this happen? How did it become like this? Chapter 131. I don't like verbal apologies from others. Liang Yu's murmurs were not very loud, but everyone in the room could hear them clearly. The people around her were even more dumbfounded. Shenghua High-Tech? What's the meaning? They were not stupid. When they heard Liang's father call Song Wan Director Song, they knew that she must be the helmsman of some big company. But no matter how hard I tried, I never imagined that this company would be Shenghua High-Tech. Although these people just eat, drink, and have fun on weekdays, they still know the general news. It is also clear what Shenghua High-Tech means to the Liang family. It was precisely because of this that the looks they gave Liang Yu became more complicated. Understood where Liang's father's anger came from, and why Liang's father, who loved Liang Yu the most, kicked Liang Yu right at the beginning today. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but look at each other, and then their faces turned ugly at the same time. Even the Liang family is not someone they can afford to offend, let alone Shenghua High-Tech. If someone really wants to investigate, can those who followed them be let off easily? Several people couldn't help but think of the scene where Luo Yuan quickly stepped forward to apologize. I originally thought Luo Yuan was stupid, but now it seems that it is not Luo Yuan who is stupid. Who were facing Song Wan, naturally heard Liang Yu's murmurs. Liang's father thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He walked up to Liang Yu in a few steps, then dragged her up from the ground. Then, he pulled her straight to Song Wan. Rebellious girl, why don't you apologize to Mr. Song? If he had known that Liang Yu would bring so much trouble to him and the Liang family, he would never have let her go. Liang Yu did not refute this time. He glanced at Qing Lin with an unpleasant expression and then said directly to Song Wan, "Sorry." Her voice was a little low, and she still felt a little unwilling. If the person in front of her had told her his identity long ago, she wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. She still doesn't quite understand why she has never met him, even though he is the helmsman of Shengwang High Tech. You can't be so low-key as this. The reluctance in Liang Yu's voice was not only heard by Song Wan, but also by everyone else present. Liang's father beside him didn't hesitate and slapped him directly. "Evil girl, I asked you to apologize to Mr. Song. Who the hell are you showing off to?" Liang's father's words, and Liang Yu's face turned even paler. She subconsciously looked at Liang's father, but saw that his cold eyes seemed to want to eat her. His body couldn't help but shiver, and he covered his beaten cheek, unable to hold up his expression any longer, and tears immediately flowed down his eyes. "Dad, you know, the person who loved her the most since she was a child was her father. Although her father was not very kind to her and her mother, he always gave her whatever she wanted. No matter whether she is an illegitimate son or daughter, she can do whatever she wants and her father will never care about her. She always thought that she was the most important in her father's eyes, but today's continuous beatings and scoldings almost made her mentality collapse." However, Liang's father didn't care what she was thinking. He didn't even react when he saw her crying. He just looked at her coldly. "Apologize." Watching this scene, Song Wan only raised his hand slightly, and then said slowly, "No need to apologize." Liang's father, who was originally staring at Liang Yu, turned his head instantly and looked at Song Wan with a hint of hidden joy in his eyes. "Mr. Song, what do you mean?" As soon as he said this, he realized that his voice was trembling because he was too excited. Uncle Liang behind him was not in a much better condition. He also looked at Song Wan with burning eyes, and he felt a little relaxed in his heart. This is the benefit of young people being in power. They are young, and many of their ideas are immature. As long as you play a sad drama in front of them, most of them will feel sympathy. However, before the two of them could show their joyful expressions, they heard the girl sitting over there speaking with a smile again. "I don't like verbal apologies from others. I prefer an apology with real value to a verbal apology, so I'll just accept this apology myself." After saying that, Song Wan gently stood up. Then he turned to Zhang Huai and the others and said, "Let's go." Zhang Huai and several others standing by immediately stood up. Without giving Liang's father and the others a chance to speak again, they walked out the door. The few people who were originally blocking the door immediately hurriedly made way for the door. It was not until the footsteps of the few people slowly faded away that Liang's father and Liang's second uncle finally woke up from their dream and reacted. The two looked at each other, and their hearts sank to the bottom. This doesn't look like they are young and easily fooled. Young and soft-hearted? I'm afraid they are overthinking it. Thinking of the situation the company would face next, Liang's father and Liang's second uncle couldn't help but want to collapse on the ground. At this moment, Liang Yu was still covering her swollen cheek and whimpering twice, looking like she was in extreme pain. Liang's father's temples were throbbing, and he couldn't help but slap her on the other side of the face. "Cry, cry, cry. All you know is crying. The Liang family is almost ruined by you. Where can I go to cry? Let's not talk about the situation here for now." After Song Wan and the others walked out of the tea house, Chu Yu, who was following at the end, couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. While laughing, he gave Song Wan a thumbs up and said, "Sister Song, you are so awesome." Everyone in the circle knows what kind of people the Liang family is. Liang Yu is unruly and bullies others by taking advantage of his power. Liang's father abuses his original wife, and they have one illegitimate son or daughter after another. The second uncle of the Liang family is not much better. He was the one who sponsored the Bible Internet Addiction Treatment School a few years ago. If she had met her instead of Sister Song today, she didn't know how Liang Yu would ridicule her. And if Sister Song was just an ordinary person, she would definitely not be able to keep the handsome butler beside her. So when she saw Liang Yu and the Liang family suffer this fate, she really had no sympathy at all. Seeing this, Yu Lingyao also chimed in, looking at Song Wan with a smile in his eyes. Of course, don't you see whose sister she is? If I like Song Wan just because of Jiang Huai at the beginning, it is not the case now. After spending a day together, she could clearly see Song Wan's character. Frankly, and without any hesitation, if you want to hit me, I will hit you back directly, which is exactly what she likes. Jiang Huai beside me, my. Chapter 132, Perfect Gene Accelerator and Subtle Aura. As it was getting dark, Song Wan exchanged contact information with Chu Yu and Yu Lingyao, and then let Qing Lin drive away. After getting in the car, Jiang Huai, who had been holding back for who knows how long, finally couldn't help himself anymore and looked at Song Wan with the most weird look possible. Sister, you are not the lost daughter of some international tycoon, are you? Each of these is too exaggerated. First, it was the Panga's 7-star hotel. Then he bought Tinglan Biotech Company for 600 million. And now, even Shengwang High-Tech has become his sister's. Jiang Huai blinked his eyes. He made a little money from his profession. What a joke. Song Wan turned her head and smiled at him, saying indifferently, maybe it's a granddaughter. Jiang Huai. Doesn't it mean that he looks like a mentally retarded person, a hashtag? Song Wan patted his shoulder nonchalantly and said earnestly, don't worry, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. I understand. I will never forget you, sister. Jiang Huai. Isn't it illegal? Song Wan had just patted on his shoulder, suddenly patted on his head. What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person? Jiang Huai finally felt relieved. He didn't even care about being hit twice. He looked at Song Wan with sparkling eyes and said, Sister, is it your turn to support me from now on? Song Wan was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought of something. She looked at him with an indescribable look. Silly child, it happened a few days ago. Jiang Huai didn't care. He just thought that Song Wan agreed. He even forgot that he was still in the car. He wanted to jump up and hit his head as expected. Then he calmed down with a painful look on his face. After returning to Panga Hotel, he arranged accommodation for Jiang Huai. While they were having dinner together, he poured a bottle of gene repair fluid into the cup in front of Jiang Huai. After watching him finish his drink and then finish their meal together, she took Qinglin back to the presidential suite. While taking a bath, Song Wan wanted to watch a TV series, but then the system voice suddenly popped up. Ding system random task. Spend 10 million DU coins, 50 million axe and tooth coins, and 100 million Do coins respectively within 30 minutes. If the mission succeeds, you will be rewarded with a perfect gene accelerator. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Song Wan, who was taking a bath. What is the perfect gene accelerator? The system's cute voice suddenly became a little shy. The perfect gene accelerator, as the name suggests, is a drug that can accelerate the optimization of the God-level gene optimization fluid in the host body, allowing the host body genes to reach perfection at the fastest speed. Song Wan's hand paused for a moment. Didn't you say before that it would take half a year to complete the optimization so as not to arouse other people's suspicion? The system continued to twist. That is the fastest speed that a normal blue star person can achieve. Since the host has acknowledged its grandfather's identity, it is necessary for the elder to open a little back door for his own baby. Song Wan didn't know what the system was thinking. She just touched her cheek thoughtfully. A normal blue star person? The system heard the doubt in Song Wan's voice and explained hastily. System produced, absolutely guaranteed. The perfect gene accelerator can definitely make the host genes reach perfection while ensuring the fastest speed, adding a subtle aura. This time, before Song Wan could speak, the system explained again. The imperceptible aura means that the impression of you by people around you will change imperceptibly as your appearance and other factors increase, which can ensure that the host has no worries when optimizing genes. Hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but open his eyes wider. What the system said was very clear. With the perfect gene accelerator, it would take less than half a year for her body functions to reach perfection. And with the blessing of the subtle aura, she would not arouse suspicion from others. Big fortune. As a girl who doesn't care about her height and appearance, she had the God-level gene optimization liquid given by the system, so she knew that she would become more and more beautiful, so she was naturally not in a hurry. But now there is a more perfect and faster solution. Why not do it? Ding, 10 million DOU coins, 50 million AX coins, and 100 million DOU coins have been issued to the host's account. Please check. As if understanding Song Wan's urgency, the system's cute voice immediately and spontaneously broadcast the progress of the task. Song Wan didn't care that she was still taking a bath and directly took the phone. She didn't download DOU, but she could just download one directly. The download speed was very fast, and Song Wan logged into her account directly. Sure enough, 10 million Douyu coins were lying there quietly in the background. Without saying much, he went straight to the live broadcast interface. However, as soon as the live broadcast screen came out, Song Wan saw a familiar face from the biggest advertisement. There was a line of promotional words written in the middle. General Feng's first live broadcast. The snow is clear, and we will see you there. If it's not Shin Qingxue, then who else could it be? Song Wan raised her eyebrows. Isn't this fate? Without looking for anyone else, I just clicked on the live broadcast room according to the promotional poster on the homepage. In the live broadcast room, Shin Qingxue was wearing a silver armor, with her black hair tied up high with a red ribbon, looking a bit free and easy, which was exactly the outfit of the heroine in the web drama starring Shin Qingxue. Song Wan has not watched that web drama, but from the number of people in the live broadcast room and the activeness of the barrage, it can be roughly judged that Shin Qingxue's General Feng is still very popular with the audience. Most of the comments were about confessions to Shin Qingxue. Some talked about when they fell for General Feng. Some said Shin Qingxue was very beautiful, and some said they were looking forward to her next drama. As an investor recognized by the system, Song Wan had no doubt about her acting skills and ability to attract fans. So when she saw this scene, she just smiled knowingly. At this moment, I saw several inappropriate comments. Hey, isn't this a star? When did you become a host? Is there no more drama to perform? Nowadays, celebrities really don't care about acting properly, but instead think about doing some crooked ways to make money. These comments were all about the same few sentences, and Song Wan immediately understood. Celebrities? Who doesn't have a few haters? So without any hesitation, I directly found the most expensive gift on the interface, the Super Rocket, and clicked on it. Shin Qingxue sounds like a celebrity, but she has only starred in one web drama after all. Although the gift special effects have never stopped, Super Rockets are still rare. What's more, the person who presented the Super Rocket had a name that almost all of them were familiar with, Wanwan. Oh my god, I'm not seeing things. It is the Moon Emperor. Chapter 133, Familiar Exclusive Special Effects, rolled up. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments immediately exploded. As a result, the number of people watching the live broadcast also began to rise sharply. Oh my god, the Moon King is here to play with fish? Wow, I haven't seen the Moon Emperor for many days. Who understands the pain of watching Yu Huang's video of him playing games over and over again? I can't afford the voice control. Axe and Douyin have already released exclusive special effects for Yu Huang. Let's say, Douyu, can you understand something? That's right, Douyu, can you understand something? The audience who were discussing enthusiastically in the live broadcast room did not know that at this time Song Wan was already reading the official private message. Boss, we have also created special effects for you, Omega. The customer service representative who contacted Song Wan's hands were already shaking. Although the boss had never been to Douyu before, after seeing the scenes of Axia and Douyin, how could they be unprepared at all? It's coming in handy right now. Song Wan held the phone and raised her brows slightly, then typed, "Send it to me?" There was no hesitation at all, and all the videos were sent over immediately. There are 5 videos in total, and you can see that there are 5 different special effects. After all, it was just a special effect, and the playing time was not very long, so Song Wan finished watching it very quickly. Finally, the eyes stopped on the last video. The style of the video is obviously different from the previous ones. The first thing that appears on the screen is an animated forest lake. There are faint flashes of fireflies above the lake, which looks very dreamy. Light blue hanfu appeared on the screen. The modeling of the little girl is obviously very careful, and the embroidery on the hanfu is all moons. Her face is even more delicate, a very pleasing oval face with big, twinkling eyes. Her jet black hair was tied into 2 small buns, with 2 very delicate crescent-shaped hair accessories worn in front of the buns, which was simply extremely cute. When the little girl appeared, she pouted and a fishing rod appeared in her hand. When the fishing rod was put into the water, a light blue moon was slowly fished out from the lake and finally landed in the center of the lake with the little girl. The name of the special effect is also very interesting, Diayue Xiaoxian. Song Wan curled her lips subconsciously and said directly to the customer service. Just the last one. The customer service's eyes lit up. Big brother, do you also think Diayue Xiaoxian is cute? This special effect really hit her cute spot. When she saw it for the first time, she almost screamed like a groundhog. However, the customer service regretted it after typing. If the situation did not allow it, she would have wanted to go back in time and withdraw the line of words she had just typed. The video was chosen by the boss, so she had no right to comment. What's more, the boss is very busy with his work, so how could he have the time to chat with her? Just as I was thinking this, I saw the big guy on the other side slowly typed a line of words. It's really cute. The customer service was so excited that he wanted to scream. He was so approachable. He deserved to be rich. However, she did not dare to waste any more time and quickly typed to Song Wan. Boss, our Jua Shaoxian also has a set amount of 100,000. It is the only special effect that can only be used by you. Song Wan nodded and said a few more words before returning to the live broadcast interface. Wanyue's identity from the barrage, and her expression was obviously a little shocked. It is very rare to see a big shot spending millions or tens of millions at a time in the entertainment industry. Because of time constraints, Song Wan didn't say anything more. She found the special effects that the customer service had just added for her and pressed it directly. The screen that was originally filled with barrage of comments was suddenly covered by a whole set of special effects, and everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked again. What the hell? What kind of special effect is this? This little dumpling is so cute. What would dumpling come to mama's place? Don't you understand the theme of this special effect? You must have prepared it a long time ago. An exclusive special effect for Moon King. It's rolled up. It's rolled up. I have to say you still has some brains. Of course, otherwise how can we keep the Moon Emperor? Am I the only one who noticed the name of this special effect? Jua Shaoxian. Jua Doyu's thoughts are all obvious. This is a despicable act. There is an obvious difference between the special effects worth tens, hundreds, or even thousands of dollars and the special effects worth tens, hundreds, or even thousands of dollars. Even Shen Qingxue couldn't help but be stunned when she saw it. I didn't understand until I saw the explanation in the barrage. So he smiled gently at the camera and said sincerely, "Thank you, Master Wanyue, for the Jiayue fairy. I appreciate your help." Her family background was relatively good since she was a child, not to mention the income of those first-line stars she saw after entering the entertainment industry. Her ability to bear money can be said to be much higher than that of ordinary people. But the situation before us is different. This special effect alone costs 100,000, which is equivalent to her income from filming an episode of a web drama. However, the special effects were not over yet. In her astonished eyes, she saw the exquisite special effects on the screen displayed over and over again. The official report also confirmed that what she saw was not an illusion. Wanwan presents anchor Shun Qingxue Jiayue Shaoxian ×1. Wanwan presents host Shun Qingxue Jiayue Shaoxian x10. Wanwan presents anchor Shun Qingxue Jiayue Shaoxian ×50. Seeing that the special effects on the screen showed no signs of stopping, Shun Qingxue's originally calm expression began to become uncontrollable. 100,000 for each? 50 for each? That's already 5 million? Is this how you make money from live streaming nowadays? This is almost as much as her company's sales. The assistant next to him had an even worse expression. He looked at the big screen, covering his mouth, not knowing how to react. In comparison, the audience in the live broadcast room was much calmer. Don't panic, General Feng. The boss has always been like this. Ha 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 ha. I suddenly remembered the first time I saw Yu Huang rewarding people in the live broadcast room. At that time, my mouth could have stuffed an egg. Well, who isn't? After all, there are a lot of wealthy people on the internet, but there is no one like Yu Huang who has hundreds of millions or tens of millions. Such as Axe, Douyu, and Douyin have specially created exclusive special effects for the big guys. So far, they have never seen a second person treated like this. The bullet screen and special effects continued at the same time until a line of words appeared at the top of the screen. Wanyue presents host Shun Qingxue Jiayue Shaoxian ×100. Only then did Song Wan stop. Shun Qingxue and the assistant couldn't help but look at each other, and the surprise in their eyes was naturally self-evident. Especially when facing Shun Qingxue directly. Even after blinking, he still felt a sense of unreality, as if he was in a dream. 100 moonfishing fairies? A full 10 million? Chapter 130, for I have to admit, I feel great. You know, the reason why Shun Qingxue started this live broadcast is because the highlight is yet to come. The company wants to take advantage of her current popularity to bring up a newcomer in the same company. The newcomer plays her cousin in the play, who is also a very good character, who is as capable as any man. Unfortunately, the newcomer's acting skills were not up to par, so even after the show was over, she didn't make any splash. Now that I want to use her to bring up new people, I naturally have to give her some benefits. After all, when the company cooperated with Kai Yuxiang to ban her, they showed her no mercy at all. This was the first time the company allowed her to appear in the public eye since banning her. Shun Qingxue naturally did not want to give up, even if the company's goal was to promote newcomers. Thinking of this, The corners of Shun Qingshue's lips unconsciously curled up with a hint of profound meaning. I'm afraid the company couldn't have imagined the current situation. The condition agreed upon before was that all the income from this live broadcast would belong to her personally, and because of her popularity, the price agreed upon with Douyu was 8. In other words, after this live broadcast, she easily earned 8 million just from US tips. Not to mention the live broadcast effect brought by Wanwan. Shun Qingxue looked at the number of people watching the live broadcast and knew that the company would definitely not miss this opportunity. Sure enough, the assistant looked at the phone and pointed behind her cryptically, then smiled at the screen. This time, the surprise prepared for everyone is not just General Feng. The people in the live broadcast room only saw a girl in a light yellow hanfu slowly walking in front of the screen. The assistant immediately stood up and said to them in a cheerful tone, "Renew her relationship with General Feng. Are the fans happy?" However, due to this sudden situation, the newcomers were arranged to go on stage early, and the internet trolls arranged by the company have not arrived yet, which has led to a confusing scene on the barrage. Where is the special performance of General Feng that was promised? Who is this? Why don't I remember this character in the drama? Crap, Jinhua Entertainment, come out and die. Alpaca, maybe I would have accepted other people, but what's the meaning of Jinhua Entertainment tying Qingxue together with a newcomer who was exposed for bullying others at school? I've heard that Jinhua Entertainment is not friendly to us Qingxue. I originally thought it was just a rumor, but now haha. The newcomer who was pushed forward obviously had no idea that he was unpopular, and he sat directly in the original assistant's position, side by side with Shin Qingxue. Then she smoothed her long hair and smiled sweetly at the audience in front of the screen. "Hello, I am General Feng's cousin, Feng Lianxiao. I am very happy to meet you again. In the name of the Moon Emperor, I have heard of it for a long time." After saying that, she blinked sweetly at the camera. Although she is the character that the company is promoting now and earns more money than Shin Qingxue, who would want to miss out on such a big shot, who can make tens of millions with just one swipe in the live broadcast room. She thought that her looks were not inferior to Shin Qingxue, so there was no reason why she couldn't get the rewards that Shin Qingxue could get. So after getting the news from the boss, he immediately went on stage ahead of time. This is tens of millions. You can earn tens of millions just by sitting and talking. It's much more exciting than filming a movie. Thinking of this, he straightened his body calmly. She had already anticipated how she would thank the boss after receiving the reward. It would definitely be much more attractive than Shun Qingxue's dry thanks. However, the big guy with the shining logo in the live broadcast room disappeared from the room the moment she finished speaking. Disappeared. Newcomer's eyes were stunned, and he didn't react for a long time. How come the situation is totally different from what she expected? Confused newcomers, the people in the live broadcast room originally came for Shin Qingxue, and they couldn't help but start laughing when they saw this scene. I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. It's obvious that the boss only loves us Qingxue. Although they are all young ladies, there are still differences between young ladies. TSK. Go back upstairs. How can a person who bullies others be called a little sister? Come on, repeat after me. That girl. Ha 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 ha, I have to admit, I feel great. It feels so good hee. Let's not talk about what happened in the live broadcast room for now. Song Wan quit Douyu and switched directly to Douyin. She didn't look for it again, but just saw the host who was currently broadcasting from her follow list. Fu Xingyan seldom broadcast live after joining Xingyao Media. Lin Yu, whom he met in the last game, was not broadcasting either. Now the only one broadcasting in the list was Crazy Sunflower. Song Wan did not hesitate and went straight into the live broadcast room. "Stop arguing. Look, my big boss is coming over here." Song Wan entered the live broadcast room. Sunflower was arguing eloquently with the people in the barrage about whether Song Wan liked Shun Qingxue or him. Obviously, they already knew about Song Wan's gift giving on Douyu. Song Wan didn't say much, and just like before, the special effects of Lin Yu appeared on the screen instantly. Wanwan presents the anchor Crazy Sunflower on the Moon ×1. Wanwan presents the anchor Crazy Sunflowers on the Moon ×10. Seeing the special effects exclusive to Wanwan appearing on the screen, Sunflower's sunny and handsome face immediately moved closer to the big screen, and then directly picked out the barrage that just mentioned him and hung it on the screen. The comment was obviously from someone who had just argued with him. "Brother K, don't even think about it. Qingxue is so pretty. Lie down. Your concubine will move back again." Seeing that this comment was successfully posted, Sunflower pinched her waist and started laughing. Come on. Tell me again if you have the guts. I am obviously the boss's wife. You stupid mortals." After saying that, he made a heart gesture to the screen. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to prove your identity for me. Moi, I love you the most. Song Wan's hands trembled as she was brushing the gifts, and then she slowly typed on the screen. The guy who was originally pulled out to be whipped suddenly said, "Ha ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. I told you, brother Kue, how good it would be for you to be your concubine peacefully. Why do you have to think about climbing up? Isn't it better to just lie down?" Sunflower didn't look embarrassed at all. She raised her eyebrows at the screen and said earnestly, "What do you know? It's obviously you who made fun of my boss and made him feel embarrassed." Chapter 135. My mom often says that I am annoying. Even though the audience in the live broadcast room already knew Sunflower's personality, they were still so angry at his shameless words that they rolled their eyes. "Brother Kue, I advise you to be kind. Brother Kue, I advise you not to be too cocky. Brother Aoi, I advise you to see if the boss has stopped giving out gifts." As soon as these words came out, the comments immediately turned into "ha ha ha. Let you show off. Let you show off. Well, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences." When Sunflower saw these words, her originally smug smile froze involuntarily, and she put her hands on her hips and said righteously, "You stupid mortals, am I the kind of person who only cares about money and not status?" After saying that, the voice changed, and the handsome face moved closer to the big screen, then blinked, raised his orchid finger, and said in a pinch, "Besides, I have already been the boss's man. Right, big guy?" Song Wan, who watched the whole process and was questioned, couldn't help but twitch her lips, indicating that she didn't want to pay attention to his dramatic behavior. His finger moved back to the gift interface, and in a short while, all the 100 Lin Yushang had been sent out. The 100 million Doobie coins have also been collected, so the only thing left is Axia's 50 million. Song Wan didn't even say goodbye before hurriedly leaving the Douyin live broadcast room, leaving behind the drama-obsessed Sunflower and the audience in the room who were still swearing at Sunflower. "Is the boss leaving? Excuse me, but the boss definitely can't stand Aoi Kuin. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, I feel the same way. Ha ha ha, the bosses are gone. Kui brother, please put away your orchid fingers. A slave, let the boss spend 10 million for me. Another 10 million. As expected, the richest man still has to look to our Moon Emperor. It seems like every time Moon King gives a gift and runs away. Huh? What a habit. Don't cry, Kuegu. You have at least kept your status as a concubine, and you still have a place in the boss' heart, P.S. If the boss wasn't disgusted just now." Seeing the last line of words on the screen, Sunflower's shocked expression instantly changed, and she immediately became dissatisfied. "You don't understand this. Do you think I am the boss's man?" Without waiting for the comments to respond, Sunflower answered on her own. "Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would the boss come to me after giving gifts to others? Isn't it obvious that he is thinking about me?" After saying that, Sunflower touched his forehead and said helplessly, "I can't help it. I told you that I'm the queen, but you just don't believe me." Shocked by these shameless words, "Sunflower, if you show off like that, you'll get into trouble. I'm telling you." "That's right, I've never heard of a concubine being promoted to the first wife. What if the boss is disgusted by you? You won't even have the status of a concubine." Sunflower looked at the comments and ignored them all, then smiled at the screen with a handsome and sunny face. "I'm telling you guys, you need to be more sensible from now on. Kuei CP should be carried by your brother." As soon as the words fell, a bold text message lit up in the live broadcast room. "Forget KUSCP. The boss has already gone to kill him. He is one of the administrators of the Sunflower Live Room." Then the audience in the live broadcast room laughed immediately, and many of them switched directly to Axfong. The Axe live broadcast, Song Wan typed and asked Tingzhu to start the live broadcast. Tingzhu was obviously in the student dormitory at the moment. When he saw Song Wan asked him to start the live broadcast, he started it without saying a word. Tingzhu's popularity is obviously very high now. As soon as the show started, his popularity soared and the barrage of comments became excited. "Didn't they say that the show wouldn't be aired today? How come there's a sudden surprise? You upstairs probably didn't see the shining Moon Emperor in the live studio. I knock, I knock, I knock. Bamboo is indeed related to the Moon Emperor. I found that Juzi would only turn on the camera when Yue Huang was around. Gonen Yin. It is reasonable to suspect that this bastard Yin wants to use his beauty to seduce our Moon Emperor. Don't expose her. What if Juzi gets embarrassed and never turns on the camera again?" Shin Tingzhu slightly adjusted the position of the camera, then moved his gaze to the screen. I could see clearly what the people on the screen were saying, and my face felt inexplicably hot when I thought that the other protagonist of the topic was also in the live broadcast room. Just as I was about to speak, the dormitory door, was opened by my roommate. Fong Peng and Lu Kuan didn't notice that Shin Tingzhu had already started the live broadcast, so they hurried over. Bamboo, guess who we met today? Shin Tingzhu subconsciously wanted to point to his phone to tell them that he had just started a live broadcast, but Fong Peng couldn't help but speak. That fairy sister Jiang Huai. Well, she is simply the sister of my dreams. Shin Tingzhu? Jiang Huai's sister came to school? Dream sister? As he was talking, Lu Kuan had already taken the gift that belonged to Shin Tingzhu and placed it in front of him excitedly. Ding, ding, ding. This is the gift that Sister Wan gave us. This one is yours. Shin Tingzhu subconsciously turned his gaze to the table, and his eyes were suddenly a little surprised. He finally understood why these two people said that Jiang Huai's sister was the sister of his dreams. These can be said to be the boy's dream gifts. However, Fong Peng and Lu Kuan were clearly not done sharing, and they sat down one on each side, talking nonstop. And Sister One is pretty too. The sound is nice too. The family is very rich, is so gentle to us. Shin Tingzhu, why are you crying like a grown man? The two ignored his objection and sighed. If only Sister Wan was my real sister. Shin Tingzhu looked at the two of them and always felt that he had overlooked something. Everyone in the live broadcast room heard the two roommates' words clearly and immediately had something to talk about. Why can't a grown man just whimper? My mom often says that I am very cute. Is she praising me? Fuck. Am I the only one who saw the gift that flashed by? Cherry mechanical keyboard, Switch game console, Bose wireless headphones, Sony PS4 Pro limited edition machine. Aren't these the gifts I wish for in my dreams? Is this real or fake? I didn't see it clearly just now. Go back upstairs. Really, I saw it too? I knock. Jiang Huai's fairy sister? Jiang Huai is the handsome boy from last time? Fairy sister is the sister who gave me a mobile phone and notebook last time? Chapter 136, I suspect you were talking about something very new. To be honest, I want this sister too. Want a plus one. Want a plus 10,086. I want my parents' ID numbers. Song Wan, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but twitch her eyes after seeing these words. For fear that they would say something shocking again, he pointed his finger and exclusive special effects instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. Everyone in the live broadcast room was originally immersed in admiring the fairy sister who gave divine gifts, but when they saw this scene, they no longer cared about anything else. Oh my god, can I say this is the first time I've seen the Crescent Moon Throne live? It's so beautiful. Haha, I'm different. Today, I first witnessed Jiayue Shaoxian, then witnessed Linhai Shang, and now I see the Crescent Moon Throne. I have collected all 3 exclusive special effects and recorded them on the screen, hands on hips. Please discuss in detail upstairs. I know about Above the Moon and Crescent Moon Throne, but what is Jiayue Shaoxian? I surf the internet every day, and I just took a nap. How come the network is turned into 2G? Hot knowledge. Jiayue Shaoxian is an exclusive special effect made by Douyu for big guys. So cute. What the hell? Our Moon King went to Douyu? When did this happen? Back upstairs, maybe a few minutes ago? The discussion in the barrage was in full swing. Shin Tingzhu, who was still wondering what he had overlooked in the dormitory, caught a glimpse of the Crescent Throne on the screen. He hurriedly called a halt to his 2 roommates and pointed to his phone, which was broadcasting live. The 2 of them were obviously aware of Shin Tingzhu's identity as a host. Seeing this, they couldn't help but look at each other with a bit of embarrassment on their faces. What did they just say? The 2 people, whose desire to share has not been satisfied, stood up suddenly and decided to show off to the people in the neighboring dormitories first. Seeing the 2 of them leaving the dormitory at a very fast speed, a hint of helplessness flashed across Shin Tingzhu's eyes, and he wanted to ask where Jiang Huai had gone. But the most important thing at the moment is obviously Wanyu. Shin Tingzhu first thanked Song Wan for the gift, then smiled at the screen. Wanyu, do you want to play a game with me? As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer sit still. Ha, Bamboo. You actually dare to mention playing games. Isn't it just that I set a flag and got slapped in the face? What's there to be afraid of? Are you a host? Welcome everyone to revisit the 2 large-scale TV series, I Will Protect You and Save Me, and point the way to the broken station. Follow me, save me, find out. You have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Ha. To be honest, you guys are actually haters. Shin Tingzhu naturally saw the words floating in the barrage, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his fair face. Last time it was an accident. After saying that, as if afraid that they would not believe him, he added, it was really an accident. When Song Wan saw this scene, The corners of her lips curled up subconsciously, and she couldn't help laughing. Her hands did not stop moving, and her exclusive special effects kept flashing in the live broadcast room. Wanwan presents Anchor Tingju with 10 Crescent Moon Thrones. Wanwan presents Anchor Tingju with Crescent Moon Throne X50. Wanwan presents Anchor Tingju with Crescent Moon Throne X100. The 100 Crescent Thrones were quickly cleared, and Song Wan stopped, then typed privately, "Call your roommate up to play with you." Shin Tingju immediately understood what Song Wan meant. There was a sense of bitterness in my heart, but I didn't hesitate. I took out my other phone and called Jiang Huai directly on WeChat. When Jiang Huai heard that the person who wanted him to go online was the rich lady with a lot of money from last time, he went straight to his Axie Anchor account without saying a word. Jiang Huai received the live broadcast call from Shin Tingju right away, so he naturally didn't hesitate and connected it directly. The people in the live broadcast room were still swiping the screen with great interest when suddenly they saw Jiang Huai coming online, and someone immediately noticed the background on Jiang Huai's screen. This background looks so familiar. This is the imperial capital, right? Right? Ahem. Although it's not good to reveal the address, but handsome boy, you're not in the PG hotel now, right? Can you please not type letters? I can't afford to hurt people who don't know anything. Underscore. I know, I can do this, ass. Why the hell is there such a hotel? Get out of here. You'll just mislead the kids. Song Wan, who was taking a bath with a cherry in her mouth, was choked when she heard these words. He coughed several times before he calmed down. The expression on his face when he looked at the phone screen was indescribable. The people in the live broadcast room were unaware of Song Wan's reaction at this moment and were still discussing this topic with great interest. I suspect you are talking about something very new, and I am simple-minded and know nothing about it. You can imagine that it can't be the two words mentioned above. Apple Hotel? How come I've never heard of it? Please, don't you guys look at the background of the floor-to-ceiling windows? There is no other place that can see these views so clearly except the 7-star hotel in the imperial capital, right? 7-star hotel? I was shocked. Imperial capital, 7 stars? Are you talking about Panga Hotel? This is a match, isn't it? Jiang Huai obviously hadn't reacted yet when he saw his location accurately revealed in the barrage. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Shin Tingju couldn't help but blink when he saw this scene, and quickly sent a private message to Jiang Huai to change the live broadcast angle. After Jiang Huai readjusted the angle, the style of the people in the live broadcast room gradually returned to normal. Aren't Juicy and handsome boy Jiang Huai from the same dormitory? Why did you think of connecting today? It's obvious that the two of you are not in the same place now. It is said that the handsome boy Jiang Huai is really rich. Little handsome boy, please support me, oh. If I remember correctly, the guy upstairs is the one who was praised by his mother and was so strong. What a shame. I'm just a little taller and a little stronger. Why do you call me a strong man? Please give us girls a chance to live. Don't cry, sisters upstairs. We can set our goals a little further ahead. As long as we take down the boss of the boss, then we will be the boss among the bosses. Are you playing with nesting dolls upstairs? Oh. Jiang Huai finally saw what the barrage was talking about. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the familiar special effects unfolding right in front of him. Wanwan presents Anchor Jiang Huai with Crescent Moon Throne X10. Wanwan presents Anchor Jiang Huai with Crescent Moon Throne X100. Wanwan presents Anchor Jiang Huai with Crescent Moon Throne X200. As 20 million Axe coins went out, the entire live broadcast room's audience exploded instantly. Chapter 137, Which Rich Woman is So Blind? No way. This is already 20 million. So it turns out that the boss favorite is still the handsome boy Jiang Huai. Wow. Give me a chance to travel to Jiang Huai. My family, I'm going crazy, but the boss hasn't stopped yet. Sure enough, everyone only saw the special effects continuing one after another. And after a short while, the number of Crescent Thrones accumulated to 400. 400. A full 40 million. There was even a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, and the scrolling of the barrage of comments became a little slower. 40 million, seriously? How much do you love the handsome young man Jiang Huai? 40 million at once. It's enough to buy a young handsome guy in the entertainment industry. No, even if I were to buy a young man, this amount wouldn't be enough. Sure enough, poverty overturned my imagination. Shin Tingju, who was still on the line, was stunned for a moment after seeing this scene. 40 million is 4 times his. So, Jiang Huai is indeed the type that Wanwan likes? Needless to say, Jiang Huai, the person involved, was still watching the live broadcast on his phone. and his handsome face was full of surprise. When I spoke, my voice became a little dry. Master, this is too much. He hadn't done anything yet, but 40 million was given to him all at once. Zhang Huai couldn't help but cough twice, and his eyes looked abnormal when he looked at the screen. Could it be that this rich young woman really has a crush on him? My mouth moved, and a familiar smiling face appeared in my mind. The bold, undisguised, bright smile gradually appears clearly in my mind. Yu Lingyao. A hint of confusion instantly appeared on his face. Are you kidding? Even if Yu Lingyao didn't exist, he wouldn't be kept by that rich woman. He still has a sister, okay. Song Wan had no idea what this operation made them think. Listening to the voice coming from the system in her mind, she smiled in a very good mood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Spend 10 million DU coins, 50 million axe and tooth coins, and 100 million Do coins respectively within 30 minutes. Reward: Perfect Gene Accelerator. Would you like to extract it? Extract. Song Wan was the only one in the bathroom, so naturally she had no worries. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a bottle of light blue potion appeared in front of her. Song Wan slowly picked up the potion and shook it slightly in front of her eyes. Tong, does this taste okay? Don't worry, you can choose the flavor. I have already chosen strawberry flavor for you. It tastes sweet and is perfect for human cubs. Song Wan obviously had great trust in the system. After listening, she opened the lid of the potion directly, raised her chin slightly, and drank it all in one gulp. Sure enough, just as the system described, it tasted like very sweet strawberry. But this time after drinking it, Song Wan felt drowsy for a moment. Just as I was about to ask, I heard the system say, the perfect gene accelerator will immediately take effect on the host's body. It is recommended that the host go to bed and sleep within 5 minutes to achieve the best effect. Hibernation is just sleeping. Song Wan opened her mouth slightly and immediately moved. The bath time was long enough, so I dried my body, put on a bath towel, and walked out. The sleepiness came so strongly that Song Wan felt like she was about to fall asleep as soon as she walked to the bed. Just at this moment, the phone rang. Song Wan had already laid down on the bed. She pressed the answer button in a daze and heard Zhang Huai's voice on the other end of the phone, sounding somewhat bewildered. It's over, sister. I think a rich woman has really taken a fancy to me. Song Wan tried hard to open her eyes, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Which rich woman is so blind? Someone would want you to be this stupid? Zhang Huai on the other end of the phone also opened his eyes wide and tentatively called out into the phone, Sister? No sound. Elder sister? Okay. The even breathing was very quiet, but Zhang Huai, who had turned up the volume on his phone to the maximum, could hear it clearly. It's over. How sleepy is his sister? She was so energetic when she was shopping during the day. Without a backbone, Zhang Huai looked at the Axe live broadcast he had just turned off and fell into deep thought. The rich woman did the same thing as last time. She bought the gifts and left without even leaving any contact information. Zhang Huai touched his chin, suddenly thought of something, and jumped 3 feet high from the bed. Could it be that this rich woman was like those overbearing CEOs in novels, eroding him bit by bit? At the same time, in the lynching villa in Kyoto, Chuyu looked at Yu Lingyao, who was watching the live broadcast with a puzzled look on his face. Why aren't you angry at all? When he doesn't look like she has nothing to do with Zhang Huai, who can spend 40 million in one go. That amount of money is just like the wind blowing in. Aren't you afraid that your Zhang Huai will be kidnapped by a rich woman? She just did a search and found out that this wealthy tycoon named Wanwan is about the same age as them. Yu Lingyao chuckled. We are from the same family. What's the point of talking about running away? As he spoke, his eyes fell on Song Wan, the WeChat person he had just added today. Named Wanwan, but there is probably only one person who is so rich and has the courage to spend 40 million on Zhang Huai without any regret. Chuyu became interested when he heard this, and immediately trotted over to Yu Lingyao. What do you mean by family? Do you know any inside information? Tell me now. Tell me now. Yu Lingyao didn't keep her in suspense and directly picked up the phone screen for her to look at. All of a sudden, Chuyu was dumbfounded, looking at Song Wan's WeChat ID, and then looking at the boss named Wanyu on his phone. He couldn't help but blink, and then blink again. No way. The wealthy boss that's going viral on the internet is right next to them. Yu Lingyao smiled and put the phone away, then went to wash up in a very good mood. If you say it's not, then it's not. It seems that the fool Zhang Huai doesn't know it yet. Yu Lingyao was so amused when she thought of his conflicted look in front of the screen just now. Zhang Huai's thoughts were always written on his face. She could even read the words, "Should I return the money?" from his confused and tangled expression. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became more obvious. At the very beginning, she was attracted to him because of his appearance. Chu Yu, who was left behind, looked like Kong, with a blazing flame of gossip on his face. He hurriedly caught up with Yu Lingyao. Just as he was about to ask her something, he saw that she was happily dialing the phone in her hand. His face was smiling, but his voice sounded aggrieved. "Jiang Huai, I saw it all. Is there another rich woman who likes you?" Chapter 138. If you don't be so confident, the problem will be much easier to solve. Next day, Song Wan opened her eyes. She felt relaxed all over and indescribably refreshed. Ding, another new day has arrived. "Host, would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." Song Wan blinked and said this, but she got out of the bed very swiftly and walked straight to the mirror. Today's sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level painting skills. The reward has been received. Please check it carefully. Song Wan, who was usually extremely interested in rewards, didn't care about so much today. She stood in front of the large floor-length mirror and was speechless for a moment. I saw the girl in the mirror wearing a white nightgown. Her hair was black as ink, slightly curled, and fell lazily. The girl has a very smooth oval face, clear and bright eyes, and eyelashes that curl slightly upwards. As her eyes move, it seems that one can tell that the owner has just woken up. Her skin is white and clearer than snow, with a hint of pink that represents health. Her nose is small and straight. Her lips are slightly red and beautiful in shape, and even her figure is different from before. Song Wan couldn't help but turn around in front of the mirror, and her mouth couldn't help but open slightly. She was originally only 1.6 meters tall, but now she looks at least 5 or 6 centimeters taller. Her temperament is rather cool and aloof, and with her height, this coolness becomes even more obvious. At the same time, the system was very considerate and displayed the latest updated character business cards to her. Host, Song Wan. Age, 19. Height, 167, can grow. Appearance, 9.5, can be increased. Physical fitness, 10, human limit. Skills, God-level driving skills, martial arts all-round, God-level gaming skills, computer all-round, human language proficiency, God-level mental arithmetic, God-level painting skills. Halo, imperceptible. Really? Song Wan couldn't help but hold her face and blinked. Her height was originally 1.62 meters, but now it has grown to 1.67 meters, completely getting rid of her original dwarf stage. He took a deep breath, still feeling somewhat uncomfortable. System, I have changed so much all of a sudden. Are you sure it won't arouse suspicion from others? The system snorted at her arrogantly. The perfect gene accelerator comes with a subtle aura. Even if they see your changes, they will only think in their memory that you grew up little by little to become what you are now. And it will take at least 2 days for the accelerator to fully take effect. Host, you should adapt to your changes earlier. After listening to this, Song Wan couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror again. She curled her lips, and the girl in the mirror also curled her lips. Every frown and smile is charming. The system suddenly snorted. If you don't believe me, just go out and try it and you'll know. Song Wan actually had this idea. Fortunately, Lin prepared a lot of skirts for me before I came. Although I have grown taller, some of the skirts are still wearable in their current sizes. Song Wan didn't hesitate. She changed her clothes and went downstairs directly. The first person she saw was Lin. Lin was still very gentle to her. Seeing the smile on her face, he couldn't help but feel more sincere. "Miss, breakfast is ready. Young Master Jiang Huai is waiting for you in the restaurant." Song Wan blinked at him and said, "Lin, do you see anything different about me today?" Lin was stunned for a moment, and his expression became gentler. "Miss has always been the most perfect in the world in my eyes." Song Wan, I feel a little embarrassed about what I did to her. After calming himself down, he followed Lin to the restaurant. Even though he had great confidence in the system, he couldn't help but be alert when he saw Jiang Huai. Unexpectedly, Jiang Huai rushed towards her without saying a word when he saw her. "Sister, help, help." Song Wan, what's going on? Jiang Huai didn't care that Lin was present. With a bitter face, he began to tell Song Wan how he had been favored by the rich woman and what kind of distress he was in now. Finally, he blinked his eyes and said pitifully to Song Wan, "Sister, if I want to return the money, will you help your dear brother?" He had already spent a lot of the previous 10 million carat. Song Wan originally wanted to see if Jiang Huai would react to her changes. What the hell was her stupid brother talking about? What does it mean that a rich woman has taken a fancy to him? Still a domineering CEO? Playing hard to get? This rich woman, could it be her? Song Wan couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Jiang Huai with a look of gnashing teeth. Are you sure there's a rich woman who's attracted to you? Jiang Huai went straight to Song Wan and said righteously, why else would she give me so much money at once? The rich woman first met Juzi, and she didn't even spend that much money on Juzi last night. But I only brushed it for him. If it's not that I'm attracted to him, then what is it? And the last time she gave him gifts, he still wanted his contact information, but the rich woman refused to give it to him. So he was playing hard to get. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai's expression became even more bitter when he looked at Song Wan. Sister, if I don't agree, will the rich woman do something like the overbearing CEO in the novel and take me by force? Song Wan. What the hell is going on in this stupid brother's mind all day long? Jiang Huai was obviously immersed in his own world, pointing at his mobile phone while complaining. Even Yu Lingyao called me last night. Jiang Huai's tone was very resentful, and his eyes when he looked at Song Wan were also very heavy. Song Wan? And then she told me to go find my rich wife. Puff! Song Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Wan's arm tightly, his face full of tears. Sister, didn't you say yesterday that you would support me? You can't just abandon me and let your lovely brother fall into the hands of another rich woman. Song Wan suddenly made a pause gesture to him, then turned around, pointed at her face, and asked seriously, don't you think I'm different today? Jiang Huai was stunned and subconsciously looked at the extremely good-looking face in front of him, then blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Then, without waiting for Song Wan to reply, he suddenly seemed to react and added hurriedly, I see. Sister, you look better again, don't you? Song Wan's heart skipped a beat, and then she heard this stupid brother's perfunctory tone. Sister, you are the prettiest. You are simply the most beautiful woman in the world. After saying this, he seemed to realize that he was not sincere enough, and then added, Sister wakes up every day looking better than the day before. I'm afraid the only one who can compare to my sister is myself. If she ignored his affected tone, Song Wan might have really believed his lies. Fortunately, it was proven that the system was correct and the subtle halo did work. Song Wan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and finally had the mood to discuss Jiang Huai's rich woman problem with him. Jiang Huai. Song Wan's tone was full of indescribable earnestness. In fact, sometimes if you don't be so confident, the problem will be much easier to solve. Jack. What does his sister mean by this? Still don't believe that her brother is so charming that a rich woman spent 40 million on him in one night? Chapter 139 Yu. Are you on Yue? Jiang Huai cleared his throat and was about to tell Song Wan in detail how he attracted the rich woman's attention yesterday. Then, he saw Song Wan took out her cell phone and showed it to him. The phone screen is vertical and on. Jiang Huai glanced at her nonchalantly and wanted to continue. Sister, I'll tell you. Before I could finish my words, I suddenly felt something was wrong. He rubbed his eyes and subconsciously looked again at the phone screen that Song Wan was holding in front of him. On the screen was the Axe account that he was very familiar with. The owner of the account was obviously very rich. The homepage had all kinds of shiny logos. The most important thing was that the ID of this account was actually Wanwan. Jiang Huai's hand, which was rubbing his eyes, trembled instantly, and then he took the phone from Song Wan with trembling hands. However, even after rubbing his eyes red, he still saw the two words Wanyu. Snap! Jiang Huai couldn't help himself and fell off the chair. Song Wan calmly pulled him up with one hand, then took back her phone. Jiang Huai finally woke up as if from a dream and looked at Song Wan with horror. Sister, you. I. Song Wan took over the conversation and glanced at him calmly. What? You. You are Wanwan? Jiang Huai didn't even sit back in his chair with the fear on his face, completely gone. Song Wan then turned around and faced him again, saying meaningfully, what else? With his half-baked gaming skills, where can he find someone to give him so much money? In an instant, many scenes flashed through Jiang Huai's mind. From the first time Zhuzi did a live broadcast in the dormitory and then suddenly called him, until last night, he was called online again, as if just to give him money. Isn't Tay Miao just giving him money? Jiang Huai reacted, feeling dazed. No wonder they pay him so much without him having to do anything. No wonder he didn't even add his contact information. He originally thought that the rich woman was playing hard to get, but he never considered that he already had her contact information. I opened my mouth and suddenly felt an inexplicable dryness. So what did he just say? See. Before he finished speaking, he saw Song Wan Yu patted his shoulder earnestly. Don't worry, no rich woman is interested in you. Zakku, kiak sangurabu handakuten dashi. Should he be happy or sad? Song Wan ignored Jiang Huai, who was immersed in an inexplicable sense of shame, and finished her breakfast slowly. Since my height and body shape are different now, I simply asked Qinglin to dispose of my previous clothes and then buy some new ones according to my current size. Song Wan bought some painting supplies and planned to go to a place with good scenery to take a walk and do some sketching. God-level painting technology given by the system today. After I finished packing my things and opened the door to go out, I found that Jiang Huai was still standing at the door, looking embarrassed to knock. Seeing this, Song Wan smiled unconsciously, and her voice became playful. Playing mushroom here? Jiang Huai then raised his head and looked over here, but his expression was still a little embarrassed. Sister, where are you going? Song Wan pointed to what he was holding in his hand. Where are the eyes? Jiang Huai then saw the painting tools in Song Wan's hand, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sis, when did you learn to paint? I've learned it a long time ago. Song Wan answered casually. Don't you have classes this afternoon? Aren't you going back to school to attend classes? Jiang Huai. If his sister hadn't mentioned it, he would have really forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, Song Wan had already walked a few steps out when she turned back as if she suddenly remembered something and asked, Do you like your current school? Jiang Huai didn't react for a moment. If it's the atmosphere, it should be okay. Although the environment is not that good, at least the roommates are pretty nice. Song Wan tilted her head towards him and said, Professional. Besides sports, do you have any other majors you prefer? Jiang Huai was a little stunned at this moment and subconsciously thought of the stock investors on Wall Street that he often paid attention to. He shook his head when he realized what was happening. Just as he was about to say no, he heard Song Wan say to him again, Think about it carefully and give me your reply tonight. After saying that, Song Wankai took the painting supplies and left his sight. Since Qinglin was asked to buy clothes, I just asked the hotel staff to take her there this time. Song Wan didn't have any specific destination, so she just looked at the scenery outside the window all the way to the suburbs. Looking through the window, I saw a place with pretty good scenery, so I asked the driver to stop the car. There is a small river flowing here, and there are many willow trees planted by the river. As the breeze blows gently, it has a unique charm. Song Wan took her painting supplies, found a relatively flat place, set out her tools, and then sat down quietly. I don't know if it's because I haven't enjoyed such a quiet atmosphere alone for a long time. Song Wan just feels that her originally noisy heart has gradually calmed down. Without saying much, he just looked at the scenery for a while and then picked up his paintbrush to start painting. The skills granted by the system are undoubtedly powerful. When Song Wan picked up the paintbrush, she did not feel unfamiliar at all. It was as if he had picked up the paintbrush countless times in his memory, and his movements were extremely skillful. In just half an hour, the greenery in front of us has already appeared on the paper. As the saying goes, a painting is like a person. Even people who don't understand painting can vaguely feel the tranquility and comfort in this painting. I have to say, Song Wan was satisfied. When she finished leisurely and was about to put the painting away, she heard a noisy sound coming from not far away. Song Wan frowned slightly and subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a group of boys and girls walking towards this side playfully, about 7 or 8 people in total. Just as Song Wan was about to look away, she keenly noticed something was wrong. My eyes swept over the few people in the lead, and I saw a girl in school uniform being pulled towards this side by her hair among a group of boys and girls who were playing. The girl looked obviously in pain, but she didn't even dare to scream. She was just dragged forward with the crowd, stumbling with each step. As we got closer, we could hear the boys and girls cursing and laughing without restraint. Hurry up, you're so slow. Are you a pig? How come you can't even walk? Chapter 140, but I can't bear it. So funny. Are you unable to walk? In this case, a few kicks will usually make you better. As she spoke, one of the girls actually turned around and kicked the girl whose hair was being pulled. The girl felt pain, and the tears on her face flowed even more violently, but she still tried hard not to cry out. Why does it seem like there's someone here? The girl who had just kicked someone turned around inadvertently, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. This is their secret base, and few people come here. The people around her subconsciously followed her gaze, but before they could react, they saw a girl in a long dress slowly coming into view. That is stunning at first glance. She was wearing a light-colored long dress, and her long black hair was half tied up with a simple hairpin, looking like a lazy and beautiful painting. What? Are you engaging in campus bullying? It was not until the girl spoke to them that the boys and girls in school uniforms finally came to their senses. Her voice is undoubtedly very pleasant to the ear, with a cool, tinkling sound that seems to be able to strike directly into the heart. Especially a few young men, they subconsciously stood up straighter. What we are doing is none of your business. The person who spoke was the girl who had just kicked someone. She tied her hair into a bun and had air bangs, and her style was very sweet. Among the girls, she is obviously the prettiest. After realizing that the person in front of her seemed to have attracted all the attention of the boys around her as soon as she appeared, the girl's attitude towards Song Wan subconsciously became a little disgusted. Song Wan didn't stop. She walked straight up to the group of people, stretched out her hand, and pulled the girl who was being pulled by her hair over. The girl looked obviously frightened, and her body trembled several times at the first contact. Song Wan narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him with a little more disgust and coldness. There were 4 boys and 3 girls in front of him. Although they were all wearing school uniforms, their shoes and jewelry were obviously not cheap. It was obvious that they all came from well-off families. In contrast, the girl she had just pulled behind her had almost no jewelry on her body, and even her hair tie had been broken and was hanging loosely on her hair. Do you know Song Kuo? Seeing this, the girl who had just spoken frowned subconsciously and asked Song Wan. He looked at Song Wan's obviously not cheap clothes and jewelry for a few seconds, then sneered. You don't look like you know her. Why? Are you trying to imitate others and stand up for the weak? The girl spoke without any apparent fear. After all, there are 7 people on their side, while on Song Wan's side, even with the idiot Song Kuo included, there are only 2 people. Sister, this is our personal grudge. Please don't interfere, okay? The boy who had just pulled Song Kuo also reacted, looking at Song Wan with a playful and teasing expression. We can't bear to touch a girl as beautiful as my sister. Song Wan smiled at him and said, but I'm willing to do that. What? The young man in front of him obviously didn't react, and then he was pulled over by a strong force. The boy was still confused when he heard a pop sound and then felt his right cheek swelling up at a very fast speed. Tisk, it's a bit asymmetrical. Just as the boy was about to cover his slapped cheek, another slap came down with lightning speed. Now it's symmetrical. When Song Wan's slightly cold voice slowly fell, the beaten boy had been thrown on the grass like a rag. The other 6 people finally reacted. The girl with the bun reacted the fastest. She reached out and grabbed Song Wan's hair. However, before he could grab the hand, his arm was restrained. Immediately afterwards, the world spun around, and his body fell heavily to the ground. After losing 2 people in succession, the group of boys and girls were obviously angry. Let's go together. As he said this, he cleverly rushed towards Song Wan in an encircling manner. However, it was of no use. Song Kuo, who was protected by Song Wan behind him, originally wanted to stand in front of her, but he saw the beautiful girl who saved him using her hands and feet. The movements were just like in a movie, quick and neat. In just a few minutes, the ground was already collapsed. Looking at the girl in front of him, there was not even a wrinkle on her skirt. Song Kuo opened his eyes wide in surprise, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Song Wan didn't care about that. She stepped forward gently. Seeing that she wanted to do it again, the girl with the bun hair hurriedly shouted, "Don't you dare touch us. Do you know who I am?" Seeing this, the others also hurriedly agreed. "If you dare to move again, we will make sure you go to jail. My father is a famous lawyer in Kyoto. My dad is a judge. My mother is the general manager of a listed company." It seems that each of them has a significant background. Song Wan looked at them with narrowed eyes, but her cold voice was calm and collected. "Oh, then wait until you become disabled, and then let your parents come to me." Just as she was about to attack again, Song Kuo behind her stepped forward and stopped her. "Sister, don't offend them because of me." Song Kuo's voice was still noticeably trembling, but his action of standing in front of Song Wan was very firm. No one knew better than her that what they had just said was true. The families of these people are more powerful than each other. If you really offend them, there is no telling what their families will do. She couldn't let her kind sister in front of her suffer such consequences because of her. Seeing Song Kuo's actions, the people lying on the ground became more confident, especially the girl with the ball head hair. The look she gave Song Wan was as if filled with poison. "If you dare to touch us again, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail." Hearing this, Song Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly again. After settling Song Kuo in place, he walked step by step towards the girl with the bun. The girl with the bun had already climbed up. She first looked at Song Kuo, who was standing next to her with disheveled hair, with a mocking look, then turned to look at Song Wan, her eyes clearly filled with malice. Sister, do you know why no one cares about us bringing her here? Sister, how dare you interfere in this matter that no one in our school dares to meddle in? Chapter 141. Are you going to kidnap us? So awesome. What's your name? Song Wan smiled slightly, her face looking exceptionally gentle. The mockery on the girl's face became even more intense when she heard this. Isn't it too late to ask these questions now? As he spoke, several boys and girls around him also slowly climbed up. They formed a circle, and all of them looked at Song Wan with obvious malice. The girl with the ball-shaped hair was the first one to brush off the dirt on herself, and then said to Song Wan word by word, "Does Lin Feng law firm know?" "My family." Song Wan's expression remained unchanged, and she even nodded slowly at her. Kyoto Lin Feng law firm, if I remember correctly, is quite famous in Kyoto. The girl with the ball-shaped hairdo smiled smugly as she spoke. "Sister, if I sue you, will you go straight to jail? After all, we are all minors." In her voice that the other 6 people couldn't help laughing after she finished speaking. "That's right, sister. Otherwise, if you kneel down and beg us, maybe we will show mercy and forgive you. After all, you are so pretty. How can you be treated the same as that ugly bastard Song Kuo?" As the guys were having fun, they seemed to have completely forgotten about the beatings they had just received. "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late." Just at this moment, the voice of a calm, middle-aged man slowly came over. Everyone subconsciously looked behind them and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit walking towards them. Under the gazes of several people, he walked straight up to Song Wan. It was the driver who had just brought Song Wan here. For fear of disturbing Song Wan, he drove the car far away. Now that he saw what was happening here, he naturally hurried over. "Oh, there's a driver." A young man whistled when he saw this and looked at Song Wan with a frivolous look. The eyes of the remaining few people just flashed, without much change. After all, Song Wan's clothes did not make her look like she was poor. But when it comes to money and power, they're not afraid of anyone. I saw the beautiful girl slowly picked up her phone and then took a lot of high-definition photos of them in a row. After realizing what was happening, several people immediately wanted to snatch Song Wan's phone. Song Wan raised her cell phone slightly and kicked away the people who came over one by one. Seeing that the remaining few people had no courage to step forward, he chuckled and slowly dialed the phone in his hand. The response from the other end was obviously very quick. Song Wan didn't say anything nonsense and said directly to the phone, "Get ready to come to Kyoto. That's the goal." Song Wan looked at the girl with the ball-shaped hair. The malice on her face was almost the same as before. Lin Feng law firm. When she heard Song Wan mention the law firm under her family's name, the girl with the bun hair immediately turned her gaze over. There were 6 other people also looking over. The few of them were stunned, and they only saw the pretty girl gently opening her lips to the other end of the phone. And the ones in the photo, don't leave any of them out. Sister Tang. Seeing this, a girl with twin ponytails among the group couldn't help but secretly pull the sleeve of the bun-haired girl's school uniform. This girl doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. The reason why Tsin Yutong can firmly occupy the position of the eldest sister among them is because of Lin Feng law firm. The Lin Feng law firm is one of the most prestigious ones in the entire Kyoto and has a wide network of contacts. Among them, Duan Kai's father is the chief lawyer of the Lin Feng law firm. The families of other people among them, whether they are companies or judges, also have cooperation and dealings with Lin Feng law firm. The reason why they were able to do so much evil in school was mainly due to Tsin Yutong's Lin Feng law firm. But the tone of the girl's voice when she spoke about Lin Feng law firm on the phone just now gave her a bad feeling. Tsin Yutong shook her hand away and sneered at Song Wan. "I've seen this kind of scene many times. Do you think I was scared?" However, Song Wan no longer paid any attention to her. Instead, she turned around and looked at the girl whom they called Song Kuo. Wearing the same school uniform, the boys and girls all had fair skin, but Song Kuo gave people a thin feeling. It was as if only a skeleton was left on his body, and even his hair looked dry and yellow. There were still traces of tears on her face. Only her eyes gave people a very bright feeling. Song Wan's voice subconsciously softened. "Your name is Song Kuo? It just so happens that you have the same surname as me." Song Kuo raised his eyes slightly and met Song Wan's gaze. He felt that the person in front of him was beautiful in every way. He saw her tilt her head and smile at him, then asked, Would you like to go see the painting I just drew? Yeah. Song Kuo clenched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands. His eyes followed Song Wan closely, and he nodded at her vigorously. It was as if in the dark quagmire, there was finally a ray of light shining directly at me. But she didn't want this light to disappear. Song Kuo, just try to leave here if you dare. Sin Yutong didn't get a reply from Song Wan, so he turned his gaze directly to Song Kuo. Because Song Wan was blocking the way, Sin Yutong did not dare to move forward. He could only stand there, looking at Song Kuo with a threatening look. If you dare to leave like this, I can't guarantee that your mother and your brother won't suddenly encounter any unexpected situations. Song Wan's smiling expression paused slightly when he heard that. He turned around and looked straight at Sin Yutong. Sin Yutong met her gaze and subconsciously took a step back. Before he could say the second sentence, he saw the girl in front of him slowly speaking to the middle-aged man next to him. Since they are unwilling to wait even for a moment, let's send someone over to take them away directly. It just so happens that Panga still has a lot of rooms. I think you wouldn't mind sitting there for a while? The last sentence was obviously directed at them. Although the words were questions, she obviously had no intention of listening to their answer. Sin Yutong's eyes widened, and he looked at Song Wan with a look of disbelief. You want to kidnap us? Song Wan just sneered, and when she looked at her with her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be an indescribable mockery. It's not a good thing for someone whose family runs a law firm to have such a shallow legal awareness. Chapter 142, it just so happens that I also have a law firm under my name. Soon, Sin Yutong knew what she meant. The middle-aged man walked up to the group of people and made a gesture of invitation. Young masters and young ladies, our boss just wants to invite you to Panga Hotel for a visit. I'm sure you won't refuse, right? Several people looked at each other subconsciously. Although this middle-aged man was old, he had a strong body and looked like he had been trained. In addition, there was Song Wan, who had beaten them before, standing in front of them and watching them with a fierce look. So they all of a sudden became timid. Seeing that Song Wan had already brought Song Kuo into the car, they had no choice but to follow suit. However, when they got on the bus, they found that it was not what they imagined at all. Song Wan and Song Kuo sat aside and had no intention of paying any attention to them. They even allowed them to carry cell phones with them. Sin Yutong was sitting at the back, farthest away from Song Wan. He immediately turned his phone to silent mode and sent a WeChat message to his family. Without waiting for their family to come over, they had already arrived at Panga Hotel. All of them come from wealthy and powerful families. So how could they have never been to this 7-star hotel? What they didn't expect was that the Panga Hotel mentioned by Song Wan was really just the Panga Hotel. Qinglin had already learned the news and was waiting at the door of Panga Hotel. Seeing Song Wan get out of the car, he hurriedly came over. As he walked over, he did not forget to glance at Sin Yutong and the others out of the corner of his eye. Sin Yutong and the others, who originally wanted to admire the handsome guy's looks, shuddered subconsciously and even forgot to take a photo to send to their family members. Sin Yutong and his companions had no choice but to follow Song Wan and his companions upstairs. It was not until they reached the presidential suite and saw Song Wan slowly sitting down in front of them that they finally came to their senses. What on earth do you want to do? Sin Yutong's face was clearly filled with impatience, and the look he gave Song Wan was simply inexplicable. It's not like we're kidnapping them, so why bring them to the hotel? The girl with twin ponytails next to him was calmer, holding her phone tightly in her hand. If you look closely, you can see the call interface on the phone screen. Song Wan saw all the little actions of the few people, but did not stop them. He just said to Sin Yutong slowly, "Don't you want Lin Feng law firm to solve it?" Sin Yutong was a little confused. Then, Song Wan continued slowly, "It just so happens that I also have a law firm under my name. What do you think about letting them compete?" Sin Yutong didn't react for a moment, and then he heard the girl's cold voice again, slowly ringing in his ears. "As for why I brought you here," the few people only heard the girl pause, and then she slowly said with obvious sarcasm, "Of course I was worried that you guys couldn't find a way home in the wilderness, so I kindly let you come over to rest." Hearing these shameless words, Sin Yutong and his companions instantly felt their teeth itching with hatred. They had been there countless times. How could they not find their way home? She didn't even give them the right to choose and just brought them directly to this place. When they were still thinking, they heard the girl suddenly remembered something, and her eyes slowly fell on the girl with twin ponytails. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Judge, who was on the phone, you also heard the location. Can you bring their parents and teachers over here?" The girl with twin ponytails shuddered subconsciously almost instantly and threw the phone in her hand away. Before she could react, The extremely handsome guy slowly picked up her phone for her, then considerately turned on the speaker and passed the phone to the ear of the beautiful girl sitting on the sofa. Miss, I wonder if our CC has offended you in some way. Could you please let me know so that I can personally apologize? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was that of a middle-aged man. Obviously, the middle-aged man was not as anxious and irritable as Tsin Yutong and the others. Instead, his voice was full of calmness. Uncle Yang, why should you be afraid of her? Tsin Yutong was the first to react when he heard the middle-aged man's voice. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly became more confident. I have already informed my father. You guys should come to Panga Hotel to pick us up now. You can take us to get our injuries checked and take some x-rays. Judging from the dull pain in their bodies, it was clear that the girl hadn't held back at all. Besides, once he goes to the hospital, even if he is not injured, she has a way to make it look like he is injured. There are many people who can make her lose face since she was a child. If she doesn't put this man in jail today, how can she survive in lynching number 7 middle school in the future? The middle-aged man, called Uncle Yang on the other end of the phone, paused for a long time before his voice came back. Miss, these kids are ignorant. If anything offends you, can we discuss it after we get here? Since he can become a judge at this age, he is definitely not a stupid person. Her daughter had just told him the whole story via WeChat. But the way things had developed now was obviously not something that could be easily resolved as before. Regardless of this girl's attitude towards Lin Feng law firm, the fact that she was able to find his information in such a short time is enough to prove that she is not an ordinary person. When Yang Yin thought of this, he couldn't help but tighten his hand holding the phone. I just hope it's not too tricky. Song Wan, who was questioned, just smiled softly and said, Children are ignorant, so I asked adults to come over. My time is precious, so please come as early as possible, Your Honor. After saying that, he nodded directly at Qing Lin. Qing Lin understood and hung up the phone in his hand. Then he handed the phone back to the girl with twin ponytails. The girl with twin ponytails couldn't help but shiver again, and almost threw away the phone that had finally returned to her hand. The other people did not realize that there was anything wrong with the problem. After hearing Song Wan agreed to let their parents come over, their expressions obviously relaxed. Especially Tsin Yutong. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of sarcasm when he looked at Song Wan. There were only a few famous law firms in Kyoto, but as far as she knew, none of them had a daughter as old as the one in front of her. He also owns a law firm, but I'm afraid he doesn't even know the difference between one law firm or another. Tsin Yutong couldn't help but smile when he thought that the current situation would be completely reversed after his father and others came over. By then, even if she kneeled before them, it would not be of any use. Chapter 143, Aren't These Special Cats all big guys from the southern stage? Thinking of this, Tsin Yutong couldn't help but feel more expectant. The panic in her heart disappeared. If it weren't for Song Wan's power, she would even want to find a place in the room to sit down and wait. In fact, she didn't have to wait too long. In just half an hour, a familiar face appeared in front of her. There were 5 lawyers in total, and the leader was Duan Kai's father, Duan Jingde. Tsin Yutong's eyes lit up immediately, and he went straight to greet him. Uncle Duan, you're here. Duan Kai, who was standing next to Tsin Yutong, saw this and immediately went over to him. Dad. Duan Jingde first nodded to Tsin Yutong, then turned around and glared at Duan Kai. This kind of thing happened quite often, but this was the first time he had to take personal action. Uncle Duan, it's her. She just hit us. We need to get a checkup first. Tsin Yutong didn't care about that and pointed directly at Song Wan, who was sitting there in front of Duan Jingde. Duan Jingde subconsciously looked in the direction of her finger and saw 2 girls sitting on the sofa, and Tsin Yutong was pointing at the prettiest one. The key point is, even when the girls saw them coming, she didn't show any intention of going forward to talk to them. She just sat on the sofa casually, as if she didn't even notice their arrival. Duan Jingde adjusted his glasses, pursed his lips slightly, and then took the initiative to say to Song Wan, I am Duan Jingde, the chief lawyer of Lin Feng law firm. What's this lady's name? However, before he could get a response, he heard the sound of orderly footsteps behind him again. Duan Jingde and his men subconsciously looked towards the gate not far behind them. Wherever their eyes went, they saw a group of elites in formal attire slowly walking towards them. Compared to the 5 people on their side, there were more than a dozen on the other side. They are all tall and handsome and act decisively. The most important thing is that he is familiar with these people's faces. Seeing these people coming, Duan Jingde's hands, which were originally holding the briefcase, trembled, and he almost couldn't control his emotions. Zhu Shuo, Any Fengshu, Zhao Yuan. Aren't these guys all big shots in the southern realm? But Sin Yutong was just like an idiot. He poked him foolishly from behind and asked in a low voice, Uncle Duan, why did you call so many people? This is a small lawsuit. With you here, won't everything be settled? All is well, Dad. If Sin Yutong wasn't the daughter of his boss, he would have really wanted to turn around and slap her in the face. He had known for a long time that this group of people could cause trouble, but he never expected that the person they provoked this time could actually call all of the Southern Stage's aces over at once. You know, as one of the leaders in the industry, it is extremely difficult to make an appointment with the lawyers in Nanjia's law firm. Especially big guys like Zhu Shua, they wouldn't even bother to look at ordinary small lawsuits. But what about now? Was almost in tears when he saw all the big men from the Southern Stage gathered in front of him. Lin Feng law firm is not small, and it can even be ranked among the top in the whole Kyoto. But can this be compared with Nanjia? They are counted among the best in the world. Comparing the two, even if it is not the difference between an ant and an elephant, it is the difference between a mouse and an elephant. It would be extremely difficult for him to face off against one big boss, let alone so many big bosses at the same time. Duan Jingda's face fell in an instant. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but they were simply not on the same level. Zhu Shua and his group did not hesitate. After entering the room, they went straight to Song Wan. Zhu Shua directly took out a stack of documents from his briefcase, handed them to Song Wan, and said respectfully, Boss, this is the information you requested. We have sorted it out. Duan Jingda was standing at the side. With his glasses on, his eyesight was very good, so he saw the top information at once. Isn't it Lin Feng law firm? Duan Jingda glanced obliquely at Sin Yutong, who was still in a daze, and then glared at Duan Kai, who was following Sin Yutong with disappointment. He was about to explode. However, before he could come to his senses, he saw Sin Yutong squinting at him. Uncle Duan, didn't you bring these people here? Duan Jingda. If he had this kind of ability, why the hell would he still stay in Lin Feng? Duan Kai finally realized something from his father's ugly expression, and then he quietly moved to Duan Jingda's side and whispered, Dad, do you know them? Duan Jingda looked at Duan Kai helplessly and didn't want to answer his question. A lawyer behind him widened his eyes and subconsciously said to Duan Kai, My goodness, how did you offend such a big guy? Of Nanjia's ace team over at once, isn't that a bit too much of a compliment to them? Duan Kai saw that his father had no intention of paying attention to him, so he quietly moved to the side of the lawyer who was talking in the back. What big shot? Are these people very powerful? The lawyer he was questioning patted his shoulder meaningfully, with an indescribable sigh in his tone. Let me put it this way. You can forget about this matter today. The important thing is to quickly discuss a method of compensation. Duan Kai was shocked. Is it as exaggerated as you say? The lawyer who was talking to him just took back the hand that was patting his shoulder and said earnestly, Nanjia law firm has never lost a case. What's more, they are Nanjia's ace team. Duan Kai was stunned, and this time he really stayed where he was. His father is a lawyer. How could he have no knowledge of this industry? Besides, even if you were a layman, you must have heard of Nanjia's name. Nanjia, who has never lost a game and is a legendary figure in the industry, is the people in front of him? And if he heard correctly just now, these people called the pretty girl boss? Sin Yutong obviously hadn't reacted yet. He just watched these people walk up to Song Wan and was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered in front of everyone. Hey sister, you don't think that a legal team wins by numbers, do you? Duan Jingda shuddered, and this time the briefcase in his hand really fell to the ground. The person Sin Yutong was talking to was obviously the girl sitting on the sofa, who was called boss by those big guys. That tone, that expression, it's as if he was standing on the top of the gods, looking down on the king of gods and calling him a country bumpkin. Chapter 144. How can you let me do something for you that you have never done before? When Sin Yutong heard the noise, he looked back at Duan Jingda in confusion. Uncle Duan, you are Lin Feng's trump card. Why are you making such a fuss? After all, this is a situation of confrontation. Isn't this clearly a way to boost others' morale? Duan Kai now fully understood how his father felt. Standing behind him and looking at Sin Yutong, who still didn't understand the situation, he felt like crying, but had no tears. Seeing that Sin Yutong wanted to speak again, Duan Kai hurriedly stepped forward and held her back, fearing that she would say something shocking again. However, Sin Yutong noticed his action, frowned, and then his tone became impatient. What on earth are you doing? We are just colleagues, right? Why not just defeat us? Oh, just defeat him. Song Wan, who was sitting on the sofa, had already roughly looked at the information in her hand. When she heard Sin Yutong's words, she couldn't help but feel a chill in the corner of her eyes. What are you laughing at? Sun Yutong was just thinking that Duan Jingde and the others were being weird when he heard Song Wan's cold laughter. He couldn't help but laugh back at Song Wan. Song Wan's gaze then shifted away from the information in her hand and casually fell on Sun Yutong. The information not only contains all the irregularities that have occurred in Lin Feng law firm's history, but also provides a thorough investigation of Sun Yutong and others. It's just shocking. It was to the extent that even she, an outsider, couldn't help but feel angry when she saw it. Although they are still young, they have harmed no less than 20 people. A long time ago, he relied on his family's power to deal with people he disliked. The methods used have gradually evolved from minor fights in the beginning to forcing people to commit suicide. The person closest to the present time is Song Kuo's best friend, who is sitting next to her. She is a very cute girl, and you can see her sweet dimples when she smiles. It was because the girl with twin ponytails who just called, the judge's daughter Yang Si, the boy she liked, confessed to him. Just because of such a simple reason, a group of people used all kinds of bullying methods against a girl who had no ability to fight back, and even forced the girl to take indecent photos. The girl couldn't bear it anymore and jumped down from the building. The final result was that the Lin Feng law firm joined forces with the forces of these people's families to block the news, and the matter was left unresolved. The girl's parents came to seek justice, but instead they were filmed on video and accused of trying to blackmail these people by taking advantage of their daughter's death. Among such a large crowd, only Song Kuo stood up and wanted to explain the truth to the reporters. However, the reporter did not report the truth. Instead, Song Kuo became the next target of Sun Yutong and others. Thinking of this, Song Wan's gaze towards Sun Yutong and the others became even colder. Duan Jingde didn't care about the briefcase that fell on the ground. He hurriedly stepped forward and smiled apologetically at Song Wan. Yutong has been arrogant since she was young. I will definitely tell her parents about this when I return. Please forgive me. Sun Yutong was not happy with this and turned to look at Duan Jingde, as if he was looking at a psychopath. Uncle Duan, are you sick? My parents called you here to take us back, not to come here and apologize to others in a humble manner. She hadn't even asked the girl to kneel down before her, but she was the first to back down. If she had known that Duan Jingde would be such a person, she would definitely tell her parents to send someone else instead. Duan Kai couldn't help himself this time and shouted directly at Sun Yutong. Can you please look at the situation clearly before you speak? Do you think my dad wants to apologize to others in such a humble manner? Only then did Sun Yutong realize that something was wrong, and everyone around him, including those who were following Sun Yutong, couldn't help but turn their eyes to Duan Kai. Duan Kai was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted at Sun Yutong. We are from the Nanjia law firm, the Nanjia law firm with 0 failures. When this sentence was shouted, the people on Sun Yutong's side were stunned, especially Sun Yutong, whose face was full of pride and disdain, just stared at Duan Kai, his mouth open, unable to utter a word. For some reason, a sentence that the girl said to her, which she had not noticed before, gradually emerged clearly in her mind. It just so happens that I also own a law firm. What do you say about letting them compete? So the law firm under her name is Nanjia? Nanjia, known as a legend in the industry? When Sun Yutong thought of this, he felt his head buzzing and confused, and he couldn't think of anything. Isn't it because of her Lin Feng law firm that she has been able to act so unscrupulously for so many years? No matter what excessive things they did, with her Lin Feng law firm, there would not be any big problems. Besides, the people they targeted were all ordinary families, so there was no need to be afraid. But no matter how stupid she would not be so naive as to think that Lin Feng law firm could be compared with Nanjia. Lin Feng is considered famous in Kyoto, but in the whole of China, he is not even a name. However, Nanjia is quite famous not only in China, but also internationally. She was very clear about the gap between the two, but precisely because of this, she had no idea how to react. She simply couldn't understand. She was just trying to teach a fool who didn't know his place and acted rashly a lesson, but how come she happened to run into someone who stood up for justice? It would be fine if she wanted to stand up for justice, but given her family background, how could she be the boss of Nanjia law firm? Sun Yutong subconsciously glanced at Song Wan, but couldn't think of the answer to this question. Mingming, she just looks like a girl who is about the same age as them, who had originally been ignored by them, was now being pulled by Song Wan to sit next to her. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide when watching this scene, and he also couldn't recover for a long time. It was not until now that she realized that Sun Yutong and the others were just like her, ordinary people who were afraid and timid. Song Wan subconsciously looked at the profile of the girl next to her. She was so close that she could even feel the coldness in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. However, she did not feel any fear at all. She just felt that all the warmth in the world was probably not as great as being with her. She lost a lively and cheerful friend, but when she was stuck in the quagmire, she met a soft-hearted god. She looked at her profile in a daze, then slowly turned her gaze to Duan Jingda, who was in charge across from her, and said, "Those victims have also begged for your tolerance, right? Then how can you let me do something for you that you haven't done yourself?" Chapter 145. Now that everyone is here, things will be much easier. Duan Jingda was subconsciously stunned when he heard this. He has been the chief lawyer of Lin Feng law firm for a long time. Over the years, wherever he goes, people always try to please him. The little girl, who was about the same age as his daughter, looked at him with indifference. Even between the words, there was no mercy. She didn't even bother to cover it up and just said it bluntly. If she wanted to let the matter just pass, she was dreaming. However, Duan Jingda did not dare to show any dissatisfaction at all and still smiled in a flattering manner at Song Wan. "Whatever you want to do, as long as we can do it, we will do our best to do it." This time, Xin Yutong didn't dare to step forward and cause trouble. Smiling at Song Wan in a flattering manner, she did not dare to have any other inappropriate thoughts. She knew very well in her heart that only by protecting Lin Feng could she continue her good life in the future. Whether Lin Feng can be saved now depends entirely on this person's mood. As Xin Yutong thought about this, his eyes subconsciously turned to Song Wan, who was sitting on the sofa. She just hoped now that she wasn't in such a bad mood and wouldn't make a big deal out of this small matter. However, the facts were destined to disappoint her. Wherever she looked, she saw that the girl's face did not relax at all when facing Duan Jingda's whispered flattery. Sure enough, the next moment, her slightly cold voice was heard again. "That's easy. As long as Lin Feng is disbanded and these people and their families who were involved in those past events receive the retribution they deserve, I will not pursue the matter. How do you think?" The girl's voice was very calm, but the chill in her words was felt by everyone present. Xin Yutong and Duan Kai looked at each other subconsciously, and their faces suddenly turned ugly. How is that possible? Xin Yutong gritted his teeth and cursed softly. They themselves are naturally the most clear about what they have done. If they really had to follow the law, they wouldn't be able to stand here intact. Even Duan Jingda, who was the most capable and calmest among them, could not help but be stunned after hearing these words. There was a hint of disbelief in the look he gave Song Wan. Those things happened one by one, and it had been so long ago. He couldn't understand why the girl in front of him kept holding on to them. Just because of this, you want to disband Lin Feng? After sorting out his thoughts for 2 minutes, Duan Jingda finally found his voice. How about our boss personally apologize to you and this lady, and make compensation? Song Wan was stunned when his name was called, and subconsciously moved closer to Song Wan. Song Wan noticed her uneasiness and patted her hands gently before looking back at Duan Jingda. Call them all here. Although there was no direct response to this, it gave Duan Jingda hope. He thought Song Wan had agreed to his proposal, so he nodded eagerly to Song Wan and then dialed the numbers in his hand one after another. The families of these people have always had frequent contact with each other, so Duan Jingda naturally has their private contact information. Not long after, one after another, people dressed in rich clothes rushed towards Panga Hotel. The first person to arrive was Yang Yin, who had spoken to me earlier. He was slightly plump, wearing a gray jacket, and looked friendly. The first thing I saw when I entered the door was Yang Si standing there. Seeing that Yang Si was safe and sound, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and looked away. Duan Jingda saw this and quickly winked at him. Yang Yin immediately understood that the girl sitting on the sofa was the main initiator of this incident. He coughed lightly, took a few steps forward, came to Song Wan, and stretched out his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yang Yin, who just spoke to you on the phone." However, after waiting for a long time, the girl in front of him showed no intention of extending her hand to shake his. Song Wan only raised her eyes slightly and nodded at him, then said lightly, "Let's talk about it after everyone is gathered." Yang Yin withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly, then gently came to Duan Jingda's side. Duan Jingda wanted to explain the current situation to him, but he was afraid of Song Wan and couldn't open his mouth. Not long after, familiar faces appeared here one after another. The last to arrive was a couple. The man was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his wife was wearing something equally exquisite, with a valuable necklace around her neck. As soon as they entered the room, they noticed the aggrieved Xin Yutong. The woman immediately let go of her husband's hand and walked up to Tsin Yutong with a distressed look on her face. Tang Dang, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Did someone bully you? Because Song Wan was still beside him when he made the call, Duan Jingda didn't have time to explain the current situation. When several parents arrived, they rushed to their children and asked about their well-being. Especially the woman just now. It was written clearly on her face that someone was bullying her daughter. Duan Jingda immediately took a few steps forward with an embarrassed look on his face and hurriedly walked towards the last man who came. Boss, you are here. The man's name is Tsin Shun, who was Tsin Yutong's father and the person in charge of Lin Feng. Before Tsin Shun's eyes left his daughter, he saw Duan Jingda walking up to him and winking at him desperately. Following Duan Jingda's peripheral vision, Tsin Shun was stunned for a moment. He also works in a lawyer-related field, so how could he not recognize the faces of these top ace lawyers? In just a moment, he realized that things were not that simple, and his expression gradually became serious. He no longer looked like he was going to go and ask for an explanation. Seeing that his wife was still full of anger and said that she would not let go of the person who bullied his daughter, Tsin Shun immediately walked forward and pulled her up. Before the woman understood what was happening, she saw the girl who had been sitting on the sofa in front of her slowly stand up. Even when facing so many people, there was no sign of stage fright on his face. Now that everyone is here, things will be much easier. Who are you? The woman keenly realized that the girl in front of her was not simple and immediately frowned slightly. She already knew the cause of the incident, and she didn't think her daughter had done anything wrong. It's normal for children to have some small fights. It has to be said that it was a bit too much to bring her daughter here, privately, just because of these trivial matters. Among the parents present, she was obviously not the only one who thought so. There was also some obvious dissatisfaction in the eyes they looked at Song Wan. Chapter 146, so, I will be the one to take the consequences. That's right. Little girl, you brought our child here and asked us to come over. Is there something important? The tone of voice of several people was obviously still somewhat disapproving. The time of these people is precious, and they don't have much time to waste on such trivial matters. Shut up. Tsin Shun, who was standing aside, saw these people talking to each other and had no intention of understanding the situation, so he couldn't help but yell at the woman next to Tsin Yutong. The effect was obvious. Not only the woman, but everyone else's eyes were focused on him. Tsin Shun was the most powerful among them and naturally had some prestige. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Tsin Shun didn't bother to explain and brought Duan Jingda to Song Wan. At his signal, Duan Jingda also hurriedly pretended to speak to everyone. I'm sure you all know what happened. Now let's apologize to the little girl together and then make some compensation. The woman standing next to Tsin Yutong was obviously a smart person. Seeing her husband's reaction and Duan Jingda's secretive look, she immediately shut her mouth. But there is never a shortage of stupid people in this world. Among the crowd, a bald middle-aged man stood up and said to Duan Jingda with disdain, "What are you apologizing for? It's just a little fight between some kids. What kind of compensation do you want? Is 200,000 enough?" The middle-aged man's family was a demolition household, and with the dividends from the demolition, he managed to squeeze his family into a wealthy area. Normally, he was always at the bottom among the group. Now, seeing that Tsin Shun was in trouble, he naturally stepped forward. "Can I just pay for all these dolls? How about 2 million? Duan Jingda and Tsin Shun's faces turned green. They wanted to respond with cold faces, but they heard the girl in front of them speak word by word. If each person is 2 million, there are a total of 23 people including Song Qiu now. Then please trouble this gentleman to take out 46 million first." The middle-aged man who stood up, "What the hell? How come there are only 23 people?" The middle-aged man looked around and pointed at Song Qiu decisively. "Isn't there only this little kid?" Song Wan's expression remained unchanged. "Since this gentleman is so rich, I believe he wouldn't mind paying off the debt he owed me before, right? Debts owed previously?" The middle-aged man subconsciously glanced at his son and immediately understood what Song Wan was referring to. He immediately waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "It's been a long time since those things happened before. It's all over now." As he spoke, he looked at Song Wan with more suspicion. "Are you trying to blackmail us?" Su Dongqiang, shut up. Seeing that what he said was becoming more and more nonsense, Tsin Shun hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Damn, Nanjia's trump cards are still here. They are all first-rate, ruthless people. He is afraid that he will not leave enough evidence for others, right?" The middle-aged man was startled, and his mind was still a little confused when he saw Tsin Shun's reaction. Instead, his son standing next to him gently pulled his clothes, signaling him not to speak anymore. Song Wan then turned her gaze towards Tsin Shun, her beautiful eyes now filled with indifference. Why? Mr. Tsin, do you plan to pay this money? As soon as the words fell, the woman standing next to Tsin Yutong couldn't help but speak up. It's reasonable to ask for some compensation, but asking for 46 million all at once, isn't it a bit too much for you, little girl? A lot. Song Wan tilted her head and looked at her. Compared to the double blow to the physical and mental health of those children, I think it's less. If those people's families were given a choice, they would probably rather not have the 2 million and hope that their children would be well. The woman was stunned and said nothing, but her expression clearly showed some disapproval. At this time, another person stood up and looked at Song Wan with disapproval in his eyes. As Mr. Su said just now, those things happened a long time ago, and even the families of those people have not pursued the matter. Why are you so aggressive, little girl? 46 million is not a small amount. He even felt that the girl in front of him just wanted to use this incident as an excuse to blackmail them. I just don't know why Lawyer Tsin and others are so afraid of a little girl. This person was thinking this in his heart, and his eyes naturally revealed this meaning. Song Wan's eyes swept over these people one by one, and suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Do you believe in retribution in this world? Retribution? Everyone she stared at was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of disapproval flashed in their eyes. If there were retribution in this world, they wouldn't be living so carefree. Revealed everything. Song Wan looked at them, the corners of her lips slightly raised, with a hint of coldness. So, I'll just be the one to take the blame. The girl's words, although not harsh, made everyone subconsciously tense. Before anyone could understand what the girl meant, the next moment, a group of strong men in black uniforms and with cold expressions walked into the room in well-trained steps and came in front of everyone. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look over and saw that the people who came were all wearing exquisite and dazzling 5-pointed silver badges on their chests. Under the refraction of the sun, the silver badge emitted a bright glow, which made their temperament even more sharp. The most important thing is that these people obviously have something equipped around their waists. Universal Security Company. Among the people present, many immediately recognized the silver badges worn by the people in front of them. No matter how ignorant they are, they know the weight of the universe. The hearts of those who originally did not take this matter seriously began to grow colder. In their eyes, this team of well-trained bodyguards had a very clear goal. Without even looking at them, they came directly in front of Song Wan, respectfully to the girl, and then stood in a row behind her. Seeing this, Tsin Shun and Duan Jinda couldn't help but look at each other. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they both had a bad premonition. Song Wan said, knowing the situation, "What you just said is also very correct. If our children do something wrong, we should certainly show some appreciation. How about we, the Lin Feng law firm, pay for the 46 million? Chapter 147. What I want. I'm afraid you can't give it to me." When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. As the chief lawyer of Lin Feng law firm, Duan Jinda's words carry a lot of weight. 46 million is not a small amount. However, the girl standing in the center smiled at him playfully and said softly, "It seems that Lin Feng law firm is very rich." Duan Jinda's heart skipped a beat. Before he could say anything, he saw the girl asking him again, "Take out 46 million, and then what?" Duan Jinda was stunned for a moment when he was questioned. What else was there? Song Wan picked up the information in her hand, gently handed it to Duan Jinda, and then opened it page by page. As the chief lawyer of Lin Feng law firm, Lawyer Duan should be familiar with these things, right? Duan Jinda subconsciously glanced at the information in front of him and saw several familiar young faces at a glance. How could he not be familiar with it? Even if he was not the one who handled these matters, he had been involved. After all, his own son was also a participant in these events. Tsin Shun was standing next to him, so he saw it all clearly, and his expression became even uglier. This lady is able to invite all the aces of the southern stage, so she must be of extraordinary status. Why don't you just be frank and honest? What do you want? Can we just satisfy you? Song Wan then took the information back, then slowly closed it and placed it on the sofa. She turned her back to them and whispered, "I want what I want, but I'm afraid you can't afford it." Tsin Shun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "As long as you tell us, we will do our best to satisfy you." However, when the girl turned around and looked at them, his confidence disappeared unconsciously. There was no other reason, because the girl looked at them with a chill that penetrated her bones. Lin Feng will go bankrupt, the judge will resign, and all the participants will receive the punishment they deserve. Can you do it? As the girl finished speaking, Sin Shun and the others fell silent. After a long while, the woman standing next to Sin Yutong could not help but speak. Leave a way for everything so that we can meet again in the future. If you insist on killing us all, aren't you afraid that we will fight to the death? Song Wan no longer had the intention to speak. She just gave Song Qiuo beside her a soothing look and then nodded to Zhu Shua and others. Zhu Shua and the others nodded in understanding, took the information, and walked out. Sin Shun and others wanted to stop them, but there were people from the Universal Security Company in front of them, so they didn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary. After Zhu Shua and his men took action, Song Wan turned his attention back to Sin Shun. You can go now, Sin Shun and others. Finally, the middle-aged man whose house was being demolished couldn't help but ask, since you called all of us here, you must have some ulterior motive, right? We won't waste time. Can't we give you whatever you want? He didn't know anyone from Nanjia, but he recognized the logo of Universal Security Company. It was precisely because of the existence of the universe that he had no intention of using violence against the girl in front of him. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of him, whose name he didn't even know, just glanced at him lightly, and her voice with a hint of coldness came directly into his ears. Let's take a look at the families that can educate these people. Are there any innocent people? Is this reason enough? Everyone was stunned, looked at each other, and then couldn't help but stand there in a daze again. The result was obvious. There were no innocent people among them, as the girl thought, so she had no intention of holding back, and said to Song Wan in a bitter voice, "Are you sure that so many of us can fall in your hands?" Song Wan did not answer, but just said to them calmly, "Whether you are sure or not, it is enough to let the facts speak for themselves." After that, he added, "By the way, you can take your children back now." The people who received the permission did not move for a while, and subconsciously looked at Sin Shun, who was leading the group. Sin Shun, who was held in high regard, had a bitter look on his face. He looked at Sin Yutong, who looked frightened and confused, and then at the children beside him. He felt indescribably complicated. Although he asked that just now, he already had the answer in his heart. To be able to say such words so confidently, one must be either stupid or have enough confidence. The girl in front of me is obviously the latter. It was not until he led everyone out of Panga Hotel that Sin Shin finally couldn't help himself and leaned against the wall. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, the woman who was originally hugging Sin Yutong hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Sin Shin raised his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said weakly, "Go home. Boss Sin, you can't just leave like this." As soon as Sin Shin finished speaking, a group of people around him couldn't help but surround him. "That little girl is clearly trying to deal with us. We can't just sit there and wait for death, right? As the most prestigious person among us, you should quickly think of a way for us to get through this difficult time together." Sin Shun half leaned on his wife, his hands clenched so hard that veins appeared. "If I had a way, would you guys be here to say such things?" After saying this, he never looked back, took the woman beside him and Sin Yutong and got directly into his own car. The others looked at each other in bewilderment, and then turned their gazes to Duan Jingda. "Lawyer Duan, is there really nothing we can do?" Duan Jingda held his son Duan Kai tightly in his hand, and his voice was also very tired. "Nanjia law firm is simply not comparable to our Lin Feng, not to mention the mysterious Huan Yu. Instead of complaining here, why don't you think of a way to calm them down?" After saying that, he took Duan Kai away. When the few people who were left behind heard this, some of them couldn't help but slap their own children in the face. A normal day, but now they have created such a mess. If they don't handle it well, they might all be finished. Can we go up and beg her now?" The children had never seen such a scene before. After being slapped hard in the face, they dared not move a step. "If it doesn't work, we can ask Song Qiuo for help." Obviously, although they are fierce, they still know some things they should know. For example, they may have hit a wall today. An iron plate that is enough to bankrupt all their families. Chapter 148. Sister, tell me the truth, did you lift weights behind my back? Song Qiuo, who was still staying in the presidential box of Pango Hotel, had no idea that someone had already set the plan on her. She sat there, looking up at Song Wan slightly, her vision becoming uncontrollably blurred. If only they could wait until she showed up, she thought. If they had been able to wait until she showed up, those people, including her best friend, might not have ended up like that. Song Qiuo blinked hard and held back the tears that were about to flow out. But their luck was a little bad. and they didn't wait for the gods to come. Song Wan just thought she was scared, so she took her hand and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in a soothing manner. Looking from here, you can vaguely see Yang Si and the others. Even though she couldn't see their expressions, she seemed to be able to tell their fear and frustration from their body movements. Song Wan handed her a drink and said in a gentle but powerful voice, "I promise, they will get the punishment they deserve." Song Kyo nodded vigorously and could no longer hold back his tears. By the time she had completely calmed down, it was already evening. In order to prevent her family from worrying, Song Wan packed dinner for her and asked the hotel staff to drive her back home. After class, Jiang Huai returned to the hotel cursing, not knowing what had happened. As soon as she saw Song Wan, she immediately gave her a bear hug, muttering, "Sister, tell me, doesn't Shin Tingzhu know that you are my sister?" Song Wan's originally somewhat depressed mood was immediately dispersed by Jiang Huai. She immediately lifted Jiang Huai, who was lying on her, to the sofa. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jiang Huai, who was brought to the sofa, said. "I looked at my long arms and legs, then ran to the mirror to confirm my height, and I felt completely mysterious. He is over 1.8 meters tall, and he was lifted up by his sister?" Turning back, she looked at Song Wan dimly. "Sister, tell me the truth. Did you lift weights behind my back?" Song Wan, "You are such a clever little fellow." Suddenly became more proud after being praised. "That's right. Don't you see whose brother he is?" The two of them ate dinner while playing and joking. Jiang Huai subconsciously wanted to hang on Song Wan, but when he saw Song Wan raising her hand, he nimbly moved away several steps. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes when he looked at Song Wan. "Sister, you don't love me anymore. Do you have another dog behind my back?" He knew that with so many people coveting his sister would one day lose control and forget who her real brother 202 was. Song Wan ignored his sudden outburst until they returned to the suite, when Jiang Huai brought up the old matter again and asked, "Sister, you haven't answered me yet. Doesn't Juzi know that you are my sister?" Song Wan sat down on the armchair in front of the French window and glanced at him. "You speak as if you knew it." JCO, blinked at Song Wan with interest and asked with a gossipy look, "Sister, do you like Juzi or Fu Xingyan who sings so well in Douyin?" Without waiting for Song Wan to answer, Jiang Huai added hastily as if he remembered something, "Oh yeah, and the one called Sunflower." Song Wan, how come she doesn't know there's a girl called Sunflower? Understand the doubt in Song Wan's eyes at all. His handsome face was full of gossip. "Sister, which one do you like?" He returned to school today and reviewed all of Wanwan's deeds from the beginning to the present. When he returned here again, he was no longer the ignorant man he was this morning. Song Wan was speechless and turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. Just when Jiang Huai thought he couldn't get the answer today, he heard his sister say casually, "I don't like any of them. The original intention was to get multiple cash back. I just picked one that I liked." "No way." Jiang Huai was shocked. "Sis, you don't like any of them. Why did you spend so much money?" Song Wan looked mysterious. "Of course it's to get more money." Jiang Huai, "I don't have much education, so don't lie to me. Look, to be honest, this silly brother doesn't believe it." Song Wan had no choice but to change her explanation. "Is it because you are bored?" Jiang Huai's eyes became even darker. "You picked a few handsome guys just because you were bored?" Song Wan tilted his head and said seriously, "It's not just them. There are also Lin Yuyu and Shun Qingxue. Why don't you ask me if I like them both?" "Shun Qingxue? Lin Yuyu?" Jiang Huai widened his eyes in fear. "Sister, don't scare me. Aren't those two girls?" Song Wan glanced at her calmly and said, "So I told you all this because I was bored." Jiang Huai was heartbroken. "Sister, I know you have money now, but how can you waste it like this?" Just when Song Wan thought Jiang Huai was going to say something profound, he heard this fellow say in a deep voice, "Other people spend millions to go on a 7-day trip with the anchor. Sister, you spent tens of millions, but you just added WeChat. Isn't that a waste?" I heard from Juzi that the man wanted to find a topic to get to know his sister better, but his sister ignored him. So cool. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai looked at Song Wan even more speechless. Since childhood, he actually didn't know that his sister was a straight woman. Song Wan gently supported her chin with her hand, turned her head, and looked at him meaningfully. "What else can we do? Why don't you tell me about it?" Jiang Huai got excited when talking about this. "That's a lot. I've checked online. If it's a small anchor who makes hundreds of thousands or millions, they will meet directly. If we meet, there will definitely be more stories to tell, like eating, singing, swimming, and so on." Jiang Huai was excited and wanted to continue talking, but suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw his sister, smiling with a deep look on her face. Gudong. Unable to help swallowing, Jiang Huai's excited expression suddenly turned into an embarrassed one. Of course, that's definitely not my sister's style. How can my dear, beautiful, gentle, kind, lovely, beautiful, and generous sister be compared with those vulgar people? Song Wan just watched him make up stories quietly. Jiang Huai's mouth was dry when he finished speaking, but Song Wan still didn't respond. He raised his hands to Song Wan with a pleading look on his face and said aggrievedly, "Sis, trust me. I checked all this on the internet. You don't know me yet. I'm definitely not that kind of person." Song Wan patted his head silently. "I know. This stupid could come up with these ideas. It would be a disaster." Chapter 149, today's sign-in, Bugatti sound of the night. Jiang Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. "Sister, didn't you go painting this afternoon?" "What about painting?" Song Wan pointed to the table not far behind him. "There." Jiang Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up and walked towards the table. When he saw the landscape painting casually placed on the table, he stopped in surprise. After picking up the painting and looking at it for a long time, he asked in surprise, "Sister, did you draw this? This is so beautiful." Although he doesn't understand art, he can understand paintings. This landscape painting gives people a different artistic conception. It is melodious and tranquil, and it makes people's mood calm down just by looking at it. Up to Song Wan again. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. "Sister, can you give me this painting?" Song Wan looked at his happy face and nodded immediately. It was not until Jiang Huai left the room that Song Wan turned around and looked out the window again. As the center of the imperial capital, the lights here are truly bright at night. But beneath these bright lights, no one knows how much darkness is hidden. Song Wan didn't know when she fell asleep, and when she woke up it was already the next day. The gentle sunlight was shining brightly, and as soon as Song Wan opened her eyes, the system's voice rang on time. "Ding, it's a new day again. Host, do you want to sign in?" "Sign in." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the world's top supercar La Voiture Noire. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." When Song Wan heard this, her eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. If you say the full name La Voiture Noire, many people may not know what kind of sports car it is, but if you translate it, probably everyone will know it. As we all know, Bugatti originated in Inolia and is world-renowned for its superb car-making technology. It specializes in the production of sports cars and high-end luxury cars. La Voiture Noire is the best among the luxury sports cars it has built. The famous Bugatti Voce of the night is an ultra-luxury sports car built for the 110th anniversary of Bugatti's birth and is limited to only one unit in the world. In other words, there is only one Bugatti Night Sound in the world, and its price is as high as 115 million. Song Wan got out of bed and couldn't help but smile. It is said that Tongzi does everything. I just bought her a house in Kyoto, and now I'm buying her a car. Before I could finish my thoughts, the phone rang. Song Wan did not hesitate and directly told the other party the address of Panga Hotel on the phone before hanging up. Jiang Huai also had classes in the morning, so he left the hotel early. After Song Wan had finished her meal, the car delivery man arrived at the bottom of the hotel. Song Wan simply went down and signed for the voice of the night, then drove to Lynching No. 7 Middle School. Lynching No. 7 Middle School is a private school, so its construction is quite luxurious. As soon as Song Wan parked the car at the door, he saw several familiar figures. There were boys and girls, fat and thin, all dressed luxuriously and in expensive clothes. Aren't they the parents from yesterday? Standing with them were several middle-aged men and women who were dressed much more simply. At this time, they were walking out of the school talking and laughing. Song Wan was sitting in the car far away. When she saw this scene, she subconsciously narrowed her eyes. Only when they came closer could I vaguely hear what they were talking about. "We know that you are people who know the big picture. After all, it's just a matter between children. If it gets out of hand, it won't be good for anyone, right? Besides, don't we have to think about the children? If this matter gets out of hand, the children might not even have the heart to take the college entrance examination. That's right, as long as you are reasonable, we will definitely not give you less compensation." The plainly dressed people had no expression of joy or anger on their faces. They just kept agreeing with the others. "That's what I said. We have already told the children that this matter is over. If anyone comes to ask anything again, we will definitely not say anything. We should thank you. It's been so long since the incident happened, and there wasn't really any big problem. Why would we bother you to come here in person?" However, there were obviously some disagreements among them. It's up to you if you want to accept it. It doesn't make sense for our children to suffer so much, and we should let them swallow their anger for a little money. We didn't know about it before, but now that we know, we can't just let it go so lightly. You're right. It's your business if you guys want money. Even if I have to lose everything, I will seek justice for my child. We are all children who come to school. But how can you be so cruel? The things you do are so vicious that it is simply not something a child can do. We are also parents, but you don't feel sorry for your children, but we do. It would have been fine if they didn't know about it before, but now that someone has come to their doorstep, many of them have realized how much injustice their children have suffered. The children of some of them have even lost their lives. How could they possibly accept the compensation offered by these hypocritical people? Song Wan saw yesterday suddenly changed when they heard what the people behind them said. He also stopped and looked at the few people with a serious look. We are talking to you nicely now, and I advise you to cherish this opportunity. If we don't want to give you this opportunity, you won't even have the money. Some people play the villain, and naturally some people play the hero. In the crowd, a woman with delicate makeup glared at the demolisher with some anger, and then said gently to the people behind her, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We just found out about this. I came to you right away when I didn't know about this. You see, we sincerely want to solve this problem. Otherwise, we could have just let Lin Feng law firm come forward. Wouldn't you have nothing to say?" The people in plain clothes were obviously the parents. When the first few people who spoke heard the woman say this, they hurriedly echoed again. "You are right. We can certainly see that you sincerely want to solve this problem." After saying that, he looked at the people behind him meaningfully and said, "Please be considerate. They are all children. It's no big deal. The book also says that fighting makes friendship difficult. Just think of it as making a few friends. That's right. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Stop caring about it. They're just ordinary people and can't compare with these people at all. Don't even bother to make a fuss. Even if you really spend all your money on the attack, I'm afraid the other person won't suffer any damage at all. The easiest way is to just take the money and let the matter go, considering that they still have some conscience and want to negotiate actively." Chapter 150. Bullying others with power and suppressing them to the end. Song Wan heard it clearly and couldn't help but frowning. The last person who spoke was a middle-aged woman who looked 50% similar to Song Kuo. The difference is that Song Kuo's face shows more stubbornness, while on her face, one can only see weakness and flattery. Her hands gripping the steering will tighten subconsciously. She came here today to see how Song Kuo was doing, but she didn't expect to see this scene. If I'm not mistaken, this middle-aged woman is probably Song Kuo's mother. Wan's slender fingers kept tapping on the steering wheel, and his eyes looked at the few people with more meaningfulness. Just at this moment, several parents behind couldn't help but speak again. "You make it sound so easy." The first person to stand out was a middle-aged man. He was not very tall, and his skin was dark. His weathered face was filled with hidden anger. "My baby is gone." Her mother knelt at the door for more than a month, but couldn't get an explanation. Now she has mental problems. Now that we have finally found a kind-hearted person to intervene, you want us to just take the money and leave it at that? Dream on. After the man finished speaking, another woman stood up. Compared to everyone else, her attire was the simplest. There were even small holes on her sleeves. She didn't speak Mandarin, but a dialect from some unknown place. But her eyes were firm. "It's your business if you want to collect money, but don't try to incite us. My child is so obedient." They invited him here with high scores. Who knew that my child suffered so much injustice behind his back? Wounds on his arm that it felt like a knife was cutting my heart. We don't have money, but we can't let our child suffer so much bullying and just ignore it. If it weren't for the kind-hearted people, I wouldn't know about this until now. They want us to take the money and shut up. No way. As the woman spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Her husband had an accident a long time ago, and thanks to her daughter, who had been considerate and hardworking since she was young, she was admitted to a city university in no time. She still remembers the scene when her daughter told her that the scholarship here was very high and she didn't have to work hard anymore. But if she had known that coming here would cause her daughter to suffer like this, she would not have agreed, even if she was beaten to death. As he spoke, several parents at the back stood up one by one, all of them with firm attitudes, with absolutely no room for turning back. Nervous when they saw this. They thought it was an easy matter, but who knew there would be such a difficult rebel? They clenched their fists and grabbed the collar of the middle-aged man who had just spoken. "I advise you not to be shameless. You should be thankful that the matter was handled like this. Why don't you check your own wealth? If Lin Feng law firm shows up, you won't get a penny, let alone this money. If you really want to force us to bully others, you won't be treated like you are now. Why don't you take a look at yourself first and see how strong you are? The resident had just finished speaking when he heard a familiar voice coming from the front. The hand holding the middle-aged man's collar subconsciously froze. He turned around and saw the familiar beautiful girl slowly walking down from a cool black sports car. He didn't even know the girl's name until now, but the moment he saw her, the fear of being dominated by those people in the universe yesterday rose in his heart. Song Wan walked up to them step by step, smiled coldly at the person being relocated, and then kicked him hard with her sneakers before he could react. The man being relocated was a fairly large build, but was still kicked several steps away, causing him to fall heavily onto the grass nearby. Song Wan walked forward slowly and stopped in front of him, looking down at him with a cold gaze. You are bullying others by taking advantage of your power? How powerful are you? Everyone present was obviously stunned at the same time. No matter whether it was the group of people being relocated or the group of parents, they were all obviously confused by the situation before them. Especially the few acquaintances that Song Wan had just met yesterday, they subconsciously took 2 steps back when they saw this scene. Yesterday, it was their own child who was beaten. They felt sad but did not have the fear to face it directly. Now that they saw her taking action, they realized that their child was not exaggerating. The demolition resident who was kicked to the ground obviously understood the gap between himself and Song Wan. He grimaced in pain, but still showed a flattering smile to Song Wan. You misunderstood. You misunderstood. With you here, how can I have the right to bully others? No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the girl in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. Even Sin Shen and his men were extremely frightened and couldn't find a way to deal with this person. This person was simply not someone that a family like his could handle. What's more, there is the world behind the girl. It was precisely because of this that they decided to deal with these parents first and silence them. Who knew that halfway through, before they had even succeeded, they would run into this unlucky star. Song Wan just glanced at him coldly, and then glanced at the other people one by one. If you like to bully others so much, why don't you have a taste of this too? Before everyone could understand what she meant, they saw her take out her cell phone and say something to the person on the other end of the line. Until Song Wan said something, no one dared to move. Not long after, several people's cell phones started ringing one after another. It is no exaggeration to say that although there are only a few people being relocated, their cell phones are ringing nonstop. Several people answered the phone tremblingly, and then their faces turned pale one after another. It was not until now that they finally understood what the girl meant by taking advantage of one's power to bully others. Among them, some run small companies, some are sent by their families for errands, some are corporate executives, and there is even a judge. Now, the calls they receive are either from their subordinates or their superiors. Companies that run businesses were blocked, corporate executives were suspended, judges were investigated, and even the Lin Feng law firm was not spared. In fact, it didn't have to be so fast, but by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Zhu Shua and his companions lived up to their reputation as the ace of the southern class. They prosecuted, submitted evidence, suspended for investigation, and sealed off their assets. The whole series of things went smoothly, and they didn't give them any chance to resist at all. Taking advantage of power to bully others, oppress them to the end. Several people looked at the girl standing in front of them with indifference, and their hearts instantly fell to the bottom. Finished. It's all over. Chapter 151, is this really the voice of the night? The parents didn't know what was going on, but when they saw the people who were originally dressed gorgeously and arrogant suddenly change their appearance, they knew it was the girl in front of them who caused it. The middle-aged man who was grabbed by the collar by the demolition household was the first to react. Although it was a little unbelievable, he still asked Song Wan softly, "Excuse me, are you the kind person who asked the lawyer to call us?" Most of them didn't know what was going on. A lawyer called them and explained the general situation. Before they could react, they were called here by the people in front of them. They originally thought that the people who called them were together with the lawyer who called, so they rushed over. But when they arrived, they realized that the people who called them over were obviously the parents of the children who bullied their children. There is no need to ask at all. You can tell at a glance that they are all powerful. Just ask them to take the money and shut up. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. To be honest, he was ready to lose everything he had, but he didn't expect that such a young girl would come at this critical moment. She obviously didn't look very old, probably no more than 20 years old, but when she stood there, she had an indescribable aura. Song Wan turned to look at him, and her expression was obviously gentler when she faced him. I have asked a lawyer to call you before. You don't need to pay attention to these people. Just go home and wait for news. I believe we will be able to see the final results in a week at most. If it weren't for Tsin Yutong and the others who still needed to be judged, and if it were just these adults, the process might have been faster. When the middle-aged man got the reply, his resolute face was immediately moved and tears almost fell. When ordinary people like them encounter such things, most of them can only swallow their anger and bear it. Even if you end up going bankrupt, you may not get any good results. Now I meet someone like this, and he helps them without asking for anything in return. The middle-aged man looked at Song Wan steadily and was about to kneel down in front of her with one move. His simple face was full of sincere gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. If the child's mother knew the news, she would feel better. Seeing this, Song Wan hurriedly stepped forward and helped him up, stopping his movements. It's just a matter of convenience. You don't have to do this. The parents behind also looked at Song Wan with gratitude. They couldn't speak, but if this girl asked them to do anything at this moment, they would do it without hesitation. Her simple action helped their entire family. After comforting several parents, Song Wan turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to Song Kuo. The woman met her gaze, and a look of panic immediately appeared on her face. Song Wan didn't say much. She didn't know the family situation of Song Kuo and his family. She originally thought that Tsin Yutong could use Song Kuo's mother and brother to threaten Song Kuo, and Song Kuo had a good relationship with them. Now it seems that this is not that simple. There is compensation, but some people don't deserve it. Song Wan looked at the parents in front of her again before getting back into the car. He no longer had the intention to look for Song Kuo and drove directly to the Imperial Capital Sports University. Zhang Huai received a call and waited at the school gate early. But when he saw a cool black sports car slowly stop in front of him, he was stunned. As a boy, Zhang Huai naturally loves cars, especially supercars. Even though he couldn't afford them before, he still paid a lot of attention to them. The sports car in front of you is impeccable in both appearance and sound. It is extremely cool. You can tell how popular it is from the sound of people snapping pictures around you. Bugatti, or the voice of the night. Zhang Huai opened his eyes wide and looked at the sports car from head to toe. Wow, who brought the sound of the night to their school? Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Huai saw a familiar figure slowly walking down from a sports car. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. It was not until Song Wan's voice was heard and the surprised voices of the people around him reached his ears that Zhang Huai finally realized that the person in front of him was really his sister. Looking at the car in front of him that he could only covet in his dreams, and then looking at his sister who was already a little impatient, Zhang Huai didn't hesitate for a second and got into the car in a flash. It was not until the sound of darkness had left the sports university that Zhang Huai finally recovered from his shock. Sister, is this really the voice of the night? Zhang Huai carefully studied the interior and steering wheel, and his eyes lit up. Song Wan glanced at him with amusement. Could it be the voice of the White Knight? The two were chatting and laughing in the car, and soon, Song Wan subconsciously slowed down. Zhang Huai was still sighing when he suddenly realized that Song Wan had slowed down. He turned around and saw a familiar building. Imperial University of Communication. Song Wan obviously thought of something and immediately glanced at Zhang Huai beside him meaningfully. Do you want to go find someone? JCO. Oh, Song Wan said with a teasing look on her face. It's a good opportunity to explain to others which rich woman is attracted to you. Zhang Huai. Thank you, it's already starting to feel awkward. Song Wan turned her head with amusement, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. Hey, look who that is. Zhang Huai turned his head subconsciously and immediately saw the familiar figure in a brown suit at the school gate not far away. It was Yu Lingyao they had just mentioned. Person standing next to Yu Lingyao was also a familiar face. Zhang Huai looked carefully and found that it was Chu Yu. The two were standing at the school gate, and there seemed to be a fashionably dressed man standing opposite them. When they got closer, the two people sitting in the car realized that Yu Lingyao and Chu Yu's faces were not very good. Yu Lingyao tightly grasped the bag in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with obvious disgust. Ren Dongchen, are you done yet? I've already told you that I have a boyfriend. The man called Ren Dongchen was obviously the young man standing opposite. Hearing Yu Lingyao's words, he did not seem angry, and even had a smile on his face. Lingyao, you are not talking about the poor boy from the sports university, are you? Ren Dongchen said this with obvious disdain in his tone. His own girlfriend could even be stolen away by Yu Qiao. Lingyao, you don't really like that loser, do you? Chapter 152, Can she protect Yu Lingyao alone? He liked Yu Lingyao, so naturally he looked into Yu Lingyao's relationships during this period. Of course he knew that Yu Lingyao went to the sports university, But after asking Yu Qiao, he no longer paid any attention to the poor boy named Jiang Huai. Yu Qiao was nothing among them, yet he was able to steal the poor boy's girlfriend. You can imagine what kind of person he was. A person like that is not even worthy of carrying his shoes, let alone Yu Lingyao, who has been known as a favored girl since childhood. Yu Lingyao's face immediately turned cold when he heard him say that. Ren Dongchen, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Don't think that just because my mom likes you, you can interfere in my life at will. Ren Dongchen seemed to have long been accustomed to Yu Lingyao's attitude. Seeing this, he just smiled softly. So Lingyao, you also know that Annie likes me? After he finished speaking, it was not the same as Lingyao speaking, and he continued. Then tell me, if your aunt knew that you had been going to the sports university every day recently just for a poor loser boy, how would your aunt react? Ren Dongchen, don't go too far. Chu Yu, who was standing aside, saw this and couldn't help but reveal an expression of disgust on his face when he looked at Ren Dongchen. If it weren't for the fact that Annie insisted on bringing Yao Yao and this man together, with Yao Yao's personality, she would never let him appear in front of them again and again. He calls people a loser and a poor boy all the time, acting like he is so noble. Ren Dongchen just glanced at Chu Yu indifferently. When facing Chu Yu, he obviously did not have such a good attitude. Chu Yu, I would also like to advise you that this is a matter between Ling Yao and me, so you should stop interfering. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens to the Chu family again, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your current life. Chu Yu looked at him and clenched his fists tightly. He just knows how to threaten people. If it weren't for her stupid brother, who messed up the company like this bastard would dare to look down on others like this. Yu Lingyao patted Chu Yu calmly. Then when he looked at Ren Dongchen, his eyes became even colder. Manager Ren is so arrogant. Both she and Chu Yu are currently in college and have not yet entered their family's company. Ren Dongchen is different. He has already graduated and has been appointed by the Ren family as the next head of the family. Otherwise, her mother would not have tried to match her up with Ren Dongchen. Thinking of this, Yu Lingyao felt even more annoyed. I don't care what you think now. I just want to tell you that my mother has no right to control who I like. It's her own business if she likes you. How you two communicate is also your business. Don't involve me. Please don't appear in front of me, Manager Ren. It makes me sick. Thank you. Yu Lingyao's words could be said to be without a trace of mercy. Standing at the busy school gate, Ren Dongchen even had a bouquet of white roses in his arms. Seeing that Yu Lingyao wanted to leave after he finished speaking, Ren Dongchen's face immediately darkened. He is good-looking and his family background is good. There are countless girls chasing after him since he was a child. This was the first time that I took the initiative to pursue someone and was insulted like this. Looking at the students coming and going, Ren Dongchen felt that Yu Lingyao was just throwing his face to the ground and trampling on it. The hand holding by Meige tightened slightly, and the other hand held Yu Lingyao, who was about to leave. What are you pretending to be? Yu Lingyao was held back by him. The disgust on his face clearly had not faded yet, and then he heard Ren Dongchen continue. Yu Lingyao, I pursue you because I respect you. With a family like ours, which daughter wouldn't stay in school peacefully? But you shamelessly run to the sports university again and again. I don't even dislike you. What qualifications do you have to say I'm disgusting? Yu Lingyao shook off his arm and was about to reply when he heard a familiar voice coming from not far away. Then what does it mean that you keep running in front of a girl without caring about her wishes? Are you shameless? Yu Lingyao turned around in surprise, only to see Jiang Huai walking towards him slowly. His usually clean and handsome face, always full of smiles, was now expressionless, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Ren Dongchen. Jiang Huai. Chu Yu, who was holding Yu Lingyao's hand, looked at the young man who approached him with some surprise. His eyes moved back and forth between him and Yu Lingyao several times. Then he chuckled and slowly loosened his hand on Yu Lingyao. Well, this time Ren Dongchen might become the matchmaker. When Ren Dongchen heard this familiar name, he subconsciously looked towards Jiang Huai, and then his eyes subconsciously narrowed slightly. Are you Jiang Huai? Jiang Huai nodded, then directly pulled Yu Lingyao behind him, confessing to someone else's girlfriend without her consent. It seems that Mr. Ren's sense of morality is not very strong. Yu Lingyao was still confused until he was pulled behind him and heard these words. The cold expression on his face was instantly replaced by a smile. Looking at her hand being held by him, the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up little by little. Ren Dongchen couldn't help but sneer, especially when he noticed that many people had stopped and looked over here. His expression became even gloomier. Oh, so you are the loser who was cuckolded by Yu Qiao. Jiang Huai smiled at him. It seems that you have a good relationship with Yu Qiao. In that case, why don't you thank him for me? After all, if he hadn't had the foresight to pick up a gold digger, I wouldn't have found a girlfriend as good and pretty as Yao Yao. Ren Dongchen clenched his teeth tightly and looked at Jiang Huai with a cold gaze. If I were you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing to provoke me. Do you really think that everything will be fine if Yu Lingyao is blind and falls in love with you? Can Yu Lingyao protect the person I, Ren Dongchen, want to touch? After saying this, his eyes passed Jiang Huai and looked at Yu Lingyao behind him. Good. Very nice. I think my aunt will be very interested in your pretty boy boyfriend. I should pay him a proper visit someday. You always call parents. How old are you, Mr. Rin? Just as Ren Dongchen finished speaking, another pleasant voice came from behind him. Upon hearing this, Ren Dongchen couldn't help but feel angry again. He turned around and saw a young girl looking at him indifferently. The girl's face is delicate, without even a single flaw. She looks even more beautiful than Yu Lingyao, the school beauty of the media industry. More importantly, it was the cool-looking black sports car she was leaning against. There is only one in the world. You can't buy it even if you have money. Bugatti, the sound of the night. Chapter 153, Excuse me. Do you believe in love at first sight? Ren Dongchen's gaze lingered on the black sports car for a while, and when he looked up at Song Wan, his originally angry expression had obviously subsided a little. I wonder who this lady is? Song Wan just casually pointed in the direction of Jiang Huai, the poor boy's sister you mentioned. Ren Dongchen. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at Jiang Huai again. As expected, he had subconsciously thought that he was a poor boy because of Yu Qiao. But now look at what he is wearing. All of them are branded goods. Even the watch on his wrist is a Patek Philippe. Ren Dongchen's eyes changed slightly. Jiang Huai's sister? Chu couldn't help but chuckle at the side. Just now he was calling him a poor boy and a loser, but now he knows to call him Jiang Huai. Without paying any attention to Ren Dongchen, Chu couldn't help but walk quickly to Song Wan's side excitedly. Sister Song, is this your car? Seeing Song Wan nod, Chu became more excited. He took out his phone and took several photos in a row. Then he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Bugatti Nocturne, a sports car that is limited to only one in the world. Sister Song was able to get it. It's amazing. Song Wan had no intention of stopping her and just smiled slightly. Ren Dongchen, who was ignored, seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness that had just happened. He adjusted his expression and walked up to Song Wan and directly handed the white rose in his hand to Song Wan. If you allow me, I would like to apologize for my previous intrusion. Excuse me, do you believe in love at first sight? Everyone present? Song Wan was also somewhat speechless as she looked at Ren Dongchen in front of her and said with some disdain, Mr. Rin, is your brain okay? She didn't see the scene just now or something. Chu beside him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Rin, can you at least have some emotional intelligence? How dare you hand over the white roses that Yao Yao doesn't want a sister Song? How shameless! Jiang Huai and Yu Lingyao, who were not far away, obviously did not expect Ren Dongchen to do such a bold move. They looked at each other in amazement. It was not until he heard Chu Yu's words that Jiang Huai finally reacted. He took Yu Lingyao and took a step forward. With his free hand, he accurately took the white rose handed to him by Ren Dongchen and then threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. Don't push garbage in front of my sister, thank you. Jiang Huai looked at Ren Dongchen coldly, his eyes full of unkindness. When Ren Dongchen saw Jiang Huai's actions, his face subconsciously turned ugly. When he turned around and saw Song Wan, he finally calmed down. After calming down, he frowned and looked at Jiang Huai. I'm not talking to you. Please know some basic manners. Jiang Huai was so angry that he almost laughed. His sister always said that he was stupid. If he was stupid, then the guy in front of him would have been stupid to death. His sister looks like the kind of silly, gullible, innocent girl. Ren Dongchen turned his gaze towards Song Wan with a sincere expression. If you are angry about what you just saw, I can apologize to you. I came to see Yu Lingyao because her mother asked me to do so. Ren Dongchen wanted to explain, but Song Wan pressed the pause button. Song Wan looked at Ren Dongchen in front of him. There was a look of indescribable emotion in his eyes. I'm not interested in hearing thank you. Then he turned to look at Jiang Huai and the other two with a more urgent look in his eyes. Let's go. The three of them nodded hurriedly, especially Jiang Huai, who was afraid that Ren Dongchen would pester his sister, and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Ren Dongchen did not give up and stopped in front of Song Wan again, showing a smile that he thought was very handsome. You don't seem to know my name yet. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite black business card and handed it to Song Wan. general manager of Ren Group, Ren Dongshan. What's your name? Ren Dongshan. Are you done yet? Seeing this, Yu Lingyao, who was being pulled by Jiang Huai, hurriedly pulled Song Wan over. Do you really think you can choose all the girls in the world? Even called you by your name. Does he deserve it? Ren Dongshan couldn't help but frown after being interrupted. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and looked at Yu Lingyao without the previous admiration or disgust. His eyes were a little colder, as if he had thought of something. Yu Lingyao, didn't you just say you don't like me? Then why are you trying to stop me from pursuing the woman I like? Yu Lingyao. He had long known that although Ren Dongshan had good business skills, his emotional intelligence was not very good. But she never expected that it would be so impossible. Isn't this a really good feeling about yourself? Ren Dongshan seemed to have anticipated all of Yu Lingyao's thoughts, and his voice became slightly lower. Yu Lingyao, your mother was the one who brought us together. I kept looking for you because I didn't want to disappoint your aunt's kindness. Now that you found someone you like, why don't you stop bothering me? After saying that, he even adjusted his collar seriously, and then when he looked at Song Wan, his eyes were full of concentration. Don't get me wrong. If I really like someone, I will never have anything to do with other women. Song Wan. Yu Lingyao, who was said to be an obstruction. He took a deep breath and finally let the blockage in his heart ease. But when I looked at Ren Dongshan, I didn't know how to describe my current mood. She had always known that this man was arrogant, but she had never known he was so arrogant to this degree. Who the hell is that look of not wanting to bother him shown to? Do you really think you are the domineering president in the novel who is loved by everyone? Thinking of this, Yu Lingyao obviously no longer wanted to argue with the idiot and directly said to Song Wan, Sister, my car is parked nearby. Let's go. Song Wan nodded, and several people turned around quickly. Chu Yu directly pushed Jiang Huai towards Yu Lingyao and then quickly took Song Wan's arm. It just so happens that you two have something to talk about. I'll go with Sister Song. Jiang Huai wanted to say something with a frown on his face, but was pulled away by Yu Lingyao. It was not until the voice of the night started again that Ren Dongshan, who was standing in the same place, finally reacted. Looking at the black sports car, going further and further away, Ren Dongshan's eyes became deeper and deeper. With one hand in his pocket, the corner of his mouth raised in a smile that he thought was handsome. The woman that Ren Dongshan has set his eyes on can never escape from her. Chapter 154 Professional Profession. Song Wan, who had already driven away, finally breathed a sigh of relief until she could no longer see Ren Dongshan in the rearview mirror. Then he turned his head slightly and asked Chu Yu beside him, Is that person really a little mentally ill? Chu Yu held his stomach and couldn't help laughing. He finally managed to hold it back until his stomach hurt. Then he turned around and said to Song Wan seriously, Originally, there wasn't any. Maybe Sister Song is too pretty and that's why he got sick. Song Wan gave her a displeased look, then turned around and looked at the road ahead. Chu Yu put one hand on the car window and nodded repeatedly at Song Wan. She was not exaggerating on this point. Even if Ren Dongshan was a bit arrogant before, it was definitely not to this extent. After all, he is the heir designated by the Ren family. Even if he really had a mental problem, the Ren family would not have chosen him. I just didn't expect things to turn out this way. When Chu Yu thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. It was not until he arrived at the Panga Hotel that Chu Yu finally calmed down. Then when I got off the car, I saw Jiang Huai and Yu Lingyao still holding hands not far away. He smiled maliciously and said meaningfully, Hey, did you lead them all the way or did you lead them as soon as you got off the car? Yu Lingyao rolled her eyes and ignored her, but tightened her grip on Jiang Huai's hand. Jiang Huai naturally noticed it and did not let go, but his ears turned obviously red. Song Wan, who was walking over closely, couldn't help but curl up the corners of her lips when she saw this scene. The four of them went straight upstairs after dinner. When they finished their tea, Chu Yu suddenly exclaimed, causing everyone to look at her. Chu Yu then handed his phone to a few people to look at, and then looked at Song Wan with emphasis. With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, Sister Song was just photographed at the door, and the school forum went viral. Yu Lingyao took the phone first, and sure enough, their school forum appeared on the phone interface. Right at the top of the forum is the most popular post at the moment. Title of the post: Help! Who knows this girl next to the school beauty? The picture below shows the scene where she pulls Jiang Huai to Song Wan. Sports cars are more likely to attract the attention of peers, not to mention the Bugatti Noctimo, which is limited to one unit in the world. Add to that the beauty whose appeal is no less than that of Voice of the Night. It would be strange if it wasn't popular. Yu Lingyao roughly looked through the content of the comments. Some people were either lamenting about the rich young lady or asking for Song Wan's contact information, and the rest were lamenting about Song Wan's beauty. All in all, this post became a complete hit. Seeing this, Jiang Huai beside him hurried over to take a look at the content on the phone interface, and his eyes suddenly became angry. Because of the edge of the photo, Ren Dongshen was also included in the picture. Before he could say anything, Yu Lingyao had already swiped down with his phone, and the content of the reply naturally caught Jiang Huai's eyes. Originally, when Jiang Huai saw that those people were paying attention to his sister's beauty or sports cars, he took it for granted. But when he saw the one in the middle, Jiang Huai couldn't help but widen his eyes. This post clearly shifted the focus to him and Yu Lingyao, and then the posts below all started to go off topic. Some speculated what the relationship between Song Wan and them was, some speculated why Song Wan came, and some even said that Ren Dongshen next to her was his sister's boyfriend. Even Ren Dongshen's identity was directly exposed. His family was considered an upper-class wealthy family in the entire Kyoto. As the young master of the Ren family, Ren Dongshen was naturally endowed with an aura of wealth because of this identity. In addition, Song Wan opened a voice in the dark, and people actually said something like, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Jiang Huai became angrier and angrier as he watched. Even Yu Lingyao beside him couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Thinking of Ren Dongshen's determined look when they left, he couldn't help but think more about it. Normally, others only know that their family conditions are slightly better, but the details are not revealed. Ren Dongshen only stood at the school gate for a short while, and his family background was exposed. Yu Lingyao would find it hard to believe that Ren Dongshen had no hand in this. Thinking of this, Yu Lingyao couldn't help but frown even more tightly. Let's not talk about Ren Dongshen's business ability, but isn't this method of dealing with girls a bit too childish and arrogant? Who was standing by, saw the expressions of the two people, and realized that something was wrong. I took the phone and glanced at it, then I knew what the two of them were angry about. Jiang Huai couldn't help but speak up. What kind of vision do these people have? How can Ren Dongshen be worthy of my sister? Yu Lingyao nodded in agreement. Her impression of Ren Dongshen today had been completely refreshed. Chiyu opened her eyes wide when she heard this. She herself hadn't even seen the back of the forum. When she came closer to look, she was also a little angry. That's right, what kind of vision do these people have? Although Ren Dongshen's appearance is not bad, he is not a good match for Sister Song. When the two of them stand together, there is a huge difference in their appearance. I'll go find the forum administrator and ask him to remove this hot list. Chiyu took back his phone and said this. The next moment, Song Wan's indifferent voice came directly to his ear. No need to bother. Seeing Song Wan already opening her laptop, Chiyu was a little confused. Then the next moment, Song Wan was seen typing away on the keyboard. Okay, Chiyu and Yu Lingyao. What's good? Only Jiang Huai seemed to have guessed something. He took out his phone and checked the forum again. Sure enough, the hot list had disappeared. Nice, sis. Jiang Huai brushed it several times and laughed out loud on the sofa. Yu Lingyao and Chiyu followed his gaze and naturally thought of something, so they simultaneously checked the forum on their phones. After a moment, the two looked at Song Wan with dull eyes. Sister Song, how did you do it? Chiyu looked at Song Wan with eyes full of admiration. It was just like being in a TV drama. It was so cool. Song Wan slowly closed her notebook, then shrugged at the two of them. No way, it's my job. As soon as the words fell, the familiar soft and cute voice of the system rang out in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the title of Shadowless Hacker. And the reward is the exclusive Chinese luxury goods manufacturing company and the ownership of the company on the emblem. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Chapter 155 Sister Song, are you still in need of a disciple? Song Wan was stunned. Huaishan Company? Just as the system said, Huaishan Company is a company that specializes in creating Chinese luxury goods. Its Yunjin clothing, Keisai round fans, and Wanwan ink paste are already known to most people. Produced by Huaishang is recognized in the industry as having the most reasonable price. As a Chinese luxury goods company, Huaishang may not be as well known as companies in the entertainment industry, but the connections, cultural output, and status symbols it has gathered are far beyond the reach of other companies. To give the simplest example, Huaishang Company has its own membership system. Whether it is the brocade clothing, Keisai round fans, or Wanwan ink made by Huaishang, you need to be a VIP of Huaishang to buy them. Moreover, the membership system of Huaishang is in accordance with the highest system and can only be obtained by invitation. Even in the whole of China, the number of people with Huaishang VIP status does not exceed 100. The most important thing is that everything produced by Huishang will not decrease in price over time. Instead, its value will become higher and higher as time goes by, and there's a lot of room for appreciation. 2 years ago, a brocade cheongsam produced by Huishang was sold at a foreign auction for a whopping 5 million yuan. When it was first made, its price was only 2.5 million yuan. Song Wan thought of this. She narrowed her eyes, and a smile appeared on the corners of her lips. Otherwise, why is it that when it comes to squandering money, China, with its 5,000-year history, is still the country that wins? Sister, what are you thinking about? Song Wan was thinking when she saw Yu Lingyao stretch out his hand and wave it in front of her. Only then did he come back to his senses and smiled gently at Yu Lingyao. What did you say? Yu Lingyao still held Jiang Huai tightly with his other hand, and then winked at Song Wan. I said tomorrow is my birthday party. Can you come to attend it, sister? There was nothing to do tomorrow, so Song Wan nodded directly. Chu Yu, who was standing by, was still immersed in Song Wan's performance. His two big eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Song Wan. Sister Song, are you a computer major? My sister is not only a computer scientist, but also a leader in her field. Jiang Huai saw this and hurriedly added. Her sister has never had bad grades since she was young. Chu Yu's eyes brightened when he looked at Song Wan. Sister Song, are you still in need of an apprentice? Song Wan turned to look at her, but did not refuse outright. You want to learn computer science? Song Wan getting serious. Chu Yu quickly waved his hand and said, Forget it. I don't have the brains for it. Studying finance is already giving me enough headaches now. After saying this, Chu Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth. If it weren't for her stupid and useless brother, she wouldn't have to study finance halfway. Otherwise, she might really be able to become Sister Song's apprentice. After all, she has always thought that girls who study computers are so cool since she was a child. Thinking of this, Chu Yu couldn't help but hug Song Wan's arm. I'll just hold Sister Song's thighs tightly. Otherwise, there would be no place to find a beauty like Sister Song, who is beautiful, has a good personality, is rich, and has skills. Chu Yu couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. Not to mention that Ren Dongchen had any thoughts. With such a beautiful woman standing right in front of her, she couldn't help but want to get close to her. The few of them chatted for a while until night fell, and then Chu Yu and Yu Lingyao drove away from Panga Hotel. Song Wan were left in the room. Song Wan then turned her gaze to Jiang Huai again, with a teasing tone in her voice. How does it feel to have a new school beauty girlfriend? Jack, infinity. In fact, he hadn't thought it through yet. After all, the difference between his family background and Yu Lingyao's is too great. Thinking of this, Jiang Huai finally straightened his expression and looked at Song Wan with a little more seriousness. Sister, you asked me before if I wanted to change schools. I have thought about it. Song Wan looked at him and nodded. What's the answer? As Song Wan expected, Jiang Huai did not hesitate this time and nodded affirmatively. I want to change. Seeing Song Wan's encouraging look, Jiang Huai couldn't help scratching his head. Don't laugh at me if I'm telling the truth, sister. Actually, I've always liked investment majors since I was a child. When I see those investment projects, I can't help but pay attention to them. It's just that you know the situation of my family. If you make a mistake in an investment project, you may easily lose all the money you have. Jiang Huai took a deep breath, with a hint of trepidation in his tone. My mother has always wanted me to live a stable life under her watch. I originally thought so too. Song Wan still looked at him, and the encouragement in her eyes made Jiang Huai a little bolder. But now I don't want to live such a comfortable life. The process of getting to know Yu Lingyao over the past few days appeared in his mind, and Jiang Huai finally made up his mind. Sister, I don't want to live a mediocre life. I like her, so I don't want her life to be downgraded after she falls in love with me or even gets married. If he did that, he would look down on himself. After listening to him, Song Wan patted his head in agreement. I didn't expect my stupid brother to be quite responsible. Jiang Huai, well, sister, after meeting Ren Dongchen, did you discover one thing? Song Wan, what? Jiang Huai raised his eyes and smiled at Song Wan innocently, with a kind of clear stupidity in his smile. Sister, have you noticed that when compared with Ren Dongchen, I don't seem that stupid? Song Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy is quite self-aware. Jiang Huai saw Song Wan smile, and then he asked carefully, Sister, if I suddenly want to learn investment, will you support me? His mother would most likely not agree and would just think he is making trouble. Then he felt Song Wan's hand touching his head again, very gently. I won't stop you. Not to mention there was a system reminder, even if there wasn't one. Even if she didn't know whether Jiang Huai had any talent in investment, she wouldn't stop him. Jiang Huai was stunned, and suddenly he felt like he was back in his childhood, when he was bullied by others and his sister protected him behind her. Sister, Jiang Huai stretched out his hands and gave Song Wan a bear hug. Was grabbed by the back of his clothes again. Jiang Huai tried hard to puff forward again, but he gave up when he couldn't puff anymore after a few attempts. He won't even let me hug him. His sister must have another dog. Chapter 156. Sign in. 5% of the fruit company's shares. After receiving Jiang Huai's affirmative response, Song Wan naturally began to prepare. Besides getting into university through admissions, there is another way, and that is money. Especially the top private universities abroad, generally, they will not reject such applications. So it is said to be easy to do, and in fact it is very easy to do. As for the major of investment, there are only a few universities that are ranked top. Finally, Song Wan chose Princeton based on its comprehensive environment, strength, and geography. After choosing the school, she naturally didn't have to take care of the rest of the things herself. After handing the matter over to Qing Lin, Song Wan went straight to take a shower. Next day, as soon as Song Wan opened her eyes, she heard the system voice ringing as expected. Think it's a new day again. Host, would you like to sign in? Sign in. Song Wan climbed out of the bed directly and then heard the system as cute voice again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 5% of the shares of the fruit company. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Over the past few days, the rewards given by the system have been very rewarding. Song Wan has gone from being shocked and unable to react at the beginning to being calm now. It can be said that her character has been tempered. But even so, after hearing what the system said just now, Song Wan couldn't help but open his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Fruit company? The system naturally knew what Song Wan was wondering about, and immediately the cute voice sounded again with a hint of comfort. Host, don't worry. It's a fruit company from the United States. The source of the shares is guaranteed to be regular and reasonable. The host just needs to complete the acceptance. Even after hearing the system's comfort, Song Wan was still a little dazed. You know, the fruit company is a super company that occupies a pyramid position all over the world. The market value has now reached 718 billion beautiful coins, which is 4.88 trillion Chinese yuan. 5% of the shares equals to 244 billion. Song Wan had gotten used to receiving billions of cash over the past few days. This was the first time he had received so much at once. As I was thinking this, the cell phone next to me suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar phone number, and it showed as an overseas call. Song Wan naturally knew the source of the call, so she answered it without any hesitation. Excuse me, are you Ms. Song Wan? Unexpectedly, the voice that came from the other end was an intellectual female voice speaking standard Mandarin. After hearing Song Wan's affirmative voice, the woman said respectfully, "It's like this, Ms. Song. I'm Ariana from the fruit company. I'll be here to escort you to the share change agreement. Do you have time tomorrow?" Song Wan thought for a moment after hearing this and said, "Tomorrow, maybe after 5 p.m. After all, today is Yuling Yao's birthday party, and tomorrow morning he has to go to Huaishan to take over, so his schedule can be said to be very full. Okay, I'll be at your location before 5 o'clock tomorrow China time." Ariana's voice still carried an intellectual tenderness. The two of them confirmed the specific matters before hanging up the phone. Song Wan changed her clothes and came out. She saw Qing Lin waiting there. After thinking for a moment, she said, "You can wait 2 days to contact Princeton. I'll let you know when the time comes." After all, if there were shares in the fruit company, it would save a lot of trouble. Qing Lin nodded gently and respectfully, then followed behind Song Wan and said softly, "Miss, breakfast is ready, and young Master Jiang Huai is waiting for you in the restaurant." Song Wan arrived at the restaurant. She saw Jiang Huai already waiting there. What was different from the past was that Jiang Huai's outfit today was obviously carefully selected. The white suit with black edges looks energetic yet elegant. It is Armani's latest limited edition product, and the shoes are also very well matched. Song Wan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she saw this, and then she sat down in front of Jiang Huai. "You can go get your hair done after dinner." Jiang Huai was stunned. His ears turned slightly red with embarrassment. Before he could say anything, he heard the extremely handsome guy behind his sister add very appropriately, "The stylist has already made an appointment and will probably be here in a while." Jiang Huai. Where did his sister find such a good-looking butler? How much is this month's salary? After breakfast, the stylist had indeed arrived at Panga Hotel. Jiang Huai originally thought there were only 2 or 3 people, and when he raised his eyes, he almost couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaim, "Wow!" There were 6 people standing in the front who were obviously stylists, and behind them were a dozen young men and women who looked like assistants, pushing several large toolboxes in their hands. This scene is even more exaggerated than that of a celebrity stylist. Since the space was large enough, Song Wan simply asked everyone to bring their tools to the presidential suite. Song Wan stayed in the room inside, and Jiang Huai was assigned to another room. Before Jiang Huai could make any comment, he saw two stylists coming directly to him. The time spent on styling was neither long nor short, a full 2 hours. When Song Wan came out after changing into the dress, she saw Jiang Huai, who had already walked out. Jiang Huai was originally handsome, and maybe it was because he drank the god-level gene optimization liquid. He looked even more handsome in the past 2 days. Now wearing formal clothes, with hair and makeup specially designed by the hairstylist, he looks even more handsome than those young hunks in the entertainment industry who rely on their looks to make a living. The most important thing is that the stupid younger brother has a unique and clear youthfulness, which makes him even more eye-catching. Song Wan took a look and nodded with satisfaction. Very handsome. Jiang Huai, who was a little reserved at first, relaxed all of a sudden and smiled happily at Song Wan. That's right, after all, my sister is so pretty, and as a younger brother, I can't be too bad, right? Well, the noble aura of the young man was directly washed away by such a silly smile. Song Wan couldn't help but patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "When we get to the banquet later, you'd better stop laughing. He is so stupid, just like the stupid son of a landlord." Jiang Huai. He suspected that his sister was disliking him in a roundabout way. Song Wan ignored Jiang Huai's resentful expression when he looked at her and directly took out the gift that had been prepared long ago. "Here, this is for you." Jiang Huai was confused. "Sister, are you mistaken? Today is Ling Yao's birthday, not mine." Before he could finish his words, he met Song Wan's speechless eyes. "It's a gift for you to give, not for you." How is chapter 157? Is Sister Song particularly pretty? Jiang Huai's movements of accepting the gift froze for a moment. He looked at the stylists who were about to leave and tried to hold back their laughter. His eyes toward Song Wan suddenly showed a bit of grievance. "Sister, I bought a gift for Ling Yao last night." Song Wan glanced at him, not believing his judgment at all. "What did you buy?" Jiang Huai immediately took out the gift he had chosen, as if to take credit. The gift was already wrapped, so Song Wan went straight to look at the photos. It is a Tiffany heart-shaped pink diamond necklace. The style is simple and elegant, yet with a sense of refinement. Song Wan looked at the photo for a few minutes, and then her eyes towards Jiang Huai suddenly became more meaningful. "It looks like you made a plan in advance." Jiang Huai scratched his head. "I asked Chuyu yesterday. She said Ling Yao had taken a fancy to this necklace before." The two of them said this and went downstairs together. Ling Yao's birthday party was held in his own villa, and there were obviously a lot of people invited, including friends of the same age in the circle and classmates from school. Song Wan and Jiang Huai were not the first to arrive, but they were not the last either. The two got out of the car under the guidance of the villa's housekeeper. When they walked towards the villa, they saw Ling Yao, who was entertaining the guests. Today, Ling Yao wore a Dior haute couture white dress. The hem of the dress had a flowing feel as she walked, and the two bows on her shoulders made her look like an elf. Her hair was slightly curled and paired with a white diamond crown. She looked like a princess walking out of a castle. Ling Yao was talking to his friend in front of him when he heard a slight exclamation. As if he suddenly realized something, he looked towards the door. Everyone present subconsciously focused their eyes on the two people who came together. A man and a woman. Both of them looked the same age as them. The boy's height is definitely over 1.8 meters. The white suit has some black embellishments on it, which makes his figure look very slender while still being energetic. His face was also very handsome, not the kind with delicate femininity, but a very clear, boyish aura. Especially when he stood towards the door, against the sunlight, he looked like a prince walking out of a fairy tale. However, what attracted more attention was the girl standing next to him. The girl was wearing a moon-white cheongsam, and her long black hair was half tied up with a jade hairpin, while the rest of her hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Her looks were even more outstanding than the boy next to her. Her every frown and smile were extremely delicate. It was like a goddess walking out of a vivid and lifelike ancient painting, and step by step, she stepped out of the ancient painting into the mortal world. Especially on that moon-white cheongsam, there were lilies of slightly lighter color embroidered with some unknown silk thread, and there was even a faint light flashing between her movements. Her holy face and fairy-like appearance were no more than this. Everyone present stared at the girl walking towards them, and subconsciously slowed down their breathing. Ling Yao was the first to react with a look of amazement in his eyes, and he hurried over to meet him. Jianghuai, sister, you are finally here. As soon as she finished speaking, another girl in a pink dress came up impatiently. Wow, Sister Song, you look so beautiful in this Chong Sam. The person who came had a very friendly look on his face. Who else could it be but Chu Yu? Song Wan smiled at the two of them, and then she and Jiang Huai handed over the gift. Wait, this is Jiang Huai? Just as Yu Lingyao was about to take the gift, a boy in his early 20s cut in. The boy was also very handsome, wearing a custom-made suit. It was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. However, the look he gave Jiang Huai was full of hostility. Yu Lingyao poked his head directly and said unhappily, "That's right. Call me brother-in-law." The boy did not stop Yu Lingyao's action. He turned to look at Jiang Huai with an undiminished hostility. "Not that great. Not as good as me. Sister Yao, your taste is not that great either." The boy's tone was full of complaints, but for Ling Yao's sake, he didn't say anything more unpleasant. Yu Lingyao naturally understood his temper and immediately slapped him on the head. "Why? Do you have any problem with your sister Yao's vision?" Without waiting for the boy to speak, Yu Lingyao turned his gaze to Jiang Huai and Song Wan, pointed at the boy, and introduced them to them briefly. "This is Qi Jing, my brother. He is 2 years younger than me. His family is aristocratic like ours, so my parents simply adopted him as their godson." Qi Jing curled his lips when he heard this, and was about to say something when he was pulled to look at Song Wan and Jiang Huai again. "Well, Jiang Huai, you already know that the person next to you is Jiang Huai's sister. I usually call her sister, so you can just call her sister too." Qi Jing was just busy looking at Jiang Huai, and only now did he have time to look at Song Wan. Then all of a sudden, he just stood there in a daze. He grew up with Yu Lingyao, who was naturally good-looking and had been the school belle since childhood. This made him immune to the looks of girls since childhood. However, looking at the girl in Cheongsam in front of him, he couldn't find a suitable adjective to describe her. It was as if all the beautiful words in the world piled together were not enough to describe her beauty. What's sister? When Song Wan looked at him, Qi Jing suddenly became furious and quickly turned his head away. Song Wan smiled indifferently, handed the gift to Yu Lingyao, and then looked away. However, Jiang Huai, who was beside him, looked at Qi Jing with a little more vigilance. There are already enough people calling him sister, and he doesn't want to add one more. Chu Yu saw their expressions, and finally poked Qi Jing's back secretly from behind and whispered, "How is it? Is Sister Song very beautiful?" Qi Jing froze, and just as he was about to retort subconsciously, he saw Song Wan again out of the corner of his eye, and could only say to Chu Yu awkwardly, It's okay." Chu Yu chuckled, "This kid. I've heard that our campus beauty has fallen in love with a handsome guy from the sports university. Now she has got what she wanted." At this moment, a girl in a black gauze skirt slowly walked over. The girl had delicate makeup on, and there was an unknown smile in her eyes as she looked at Yu Lingyao. "I just don't know what gift this new boyfriend gave our school beauty. Can you show it to us so we can open our eyes?" Chapter 158, The Existence at the Top of the Pyramid. Chu Yu, who was originally quite satisfied watching Qi Jing's joke, suddenly frowned and looked at the person who came. "Luin, you passed. What kind of gifts others give you has nothing to do with you. Why should you open your eyes?" The girl named Luin was obviously the one in the black gauze dress. She lightly curled her long hair that was scattered on her chest with her fingertips. She first glanced at Chu Yu, then fixed her eyes on Jiang Huai, and said meaningfully, "I just want to see how good the boy who is better than Brother Dongshin is. What's the matter? Is there something shameful about the gift?" Although Lu Yin said this, the look she gave Jiang Huai was filled with obvious malice, and she was clearly certain that Jiang Huai could not give her anything good. Yu Qiao, who was not far behind him, secretly slapped himself when he saw this, then gritted his teeth and hurried forward. "Hey, Miss Lu, you haven't finished your juice yet. Why are you running over here?" When Yu Qiao looked at Lu Yin, he quickly glanced at Song Wan and Yu Lingyao, his heart and eyes filled with bitterness. If he hadn't been such a bad mouth, Lu Yin would have never known about Jiang Huai's situation. But if she let her go on like this, Miss Lu would be fine. But if Yu Lingyao knew that he said this, he would definitely be in trouble. Lu Yin just glanced at him coldly, not taking him seriously at all. "When is it your turn to control what I do?" A branch of the Yu family. Yu Qiao knew this was the situation, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes when he looked at Yu Lingyao. At this time, Lu Yin once again spoke to Yu Lingyao. "Could it be that our school beauty is afraid that the gift her boyfriend gave her is not presentable enough to show to us?" After saying that, he gave a look to the girl not far behind him, and the girl in the light green dress immediately came forward. "That's right, big campus beauty. Just let us have a look. We are very curious." The girl stood beside Lu Yin and deliberately cast her eyes towards Jiang Huai. This handsome guy wouldn't be so stingy, right? It's just a gift. It won't cost you anything to show it to us. We were just curious. Jiang Huai finally understood why his sister wanted to prepare another gift for him. Even without looking inside, Jiang Huai knew that what his sister prepared was definitely not something that could not be shown on the table, so he gently shook Yu Lingyao's hand and nodded calmly. Fight back directly, it's just that the person in front of him is clearly coming for him. If he avoids this, they will find other excuses, so he might as well be prepared for this one. If they want to see it, just show it to them. Yu Lingyao naturally understood what Jiang Huai meant, so he slowly opened the gift that Jiang Huai had just handed over to him under the gaze of everyone. The gift was wrapped very delicately, but Lu Yin seemed to be able to see through the packaging, and when Ling Yao finally compromised, a bright and proud smile appeared on her face. She just wanted to let others see what kind of love-brain person Yu Lingyao was. She gave up being a good young lady and having an excellent admirer like Brother Dong Chun, and instead chose a pretty boy from a poor family. However, when Yu Lingyao opened the package and revealed the exquisite sandalwood box inside, Lu Yin's eyes changed a little. By the time Yu Lingyao slowly opened the sandalwood box, revealing the glass-type jadeite bracelet inside, Lu Yin's expression could no longer be restrained. She wanted to expose the fact that the jade bracelet was fake and cheap, but after seeing the bright emblem of the imperial seal on the sandalwood box, she just couldn't bring herself to say it. She had this concern, but the girl in a light green dress who she had just called over did not. I only heard her sneer softly. Then she covered her mouth pretentiously and said with a smile on her face, "Isn't this a cheap item bought from a street stall?" After saying that, he looked at Jiang Huai in a deliberate protest, and then said sarcastically, "In fact, it's okay if you give us some cheap gifts. We won't laugh at you. But isn't it a bit vain to pass off inferior goods as good ones and fake things as real ones? You vain bastard." Before Jiang Huai could say anything, Qi Jing on the side couldn't help but speak. He was good-looking and young, and when he rolled his eyes, he had the carefreeness of a teenager. Open your dog eyes and look at the emblem above before barking, okay? What's more, this glass jade bracelet was once seen at an exhibition in Huaishang, and its estimated value was already 35 million at that time. If you don't have any knowledge, please don't speak out. It's really embarrassing. The girl in the light green dress froze when she was confronted and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. After seeing Lu Yin's equally unhappy expression, she instantly realized that Qi Jing was right. He gritted his teeth secretly and dared not say anything else. In their circle, Qi Jing, Yu Lingyao, Lu Yin, and Ren Dongchen all have the most prominent family backgrounds. Although she follows Lu Yin, if she really gets into trouble with Qi Jing and the others, Lu Yin will not protect her to death. At this time, the rest of the people came up one after another with smiles on their faces. They had also heard that Yu Lingyao had fallen in love with a handsome boy from another school named Jiang Huai, and that she had even made special trips to the physical education university just for him. However, in reality, few people had ever seen Jiang Huai. As for Jiang Huai, they had only vaguely heard that he was an ordinary person with a humble family background. Because of this rumor, there are many people among them who are waiting to see Yu Lingyao fall from grace. But now it seems that Miss Yu is still the same Miss Yu. The boy she likes is not only good-looking, but his family background is not as ordinary as they thought. At least, not many of them could afford a jade bracelet worth 35 million as a birthday gift. Qi Jing then withdrew his gaze from the girl in the light green dress, and then pretended to glance at Song Wan casually, and said awkwardly, "If I'm not mistaken, the cheongsam you're wearing is also from Huaishang, right?" Everyone subconsciously followed his gaze, and a look of realization appeared on their faces. It is no exaggeration to say that the clothing produced in Huaishang is worth its weight in gold. And apart from Huaishang, it is probably difficult for anyone else to make such a stunning cheongsam. The most important thing is that if the jade bracelets of Huaishang can be obtained through auction, then the clothing produced by Huaishang can only be customized by Huaishang VIPs. Can become Huaishang VIP are at the top of the pyramid in the whole of China. Chapter 159. If you don't want to participate properly, can you just get out? The girl in the light green dress, who had just spoken, suddenly turned pale, took a step back, and tried her best to reduce her presence. A VIP membership on Huaishang? Let alone her. I originally thought that these two unfamiliar faces in front of me were easy to bully, but now, the girl subconsciously touched her bag and regretted her decision to the core. If it weren't for the rumor that the boy from the sports university that Yu Lingyao liked was a poor boy with no special abilities, she wouldn't have dared to approach him. Lu Yin, who was standing in front of her, stared at the moonlight Chong Sam on Song Wan with an obviously unhappy look on her face. He first glared calmly at Yu Qiao, who was standing in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face. Then he turned to look at Yu Lingyao. His eyes also became more complicated. Miss Yu is keeping it a secret. Rin Yuqiao said in the circle that Jiang Huai was an out-and-out poor boy. Finally, he was waiting for them here. Little did he know that Yu Qiao was almost regretting his decision. He really didn't know that Jiang Huai had any other identity before, and he had never investigated Jiang Huai's background. The gold digger girl said that Jiang Huai's family was from a small county town, so he naturally believed it. Otherwise, how could he allow his girlfriend to be taken away by him? Thinking of this, Yu Qiao looked at Jiang Huai cautiously, feeling extremely uneasy. If he had known that Jiang Huai was not an ordinary person, he would never have been so humble as to provoke Feng Nana even if he was beaten to death. Yu Lingyao was confused by what Lu Yin said, and looked at Lu Yin with a cold smile. I don't think I've ever told you about my boyfriend, right? Everything is just their own speculation. They look down on others just because they heard some rumors. It has nothing to do with her. Lu Yin narrowed her eyes and was about to say something when she heard a familiar voice coming from the door. Am I late? Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and she subconsciously turned her head to look behind Song Wan and the others. A handsome man in a dark blue suit walked towards the door. When he looked at them, there was a smile on his face that was rarely seen. Lu Yin's eyes lit up immediately, and she couldn't help but take a few steps forward and walked up to the man. Brother Dongqin, I thought you wouldn't come. Ren Dongqin was obviously very familiar with Lu Yin's admiring gaze. He just nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Song Wan. After all, it's Yu's younger sister's birthday. Even if it's just to give Annie face, she won't not come. The name Yu's younger sister is much more distant than before. Lu Yin's face suddenly showed a little more smile, and she no longer disliked Jiang Huai as she did at the beginning. She turned around and smiled at Yu Lingyao, who was standing there. She was completely different from the arrogant look just now. That's right. After all, we can't refuse Aunt Yu's face. The implication is that if it weren't for Yu's mother's face, Ren Dongqin probably wouldn't have made this trip. Lu Yin was not the only one who thought so. As one of the people with the most prominent family background among them, and with good looks, Ren Dongqin was naturally a popular figure in the circle. But a few days ago, I heard that Ren Dongqin was devoted to Yu Lingyao, so I gave up the idea. After all, among the people present, there are not many who can compare with Yu Lingyao. Now that Yu Lingyao also has a boyfriend, Ren Dongqin naturally has nothing to do with her anymore. Thinking of this, some girls present looked at Ren Dongqin with a little more passion. Ren Dongqin seemed to have long been accustomed to such looks. He handed the gift to Yu Lingyao without any concern, and turned his eyes to Song Wan beside him without any concealment. We meet again. You are even more beautiful than when we met that day. This dress suits you very well. There was a sense of familiarity in his tone, as if the two had known each other for a long time, which instantly made Lu Yin and others turn their attention to Song Wan. Song Wan. Inexplicably receiving many hostile looks, Song Wan looked at Ren Dongqin with a little more impatience in her eyes. Mr. Ren, we don't seem to know each other very well. The smile on Ren Dongqin's face did not change at all. It doesn't matter if you are not familiar with each other now. You will be familiar with each other in the future anyway. The first person to react was Lu Yin. She had grown up following Ren Dongqin and naturally knew his temper very well. Just like before, even if he liked Yu Lingyao, he would still turn cold to her because of his rejection. Ren Dongqin is not a very gentle person. On the contrary, he is very arrogant. But now, after being obviously rejected, he still spoke in such a gentle voice. Lu Yin secretly clenched her hands, staring at Song Wan, and immediately understood why. Appearance. Again, it's about appearance. After Yu Lingyao left, a stranger who was even worse came. Song Wan's face became even colder. Jiang Huai, who was standing next to her, naturally noticed his sister's impatience and couldn't help but want to speak. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he heard a voice speaking first. Ren Dongqin, please have some shame. Don't you think you are good enough for her? You are too old, don't dream about those things, it's ugly. Qi Jing had been frowning since Ren Dongqin entered the door. Now when he heard Ren Dongqin say this, he couldn't help but speak. Besides, today is Sister Yao's birthday. If you want to attend, just attend it properly. If you don't want to attend it properly, just get lost, okay? His family background is comparable to Ren Dongqin's, or even slightly higher, so he naturally has no scruples when speaking. Ren Dongqin was said to be trained as an heir, But now he is just doing a mediocre job and has not achieved any eye-catching results after taking over the company. But compared with these second-generation people who were just having fun, he looked down on those who had not yet taken over the family business. But after all, just because they're playing now doesn't mean they only know how to play. Don't you think about the fact that when you were in college, you might not be as good as them? He looks down on this and that all day long, as if he is the only outstanding man in the world. But the elders in the family and some girls really bought into this. God knows when he found out that his godmother wanted to pair Sister Yao and Rin Dongshan together, they rolled their eyes to the sky. Fortunately, Sister Yao is not blind. Thinking of this, Qi Jing subconsciously looked at Jiang Huai, who was standing a few steps away from him. Fortunately, although this person is not as good-looking as him, he is much better than Rin Dongshan. Chapter 160. Has anyone ever praised Mr. Rin for being oily? Jiang Huai, who was cued, naturally didn't know what Qi Jing was thinking. After hearing Qi Jing's words, he nodded affirmatively. That is, the toad wants to eat the swan flesh, but he doesn't even look at his appearance to see if he is worthy of his sister. After finishing, he gave Qi Jing an appreciative look. Just based on his vision, Qi Jing is worth making friends with. Rin Dongshan was completely the opposite. After hearing Qi Jing's words that did not give him any face, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Qi Jing, considering that today is Yu's sister's birthday party, I won't make trouble with you. Qi Jing rolled his eyes and just wanted to tell him something. If you pretend to be cool, you will be struck by lightning. If I didn't want to ruin Sister Yao's birthday party, I would have beaten him up anyway. Lu Yin looked at Rin Dongshan with admiration, and when she turned to Qi Jing, her eyes were more disapproving. Brother Dongshan is already giving face to Annie by coming to the birthday party. What else do you want? Qi Jing. No one asked him to come, and thank you. The light green dress who was thrown aside by Lu Yin saw this scene, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Lu Yin usually has a decent IQ, but when it comes to matters concerning Rin Dongshan, she can't tell right from wrong and just stands by Rin Dongshan to protect him. She is the kind of person who is love-brained. The most important thing is that Rin Dongshan is obviously interested in this Cheongsam girl. It would be fine if there were other girls who admired Rin Dongshan. After all, Rin Dongshan's family background is there. But she was the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Her status was no lower than Rin Dongshan, and she was not ugly either. She didn't understand why she had to hang herself on such a tree. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have come to this party. Lu Yin obviously didn't realize that her follower had already retreated several steps. She just stayed close to Rin Dongshan and wanted to refute Qi Jing's words. Rin Dongshan shook his head at her calmly. He's just an ignorant child. Yin, you don't have to pay attention to him. Lu Yin didn't say anything else. Just when she was about to turn around and pull Rin Dongshan aside to chat, she saw that Rin Dongshan had once again cast his gaze at Song Wan. Ms. Song, this is the second time we've met. Don't you think we are destined to be together? Rin Dongshan turned to Song Wan. His tone was obviously different. Ever since he met Song Wan yesterday, he asked someone to investigate her identity. But after some investigation, they only found out her name and that she is now the new owner of Panga Hotel. Other than that, I couldn't find anything. After starting the investigation from Jiang Huai. But precisely because of this, Rin Dongshan knew that Song Wan's life experience was definitely not simple. And the facts indeed proved his conjecture. VIPs in Huaishang are not people with ordinary family backgrounds. Thinking of this, Rin Dongshan looked at Song Wan with even more determination. Only a woman like this who is both beautiful and capable is worthy of the position of the future mistress of his Rin family. Originally, he had no choice, so he picked Yu Lingyao, who had the best looks and family background in the circle. Now that there is a better one, he naturally will not let go. Song Wan didn't know that he had thought so much in just a dozen seconds. She just pursed her lips and said with a look that was hard to describe, I wonder if anyone has ever praised Mr. Ren for being oily? Rin Dongshan looked at Song Wan in confusion, then smiled very gentlemanly. No, you are the first one. I'm honored to receive your compliment. Pfft. Qi Jing and others on the side couldn't help laughing out loud, and they looked at Rin Dongshan with smiles that they couldn't hide. Lu Yin hurriedly took a step forward and secretly poked Rin Dongshan. Brother Dongshan, greasy is not meant to be a compliment. Even if Lu Yin didn't say it, Rin Dongshan could see it from the performance of Qi Jing and others. He turned to Song Wan. His smile faded a little. Miss Song, I'm just expressing my love for you. You deliberately use incomprehensible words to belittle people. Isn't that a bit too much? Song Wan imitated him and smiled softly, speaking in a very polite tone, Sorry, I didn't know you didn't even know what such a word meant. Good job. This apology is worse than no apology at all. What are you talking about so happily? At this moment, a well-dressed woman came down slowly from upstairs holding the arm of a middle-aged man in a black tang suit. From the faces of the two people, one can clearly see some similarities with Yu Lingyao. Even people who had never met Yu Lingyao's parents knew their identities at first sight. Sure enough, Yu Lingyao turned around and saw them, and immediately pulled Jiang Huai over to greet them with a smile. Mom and Dad. The two smiled at Yu Lingyao, and then their eyes fell on Jiang Huai, who was being held by Yu Lingyao. Especially Yu's mother, when she saw this scene, her eyes subconsciously passed through Jiang Huai and looked at Ren Dongshan not far behind her. After all, Ren Dongshan is considered a top young talent among his peers, and his family background is comparable to theirs. She still fully agreed with Ren Dongshan pursuing Yao Yao. Yu Lingyao didn't think too much about it, and directly pulled Jiang Huai over and introduced him to the two of them. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's body suddenly froze, and he subconsciously stood up straight. Hello, uncle and aunt, my name is Jiang Huai. Father, you looked at the young man in front of him calmly. Both his appearance and his dress were undoubtedly very decent. The most important thing is that the boy has a very clean temperament, and you can tell at first glance that he has a simple mind. Hello. I've always heard Yao Yao talk about you before. You really are a nice guy. Seeing this, Yu's mother beside her quickly withdrew her gaze from Ren Dongshan, and also smiled and nodded at Jiang Huai in front of her. Jiang Huai was flattered by the compliment, and even his ears turned red. Seeing this, Lu Yin, who was not far away, couldn't help but look at Yu's father and mother, who seemed to be very satisfied with Jiang Huai, and then looked at Ren Dongshan, who had just been dealt with by Qi Jing and others, and suddenly felt an unbalanced feeling in her heart. In terms of family background and appearance, how many people present can compare to Brother Dongshan? Why do these people belittle him like this? After thinking for a while, Lu Yin smiled and said, we were just saying that Ling Yao's boyfriend is very good. He even gave her a gift that suits her heart. Not speaking to the father and mother, he spoke with some regret. It's just that I may not be as good as Brother Dongshan in study. I heard that he is only taking classes at the sports university now. I don't know if he can find a suitable job after graduation and help the family. Chapter 161, Goodbye. However, just as he finished speaking, the girl in the Cheongsam smiled faintly and said, Ms. Liu is considering that we also feel that his major is not very suitable for what he wants to do in the future. That's right. I told him a few days ago that he would go to Princeton to study finance in a few days. When Song Wan said this, she turned her head to look at Yu's father and mother with a gentle thank you in her voice. I was just about to tell my uncle and aunt about this. Speaking of which, I have to thank Ling Yao. Otherwise, I don't know when this child Huai will learn to make progress. Lu Yin? Not only Lu Yin, but everyone present looked at Jiang Huai with a different look after hearing Song Wan's words. As one of the 8 Ivy League schools in the United States, Princeton is naturally well known. Princeton University's finance major is among the best in the United States and even in the world. Even the professors who teach the courses are almost all big names in the financial industry. Its value cannot be compared with those foreign schools that people in the circle choose for the purpose of gilding. Yu's father and mother obviously did not expect Jiang Huai to have such a development, especially for their daughter. There was obviously more satisfaction in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Huai. Princeton is great. Not to mention the value of Princeton as a world-renowned university. Its connections alone are enough to leave others far behind. There are almost no ordinary people who can go to Princeton after graduation. The key point is that Princeton is not that easy to get into. Father and mother, you looked at each other and had a certain understanding of Jiang Huai's background. The two of them didn't look down on children from ordinary families, but it was inevitable that children from ordinary families would be different from those from their families in terms of life and values. Especially since Yu Lingyao grew up in their pampering, it was inevitable that the two of them would consider more. This was naturally the reason why Yu's mother considered Ren Dongshan before. But now there is a better candidate and their daughter likes him, so it may not be a bad thing for them to just let go and watch. Father and mother, you looked at each other. As they had been married for many years, they naturally understood each other's considerations and plans. So Yu's mother stopped looking at Ren Dongshan and immediately asked Jiang Huai to sit down beside her. The first time that Ren Dongshan was treated so coldly at the Yu family, his expression suddenly became a little tense. He wanted to step forward and say something, but was stopped by Qi Jing. When Qi Jing looked at him, there was obvious impatience in his eyes. My godparents are talking to their future son-in-law. Why are you here? Master Run, can you understand my intentions? Before Run Dongchen could say anything, Luin couldn't hold back any longer. He took a step forward and looked at Qi Jing with anger in his eyes. Qi Jing, don't forget that we grew up in the same circle. Even if there is no harmony between us, isn't it too much for you to target Brother Dongchen for an outsider? Upon hearing this, Qi Jing sneered nonchalantly. What circle or not? Sister Yao's boyfriend is naturally my brother-in-law. Isn't our relationship closer than yours? What's the point of talking about insiders and outsiders? Stop making fun of it. Ren Dongchen's eyes seemed to be growing on top of his head. In his eyes, they were all uneducated and unskilled. So how could they stand with him? You. Luin glanced at Song Wan and snorted coldly. Don't be so complacent. If someone says it's Princeton, does it really mean it's Princeton? Maybe they're just saying nice things to trick you. But you took it seriously. Hearing this, Chu couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Miss Liu, can you please have some brains? Who would lie and say they'll go in 2 days? All of them are studying in Kyoto. By then, everyone will know whether Jiang Huai has gone there or not. Is there any need for Sister Song to tell such a lie that can be exposed at a glance? Luin wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ren Dongchen. Ren Dongchen looked at Song Wan deeply, then turned to look at Qi Jing. It seems that I am not lucky enough to attend this birthday party today. Please tell uncle and aunt that I have something else to do in the company, so I'll take my leave now. Qi Jing's expression did not change. Goodbye. Ren Dongchen, who was originally waiting for Qi Jing to go over and call Yu's father and mother to comfort him. Suddenly his face turned dark. He looked at Qi Jing coldly, turned around, and left without saying anything else. Seeing this, Lu Yin hurriedly followed. The light green dress, who had already retreated to the side, looked at Song Wan and the others awkwardly, then nodded at them and left. There were still many people in the hall, and they couldn't help but look at each other in surprise when they saw this scene. The two girls standing on the far right looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. In the light green dress was named Su Feifei. Her family background was similar to theirs, but because she was with Lu Yin, she often acted arrogantly towards them. Now that's great. Miss, you had to leave the birthday party early. Qi Jing and his companions obviously did not take the departure of Ren Dongchen and the other two seriously. After the three of them disappeared, Chu Yu looked at Qi Jing with a teasing look on his face. Didn't you just say you don't want to call me brother-in-law? Qi Jing rolled his eyes at Chu Yu in annoyance. It's only in front of outsiders. It doesn't mean that he really recognizes Jiang Huai. Song Wan found it funny and was soon pulled by Chu Yu to sit on the sofa nearby. During this period, people kept coming over and wanted to make friends with her, and Song Wan did not refuse. She chatted with those who she liked and rejected those who she didn't like on her behalf. Chu Yu next to her. Yu's father and mother, who were not far away, liked Jiang Huai more and more the more they looked at him. After all, he was pure-minded and not stupid. If they trained him well, there would be no worries that he would become something great. However, as elders, they did not stay long at the birthday party. After cutting the cake, they left, leaving the space completely to the young people. Yu Lingyao then pulled Jiang Huai toward Song Wan. By the time the birthday party was over, Song Wan had a lot more contacts on WeChat. After returning to the hotel, Jiang Huai couldn't wait to ask Song Wan the question he had been holding back for a long time. Sister, can I really go to Princeton? You know, it is a truly world-class university. Song Wan nodded calmly. I will arrange an assistant for you during this period of time. He will teach you all your studies, including foreign languages. Jiang Huai felt a sense of urgency when he heard her say this. What if the assault doesn't work? Foreign languages are not his strong point, but he is not sure that he can make a complete change in just a few days. Song Wan glanced at him and said, Don't worry, the assistant will go with you. Chapter 162. I can't compare to you. I'm not as famous, but I have a lot of fanfare. After dinner, Song Wan had just returned to the room when she received a call from the person in charge of the daily chemical company. The cosmetics factory, originally named Qingxue, was renamed Moya Daily Chemicals after Song Wan took over, and is used specifically to produce hair growth liquid. Song Wan divided the formula of the hair growth liquid into several parts, which were processed separately. People from Huanyu were also left in the factory, and the highest encryption level was adopted. The person in charge called to report to Song Wan that the Moya hair growth liquid had passed the quality inspection, and the results were very optimistic. The appearance and scale were also made in accordance with Song Wan's previous requirements. It can be said that everything is ready. As long as Song Wan gives the order, the Moya hair growth liquid can be put into production immediately. Naturally, there was nothing surprising to Song Wan. After all, The formula given by the system was 100% reliable and would definitely not cause any adverse effects on the human body. After finalizing the basic matters and talking to the person in charge about some precautions, I hung up the phone. Almost at the same time, the cute voice of the system sounded in Song Wan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, creating your own shampoo brand. The reward of the absolute controlling stake in Shengshi Entertainment has been received. Please check it carefully. Song Wan paused slightly as she held the phone. The time it took to complete this task could be considered relatively slow. But there is no other way. After all, the transformation of the factory and the purchase of machines will take some time. Fortunately, Shengshi Entertainment can be said to be the leading entertainment company in the entertainment industry. Now that it is in our hands, we can naturally bring in the third potential investor, Xinqingxue. Thinking of this, Song Wan picked up the phone and dialed again. Xinqingxue on the other end of the phone quickly picked up the phone with a hint of obvious flattery in her voice. Miss Song, what do you want to talk to me about? Song Wan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Of course, it's the thing I mentioned to you before. How about it? Are you interested in changing entertainment companies? Xinqingxue was visibly stunned. Have you already established your entertainment company? To Song Wan's previous proposal. After all, compared to her benefactor, today's entertainment companies can be said to be extremely disgusting. But is it so quick to establish an entertainment company? Song Wan just smiled softly. I guess so. Of course I will. Xinqingxue was about to agree directly, but suddenly she thought of something. Her eyes dimmed, and her voice became hesitant. But I signed a 10-year contract with Wanwan Entertainment. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused to leave even though she was suppressed like that. Song Wan thought she had some concerns and smiled when she heard this. You don't have to worry about this. I will ask the agent of the new company to bring a lawyer over. When Xinqingxue heard the boss' nonchalant tone, her eyes suddenly lit up. I'll go. Of course I will. If she hadn't been afraid of causing trouble for the boss, she would have agreed immediately. Song Wan nodded slightly, said a few more words of comfort, and then hung up the phone. Next day, perhaps because all the functions of her body have reached 10 points, reaching the most perfect level for human beings, Song Wan clearly feels that her sleep time is not as long as before. Even if you don't sleep for a long time, you won't feel sleepy when you wake up in the morning. Ding, it's a new day again. Host, would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, God-level medical skill. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. The moment the system finished speaking, Song Wan felt a little dizzy. This is the first time this phenomenon has occurred since I acquired the skill. But within 2 minutes, his mind had regained clarity. Song Wan closed her eyes slightly and found that she was familiar with both Chinese and Western medicine skills in her mind. Even the various cases appeared in my mind one by one. Even some lost Chinese medical skills are engraved in his mind. It is no exaggeration to say that if there is a critically ill patient standing in front of her now, she can diagnose the symptoms in an instant and give the most appropriate treatment. Divine-level medical skills so terrifying. Song Wan got out of bed and looked out the window. Although she had reached her current height, she would hardly have the time to treat patients, not to mention that she had the Beihai Hospital at her disposal. But having this skill in hand will never do her any harm. On the contrary, it may play a surprising role at some critical moments. Stretching slightly, Song Wan did not stay in the room for long. She washed, changed her clothes, and went downstairs. After breakfast, Jiang Huai went to school, while Song Wan was driven by Qing Lin to Huaishang Company. The person in charge of Huaishang was an elegant woman wearing a Chong Sam, probably in her 30s, with a gentle temperament. She saw Song Wan. The woman's eyes subconsciously lit up, and she hurriedly went up to him. Boss, I'm Duan Yi, the general manager of Huaishang. I called you before. Song Wan nodded, and under her leadership, they walked directly into Huaishang's company building. On the other side, Magic City, Jinhua Entertainment Company. Xinqingxue was sitting in the lounge in a daze. Ever since the last live broadcast, the company had become interested when they saw the 10 million yuan reward given by boss Wanwan. It was originally agreed that all the financial income from the live broadcast would belong to her, but after the live broadcast ended, the company went back on its word. Especially since the new artist that was originally planned to be introduced failed to increase any popularity through her and instead became a laughingstock, the company felt even more uncomfortable. He tried every possible way to get the 10 million yuan from her, but at that time, an agreement was signed that the income from the live broadcast would belong to her, so he could only do nothing. Since she didn't pay, the company wouldn't give her any opportunities to go abroad, and even took back her assistant and agent, so she naturally had free time. Anyway, it's no different from being hidden away before. But today was different. Shen Qingxue came to the company early in the morning, drinking the scented tea she made herself, with obvious joy and happiness on her beautiful face. Hey, isn't this our big star Shen? How come he's making tea by himself? The person who came had a sweet appearance and was about the same age as Shen Qingxue. She was the woman who played Lian Xiao in the live broadcast room before Yu Xian. The difference is that she is followed by an agent and two assistants, one of whom is the one who was with Shen Qingxue before. Shen Qingxue was in a good mood today, and she didn't seem to be angry with her. She just drank another sip of the flower tea in her hand, and then said slowly, I can't compare it to you. I'm not as famous, but I have a lot of pomp and circumstance. Chapter 163. When facing a shrew, hands are always more useful than mouths. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what Shen Qingxue said, the smile on her face disappeared. Shen Qingxue, what did you just say? Her voice was clearly filled with anger. Seeing this, the agent behind her hurriedly stepped forward to stop her and said in a gentle voice, Xian, don't get excited. She is just trying to irritate you. Yu Xian pushed her agent away and looked at Shen Qingxue with anger in her eyes. Shen Qingxue, if you have the guts, say what you just said again. Shen Qingxue gently put the cup of scented tea aside and then spoke without fear. It's fine if you do this within the company, but Yu Xian, as a public figure, you should learn how to manage your facial expressions first. When Yu Xian heard her say that, she became even more furious. She took a few steps forward and slapped Shen Qingxue in the face. Who do you think you are to lecture me like this? I may not be famous, but I am much better off than someone like you who has been banned by the company a long time ago. Why do you need to be so sarcastic here? Shen Qingxue didn't expect that Yu Xian would be able to do such a thing in the presence of others. She dodged a little slowly and was hit directly in the face by her. Seeing her covering her face in disbelief, Yu Xian shook her hands and said with a smile on her face, No need to look at me like that. You are just an artist hidden by the company, but I am now being promoted by the company. Even if you tell others about this, no one will help you. After saying this, he turned around and looked at his two assistants and the agent who had just advised him. Did you just see anything? The three of them looked at each other and immediately shook their heads, especially the two assistants, who hurriedly said in a flattering manner, No, nothing. Our sister Xian just wanted to help you swat a mosquito. Why are you making such a fuss? The smile on Yu Xian's face suddenly became even more proud. She turned her head back and wanted to say something to Shen Qingxue. The next moment, a slap louder than before rang out in the room. Shen Qingxue looked at Yu Xian, who had turned aside due to her slap, with a sneer on her face, and said coldly, Yu Xian, don't think that everyone in the world is your mother. No one has the obligation to spoil you. Yu Xian opened her eyes wide, and when she felt the pain on her face, she realized what had happened. Her hands were shaking as she pointed at Shen Qingxue. How dare you hit me? Shen Qingxue's sneer remained unchanged. Originally, I didn't want to play this kind of shrewish scene with you, but there is no other way. When facing a shrew, hands are always more useful than mouths. She was also brought up by her parents in pampered surroundings, but she was never the type to submit to fate or fight back when beaten or scolded. The two assistants and the agent behind him realized what had happened and rushed forward. The agent saw that Yu Xian's face was swollen, and his eyes were instantly filled with anger when he looked at Shen Qingxue. Shen Qingxue, don't you know that Xian is an artist and needs to be on camera? Shen Qingxue looked at her with amusement and said sarcastically, Am I not also an artist? You are a person who has been banned by the company. What kind of artist are you? Seeing that Shen Qingxue showed no sign of repentance, the agent became even angrier. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Shen Qingxue took a few steps back and smiled at her. I know. Everyone in Jinhua Entertainment knows that Yu Xian is the general manager's person, and no one can touch her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted by the company as soon as he entered the company. The last live broadcast was the same. They wanted to promote Yu Xian, even if it meant squeezing out her surplus value. It's a pity that he is a hopeless person. Yu Xian felt the burning pain on her cheeks, and she became even more crazy. The look he gave Shen Qingxue was filled with viciousness. Shen Qingxue, I will make you regret your actions today. Seeing Shen Qingxue looking up at her, Yu Xian looked at her without hesitation, then smiled coldly. Do you really think hiding is the last resort? Do you really think that you are fearless because you are barefoot? At this point, Yu Xian looked at Shen Qingxue with even more blatant malice. I'll let you know what the worst outcome is for artists whose contracts are held by the company. Shen Qingxue frowned slightly but didn't care about her threat. Then I heard Yu Sion's low voice with a cold smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the netizens and your fans will react when they see the once arrogant Shen Qingxue appear naked in front of them. Shen Qingxue's eyes suddenly turned a little colder. Yu Sion, I originally thought you were just stupid, but now it seems that you are both stupid and vicious. Yu Sion seemed unconcerned about such accusations. She turned around and looked at her agent. Can you do what I said? The agent pursed his lips, glanced at Shen Qingxue, and then nodded affirmatively. There are many loopholes in Jinhua Entertainment's contract, so there are naturally many ways to deal with the signed artists. If it were before, it would have been a little difficult. After all, Shen Qingxue was the person specifically requested by the young master of Tingfei Daily Chemicals. But now, the agent narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Tingfei Daily Chemicals didn't know which big boss it had offended, and was directly investigated from the top. Not to mention that all the assets were confiscated. The entire family of Mr. Dong of Tingfei Daily Chemicals was thrown into prison. Their end was so miserable that naturally they had no time to care about Shen Qingxue. It was a piece of cake to deal with such an ordinary girl with no background. Especially since Yu Sion is their general manager, what she says is naturally very effective. When Yu Sion received the reply, she couldn't control the smug look on her face for a moment, and she directly pulled the swollen wound on her face. Feeling the pain on her face, Yu Sion wished she could deal with Shen Qingxue according to her wishes right now. Then he suddenly thought of something and immediately gave the two assistants a look. Hold her down for me. Since the outcome has been determined, I'll charge you a little interest first. Is that okay? The two assistants naturally had no intention of objecting. Just as they were about to step forward and hold the man down, the door behind them was pushed open. When they turned around, they saw a familiar face. A middle-aged man in a silver-gray suit appeared in front of them with a beer belly. Yu Sion bit her lips subconsciously, and the arrogance on her face suddenly subsided. The look she gave the newcomer was immediately filled with tears, and she looked indescribably pitiful. Husband, why are you here? Chapter 164, A Big Pie Falls from the Sky. The middle-aged man in a silver-gray suit didn't have time to pay attention to Yu Sion. He turned around and made a pleased gesture to the person behind him with a flattering smile on his face. Please come in, Shen Qingxue is inside. Yu Sion and the others were stunned for a moment, totally confused as to what was going on. Soon, one figure after another walked into the room at the invitation of the middle-aged man. The first person who caught their eyes was a neatly dressed woman, about 30 years old, with short hair, and she walked very neatly. However, after seeing her appearance clearly, the people in the room were all stunned without exception. It's not because the woman's appearance is so stunning, but because there is no one in the entertainment industry who doesn't know this woman. Gan Jingru, the gold medal agent of Shengshi Entertainment. Since she entered this industry, she has produced countless movie kings and queens, all of whom have won awards and have a lot of traffic. Therefore, they're nicknamed the Midas Touch by people in their circle. Although they didn't show it on their faces, their hearts were already filled with turmoil. No wonder Mr. Li has such an attitude. Shengshi Entertainment is a leading company in the industry, and its resources, connections, and capabilities are top-notch. Their Jinhua Entertainment has not had much development to begin with, and in front of others, it is not even worth a slight touch. Gan Jingru, there were several middle-aged men in formal attire and with elegant temperaments. Before they could react, they saw Gan Jingru's eyes sweeping around the room and finally fixed on Shen Qingxue. You are Shen Qingxue, right? Shen Qingxue blinked her eyes. Although she was still a little confused, she nodded subconsciously. Gan Jingru nodded at her very neatly and even smiled at her with a gentle tone in her voice. Your agreement is taken care of. Shall we go? The man in front of her, who was famous for his Midas touch in the circle, was really arranged by the big boss. So the company the boss is talking about is not some small company that has just been established and has not yet started, but Shengshi Entertainment? Be good. A big pie fell from the sky, almost knocking Shen Qingxue unconscious. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, she would have wanted to scream out loud. As expected, the boss is the boss, and his actions are beyond her imagination. Now she finally understood why the boss was so nonchalant when talking about the contract agreement of Jinhua Entertainment yesterday. After all, as long as the people in Jinhua Entertainment are not stupid, they will not offend a giant like Shengshi Entertainment because of an insignificant person like her. However, she was happy, but Yu Sion couldn't accept it. Looking at Gan Jingru, and then at Shen Qingxue, who couldn't suppress her excitement, the string in his heart suddenly broke. How is that possible? Yu Sion could hardly control her frantic expression, and even her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Did you recognize the wrong person? How could the golden agent of Shengshi Entertainment step up for someone who had long been hidden by the company? That person happened to be Shun Qingxue, whose fate she had just confirmed. Upon hearing this, Gan Jingru shifted her gaze to Yu Xian, frowned, and then asked Shun Qingxue, "Is there a festival?" Almost in an instant, the few people in the room clearly realized that the situation was completely reversed. Shun Qingxue was no exception. She walked silently to Gan Jingru and described what had just happened without any exaggeration. Gan Jingru then turned her gaze to Shun Qingxue's face. Compared to Yu Xian, whose cheeks were already swollen, Shun Qingxue's face only had some slight red marks. But combined with Shun Qingxue's already very beautiful face, she looks pitiful. He is quite talented. Gan Jingru's lips curled up slightly, and when she turned to the middle-aged man in a silver-gray suit, her expression had become serious and businesslike. "So this is how your company allows its artists to do whatever they want." The people behind him naturally understood Gan Jingru's attitude. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled at Mr. Li and said gently, in view of Ms. Shun Qingxue's accusation just now. Before he could finish his words, Mr. Li stepped forward and interrupted him. "Please rest assured, lawyers. Our company will never allow such a terrible incident to happen. I will do my best to investigate what Ms. Shun just said. I will do my best to investigate." While Mr. Li was talking, he did not forget to wipe the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. There was a reason why he was so nervous. It would be fine if the people who came with Gan Jingru were from Shengshi Entertainment's legal department, but these people were all from Nanjia. In order to get a contract for Shun Qingxue, Shengshi Entertainment's top agent and Nanjia's lawyer were dispatched. Mr. Li simply couldn't imagine which big shot Shun Qingxue had quietly hooked up with. When he thought of this, Mr. Li couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. After all, family members know their own business. No one knows better than him how unfairly Shun Qingxue was treated in Jinhua. Not to mention that Yu Xian just said such blunt, threatening words. If possible, Mr. Li would rather never have taken a liking to Yu Xian, this trouble. Yu Xian didn't expect Mr. Li to back down so quickly. She immediately shrank aside and dared not speak. By the time she walked out of the gate of Jinhua Entertainment, Shun Qingxue had a feeling of unreality. However, Gan Jingru naturally pulled her into the RV parked at the door, then smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, with Nanja's lawyers here, Jinhua Entertainment won't have a good ending. For an informal small company like Jinhua Entertainment, it is easy to investigate, and there will be no problem even if it is handed over to the legal department of Shengshi Entertainment." Shun Qingxue swallowed dazedly. Nanja's lawyer? Gan Jingru glanced at her and said with a smile, "Didn't you call your boss yesterday to confirm? Why are you still like this?" Shun Qingxue. Can she say that the boss told her to change companies, but didn't tell her that the company she changed to was Shengshi Entertainment, a leading company in the entertainment industry? I told her that I would ask the agent to pick her up, but I didn't tell her that the agent was a gold medal agent known as the Midas touch in the entertainment industry. I also told her that I would bring a lawyer with me, but I didn't mention at all that the so-called lawyer was from the famous Nanjia law firm. Song Wan, who was still inspecting the internal exhibition hall of Huaishang, couldn't help but sneeze, and there was an inexplicable expression on her face. Who cue her again? Chapter 165, tentatively 5 billion. Huaishang Company is different from other companies because it has very high requirements for the makers, whether it is Keisai round fans, Longquan ink, or brocade clothing. It requires not only skilled techniques, but also sufficient patience. Therefore, most of the craftsmen within the company are quite old, but watching their orderly movements is pleasing to the eye. Duan Yi noticed Song Wan's calm look and had a better impression of the new boss, so she asked tentatively, "Boss, what do you think about the current operation of Huaishang?" Ding, the system has detected that the host is currently in an operational state and has issued a random task. Inject 5 billion into Huaishang Company to expand the company's scale. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded with a god-level instrument mastery. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. The voice of the system suddenly sounded in Song Wan's mind. Song Wan was already very calm. Isn't being proficient in a musical instrument another skill? Yes. Song Wan's thoughts had just turned over when he heard the soft voice of the system again. As a top-notch white, rich, and beautiful woman, how can I not be good at playing a musical instrument? Mastering musical instruments is a necessary skill to improve the image of a rich and beautiful woman. Host, do you want to know more? Song Wan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Isn't it just an investment? Anyway, the entire emblem is already yours. Pay attention. Thinking of this, Song Wan first turned to Duan Yi, who was still waiting for her answer, and smiled. You manage Huishang very well. There is no need to make any further corrections. In addition to some management personnel under Huishang, the treatment of those craftsmen is also the highest in the industry. In addition to the holidays comparable to those of state-owned enterprises, various regulations are also very humane. Therefore, those veteran craftsmen are willing to stay here. At the same time, more and more young people are joining this industry. Thinking of this, Song Wan looked at Duan Yi with a little more approval. These skills are treasures passed down from our ancestors through the course of history, and we certainly cannot lose them. At the same time, the existence of the emblem can make more and more people aware of our Chinese craft heritage, which is our original intention. When Duan Yi heard these words, her expression became softer as she looked at Song Wan. In today's impetuous society, there are not many young people who can calm down and appreciate these things. She admitted that she had some doubts after seeing the age of the new boss. After all, she is so young. It is inevitable that she will have some sudden ideas, and perhaps even put forward some inappropriate rectification requests. But now it seems that she was superficial. Age does not represent everything. At least, in this new boss, she does not see the immaturity and willfulness that are unique to this age. It was only at this time that Duan Yi finally felt relieved. A boss who can say such things will never let Huishang go downhill. However, she then heard the voice of the girl next to her again. Although the management does not need to be rectified, there is one aspect that can be properly rectified. Duan Yi's heart skipped a beat. Before the panic in her heart could spread, she heard the girl's voice slowly ringing in her ears. I think Huishang can be expanded a bit, so I decided to invest more money. The ups and downs described Duan Yi's current mood. When she realized that Song Wan's suggestion was to add funds, Duan Yi looked at Song Wan with a shining gaze. Boss, you want additional funds? You know, Huishang has always been adhering to the high-end route, and in fact, it has always been very successful. At least in the upper-class society within the Huaxia region, no one can disapprove of Huishang. Get Huishang VIP will be even more proud of it. But on the other hand, due to the route they have always adhered to, their funds are not too abundant, and their external business expansion has not been very smooth. Just when she thought of this, she saw Song Wan nodded to her affirmatively with a very dazzling and bright tone in her voice. The more people know about our Chinese luxury goods, the better. Otherwise, those foreign brands will look down on us. They are a great country with a history of 5,000 years. When it comes to their understanding and application of luxury goods, I am afraid that few countries can match them. We didn't have the conditions before, but now that we have everything in hand, why not take the opportunity to promote these luxury products to the world? It has to be said that just a few short sentences made Duan Yi and several managers around her couldn't help but get excited. They all truly like these things and naturally hope that their Chinese luxury products can flourish in their hands. Just thinking about that scene, several people's eyes couldn't help but shine. The next moment, I heard the girl's cold voice ringing in my ears word by word. As for the funding, let's temporarily set it at 5 billion. If it's not enough, we can add more later. Even though Duan Yi and the others were mentally prepared, they were all stunned after hearing the number the girl said. One of the men in his early 30s couldn't help but ask, "How much did you say?" It was not until Song Wan gently repeated it to them that they realized they were not dreaming. In an instant, several people were so excited that they couldn't help but jump up on the spot. 5 billion. That's 5 billion. Several people never dreamed that they were just nervous about meeting the new boss today, but before they could even let go of their nervousness, the new boss gave them such a shocking blow. What can be done by injecting 5 billion into the company? Expand the company's internal business, develop other Chinese luxury products, invite well-known designers, and promote them internationally. Especially Duan Yi. The gentleness on her face faded at this moment, and her eyes looking at Song Wan were full of excitement. Boss, are you telling the truth? Song Wan naturally understood the surprise and excitement in everyone's hearts, so she nodded to her tirelessly and said in a gentle voice, "Call the company's financial officer over here. Do what you say." Stunned when they saw their boss's attitude, Qing Lin beside him repeated it again that someone hurriedly ran out to call the finance department. After all the relevant documents were prepared, at Song Wan's instruction, Qing Lin directly transferred 5 billion yuan to Huishang's account. When the dust settled, Song Wan raised her eyes, smiled faintly at everyone and spoke. "Everyone, I am waiting for the day when you will promote Huishang to the world." Chapter 166. Return with Sincerity. Everyone she was looking at looked at each other in bewilderment. They were obviously no longer at an age of passion, but they were still excited by what Song Wan said, as if they had unspeakable strength all over their bodies. Duani looked at Song Wan with a look that was so gentle that it seemed to drip with water. After a long while, she said, "Boss, do you trust us so much? That's 5 billion. It's not 500,000, it's not 5 million. There's a full 5 billion in funds at stake." Is she so sure of their character? The other managers also subconsciously looked toward Song Wan. The girl raised her lips slightly at them with a bright and charming smile. It's the same old saying, don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ. Moreover, I believe that a group of people who are committed to developing our Chinese luxury products will not forget their original intentions because of money. The moment the girl finished speaking, everyone's expressions softened unconsciously. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. At this moment, the girl is their mentor. A man will die for his friend. She believes in them unconditionally, so they will naturally repay her with sincerity. Song Wan could naturally read their thoughts from their eyes, so he looked at everyone with a deeper smile and said slowly, "When I see the results, I will certainly not treat you, who have worked so hard and made so many contributions, unfairly. At the end of each year, the company will select the top 3 people who have made the greatest contributions and give them certain stock rewards. For other people with outstanding performance, their salaries will be doubled on the original basis." As soon as the last words were spoken, the enthusiasm of everyone present was completely aroused. The salaries of everyone present are not low. Not to mention what Song Wan just said about giving company shares to the top 3 people who made the most contributions. I'm afraid no one knows better than these insiders how valuable Huaishang shares are. Even if they don't make it to the top 3 and don't get stock rewards, even if their salary doubles, it will be enough to excite them. It can be said that at this moment, the nervousness and insecurity that everyone had in their hearts about facing the new boss disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was only excitement. Even until Song Wan left the company, everyone's enthusiasm for the new boss did not diminish in the slightest. Looking at the sound of the night gradually fading away, Duan Yi, who was standing in the front of the crowd, couldn't help but smile with her eyes curved. Just now, some information about the new boss in her mobile phone was sent to her mobile phone via email. It was precisely because of reading that information that she now knew a little more than others. The new boss's background is much more unfathomable than everyone imagined. Not only does she own the internationally renowned Nanjia law firm, she is also the boss behind the mysterious Universal Security Company. She has the capital to trust them unconditionally, because if anyone had bad intentions, she had the ability and the skill to make that person pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, the smile in Duan Yi's eyes became more obvious. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the new boss keeping this trick. In the business world, only a smart leader can lead his subordinates to go further. With such a boss, there is no need to worry about Huaishang standing still. Song Wan, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat of the Voice of the Night, naturally had no idea what Duan was thinking. She leaned there lazily, listening to Gan Jingru's report on the other end of the phone. She tapped her fingers lightly on her leg from time to time until Gan Jingru finished reporting the whole incident, and there was no surprise on Song Wan's face. Had already shown him the information about Jinhua Entertainment before. It was not surprising that a company that relied on exploiting artists and blackmailing them through loopholes in contracts would do something excessive. Leave the rest to Nanjia's lawyers. You don't have to worry about it. Song Wan's voice was faint, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes as she looked out the window. She is not a saint and has no interest in meddling in other people's business, but this time, she has no intention of letting Jinhua Entertainment off so easily. She probably understood all the rules that should exist in the entertainment industry, but Jinhua Entertainment went a little too far. Xinqing Xue was put on the shelf when she was just starting to become popular because of Kai Yuxiang's treatment. This was a very common thing in the company. There is also a girl in the company who starred in a small web drama. Although she is not famous, she is very beautiful. He had just graduated from college when he was drugged and thrown onto the investor's bed by those beasts. After the girl woke up, she was mentally disturbed. Even so, Jinhua Entertainment did not let her go. Instead, when her family came to ask for her release, they took the opportunity to extort money from the girl's family by taking advantage of the harsh terms in the contract. Such examples are everywhere within Jinhua Entertainment. Thinking of this, Song Wan directly dialed Nan Jie's number. She wanted this company and the beasts within it to experience what it felt like to be cornered and to have no one to turn to for help. Qing Lin, who was driving, naturally noticed the change in Song Wan's mood and immediately spoke gently. "Miss, Is there something bothering you? Song Wan hung up the phone, looked out the window, and replied after a long while, I guess so. In the past, she was just an ordinary person with no abilities. Even when she saw something like this happening, she could only stand aside and feel helpless and indignant. But now, she has the ability to do something within her power, so she naturally won't choose to stand idly by. The sound of the night paused for a moment. Although Qing Lin did not turn his eyes, there was already a look of worry in his eyes. Is there anything I could do for you? Song Wan breathed a sigh of relief and asked softly as if she remembered something. How are those people from Lin Feng law firm doing? Qing Lin obviously took Song Wan's feelings into consideration, and his voice became a little gentler. Nanjia acted quickly, and all those who were found to have committed crimes were imprisoned, including those people like Xin Yutong, and the teachers who watched those incidents happen and did nothing and chose to stand on Xin Yutong's side. They were not spared. Nodded slightly, but Qing Lin had already realized the reason for Song Wan's change of mood, so he continued. Those who are still young may not have been in prison for long, but public opinion will not let them off. Even if they are released by then, their family assets will be gone. After a pause, Qing Lin's eyes became gentler, and his voice was gentle, full of comfort, yet full of certainty. Miss, their fate will not be any easier than those victims. Chapter 167 Ding friendliness has reached 99. Song Wan nodded gently, and the look outside the window had returned to its previous indifference. If you do something wrong, you should be punished, right? Qing Lin nodded without hesitation. Those victims will definitely be grateful to have met the young lady. Song Wan always thought things through comprehensively. Part of the compensation paid by the parents of Xin Yutong and others was distributed to the families of the victims, such as those who were willing to spend all their money to seek justice for their children. The other part was opened in separate accounts and secretly handed over to the children themselves, such as Song Qiuo, who was brought by Song Wan that day. Song Wan obviously thought of the same person, so she turned to Qing Lin and said softly, Let's go to lynching number 7 middle school. The last time I wanted to go see the child with whom she had a close relationship, I wasn't able to see him. Qing Lin naturally would not object. After a while, the sound of darkness had arrived at the gate of lynching number 7 middle school. The guard obviously still remembered the last incident. When he saw Song Wan, he hurriedly invited the two of them in. The superiors have instructed that if you see this person again, you must treat him with caution. When he heard that Song Wan was here to look for someone, the old security guard directly stopped a passing student and said enthusiastically, This kid is from that class. Let him take you there. The girl who was called was a girl with a ponytail. She was obviously very familiar with the security guard. Upon hearing the words, she looked at Song Wan and the other person. After seeing the two's appearance clearly, the girl's eyes lit up immediately, and her face control attribute instantly made her enthusiastic towards the two. You are here to look for Song Qiuo, right? He is from our class. I will take you there. Song Wan nodded with a smile. In less than 5 minutes, we arrived at a teaching building. Song Wan and her friend followed the girls up to the 3rd floor and saw their class after turning a corner. The girl moved quickly and directly opened the door and shouted inside, Song Qiuo, someone is looking for you. When the people in the class heard the girl shout, they subconsciously looked towards the door. Song Wan and Qing Lin came into view immediately, and the originally noisy class suddenly became quiet. I'll go. This appearance is too good. As everyone sighed in hushed voices, Song Qiuo, who was originally taking notes seriously, also raised his head. She saw Song Wan. Her eyes visibly brightened, and a sincere smile instantly appeared on her face. She hurried towards the door. Sister Song, are you here to see me? Song Wan smiled and nodded. Seeing her excitement and embarrassment, he touched her head soothingly. It was so magical. Song Qiuo seemed to calm down all of a sudden. It was already time for the class to end. Realizing that everyone in the class was looking at Song Wan and the other person, Song Qiuo simply packed up his books and followed Song Wan out of the classroom. After leaving the teaching building, I heard Song Wan's gentle voice with a smile. How have you been these days? Song Qiuo nodded vigorously without hesitation. These days, Xin Yutong and his friends' affairs have been a hot topic. Of their fate spread throughout the school, and the school began to take bullying seriously. For a while, there were no more bullying incidents in the school. She also knew that Sister Song in front of her had asked for a lot of compensation for them. Her friend gave it directly to her parents. There are also people like her who are not valued by their parents, so they just open accounts for them and give the money to them, and their parents are unaware of the existence of this money. Thinking of the bank card that he had kept carefully, Song Qiuo couldn't help but look at Song Wan with tears in his eyes. She knew what happened at the school gate that day and was not surprised by her mother's choice, but she didn't expect that Sister Song had considered everything for them. 2 million is enough to cover all her college expenses and can even support her to completely leave that family after she becomes an adult. She took a deep breath, forced herself to hold back her tears, and then smiled brightly at Song Wan. Thank you, Sister Song. Over the years, no one knew about her family situation except her former desk mate. Although her mother was her biological daughter, her pregnancy was an accident. If she hadn't been unable to have an abortion due to physical reasons, she wouldn't have been born into this world. However, her appearance always disrupted her mother's original life, and therefore, neither her mother nor her grandparents liked her. Song Kyo comes from this. Until her mother remarried and gave birth to a younger brother, she became even more redundant. She could only study hard, take on various housework, and spend less money to make her mother hate her less. Because of her family, only she herself knows how inferior she is and how many flaws she has in her character. But it's different now. Song Kyo looked at Song Wan in front of him seriously with a smile and said firmly, Sister Song, I will never let you down for helping me. She is not an ordinary person, so she works hard to make herself better and better. Until the day when I am qualified to stand in front of her, I will go through fire and water and keep my promise. Ding detected that Song Kyo's friendship value has reached 99, never betray. The personal panel has been opened. The system's voice suddenly rang in Song Wan's mind, and then a transparent panel that only Song Wan could see appeared in front of her. Target mission, Song Swa. Age, 17. Possible growth direction, professional manager. Talent return rate, 2,000%. After reading this personal panel, Song Wan was really stunned. This is the first time that a personal panel has been obtained when the other party is not an investable entity. A talent return rate of 2,000% is not low. The most important thing is that Song Kyo's growth direction is still a professional manager. Song Wan came back to his senses and looked at Song Kyo in front of him. A complex look flashed in his eyes. The favorability of 99 is brought by the system. You can imagine how much Song Kyo favors her. She will have more and more companies in the future, and professional managers will definitely be needed. The key point is that the favorability of 99 also means that Song Kyo will never betray her. I originally helped out just because I couldn't stand it, but I didn't expect that I would gain a talent in the end. He sighed in his heart, then touched the girl's head in front of him. Don't think too much. Your own health is the most important. Song Kyo nodded, and then she felt someone pat her head gently. As if he knew what she was thinking, he said to her softly, Don't take it lightly. If you damage your health, my company won't want you anymore. Chapter 168. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. When Song Kyo heard this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Song Wan with a look of deep disbelief. Sister Song, can I really work in your company in the future? Then Song Kyo saw Song Wan smiled at her, and just as she was about to say something, she heard the bell for class ring. Then, she heard Song Wan smile slightly in her ear. Go back to class. Song Kyo. Oh. At this moment, Song Kyo's disgust towards this familiar ringtone instantly reached the highest level in his life. There was no choice, so Song Kyo hurriedly said goodbye to the girl in front of him and ran back towards the teaching building. But the moment she turned around, she still heard the girl's soothing voice. As long as you take good care of your body, it's fine. Song Kyo turned around suddenly. She was answering her previous question. When he reacted, the listless expression on his face disappeared instantly, and he nodded fiercely at Song Wan. A femme. She will definitely keep her body healthy. After leaving the school gate, Qing Lin keenly realized that the girl next to him was in a much better mood, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. It was almost noon, so Song Wan simply picked a restaurant and walked in with Qing Lin. Although this restaurant is not particularly large, the environment is very good and every detail is thoughtful. Song Wan was led by the waiter to her seat. Just as she ordered the dishes, she saw a strange man walk up to her and sit down. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, 1.7 meters tall, and not very good looking. The moment he saw Song Wan looking at him, he spoke. You are Du Ruoshu, right? He looks just like what my mom described, but isn't it a little inappropriate for you to bring a man with you on your blind date? Song Wan. Sorry, you got the wrong person. The man frowned instantly, stood up and looked around, then sat back down. You're not Du Ruoshu? Qing Lin had already walked over at this time. Standing in front of him with a height of about 1.8 meters, the pressure instantly reached its peak. Sir, please leave. The man was still not giving up and wanted to say something to Song Wan, but he heard a surprised voice behind him. Zhang Yunyang? Looking back, he saw a beautiful urban lady in a red dress standing there. She looked very delicate. The man raised his head dryly. Du Ruoshu. The woman frowned. It's me. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic and was a little late. The man then realized that he had really recognized the wrong person, and his gaze toward Song Wan suddenly became more awkward. Sorry, I just recognized the wrong person. Song Wan, don't people look at photos when going on blind dates these days? As if she could guess what Song Wan was thinking, the woman named Du Ruoshu also asked the man her own questions. Haven't you seen my picture? She looks so different from this pretty girl. How could she make a mistake? The man snorted coldly. She didn't see the photo. My mother just said that the most beautiful one in the restaurant must be it. Du Ruoshu immediately rolled her eyes in annoyance, apologized to Song Wan in person, and then sat in a nearby seat with the man. The man sat there, but his eyes still looked at Song Wan intentionally or unintentionally. Du Ruoshu was very perceptive and naturally noticed the man's gaze, but he didn't get angry. He just said calmly, Mr. Zhang, if you're not hungry, can we just start now? Zhang Yinyang was obviously stunned. What starts? Du Ruoshu looked at him coldly and said calmly, First of all, I want to sincerely apologize to you. I'm only here to deal with my mom. I don't have any intention of having a boyfriend, so I'm sorry. How about I treat you to dinner today? Zhang Yinyang didn't care to look at Song Wan anymore. His eyes turned back to Du Ruoshu, and his expression suddenly became ugly. Du Ruoshu, what do you mean? Du Ruoshu still didn't seem angry. It's just the surface meaning. I'm sorry for wasting Mr. Zhang's time. Zhang Yinyang was so angry that he laughed. People who want to go on a blind date with me can line up all the way. Do you think you're so popular? If his mother hadn't told him that Du Ruoshu was very beautiful, he would not have bothered to make this trip. Du Ruoshu nodded calmly. I am not worthy of Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yinyang. It's like a ball of air hitting cotton. He took a deep breath, especially since Song Wan and Qinglin were also sitting there. He was almost certain that they could hear their conversation. When he thought of this, Zhang Yinyang felt that he could not calm down at all. Du Ruoshu, do you know that your family is begging our Zhang family right now? Du Ruoshu pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Otherwise, her family would not be so eager to let her marry into the Zhang family. For this reason, she handed over the work that she had worked so hard to pass to others. Just because she is a woman, Du Ruoshu looked directly at the man in front of him. But I'm sorry, I have my own career that I want to pursue. Ding investor detected, business card visible. Song Wan was quietly enjoying the meal. The system's baby voice suddenly rang out again. Song Wan subconsciously looked at the transparent panel released by the system. Investors, Du Ruoshu. Age, 28. Investment direction, hotel management. Return on investment, 3,000%. In just a few seconds, Song Wan finished reading her personal panel, and immediately a hint of emotion appeared in her eyes. My luck today is really good. First there was Song Qo, and now here comes Du Ruoshu. Being able to get a 3,000% return rate through hotel management is enough to show how capable Du Ruoshu is. Just as she was thinking this, she heard the man in front of Du Ruoshu sneer and say, Your own business? You're not talking about the hotel management business that your family has stopped? Du Ruoshu's face turned cold, and she saw that the man's expression became even more smug, and he looked at her with a bit of contempt. Didn't your parents tell you that the best destiny for a woman is to get married and have children? Don't talk about hotel management. Even if you get a master's degree, what's the point? I'm not saying that there are many women who want to become the young mistress of our Zhang family and live a leisurely life where they only need to serve their husbands and buy bags and jewelry every day. You are already so old. If you keep working so hard, you won't be able to have children. Chapter 169 is not something you should consider. Laugh. Du Ruoshu finally couldn't help but sneered at Zhang Yunyang, who was still trying to talk. Young Master Zhang, if I remember correctly, your mother was 30 years old when she gave birth to you? Zhang Yunyang's expression suddenly changed, and he became even more sarcastic towards Du Ruoshu in front of him. We in the Zhang family will never accept someone like you who is disrespectful to our elders before you even enter the house. The sneer on Du Ruoshu's face remained unchanged. Mr. Zhang, if your memory is correct, did I make it clear from the beginning that I didn't want to have any follow-up with you? I'm sorry, I don't really want the position of Zhang family's young lady. Hearing this, Zhang Yunyang immediately imitated Du Ruoshu and sneered. Believe it or not, as long as I give the order, your family's hotel will never accept you again. If you want to learn to be a strong woman, you must have the opportunity. Du Ruashu tightened her grip on the water cup and wanted to just splash the water on the man without caring about anything, but she couldn't. She knew he was telling the truth. The Du family is now asking the Zhang family for help. If the eldest son of the Zhang family speaks out, their family will not give her any opportunity to gain experience. Zhang Yunyang was even more pleased when he saw her expression. He looked Du Ruashu up and down, lowered his voice, and said playfully, "Since you don't want to be the young lady of the Zhang family, I will show you another way out. You don't have to marry me, and you can continue the job you like. How about it?" Du Ruashu raised his eyes slightly, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "I would like to hear the details." Then I heard Zhang Yunyang's words with a smile on his face. "Be my lover. I don't have to worry about being trapped by the title of a rich family's young lady. And I can—" Before he could finish his words, a glass of water was thrown directly at his face. Du Ruashu had a cold face and took back the water cup and put it on the table. "Are you awake?" Zhang Yunyang obviously didn't expect Du Ruashu to dare to do this to him. He looked at Du Ruashu with anger. "Do you know what you are doing?" Du Ruashu sneered. "Then do you know what you are doing? Although my Du family needs your help now, I am still the eldest daughter of the Du family. Is your upbringing supposed to make you say such unbearable words to me?" Zhang Yunyang grabbed the tissue on the table and wiped his face, then threw it directly at Du Ruashu. "Shame on you. Du Ruashu, I'm waiting for you to beg me, although it's a bit rude to interrupt you." Before Zhang Yunyang finished speaking, he heard a very pleasant voice coming from next door. Subconsciously, he looked over to the side, not far away, and saw the beautiful girl leaning on the table with one hand, blinking at Du Ruashu. "I happen to have a suitable position here. Are you interested in trying it out, Miss Du?" Zhang Yunyang was completely stunned. He looked at the pretty girl who was talking, then at Du Ruashu, his brows furrowed. Du Ruashu was obviously stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly and nodded to Song Wan with a smile. "It's my honor." Seeing this, Zhang Yunyang glanced at the two of them, and soon sneered in a daze, then turned to Song Wan and said with an ambiguous tone, "Miss, you probably don't know that Miss Du is a master of management. She probably wouldn't be considered a good candidate for an ordinary position." Song Wan still didn't look at her, but just nodded gently at Du Ruashu and said softly, "Panga Hotel is currently in need of a housekeeping manager. I think Miss Du should be interested in this position, right?" After the words fell, not only Zhang Yunyang, but also Du Ruashu was stunned. She could see the girl's kindness and originally thought that she said that just to help her out, but she didn't expect that she actually meant it. "In the Panga Hotel? This is the only 7-star hotel in Kyoto. Don't say she should, she is too perceptive." However, before she could say anything, she heard Zhang Yunyang sitting opposite her couldn't help laughing again, and turned to the beautiful girl next to him and said, "Little sister, are you sure you can be the owner of Panga Hotel? Even if her family has some relationship with Panga Hotel, how could a little girl who looks like she is still in college be able to participate in such a hotel project? Stop being funny." However, Songwon had no intention of explaining to him at all. She just took out her cell phone and called the general manager of Panga Hotel. Du Ruashu almost mechanically handed over her business card as the girl asked, and after the girl hung up the phone, she received a strange call on her cell phone. Plop, plop. Du Ruashu had never experienced such a moment before, feeling that the opportunity she had always dreamed of was right in front of her. Sure enough, it was a call from Panga Hotel. The other party even made an appointment with her directly, which was a formal interview time. Moreover, the interview was conducted personally by the general manager, so Du Ruashu still believed in his own abilities. However, there were so many capable people, and not everyone had the opportunity of this level. Even after hanging up the phone, Du Ruashu still looked a little dazed. She had never thought about leaving the family to work on her own. Otherwise, she would not have joined her own hotel after graduating from school. But when she thought that they didn't take her ideals and efforts seriously at all, but instead treated her as a tool for marriage, she felt very sad. There were many people in their family, and his grandfather, as the head of the family, obviously did not consider her as a woman as the heir, even though she had no plans to get married. After realizing this, Du Ruashu began to think about the next way out. But I never thought that just by coming out to express my stance to Zhang Yunyang, I would actually find another way. No matter how stupid Zhang Yunyang was, he realized something was wrong from Du Ruashu's expression. Looking at Song Wan, and then at the man who was following Song Wan in a protective manner, he realized that the background of this young and beautiful girl was even more amazing than he had imagined. After considering his words, he turned his gaze back to Song Wan. "Excuse me, But whose daughter are you? My young lady's identity is not something you should consider, sir. Qing Lin stood in front of Song Wan diligently. Although his smile was gentle, his eyes were cold. Zhang Yunyang subconsciously met Sheng Qing Lin's gaze. From what he said, this man was clearly just an assistant butler or something like that, but he inexplicably felt that this man made him feel an inexplicable sense of palpitations. With his wet collar, Zhang Yunyang took one last look at Du Ruoshu. Without saying anything else, he stood up and left the restaurant. Qing Lin watched his figure disappear, then stood back behind Song Wan. Chapter 170. Those who touch the reverse scale will be punished. Seeing this, Du Ruoshu became obviously more curious about Song Wan's background. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He gave Song Wan was gentle and full of gratitude. May I have the honor of treating you to a meal? Song Wan nodded slightly and pointed to the seat opposite her. If you don't mind, let's go together. Of course, Du Ruoshu didn't mind. He stood up quickly and sat directly opposite Song Wan. He extended his hand to Song Wan and showed a very generous smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Du Ruoshu, and I come from the Du family in Hong Kong. Song Wan also nodded slightly at her and gently shook the hand she extended, Song Wan. Although Du Ruoshu was very curious about Song Wan's background, he had no intention of delving into it. I also want to thank Miss Song for helping me out just now. Song Wan smiled and said, You're welcome. Du Ruoshu is obviously very good at interpersonal communication, especially when facing Song Wan, whom he has a crush on. He can always talk about topics that interest both of them. Song Wan had no intention of leaving her in a cold mood, and after a short while, the two of them became familiar with each other. Seeing that the waiters carrying the food were already walking over here, Du Ruoshu couldn't help but wonder in his heart, and asked slowly, You didn't know me before this. You asked me to take up an important position in Pengdu so easily. Aren't you afraid that I am not capable enough? How could an investor personally identified by the system be incompetent? Song Wan thought of this. The smile on her lips deepened slightly. I just happen to be short of one person, and you just happen to be short of an opportunity. If you don't try, how will you know if it's enough? Du Ruoshu looked at the smiling girl and suddenly understood the answer to the question. What may seem like a huge opportunity to others may seem like nothing more than a piece of cake to this girl. Her background is evident. Thinking of this, Du Ruoshu looked at Song Wan with a more intimate gaze. The Du family had long wanted to expand the market into the mainland, and a hotel she previously participated in managing was one of the pilot projects. However, due to lack of connections, development was restricted in many ways, and the family was unwilling to change its customer policy, so progress came to a standstill. Otherwise, her grandfather and others would not be so eager to let her marry into the Zhang family in order to gain the support of the Zhang family. But even the Zhang family cannot be ranked at all in a place like Kyoto where there are many hidden talents. The girl in front of me was different. Just one sentence gave her a chance to rise to fame overnight. Du Ruoshu took a deep breath in his heart and heard the girl's cold and pleasant voice ringing in his ears again. There is no shortage of people with outdated ideas in this world. If you can't change them, just change your environment. The girl's voice was faint, but it seemed as if through her eyes, I could see the unwillingness hidden in the deepest part of her heart. Du Ruoshu was slightly startled and only heard her say, For me, gender doesn't matter. Talent is everything. If you have an idea, just work hard to realize it. It's that simple. The girl said it simply, but Du Ruoshu couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. Then she saw the girl blinking at her again. Of course, the premise is that you can pass the interview. Du Ruoshu looked at the girl in front of him steadily, calmly and composedly, yet with the brightness and generosity that was unique to a girl. She thought that she finally knew what those truly confident ladies from aristocratic families looked like. The restaurant served food very quickly. In a short while, all the delicious food that Song Wan had ordered was brought to the table one by one. After finishing their meal, they did not stay any longer and walked straight towards the door. Du Ruoshu also drove here, and the three of them parted ways at the door. However, after the voice of the night had just driven a distance, Song Wan discovered something wrong in the rearview mirror. Qing Lin, wait a moment. The sound of the night stopped as instructed, and Song Wan tilted his head slightly and adjusted the rearview mirror. Du Ruoshu's car was a red Porsche, and it was heading in the opposite direction of theirs. The red Porsche started, several vans appeared behind it. Song Wan looked carefully for a while. Du Ruoshu's driving speed was not constant, but the distance between them and the van was always not far or close. It was basically certain that the target of those cars was Du Ruoshu. Follow him. Song Wan turned around and said to Qing Lin without hesitation. Qing Lin naturally noticed where Song Wan was looking at this time and nodded. The voice in the night changed direction directly at the intersection, following behind, turning, going straight, and turning again, seeing that the vans were always following Du Ruoshu. Song Wan became more certain. Song Wan didn't hesitate and took out her cell phone and called Du Ruoshu. As soon as Du Ruoshu picked up the phone, an accident happened. Song Wan was at the back and clearly saw the red Porsche crash into a black van. To be precise, the black van suddenly stopped and directly blocked Du Ruoshu's way. This road leads to a villa in the suburbs. There are not many people on the road, and there were even fewer people around when the scene happened. Du Ruoshu obviously realized that something was wrong. Seeing several big men with iron bars getting off the van in front of him, Du Ruoshu became even more panicked. At this moment, the phone in my hand suddenly rang. "Don't get out of the car yet. The bodyguard will be here soon." The cold girl's voice was still very calm even at this time, and Du Ruoshu's panic was immediately relieved a little. However, before she could think about the meaning of the girl's words, the roar unique to the night rang in her ears. Du Ruoshu looked towards the source of the sound in disbelief, and saw the voice of darkness that had just been separated appear directly in his sight. Seeing the two people from the voice of the night get off the car, the big man holding the iron rod in front of him was visibly stunned. "Why? Want to meddle in other people's business?" The leading burly man instantly swung the iron rod in his hand and wanted to say a few more threatening words to persuade the two people in front of him to retreat. But then he was kicked in the stomach unexpectedly. Seeing the newcomer kick their big brother to the ground, the other big men rushed forward immediately. Qinglin held Song Wan firmly behind him. The iron rods in the big men's hands posed no threat at all. In just 2 minutes, the big men holding the iron rods collapsed to the ground. "Watch out behind you!" Du Ruoshu's voice was filled with urgency, and her pupils clearly reflected the big man who got out of the van behind him and shot at Song Wan with a narcotic bullet. Song Wan dodged quickly, and just as she was about to attack, Qing Lin gently pulled her aside. "Miss, let me do it." He had watched the young lady grow up, so he knew that she was not a harmless lily. She was like a rose covered in thorns. But with him around, the lofty rose will never be stained by dust. Qing Lin gently placed Song Wan next to Du Ruoshu. When he turned around and looked at the big man who had just shot Song Wan, the last trace of gentleness under his gold-framed glasses disappeared. Him, Song Wan is his master, his sister, and even his Achilles heel. Those who touch the reverse scale will be punished unavoidably. Chapter 171, Is Her Love Worth Only 1 Million? Holding the anesthetic barrel had not yet reacted when he saw a long leg kicking directly towards his hand holding the barrel. Canister in his hand was kicked hard to the side of the road. He himself was kicked aside without any power to resist. The people in the van behind them also rushed over at this time. Du Ruoshu widened his eyes when he saw this, and his voice trembled when he spoke to Song Wan beside him. "There are too many people." Song Wan just curled the corners of her mouth gently. "He can do it." Before Du Ruoshu could refute, he saw the group of big men holding various iron rods and knives being kicked aside one by one. I don't know if it was because the kick was too hard or if it hit some acupoint, but none of the people who fell to the ground stood up again. Du Ruoshu originally wanted to remind the other party of the number of people, but he swallowed the words back into his stomach. This was too exaggerated. Qing Lin, however, seemed as if nothing had happened. After dealing with everyone, he returned to his gentle self. But if you look closely, you can still see that his smile does not reach his eyes. "Should we call the police?" Du Ruoshu turned to Song Wan blankly with his cell phone in his hand. But Song Wan shook his head calmly. "No need." Du Ruoshu was about to say something when he saw the gentle butler walking step by step up to one of the big men. The big man covered his stomach and wanted to step back, but the pain in his body was too intense. He could only watch the man's slender figure stop in front of him. "Just now, you used this hand to lift the wooden cannon, right?" Qing Lin's voice was still gentle, but in the big man's eyes, it sounded like a demon from hell. Du Ruoshu, who was staring at this side blankly, realized that the big man was actually the one holding the anesthetic barrel before. The big man couldn't move his body and could only desperately shake his head at the man in front of him. Then the next moment, the arm that the man had just stared at was stepped directly to the ground. He didn't even notice any change in the expression of the man in front of him, who looked even more gigolo-like than a pretty boy, before he heard the sound of a broken bone in his right arm. Fracture. The next moment, on the quiet road, there was a scream like a big man slaughtering a pig. Qing Lin then slowly moved his feet away, Wherever his eyes turned, the big man on the other side would tremble and quickly shift his gaze. Only when the big man was in so much pain that he didn't have the strength to cry out did Qing Lin's expression return to his usual gentleness. Seeing the butler, whose every move was like that of a nobleman, walking back towards them, Du Ruoshu couldn't help but drop the cell phone in her hand to the ground with a click. Is this so scary? Du Ruoshu's gaze subconsciously lingered on Qing Lin for a while. There were many handsome men in Hong Kong, and she was considered to be very knowledgeable, but the appearance of the man in front of her could still firmly rank first. But this man in front of him, who was as gentle as jade and had an extraordinary demeanor, kicked down a dozen big men holding tools, and then broke the arm of another big man without changing his expression. She actually thought that a man could be Song Wan's housekeeper just because of that face. Du Ruoshu hurriedly picked up his cell phone and silently apologized for his previous stupid thoughts. Miss, the people from Huanyu have arrived. Qing Lin walked slowly to Song Wan. When facing Song Wan, the coldness in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. Du Ruoshu, who was beside him, hadn't even reacted to what was happening before he saw one black business car after another pulling up in front of him. Huanyu also has a branch in Hong Kong. When those bodyguards dressed in the same attire got out of the car and walked towards this side, Du Ruoshu recognized the logo on their chests. They got off the car in an orderly manner and then walked directly to them, bowed respectfully towards Song Wan's seat, and the leading captain said in a resounding voice, "Sorry, boss, we're late. Boss." After capturing the key words, Du Ruoshu looked at Song Wan with a look of shock that he couldn't hide in time. So the world that Miss Song's housekeeper just mentioned is the World Security Company? She had already imagined how prominent Song Wan's background would be, but she never expected it to be even more prominent than she had imagined. The status of Huanyu in the whole of China is very special. Even though she has never cooperated with Huanyu, she knows its mystery and power. In such a world, calling Miss Song the boss? If Du Ruoshu didn't understand what this meant, then he would be really stupid. Song Wan was obviously used to such scenes, and the expression on her face didn't even change at all. He shook his head slightly at the person in front of him. It's not too late. The time they were notified was already tight, and they have done their best to get here now. The corners of his lips pursed slightly, and when his eyes fell on the big men lying on the ground, his gaze was no longer so gentle. They'll be left to you. The leading man was so frightened when he saw this that his head almost shook like a rattle. Those who have been doing this kind of thing for years know very well who can be offended and who cannot be offended. All of these well-trained people in front of him had bulges around their waists. If he couldn't guess what they were, he could just ignore them. Not to mention the badges these people wear on their chests that no one dares to counterfeit. People of the universe. Even if they are sent directly to the police station, it is better than falling into the hands of the universe. Yes, it was young Master Zhang who ordered us. For the first time, the leading man directly gave out the mastermind behind the incident without any hesitation. Although money is important, they have to be alive to get it. When Du Ruoshu heard the name given by the leading man, his eyes widened immediately. Zhang Yunyang? The big man who had already confessed naturally had no intention of hiding anything, and nodded hurriedly. Young Master Zhang promised to pay us a reward of 1 million if we kidnap you and hand you over to him. It took Du Ruoshu a long time to react, and he was so angry that he almost exploded. Just because of what happened in the restaurant before? You want to kidnap me? Isn't it just a failed blind date? Although she splashed water on his face, wasn't it because Zhang Yunyang spoke rudely? That's it? Is it a big deal? Is Zhang Yunyang's mental endurance so poor? Even kidnapping can be used directly? 1 million. After all, she is the daughter of the Du family. So she is only worth 1 million? Chapter 172. Do you need me to teach you how to say it? The leading man naturally didn't know the specific reason, so he answered honestly. Because young Master Zhang didn't tell us what it was. After saying this, he glanced at Song Wan carefully, fearing that this old lady would hand them over to the people of Huanyu if they disagreed with her. Song Wan seemed to have expected this answer. There was no trace of surprise on her face. Her gaze towards the leading man did not change. And then, the big man was stunned. What? The kidnapping was successful. And then what? The big man finally understood what Song Wan wanted to ask. When he faced Song Wan, his face showed some flattering intentions. Master Zhang's order to us is to tie this young lady up to one of our bases. And then, the big man suddenly stopped talking. His eyes drooped slightly and rolled around. Then he continued, then leave the rest to young Master Zhang. Song Wan was too lazy to say more to him and just gave the security captain a look. The captain immediately understood and pulled the big man in the lead aside, then slowly took out a wooden gun from his waist. The big man saw this, and the cold sweat on his forehead immediately fell. No, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Under Mu Tsong's threat, the big man no longer cared about hiding any information and told the whole truth. Master Zhang asked us to tie this young lady up in our base, have sex with her with a few of our brothers, and then film the video and send it to Master Zhang. Du Ruoshu, who was standing by, was completely stunned. Even though she had never cursed at anyone before, she couldn't help it at this moment. Did she dig up Zhang Yunyang's ancestral grave? Just because of a failed blind date, he has to be treated like this. How petty is this guy? Was rising uncontrollably, and then I heard the still cold and calm voice of the girl next to me. Then call him now. The big man didn't react for a moment. Song Wan's eyes were filled with mockery. Do you need me to teach you how to say it? After all, the big man was a leader who had been in this business for many years. He immediately showed everyone once again what it meant to shake his head like a rattle with a desire to survive. Immediately afterwards, Du Ruoshu saw the big man tremblingly picked up the phone in his trouser pocket and dialed a number. Just like watching Sichuan opera face changing. As soon as the phone call was connected, Du Ruoshu was surprised to find that the big man in front of him immediately changed his expression. Is it Mr. Zhang? The big man turned on the speakerphone, and the voice on the other end of the phone reached everyone's ears directly. What? Did you succeed so quickly? Hearing the voice of that bastard again, whom he had just heard not long ago, Du Ruoshu suddenly felt so angry that his teeth were itching. The big man subconsciously glanced at Song Wan, then hurriedly pretended to be embarrassed and replied, I succeeded, but there was a problem. What's going on? Zhang Yinyang's tone on the other end of the phone was obviously getting nervous. Has someone discovered us? That's not the case. The big man coughed twice, and his tone suddenly became rogue. But Master Zhang, the girl you asked us to kidnap, doesn't look like she's from an ordinary family, right? Does it matter if it's an ordinary family or not? Don't forget, you have to do as I say, and then I will pay you the next amount. Zhang Yinyang on the other end of the phone heard what the big man said, and his tone was obviously impatient. The big man smiled, and even acted his expression as if it were real under Du Ruoshu's surprised gaze. But this girl told us she would pay us 5 times the price. You, Zhang Yinyang's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously more exasperated. You idiot, you dare to believe the kidnapped person's words? The most important thing in your line of work is credibility. Do you not want your reputation? Hu Biao. Name Hu Biao did not look angry at all, and suddenly changed his tone towards Zhang Yinyang. So, Mr. Zhang, we have to take certain risks if we kidnap this girl. Why don't you give our brothers some extra hard-earned money? You're dreaming. Zhang Yinyang's gritting teeth voice came from the other end of the phone. That's nothing we can do. The big man shrugged helplessly. Let's just do what this girl says. Maybe there really is 5 million. Hu Biao. Zhang Yinyang was furious. After a long while, he heard his gritted teeth and said, I'll give you another 2 million. Without waiting for the big man to say anything, Zhang Yinyang added angrily, This is my bottom line. If you still can't accept it, then my Zhang family is not easy to mess with. Okay. The big man agreed very readily, but we want cash. Zhang Yinyang was almost mad with anger. Why the hell do you want cash for no reason? The big man answered as a matter of course. This girl must be from a well-connected family. What if she goes out and calls the police, and the police find us through the money transfer? This account is absolutely safe. If what he had in his hand was not a mobile phone, but something else, Zhang Yinyang would have thrown it away long ago. The big man seemed to be unaware of this and directly used his skill of pestering. I don't care. If you say it's safe, then it's safe. We want cash, and we want non-consecutive numbers. I believe such a simple request won't be difficult for young Master Zhang, right? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Zhang Yinyang finally compromised. I'll be there in 40 to 50 minutes. The big man continued to pester others, and only hung up the phone after Zhang Yinyang promised to come as quickly as possible. The moment he hung up the phone, the big man's shameless expression suddenly disappeared completely, and the look he gave Song Wan was full of flattery. Do you think this will work? Song Wan lowered her eyes slightly. Her eyes moved slightly, and then she nodded at the big man in front of her. The big man's eyes lit up, and just when he wanted to jump around in his heart for a few times to relieve his young and choked heart, he saw the girl turn her head towards the group of people from Huanyu again. Let's take them to the car first. By the time the big man reacted, all his brothers had been carried into the car without a single one left. Then the girl turned her gaze back to him and said, Thank you for being our guide. The big man suddenly got a chill, and after silently lighting a candle for Zhang Yunyang in his heart, he smiled at Song Wan happily. No trouble, no trouble. So after 45 minutes, Zhang Yunyang finally drove a low-key black car and knocked on the door of the stronghold, and saw a series of densely packed familiar figures. Chapter 173. Be sincere and don't hesitate. Song Wan and the other two, whom they had just met in the restaurant, crouching with a listless look on their faces. Behind the big man, there was a group of tough guys in uniform standing there upright. If he still doesn't realize that something is wrong now, he is a fool. Zhang Yunyang subconsciously ran back, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw the door was closed in front of him. He was nervous, but had to turn around again. When he looked at Song Wan and the other two, his expression was embarrassed. What do you guys mean by this? Now that we're here, there's no point in pretending to be stupid anymore. Du Ruosu looked at Zhang Yunyang coldly, with no disguising the sarcasm and hatred in her eyes. Zhang Yunyang laughed dryly twice. What are you talking about? I'll leave the person to you first. The cold voice faintly reached everyone's ears at this moment. Zhang Yunyang subconsciously turned to the girl who spoke, and the corners of his eyes couldn't stop twitching. The girl was seen sitting there calmly, but her eyes were looking towards Du Ruoshu. It is obvious to whom this is addressed. Zhang Yunyang was so frightened that he immediately took 2 steps back and looked at Song Wan with a bit of fear. Miss, I haven't offended you, have I? However, Song Wan didn't even plan to reply to him. By the time Zhang Yunyang reacted, Du Ruoshu had already picked up an iron rod and walked up to him. What are you going to do? Zhang Yunyang couldn't stop stuttering, and even the briefcase in his hand fell. Du Ruoshu sneered and deliberately waved the iron rod in front of Zhang Yunyang. With this courage, you dare to follow others and hire thugs to abuse people? What are you talking about? What do you mean by hiring a killer? Zhang Yunyang stared at the iron rod, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Ms. Du, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? Du Ruoshu patted the iron rod again, as if inadvertently. Since it is a misunderstanding, why don't you explain to me, young Master Zhang? What are you doing here? Zhang Yunyang's legs became weaker, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Du Ruoshu no longer had the arrogance he had in the restaurant. I just heard that the scenery nearby is nice, so I wandered here. After saying that, he seemed to realize that this reason was a little unreliable, so he hurriedly added, I used to hang around like this often. Miss Du, why are you here? Du Ruoshu smiled at him and said, of course he was kidnapped. They kidnapped someone else, right? Zhang Yunyang's eyes subconsciously fell on the group of big men, and his eyes couldn't stop wandering. However, before he could even say the next word, the iron rod had already been swung hard at his body. First the arms, then the stomach, then the legs, each time more brutal than the last, showing no mercy at all. Du Ruoshu looked at the timid man in front of her, and in her mind she recalled over and over again what the big man had said about how to deal with her, so she tried her best. If it weren't for Miss Song, she couldn't imagine what would have happened to her today. It would be fine if she had any hatred towards this bastard in front of her, but it just so happened that the blind date was unsuccessful. Just because of such a small thing, one can instruct others to do such a cruel thing. The more Du Ruoshu thought about it, the angrier he became, as if he wanted to vent all the resentment in his heart. Especially when listening to Zhang Yunyang's screams, Du Ruoshu felt relaxed all over. You're not allowed to pretend. Still hanging around here? I'll let you hang around enough today. It hurts, it hurts. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Zhang Yunyang had been living a life of luxury since he was a child. Not to mention being beaten like this, he had never even been slapped in the face. Therefore, when the severe pain spread to various parts of his body, Zhang Yunyang even shed physiological tears immediately, and his tears and snot suddenly flowed a lot. The most important thing is that there are burly men standing on both sides, leaving him nowhere to hide. Du Ruoshu seemed to hear nothing at all. It was not until Zhang Yunyang was beaten to the point of collapse on the ground and unable to get up that he threw the iron rod aside as if exhausted. Then he looked at Zhang Yunyang, who was curled up on the ground like a dead dog, and squinted his eyes and said, if I didn't have a little psychological bottom line, I would let you taste what it feels like to be raped and have your photo taken. Du Ruoshu's voice used to be sharp, but now it sounded cold. If Miss Song had been even the slightest bit careless, she would be finished today. No, her life would be finished. Therefore, even though Zhang Yunyang had been beaten so badly by her, she did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. Wrong. Zhang Yunyang was crying like a tearful baby, with tears and snot all over his face. He couldn't think of anything at all. He could only feel that every part of his body seemed to be in pain. My hands hurt, my arms hurt, my stomach hurts, and my legs hurt. He even felt that he was about to be beaten to death here. Du Ruoshu looked at his useless appearance, sneered, turned around, and returned to Song Wan. The anger was vented, and the fear was gone. When he looked at Song Wan, there was only gratitude in his eyes. Ms. Song, thank you so much today. Words of thanks were not sincere, so if Ms. Song could use her in the future, she, Du Ruoshu, would never say no. Speak your mind with all your heart and don't refuse. Ding detected that Du Ruoshu's favorability has reached 95, and the return on investment has changed to 3,500. When the system's voice sounded in his mind, Song Wan was still slightly stunned. Can favorability also affect return on investment? The system's baby voice replied in a pause. If the favorability reaches above 90, it will be more dedicated to the host, and the return rate may increase. Song Wan nodded suddenly, then smiled gently at Du Ruoshu, then turned to the security captain of Huanyu and said softly, "You can send them to the police station now." All the evidence of the crime was also sent over. The security captain immediately stood straight and bowed to Song Wan. "Yes, boss." Zhang Yunyang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly showed a half-dead expression. He still couldn't understand why the target was only Du Ruoshu, but he provoked this girl with obviously strong background. The big man who was lying not far away was different. When he heard Song Wan say the words "send him to the police station," he was so excited that he wanted to shed tears. Woohoo! It turns out that those who confess will be treated leniently. Chapter 174 Bamboo. Are you out of your mind? By the time Song Wan had explained everything and asked someone to send Du Ruoshu back, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The time agreed with the person in charge of the fruit company was 5 p.m., so Song Wan did not stop and asked Qinglin to drive back directly. When we arrived at Panga Hotel, the lobby manager came to greet us immediately. "Boss, the person you have an appointment with has been placed in the reception room." Song Wan nodded and quickly walked to the reception room under the guidance of the lobby manager. As soon as I entered the door, the first person I saw was the woman in a white suit leading the group. Her hair was the kind of brown curly hair that had a distinctly exotic feel, and her eyes were the same blue color as most beautiful girls. There were 3 other men and 1 woman next to the woman, all of whom had typical American looks. They had obviously seen the photo, and as soon as they saw Song Wan coming in, they immediately came over with a smile. "My dear young boss, you look just like an exquisite porcelain doll." The first person to speak was naturally the brown-haired woman in the lead, whose Mandarin was even more fluent than that of the average Chinese. Song Wan smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It's nice to meet you, Ariana." "Wow, I didn't expect you to remember my name, young boss." Ariana's smile became even brighter. "To use your Chinese words, I feel deeply honored." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Ariana directly took out the documents that had been placed on the table for a long time. "Young boss, here are your signed documents. You can take a look at it. If there are no problems, you can sign it directly." Song Wan nodded. The document was not just 2 or 3 pages. Judging from the thickness of the paper, it had at least 20 pages. Song Wan took the document. She simply handed it to Qinglin behind her. Qinglin didn't hesitate and started reading it quickly. In just 5 minutes, Qinglin handed the document to Song Wan again. "Miss, no problem." Song Wan then nodded and signed her name directly on the document. At this point, 5% of the fruit company's shares were officially acquired. After Song Wan signed the document, she handed another copy back to Ariana. However, she saw that there was still some amazement in the eyes of Ariana and the others when they looked at her. "Little boss, the people around you are just as good as you. The speed of viewing files is amazing." Song Wan smiled faintly, and then heard Ariana say solemnly, "Young boss, no matter where you are in the world, as long as our fruit company is here, your needs will be fully met by us." This is the same principle as the Centurion Black Gold card. Thinking of this, Song Wan suddenly narrowed his eyes. The needs of those who hold Centurion Black Gold cards and those who hold shares in the fruit company will probably be more easily met. Song Wan did not hesitate and spoke directly to Ariana. "If we're talking about things, I really have something I need to do right now. Please speak." Ariana's expression suddenly became serious, and she was full of respect towards Song Wan. In this world, those who can obtain 5% of the shares of a fruit company are not ordinary people, let alone this Chinese porcelain doll that looks so small in front of him. They would naturally try their best to meet her needs. The next moment, the porcelain doll smiled and spoke again. I have a younger brother who is very interested in the finance major at Princeton. Having said that, Ariana instantly understood what Song Wan meant. He nodded solemnly to Song Wan and said, I understand what you mean. Please give me your brother's identity information and I will complete the admission procedures for him as soon as possible. Sometimes it's just that simple. You don't even have to show up in person. After instructing the hotel staff to entertain Ariana and her group well, Song Wan returned to the presidential suite on the 20th floor. The hotel staff quickly brought up dinner. Before Song Wan finished eating, she heard a familiar voice behind her excitedly shouting, Sister, I'm back. Look who I brought to you. The tone is just like the idiot next door. The corners of Song Wan's mouth twitched slightly, and she turned around resignedly and saw Jiang Huai walking towards her with an excited look on his face, pulling a handsome boy. The boy was obviously still a little embarrassed, and when he saw Song Wan, he was stunned. He had thought countless times about what Wanwan would look like, and even saw people maliciously speculating online that Wanwan might just be a fat rich woman with a nice voice. But I never thought that she would be like this. She is so beautiful without any flaws. No one in this world can compare to her. Song Wan naturally noticed the boy's gaze, and immediately put down the chopsticks in her hand. Tingzhu? It was a familiar and cold voice in my memory. In reality, it sounds even better. Shen Tingzhu was a little dazed, and it was not until Jiang Huai poked him secretly that he reacted. Seeing this, Jiang Huai rolled his eyes at him and said, I know my sister is pretty, but you don't have to keep staring at her like that. Shen Tingzhu's fair face suddenly turned red, and he looked at Song Wan with a subconscious avoidance, stumbling over his words. Wan Yue, I'm fine, you are Shen Tingzhu. Song Wan. Jack. Zhuzi. Are you out of your mind? Shen Tingzhu, who was stumbling over his words, met Song Wan's somewhat amused look, and his thoughts immediately went back to the first time they played games. He solemnly asked the girl to stand behind him, found a place to hide, and then he was gloriously knocked down. In the end, it was the girl who took him to eat the chicken, and the barrage of comments was full of slaps in the face. Ha 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 ha. Shen Tingzhu's face twitched uncontrollably. Why was it that every time he faced him, he could throw his face into the air? Song Wan just tilted her head and smiled at him gently. You haven't eaten yet, right? Do you want to join us? Let's have dinner together. Shen Tingzhu looked at the girl's beautiful face that didn't seem real, and his thoughts subconsciously drifted away again. Jiang Huai had no scruples, and immediately sat opposite Song Wan with his arm around Shen Tingzhu. Yes. Sister, I'm starving. Shen Tingzhu sat next to Jiang Huai mechanically, looking at Song Wan who was sitting opposite him with a slight smile on her face. She felt her heart beating faster and faster. Wanwan, I haven't thanked you for helping me get so many gifts. Jiang Huai. Help me? Could it be that Bamboo is possessed by some strange thing today? Chapter 175. Listen to me saying thank you because of you. Song Wan couldn't help it, and the smile in her eyes became more obvious. Why are you thanking me for helping you with the gifts? Skin Tingsu. Oh. Is it too late for him to withdraw now? Jiang Huai, who was standing by, held his stomach and laughed until he was done. Then he patted Shen Tingzhu's shoulder and said, It was only today that I realized that you, Zhuzi, have the habit of giving yourself gifts. Shen Tingzhu looked at Jiang Huai dimly. Can we still be good brothers? Jiang Huai. Don't look at me, or I will laugh again. Shen Tingzhu. Whoever wants this brother can have it. He took a deep breath and prepared himself mentally before looking at Song Wan again and said word by word, I mean thank you. After saying that, he repeated it in his mind to confirm that he was not wrong this time, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Wan's eyes were still smiling, but she could see the nervousness of the boy in front of her. You're welcome. I don't eat people. You don't have to be so afraid of me. This is not fear at all. Shen Tingzhu said silently in his heart as he looked at Song Wan who was so close to him. Besides, who would be afraid of such a beautiful girl? Just as he was thinking about it, a waiter came in and set the tableware for them. Shen Tingzhu looked at the tableware in front of him, then looked at Song Wan opposite him, and said in a stumbling tone, Did we disturb your meal? The boy's tone was serious, with a barely perceptible hint of caution in his voice. Before Song Wan could say anything, Jiang Huai beside her had already spoken. What are you disturbing me for? If I hadn't come back late today, I would have had dinner with my sister. As she said that, she picked up the fork in her hand and looked eagerly at the pasta in front of Song Wan. Sister, I'm hungry. Song Wan rolled her eyes at him unhappily. You'll become a fat pig sooner or later. Although he said this, he still pushed the pasta in front of Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai got the delicious food, and the smile on his handsome face became brighter. That won't happen. Your brother is still growing up. Besides, I have abdominal muscles. Song Wan glanced at him, her eyes lingering meaningfully on his stomach for a few seconds. You call that abdominal muscles? Jiang Huai just took a mouthful of pasta and said vaguely, Sister, you can't ignore my less clear abdominal muscles just because you are used to seeing clearly defined abdominal muscles. Whether the lines are obvious or not, they're all abdominal muscles. Song Wan sneered and refused to argue with the fool. Shen Tingzhu's gaze, which had been fixed on Song Wan, paused slightly. So she likes abdominal muscles with clear lines? Song Wan naturally didn't know what Shen Tingzhu was thinking. The restaurant was still very quick, and in a short while, 2 new dinners were delivered. Jiang Huai hurriedly invited Shen Tingzhu to eat. The food here is really good. Come and try it. Because of his sister, the chef of the restaurant put a lot of effort into it. If they missed this opportunity, they would never have the chance again. Shen Tingzhu's face couldn't help but freeze. How could he tactfully express that he wasn't here to eat delicious food, but was waiting online, quite anxiously? Jiang Huai didn't care about all that, and hurriedly started a new round of food battle. Song Wan was obviously familiar with Jiang Huai's actions. She calmly and leisurely finished the dinner in front of her with the 2 of them. When Jiang Huai, who was eating the last bit, finally stopped eating, the waiter came up quickly and took his food away. Jiang Huai curled his eyes with a look of unsatisfied interest and did not forget to poke Shen Tingzhu's arm beside him. How is it? Am I right? Without waiting for Shen Tingzhu to speak, he added with some doubt. So, did you secretly eat behind my back today? Why did your appetite suddenly decrease so much? Shen Tingzhu, listen to me saying thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Thank you. Now he no longer dared to imagine what his first impression was in Wanyua's mind. While the 2 were talking, a waiter brought up some fruit tea. Song Wan picked up the teacup and looked at Jiang Huai again. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said, By the way, an assistant has been found for you. The person is in the hotel. I will ask him to come over now. Qing Lin behind him heard what was said and immediately understood and walked out. In just 2 minutes, she walked in with a young man. The man was about 1.9 meters tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Although he was not particularly handsome, his temperament was very elegant, and his appearance gave people a very reassuring feeling. Foreigner. Jiang Huai blinked and subconsciously looked at Song Wan. Song Wan nodded while holding the teacup. This is Virgie. You can get familiar with him in advance. Her brother is a little stupid, so she naturally has to consider things more comprehensively. Virgil is not only proficient in 5 languages including Chinese, but is also a skilled bodyguard. If the stupid brother gets bullied outside with Virgil around, the problem can be easily solved. Jiang Huai didn't think so much at all, and subconsciously looked at Virgie, who was walking towards him. Hello. Virgil immediately bowed to him, saluted like a gentleman, and responded in very standard Mandarin. I am happy to serve you. Jiang Huai was instantly shocked. Mixed race? Grew up in China? His Mandarin is comparable to that of the top students in the school's broadcasting department, right? Virgie smiled and shook his head. I studied for my undergraduate degree in China. Shen Tingzhu on the side looked at this and that, and obviously realized something. Jiang Huai, you want to go abroad? Jiang Huai had just forgotten that he had a living roommate beside him. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Well, I was thinking of telling you at lunch today. The food turned out to be so bad that I just complained about it and forgot about the main thing. Shen Tingzhu, he shouldn't have any expectations of this guy. Jiang Huai, however, did not understand his eyes at all. He simply straightened his chest and said in an unfathomable way, Brother, I'm going to work hard to make progress. After saying that, he patted Shen Tingzhu on the shoulder again. After all, I have a girlfriend now. It's different from a lonely person like you after all. This last sentence sounds so cocky no matter how you listen to it. Shen Tingzhu couldn't help but grit his teeth, but his eyes subconsciously turned to Song Wan, who was sitting opposite him. Song Wan thought he was wondering whether Jiang Huai had a girlfriend, so she glanced at Jiang Huai unhappily and said, Ignore him. This guy just started dating Ling Yao, so it's inevitable that he got a little carried away. Shen Tingzhu immediately realized that Song Wan had misunderstood him. When he met her smiling eyes, his heart beat faster again, as if uncontrollably. Chapter 176, What did you give my sister? I know. Shen Tingzhu answered subconsciously. The hands on his legs were already sweating from nervousness. At this moment, Jiang Huai beside him suddenly gave him a slap on the leg. What do you know? Was so understanding of him when they were in the dormitory. He still remembers that after Zhuzi knew he was in love, she was the person who was most happy for him in the whole dormitory. Shen Tingzhu gave him a stiff smile. I'm happy for you. As I said this, my thoughts couldn't help but go back to today in the dormitory. At that time, he had just opened WeChat and stayed on the chat interface with Wanwan for a long time. Jiang Huai glanced at him and asked him puzzledly, "What are you doing? Do you have something to do with my sister?" He still remembers his completely uncontrollable excitement at that time. Who could have imagined it? A few days ago, he heard two other roommates talking about Jiang Huai's fairy sister. At that time, he discussed with the other two roommates what gift to give to the sister in return. After all, he didn't even meet the person, yet he still received a gift from this sister. But who could have imagined that this sister was actually Wanwan? He couldn't tell what he was feeling at the time, but there was a thought spreading wildly in his mind. Want to see her. I want to stand in front of her in real life. However, when he really stood in front of her, he couldn't help but start acting stupidly again. Shen Tingzhu glanced at Jiang Huai with a dim gaze. People always say that a red plum will turn redder if it has kept company with a red plum. He must have played with Jiang Huai for too long and has become as stupid as carbon. Jiang Huai was still laughing foolishly beside him. Is that so? A single guy like you can't understand my happiness. Shen Tingzhu, Xuan Q, listen to me, Xuan Q. The three of them chatted and laughed for a while, and when they were about to leave, Shen Tingzhu finally mustered up the courage and handed the gift bag he had been holding to Song Wan. Wanwan, this is the gift you picked for me. Shen Tingzhu realized belatedly what he had said. I'm tired, let's destroy it. Song Wan, however, took the gift with a chuckle, blinked and said, thank you. Jiang Huai, who was standing by, had a look of realization on his face. No wonder you kept carrying it. It turns out you were going to give it to my sister. Shen Tingzhu glanced at Song Wan quietly, then nodded embarrassedly. He originally planned to send return gifts with his other two roommates, but after knowing that Jiang Huai's sister was Wan Yu, he didn't want to send them together. By the way, Zhuzi, what did you buy? Seeing Jiang Huai beside him set his eyes on the gift bag. Shen Tingzhu's body couldn't help but stiffen. It's just a necklace. After saying this, he was still afraid that Jiang Huai would realize something, so he looked away guiltily. Jiang Huai didn't notice his expression at all and said to himself, don't buy my sister a necklace that looks like a straight man. My sister doesn't like it. Like him, he made a lot of plans the last time he gave his sister a gift. When talking about this, he wants to praise himself. Shen Tingzhu, thank you for the invitation. I think my vision is much better than Jiang Huai's. The few of them walked downstairs while talking. Since Jiang Huai was currently staying in Panga Hotel with Song Wan, the only one who was actually leaving was Shen Tingzhu. Shen Tingzhu walked in front, but he couldn't help but want to look back. It was not until the car that was arranged for him drove up in front of him that he finally withdrew his gaze. After saying goodbye to the two of them, the car started driving immediately. Shen Tingzhu couldn't help but look through the rear window at the few people who were still standing there. His eyes fell on Song Wan, and there was a deep attachment in his eyes that he himself did not even notice. Through the car window, he could even see her saying something to Jiang Huai with a smile on her face. Song Wan and his companions did not stay long. After seeing Shen Tingzhu leave, they went straight back to the hotel. Jiang Huai wanted to follow along, but Virgil smiled and took him away on the pretext of learning English. Song Wan finally calmed down. She returned to her room and sat down on the sofa again. Then she opened the necklace that Shen Tingzhu had just handed to her. Just as Shen Tingzhu said, there was indeed a platinum necklace inside. The necklace is from Bulgari, with diamonds arranged in a classic crescent shape, which is delicate and elegant. It was only when Song Wan took out the necklace that she discovered there was another necklace in the bag. If the necklace above is more delicate, this one is more gorgeous in comparison. Natural blue gemstones are rare, and the necklace in front of you is made of a teardrop-shaped blue gemstone. Against the backdrop of white diamonds spread around, it reflects a mysterious beauty. Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly. Compared to the Bulgari necklace above, this sapphire necklace is even rarer. It might cost several million to buy it. Sapphires are rare, so it's clear that a lot of thought went into their creation. I have to say that his vision is indeed much better than that of my stupid brother. Song Wan casually touched it to her neck, and then asked Qing Lin to put it away. The cell phone rang at this time. Song Wan picked up the phone and heard the respectful voice coming through the receiver. Boss, our whitening product has been developed according to what you said. We have also prepared several alternatives for product packaging and concept. Do you have time to come and take a look tomorrow? Who spoke was the head of Tinglan Biotechnology Company, and what he was talking about was naturally the whitening product that Song Wan had asked them to complete before. Tinglan Biotechnology Company is not small in scale to begin with, not to mention that it has a whitening formula provided by the system, so the actual production speed is naturally not slow. Song Wan nodded immediately. Okay. Speaking of which, ever since taking over Tinglan Biotechnology Company, Qinglin has always been the one to contact her. She has been busy these days and has not visited the company. There is no need to say much about the effectiveness of the whitening products produced by the system, and there is no doubt at all about women's spending power in this regard. Based on the existing scale of Tinglan Biotechnology Company, Limited, she can even let the whitening products go out of China before the hair growth liquid. Good products will never be buried no matter which country they are in. However, the domestic and overseas pricing of these two products requires careful consideration. Thinking of this, the corners of Song Wan's lips rose slightly. The things are exported from China, so there is no comparison between the inside and the outside. China uses internal prices, but foreign countries do not have this honor. After all, foreign luxury goods have always done this. And what those luxury products can do, these two products can naturally do as well. In fact, its efficacy is even better than that of other medicines. Chapter 177 Ding, Starting the Stage Mission. After hanging up the phone, Song Wan lay down on the bed. It has to be said that ever since the perfect gene optimization liquid took effect, Song Wan has never suffered from insomnia again. The next morning, Song Wan heard when she opened her eyes was the familiar broadcasting voice of the system in her mind. Ding, it's a new day again. Host, do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining precision machine tool technology, surpassing the most advanced version currently. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Song Wan had just walked down from the bed at this time, and her steps paused slightly. Precision machine tool technology? If I remember correctly, the country that ranks first in the world in machine tool technology is Sakura country. Correct answer. Congratulations to the host for starting the phased mission, surpassing Yamazaki Mazak Company. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Russia's Lukoil Oil Company. If the mission fails, there is no penalty. The sudden action of the system confused Song Wan. You know, machine tool technology is a famous industry in the Sakura country. Among them, Yamazaki Mazak is the most famous machine tool manufacturer. The company's in-house production of CNC lathes, compound turning and milling machining centers, vertical machining centers, horizontal machining centers, CNC laser systems, FMS flexible production systems, and many other industries are among the best in the world. The company's industries are also world-renowned for their high speed and high precision. Whether in terms of technological content, profit, or global market share, Mazak is the leader. Even many of China Airlines' ultra-precision machine tools are produced by Yamazaki Mazak. Because 80% of Yamazaki Mazak's machine tool products are sold to Europe, in 2013, the Prince of Wales of the British Empire personally thanked the Yamazaki family of the Sakura country for their outstanding contributions to the European manufacturing industry. Yamazaki Mazak is also the machine tool supplier and machinist trainer for RIGMTC in the United States. If most people don't know this, then many people are familiar with the other company, Boeing of the United States. Yamazaki Mazak is also the best supplier of Boeing in the United States. And this huge monster has now become our mission target? The most important thing is that if you complete this phased task, the reward is actually 30% of the shares of Lukoil. Don't underestimate this 30%. As we all know, Russia's natural gas and oil are among the best in the world. Lukoil is currently the second largest oil producer in Russia. The company's oil assets are spread all over the world, accounting for 1% of the world's proven oil reserves, 2% of crude oil production, and 2% of crude oil refining. It is one of the world's largest crude oil and natural gas production companies. It may be more intuitive to describe it with numbers. In 2021 alone, Lukoil's revenue reached 90.4 billion Nifty coins, which is 635 billion Chinese yuan. Song Wan cares about most is not the company's revenue. Oil. The fact that it is called industrial blood is enough to prove its importance to human beings all over the world. Without oil, everything will be paralyzed. Even now, some countries are launching wars for oil. What's more, it not only plays a vital role in industry, but is also a strategic resource that is related to a country's security and development. Thinking of this, Song Wan couldn't help but narrow her eyes. China is an oil-dependent country. Although its dependence on foreign crude oil has declined in recent years, it still accounts for more than 70%. 30% of the shares is indeed not a small amount. Moreover, she is not Russian. If you can really get this reward, there will be a lot of room for maneuver. Come on, host. I'm rooting for you. The system's cute voice sounded in my mind. It It was also humanely equipped with the sound of fireworks. Song Wan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Even with the secret lathe technology, it would not be easy to surpass Yamazaki Mazak in a short time. Fortunately, she still had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. After figuring this out, Song Wan went downstairs calmly. Since he was about to change schools, Jiang Huai's classes had been stopped. Jiang Huai didn't have to go to school and originally wanted to sleep in, but he was forced to wake up by Virgie early in the morning. When I sat at the dining table, my mind was still a little dazed. When she saw Song Wan, she rushed over with tears in her eyes. "Sister, why did you come down just now?" He had been tortured by the inhumane English for the whole morning. Song Wan grabbed his collar habitually and calmly put him back on the chair. "Did you learn anything?" Jiang Huai kept silent and subconsciously glanced at Virgie, who was not far away. The point was right here. Virgie's English teaching level was very good, and he had benefited a lot in just one morning. But he just wanted to sleep a little longer, just a little longer, but he was not allowed. When Song Wan saw his reaction, she naturally understood that Virgie's teaching was effective. I felt relieved at the moment and picked up the cutlery to eat breakfast. Seeing Song Wan completely ignoring his request, Jiang Huai pursed his lips and calmed down. After they both finished their breakfast, Jiang Huai saw Song Wan getting up and about to leave, so he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sister, where are you going?" "Song Wan, let's go to the company." Had already made an appointment with the person in charge of Tinglan Biotechnology Company yesterday. Jiang Huai blinked subconsciously when he heard this. Sister, I'm actually quite curious about the company." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Virgil had also finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth, stood up, and walked towards him. "Jiang, you should hurry up and study. After all, if your English is still at this level before you go abroad, it will be difficult for you to understand the lectures when you go abroad." Jiang Huai, who had not yet received an answer from Song Wan, "Okay. He studies. Learn till you die." When Song Wan looked at him like this, a smile immediately appeared in her eyes. However, just after he walked out of Pangda's gate, he received a call from Chuyu. "Sister Song, are you going to Tinglan today?" As soon as the call was connected, Chuyu's slightly anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Song Wan hesitated for a moment, and since it was not something that needed to be concealed, he said directly, "I was planning to go. What's the matter?" Chuyu's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became mixed with something hard to describe. Tinglan and the Rin family had a little cooperative relationship before. I don't know where Rin Dongchen heard the news yesterday, and today he went to discuss cooperation with Tinglan in person. Chapter 178. Please ask Mr. Rin to leave Tinglan's parking lot. Song Wan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Rin Dongchen? Chuyu nodded bitterly. "Sister Song, why don't you go to Tinglan another day? It's obvious that Rin Dongchen is going after you." She didn't expect Rin Dongchen to be able to do this. He had already embarrassed himself so much in public at Yao Yao's birthday party, yet he was able to set his sights on Sister Song so quickly. Chuyu subconsciously thought of Song Wan's appearance and couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. It's because Sister Song is so pretty. Otherwise, Rin Dongchen would have turned his face away long ago. Song Wan narrowed her eyes when she heard this and asked in a somewhat cold voice, "What are the main areas of cooperation between Tinglan and the Ren family?" "The sales of cosmetics." Chuyu answered quickly. "It was precisely because of this that I didn't ask Sister Song to terminate the cooperation right away. The Ren family has a wide sales channel in the cosmetics industry. If the cooperation is interrupted, Tinglan will suffer." Rin Dongchen must have found out from somewhere else how much money Sister Song spent on Tinglan, so he directly targeted Tinglan. Song Wan nodded slightly, but the corners of her lips raised a subtle arc. It doesn't matter if he wants to terminate the cooperation. Although Rin's products have good sales, there are still some that can compare with Rin's. She would love to terminate the cooperation now. Without hesitation, he asked Qing Lin to drive the car over. It was not until I got in the car that I heard Chu Yu's hurried voice. "Sister Song, you are not going to Tinglan again, are you?" She could imagine how many demands Rin Dongchen would make for the cooperation. What if he really got close to Sister Song? Depend on, just thinking about Chu Yu made me angry. But Song Wan's voice on the other end of the phone was still calm. "Don't worry, if there is no sales channel, we can find another one. The Rin family is far from being able to cover everything with one hand." Chu Yu wanted to persuade her again, but Song Wan smiled and changed the subject. The two talked for a while before hanging up the phone. Tinglan Biotechnology Company is not small in scale, with an entire building housing everything from R&D department to production department. The person in charge of the company had obviously heard the news. The moment he saw Song Wan's voice of darkness stop, he led his men to meet him. "Boss." Song Wan nodded, and his eyes stayed on everyone for a moment before he shifted his gaze indifferently. Is there anyone else coming today? The person in charge was a middle-aged man with a bald head but clear eyes. Hearing Song Wan's question, he quickly replied, yes, yes. The Rin family also arranged to discuss the next cooperation today. As he was speaking, a black Bentley had already stopped in front of the company, only 5 meters away from the sound of the night. Speak of the devil, here comes the devil. Boss, the Rin family is here. Song Wan turned around and saw Rin Dongshin slowly walking down from the Bentley, accompanied by an assistant who looked a little older. Rin Dongshin also obviously saw Song Wan and immediately came forward with a smile. What a coincidence, Miss Song. Song Wan's eyes. It's just a coincidence, who knows? Rin Dongshin was exposed like this, but he didn't seem to be angry at all. He just looked at Song Wan standing in front of him with a smile. I, your partner, have already arrived at the company's door. As the boss, shouldn't Miss Song invite me in to sit for a while? Song Wan ignored him and asked directly, I wonder what kind of cooperation project Mr. Rin has prepared this time? That depends on Miss Song's sincerity. Rin Dongshin stood opposite, looking at Song Wan with a smile, his tone sounding very confident. Song Wan smiled softly and turned to look at the person in charge of Tinglan Biotechnology Company. How long will our cooperation with the Rin family last? The person in charge obviously noticed something was wrong. He first looked at Rin Dongshin inconspicuously, then said cautiously, there is less than half a month left. Ever since the old chairman of the Chu family passed away, Tinglan Biotechnology Company has begun to decline. Now that the new product is about to be released, if any problems arise in the cooperation with the Rin family at this time, it would be really a big disaster for Tinglan. Sure enough, after hearing the words of the person in charge, Rin Dongshin looked at Song Wan with a more obvious smile. Why? Could it be that Miss Song no longer thinks highly of our Rin family? Does she not want to continue cooperating with us? Although Rin Dongshin said this, everyone present could hear the teasing in his tone. As if he was certain that Song Wan would compromise with him because of the cooperation, he took out a blue rose from his back and handed it to Song Wan, saying in a gentle tone, How is it? Miss Song, have you thought about it? Song Wan's face did not change. She even took 2 steps back as if avoiding the plague. Under Rin Dongshin's surprised gaze, she slowly spoke. In that case, then don't cooperate. As soon as the words came out, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. The person in charge of Tinglan wanted to say something to dissuade them, but after seeing Song Wan's gaze, he wisely chose to shut up. The most surprised person was Rin Dongshin, who was ready to go upstairs to talk. He couldn't help but tighten his hand holding Blue Rose, and finally asked after a long time, Miss Song, do you know what you were talking about now? The Rin family is well known for its sales in the cosmetics industry. Tinglan was already in trouble. If they terminated the cooperation at this time, Tinglan Biotechnology Company would most likely face bankruptcy. The girl in front of him seemed to have no idea of this. She looked at him calmly, without any hint of joking. If Mr. Rin has nothing else to do, please return? Song Wan's voice even had a hint of obvious teasing, and Rin Dongshin couldn't believe his ears. Miss Song, in my opinion, you are not the kind of person who gets impulsive so easily. He even thought of more than one condition, waiting to bring it up when Song Wan asked him for cooperation. Who would have thought that before he could even say a word, he would hear Song Wan's refusal to cooperate? For a moment, he even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. However, it turned out that his ears were normal because he immediately heard the girl's next words. Okay, please ask Mr. Ren to leave Tinglan's parking lot. Chapter 179. You'd better pray that you never fall into my hands. The person in charge of Tinglan was obviously stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and called the security guard over immediately. Bring this. The person in charge paused, then said to the security guard, Please ask this Mr. Ren to leave. Rin Dongshin's originally surprised expression was immediately filled with unspeakable anger. He turned around and said to Song Wan, Ms. Song, are you sure you want to do this to me? Without the sales channels of our Rin family, Tinglan might be ruined in your hands. Song Wan tilted her head and smiled at him softly. What does it have to do with you? Rin Dongshin. By the time he realized what was happening, he could no longer hold back his teeth and said, You're going to gamble with the company you just bought just because of a momentary rage. Do your family members know about this? Song Wan's face did not change at all. I'm sorry, I bought the company myself, and my family never interferes with me. Seeing that the security guard had already walked in front of him, Rin Dongshin could no longer control his expression and said with an unpleasant look, Song Wan, you will regret this. After saying that, Ren Dongchen winked at the assistant behind him and prepared to leave. As the young master of the Ren family, he couldn't allow himself to be kicked out like that. If others knew about this, I would become a laughing stock. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard the girl's smiling voice again. I'm sorry. I forgot that Mr. Rin can't completely take charge of the Rin family yet. This was a response to what he had just said about her family being unhappy. When Ren Dongchen heard this, he had already turned around and clenched his teeth with his back to the crowd, unable to hold back any longer. He turned around and took one last look at Song Wan, who was still standing there with a smile on her face. Without saying anything else, he got into his Bentley. This was the first time in his life that he was so attentive to a girl that he even chased her to the company, but the girl completely humiliated him. Thinking of this, Ren Dongchen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Song Wan. He remembered it. However, he seemed to have a bad start today. Before he even got into the car, he heard a familiar and annoying voice coming from behind. Hey, isn't this our master, Ren? Ren Dongchen's teeth were about to break, and he turned around to look at the person who came. The boy was wearing a simple white shirt, and even he had to admit that in terms of appearance alone, he was too outstanding. However, when the boy looked at him, the playful and mocking smile on his face made him want to knock him to the ground. Even though he was the young master of the Ren family, he never did anything himself. He took a deep breath and managed to maintain his composure, but his tone was not so good. Do I need to report to you where and when I go? Qi Jing, you are being rude. The mocking smile on Qi Jing's face became even more intense, and he spread his hands indifferently towards Ren Dongchen. I'm just asking politely, Mr. Ren. Do you really think anyone has the time to pay attention to you? Every time Ren Dongchen met Qi Jing, he was never in a good mood, and this time was no exception. He looked at the young man, then at Song Wan, who was standing there. The two were of similar age, and standing together, they had a sense of vitality that he lacked. As if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes instantly became more angry. What are you doing here? Qi Jing passed him by and walked towards Song Wan in annoyance. What am I doing here? When do I need to report to you, Master Ren? He copied exactly what Ren Dongchen had just said. When Ren Dongchen realized what was going on, his face turned green. Qi Jing, don't go too far. As he said this, he couldn't help but glance at Song Wan, who was not far away, his eyes full of complexity. No matter what, he is already the next head of the Ren family. But what about Qi Jing? Even if he is the only heir of the Qi family, don't forget that he is still in school. This second-generation rich man who just lives a lazy life be compared with him? In fact, Song Wan did not drive Qi Jing away as he thought. Her smile was even gentler than before. Why are you here? Qi Jing walked up to Song Wan and stopped. His attitude was completely different from when he was facing him. I came to play with you. Although his voice was still cynical, his tone was very warm. Seeing that the two were about to start chatting in front of him, the fire in Ren Dongchen's heart was immediately ignited and then exploded with a bang. The foot that had just stepped into the Bentley was retracted, and he stood in front of the car, then looked straight at Song Wan. Why? Miss Song's attitude towards people varies from person to person, especially since the other party is inferior to Qi Jing in every way. Before Song Wan had time to speak, Ren Dongchen had already heard Qi Jing sneer. You are aloof, and you treat others with a consistent attitude. Before Master Ren said this again, could you at least be less inconsistent in your attitude towards Qian Lulu? Ren Dongchen's originally angry expression just froze on his face. Song Wan didn't know who Qian Lulu was, but he was completely frightened by the name. Speaking of which, the Qian family is also a newly emerging wealthy family, and their family has some business dealings with the Qian family. Qian Lulu, as the eldest daughter of the Qian family, started pursuing him passionately when she first saw him, the kind that he couldn't get rid of. Qian Lulu was a beauty. No, even if she had a normal look, he wouldn't be so repulsed by her. The key point is that Qian Lulu looks like a burly man, strong and dark, and she loves to wear pink skirts. She almost gave him away with her coquettishness, and he couldn't refuse too much because of the cooperation between the two families. That's all. But one day half a year ago, Qian Lulu got him drunk and then did something to him. When he woke up, his whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck, and he ached all over. That idiot actually complained to others about his shortness. This matter was circulated in the circle for a long time, until 2 months ago, when he used the Ren family to get Qian Lulu out of the country. This matter was a taboo for him, and people in the circle tacitly knew it and never dared to mention it in front of him. But Qi Jing, how dare he mention that name in front of him again? Ren Dongchen looked at the boy with a sinister expression, who was still smiling sarcastically. and his back teeth were almost bleeding from being bitten. Qi Jing, you'd better pray that you never fall into my hands. Chapter 180 should be said to exceed 99%. Qi Jing smiled indifferently. Isn't this just following what Master Ren said? Why is Master Ren still angry? Knowing that there was no benefit in staying here, Ren Dongchen stared at the two of them for a few final glances and then turned around and got into the Bentley. It was not until the Bentley slowly drove away from their sight that Qi Jing turned to look at Song Wan awkwardly. Are you okay? Did this guy do anything to you? How he felt when Qi called him over to help out while he was still playing games. His tires were almost flying out of nowhere. Song Wan naturally guessed that Qi Jing's arrival was related to Chuyu, so she smiled and shook her head. Do you want to go up and take a look? Qi Jing subconsciously followed her gaze and looked at the entire building in front of him. He pretended to be reserved and straightened his expression before saying lightly, "All right." She had invited him herself. The two walked into the building under the guidance of the person in charge, but they didn't know that the person in charge who was walking in front could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He still knew about the young master of the Qi family. No wonder the boss had the guts to drive Ren Dongchen away just now. It turns out he has no shortage of connections. After figuring this out, when they arrived at the company, the person in charge introduced the two people even more enthusiastically. After reading the general process, Song Wan quickly decided on the appearance and promotional methods of the new product. Qi Jing, who was standing by, listened to this and looked at Song Wan with a different look. After the person in charge was told to leave, he could not help but speak to Song Wan. Why didn't you send me away before you told me such an important matter about your company? Aren't you afraid of what he might do? Song Wan smiled lightly and handed him a document in her hand. Take a look first. Qi Jing took the information with some confusion, but the more he read it, the more frightened he became. Finally, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this true? What is shown in the information is the test report of the latest product launched by Tinglan Biotechnology Company, Limited. The report was tested by an authoritative organization. The most shocking thing is the various data in this report. Although he doesn't manage the company's affairs now, he has been exposed to it since he was a child and has a general understanding of the situation. It is no exaggeration to say that if this report were thrown out now, those people outside would probably go crazy. Had never heard of a whitening product with such excellent indicators. The most important thing is that this new product does not contain any ingredients that may have adverse effects on the body. Not at all. Even as a whitening product, its skin care effect exceeds those of big-name skincare products. That's an exaggeration. Song Wan smiled at him and blinked. The report will never be false. How about it? Are you interested in establishing some cooperation with us, Tinglan? Only then did Qi Jing realize that Song Wan did not avoid him when she was discussing those things with the person in charge of Tinglan. Even he had to admit that the appearance and promotional methods they had just discussed were amazing. Especially since the new product is so powerful, Qi Jing can even imagine what the scene will be like when this product is launched on the market. Even if the price will be higher, there will definitely be a situation where supply cannot meet demand. What's more, whitening products are of interest to not only the Chinese people. Just look at the sales of those whitening products on the market. Especially they're Asian. It doesn't mean that only fair skin is good looking, but for Asians, most aesthetic standards prefer fair skin. In Europe, there are also many white people who like fair skin. It was not until now that he truly understood why Song Wan had refused Ren Dongchen's cooperation without showing any mercy. Even those words did not leave himself any way out. It is no exaggeration to say that this product is the source of Tinglan's confidence. By the time this product is launched on the market, Tinglan will no longer be begging others to increase its sales. By then, there will naturally be a lot of companies rushing to Tinglan to seek cooperation. Ren family? What a waste of time. Thinking of this, Qi Jing couldn't help but smile a little brighter. Of course I'm interested. Song Wan was clearly giving him a chance to cooperate. He wouldn't be like Ren Dongchen and foolishly push the benefits away. Even if he succeeds, just this once will make his father look at him differently. There's another point. When the new product is launched, he really wants to see what Ren Dongchen's expression is. So, Qi Jing gave a direct and straightforward answer without much thought. And when talking about cooperation, he gave Song Wan the biggest discount that the Qi family could currently offer. After everything was settled, Qi Jing immediately called the Qi family. After getting the consent of Qi's father, someone from the Qi family came with the official seal to sign the contract. The person who came was Qi Jing's father's most capable subordinate. After seeing the efficacy table of Tinglan's latest product, he looked at Song Wan as if he was looking at a gold nugget. Even when he signed a contract and left, He couldn't help but give Qi Jing a big hug. If anyone dares to say anything bad about their young master again, he will be the first one to get angry. Tinglan Biotechnology Company is not very famous in the industry, so naturally no one pays attention to it. Now that they have developed such a big thing so quietly, we can cooperate with them in the early stages, and everyone can foresee the subsequent development and benefits. Not to mention that when Tinglan's new product is introduced into overseas markets, they may be able to expand their sales channels and word-of-mouth authority. For the Qi family, this cooperation can be said to be completely beneficial with no disadvantages. The fact that their young master has connections like Boss Tinglan's has already surpassed 90% of the people in the circle. No, it should be said that it is 99%. It was not until Qi Jing was almost out of breath that the head of the Qi family let go of his hand with a smile on his face, and then happily left Tinglan with the cooperation documents in his arms. Qi Jing naturally knew why he was so happy, so he looked at Song Wan with some discomfort. Thank you. Originally, there was no need for Song Wan to give him the opportunity for cooperation. It would be the best time for Tinglan to select a cooperative company only when the quality inspection report of Tinglan's new product was spread. Song Wan saw that he was embarrassed, shook her head with amusement, and then said softly to the boy, "You're welcome. If someone gives you a peach, you should give him a plum in return." After all, when the boy got the news, there was no need for him to rush over so quickly. Chapter 181. How about I treat you to a meal as a reward? Qi Jing looked at Song Wan's smile, then quietly touched his earlobe, turned his head, and looked out the window. "Would you like to have a meal together?" Song Wan smiled and said, "You can also invite Chu Yu." Qi Jing's face suddenly fell. Okay. The two of them called Chu Yu and walked directly outside the company. Because the selected restaurant was only about 100 meters away, Song Wan and Qi Jing did not drive. The two of them walked side by side in the front, while Qinglin walked diagonally behind Song Wan. The three of them were all very good-looking and attracted a lot of attention as they walked down the street. "Brother and sister, please look at our flowers." The three were walking towards their destination when they suddenly heard the weak voice of a little girl. Following the direction of his gaze, he saw two girls running towards him from the left corner. Both girls were only in their teens. The leading one looked a little older and was wearing a black and white checkered skirt that was obviously ill-fitting. The little girl who followed behind looked even younger. The clothes she wore were of the right size, but they were obviously from a few years ago, and the fabric looked very cheap. Both children looked very thin. They each held a big basket with many handmade woolen flowers in it, colorful and very delicate. Song Wan was slightly stunned, looking at the two little girls who suddenly fell in a deep thought. In fact, she was very familiar with such scenes before she traveled through time. She also grew up in an orphanage when she was young. As the director was old, they followed the older children and tried their best to make handicrafts and sell them on the street. "Sometimes I don't even sell 20 or 30 a day." Qi Jing and Qing Lin saw her stop. They naturally stopped as well. Qi Jing, in particular, immediately looked at the handmade flowers in the little girl's basket and asked, "How much did it cost?" The little girl who ran over first was obviously more mature. She looked at Qi Jing and said cautiously, $5 a flower. If you buy more, we can give you a discount." Qi Jing widened his eyes slightly. Even though he had never bought flowers before, he knew that the handmade flowers in the little girl's basket were definitely worth more than that price. Although the wool used to make the flowers does not seem to be of very good quality, the flowers made are very delicate. If you take it to the mall, one flower would cost at least 20 or 30 yuan. Qi Jing was about to ask to buy it when he saw Song Wan beside him gently bend down, then touch the heads of the two little girls and ask softly, "Which orphanage are you from?" The two little girls were obviously stunned. The little girl standing in front was the first to react and said in a crisp voice, "Sister, we are from the Shuguang orphanage." Song Wan squatted down slightly and spoke to them with a smile. "Shuguang, can you take me to see it? I'd love to see how you make these flowers." Song Wan's tone was gentle, and she was very pretty, so the two little girls immediately lost their guard and raised their heads slightly and replied, "Of course, these flowers were made by the director's grandmother." If the director knew that someone liked handmade flowers so much, she would be very happy. Song Wan smiled and nodded, then gently touched their heads. "Thank you, then. In return, can I buy all these handmade flowers?" The two little girls' eyes lit up immediately. Sure. The two little girls took 2 baskets with a total of 53 flowers. Song Wan directly asked Qinglin to take out 1,000 yuan. The two little girls were stunned at first after receiving the money, then looked at each other and said to Song Wan, Sister, you gave me too much. Song Wan shook her head. Not much. The rest is the reward for leading me on the way. Qi Jing, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was really that the smile of the girl in front of him was too gentle at the moment. Standing close to her and looking at her like this, it was easy to want to sink into her. Song Wan didn't pay any attention to it, but just looked at the two little girls with gentle eyes, as if she saw her past self. Have you eaten yet? The two little girls couldn't help but look at each other again, and then shook their heads honestly. Song Wan raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Qi Jing, who immediately nodded in understanding. Song Wan then turned her gaze back to the two little girls and asked gently, "Can I invite you guys to have dinner together?" When the younger girl heard this, a hint of desire appeared in her eyes. The girl in black and white plaid grabbed her hand and shook her head at Song Wan. "Thank you for your kindness, sister. But the director told us that when we go out, we must not cause trouble to others." This sister bought all their flowers at once, which was a great help to them, so there was no time for them to go out for dinner with her. Besides, it was obvious that my sister and these two brothers had made the appointment long ago, so it would be even more inappropriate to bring them along. The younger girl came back to her senses upon hearing this. She no longer cared about her desire for food and nodded hurriedly. Song Wan kept smiling and squatted down slightly so that the little girl's line of sight could be at her level. "But I want to hear how you made these beautiful handmade flowers. How about you tell me a story and I treat you to a meal as payment?" The little girl in black and white plaid was obviously stunned. "Is this okay?" The two of them finally followed Song Wan and the other two into the restaurant. The two little girls, who had finally prepared themselves mentally, couldn't help but feel like backing out after seeing the restaurant's decoration. Song Wan saw this and took them directly into the private room. After Song Wan had asked about the two's preferences, Chu Yu finally arrived. As soon as he entered the room, he saw two little girls. He didn't react at the moment and just said sorry to the people in the room. "I'm sorry. I went to the wrong room." The three people in the room who had their backs to Chu Yu didn't even have time to turn their heads before they heard the sound of the door closing. Then Song Wan's phone rang, and Song Wan walked straight to the door with the phone. As soon as the phone was picked up, Chu Yu's puzzled voice came. "Sister Song, which private room are you in?" Song Wan didn't answer, but just opened the door and knocked gently. Chu Yu, who was holding the phone, turned around subconsciously, and when he saw Song Wan, his eyes almost went blind. "Sister Song, did you come out of this room?" Chapter 182, Then I Will Be the Sponsor of Shuguang. Song Wan nodded and took Chu Yu directly into the room. As Chu Yu entered the room, he turned his gaze to the two unfamiliar children, then looked at Qi Jing and expressed his doubts with his eyes. Qi Jing just rolled his eyes at her and turned his gaze to Song Wan. After the meal, Chu Yu had a general idea of the situation. She seemed to have heard of the Shuguang orphanage. The orphanage was not big, and it seemed that the children taken in were those unwanted children from other orphanages. Therefore, there are a lot of disabled children in Shuguang. The two little girls in front of them were obviously still healthy. They both took the old dean's surname. The older one wearing black and white plaid was called Zhao Ninian, and the younger one was called Zhao Ainen. Zhao Ninian and Zhao Ainen were obviously still a little embarrassed when facing them, and answered their questions truthfully. It's obvious that the two of them are only relaxed when facing Song Wan. When eating, you can see that they're trying hard to control their food intake and don't eat very much. Chu Yu couldn't bear to watch, so he directly picked up some food for the two children. "Eat more, you're still growing." They're all skinny and have hardly any flesh on their bodies. Zhao Ninian and Zhao Ainen hurriedly thanked Chu Yu, but they didn't touch the food in their bowls. Song Wan realized something when she saw this and smiled at the two of them. "When we go to the orphanage later, I will ask them to pack some food and bring it with us. Eat your fill so you can have the strength to carry food for your friends and the director later." "Okay." When the two little girls heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They nodded vigorously at Song Wan and then started eating. By the time they finished their meal, the Panga Hotel service staff had already driven Song Wan's Rolls-Royce Phantom over. Zhao Ninian and Zhao Ainen saw the car. They were obviously afraid to get in. It was only then that Song Wan, smiling, carried them in from behind and told them a little story that they felt a little more relaxed. The Dawn Orphanage was less than 2 kilometers away, so they soon reached their destination. When everyone got off the bus, they saw a large plaque with Shuguang Orphanage engraved on it. It was very old, and even the corners were a little broken. There were a few children squatting and playing at the door. As soon as they saw Zhao Ninian and Zhao Ainen, several children hurried over to them. "Ninian and Ainen, why did you come back so early today?" It was also at this time that Song Wan and others understood why it was Zhao Nianyan and Zhao Ainin who went out to sell flowers. I saw that some of the remaining children had problems with their arms, and some had problems with their feet, but I couldn't see any complaints on their faces. They were all very young, with innocent smiles on their faces. Song Wan saw it, but she had already made up her mind. Zhao Nianyan and Zhao Ainin were carrying the food with some difficulty, but their expressions were very excited. They immediately distributed the boxes to the children one by one. Try it, it's delicious. They had never eaten such delicious food since they were young. Several children subconsciously took the lunch boxes in their hands. Zhao Nianyan and Zhao Ainin put down the remaining lunch boxes in their hands, and then pulled Song Wan in front of them. It was this sister who bought all our flowers. My sister likes our flowers very much and wants to meet our director grandma. These meals were also given to us by my sister. As soon as these words were spoken, the way the children looked at Song Wan suddenly changed. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. They have always known that there are also many kind-hearted people who donate some money to them from time to time. The director always asks them to remember such kindness and learn to be grateful. So, the children didn't even bother to taste the food in their arms and surrounded Song Wan and walked towards the dean's office. The place where the dean is located is called an office, but strictly speaking, it is more like a simple single room. When the dean heard that some kind-hearted people had bought flowers for the children and sent them food, he hurried out to greet them. Song Wan arrived at the office door. The dean was already waiting there. Her gray hair was combed back into a bun, and she was wearing a gray dress, the material of which was not very good. But her smile was so kind that you could not help but like her at first sight. When he saw Song Wan and the others, the old man immediately showed a very kind smile on his face. Hello, I'm the director of the Dawn Orphanage. My last name is Zhao. Hello, President Zhao. Song Wan took the lead and directly shook the hand extended by President Zhao. All of a sudden, I could feel more deeply the hard work of the old man in front of me. Her hands were covered with thick calluses at the slightest touch, showing how hard she worked in life. Dean Zhao sent the child away and then enthusiastically invited the few people into his office. The office was very small, with only a few wooden chairs inside. Dean Zhao brought them hot water one by one, and then he finally sat down beside them. Thank you for buying flowers for Nian Yin and the others, and for sending so many meals to the children. Chu Yu couldn't help but ask his doubts. President Zhao, didn't the higher-ups give Xu Guang any funding? She saw that the situation here was much more difficult than in other orphanages. When Dean Zhao heard this, the smile on his face instantly turned bitter. Yes. But as you can see, most of the children here are not in good health, so the cost is naturally a little higher. She doesn't have such extensive connections as the director of the Holy Light Orphanage. She is just an ordinary old woman. How could she get so much money? If possible, she didn't want children as young as Nian Yin to run to the streets to sell handcrafts. She wanted these children to live a better life more than anyone else. Don't underestimate these children. They are very sensible, smart, and know how to help each other. When President Zhao said this, there was an easily detectable pride in his tone. Although Xu Guang is small, the children have a very good relationship with each other. Over the years, they have always helped each other, just like family members, and none of them is ignorant. Just as she was thinking this, she heard the girl sitting in front of her smiling and speaking to her. Her tone was gentle, but it made her eyes widen. Then I will be the sponsor of Xu Guang. Chapter 183. Not Ordinary Wealthy. Dean Zhao felt like he was hallucinating and looked at Song Wan in a daze, unable to come back to his senses. It wasn't until the girl smiled and repeated what she had just said that Dean Zhao finally reacted. You mean you want to sponsor the Xu Guang orphanage? Seeing that Dean Zhao even used a respectful title, Song Wan hurriedly shook her head and said, My name is Song Wan. You are the elder, so just call me by my name. Dean Zhao was so excited that he was speechless. He felt as if his mouth was stuck by something. He wanted to express something, but didn't know where to start. There are many disabled children in their Xu Guang. So many families who want to adopt children don't like to come here. There are also kind-hearted people who donate something from time to time, but this is the first one who has expressed his intention to sponsor the entire Dawn Orphanage. Song Wan did not look away, still smiling at Dean Zhao, her beautiful eyes full of gentleness. Grandma Zhao, can I call you that? Dean Zhao nodded, somewhat flattered. Of course, of course. In fact, she had seen many rich girls by her age, but this was the first time she treated her like the girl in front of her. Song Wan held her hand and smiled again, his smile full of comfort. I will pay for Xu Guang's expenses in the future. You can take a rest and go out for a walk more often. Dean Zhao was stunned for a moment and subconsciously wanted to shake his head. It was good enough to be able to provide some financial support, but she would feel uneasy if she put the entire burden of Guang directly on the girl in front of her. So, he gently patted the girl's hand, smiling kindly. I'm old, and I can't sit still. You are still young. I am grateful that you have this thought, but you must not delay your own life for Guang. Guang has a number of children, which is not a lot, but it is not a few either. With so many children together, even if they only eat simple meals, the money needed is not a small one. Song Wan naturally knew what Dean Zhao was worried about and did not directly refute it. She just smiled and said, Grandma Zhao, how much do the children spend in a year? When Dean Zhao heard this question, the smile on his face turned visibly bitter. Probably 70,000 or 80,000. After saying this, he was afraid that Song Wan and the others would misunderstand him, so he hurriedly explained to them. Although the children are young, they are actually very good at handicrafts and can earn some pocket money to supplement their daily expenses. It's just that their health isn't very good, so they inevitably need to go to the hospital or something throughout the year, which is why the cost is a bit higher. However, when they heard what Dean Zhao said, they were all stunned, especially Qi Jing and Chu Yu, who had never been to such an orphanage. They looked at Dean Zhao with shock on their faces that was difficult to conceal. 70,000 or 80,000. For them, it is just pocket money for a few days or weeks. With so many children, the annual expenses are only 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Or is that including the expenses for illness and hospitalization? Song Wan smiled directly at Dean Zhao. Grandma Zhao, if it's just this amount of money, you don't need to worry about being a burden to me. With words alone, Song Wan directly handed the latest text message on her mobile phone to Dean Zhao. Dean Zhao subconsciously looked in the direction of Song Wan's hand and saw a long string of bank balances that he had never seen in his life and could never imagine. She was even a little dizzy and couldn't count how many digits there were before the decimal point. She even doubted whether it was real. Seeing this, Song Wan put away her phone and smiled at her again. So you can rest assured. Was still in a daze, suddenly felt himself in a daze. He only roughly understood one thing, that the girl in front of him was really rich. Not just ordinary rich. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard the girl in front of her gently say to her, It just so happens that I own a hospital, so you and the children can get a checkup and treatment every year. Dean Zhao waved his hands hastily. No, no, no. They are not that delicate at all, and yet they need checkups and treatments every year. No one knows better than her how much money hospitals waste. Of course. Don't you want the children to be healthy? Song Wan looked at Dean Zhao with the same focused and gentle gaze, but in the depths of her eyes, there was a sense of unquestionableness. When she shook Dean Zhao's hand just now, she accidentally touched his wrist. She still has great confidence in the divine medical skills given by the system. So if the diagnosis is correct, the old man with gray hair has stomach cancer. Moreover, it is already developing from the early stage to the middle stage. If it is delayed any further, it will become really dangerous. It was also at this moment that Song Wan finally understood why the old man in front of him taught those children to do so many things. Handmade flowers, cooking, cleaning, making money. She was afraid that if she was gone, there would be no one to take care of these children. Instead of pinning our hopes on others, let them learn to be self-reliant. When Song Wan thought about how Dean Zhao looked at these children with such care every day, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, and her eyes towards Dean Zhao became a little softer. It's our own hospital. It's free. Don't worry. Seeing this, Chu also chimed in. That's right. Our sister one is very rich. Grandma Zhao, look at how sensible those children are. You should be happy to be able to get such conditions. Dean Zhao held Song Wan's hands tightly, and they trembled uncontrollably. He just looked at Song Wan for a long time and couldn't say a word. She was obviously the daughter of a wealthy family with very good conditions, but when the girl held her hand like this and looked at her with a smile, she actually had the illusion that this child was also a child in their orphanage. Her eyes were clear, and when she talked about funding, there was no other mixed feeling in her eyes. She really wanted to help them without asking for anything in return. Dean Zhao looked at Song Wan and couldn't help thinking this in his heart. However, at this moment, Zhao Anan hurried over, not even bothering to greet the few people. When he entered the door, his voice was panting. Grandma, it's bad. Those bad guys are here again. Dean Zhao, who was just immersed in emotion, became serious in an instant when he heard Zhao Anan's words, and even the kind smile on his face disappeared. When you look closely, you can even see the hidden anger in the eyes of this seemingly very kind old man. Chapter 180, For the director of the orphanage can be so arrogant. Dean Zhao stood up and gave Song Wan an apologetic smile. You guys sit here for a while. I'll go see what happened. After saying that, she beckoned Zhao Anan to come forward, her kind voice full of comfort. Anan, can you help Grandma greet these brothers and sisters here? Zhao Anan nodded sensibly at the moment, but because she was still young, the fear and worry on her face were almost directly visible when she turned her head to look outside. Dean Zhao didn't care about that anymore. He opened the door and walked out in a hurry. There were 7 or 8 people coming. Except for the 2 middle-aged men in the lead, the others were all strong men. When Dean Zhao rushed to the gate, Zhao Ninian had already been lifted into the air by a strong man and was struggling constantly. Dean Zhao's kind expression suddenly turned a little panicky. Dean Zhao, what on earth are you doing? Hurry and put the child down. Nian Yin is still so young. What if she gets scared and gets into trouble? Dean Zhao, who was called, immediately stepped forward. He was one of the 2 middle-aged men in the lead. He was wearing a decent suit with a slightly protruding belly, an ordinary face, and a very harmless smile. Old sister, we are just joking with the children. Don't take it seriously. Dean Zhao was going crazy and wanted to go up and take Zhao Ninian back. The sturdy man who was holding Zhao Ninian took a step back when he saw this, not wanting to be touched by Dean Zhao at all. Bad guys. You bad guys, let me go. Seeing Dean Zhao's anxious look, Zhao Ninian became even more anxious and twisted faster in the air. Let Ninian go. Seeing this, the other children rushed forward all at once. However, the children were not strong enough to begin with, and many of them were disabled. Without any suspense, these children were subdued one by the strong man behind them. The sturdy man who was controlling Zhao Ninian was also annoyed by her uncooperative behavior. He directly lifted her up into the air and shook her. Don't move. Dean Zhao was terrified. When he turned to look at the 2 middle-aged men, he could no longer suppress his anger. What on earth do you want to do? Dean Zhao, who was just called by her, was still smiling, as if he didn't realize that Dean Zhao was about to collapse. He said slowly, Don't be so excited, elder sister. As he said this, he winked at the middle-aged man next to him, who immediately understood and spoke. Old sister, have you thought about the matter we discussed with you last time? Dean Zhao didn't care about that at all. Put the child down first. The strong men turned a deaf ear to it and only released the children one by one after getting a nod from the middle-aged man called Dean Zhao. Dean Zhao hurriedly patted the children's heads with concern, then hugged Zhao Ninian and comforted her for a while. Then he gently said to them, Be good. You 2 go find it first, okay? The children seemed to understand the current situation very well. They looked at each other and stood stubbornly in front of Dean Zhao. Dean Zhao saw this and immediately laughed again. Old sister, look how much these good kids are protecting you. Don't you want to give these children a better environment? Dean Zhao heard this and looked straight at Dean Zhao until his smile gradually faded. Then he spoke in a somewhat cold and stern voice. These children have already adapted to life here. I'm afraid they can't go to your holy light orphanage. When Dean Zhao said this, there was no trace of retreat in his tone. She herself was ill. So naturally, more than anyone else, she hoped that these children would be well taken care of after she was gone. But the Holy Light Orphanage had never been within her consideration. It would be fine if Dean Zhao really wanted to accept these children, but that is not the case. She didn't know why Dean Zhao suddenly changed his decision, but she still couldn't forget the arrogance on his face when she first wanted to ask him to take in these children. We in the Holy Light do not need these defective products that are not worthy of our attention and efforts. She remembered the man's exact words clearly. What's more, the current dawn has ushered in real hope because of a young girl. She would never allow these people in front of her to destroy the hope that the children had waited so hard for at this critical juncture. Dean Zhao was still smiling and looked very friendly. Old sister, you can adapt to the environment again. You can't let these children stay in the Dawn orphanage for the rest of their lives. We are willing to stay in Dawn forever. Zhao Ninian stood there, her body still trembling slightly, but her words were powerful. Go. We will not go to Holy Light. Seeing this, the other children hurriedly agreed. Dean Zhao's smile suddenly faded. He didn't even look at the children, but turned his gaze to Dean Zhao. Old sister, are you sure that the subsidy from above is enough to keep Shuguang going? Without waiting for Dean Zhao to reply, Dean Zhao smiled and said, Actually, the elder sister understands very well. Sometimes it may only take a word, and Shuguang may never get funding from above again. By then, how will the elder sister support these children? Seeing Dean Zhao's face turn red with anger, Dean Zhou's smile became even more intense. So, why are you so stubborn, elder sister? Based on the conditions of these children, they would probably never receive any attention from adoptive families in their lifetime in Dawn. But it will be different in Holy Light. We have people in Xinguang, and every year we receive sponsorship from caring people from all walks of life. If these children are really transferred to us, at least they don't have to suffer so much and learn to make handicrafts and sell them. Maybe I can still go to school. If this were in Xiguang, could you do it, elder sister? Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Dean Zhou knows better than anyone what the old man in front of him cares about most. So after he finished speaking with a smile, he stood there, waiting for the old man in front of him to say words of compromise to him. However, I didn't hear the compromise, and I saw a girl with a cool temperament holding a child's hand, walking slowly towards here from not far away. This is the first time I've seen the director of an orphanage being so arrogant. Chapter 185 Regret Coming to This World. Dean Zhou was subconsciously stunned for a moment. The girl who came over was dressed elegantly and had a very bright appearance. At first glance, she was obviously the daughter of a wealthy family. Dean Zhou has always been most cautious when facing people of this status. Especially the three other people walking behind the girl, they also looked very impressive. Dean Zhou immediately exchanged glances with another middle-aged man beside him, then smiled at Song Wan, the leader. Who is this lady? Song Wan also had a smile on her face, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She looked at Dean Zhou with a meaningful look. I heard that Dean Zhou is the director of the Holy Light Orphanage? Dean Zhou was confused about Song Wan's background, so he spoke more carefully. That's right. Did this lady misunderstand something? We came here today just to discuss with Dean Zhou how to deal with these children. The middle-aged man beside him also hurriedly chimed in. Yes, it's mainly because the environmental conditions in Xiguang are too bad. We are also doing this for the sake of these children. No way. When Zhao Ninian saw Song Wan appear, she straightened her back for no apparent reason, stared at the two of them, and said, You used to look down on us for being incomplete. How could you possibly do this for our own good? Dean Zhou and the middle-aged man beside him suddenly looked a little embarrassed, but Dean Zhou had obviously experienced many situations, and he quickly regained his composure, still with a kind smile on his face, and patiently looked at Zhao Ninian, who was hostile to him. Little friend, did you misunderstand something or mishear something? We also run an orphanage. How could we possibly say something like that? Who was held by Song Wan's hand, suddenly had a flash of fear in his eyes, and whispered to Song Wan. They really said that. Yin, and I heard it with our own ears. Grandma heard it too. It was also because of this that Grandma gave up the idea of sending them to the Holy Light Orphanage. Moreover, the brothers and sisters of Xinguang whom they met that day were also very unfriendly to them. Dean Zhou obviously didn't expect Zhao Ainin to say this, and his face suddenly became a little tense. He looked at Song Wan calmly, then hurriedly said, Little friend, you may have heard it wrong. We said that we at Xinguang did not have enough medical conditions to treat your problem at that time. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and wanted to touch the head of one of the children in front of him. However, after the child realized his action, he quickly took a few steps back and ran to the back. Dean Zhou saw this, but he was not angry. He smiled and spread his hands in the direction of Song Wan, but it's different now. We at Xinguang have just received assistance from the Rai Hospital and have sufficient conditions to treat these children, so we came to Dean Zhou. After saying that, he pointed to the middle-aged man beside Song Wan and the others and said, Look, this is Vice President Qian of Rai Hospital. If you don't believe me, you can go to Rai Hospital to verify it. Dean Zhou's words were very careful, but Song Wan and the others didn't believe them at all. Song Wan and Qing Lin are very vigilant. Qi Jing and Chu Yu also grew up in wealthy circles and have seen a lot of conspiracies and intrigues. Based on the actions of these people just now and the words said by the children, they would not easily believe that these people were really doing this for the children. So, Song Wan first gently called Zhao Ainin to Chu Yu's side, and then turned his gaze directly to Vice President Qian, who was standing in the front. Iori Hospital? If I remember correctly, this is also a private hospital. In terms of scale, it is far from the best in Kyoto. Vice Dean Qian didn't know what Song Wan was thinking, so he nodded modestly to Song Wan and said, That's right. We came here this time at the invitation of Dean Zhou to take a look at the conditions of these children so that we can provide some targeted treatment in the future. Ding, the host's current situation has been detected, so a random task is issued. Find out the conspiracy of Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian. If the mission is successful, You will be rewarded with carbon fiber manufacturing technology. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. If Song Wan had already suspected that the two people in front of him had some conspiracy against Xu Guang, after hearing what the system said, it was completely confirmed. Qing Lin, who was not far behind him, immediately took a few steps forward and walked in front of Song Wan. Song Wan's eyes moved slightly between the two middle-aged men in front of her, and then she whispered something in his ear. After listening to Song Wan's words, Qing Lin nodded without hesitation and left Shuguang Orphanage. Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian looked at each other and immediately became alert. "Miss, what are you doing?" Song Wan glanced at the two of them nonchalantly. "Oh, let him go buy some food. Any objections?" The two middle-aged men smiled and said they had no objection, but a strong man still quietly left their sight. Song Wan didn't care when she saw this. Since this man could keep up with Qing Lin, she lost. He pretended not to see anything and walked towards Dean Zhao. "Grandma Zhao, don't worry, they can't take anyone away with me here." Dean Zhao had already been unable to suppress the trembling in his heart when Song Wan appeared. When he heard Song Wan's comforting words, his heart felt even more sour. He tremblingly held the hand that Song Wan extended to him. "Good boy, thank you for your help." However, not far away, Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian could no longer sit still after hearing what Song Wan said. Dean Zhou, who was determined to win, looked even more anxious. "Miss, what do you mean by this? Hasn't our misunderstanding been explained? If you stop us here, won't this delay the children's treatment time?" Deputy Dean Qian beside him also hurriedly agreed. "The physical conditions of these children are not very good. In my opinion, they should receive comprehensive treatment as soon as possible." "No hurry." Song Wan turned her head slightly, and there was a smile in her eyes when she looked at the two of them, but her smile was obviously mixed with a bit of unquestionable coldness. It would be fine if it was just a simple fight for a position in the orphanage, but if it was really what she thought, then these two people in front of her would have to wait for her revenge. She will make them both regret coming into this world. The girl's gaze was clearly indifferent and without any cruel intent, but it still made the two middle-aged men's hearts tremble subconsciously. Even though there were so many strong men following him, he couldn't help feeling cold all over. Chapter 186. What I hate most in my life is the people of Sakura country. Dean Zhou was smarter after all. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately sent a text message to his mobile phone. When I saw the other party's reply, the stone in my heart finally fell down. Song Wan seemed to be oblivious to his actions. She just gently held Dean Zhao's hand and said softly, "Grandma Zhao, let's go back to the office first." Although the person in front of him was clearly just a young girl, Dean Zhao felt inexplicably at ease. He nodded directly into the girl's eyes, called the children, and walked into the orphanage. Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian looked at each other expressionlessly once again, and then hurriedly said, "Since my elder sister still needs some time to think about it, let's come back another day." Dean Zhou was smiling and pulling Vice Dean Qian beside him to go out, but just as they reached the door, they were stopped by someone. The people who stopped them were wearing the same black uniform and looked solemn, especially with such a dangerous thing on their waists. The two men immediately panicked. Dean Zhou subconsciously looked at Song Wan, who was helping Dean Zhao walk inside, and his smiling eyes finally showed some panic at this moment. He walked quickly to Song Wan and the others and spoke in a cautious voice. "Miss, what are you doing?" Song Wan didn't even turn her head. Although her voice was cold and indifferent, it didn't give them any chance to refute. "Don't Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian want to learn more about Xu Guang's situation? Why don't you come in and chat with us?" Chu Yu, who was holding Zhao Ainan's hand, saw this scene, and his eyes almost lit up when he looked at Song Wan. "I thought she was handsome enough, but damn, she can be even more handsome." If the occasion was right, she really wanted to rush over to Sister Wan and yell, "Sister, I can do it." Qi Jing wasn't in a much better condition either. He just stared at Song Wan without saying a word. In just one short day, her image seemed to be constantly refreshed. He stood behind her, staring at her back. Life is long, but he felt that he would never forget this day. And Vice Dean Qian at the back were not in such a good mood. They looked tremblingly at the unknown person blocking the door, and then looked at the sturdy man they brought over, who tried to rush out but was thrown back fiercely, and they looked at each other in silence. I had always been successful with these people, but today, as soon as they met, he was beaten back, and any discerning person could see that the gap between the two was not small at all. Dean Zhou held his cell phone tightly, as if only this could give him a sense of security. Vice Dean Qian beside him had already given up, so he quietly walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "Dean Zhou, what's going on?" What should we do? Dean Zhou held the phone tightly in his hand, and the sweat on his forehead was almost dripping. How does he know what's going on? It is obvious that the Dawn orphanage has no background at all. Who knows where such a strange girl came from? And the people around her are so mysterious. I have already notified Mr. Hasegawa. They will be here soon. Let's go in first. Vice President Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief and could only reluctantly follow Song Wan and the others. Mainly right now, there is no other choice. Dean Zhao's office was small to begin with, and it was already very crowded with Song Wan and her group and the children. Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian's group naturally couldn't squeeze in. The two stood outside the door and looked at each other. Finally, Dean Zhou smiled and asked in the office, "Miss, didn't you say that you wanted us to learn about Xu Guang's situation together?" Leaving them out in the open like this doesn't seem like the intention at all to let them understand the situation. The calm voice of the young girl soon came from the office. "How about you enjoy the scenery of dawn first?" Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian subconsciously looked at the few bare trees around them. Scenery? However, the girl obviously had no intention of paying any more attention to the two men. They just stood outside the door, and from time to time, they could hear the unbridled laughter of children coming from the office. Dean Zhou's teeth were almost broken by biting them. If he hadn't been a little confused about the situation, how could he have allowed these little beasts to climb over his head and run wild? Even the children of their holy light were respectful when they saw him. Now he was still standing at the door, and those little beasts were talking happily inside. Vice President Qian beside him was not in much better condition. He stood there and kept walking for several steps. When he realized that this did not calm his inner irritation, he stopped. In this way, they waited at the door for more than 40 minutes before several familiar voices were heard at the door. Dean Zhou felt as if he had found a life-saving straw and looked straight towards the door. "I saw a short man in a white coat standing at the door, arguing with those mysterious people. I could also vaguely see that there were a lot of people behind the short man in a white coat." Dean Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately pulled Vice Dean Qian towards the door. "As I got closer, I could faintly hear the short man speaking awkward Mandarin arrogantly to the men in uniform. "Baga, you guys are holding my employees hostage. You must give me a clear explanation. If the answer doesn't satisfy me, I will definitely make trouble for you guys." The words were harsh, but the next moment, the short man in the white coat and the bodyguard behind him were directly restrained and thrown into the yard. "President Zhou," Vice President Qian, helped the short man in the white coat up with a speech that was difficult to describe, and the light in his eyes seemed to be a little dim. The man named Hasegawa was helped to stand up by Dean Zhou, and his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the people at the door. "Do you guys know who I am? Even if your superiors came, they wouldn't dare to do this to you. You rude barbarians, how dare you push?" However, before he could finish his words, the gate of the orphanage had been tightly closed by those people. Then, one of the men in black uniform pressed a wooden gun directly against Hasegawa's forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about? The people of Sakura country are what I hate most in my life." Chapter 187, "I'm afraid you did something wrong." Realizing what was pressing against his forehead, Hasegawa suddenly didn't even dare to move. Dean Zhou, who was holding Hasegawa, staggered and almost fell to the ground. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Vice President Qian standing by was so frightened that he shrank back. In China, wooden warehouse branches are strictly prohibited. Could someone who could be equipped with such equipment so openly and take it out at the slightest disagreement be an ordinary person? Vice President Qian glanced around the small office vaguely, and suddenly the posture of the young girl who had just taken the lead came back to his mind over and over again. Although she was young, she did not seem to be at all panicked when faced with such a scene. Whether it is the clothes or the words and actions, you can tell that they are not ordinary people. But their original guess about her was that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. When Mr. Hasegawa arrived, the problem was solved. But they didn't expect that the girl's background was even more profound than they imagined. With such a group of people, he would never believe it if he said he had no red background. When he thought about what they had done being known by the Chinese officials, Vice President Qian's legs couldn't help but tremble. Just as he was thinking this, Song Wan also walked out of the office with his people. "Damn, are the reinforcements really coming? Or are they the Japanese?" Chuyu followed Song Wan and couldn't help but blurt out when he saw Hasegawa. It's really because Hasegawa's appearance is too characteristic of a Japanese devil. What era is this? He still has a mustache. Hasegawa and others who were surrounded by the people from Huanyu naturally heard what Chuyu said. If it were normal times, Hasegawa would definitely step forward to argue and sue this outspoken girl for defamation. But now there is a big thing above his head. Even though he knows that Japs is not a good name, he dare not say a word. Song Wan turned her gaze directly to Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian. Her cold voice was no longer as gentle as usual. When she looked at the two, there was even some subtle murderous intent in her eyes. While there is still time, why don't the two deans explain it to me in advance? Vice President Qian, who was already almost frightened, felt his legs go limp and he collapsed to the ground. He looked at Song Wan tremblingly, unable to utter a word. Dean Zhou was not much better. His face, which had originally looked very kind, no longer had a single smile on it. He smiled very cautiously at Song Wan. "What are you talking about, miss?" At this time, people from Huanyu had already moved out the chairs. Song Wan first helped Dean Zhao to sit aside, and then walked slowly to Vice Dean Qian. "It seems that Vice President Qian already knows what I am going to say." The girl's voice was clear and cold, and very pleasant to the ear, but no one in the room had the time to listen carefully. Especially Vice Dean Qian, who was facing Song Wan, realized that Song Wan was standing in front of him, and his face suddenly lost all color. I couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Song Wan then turned her eyes to Dean Zhou, who was standing beside her. "I heard that people would behave like this after they have done something wrong. What do you think, Dean Zhou?" Dean Zhou's whole body was stiff, and he looked at Hasegawa beside him for help. However, Hasegawa had no time to care about him at this time. He was concentrating on the wooden gun on his forehead, fearing that the person holding the wooden gun would accidentally fire it, and his life would be completely ruined here. Dean Zhou could only meet Song Wan's gaze tremblingly and laughed dryly twice, his voice indescribably hoarse. "Miss, you are joking. Vice President Qian is a doctor. How could he do anything wrong?" Song Wan chuckled softly, but to Dean Zhou's ears, this chuckle sounded more like a soul-soothing chuckle. Dean Zhou couldn't stop feeling cold as he stared at the girl. It was clearly still afternoon, and the sun was shining brightly on him, but he just felt cold all over. It feels as cold as being in an ice cellar. Who knows? Not all doctors can save lives. Old people often say that if you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Dean Zhou? Song Wan paused and looked at Dean Zhou with a bright and undisguised malice. "You say, could it be that Vice President Qian has really done something wrong?" "Yes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong." Before Dean Zhou could reply, Vice Dean Qian, who had already collapsed on the ground, could no longer bear this kind of atmosphere. He was exposed to the most incidents in his daily life, and he was almost certain that the girl in front of him must know something. He couldn't even imagine what she would do to him if she knew about this girl who had such a strong background, and whom even Mr. Hasegawa didn't fear at all. In other words, he actually knew how heinous what he did was. Vice President Qian felt his teeth chattering. It's not that he hadn't thought about the truth being revealed, but he thought that with Mr. Hasegawa around, he wouldn't have any problems at all. Song Wan didn't even look at him, but just waved gently towards Chu Yu and Qi Jing. The two men walked forward and listened to the girl's words, then nodded heavily. Then Chu Yu led the children towards the gate of the courtyard. "Sister Chu Yu is treating us today and will take us to a private amusement park." Song Wan looked at Qi Jing, who was still standing there, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Qi Jing took a few steps forward stubbornly, looking at Song Wan with a firm and serious look. "It's enough for the children to be looked after by Sister Chu Yu. I'll go with you." At this point, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the issues involved are definitely not trivial. Although Sister Yao asked him to call the girl in front of him sister, after all, she was not much older than him. He just didn't want to be treated by her as someone who needed to be protected. She is a girl, and he is a boy. When problems arise, it is the boy who should protect the girl. Song Wan met his serious gaze and did not force it. She just nodded slightly at him and looked away. Seeing that the girl in front of him hadn't said anything practical yet, Vice President Qian had already been tricked into confessing everything, so President Zhou hurriedly took 2 steps forward. "Vice President Qian, what nonsense are you talking about? Does your asthma come back?" Chapter 188. Yama, who came from hell. Song Wan sneered as he took in all his little movements. The coldness in his eyes intensified. Touched Vice Dean Qian's face on the surface, as if he was just trying to comfort him. But secretly, he pinched Vice Dean Qian's waist hard. Vice Dean Qian, who was originally a little dazed, suddenly came to his senses. His face was still pale, but his eyes were clearer. Song Wan watched coldly, but had no intention of stopping it. Instead, he sat down slowly on a chair beside him. Dean Zhou saw Song Wan's action out of the corner of his eye, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before he had time to think about it, the door of Shuguang Orphanage was opened again. The people in the field subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw the handsome man who had just stood behind the girl walking in with long legs. Immediately afterwards, a strong man followed in from behind. The difference is that the man walked in vertically, while the strong man was carried in horizontally. Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian couldn't help but look at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. There was no other reason. It was just because the strong man who was carried in was one of their own people whom they had just secretly ordered to investigate the whereabouts of the man. Qing Lin came in and walked straight towards Song Wan, without even looking at anyone else. Soon, a thick file bag was handed to Song Wan. Dean Zhou's heart sank. His sixth sense told him that he must not let the girl open the file bag, so he laughed dryly twice and said to Song Wan, "I guess you are a lady from an aristocratic family. If we have offended you in any way, please tell us directly and we will correct it. Or we can come to your house and apologize some other day, and you can just let us go." Deputy Dean Ikian, who was beside him, was pinched by him again and hurriedly said with a bitter face, "Yes, miss. Look at my health and asthma. If there is anything, if we do something wrong, just tell us directly and we will definitely change it." However, Song Wan seemed not to hear the two people's voices and directly opened the file bag in her hand. "Fuck." Qi Jing, who was sitting next to Song Wan, couldn't help but sat up directly, no longer caring about his manners. His pupils instantly widened. Song Wan's hand holding the file bag suddenly tightened, and his beautiful eyes turned completely cold in an instant. Attached to a pile of documents are the photos. The owners of the photos are children, both boys and girls, and without exception, they are all tied to the operating table. Next to the operating table, there were adults in white coats standing one after another. In photo after photo, there were doctors in white coats holding up organs that had just been removed from children's bodies and smiling brightly at the camera. Song Wan's murderous intent reached its peak in an instant when he saw this smile. This isn't a doctor at all. Each picture after another is shocking, as if it is hell on earth. It's this era. In this era when China is already prosperous enough, such a thing can still happen. The angrier he was in his heart, the calmer Song Wan's face became. "Qi Jing, please send Grandma Zhao out as well." There was a mixture of anger and worry in Qi Jing's eyes, but after meeting her gaze, he nodded at her. Dean Zhao was sitting farther away and did not see the contents of the file bag clearly, but he still realized something from Qi Jing's reaction. Without saying much, he just walked up slowly and shook Song Wan's hand. "Good boy, no matter what happens, don't be impulsive." She was not an ignorant woman, so she could naturally see that Song Wan's background was not ordinary. He also knew that she must have her own considerations for not allowing him to be present. Touched Song Wan's head with a gentle look, then slowly left with Qi Jing. Qi Jing took a few steps and turned back, looking at Song Wan with a worried look. "I'll be back soon." Song Wan responded indifferently. During this time, he had already read all the documents in the file bag. Dean Zhao was no longer in sight, so Song Wan sent 2 more people to guard the door. Then he took the photo and walked towards Hasegawa step by step. Hasegawa was still having his head pressed against by a wooden stick, and he dared not move. When he saw Song Wan coming over, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Song Wan ignored his actions, holding the photo in her left hand, and took the dagger handed over by Qing Lin with her right hand, playing with it and walking up to him. "Mr. Hasegawa, is it fun?" The girl's voice was originally cold and gentle, and there was even a barely perceptible smile in her voice. Although she looked like a pretty, gentle, and harmless girl, Hasegawa felt as if he saw the devil walking up from hell step by step. He stared at the dagger in her hand, his eyes widened unconsciously. "What are you going to do?" "I am." Before he could finish his sentence, the girl flipped her right hand slightly and cut off all the fingers of his right hand that he subconsciously stretched out to block in front of him. Suddenly, there were shrill screams like a pig being slaughtered in the venue. In particular, the broken part fell directly in front of Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian. Their bodies froze, and Vice Dean Qian was even frightened to the point of shaking, and a light yellow liquid flowed out from between his legs. This girl is simply a ghost that crawled out of hell. How could she just... Vice President Qian felt his body shaking uncontrollably, and even his gaze towards the girl became blurry little by little. The last one couldn't bear it anymore and finally fainted there. Dean Zhou was squatting next to Vice Dean Qian and naturally noticed that Vice Dean Qian had wet his pants, but now he was in no mood to worry about Vice Dean Qian anymore. The girl with a delicate face who was still playing with the dagger. He even felt that fainting like Vice President Qian was a kind of happiness. The expression on the beautiful face of the girl in their sight did not even change at all, and the cold voice then sounded carelessly in their ears again. "Oh, look at me, my skills are really no match for Mr. Hasegawa's doctors. I accidentally broke Mr. Hasegawa's hand." Hasegawa was in so much pain that he couldn't speak at all. Even his lips turned pale instantly. However, the girl only looked at the incision with interest and tilted her head in a simple tone. "Mr. Hasegawa, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Chapter 189. Dinjo, are you very loyal? Hasegawa looked at the girl in front of him with a pale face, his teeth chattering, and his eyes were full of fear. At this time, the girl just slowly spread out photos one after another in front of him, blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at him, and asked, "Mr. Hasegawa, are you in pain?" Pain? How could it not hurt? There is an old Chinese saying, "The fingers are connected to the heart." He finally realized it today. Just as he was shivering, the girl's voice rang in his ears again. "But I think it's not even 1/10 of what you did." The girl stood in front of him, dignified and calm, but Hasegawa's eyes were fixed on the dagger that was spinning in her right hand. He was afraid that the girl would accidentally touch any part of his body. Song Wan glanced at the trembling Dinjo, her eyes still full of murderous intent, but her voice was still very gentle. "It seems that Mr. Hasegawa doesn't want to talk to me." Hasegawa's eyes suddenly widened, and he wanted to step back, but the man in uniform behind him stood there. He doesn't want to talk. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. However, the girl in front of him did not give him time to explain. Her pleasant voice, with a hint of smile, rang out again. "Since Mr. Hasegawa doesn't want to talk, there's no point in keeping your tongue. Why don't I help you?" The cold sweat on Hasegawa's forehead suddenly burst out like a waterfall. "Devil? Where did this devil come from? Isn't it said that China's public security is famously good? Wooden cannons cannot be used in China? Isn't it said that China is very strict about these lynchings? She's just a little girl. How dare she?" Dinjo finally woke up from his dream and came to Hasegawa, tumbling and crawling. He looked at Song Wan with a look of deep fear, and even his voice was incoherent. "Miss, you can't do this. Hasegawa is from Sakura country. If something happens to China, then..." Having said this, he met Song Wan's smiling eyes that turned towards him slightly. His throat suddenly became dry, and he forgot what to say next. However, there were no stupid people present, and they naturally understood what he had not finished saying. Song Wan smiled and walked slowly to Dinjo. She pointed at the photos spread out on the ground with her dagger and said softly, "Is Dinjo also involved in these things?" Dinjo subconsciously looked at the enlarged photos and immediately staggered and collapsed there, looking at Song Wan with indescribable fear. No, I don't know. I don't know why you were so eager to stand up to protect your master. Dinjo, you are very loyal." The girl's voice was faint, but to Dinjo's ears, it sounded like a death bell. "I really don't know. I really don't know." Dinjo swallowed hard and regretted rushing over. However, if anything happened to Hasegawa here, he would still be punished to the point of being worse than death. There's a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. He has no choice at all. Song Wan picked up one of the photos and placed it directly in front of Dinjo. "You don't know? Then why do you want these children of Shuguang so hard? Didn't you despise them for being disabled before?" Dinjo looked stiffly at Hasegawa, who was huddled there and shaking nonstop, and then looked at Vice Dean Qian, who had already fainted. He felt a million regrets in his heart. I just wanted to give them the best treatment." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl in front of him kicked him directly. Dinjo didn't even see how the girl made the move before he felt a piercing pain in his legs. Then his legs uncontrollably knelt down, facing the photo on the ground. It took more than 10 seconds for him to react before shrill screams were heard from the orphanage again. Tense. He just felt that his tendons were broken. Vice President Qian was awakened by the scream. When he opened his eyes, he saw President Zhou kneeling there like a weak shrimp. His eyes moved slightly backwards, and sure enough, behind Dinjo, there was Hasegawa lying with an equally pale face. Vice President Qian's whole body couldn't stop shaking. If possible, he would rather remain unconscious like this. But the girl in front of him slowly withdrew her foot and said in a light voice, "It seems that Dinjo also knows how to repent for what he did." Vice President Qian? Even though he didn't see the whole process, he could roughly guess how Dinjo knelt down from what the girl had just done to Hasegawa. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to say a word or even fart. Although this girl is young, Her methods are even more powerful than theirs. If he disagrees with someone, he will cut off their fingers and kick their legs. If he had known that he would encounter such a thing when he came here today, he would never have done it no matter how great the benefits were. With an idea, Vice Dean Qian looked around and saw that no one seemed to notice him, so he wanted to close his eyes and pretend that he had not woken up yet. The next moment, he looked straight into the girl's clear and cold eyes. President Zhou is not very honest. I guess Vice President Qian won't follow in his footsteps, right? Vice Dean Qian met her smiling eyes, and his teeth began to chatter again. What do you want to know? Hearing this, Song Wan sneered, took a step forward, and sat on the chair again, speaking in a cold voice. Now it's not about what I want to know, but what Vice President Qian can say. Vice President Qian closed his eyes tightly and looked at the horrific photos on the ground. The last bit of defense in his heart was completely broken. It's Hyori Hospital. These days, Rai Hospital has been working on the latest technology. Qiandai. Dean Zhou was kneeling in front of him, and his eyes widened when he heard Vice Dean Qian's words. The girl in front of them was not a good person at all. If she knew what they had done, she would definitely not let them go. By then, they will be truly finished. It's really over. You. However, this time, before he could finish his words, the same muscle that was just kicked by Song Wan was kicked hard again. The sound of broken bones was really heard by everyone this time. Even the location is exactly the same. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Chapter 190, Everything is Over. Dean Zhou collapsed there uncontrollably, his vision blurred. He only saw a slender leg slowly retracted, then walked towards the girl. Before he could even say another word, a huge force hit him from behind again. Song Wan looked at Dean Zhou, who was stepped on the ground, and the coldness on her lips grew even stronger. She didn't want to say anything more, and simply gave a look to the security guard who was stepping on Dean Zhou. When the security guard saw the photos spread out on the ground, his anger towards these people had reached its peak. Now that we have the order, how can we let go of this opportunity easily? As the security captain leading the team this time, his skills and strength were originally top-notch. The next moment, he kicked hard directly at the heart. Inside the orphanage, the screams suddenly became weaker. However, the security guards around him were immediately unhappy and looked at the captain with disapproval. Captain, why are you so unprofessional? If you shattered someone's heart, how can you let him experience the feeling of having his organs removed? That's right, I just watched the 10 Ancient Tortures of China a while ago. If you really can't do it, let me do it. Speaking of torture, I have seen quite a few. In my opinion, the most suitable torture for this beast is Ling Qi, which means cutting one knife after another. You must not let people die prematurely. Dean Zhou couldn't bear it any longer after listening to these words. He fainted with his eyes rolled back. Hasegawa, who was lying beside him, began to tremble even more violently, and his eyes were full of fear and shrinking when he looked at Song Wan. My dear, I'm just a surgeon from Sakura country. I don't know anything. Song Wan didn't even look at him, but instead turned her gaze to Vice President Qian again. Vice President Qian panicked, and immediately a pool of light yellow liquid flowed out from between his legs. I said, the latest technology is actually organ transplantation. Hasegawa and his people said that people whose body functions have aged can extend their lifespan by transplanting young organs. Miss, I didn't participate in the operation. I really didn't participate. Vice President Qian's face was already covered with tears, and the look he gave Song Wan was filled with unspeakable fear. Song Wan's expression remained unchanged. He just turned his head slightly and looked at Qing Lin, who had just stood behind him. Qing Lin immediately understood and bent down slightly. His gentle voice rang out softly in the venue. Don't worry, Mississippi Rai Hospital has been controlled by our people from Huanyu. No one can escape. Universe. Hasegawa is not Chinese, so he doesn't know what the word Huanyu means. However, Vice President Qian knew it. He was not a high-ranking person and had only heard of the universe, but had never seen it with his own eyes. I didn't expect that the first time I saw him would be under such circumstances. Vice President Qian looked at the waists of these people in uniform with trembling eyes. No wonder they could use the wooden warehouse so openly. Finished. It's all over. I am willing to plead guilty. You, just hand me over to the Chinese court. Hasegawa is not stupid. When he sees the look on Vice President Qian's face, he knows that Huanyu is not an ordinary force. What's more, even if you don't know, you can roughly guess it. In a country like China, which has very strict regulations on wooden vests, It is obvious that anyone who walks on the street wearing a wooden vest like this cannot be a good person. However, after hearing what he said, the girl laughed softly. Song Wan slowly stood up from the chair, and when she looked at Hasegawa with her beautiful eyes, she already had a trace of undisguised sarcasm in her eyes. The court? Why do you think, Mr. Hasegawa, that I would hand you over to the court? If it is handed over to the court, the most you will get is a death sentence. Could not be solved by just a single blow. What's more, Hasegawa is not a Chinese. If he ends up finding the people above him, it won't be impossible for him to escape the blame. Hasegawa could naturally understand what Song Wan meant. He suppressed his fear and smiled at Song Wan in a flattering way. China is a country of etiquette. I already know I was wrong. Let me let you hand it over to the law for punishment. I will never say a word. This devil has a nice idea. Before Song Wan could say anything, the security guards from Huanyu couldn't help but speak up. I'm still dreaming. Fuck. I still haven't forgotten the massacre in Nanjing. These damn devils actually came to our Chinese territory again to do such unscrupulous things. I would be unworthy of my Chinese ID if I don't kill them. Fuck him. I'm going to go investigate torture right now. Hearing the disdainful comments of the crowd, Hasegawa was afraid that their words would affect Song Wan, the consul, so he spoke quickly. No, that's not the case. How can the affairs of Jinling be mixed up with the present? I have never been involved in the affairs of Jinling. You can't treat me like this. If the people of Sakura country knew that we were planning to execute him privately, it would cause a scene. It would definitely go international. I'm going to take me to court. I promise. I promise to plead guilty. Vice President Qian, who was not far away, heard these words. His face turned pale and he closed his eyes, letting his body shiver continuously. Finished. It's all over. Who the hell is Hasegawa? He actually dares to mention Jinling in front of this group of people. Vice President Qian closed his eyes and collapsed there completely. Hasegawa might have some influence, and it was very prominent to them. That was why they were so unscrupulous in doing things for Hasegawa. But now, what they kicked was a piece of iron plate that was impossible to kick. Just listening to their words and attitude just now, how could they let them go so easily? At this moment, Vice President Qian really regretted it. Sure enough, the girl in their eyes just curled her lips lightly, and her voice sounded calmly in their ears. Since Mr. Hasegawa has confessed his guilt, the man will be handed over to you directly. When the girl said the last sentence, her eyes were obviously directed at the people who had just said they wanted to study torture. Hasegawa's eyes suddenly widened. Even though he didn't quite understand what they had just said, he could tell something from their ferocious expressions. In an instant, he didn't even care about the pain in his hand and shouted at Song Wan, "No, no, what you are doing is against the law." Chapter 191 Shindahai. Are you crazy? Breaking the law? When Song Wan heard this, she just laughed out loud. The mockery in his eyes when he looked at Hasegawa became more intense. Only those who abide by the law are qualified to seek legal protection. But for people like you, the cold voice paused slightly, as if with a cold smile. For someone like you who doesn't take human life seriously, you are not qualified. Hearing this, Hasegawa looked at Song Wan with bloodshot eyes. I will obey your orders from now on. Comply with your bullshit. The people on the side were already angry, and they went forward to pull Hasegawa up. You're not a human being if you sell human organs, and you're from Sakura country. Add up the old and new hatreds, and you'll be lucky to die 100 times. That's right, Captain. Hurry up and shut him up so he won't say any more disgusting things. They did such a thing and got caught by them, but they still wanted them to hand the person over to the authorities directly. When everyone looked at Hasegawa, their anger was not concealed at all. The ones they harm are all the Chinese children. Some of the bad habits of the Japanese devils can never be changed. Hasegawa wanted to say something, but the next moment, his mouth was blocked by the wooden door. Song Wan watched the actions of everyone in the universe and had no intention of stopping them. She knew that if the higher-ups knew what Hasegawa and Hiyori Hospital had done, they would not let them off easily. But Hasegawa is not a Chinese after all. If other countries are involved, there is a high possibility that things will develop unexpectedly. Killing someone means paying with your life. If Hasegawa and the others didn't get the corresponding retribution after doing such unforgivable things, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Seeing Hasegawa being dragged away by the people from Huanyu, Vice President Qian, who was still standing there, hurriedly shook President Zhou beside him. Dean Zhou's eyelids moved slightly, but he showed no sign of opening his eyes for a long time. Vice Dean Qian immediately understood Dean Zhou's act of pretending to be unconscious, and then, in front of Song Wan and the others, he slapped him on the face. Dean Zhou, wake up! Actually, it was Dean Zhou who proposed to target Xu Guang and his group of kids. It didn't make sense for him to suffer here, while Dean Zhou, the instigator, could play dead in front of them. Depend on. Dean Zhou originally didn't want to open his eyes, but Vice Dean Qian didn't use all the force in the slap he received. He just felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had a concussion. This looks like there's another sneaky guy here. The security guard who had spoken most actively just now looked at the actions of the two, sneered instantly, and took a few steps forward. This is the first time I've seen someone faint and wake up after being slapped. Dean Zhou knew exactly who this person was mocking. But precisely because he knew it, Dean Zhou wanted to slap Vice Dean Qian, who slapped him unexpectedly into the mud. Vice President Qian seemed to have not noticed his angry look at all, and just said like a walking corpse, "Wake up, we are not fools. Whether you are pretending or not, people can tell at a glance." Looking up, I saw that the leading girl's eyes were calm when she looked at me. Song Wan slowly stood up and walked towards the two of them again. To be honest, she had an innate aversion to Hasegawa, a native of Sakura country. With the Nanjing massacre in mind, when she saw the photos of these children, she was filled with uncontrollable anger and murderous intent. But the two people in front of me are different. Song Wan blinked slightly and looked at the two people with a complicated look that they could not understand. When did you get involved? The two of them couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Vice President Qian was the first to react and pointed directly at President Zhou beside him. I only found out about it later. Dean Zhou? It was Dean Zhou who brought me to Rai Hospital. Dean Zhou, who was pointed out without hesitation, immediately widened his eyes and looked at Vice Dean Qian with eyes full of disbelief. Chindahai, are you King crazy? You bite anyone you catch. Didn't you say you were short of money and then volunteer to come in? In order to enter this industry, Qian Dahai stuffed a lot of money into him at the beginning. Vice Dean Qian subconsciously crawled back 2 steps. Even if this is the case, it was you who brought me in. Watching the two people arguing with each other, Song Wan's expression remained unchanged. After only 2 or 3 minutes, seeing that the two people had not yet come to any conclusion in the argument, Song Wan became a little impatient. There's really no need for you to argue so fiercely here. Song Wan's eyes swept over the two of them lightly, and his tone was very cold. I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you know what you did before? I know. Dean Zhou and Vice Dean Qian looked at each other when they heard this, and saw the fear and panic in each other's eyes. That's good to know. Song Wan collected the photos spread on the ground one by one. Without looking up, her words still reached the ears of the two. When you help people from other countries do such unscrupulous things, I'm sure you have considered your own fate. After Qing Lin helped collect all the photos on the ground, Song Wan slowly stood up. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Miss, please let me go this time. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. If I wasn't really short of money, I would never follow them to do such a thing. Vice President Qian suddenly exerted his strength and pushed President Zhou aside. He turned around and kowtowed to Song Wan, with tears and snot all over his face. Every day when I saw them doing it, miss, please believe me. What I said is true. Song Wan didn't even look at him, but directly took out a page of paper from the file bag and threw it in front of him. Vice President Qian subconsciously looked at the paper in front of him. In just a moment, the last trace of blood on his face disappeared without a trace. The piece of paper thrown in front of him contained nothing but the reason why he was short of money. Smoking drugs. He hadn't even come up with a complete excuse yet, and was even thinking about whether to say that his grandmother was sick or his mother had a terminal illness, but the girl in front of him blocked all his escape routes. There is no forgivable reason at all for following Hasegawa and others just for the sake of taking drugs. Chapter 192, Eliminating the Roots. Song Wan turned around slowly at this time, facing him, and said softly, "Time is of the essence, so I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Vice Dean Qian, who had already lost all hope, suddenly brightened up when he heard this. You tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it beautifully for you. I can too." Seeing this, Dean Zhou, who was left behind, hurriedly got up and looked at Song Wan with eyes full of desire for life. Song Wan didn't even look at him. Although what Qindahai just said was not entirely true, Dean Zhou had been involved in the whole thing from the beginning, so he did not lie. Those placed on the operating table were all children from the Holy Light Orphanage. The person in charge was none other than Director Zhou of the Holy Light Orphanage. Thinking of the persecuted children, Song Wan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The children of Holy Light were most likely aware of what Dean Zhou had done, but they had no way of spreading the news. That was why when the children of Dawn went to the Holy Light Orphanage, their attitudes were unfriendly. Only by conveying their unwelcome attitude to Nian Yin and Nin, the children of Shuguang may be protected from harm. And in fact, it is true. After Grandma Zhao and Yin Yin went to Xinguang once, they never thought of going there again. When Song Wan thought about the circumstances under which these children conveyed this information, his gaze towards Dean Zhou became even colder. Take him and Hasegawa away with him. The girl's voice was faint, but it instantly wiped out the hope in Dean Zhou's eyes. The people from Huanyu didn't say much and directly took Dean Zhou out. Only the few strong men they had just brought and Vice Dean Qian were left in the field. Vice President Qian watched President Zhou being dragged away, and his heart suddenly beat faster. Even breathing seemed to be a little slow. Song Wan didn't care whether he had recovered or not. Her cold voice once again rang in his ears. As the vice president, you know about the main participants in this matter, right? Vice President Qian heard that she was asking this question. He nodded hurriedly without hesitation for a moment. I know. Song Wan nodded indifferently. Now that you know, you can point it out when we go to Rai later. Vice President Qian was about to nod. He heard the girl's voice coming over again. It would be fine if what you pointed out is correct, but if you were wrong. The girl stopped here, but Vice President Qian already understood what she had not said. He nodded hastily and fiercely. No, I will tell you everything I know. Hearing him say this, Song Wan didn't say anything else but just nodded slowly towards Xinglin. Xinglin then tacitly had someone carry Vice President Qian, who was already limp and had no strength left, into the car. Hiyori Hospital is not far from Akabano Orphanage, and it only takes 15 minutes for the group to get there by car. Since Qinglin had already cleared the scene, the only people left in the hospital were the doctors and nurses from Rai Hospital and the people from the universe who had surrounded the place tightly. Even when the security guards lifted Vice President Qian out of the car, it didn't get much attention. It was not until he walked into the hospital and saw a few familiar faces that Vice President Qian perked up and immediately began to identify them. Those familiar people were all recorded one by one before they could even react to what was happening. Consistent with the information found in the survey, Rai Hospital is divided into two parts. The first part is the ordinary hospital part, which is used to block the view. The doctors and nurses inside are mostly unaware of those things. The other part is the area inside where the operations are performed. These areas are built on the basement level of the hospital, and through several rooms filled with equipment, you can find the actual locations of those areas. There are not too many doctors inside, but not too few either, and they are all experienced experts in surgery. Song Wan brought everyone to this area. The people from Huanyu had already completely controlled the doctors and nurses inside. Song Wan took a rough look and saw that there were about 20 people in total, more than a dozen of whom were from Sakura country. Bugga. Do you know who we are? How dare you Chinese people break into our hospital? Hurry up and let us go. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. The dozen or so people from the Sakura country, only these two spoke the Chinese language, while the rest of them spoke the Sakura country language in its true gibberish. No one in the world could understand what those people were saying, but Song Wan and Qinglin heard it clearly. Ignoring the shouting of these people, Song Wan took Qinglin and walked into the innermost laboratory with heavy steps. As soon as he entered the laboratory, the anger in Song Wan's eyes could no longer be suppressed. There were 5 special beds in the laboratory, and almost every bed had dried bloodstains on it. Next to the bed, there are various instruments. With just one look, one can imagine how these people use their instruments to torture the children of Holy Light. After taking a deep breath for a few minutes, Song Wan finally calmed down her thoughts, turned her head, and looked at Vice President Qian indifferently. Take a good look at these people. Are they the ones you remember? Vice Dean Qian didn't dare to be perfunctory. He opened his eyes wide and looked at them one by one. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said to Song Wan, "One woman is missing." Vice President Qian's voice was resounding, and when his eyes swept over the controlled people again, his tone was very certain. She is a woman who is very good at heart. She is about 35 years old and has 2 conspicuous moles on the right side of her face. However, just as she finished her words, she saw the handsome man who had been following the girl walking towards her step by step, dragging a woman. The woman being dragged had obviously fainted. Vice President Qian was frightened again, and then he heard the man gently say to the girl, We have made it to the hospital ahead. If we were a step later, we would have been out of the hospital gate." Hearing this, Song Wan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the woman. He played with the dagger that had cut Hasegawa's finger before in his hand, chuckled, and slowly walked forward. The cold dagger was gently placed against the woman's face, and just as the blade was moving inward, the woman's eyes suddenly opened. You guys should not go too far. If you dare to do anything to me, the Ren family will not let you go." Chapter 193. Still queuing? Stop being funny. Ren family. Song Wan looked at the woman in front of him and frowned immediately. The woman thought that Song Wan knew the seriousness of the matter, and her fear was immediately reduced. It's the Ren family. Even in the entire Kyoto, the Ren family is one of the most important. If you really dare to touch me, I guarantee that your final fate will be even worse than mine. TSK. Before Song Wan could say anything, Qi Jing, who had just rushed over, could not help but sneer. "You talk as if the entire Kyoto is the sphere of influence of the Ren family. How shameless." The woman turned her head subconsciously, and the moment she saw Qi Jing's appearance, her face instantly turned ugly. "Young Master Qi?" Someone who knows Qi Jing's identity. Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly, then turned her head and met Qi Jing's gaze. Originally, it was just because of Ren Dongchen's impression that she didn't have a good impression of the Ren family. If the Ren family is really involved in the incident at Rai Hospital, then it's not just Ren Dongchen. The entire Ren family no longer has any need to exist. Qi Jing came to Song Wan, a little out of breath, met Song Wan's gaze, and nodded affirmatively. Ren Dongchen's father, Chairman Ren, was hospitalized due to heart failure a year ago. Ren Dongchen then took over the Ren family's company little by little. When Qi Jing said this, his eyes suddenly changed. The hospital where Chairman Ren works is a private hospital of the Ren family. Should we go over and take a look now? If the incident at Rai Hospital is really related to the Ren family, then most likely there is something wrong with the Ren family's private hospital as well. Not to mention, the old chairman of the Ren family was still in the hospital due to heart failure. Isn't the woman in front of me best at heart surgery? Sure enough, after hearing Qi Jing's words, a hint of fear flashed in the woman's eyes. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he was carried out of the Ren family. His gaze paused for a moment on Qi Jing and Song Wan, and then immediately shifted elsewhere, and his mouth closed tightly. There was nothing wrong with what she said before. The Ren family was one of the most wealthy families in the whole of Kyoto, and few families would not give them face. However, if the Qi family gets involved, the situation will be different. Compared with the Ren family, the Qi family is still much stronger. Although both are wealthy families at the top of the pyramid, the Qi family's background is even stronger than that of the Ren family. Song Wan saw the woman's expression and just curled her lips slightly, with a hint of obvious mockery in her eyes. "Then let's take this doctor with us to meet the old chairman of the Ren family." The woman's eyes suddenly changed. As soon as her hand, which was tucked into her sleeve, moved, a crisp sound of broken bones was heard in the air. Qinglin slowly withdrew his hand, and then handed the mobile phone hidden in the woman's sleeve to Song Wan. "Miss, this is a number without any remarks." Song Wan took the phone and looked at it, looking at the woman with a painful expression meaningfully. "Don't worry, you'll see her soon anyway. If you have anything to say, wouldn't it be clearer if you said it to the person in person?" The girl's voice was light, with a hint of obvious amusement. The woman's face turned pale when she heard it. If she were really taken to the Ren family as hospital like this, regardless of whether the Ren family would be in trouble, she would be seriously injured if she didn't die. However, Song Wan did not give her a chance to choose. She just gave Qinglin a look, and the few of them took the woman back into the car. The Ren family's private hospital is located on the outskirts of Kyoto, about half an hour away from here. When the group arrived at the Ren family's private hospital, they happened to meet Ren Dongchen, who had just walked out of the hospital gate. Ren Dongchen's sharp eyes saw Song Wan and Qi Jing, who were leading the group, and he immediately came over in surprise. "Miss Song, are you sick?" As for Qi Jing beside him, he simply chose to ignore him. However, Qi Jing did not ignore his intention. He took the next step forward and stood in front of Song Wan. "What? Young Master Ren wants to ask about the treatment at the hospital?" Ren Dongchen's expression became even more surprised when he heard this. He glanced at Qi Jing and paused when he looked at Song Wan. Then the corners of his mouth rose little by little. "This is our Ren family hospital. What's wrong with Miss Song? I can arrange for you to be admitted to the VIP ward directly." Although the Qi family is wealthy and powerful, they do not have a private hospital under their control. But the Ren family is different. Their private hospital is quite well known in Kyoto, and even has several departments that are the best in the whole of Kyoto. Feeling that he had guessed the core of the matter, Rin Dongshin's smile became even deeper when he looked at Song Wan. Song Wan had lost his face several times in front of everyone, and now he no longer wanted this woman to be the mistress of their Rin family. But if you go to the Rin family's private hospital for treatment, you have to pay something, right? For example, beg him in person. Of course, this has to be done in front of everyone. Thinking of this, Rin Dongshin's smile became even more intense. I'll be there, and Miss Song won't even have to wait in line. How about that? Stop being funny. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Jing's voice came directly towards him. Rin Dongshin subconsciously turned his head and looked at Qi Jing, who was standing in front of Song Wan. He saw a look of disdain and ridicule on the young man's face. Is it the same as the fact that your Rin family's hospital has many patients? As a private hospital, Rin's hospital charges much higher fees than ordinary hospitals. This alone has screened out 70% of the people. And the remaining 30%? Qi Jing looked at Rin Dongshin coldly, with no concealment of the sarcasm on his face. The remaining 30% don't just come to Rin's hospital. Still queuing, stop being funny. Rebuked by Qi Jing in front of everyone. The smile in his eyes, which had originally been full of smiles, gradually faded. I don't know how many patients there are, but if I were you, I wouldn't be so stupid as to offend the person in charge of the hospital while treating the patients. Qi Jing only glanced at him lightly and said, if I remember correctly, your father is still the head of this hospital. Rin Dongshin was so angry that he laughed. Is there any difference between my father and me? Everyone knows that he now has a say in the Rin family. Qi Jing's expression remained unchanged. We are here because we want to discuss cooperation with the old chairman of the Rin family in person. Why don't you take us there directly, Mr. Rin? Chapter 194, but what I want is the destruction of the entire Rin family. Rin Dongshin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Are you here to look for my father? The two people opposite him didn't say anything. Rin Dongshin thought for a moment and then said to them, my father's illness has not yet healed. He needs to rest. If there's any cooperation, it's the same as if you talk to me. Qi Jing met his eyes expressionlessly. I'm afraid Master Rin can't afford this cooperation. Seeing that Rin Dongshin's face turned ugly again, Song Wan also stood up at the right time. The cooperation we are discussing this time involves your entire Rin family. Young Master Rin, why don't you take us to meet the old chairman? Song Wan's voice was calm and cool, which immediately attracted Rin Dongshin's attention. Rin Dongshin's gaze paused for a moment on the girl's delicate face, and then he narrowed his eyes. I wonder what kind of cooperation Miss Song is talking about? After saying this, he looked directly at Song Wan and added calmly, after all, not every collaboration can disturb my father's rest. I believe Miss Song is so smart that she can understand this. Song Wan didn't rush to speak, but just gave Qing Lin a look calmly. The next moment, a woman in a white coat was pushed out of the car. The smile in Rin Dongshin's eyes disappeared the moment he saw the woman. The whole face was replaced by a serious and cold expression. Miss Song, what does this mean? When the woman saw Rin Dongshin, the anxiety on her face became even more intense. She wanted to remind Rin Dongshin something, and her eyes fell on the people around her. But in the end, she didn't have the courage to speak. Song Wan directly asked Qing Lin to bring the woman to him, and then looked at Rin Dongshin with a slight smile on his face. I wonder if we are qualified to meet Chairman Rin now. The girl's voice was still light and calm, but Rin Dongshin, who was standing opposite her, could not calm down at all. His eyes passed Song Wan and went straight to the woman who had just been taken out of the car. Sister Chung, why are you with Song Wan and the others? It's not that Rin Dongshin was not calm enough. It's just that the matter involving the woman in front of him was too important. So important that any disturbance could endanger the entire Rin family. The woman called Sister Chung gritted her teeth and didn't dare to say anything extra. She could only give Rin Dongshin a look without saying anything. Rin Dongshin followed her gaze and saw several men in uniform. After seeing the iconic badges worn on the chests of these people, Rin Dongshin frowned even more. People from the universe? Then, as if he remembered something, his eyes once again turned straight to Song Wan in front of him. Did you call this person? Song Wan smiled noncommittally. Could it be that Master Rin wants us to stand in front of the hospital entrance and talk? Rin Dongshin glanced at Sister Ching again and finally nodded to Song Wan. Come with me. After saying that, when Song Wan and the others were about to step forward, he took a few steps forward and said to Song Wan in a low voice, What does Miss Song want? You might as well tell me in advance. Song Wan just glanced at him and said softly, I'm afraid Master Rin can't give me what I want. Hearing this, Rin Dongshan's face relaxed instead. It's good to have what he wants. He is afraid of those who come just to cause trouble. After all, people from the universe still have a strong deterrent effect. Approached Song Wan again and said in a low voice, I can let Miss Song invest in this private hospital. What do you think, Miss Song? Song Wan had no intention of paying attention to him, but Qi Jing on the other side came over and looked straight at Rin Dongshan with an indescribable amusement on his face. I'm here too. Why didn't Master Rin mention that I could invest as well? Rin Dongshan rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. He still couldn't figure out Song Wan's background. Judging from the power she had revealed so far, she could be said to have a decent background. But Song Wan's base camp is obviously not in Kyoto. Even if she was given shares in the hospital, she couldn't do anything. Could Qi Jing do the same? The Qi family and the Rin family are both wealthy families in Kyoto. If the Qi family gets involved, there is no guarantee that this private hospital will be eaten away bit by the Qi family. So, Ren Dongshan smiled at Qi Jing without any sincerity and said in a cold tone, Mr. Qi, you were joking. I guess the Qi family doesn't need this little bit of shares. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the top floor of the hospital. This hospital has a total of 8 floors. The 8th floor is obviously much more luxurious and relatively more confidential. As soon as the few people got out of the elevator, several security personnel came to greet them. Only when he saw Ren Dongshan did he retreat again. Ren Dongshan looked calmly at the people from the universe who were following them, and finally brought them to the innermost ward. It's called a ward, but the area of the room is even comparable to that of a presidential suite, and its facilities are luxurious enough to be seen at a glance. There were even 2 beautiful and tall maids in the room. The person half sitting on the hospital bed was probably the old chairman of the Ren family. He looked to be about 50 years old, with some white hair visible on his head. The most obvious thing was his face, which was obviously 50% similar to Ren Dongshan. Dad. Sure enough, the next moment, several people saw Ren Dongshan speaking directly to the man sitting on the hospital bed. Chairman Ren turned his head following the voice, and his expressionless face suddenly changed when he saw the woman in white not far behind Ren Dongshan. Cheng Xian, why are you here? Without waiting for Cheng Xian's reaction, he looked directly at Ren Dongshan, with obvious dissatisfaction in his eyes. You brought the person here? Ren Dongshan naturally knew how much his father cared about what Cheng Xian had done, and he quickly waved his hand. Before he could say anything, the girl behind him slowly walked up to him. You look so good. It seems that Chairman Ren's heart surgery went very well. There was a chill in the cold voice, causing Chairman Ren to turn his gaze directly to her. Looking at this young girl, Chairman Ren frowned immediately. What do you mean by that? Ren Dongshan hurriedly stepped forward upon seeing this, turned around and looked at Song Wan and said coldly, I've already said that I can give some of the shares of this hospital to Miss Song. Why is Miss Song still so aggressive? Aggressive? Song Wan chuckled, and her gentle voice spoke slowly in the ward. But what I want is for the entire Rin family to be completely destroyed. Chapter 195. My head is full of mush. As soon as the girl said this, Chairman Ren and Rin Dongshan in the ward were all stunned. After a long time, Chairman Ren finally laughed, looking at Song Wan with mockery in his eyes. Little girl, you know there are some things you can't talk about casually. After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at Qi Jing. His slightly cloudy eyes were full of meaning. Even if the head of the Qi family was here, he wouldn't dare to say anything that would destroy my Rin family. After saying that, he turned his eyes to Song Wan and said, If you are relying on this little guy's power to say such things, then you are making a wrong calculation. Although the Qi family is slightly stronger than their Rin family, they are generally about the same. Trying to annex the Rin family through the Qi family. Huh. Song Wan tilted her head slightly towards him, her eyes lingering on the woman beside her. Cheng Xian for a moment. Chairman Ren, do you think that privately harming children and transplanting their organs is enough? As soon as the girl finished speaking, Chairman Ren, who had been calm, suddenly changed his expression and subconsciously looked at Cheng Xian, who was standing next to the girl. Cheng Xian met his gaze without saying anything, but her extremely ugly expression said it all. Chairman Ren looked at the girl steadily, his eyes dimmed slightly, and then he spoke again with a complicated expression. I still don't know where this lady is from. Song Wan tilted her head slightly and said in a clear voice, It doesn't matter which family I am from. What matters is what role the Rin family plays in this matter. It's enough for me to know this. Ren Dongshan saw that Chairman Ren was so angry that his face began to turn red. He hurriedly stepped forward to block Ren's father's sight, then turned around and said to Song Wan with a stiff expression, "Miss Song, why do you have to go through so much trouble? Just ask directly for what you want." The Ren family was the original instigator of this matter. After Ren's father suffered heart failure, they imitated foreign hospitals and did it. As it turned out, the decision was correct. At the very least, Ren's father's health has obviously improved now. Thinking of this, Ren Dongshan's voice to Song Wan was even more persuasive. Besides, we are not like other hospitals that steal other people's children on the street. Those children were originally orphans, and it was a great blessing for them to be able to be of use in this matter. Besides, whether it's you or Qi Jing, we are all the same kind of people. How can the lives of people like us who are at the upper level be compared with the lives of ordinary people? After all, no one is not afraid of death, and this research can help people like them extend their lives a little longer. Just for this reason, I believe no one can refuse. However, he did not expect that after he said this, whether it was Song Wan and Qing Lin in front of him, or the people from the universe standing behind Song Wan, their faces turned cold when they looked at him. Song Wan's originally pleasant voice now sounded like it was soaked in ice, making people feel cold all over. Does Mr. Rin think that he is doing a great deed by not stealing other people's children in the street? Are children in orphanages no longer children? The lives of these people cannot be compared with the lives of ordinary people. So fuck it. When Song Wan thought of the miserable state of the laboratory he had seen when he went to Rai Hospital before, he wished he could eat the person in front of him alive. How shameless do you have to be, or how weak your sense of morality is, to think that exchanging someone else's life for your own is a great blessing? After getting the girl's affirmative answer, the security captain next to him didn't say anything else and punched the man in the face. Because he didn't hold back, the teeth in Ren Dongshan's mouth flew out in an instant. Chairman Rin still cared about his son very much. Seeing this, he stood up from the bed and pointed at the two beautiful maids and said anxiously, "What are you still standing there for? Go call someone. Go help your master." The two maids looked at each other. Their gaze paused on the sturdy figure of the security captain, then looked at the group of burly men behind them, their eyes almost rolling up to the sky. Doesn't this old man have any idea what they are here for? Letting these two powerless girls deal with a man who could break the young master's teeth with one punch. This old man must have gone crazy, right? Seeing the two maids frozen in place, as if they were frightened and unable to recover for a long time, Chairman Rin no longer counted on them and turned around and pressed the button behind him. Song Wan had no intention of stopping him and just nodded to the security captain again. The next moment, he swung his fist towards Ren Dongshan with even greater force than before. Ren Dongshan's screams were heard again in the ward. Chairman Rin opened his eyes wide and could only see that his son's face had swelled up like a pig's head at the speed of light. "Stop! Stop it right now! Who gave you the courage to do this in our Ren family hospital? When the bodyguard comes over soon, he promises that he will make these people regret coming here." However, after waiting for a long time, until Ren Dongshan had been beaten so hard that he was breathing more than exhaling, still no one came up. Chairman Rin then realized something was wrong. He turned to look at Song Wan with a sharp look in his eyes. "Did you do this?" Song Wan chuckled. "Chairman Rin, what you said is funny. Do you think we would come here directly without any preparation?" Chairman Rin's eyes changed slightly, and then he thought of something. He took the glasses from the table beside him and put them on. Sure enough, when the world became clear, he saw the uniforms worn by the team of people in uniform and the badges on their chests. People from the universe? Chairman Rin took a deep breath and looked calmly at Ren Dongshan, who was lying on the ground wailing softly. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. They brought people from the universe here, but he actually brought them in front of him so openly? What are you talking about, giving people shares in the hospital? If Ren Dongshan hadn't been beaten badly, he really wanted to open his brain to see if it was filled with paste. Ren Dongshan naturally could not hear what his old man was thinking. The people who beat him seemed to be born to do this job, and they beat him hard on various unknown parts of the body. Before this, he would never have thought that Song Wan and Qi Jing would dare to attack him on the Ren family's territory. He was in so much pain that he wanted to faint, but his head was too clear to be clear. He felt pain here and there, and there was not a single place on his body that didn't hurt. Chapter 196. The Ren family. She will execute them. Song Wan glanced at Ren Dongshan indifferently, without any change in her expression. For those for whom this logic no longer makes sense, getting started is often the best option. Chairman Rin looked steadily at the girl who was unperturbed by fame or criticism and wanted to get up from his seat on the hospital bed, but his body had not recovered yet, and his efforts were in vain. In the end, he had no choice but to clench his hands tightly at his sides and finally spoke to the girl in a compromised manner. How about giving you 20% of the Rin family's shares? After Chairman Rin said this, he was even imagining the subsequent negotiations. After all, in his eyes, there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by money. If there is, it must be because there is not enough money. What does it mean to have 20% of the Rin family's shares? Just by waiting for the distribution of money every year, you can earn hundreds of millions. The most important thing is that this is money that you get for free without paying anything. What does the Rin family's private hospital shares count for? What he promised now was the shares of the entire Rin family. However, after hearing his words, the girl did not look as surprised as he imagined. Instead, she smiled at him gently, with an endless coldness in her smile. It would be better to keep Chairman Rin's shares and confiscate them. Was determined to kill the Rin family. Chairman Rin was really panicked at this point, and he started coughing violently. It took him a while to recover, and he looked at Song Wan as if he was a madman. Do you have any deep hatred with our Rin family? The girl in his sight looked indifferent. Yes, I had it when I saw Haiori's laboratory. People still cannot forget the humiliation of Jinling. How is what the Rin family is doing to the children of the Holy Light Orphanage different from what the Sakura country did to the people of Jinling before? No, there is still a difference. The incident in Nanjing was an unforgivable crime committed by the people of Sakura country against the Chinese people, and now, the ones who murdered their children have become their own Chinese people. Thinking of this, Song Wan's gaze toward Chairman Rin became even colder. Chairman Rin has been shrewd all his life, so how could he not sense this emotion? He immediately changed his tone. What good will it do you to do this? What's more, those children's lives can't be brought back. He was not the only one who came to their private hospital for this type of surgery. Once people have money, what they lack most is time in life. When faced with an opportunity to prolong their lives, few people can resist the temptation. The girl in front of me is just relying on her young age. If she really reached his age, her choice would probably not be much different from his. He thought so in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. Well, as long as you let our Rin family go this time, we will never do such a thing again, okay? In addition, every year, we will take out 30% of the money from the shares to support orphans across the country. Isn't this more meaningful? Having said that, he looked at Song Wan calmly. As long as today's incident is over, with his connections in the Rin family, it will be more than enough for him to deal with a little girl. After all, there are many wealthy people tied to the Rin family's boat. However, Song Wan seemed to know what he was thinking and turned to look at Qing Lin. Have you found out all the people who came to this private hospital for surgery? Qing Lin nodded immediately and even glanced at Chairman Rin before slowly saying, I've checked everything. Then, Chairman Rin heard one familiar name after another from Qing Lin's mouth. The father of the general manager of Taoyi Entertainment, Wang Mingyi. Chairman of Binbin Business, Wang Shou. Hongqi Software founder, Qian Fuqiang. Nothing is left out. After listening to this, Chairman Rin's hair stood on end. When he looked at Song Wan, fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. These people are also well-known figures in Kyoto. When they come to him for surgery, everything is kept secret. He couldn't imagine how the girl in front of him got this information in such a short time. In other words, the background of the girl in front of him was probably much more profound than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Chairman Rin's expression became even more embarrassed. Fortunately, he had previously thought that the girl wanted to use the power of the boy from the chief family to ask for benefits. Now it seems that it is still unknown how much chance the chief family has of winning against her. He took a deep breath and finally said to the girl with all his strength, How about you let this matter go and I hand over all the transplant surgery results and talents to you? Even if you don't need it yourself, little girl, are you sure your family doesn't need it either? As a human being, everyone will experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. He doesn't believe that there is anyone who is not afraid of this. However, the girl in front of him only glanced at him, and her cold voice had already reached his ears. I think it's not bad to follow the laws of nature. If all the rich people in the world used this method to fill the gaps in their bodies, the world would probably become a purgatory. Chairman Rin was about to say something when he saw the girl in front of him suddenly laugh softly, and then said to him, Would Chairman Rin like to read the latest news reports? When Chairman Rin heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a very bad premonition swept over his chest. Without caring about other things, he quickly turned to the two maids and said, "You guys, why don't you turn on the screen for me?" The two maids were obviously very adept at these small matters. Without any hesitation, they directly turned on the screen in front of Chairman Ren. Without even needing Chairman Ren to say anything more, the two of them had already very considerately found the latest news reports about the Ren family and played them for Chairman Ren. The scene begins with the shocking laboratory of Rai Hospital. Even with mosaics, one can still feel a chill. The report not only clearly described everything that the laboratory of Rai Hospital did, but also directly pointed out the relationship between Rai Hospital and the Ren family. The most important thing is that the one reporting this incident is the most authoritative one. Chairman Ren's eyes widened, and his hand trembled as he pointed at Song Wan. You actually dared." Before he could finish his words, he felt his head buzzing, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Chapter 197. When I grow up, I will make something better for my sister. TSK. Qi Jing was enjoying the scene, but suddenly he saw the old man fainted, and he was speechless instantly. How come this person's ability to bear pain has decreased as he ages? Song Wan slowly turned her head and looked at him without saying anything. She took a few steps forward and, under the trembling gazes of the two maids, she took out a silver needle from somewhere and inserted it into Chairman Ren's philtrum. Qi Jing's eyes widened, and he subconsciously wanted to step forward to stop him. "Don't be so impulsive, okay? He's already in this state. Why do you still need to do it yourself? Sacrifice yourself for a person whose half-body is already buried in the ground." However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Chairman Ren, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly waking up. Qi Jing opened his mouth wide and looked at Song Wan with even more disbelief. Chairman Ren didn't know so much. When he opened his eyes, he was faced with the face of the devilish little girl. All the things that happened before he fainted came to his mind again. Suddenly, everything in front of my eyes turned white. Before I could even sit up, I heard the little girl's voice ringing slowly in my ears. "You were watching the news. Why did you faint?" Song Wan slowly put away the silver needle, hiding his merit and fame. Fainting is the best way to avoid the next punishment. How can she bear to watch this old man not face the problem? After being reminded of this, Chairman Ren almost subconsciously propped himself up and looked at the screen again. It didn't matter what he saw. Chairman Ren, who had just been awakened, immediately covered his heart with his hands. On the screen, the reporter was giving a general summary of his condition, and the only thing missing was saying that the heart he received as a transplant after he suffered heart failure was not from a legitimate source. This is almost equivalent to directly denying his entire life. Chairman Ren stared at the screen intently, feeling his heart beating fast. Although his son Ren Dongshin acted boldly, he himself was different. He always cared about his reputation, and his external image was always gentle and charitable. Over the years, I have done a lot of work to maintain this image, but now it's all ruined. Because of those unwanted children, his family business and personal reputation were all ruined. Chairman Ren supported himself and sat on the hospital bed. His heart, which had been in perfect harmony with his original owner, seemed to have finally remembered that it was not in the body of its original owner, and began to make a fuss. Ren Dongshin, who was struggling on the ground, finally noticed his old father, and a flash of panic flashed across his eyes. "Doctor, call a doctor!" However, the doctor did not come, but instead a group of policemen in uniform holding silver chains came. The leading police officer seemed to have known the situation here for a long time. As soon as he came in, he nodded to Song Wan and his group, and then directly handcuffed Ren Dongshin on the ground and Chairman Ren on the hospital bed. Chairman Ren covered his chest and looked at the silver chain on his hand. He felt a throbbing sensation in his temple and was about to faint again. However, this was not the end. The police did not even give them a chance to speak and directly took the two away. In some cases, criminals are allowed to wear coverings to protect their privacy. This time, it was not known whether the leading police officer forgot and only ordered people to put a mask on Ren Dongshin, who had turned into a pig's head, while the old Chairman Ren was taken out in broad daylight. For Chairman Ren, who has always valued face more than anything else, this situation is tantamount to public execution. However, before he had time to think about anything, the next moment the flashlights started shooting at him frantically. "Excuse me, how did the Ren family work with the Rai Hospital to do such a cruel thing? Mr. Ren, did your heart really come from the Holy Light Orphanage? Has the Ren family always been seeking benefits for themselves in this way? How long has it been going on?" Questions came one after another, and Chairman Ren's hands with silver chains could not stop shaking. In the past, there were so many reporters vying to interview him, talking about the good deeds he had done or the successful initiatives he had taken after becoming the head of the Ren family. But now, one by one, they all wanted to trample him into the mud. Song Wan and others stood at the window on the 8th floor of the hospital and took in the entire scene. Qi Jing couldn't help but give Song Wan a thumbs up and asked, "When did you find that reporter to report on the laboratory?" The most important thing is that no one dares to question the authority of that family. It goes without saying that it would take a lot of effort to get them to willingly disclose such dark matters. Song Wan looked at Chairman Ren and Ren Dongshen being taken to the police car in public and said in a clear and gentle voice, "For some things, the public always has the right to know the truth." Only after everyone had left did Song Wan walk out of the hospital. When I got off the bus again, I was already at the gate of the Holy Light Orphanage. Qing Lin got out of the car first and then opened the door for Song Wan. "Miss, we have already cleared out the people inside. Those who should be sent and have already been sent in. A few people who committed serious crimes have also been taken away by the people from Huanyu." Song Wan nodded and walked straight in with everyone. The Holy Light Orphanage is much bigger than Dawn, the environment is much better, and the buildings inside are also very new. I just don't know if all of this was built with the lives of those children. Song Wan thought about this. A cold light appeared in his eyes. It was not until he walked into the innermost part of the Holy Light Orphanage and saw one child after another sitting there huddled together that his eyes regained their gentleness. Those children obviously understood something. When they saw Song Wan and others coming, instead of being afraid, they bravely came forward to greet them. Song Wan could clearly sense that some children were physiologically afraid of strangers approaching, but she still tried her best to accept her. The children walked up to her and handed her the small gifts one by one. There are paintings drawn by myself, handicrafts made by myself, small dolls and clay dolls. The leading child looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. Although she was in the Holy Light where conditions were better, her complexion was worse than those of the Dawn children. "Sister, thank you for helping us drive away Dean Zhou and his men." The girl also solemnly handed the flowery hair tie she made to Song Wan. "When I grow up, I will make a more beautiful one for you." Chapter 198, The Most Sincere Friendship. I will make more beautiful flowers for my sister in the future. I will make a bracelet for my sister later. And I want one too. I want one too. They vied with each other to express their gratitude to Song Wan. Although they were very young, most of the children had been forced to grow up under the devastation of this orphanage where there was no hope. They had become accustomed to the darkness and had compromised with it, but they had never imagined that one day the light would shine upon them. Especially the girl in the lead. She is older than the other children and knows a lot more. Even her best friend in the orphanage was taken to have surgery. The reason she was still alive today was not because of the kindness of Dean Zhou and others, but just because she happened to not be able to match them. Thinking of this, the girl's eyes looked at Song Wan brighter. And now, they finally don't have to worry anymore. No need to live by those people's faces anymore. No need to be forced to have a physical checkup every once in a while. No need to pray every time that you will not be a match. And all of these were brought by the sister in front of me. Song Wan accepted their gifts with a smile, then patted the heads of several children and looked at the leading girl with a smile. "If you were allowed to live with Shu Guang's brothers and sisters, would you be willing?" The girl was startled and immediately thought of something and asked, "Are they the brothers and sisters who came to the Holy Light Orphanage before?" Song Wan didn't expect that she still remembered it, so she nodded immediately. The girl's eyes suddenly brightened when she heard this, but then they dimmed as if she remembered something. "But sister, the last time our brothers and sisters came over, we behaved a little unfriendly." Song Wan patted her head again and said in a gentle voice with some encouragement, "Then why are you being so unfriendly to your brothers and sisters?" The girl gritted her teeth and said, I overheard at the door of the office that Dean Zhou wanted to send those brothers and sisters for matching. I was afraid that they would really come in. Their headmistress is so kind. She would be very sad if she knew what would happen to them after they came in. No one loved them, but the director's grandmother loved them like the apple of her eye. If they really matched, she couldn't imagine whether an old man could withstand the blow, watching over them. So the only thing she could think of was to show a rude and unwelcome attitude to drive them away. Fortunately, they didn't come in the end. Song Wan nodded in understanding and looked at the girl in front of him with a serious look. "So you don't really hate your brothers and sisters?" Hearing this, the girl and the child behind her hurriedly shook their heads. They were already scared of being suppressed by such an environment, and they would have loved it if more sunlight could come in. "Then, why don't you talk to your brothers and sisters yourself?" Song Wan took in the children's expressions and looked at them with a gentler look. Being in such an environment is already a terrible thing, but being able to maintain such a heart in such an environment is extremely valuable. After a while, someone brought Dean Zhao, Zhao Ninian, and others over. The group of people went straight towards Song Wan, and when they saw the children of Holy Light were there, they were obviously stunned for a moment, but their steps did not stop. Dean Zhao walked forward with the children, nodded to Song Wan first, and then took Zhao Ninian and the others to the girl. Gently squatting down, looking at the children of Xinguang, the pity on his face could hardly be concealed. "Would you like to play with your brothers and sisters?" The leading girl nodded hastily, and the little kids behind her rushed to answer. "Willing. Of course I do. I'm sorry, brother and sister, for my poor attitude towards you last time." The children of Xinguang didn't care about these things anymore. They just shook their heads and said to everyone, "We have all heard from the dean's grandmother that your dean is a bad person. You are afraid that we will be bullied by those bad people when we get here, so you want to drive us away on purpose. We didn't understand last time and misunderstood you. We're sorry." Children are often the most sincere to each other. A deep friendship has been established between the two. Dean Zhao then stood up with confidence, then quietly came to Song Wan and asked in a low voice, "Ms. Song, are those reports in the news true?" She really couldn't believe that the director of an orphanage could do such a heartless thing. He colluded with the hospital and even people from the Sakura country, exchanging those children's lives for money and connections. "Aren't you afraid of retribution when you wake up in your dreams at midnight?" Song Wan had no intention of hiding anything and nodded gently at her, saying soothingly, "Don't worry, Grandma Zhao. They have already received the retribution they deserve." Dean Zhao looked at the children who were playing together, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. "From now on, I, an old man, will help them make up for what they didn't get before." As the director of an orphanage, no one understands better than her how long it takes for children to heal from the psychological trauma they suffered in their childhood. She only hoped that she could do her best to shorten the duration of these nightmares. Unexpectedly, Song Wan shook her head this time and smiled gently at her. "That won't do, Grandma Zhao. You have to go get treatment first. When you are cured, you can come back and watch them as long as you want." Dean Zhao took a long time to recover from what Song Wan said and waved his hand hastily. "It's not a serious illness, so there's no need to go see a doctor." Song Wan turned away, but did not expose her immediately. She just looked at her steadily and said word by word, "Grandma Zhao, these children really need you." Dean Zhao was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the girl slowly say, "What if something happens to you? What will happen to these children? Since you want to take good care of these children, you might as well take care of your own health first." Dean Zhao gritted her teeth slightly and wanted to say something, but the girl next to her seemed to be able to see through her thoughts directly. She smiled at her gently and said softly, "I own a hospital that is very good at treating gastric cancer. I promise that you will be able to meet these children again as soon as possible and accompany them as they grow up." Chapter 199. This look is really good. When Song Wan returned, the car was filled with small gifts from the children. She sat in the car, holding a small rag doll in her hand, watching the children waving goodbye to her reluctantly, and the haze in her eyes finally dissipated bit by bit. Qing Lin, who was sitting in front of her, didn't know if he noticed her thoughts, and said in a gentle voice with some soothing, "Miss, I have already contacted new teachers. I guarantee that they are all reliable. Even if Dean Zhao is away for a while, the children will definitely not be the same as before." Song Wan nodded and gently pinched the corner of the little rag doll's mouth in her hand. From the side, it seemed as if the little rag doll's mood also improved. It was at this moment that the sound of a cell phone rang in her ears. Song Wan then put down the doll and picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, a familiar and resentful voice came from the other end of the phone. "How was your time these days, little aunt?" Xiao Langyan's voice even carried the slightest hint of grievance, and it went straight into Song Wan's ears. "We are so busy these days. I heard from the teacher that you are having a wonderful time. How are you? Have you had enough fun?" Ahem. Song Wan couldn't help coughing twice after hearing what he said. "It's not that bad." "It's okay," Xiao Langyan asked subconsciously, and the resentment in his tone suddenly became stronger. "Little junior sister, are you being a little bit unkind? Why did you only ask the teacher for help when you needed help and completely forgot about me, your senior brother? If the teacher hadn't mentioned it accidentally, I would still have no idea that the Run family's affairs had anything to do with you." Hearing this, Song Wan couldn't help but smile a little more easily. "I'll tell my senior brother. Can you help me?" Xiao Langyan choked, then said, "I can help you tell the teacher." This time Song Wan was silent, knowing the irony in the conversation. As a national treasure-level scientific researcher, Teacher Yu's words can reach the ears of heaven, but her senior brother may have to wait another 10 or 20 years to reach this level. The two chatted for a while before returning to serious topics. Junior sister, do you have time tomorrow? We have completed all the preliminary preparations. Don't you want to come and see the results? Song Wan hesitated for a moment and then agreed directly. Okay. When they arrived at the hotel, Jiang Huai and his assistant Virgie were already waiting there. On the other side of Jiang Huai, there was a beautiful girl hugging his arm affectionately. It was obviously Yu Lingyao. As soon as Song Wan got out of the car, 3 people came hurriedly to meet him. Jiang Huai, in particular, could hardly conceal the smile on his handsome face and rushed straight towards Song Wan. Song Wan held him there as usual. Jiang Huai didn't care and said to her excitedly, "Sister, I've received an admission invitation from Princeton." Jiang Huai's eyes were sparkling, and there was a hint of admiration in his gaze towards Song Wan. Although he knew his sister would not lie to him, he did not expect this to happen so quickly. You know, it's not easy to get a place in a world-class university like Princeton, not to mention that it's not the enrollment period yet. Song Wan had already guessed it from his expression, so she nodded immediately and then turned her gaze to Yu Lingyao, who was following closely behind. Before she had time to speak, Yu Lingyao couldn't wait to speak first. "Sister, how can you be so handsome?" When Chu Yu and Qi Jing told her, she couldn't sit still at home. "I rushed here nonstop just to see Song Wan earlier." Song Wan naturally knew what she was talking about, so she just smiled at her and said, "Let's talk inside." Yu Lingyao immediately put his arm around her and walked into the hotel impatiently, not even noticing Chu Yu and Qi Jing, who got off the car behind him. Several people went directly to the presidential suite together. After everyone sat down, Yu Lingyao learned the cause and effect from Chu Yu and Qi Jing. Naturally, it was not too comprehensive. He just said to Song Wan with some regret, "Sister, why didn't you call me? Our Yu family can also contribute." She had long disliked Ren Dongchen, not to mention that they had done such a cruel thing. Song Wan smiled gently, then turned to look at Qi Jing. Qi Jing immediately understood and handed Yu Lingyao the photo that he had taken secretly before of Ren Dongchen being beaten into a pig's head. Puff! If Yu Lingyao hadn't had time to drink the water, he would have sprayed it out now. To call the thing in the photo a pig's head is a bit of an exaggeration. If I have to describe it in one word, it would be horrific. In an instant, Yu Lingyao felt relieved. Jiang Huai still didn't know what was going on. During this period of time, Virgil followed him wherever he went. Except for going to the toilet and dating his girlfriend, Virgil almost never left his sight. He couldn't help himself and sat down next to Yu Lingyao, leaning his head towards the phone screen. "Oh my God! Who is this pighead?" Yu Lingyao touched his head with great joy. "Of course it's our master Ren. Didn't you meet him a few days ago?" Jiang Huai suddenly realized it, and when he reacted, his eyes had completely turned into gloating. This style is really suitable. Who made this pig-headed toad always want to eat swan flesh? Now he is getting his retribution, right? After the waiter brought the teacups and coffee, everyone turned the topic back to Jiang Huai. "Sister, to celebrate Jiang Huai's admission to Princeton, how about we hold a party to celebrate?" Chu Yu smiled brightly at this time and blinked at Song Wan. It would be even better if Miss Liu could come too. Didn't that woman still not believe that Jiang Huai could get a place in Princeton? Just let her open her eyes and take a good look. Yao Yao's boyfriend is 1,000 times better than the scumbag Ren Dongchen that he likes. The best thing would be to piss them off to death. Song Wan understood the meaning of Chu Yu's words in just a moment, but did not stop him. She just smiled and nodded. After these few days, it will be impossible to see Jiang Huai in Kyoto again, so we might as well take this opportunity to let them have a good time. After getting permission, Chu Yu jumped up instantly, then ran to Yu Lingyao. The two looked at each other and clapped their hands with a smile. Now that Ren Dongchen has left, Lu Yin should just stop being so arrogant. By the time everyone had dinner together and left, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Song Wan then took a bath and then lay down on the bed. Next day, think it's a new day again. "Host, would you like to sign in?" "Sign in." Song Wan opened her eyes drowsily, and the first voice she heard was still the system's voice. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultra-luxury cruise ship, Miracle of the Seas. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully." Song Wan was stunned when she opened her eyes. Miracle of the Seas? Owning a cruise ship isn't shocking, but if that ship is the wonder of the seas, that's a different story. Song Wan sat on the bed and had spent a long time finding information about the ocean miracle. Royal Caribbean International is one of the world's largest cruise brands. For more than 50 years, it has been committed to injecting innovation into sea travel. The cruise ships it creates are naturally incomparable to ordinary cruise ships. The Wonder of the Seas is the world's first international cruise ship created by Royal Caribbean International. The construction cost alone has reached $8.5 billion. The total tonnage reaches nearly 230,000 tons, with a total of 16 decks and 2,700 cabins. It can carry up to 6,360 tourists and 2,100 crew members. It is even designed with a retractable chimney to facilitate passing through the Strait Bridge. The Wonder of the Seas inherits the advantages of Royal Caribbean's consistent design and has a wide variety of room types to choose from, including interior cabins, sea view rooms, balcony rooms, as well as more than a dozen special room types to choose from, as well as a variety of luxury suites. In addition to the iconic sea view rooms and balcony rooms, there are also interior sea view rooms and balcony rooms with views of various areas of the ship, such as the Royal Mile View Room and Central Park View Room. The most important thing is that this cruise ship has a lush Central Park, where you can enjoy world-class water shows. There is also a 10-story sea slide and a high-altitude zip line across the atrium. It is no exaggeration to say that the commercial street has been moved directly to the ship. After reading the information, Song Wan narrowed her eyes slightly. I'm afraid there is no one who doesn't want a cruise ship like this. As I was thinking this, the phone in my hand started ringing. Song Wan answered the call with ease, and then made an appointment with the other end to pick up the cruise ship, then hung up and went downstairs. When she arrived at the restaurant, Xiao Langyan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, was sitting there leisurely waiting for her. When I saw her appear, my eyes lit up. My little junior sister, you finally came down. What's the hurry? Song Wan raised her eyebrows slightly, obviously not expecting Xiao Langyan to be waiting here. Xiao Langyan smiled at him. It's nothing, actually. I just want to get a ride and go with my junior sister. By the way, take a break. Song Wan nodded in understanding and looked at him with a hint of teasing until Xiao Langyan felt embarrassed. Then she ate with him and drove directly to the laboratory. Having not been here for several days, Song Wan immediately noticed something different as soon as she entered here. When Zhang Jiaobo was here, there was very little communication between them, but now, the lab is bustling with activity, and the key is that everyone has a look of enthusiasm on their faces. Menghai just walked out with the documents in his hand and saw Song Wan coming. His eyes lit up, and he immediately quickened his pace. Boss, would you like to take a look at our progress? Song Wan smiled and shook her head. I was temporarily brought here by Teacher Yu to make up the numbers. I won't read your confidential documents. I can still help with the calculations here. It is impossible for her to stay in the laboratory forever. If she comes into contact with confidential documents, it may not be so easy for her to get out. Menghai then realized that he was a little too excited, so he scratched his head and smiled at Song Wan. It's going very smoothly at the moment. Don't worry, boss. Lang Yin, who was completely ignored, said, This guy is not even so respectful to his teacher, right? Could this be the boss's charm? Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Xiao Langyan's thoughts passed through his mind for a moment, and he saw Yu Tianming also walked out from inside with a smile. When he saw Song Wan, the smile on his face was obviously deeper. Girl, you finally came here to help? I thought you were having such a wonderful time out there that you forgot about this. Song Wan immediately blinked at Yu Tianming and said, No matter what you forget, you must come to help the teacher. Now that you have dealt with your business, you are rushing over to help the teacher. Look, I also brought the teacher's favorite tea. Little bootlicker. Watching Song Wan swiftly hand the tea in her hand to Yu Tianming, Xiao Langyan curled his lips calmly. When he was waiting for her to come downstairs this morning, he didn't see how anxious this girl was to come. But Yu Tianming just fell for it. His smiling face was almost wrinkled when he heard Song Wan's words. You girl. Of course, he didn't really blame Song Wan. In fact, after knowing what Song Wan had done, his heart was filled with pride. He had never misjudged this child. She had a good background and was capable, but she never used her power to bully others. Instead, she was willing to help the orphanage. He was afraid that it would be hard to find another student as outstanding as this one. Thinking of this, Yu Tianming's face darkened. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he took out his mobile phone and praised Song Wan again in the group. Finally, I took a photo of the tea leaves and sent it to the group with the following comment. Hey, look at this girl. She's always thinking about what kind of tea I like to drink, and she's eager to bring it to me. How could I be so greedy? Is that right? Old Lu. Hey, why is Lao Chai silent? After a few people finally couldn't stand it anymore and came out to scold him one by one for being shameless, he put away his phone contentedly. Oh, it's all because I was too busy these past 2 days and forgot to tell those old guys about this matter. Song Wan and Meng Hai didn't know what Tianming was doing, but Xiao Langyin knew it clearly. He immediately looked meaningfully at his junior sister, who hadn't noticed anything yet. The teacher just relied on the fact that what he was doing in the laboratory was too important, and the professors didn't dare to disturb him easily, so he was just courting death. Otherwise, with the enthusiasm for such a few days of stimulation, those old professors would have flown here long ago. Chapter 200. Are you jealous of her good-looking eyes? In addition to Yu Tianming and Meng Hai, other people in the laboratory also expressed great welcome for Song Wan's arrival. Due to the importance of the work, Meng Hai and Yu Tianming greeted Song Wan without saying a few words and went back into the laboratory. Lang Yan was completely ignored once again. That is to say, before the arrival of junior sister and Meng Hai, he seemed to be the teacher's favorite disciple. Although he wanted to be a little lazy, he was only a little late. The teacher, on the other hand, turned around and completely forgot about him. Song Wan didn't think so much about it. She turned around and walked directly to the seat reserved for her in front of the computer. Because it was only in the early stages and there wasn't a lot of data, Song Wan had finished it in just one morning. Lu Kong, who was sitting next to him, watched the whole process eagerly, his eyes filled with envy that was almost overflowing with envy. The computer ability was so high, but the mental arithmetic ability was even lower. The combination of the two is simply a human-shaped bug. Would you like to have a meal here right after you're done? Seeing Song Wan getting up and about to leave, Lu Kong hurriedly stepped forward, smiling brightly and flatteringly. He still has many questions he wants to ask. The key is that there are not many opportunities to catch this big guy. Song Wan raised her eyebrows and smiled non-committally, sure. She has never eaten here before. The cooking skills of our chefs are pretty good. Upon hearing this, Lu Kang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly introduced the chef's signature dishes to Song Wan. Several colleagues sitting not far away were instantly attracted, and the group walked towards the cafeteria talking and laughing. What Lu Kang said was not an exaggeration. The food cooked by the chefs here was indeed good, at least better than that cooked in some restaurants. After finishing her meal, Song Wan, at the invitation of Lu Kang and others, guided a few people in the laboratory. She finally left at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since Jiang Huai was about to leave, Song Wan went straight to the mall. Jiang Huai now has his clothes chosen by Virgil, so Song Wan doesn't spend too much time on clothes. I did see a Patek Philippe watch, as well as some notebooks and other study supplies. Song Wan finally bought everything and was ready to go back. She saw that the car she was driving had been surrounded. This mall also has parking spaces outside. Originally, Song Wan parked here just for convenience. However, it is obvious that the charm of Bugatti Noctilucent is infinite. Song Wan even saw one person after another posing for photos next to the car. He slowly walked closer, but had no intention of interrupting them directly. He just slowly put the shopping bag in his hand on the ground. But among the people taking pictures, it was obvious that someone had noticed her. A fashionable young man who just took his turn opened his eyes wider the moment he saw Song Wan, raised the corners of his lips, and smiled brightly at Song Wan. "Miss, are you here to take pictures too? Come here, I'll let you take the photo first." Song Wan heard this. He was a little stunned. Before he could say anything, a woman in a tight white skirt standing next to the man couldn't help herself. "Are you kidding me? Why should she come first? Everyone needs to queue up. Why is she the only one who is special?" The young man was obviously stunned, then scratched his head embarrassedly. "I didn't think it through. So, it's okay if I don't shoot it, right?" The woman in the white tight skirt had no intention of giving up. She looked at Song Wan standing there with contempt, picked up her cell phone, and raised it arrogantly. "If you don't want to take pictures, just leave. Don't delay us from taking pictures. Anyway, only those who are in line can go up and take pictures." The smile on the young man's face suddenly faded, and he heard the woman continue to speak in a roundabout way. "I've seen many green tea girls. They don't say anything, but just rely on their looks to put on a pitiful expression, waiting for men to help them. Wives, if you encounter this kind of thing in the future, please don't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, we will be the ones who suffer in the end." The young man then noticed that the woman was still live streaming, and his expression suddenly became even uglier. She didn't say anything. Is it necessary for you to say such harsh words? It was originally a good pickup, but this woman not only ruined it, but also made it into what it is now. Does she think that just because she is a host, she has to indulge her? like a disease. The woman in the tight white dress glared at the man and said, I advise you to keep licking the dog until you end up with nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice interrupted him unhurriedly. Excuse me, were you talking about me? Several people surrounding the Bugatti Noir subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, and an extremely delicate and elegant face came into their sight. The young man was stunned for a moment. He had just thought that the young lady was pretty, but when he got closer he realized that her face could not be described at all with the word pretty. She is stunningly beautiful from head to toe, without a single flaw. The people around him were not much better. After a brief silence, he even heard a few gasps. Only the woman in the tight, white dress had a look of disgust in her eyes. Isn't it just that you look better? Why are you pretending? You just stood here, obviously waiting for the dog to be fooled, right? In fact, it wasn't even a minute before the dog came up to talk. He didn't even know the person's name, yet he wanted to give up his spot in the queue for taking photos. This method is even more evil than green tea. So disgusting. Thinking of this, the woman smiled charmingly at the phone screen and said, if you want to see Ling continue to tear apart the green tea wives, please give me a thumbs up. Here's a gift. The young man was closer to her, and he saw the series of 11111 in the barrage and the small gift effects floating on the screen. He was immediately furious. Can you please stop being so disgusting? Are you jealous of that girl's good looks and deliberately looking for trouble? The young lady didn't even say anything from beginning to end, but this woman randomly gave her the nickname Green Tea and even said such things during the live broadcast. Is she crazy to become famous? When the woman heard this, the smile on her face disappeared immediately, and she turned directly to the young man who was speaking. I am jealous of her? Am I not good looking or what? Why should I be jealous of a green tea girl?